A strong smell of blood filled the man's nostrils, instantly bringing him back to consciousness, and he abruptly opened his eyes. What came into view was not the familiar office, nor the workstation piled with documents, but a military tent stained with blood. The dim oil lamp flickered gently in the wind, and the neighing of war horses and the cries of soldiers echoed from outside the tent. The air was thick with the smells of herbs and rust. Rayne felt as if his chest had been smashed by a giant hammer, and his shoulders, abdomen, and thighs ached almost everywhere. He instinctively tried to sit up, but as soon as he moved, a tearing pain shot through his wound, causing cold sweat to instantly bead on his forehead. Looking at the completely unfamiliar scene before him, Rayne was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he just working overtime at the company, desperately trying to meet deadlines, and only managed to doze off for a short while because he was so tired he couldn't stay awake any longer? How did I end up here the moment I opened my eyes? What on earth is going on? Just as he was racking his brains trying to figure it out, a huge and unfamiliar memory suddenly flooded into his mind. The kingdom of Asriel, the North, the Angry Bear Grand Duke, the Black Mountains, the Fell Orcs, the Red River Valley territory, countless scenes flashed by quickly. After receiving these memories, Rayne finally understood his situation. He had died suddenly from overwork and transmigrated to a western fantasy world called Noah Continent. In this other world, knights, warriors, mages, and other extraordinary professionals truly exist. Humans, evil gods, magical beasts, orcs, goblins, and many other races live together on this dangerous yet wondrous continent. The country he is currently in is called the Kingdom of Asriel, a powerful nation dominated by humans. The original owner of this body was also named Rayne Derek. He was a nobleman from the northern border of the Kingdom of Asriel, the second son of the Derek family baron, the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Angry Bear Border Guard, and a 20-year-old silver knight. As the second son, he was not eligible to inherit the family title, so he could only accumulate military merits by joining the army in order to become a nobleman with a fief. In this world ruled by nobles, knights, and magic, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to change their fate in their lifetime. However, the original owner ignited his fighting spirit seed at the age of 12, displaying amazing talent and becoming a black iron level knight. At the age of 14, he was sent by his family to the Rage Bear Castle Knight Academy for further study, where his strength continued to improve, and he soon broke through from the iron level to the bronze level. 5 years later, he graduated first in his class from the Rage Bear Knight Academy, and his strength improved from bronze to silver. After graduation, he went directly to serve in the most dangerous border guard in the north, where he fought against the orcs, goblins, gnomes, and other alien races emerging from the Black Mountains. In just 1 year, he rose to command 1,000 men based on his military achievements. A 20-year-old captain, a silver-rank knight, is a unique figure in the border guards. If nothing unexpected happens, the original owner of this body, Rayne, will soon grow into an outstanding commander, fulfilling his ideals and obtaining the title and fiefdom he desires. But fate dealt him a fatal blow just as he was getting closer to the future. Half a month ago, the Red River Valley was attacked by a large army of orcs. The orcs hail from the depths of the Black Mountains. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, and skilled in slaughter. Each large-scale southward invasion is accompanied by the destruction of villages, the fall of noble castles, and the deaths of tens of thousands. The Red River Valley was the border that the Derek family had guarded for generations. Upon receiving the family's plea for help, the original owner did not hesitate for a moment, and immediately requested to join the army to provide assistance. 3 days ago, the Angry Bear Border Guard and the Orcish army clashed in a decisive battle in the Red River Valley. The original owner of this body was the first to charge into the enemy ranks and single-handedly killed the Orcish overseer. However, he was also severely injured by the battle axe swung by his opponent before he died, and fell in the center of the battlefield, his heart almost shattered. This is just the worst luck imaginable. Just as Rayne was about to force a bitter smile, another sharp pain shot through his chest. He looked down to check his body and confirmed that all 4 limbs were intact, at least without missing any arms or legs, and only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Just then, the tent flap was lifted. A brown-haired youth rushed in, his face weary, his armor still stained with undried blood. When he saw Rayne open his eyes, he was stunned for a moment, then his eyes immediately reddened. "Rayne!" The young man rushed to the bedside, his voice trembling slightly. "You're awake? You're really awake? I knew you wouldn't leave us, you would wake up." Ryan recognized the person from his memories. Ross, the deputy captain of the 3rd Border Guard Battalion, was also one of the original owner's most trusted subordinates. When the original owner fell on the battlefield, it was Ross who carried him all the way back to the military camp from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "I'm still alive." Rayne's voice was terribly hoarse. After saying that, Ross seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around, and rushed out of the tent. Ross's reaction left Rayne somewhat helpless. According to Ryan's memory, Ross was usually taciturn and not good at expressing himself, but he was a steady and reliable partner. He had never been seen acting so emotionally out of control and so easily startled before. A moment later, Ross returned, leading several men into the military tent. Rayne, lying on the bed, was slightly taken aback when he saw the leader. He recognized the man as Count Senna, the commander of the border defense forces of the Angry Bear territory, known as the Iron Wall of the North. Having absorbed the original owner's memories, Rayne reacted naturally. "Count, what brings you here?" Count Senna didn't answer Rayne's question. Instead, he walked directly to the bedside, took out a bottle of pale gold potion from his robes, pried open Rayne's mouth, and poured it down his throat. The potion entered Rayne's stomach, spreading rapidly within him like a flame. Rayne could clearly feel that his ruptured muscles were healing, his broken bones were being enveloped by a gentle yet powerful force, and even his almost depleted fighting spirit was beginning to slowly recover. "How do you feel?" "I feel great, Your Excellency." Rayne tried moving his arms and found that he was able to wave them simply. The potion he had just drunk was truly miraculous, completely beyond his comprehension. "It looks like you'll be fully recovered in a few days." "No wonder it's a high-level recovery potion. It has an extremely strong healing effect on external injuries." At this moment, Count Senna suddenly changed the subject. "Young man, enough with the pleasantries. I don't have time to stay here any longer. A large alien army is attacking Ironwall Fortress, and I must return as soon as possible to defend the fortress and resist the alien invasion." Count Senna paused here, giving Rayne a deep look. "You truly are a man of the North, just like your father, a fierce and unyielding warrior. I believe you can withstand any setback, so I'll tell you directly. Your father, Baron Bode, fought to the last moment against the orc army and died a heroic death on the battlefield. He proved his loyalty to the Grand Duke with his blood, repelling the invasion of the orcs and defending the territory. He was a brave and fearless warrior, and a true nobleman of the North. Unfortunately, the Derrick family's castle was attacked from the rear by fell orc rogues. Your mother, brother, and the rest of the Derrick family, more than a dozen other members, have all perished. It's regrettable to tell you this news. But Rayne, I hope you can cheer up." Upon hearing Count Senna's words, Rayne was momentarily stunned, but Count Senna didn't give him any time to react. With a solemn expression, Earl Senna took out a letter of appointment from his robes and read it aloud to the crowd. "Now, on behalf of Grand Duke Angry Bear, I formally inform you, Rayne Derrick, that you will inherit the Baron title and fiefdom of the Derrick family. From this day forward, you are no longer the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Furious Bear Border Guard, but a fief baron of the Furious Bear Grand Duchy of the Kingdom of Israel. Due to the special circumstances, all other ceremonies for the investiture are waived. I hereby announce this appointment on behalf of the Grand Duke, with the 3 Viscounts present as witnesses. Now, Baron Rayne, the Grand Duke has ordered you to rebuild the Red River Valley territory as soon as possible to defend against any potential invasion by the orcs. I hope you will live up to the honor of the Derrick family, complete this important task, and continue to carry on the glory of the Derrick family." Count Senna finished speaking in one breath, and then personally handed the letter of appointment bearing the seal of the Duke of Angry Bear to Rayne. This series of news left Rayne somewhat overwhelmed. Faced with the appointment letter handed to him, he almost instinctively reached out and took it, as if he could no longer feel the pain in his body at that moment. After doing all this, Count Senna turned and left the military tent without lingering any longer. In his view, this news was far too cruel for the young man before him. Perhaps Rayne needed some time alone. But that's the North for you. Please accept my condolences, Baron Rayne. Count Senna was followed by 3 viscounts, who were the witnesses to this special appointment. Both Viscount Felix and Viscount Hawk expressed sympathy for Rayne's plight. All his family members had died in battle, leaving him the sole survivor. He inherited a dilapidated territory and faced the constant threat of the orcs. Now, with his injuries severe, this blow is indeed beyond what an ordinary person could bear. However, the 2 viscounts didn't say much. No matter how tragic Rayne's fate was, it had little to do with them. Their families had no real connection with the Derrick family, and their visit was merely a formality. After offering a few words of encouragement, the 2 men left the military tent one after the other. Only the last viscount stared at Rayne with hostile eyes. That extremely aggressive gaze made Rayne, who was still somewhat dazed, realize that something was wrong. Lucky brat, I hope you stay this lucky. After sensing the fluctuations in Count Senna's aura outside the tent, Viscount Blackstone left these words and turned to leave. How inexplicable! Although Rayne sensed the other party's undisguised malice, he had no energy to pay attention to it at the moment. Because his mind was still a mess, and there were just too many things he needed to sort out. Count Senna and his entourage arrived quickly and left just as fast. In the blink of an eye, only Rayne and Ross, who was standing beside him, remained in the military tent. I'm going to inherit the title and become a lord? My family members, whom I've never even met, are all gone just like that. Rayne stared at the appointment letter in his hand, still somewhat dazed. He was still pondering how to face his family back in this world, whether they would notice anything amiss, and what he would do if his identity were exposed. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that reality would turn out this way. With his entire family wiped out, he inherited a devastated territory and had to constantly face invasions by orcs and various dangers in this unfamiliar world. It was a hellish start. But soon, he took a deep breath, suppressed all his negative emotions, and his expression returned to calm and determination. Since the facts cannot be changed, he must rise rapidly in this other world, enhance his strength, explore this wondrous continent, and embark on his own new adventure. Rayne intends to use the modern knowledge in his mind to transform and build his own territory, and then quickly build a powerful army to develop his own power. He intends to gradually transform the desolate and impoverished territory he inherited into a rich, safe, and powerful small kingdom, and from there, ultimately rule the entire Northern Territory and become the King of the North. Rayne! Oh no! Baron! Ross's voice kept ringing in his ears, finally waking Rayne from his reverie. Ross, just call me Ryan, there's no need to be so formal. No, sir, you are now a baron, a nobleman. I can no longer address you by your first name, that would be impolite. Ross sternly rejected Ryan's offer. Ross was born into an ordinary knightly family. Although he was not a commoner, he was not much better off. Compared with nobles who held titles, their social status was vastly different. He joined the border guard because his family was struggling financially and could no longer support his spiritual practice. At the same time, Ross also hopes to break through to the silver rank in the border guards, obtain a title based on his military achievements, and bring glory to his family. The ordinary soldiers in the Angry Bear Border Guard are mostly composed of civilians conscripted by the Angry Bear Territory, as well as soldiers belonging to the nobles under the Angry Bear Grand Duke. Junior officers are mostly members of knightly families like Ross, or warriors who have performed exceptionally well and broken through their own limits to become professionals. As for the middle and upper-ranking officers of the Border Guards, they were mostly sons of noble families like Rayne. In particular, Orthodox Knights of the Furious Bear Territory who have studied at the Furious Bear Fortress Knight Academy are often more likely to be given important positions. The high-ranking generals were all the most loyal retainers of the Duke of Fury, with Count Senna being a prime example. Ross was merely an ordinary knight without a title, yet he was extremely humble in his presence before Rayne. This was a consequence of the gradual solidification of social classes over the millennia since the founding of the Kingdom of Asriel. Nobles wield absolute authority over ordinary people, beings they can only look up to throughout their lives. All right, Rayne said, not insisting further. Ross, do you know when the Earl will lead his army away? And what's the situation with the orcs outside? After organizing the information in his mind, Rayne came to a clear conclusion. The most important thing right now is to rebuild the territory, defend against the orcs, and ensure his own safety. To become a nobleman and live a peaceful and happy life, one must first have the strength to protect oneself. Secondly, a strong and prosperous territory is needed for support. And right now, Rayne still has much to do. My lord, the Earl has ordered the army to pack up and return in 3 days. However, the first vanguard has already begun their journey home today. As for the orcs, the Earl has led his army to completely defeat them. All the lost castles in the Red River Valley have also been recovered, and only a few orcs have escaped back to the Black Mountains. Yesterday, Archmage Yarman located the source of the orc raid deep within the upper reaches of the Red River Valley. There is a natural cave there, connecting the endless wasteland to the north of the Black Mountains. The orcs emerged from caves. Now, those caves have been completely destroyed by the Mage Yarman. Ross told Rayne everything he knew. The whole army is returning in 3 days? So urgent. They've just been through a major battle and don't even have time to rest before heading back. It seems the situation at Ironwall Fortress is indeed very urgent. Rayne calculated the time in his mind. His military camp was very close to the family territory. Under normal circumstances, at Rayne's speed, he could return to the family castle in less than an hour. He wanted to return to the Derrick family's castle as soon as possible to personally assess the extent of the damage to the territory, and restore order while the border guards were still there. Rayne struggled to get out of bed, but the intense pain was unbearable. Damn, it hurts so much? Ross rushed over to support Rayne. Sir, please don't move around. Although the advanced recovery potion is extremely effective, your injuries are too severe. You cannot get out of bed and must continue to rest. After trying a few times, Rayne realized that he really couldn't move freely, so he could only obediently lie back down on the bed and stop trying to be brave. You're right, Ross, I really shouldn't move around right now. After lying down and calming down, as the pain gradually subsided, Ryan's mind began to race as he considered his next steps. First, his body must recover as quickly as possible. With the help of advanced recovery potions and the slow recovery of his silver battle chi, he estimates he should be able to get out of bed and move around tomorrow. However, it will still take some time to regain his full combat strength. Once I can get out of bed tomorrow, I need to go see Earl Senna again. Since Grand Duke Angry Bear needs someone to guard the border, he should provide some material support for the reconstruction of the territory. I can't go to rebuild the territory empty-handed, can I? Rayne recalled that Count Senna had mentioned a new batch of supplies had arrived for the army. Now that the army was about to return to Ironwall Fortress, those supplies might not be of much importance to the troops, since Ironwall Fortress was not short of resources. If they could obtain some supplies from Count Senna, rebuilding the territory would be much smoother. Besides supplies, we must also find a way to keep manpower here. Rayne looked at Ross, who was busy working nearby. Although Ross came from an ordinary background, he was extremely talented. At only 27 years old this year, he had already broken through to the peak of the bronze level 2 years ago, and was only one step away from the silver level. According to the original owner's memories, it was extremely difficult to break through to the peak of the bronze level at the age of 25, given the lack of resources, guidance from renowned teachers, and advanced breathing techniques and body tempering skills. The continent of Noah is a magical land possessing extraordinary powers. Ordinary people can become professionals and gain these powers by cultivating certain extraordinary career paths. In the kingdom of Asriel, there are 2 main career paths for obtaining extraordinary powers. One path is to awaken the seed of fighting spirit and become a warrior. The other is to condense a core of magical power and become a spellcaster. These 2 extraordinary paths, warrior and spellcaster, are also the most widespread and numerous mainstream professional systems across the entire Noah continent. Rayne followed the path of a combatant, and he possessed exceptional talent in martial arts cultivation. Ross, however, lacked these advantages, reaching the peak of the bronze level at the age of 25 solely through his own efforts. In the original Rayne's eyes, Ross's talent was nearly equal to his own. It was precisely because of Ross's talent and good character that the original owner of this body, Rayne, promoted him to be his second-in-command. At the time, he intended to recruit Ross into the Derrick family and train him to be his future retainer and knight. Unfortunately, the original owner died on the battlefield before he could even speak. Now, Rayne also has no intention of letting this genius go. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Rayne, lying on the bed, begins to formulate his next plan. A day passed quickly. The next day, having just regained his mobility, Rayne immediately set off for the Derrick family's territory, Red River Territory. The Derrick family's territory is located at the exit of the Red River Valley, the best location in the entire valley. The terrain is flat, the land fertile, and the area vast, while also controlling the entrance and exit of the Red River Valley, making its geographical location extremely advantageous. Rayne mounted his warhorse and set off. Before long, he saw the towering tower of Red River Keep, the stronghold of the Derrick family. Looking out, a towering castle gradually came into view across the vast plain. As he drew closer, Rayne saw that the entire Red River fortress remained intact, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it hadn't left him with ruins everywhere. Beside the castle, a small town stood quietly. The town appeared untouched by the orcs, and the carnage and ruins that Rayne had anticipated were nowhere to be seen. This town before him was the heart of the Derrick family's rule, the most prized part of their territory, Red River Town. According to Rayne's memory, Red River Town originally housed tens of thousands of people. But now, looking around, he could hardly see anyone moving about. The entire town was eerily quiet, like a ghost town with no inhabitants, which gave Rayne a vague sense of unease. Because Rayne had sent someone back to Red River Town in advance to inform them of his impending return, they saw a group of people rushing out of the town and running towards him as soon as they approached. Leading them was a short, stout old man who was running and crying loudly. "Young Master Rayne, you're finally back! Young Master Rayne! Forno, you're still alive?" Rayne looked at the short, stout old man in surprise. This short, stout old man was the mayor of Red River Town, the political official of Red River Territory, and one of the most trusted subordinates of Rayne's father, Baron Bode. The intelligence report stated that everyone inside Red River Keep had been killed by the Orcish stalkers. Forno was entitled to reside in the castle, and since he wasn't a professional and had little combat ability, Rayne had assumed he was already dead. It was unexpected that he had survived. Over here, Forno was overjoyed to receive news of Rayne's return to Red River Town, having long awaited Rayne's return. Upon seeing Rayne, he immediately rushed out to greet him. "Young Master Rayne, on the day the orcs infiltrated the castle, I was in town organizing people to transport military rations for the Master, which is why I narrowly escaped disaster." "I see. You are indeed lucky." Forno assumed that Rayne was thinking of his deceased family members, and his expression immediately changed, his voice lowering. "Please accept my condolences, young Master Rayne." Rayne, however, didn't have many thoughts on the matter and simply changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. How is Red River Town doing? What are the casualties? I need detailed information about the territory. His Highness the Grand Duke has appointed me to inherit the family title and territory, and has instructed me to restore the territory's strength as soon as possible to prevent the orcs from invading again. I need your cooperation to help me rebuild the defenses of Red River Territory." Rayne's purpose in rushing back to the territory was to find out the current situation. "Your will is our will, Lord." Forno understood that as the sole survivor of the Derrick family, Rayne would naturally inherit the title, so he immediately changed his form of address. "A month ago, when Lord Bode led his army to resist the orcs, he took most of the troops from the territory, leaving the territory vulnerable and allowing the orcs to take advantage of the situation. Those despicable orcs, I don't know what methods they used, but they managed to sneak into the castle without a sound. Despite the young master leading his guards in a desperate resistance, they were still unable to stop the beastmen's blades. The young master, his wife, and several other young masters and ladies were all killed, and all the servants perished as well. The last defensive force left by the master in the castle was also completely wiped out in battle. Fortunately, those orcs also suffered heavy losses. After the battle inside the castle, they all disappeared. After the lord and all the knights in the territory died in battle, the territory now has almost no defense force. The last bit of fighting power left is these dozen or so militiamen in front of us. As he spoke, Forner pointed to the dozen or so militiamen in leather armor behind him. Although Red River Town was not directly attacked by the orcs, before the lord left, in addition to taking the army, he also took most of the able-bodied men of the territory. Few of those men have returned so far, and it is estimated that most of them died on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Blackstone Viscount, who came to provide support a few days ago, has incited some ordinary citizens, all free citizens, and serfs to migrate to Blackstone territory after entering Red River Town. They also robbed the homes of those citizens who were unwilling to move to Blackstone territory of their food. Furthermore, I've also heard that Viscount Blackrock has emptied out several villages in the south near Blackrock territory. Forner said, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the current situation in Red River territory. The more Rayne listened, the uglier his expression became, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Viscount Blackstone? Recalling everything that happened yesterday, Rayne finally understood why Viscount Blackstone had said those things. Damn it, that bastard was clearly taking advantage of our misfortune. After sorting through his memories last night, Ryan already knew about the feud between the Derrick family and the Blackstone Viscount. Historically, the Red River territory of the Derrick family and the Blackstone territory to the south had always had a very poor relationship. Since the two families established their territories here more than 100 years ago, disputes have frequently occurred between them. Although the Blackstone family holds a higher title than the Derrick family, from the first head of the Derrick family to Baron Bode, the father of Rayne, the Derrick family's power has always been slightly superior to that of the Blackstone family. In the north, survival is all about strength. Insufficient personal strength leads to contempt from others. Even with a higher rank, weakness will still result in disdain. In fact, failing to meet the standards of a professional can even lead to the stripping of one's title. Rayne remembered that the original owner's father, Baron Bode, had always looked down on the current Viscount Blackstone. Baron Bode was a peak silver knight, just one step away from gold. Viscount Blackstone, on the other hand, was only a high-ranking silver knight, and there was a clear difference in their strength. On several public occasions, Baron Bald had mocked Viscount Blackrock on more than one occasion. The two had also clashed several times, with Baron Bald always coming out on top. Now, with the Red River Valley under attack by the orcs, Blackrock territory to the south was the closest noble territory outside the Red River Valley. The journey from Blackrock Castle to Redwood Castle by forced march should take no more than 10 days. However, from the outbreak of the war until Count Sane led reinforcements to arrive, nearly a month passed, and the Viscount of Blackrock's reinforcements never appeared. No one knew where they had gone. The Blackrock reinforcements didn't appear until the day before Count Senna's arrival. However, they didn't appear at the main battlefield, Redwood Castle, but rather in Red River Town, far from the battlefield. This coincidental timing and absurd location infuriated Forner. He had cursed Viscount Blackstone countless times in his heart, but he could only curse in his mind. Forner wasn't even a professional, he was practically powerless. At that time, Red River territory had no armed forces whatsoever. Faced with Viscount Blackstone, who commanded a large army, Forner could only outwardly greet him with a smile. No matter how dissatisfied he felt, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Viscount Blackstone was inciting the people and free citizens of Red River Town to forcibly seize serfs, and Forner, likewise, dared not speak out against it. Forner could even sense the Blackstone Viscount's murderous intent towards him. If he showed the slightest disrespect, the Viscount would likely kill him instantly. Fortunately, the Blackstone Viscount only stayed for a day, and Count Senna arrived the next day. Otherwise, who knows what would have become of Red River Town? Forner grew increasingly grief-stricken as he spoke, and Rayne grew ever angrier as he listened. He hadn't realized the territory's problems were so severe. Besides guarding against the threat of the orcs, they also had to deal with the infighting among the nobles. So, in short, all that's left in the territory now are the elderly, women, and children? That's about it, Lord. Foreigner understood that the territory was in an extremely difficult situation. Without any defenses, and with the orcs never knowing when they might reappear, all the people were filled with anxiety. With almost all the noble lords in the castle dead, how could these ordinary people hiding outside possibly feel safe? This is why, once Viscount Blackstone swayed them, so many followed him away. For those ordinary people, moving south was clearly a safer option. Viscount Blackstone kept stirring things up, making the situation in Red River territory even more difficult. Fortunately, Earl Senna and his border troops are still nearby, otherwise, that bastard Blackstone would have eaten us alive, leaving not even bones behind. Currently, the Blackrock territory's strength completely overwhelms the Derrick family. With only Rayne remaining, he would certainly be no match for the Blackrock territory in a direct confrontation. However, he doesn't need to engage in a direct conflict with the Blackrock Viscount for the time being. Nobles have their own rules. As long as he is alive, Viscount Blackstone's methods can only remain hidden in the shadows and cannot be brought to the forefront. I am aware of all this, so there is no need to worry. Now that I have inherited the title, I will find a way to resolve these issues. Rayne rubbed his still aching head. Find some people to clean up the castle. I'm going to move in when I get back. Also, remember to collect my family's remains properly. We'll bury my father and mother when I return. Reassure all the citizens. The orcs have been completely wiped out by Lord Senna, so don't panic too much. As for the Blackrock territory, I will personally go to Lord Senna to resolve this. Yes, Lord! After confirming that the orcs had been eliminated, Foreigner, and the others behind him, all breathed a sigh of relief. With Rayne there, Foreigner suddenly found his pillar of support. Facing the threat from Blackrock territory, he finally felt more confident. After briefly arranging matters in his territory, Rayne entered the castle and found the bodies of his family members from this world. The entire family, young and old, lay neatly arranged before Rayne. Everyone except himself was lying there. Rayne remained silent for a long time. Finally, he silently wished for a safe journey and then stopped paying attention to the bodies. Following the information in his memory, Rayne easily found his target in the castle. After obtaining the items, he left the castle immediately, as there were more important matters to attend to. After hastily leaving Red River Fortress, Rayne rushed back to the military camp. The success of what followed would determine the outcome of all his future plans to rebuild the territory. Chapter 3: Recruiting Manpower. Inside the main tent of the border guard camp, Count Senna was watching the young man standing straight in front of him. The young man's face was slightly pale, and the fluctuations of his battle aura were weak, indicating that the young man was not in good physical condition. Yet, in those bright eyes, Count Senna could still clearly see the anger and resentment in Rayne's heart. Your Excellency, Viscount Blackstone has gone too far. My father died on the battlefield for the Grand Duke, and his body is barely cold, yet he commits such banditry in the rear. He deliberately delayed the reinforcements, causing the friendly forces to be wiped out, and also robbed people and stole assets. In Hongha town, he robbed and cheated, taking away tens of thousands of people from Hongha territory. In the southern part of Hongha territory, he emptied dozens of villages. What exactly is he trying to do? This is blatant robbery, a betrayal of the Grand Duke, and an insult to heroes. Cough, cough, cough. Rayne's emotions grew increasingly agitated, aggravating his wounds. The intense pain interrupted his words, causing him to cough incessantly. All right, Baron Rayne, there's no need to be so agitated, Count Senna said, trying to soothe him. I already know about Viscount Blackstone. In fact, I warned him yesterday after reading out the Grand Duke's appointment to you. Yesterday, I ordered the Blackstone army to withdraw from Red River territory. They will no longer do anything to threaten the safety of Red River territory, and Viscount Blackstone himself has already set off to return to Blackstone territory. As for Viscount Blackstone's plundering of the Red River territory's people and property, Count Senna paused for a moment. He had seen far too many struggles between nobles, especially when the two sides already had grudges against each other. Once one side was in a weaker position, it would inevitably be suppressed and humiliated by the other. Ultimately, it's difficult to distinguish between good and bad, between justice and evil in such matters. As long as the rules aren't broken, he won't interfere. Being bullied only indicates a lack of strength on one's part. Who can one blame but oneself? The Kedrick family's current situation is quite unique, and Count Senna himself holds Rayne in high regard. Just a day ago, Rayne was his subordinate, and a key figure he was grooming. Now that Rayne is in dire straits, he is naturally willing to lend a helping hand. I have investigated Viscount Blackrock's human trafficking. Blackrock territory did not use force, and those people went to Blackrock territory voluntarily. Whatever methods they used, this is the result. Blackrock did not break any rules in this matter, and I cannot convict him for it. As for the wealth in the villages south of your Red River territory, Viscount Blackstone said he came to support the Red River territory and needed military funds. The Red River territory had not given him a single grain of food before, so all that wealth was counted as his military supplies. You also know the number of villages in the south. In reality, there aren't many. Most importantly, he didn't touch Red River Fortress, which belongs to your Derrick family. As long as that red line isn't crossed, the supplies and wealth in those villages being used for military purposes makes Viscount Blackstone's reasoning plausible. Therefore, the charge you brought against him is also invalid. The Blackrock territory has now swallowed up both its population and resources. Rayne, kid, you're a smart man, you should understand that it's impossible to get Blackrock to give them back. But that's the reality. You're not strong enough right now, you're not qualified to fight for anything. The Grand Duke only cares about the results. The current result is that the orcs have not breached the Red River Valley, nor have they caused widespread destruction in the south, so Blackstone is innocent. Of the 5 nobles of the Red River Valley, 3 escaped, 1 was wiped out, and of the last one, only you remain from the Derrick family. You don't have anyone at Ragebear Fortress, but I must remind you, they have people speaking up for them at Blackrock territory. So, kid, you just have to accept this loss. If you want to take what's lost back, you have to rely on yourself, understand? Count Senna patiently explained the situation to Rayne. He understood Rayne's feelings and, like an elder, tried his best to comfort him. After listening, Rayne fell silent. After a moment, Rayne spoke again, but this time he did not mention Blackrock territory again. I understand, Your Excellency. Having lived 2 lives, Rayne was no longer a naive child. How could he not understand the complexities and reasons behind this? Even without understanding the network of relationships behind Blackrock territory, he knew that what Blackrock territory had swallowed could not possibly be regurgitated simply because of a few words from him. Rayne's earlier mention of these things was more about playing the victim, paving the way for what he was about to do. My Lord Earl, I beg you to help me and the Derrick family, considering the blood and effort the Derrick family has shed for the Grand Duke. I request that you provide some food and supplies to the Red River territory to help it overcome this crisis, so that I can better fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by the Grand Duke. Count Senna asked. You want food? Not just food, Your Excellency. I need everything that can help the territory through this crisis, including food, medicine, winter clothing, and weapons for the armed warriors, and so on. In addition, Red River territory is in dire need of young and strong people. As you know, my father took all the young and strong men in the territory to the front line to fight against the evil beastmen. Most of them died on the battlefield. Coupled with the banditry of Blackstone territory, Red River territory is now left with only a group of old, weak, women and children, who are not of any use at all. I need artisans to rebuild the territory, soldiers to guard the people, and farmers to grow crops. All of this is inseparable from people. Rayne stated all his needs directly. With Count Senna about to leave, he had no more time to maneuver. The other party would be leaving tomorrow, so he could only plead his case first before directly asking for what he wanted. Baron Rayne, I understand your difficulties. I visited Red River Town a few days ago and know the situation there. Your father died a glorious death on the battlefield. He and Baron Luke were both the pride of the northern nobility, both warriors. It is a pity that no one from Baron Luke's family survived, but your Derrick family is fortunate, at least you can inherit the family title. I can give you the supplies you mentioned. When the army sets off on its return journey tomorrow, I will leave a batch of supplies behind to help you rebuild your territory. However, the manpower you want is a bit difficult to arrange. The border guards and those craftsmen are either subjects of other lords or free people, and I have no right to hand them over to you. As for the laborers and slaves accompanying the army, I cannot give them to you either. The army still needs them to ensure logistics. Count Senna led a border guard force of nearly 10,000 men into battle, while the number of farmers, artisans, slaves, and laborers responsible for logistics was close to 30,000. Rayne's original plan was to leave at least 3,000 people behind. Only in this way could the territory continue to operate, and his construction plans proceed. Thank you very much for your understanding, Your Excellency. The supplies you provided are enough to save countless citizens of the Red River territory. As for the population, after a moment's thought, Rayne said, I can do without slaves and laborers, but please allow me to recruit some soldiers and craftsmen from among the free people. Recruit free people? Count Senna thought for a moment, and finally agreed to Rayne's request. Very well, then go and recruit. But you only have 1 day. Tomorrow at noon, the army will set off to return to Ironwall Fortress. How many you recruit depends on yourself. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. The Derrick family will never forget your kindness. Having achieved his goal, Rayne left the military tent with satisfaction. The negotiations had gone much more smoothly than he had anticipated. No sooner had Rayne left than a man in a grey robe, Yarman, emerged from behind the curtain. He looked at Count Senna with some confusion. Senna, when did you become so easy to talk to? Or is there something special about that kid? Count Senna shook his head. The Red River Valley is a thorn in the side of the Black Mountains. The Grand Duke needs them to be stationed there to monitor the movements deep within the Black Mountains. In fact, they did a very good job this time. The orcs attacked suddenly, and if it weren't for the 2 barons from Red River Valley stopping them, things would have been troublesome once those orcs broke into the heart of Angry Bear territory. Even if those orcs don't move south, just gathering in the Red River Valley would still pose a considerable threat. These days, the activities of those alien races in the north are becoming increasingly rampant, especially the orcs who frequently move south. Therefore, the Red River Valley must have a trustworthy lord to guard it. Yarman was still somewhat puzzled and continued, But are you so sure that kid can do all this? You know, apart from Bod and Luke, the other 3 barons all ran away and handed over their territories to the orcs. At this point, Earl Senna immediately snorted coldly. Humph! Don't mention those cowards to me. They are unworthy to be northerners, much less nobles of the Angry Bear territory. They betrayed the Grand Duke's trust, daring to abandon their territory and flee alone. They all deserve to die. But you also know they won't die. Yarman shook his head as well. He also had great contempt for those who were afraid of death. These things are not something we can decide. That kid is Bod's son, a knight who graduated from the Raged Bear Castle Knight Academy, and the best graduate of that year. He performed exceptionally well under my command that year. His severe injuries were due to his leading the charge, fighting desperately against the orc warlord. Both Bod and Rayne have inherited the wolf-like ferocity and resilience of the Derrick family, truly worthy descendants of that wolf knight. Count Senna looked in the direction Rayne had left. Originally, I planned to promote him after this battle. I never expected his family to suffer such a calamity. With the gift I prepared for him, I believe he has the ability to rebuild Red River Valley. Those remaining orcs are no match for him. Moreover, the Derrick family did shed blood for the Grand Duke this time. The Grand Duke was already willing to help him, and I was just going along with it. Furthermore, if Blackstone hadn't gone too far this time, I wouldn't have bothered to find a way to help that little guy. That's what the Derrick family brought on themselves. Bod used to bully Blackstone a lot, and this time Blackstone seized the opportunity to retaliate. Yarman had met Bod and had some impression of him, and was also aware of the feud between the Derrick and Blackstone families. The Derrick family's attitude towards the Blackstone family isn't something the 2 families can decide on their own. You mean? Yarman suddenly realized something and looked up to ask. The Grand Duke's side? Count Senna shook his head, not saying anything more on the matter. Let's not talk about that, Master Yarman. This large-scale, sustained southward offensive by the orcs is unusual, and I need the Mage Corps to provide more assistance. Rayne had no idea what happened inside the military tent after he left. At that time, he was recruiting free people in the army, and his first stop was the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Border Guard Corps, which he had once commanded. "Captain?" Upon seeing Rayne's arrival, many soldiers instinctively greeted him with a familiar address. "You should call him Baron." Ross, who had been following behind Rayne, stepped forward and corrected the crowd's address. "No need, Ross. I prefer everyone to call me Captain. We're all brothers, it's more intimate that way." In the past, Rayne treated his soldiers extremely well, without any aristocratic airs. He ate, slept, and fought alongside his soldiers, so the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were extremely devoted to him, with Ross being the most outstanding among them. "As you all probably know, my family was attacked by the orcs. I inherited the family territory and now need men to guard it. Therefore, with Count Senna's permission, I've come here to recruit some people. Are there any free men among you who would like to join me in the Red River territory? After joining my territory, I will follow the rules of the North and pay all those who join monthly. The treatment will be no worse than that of the border guards." As soon as Rayne finished speaking, Ross was the first to step forward. "The brothers all know what kind of person you are, sir. I, Ross, will be the first to follow you." Ross and Ryan were sworn brothers. Ryan had saved Ross's life on the battlefield more than once, and during their daily training, he often personally instructed Ross, passing on his experience. Ross was a grateful man. He understood how much Ryan had helped him, and coupled with the talent and strength Ryan had demonstrated, he firmly chose to continue following Ryan. "Count me in." "Me too." After Ross took the lead, many free soldiers in the 3rd Battalion chose to follow Rayne. Among the remaining soldiers, although some were willing, they were not free citizens, but rather subjects of their respective lords, and could not freely follow other lords. After their service was over, they had to return to their original territories, and for now they could only stand by and watch. Soon, Rayne recruited 40 or 50 people, but this number did not satisfy him. "Even the familiar 3rd Battalion can only recruit so few people. It seems we won't be able to recruit many soldiers in the end. There are still too few soldiers with free citizen status." As Rayne predicted, after searching through all the military camps, he only managed to recruit 223 people in total. The vast majority of soldiers were already affiliated and could not be recruited. The remaining free soldiers had no desire to join the unfamiliar Red River territory. This situation frustrated Rayne. However, to his surprise, he had recruited quite a few farmers and artisans, about 500 in total. Although most of them were farmers, with only a few artisans, their presence still greatly encouraged Rayne. These free men had been conscripted for various reasons. They did not want to join the war, but could not escape conscription. Therefore, faced with Rayne's recruitment, many chose to join the Red River territory. This way, they wouldn't have to return to the Iron Fortress, toiling day and night, nor worry about dying from exhaustion on the job. Farmers, craftsmen, and soldiers, a total of over 700, this was Rayne's final achievement. 700 men it is! 700 men can accomplish great things! Chapter 4: Helping a Brother Out. After recruiting men, Rayne went to the quartermaster's office to collect the supplies that Earl Senna had promised to send to the Red River territory. Baron Rex was in charge of supplies. The two had met a few times before, but weren't exactly close, just vaguely familiar faces. Ryan stepped forward and explained his purpose. Rex was very polite, and immediately handed him a list. The supplies on the list were already prepared, including food, clothing, weapons, and medicine. Ryan's heart warmed at the sight of it. The quartermaster's office was piled high with all kinds of supplies needed by the army, but unfortunately, he could only take a small portion of it. However, Count Senna was indeed generous, providing the Red River territory with a wide variety of items, and in greater quantities than Rayne had anticipated. Rex smiled and reminded him that the Count held him in high regard and hoped he wouldn't disappoint. Rayne readily agreed. But as he continued reading, his gaze suddenly stopped at the last item on the list, and he couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Rex asked him if there was a problem. Ryan pointed to the last line, where it clearly stated, 3,000 able-bodied men. This made Ryan somewhat incredulous. Rex glanced at them and explained that the Earl knew the Red River territory was desperately short of manpower and labor, so he specifically ordered that these people be given to him to replenish the territory. Rayne was both surprised and delighted. 3,000 able-bodied men were no small number. For the Red River territory at that time, it was practically a godsend. Rex sighed, saying that the number was actually not many at all. The 4 baronies in the Red River Valley originally had a population of over 100,000, but now, after gathering them together, only this many remained. Ren's expression changed, and he immediately understood, asking if these people were survivors from the 4 baronies in the north. Rex nodded. There were 5 baronies in the Red River Valley. Only Baron Bode, Rayne's father, and Baron Luke of Redwood Town chose to resist the orcs. The other 3 barons abandoned their territories and fled. Baron Bode and Baron Luke held off the orcs' southward advance at Redwood Keep, which is why the Red River Valley was not directly attacked. However, the 4 baronies to the north were completely slaughtered by the orcs. In particular, the 3 territories abandoned by their lords had no organized defenses, and the orcs entered as if they were empty, slaughtering indiscriminately, and almost all the inhabitants were killed. Not long ago, after Count Senna defeated the orcs and reclaimed the 4 baronies to the north, he sent men to gather the survivors. But in the end, only a little over 3,000 could be found. Rex looked at Rayne and asked if he still thought it was a lot. Rayne, his heart heavy, simply whispered that he understood. Rex continued, "These people are now refugees. The 3 barons who abandoned their lands are no longer eligible to be lords. According to noble law, their fiefs will be confiscated. Baron Luke's entire clan was killed by the orcs, leaving no heir. In other words, these survivors were now homeless. Even more cruelly, most of those who survived were able-bodied young men. The elderly, women, and children were no match for the orcs' pursuit. Count Senna had originally intended to leave them at Ironwall Fortress as logistical support. With border battles raging, the fortress was also short of manpower. Viscount Blackstone had been eyeing these able-bodied men, repeatedly requesting them from the Earl, but was always refused. Finally, Earl Senna, learning of the Red River territory's dire need for manpower, decided to entrust them to Rayne. Upon hearing this, Rayne felt a surge of genuine gratitude towards Earl Senna. The Red River territory is currently most lacking in manpower, especially able-bodied young men who can work, build, and if necessary, take up arms. With these 3,000 men, many of his plans can be implemented, and the reconstruction of the territory will finally no longer lack labor. Rayne solemnly said, "Thank you, Earl." After reviewing the list, Ryan didn't leave immediately. He looked around and, seeing no one was paying attention, pulled Rex to a quiet spot nearby. Rex was puzzled and was about to ask what he was doing when he saw Ryan take out a bag of gleaming gold coins and place it in front of him. Rex's eyes flickered, and he looked at Rayne meaningfully. Rayne didn't beat around the bush, explaining directly that Red River territory was currently impoverished. Originally, he had only recruited a little over 700 people from the army's free citizens, and the supplies provided by the Earl were enough to get through the most difficult times. But now, with over 3,000 more able-bodied men, those supplies were far from sufficient. So he wanted to buy some more ordinary supplies from the quartermaster for emergencies. Rex stared at the gold coins, blinked, and deliberately said, "Unauthorized buying and selling of military supplies is a capital offense, punishable by death." Ryan laughed and explained, "How can this be called unauthorized buying and selling?" The Earl only said he would give Red River a batch of supplies, but he didn't personally specify how much of each kind. The quantities on the list are up to Rex. This isn't a business transaction, but a reasonable arrangement. As he spoke, Rayne stuffed the bag of gold coins into Rex's hand, his tone becoming more intimate. "We're brothers, Brother Rex, please help your little brother out." The bag contained a full 100 gold coins. In the kingdom of Asriel, 1 gold coin was enough to support an average town family for 3 months, and for a rural farmer, it could even last a year. For Rayne to take out 100 at once was quite generous. After all, the gold coins he found in the family castle totaled less than 5,000. The northern environment was harsh, the territory's produce was limited, and the nobles near the border were even less wealthy. With constant threats from foreign tribes and frequent wars, the territory required money everywhere, making it difficult to accumulate wealth. Rex hefted the bag, listening to the clinking of the gold coins, and a satisfied smile gradually spread across his face. Rayne's request wasn't unreasonable. It was just a matter of providing some ordinary supplies, which wouldn't be difficult for him. Remembering Count Senna's high regard for Rayne, Rex quickly pocketed the gold coins. He laughed and changed his tune, saying that Rayne was right. They were all brothers and should help each other. The Earl had personally ordered aid to the Red River territory, and he also felt that the supplies on the previous list were indeed insufficient. Those refugees had lost their homes and loved ones and urgently needed to rebuild their lives. Naturally, they required more aid. The Grand Duke's people couldn't continue to suffer. After accepting the gold coins, Rex's attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. He grabbed Rayne's arm, turned and walked into the quartermaster's huge warehouse, saying generously that Rayne could choose whatever he needed, as long as it was something he could help with. Chapter 5 First Encounter with White Wolf. I'll share some of this grain with you. The army will be returning to Ironwall Fortress at full speed tomorrow, arriving in a few days at most. Some of this grain can still be spared. And you can take some of those weapons and equipment with you. Didn't you just recruit a group of soldiers? Rex showed Rayne the supplies while sorting out what he could take with him, quickly allocating a considerable amount for him. Could I have a few sets of those knight armors? He asked. Upon seeing a complete set of knight's armor stored separately in the weapons and equipment area, Rayne immediately went forward to inquire about it. Those suits of armor, emitting a faint glow, were all rare treasures, and Rayne wished he could take them all back to his territory. Absolutely not, Brother Rayne. Rex quickly stepped forward, directly refusing Rayne's request. These Furious Bear armor sets are different from ordinary weapons and equipment. They are all rare enchanted equipment. Brother Rayne, as you know, even in the Border Guards, only silver-level combatants are qualified to be equipped with Furious Bear armor sets. There is a specific number of each set. You can't be short even one set. The Earl knows that your Furious Bear armor was damaged in the battle against the orcs, so he specially left you a set, which is on the supplies list. That's enough. Why do you want more? Rex was taken aback by Rayne's appetite. He could allocate ordinary supplies at his own discretion, but enchanted equipment was a strategic resource, and he dared not move it without authorization. Seeing Rayne still standing next to the angry bear armor, gently stroking it with a look of utter drool, Rex subtly took 2 steps forward, separating Rayne from the armor. Brother Rex, as you know, 2 of the warriors I recruited have already reached the peak of the bronze level, and they might break through to the silver level in a few days. There is still the threat of the evil beast men near the Red River territory. If they can be equipped with enchanted armor, their combat power can be increased by at least 50%, and they can better resist the evil beast men. Rex didn't take Rayne's words to heart. Brother Rayne, we both know that advancing to the bronze level is relatively easy, but breaking through to the silver level is much more difficult. Many professionals reach the peak of the bronze level and then remain stuck there for life, unable to cross that hurdle. Besides, even if the 2 warriors you recruited are lucky enough to break through to the silver level, they are still silver warriors of the Derrick family. The Border Guard's enchanted equipment will not be issued to your retainers. Rayne still wanted to try again, so he continued. Brother Rex, please do me a favor. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring much. Could you spare me a set for emergencies? I'll repay you handsomely later. Rex shook his head firmly, not because he disliked gold coins, but because he simply dared not accept them. Brother Rayne, forget about the Furious Bear armor. These enchanted items are definitely not for you. Look at something else. Seeing Rex's resolute attitude, Rayne couldn't help but feel disappointed. A complete set of enchanted armor is extremely valuable, far beyond what can be measured in gold coins. All enchanted equipment is an extremely rare strategic resource, and purchasing it normally requires special channels. Most knightly families' heirlooms consist of nothing more than a complete set of enchanted equipment. Knowing he couldn't obtain an extra Furious Bear armor, Rayne didn't press the matter further. It was understandable that Rex hesitated to hand it over. After bypassing the location where the Furious Bear armor was stored, Rayne and Rex continued their search of the supply depot. As they rounded a corner, Rayne suddenly noticed a large iron cage not far away. As he approached, he saw a pure white wolf locked in an iron cage. At first glance, Rayne was captivated by the wolf. He sensed the unique aura emanating from it, an aura carrying an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if constantly pulling him away. Rayne had never experienced this feeling before, and for a moment he was somewhat lost in thought. "Brother Rayne! Brother Rayne!" Rex called out twice when he saw Rayne in a daze. "Ah, Brother Rex!" Rex's voice brought Rayne back to his senses. "What's wrong with you?" Rex looked at Rayne with some confusion. "This white wolf is really beautiful, Brother Rex. Where did it come from?" "Oh, you mean it? The soldiers caught it when they were hunting down the scattered orcs. This guy looks pretty and harmless, but he's actually very ferocious." Although not a magical beast, it possessed iron-level combat strength. To capture it, we lost a soldier and 3 farmers. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any magical energy fluctuations. It's just a ferocious wild beast. Aside from being a bit ugly, it's not very valuable. Rex looked at the white wolf in the iron cage. A wild beast with iron-level combat strength wasn't enough to attract his attention. It's not surprising that some of the beasts in the Black Forest possess strength comparable to a human iron-level warrior. They simply rely on their innate physical prowess and animalistic instincts to fight. As for magical beasts, they are entirely different species from ordinary wild animals. Not only are magical beasts incredibly powerful, but they can also nurture magical cores within their bodies. Magical cores are a versatile and extremely valuable material. Furthermore, the flesh and blood of magical beasts are rich in energy. Consuming their flesh and blood can enhance physical strength and assist professionals in improving their abilities. Therefore, magical beasts are extremely valuable. As for ordinary wild animals, their value is greatly reduced, yielding only some fur and ordinary meat. "Brother Rex, can I have this white wolf? You like this white wolf?" Rex was somewhat surprised, but then, remembering Rayne's identity, he suddenly understood. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about your lineage, brother. With the bloodline of the wild wolf Derek family, you definitely prefer wolf beasts. I originally planned to take this white wolf back to Angry Bear Fortress and sell it to those nobles as pets. Since you like it, brother, I'll give it to you. It's not worth much anyway." Rex, who had just refused Rayne's request for the armor, was surprisingly generous this time, giving him the white wolf directly. "Then thank you very much, Brother Rex." The white wolf stared fiercely at the 2 people talking outside the iron cage, its body low, revealing sharp fangs, and low growls coming from its throat. However, when it looked at Rayne, a hint of doubt appeared in its fierce eyes. It sensed an extremely familiar aura from Rayne, as if it had encountered one of its own kind. Rayne involuntarily recalled a set of secret techniques from his mind. As he slowly walked towards the iron cage, he circulated his battle chi and unleashed a secret technique from his memory. A unique aura emanated from Rayne, surging towards the white wolf inside the cage. Inside, the white wolf watched Rayne approach, gently twitching its nose, seemingly trying to gather more information. That familiar aura gradually lowered its guard. "Don't be afraid." Without being taught, Rayne let out a rhythmic growl. Hearing this growl, the white wolf's eyes deepened with confusion. It slowly retracted its fangs and also let out rhythmic growls in response to Rayne's approach. Soon, Rayne reached out through the iron cage and gently stroked the white wolf's soft fur. The white wolf completely abandoned its hostility and allowed Rayne to pet it. Rex, watching this harmonious scene between human and animal, wasn't too surprised, but rather curious. "They can actually speak wolf language. Seeing is believing. The legend that the Derek family can communicate with wolves is true. It's amazing. As expected of the bloodline of the wild wolf family, taming these ordinary wolves, which are not magical beasts, is a piece of cake." Legend has it that 200 years ago, Derek, the founder of the Derek family and a wolf rider, was originally a wolf child. As a child, Derek was accidentally taken in by a wolf pack. Surprisingly, the wolves did not eat this human cub, but instead raised him. Raised among wolves, Derek not only learned wolf language but also mastered a complete set of combat techniques, including wolf breathing, wolf body strengthening techniques, and wolf combat skills, through his daily life with the pack. Thus, without any outside guidance, Derek the wolf embarked on the path to extraordinary power, raising his strength to the silver rank. 180 years ago, the third Grand Duke of the North, Grand Duke Wrathbear, launched the Wrathbear Blood Expansion War to solidify his position as Grand Duke. During this 3-year expansion war, the wolf boy Derek was discovered by Grand Duke Wrathbear. Subsequently, Derek chose to follow Grand Duke Furious Bear and made many contributions in the ensuing wars, breaking through to the gold rank in strength. Ultimately, based on his military achievements and gold rank strength, Derek rose from a penniless wolf boy to become a fief baron of the newly established Grand Duke Furious Bear territory. Recalling the information about the Derek family in his mind, Rex couldn't help but feel admiration for the wolf knight he had never met. In the kingdom of Asriel, becoming a noble was extremely difficult. Although powerful professionals were often recruited by the kingdom and granted titles, this only applied to high-level professionals. Professionals with silver-level strength are only granted the title of knight and can establish knight families, but the title of knight does not equate to true nobility. Knights do not have fiefdoms, family crests, or noble privileges. Most importantly, the title of knight is not hereditary. If a descendant fails to reach silver-level strength, the title of knight will be revoked. Only the most powerful gold-level professionals are directly granted titles and become true nobles. These nobles are called titled nobles. Titled nobles typically do not have fiefs. To acquire territory, they must strive for and expand it themselves. They must either reclaim unclaimed wilderness or achieve merit, in which case a duke or royal family may grant them land, making them real nobles. Gold-level professionals are exceptional talents, 1 in a million, often emerging only from among countless professionals. Furthermore, to become a gold-level professional, one must possess a lineage and resources. Without a lineage, let alone becoming a gold-level professional, even becoming an ordinary professional is impossible. In Rex's memory, in the past 200 years, only Derek the Wolf Knight was a man who rose from humble beginnings with no background to become a fief baron. Other nobles who established their families all had connections or bloodlines to some extent. What a legendary hero! It's a pity he's gone and we can never see him again. While Rex was still reminiscing about the history of the Derek family and remembering that predecessor, on the other side, Rayne had already tamed the white wolf in the iron cage using the family's secret method. Sorry to keep you waiting, Brother Rex! After calming the white wolf down, Rayne returned to Rex's side. It's alright. It's an honor to witness the Derek family's wolf language secret arts firsthand. Rayne didn't continue talking about the white wolf and the secret arts. In fact, he didn't fully understand the specifics either. Although the original owner's memories were still there, he had only been awake for a short time, and many things hadn't been completely sorted out. Let's continue selecting supplies, Brother Rex. After bringing the topic back to supplies, the two continued selecting items in the warehouse. The two quickly agreed on the distribution of supplies. Rayne was very satisfied with the final amount of supplies they received. His 100 gold coins had definitely not been wasted. The value of the supplies he received far exceeded 100 gold coins. Rayne immediately summoned Ross and instructed him to lead the more than 700 recruits to transport all the supplies back to their territory. Watching the truckloads of supplies being transported away, Rayne felt much more at ease. Rex stood to the side, smiling as he watched the busy crowd. Brother Rayne, these supplies are all in your hands. With these 700-plus people handling them, they'll definitely be all moved before the army returns tomorrow. Are you relieved now? With these supplies, I feel much more at ease. I also have the confidence to rebuild Red River territory and resist the orcs. What about the refugees? Rayne didn't see any refugee camps near the military camp, so the refugees shouldn't be here. They've all been settled in the refugee camp next to the ruins of Redwood Town to the north. There are border guards stationed near Redwood Town. With them there, the refugee camp won't cause any trouble. However, they will also withdraw after the main army returns tomorrow, so the Ryan brothers would better send someone to take over the Redwood Town refugee camp before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, those 3,000 people would be left unattended and could easily cause trouble. Even just 1 or 2 evil beast men would be enough to break the refugees' morale. It would be bad if unnecessary losses occurred. Rayne understood the importance of this matter, as it concerned the future foundation of the Red River territory, so he made arrangements immediately. Ross, Eric, you two come here. Lord! The two quickly arrived before Rayne. Eric, you continue organizing the men to move the supplies. Ross, you take 100 warriors and come with me to Redwood Town. Eric was also one of Rayne's subordinates in the border guards. Ryan had saved Eric's life on the battlefield, and out of gratitude, Eric had always stayed by Ryan's side, ready to serve him. When Ryan recruited men, Eric, a free man, was the second to step forward to join Ryan, following Ross. Eric's loyalty was beyond question, and his strength had reached the bronze level, so Rayne trusted him completely. Yes, Lord! After making the arrangements, Rayne bid farewell to Rex and immediately headed to the Redwood Town refugee camp. Chapter 6: Migrating Survivors. Don't push! One by one, everyone gets some! Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will be whipped! The refugee camp was noisy, but under the soldiers' control, the ragged refugees lined up in long queues to receive food in turn. Last night, Rayne arrived in Redwood Town with 100 warriors to officially take over the 3,000 able-bodied men left to him by Count Senna. Most of these men were young, but they were all emaciated and listless, as if they had not yet recovered from the disaster. But looking at them, Rayne could not hide his excitement. In his eyes, these 3,000 people were the foundation for the Red River Territory to reclaim wasteland, cultivate the land, and rebuild their homes. As a descendant of the Chinese people, farming and construction were almost ingrained in his blood. With people, he had the confidence to truly gain a foothold on the Noah continent. At this moment, Ross rushed over to report. Sir, the border guards have begun to withdraw. Ryan nodded, instructing Ross to keep an eye on the refugees, while he went to see the border guards off. Since the handover of the refugee camp had been completed, the border guards' withdrawal was perfectly reasonable. Rayne knew that if they could stay a few more days, the reconstruction of Red River Territory would be safer. But he also understood that Ironwall Fortress was the true lifeline of Wrath Bear Territory. Count Senna, as the commander of the border defenses, was undoubtedly eager to return to the main battlefield and could not possibly linger any longer. By the time Rayne arrived outside the military camp, the border guards had already set off. Watching the troop disappear into the distance, he felt a pang of regret. They retreated faster than expected. It seems the pressure at Ironwall Fortress is considerable. Rayne thought of the situation at the front, but quickly suppressed the thought. There are always taller people to hold up the sky. No matter how fierce the orcs are, they might not be able to breach Ironwall Fortress. Back at the refugee camp, the more than 3,000 refugees had already eaten breakfast, and many were wandering around aimlessly. Rayne didn't intend to let them remain idle, especially since a group of young and strong men gathered together. If they had nothing to do, trouble was likely to arise. He instructed Ross. Gather them all in the open space. I have something to say. Soon, over 3,000 refugees were gathered in the center of the camp. The crowd looked up at Ryan, who stood on higher ground, their eyes still blank. Rayne channeled his fighting spirit, his booming voice echoing throughout the arena. People of the Red River Valley, no matter which territory you belonged to in the past, from today onwards, you are all members of the Red River Territory. I am your new lord, Baron Rayne Derrick. The fell orcs have been wiped out by the border guards. Now I will lead you back to the Red River Territory to build a new home and begin a new life. Upon hearing the surname, Derrick, the previously lifeless crowd finally stirred. Derrick? Is that the family of Lord Bode? Is there another Derrick family in the Red River Valley? He must be Lord Bode's heir. Rayne's father, Baron Bald, was highly respected among the survivors. Bald had led troops to defend Red River Valley during the orc invasion, and many had witnessed him fighting on the battlefield. Amidst the crowd's discussion, a middle-aged man stepped forward, and the surrounding refugees instinctively made way for him. He approached Rayne and cautiously asked, Baron, are you truly Lord Bode's heir? Rayne could tell this man held a high position among the refugees and was likely a temporary leader chosen by circumstances. He replied in a deep voice, My name is Rayne Derrick, heir to the Derrick family, and the new lord of the Red River Territory. My father is Bode Derrick, and I have been granted the title of Duke of Angry Bear, inheriting my father's title. After saying this, he looked at the man. Now tell me, commoner, who are you? The man immediately knelt down. My lord, my name is Ball, and I am the mayor of Redwood Town. Rayne frowned. Mayor of Redwood Town? I don't remember the mayor of Redwood Town being named Ball. Deceiving nobles is a capital offense. Ball quickly explained. My lord, I really am the mayor of Redwood Town, but I only took office last month. The old mayor you know is my father. He was killed during the orc invasion, and then Baron Luke made me the mayor. At this point, Bale's voice choked with emotion. But just a few days later, Redwood Town was also captured, and most of the town's inhabitants died. In the end, even Redwood Castle couldn't be defended. Baron Luke and Baron Bode were also killed in battle. He could no longer hold back his tears and cried out. If only the two barons could have held on for just one more day. The reinforcements arrived just one day after the orcs breached Redwood Castle. They were only 1 day short. Bale's cries quickly infected the surrounding refugees. Remembering their parents, wives, and children who had died at the hands of the orcs, they began to sob softly. Many had once had entire families, but now they were all alone. Seeing their reactions, Rayne knew that Ball was mostly telling the truth. After all, many of the refugees were former residents of Redwood Town. If he were lying, he would be exposed on the spot. Ryan stepped forward and helped Bar up. You have earned my trust, Bar. Then, he scanned the room and raised his voice again. Stand up, everyone. Stop crying. You have lost your families, and I have lost mine, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Those who are alive must move on. From today onward, I will lead you into a new life. This is your rebirth, and my rebirth too. I believe that Hongho will give you a better future. Now, pack your bags and come with me to our new home. Whether it was Rayne's words that moved everyone, or Baron Bode's prestige still at work, the subsequent relocation went exceptionally smoothly. All the refugees obediently followed the arrangements, and no one caused trouble. They didn't have much stuff to begin with, and after a quick packing, the refugee camp soon began to move. More than 3,000 people, led by Rayne, slowly made their way towards Red River Town. Rayne assigned Ross to lead a squad of warriors to cover the rear and look after those who lagged behind, while he led his men ahead to clear the road. Although the road had just been cleared by the border guards and posed little threat, he still dared not be careless. Low-level orc war slaves were not very bright, and no one could predict whether a few might slip through the net and suddenly attack the migrating group. Meanwhile, Rayne also sent a messenger back to Red River Town, instructing Fornal to prepare for their arrival and resettlement. Under his careful guidance, the large migration procession gradually approached Red River Town. 2 days later, 3,000 refugees arrived safely. As it turned out, the border guards' clearing operation was very thorough. Along the way, they encountered no orcs, no other alien races, and barely even any wild animals. Looking at the town of Red River so close at hand, many refugees' eyes reddened. This would become their home from now on, and this town, the only one in the Red River Valley that hadn't been destroyed by the orcs, gave them renewed hope. At this moment, they were finally willing to believe that the hardest days were over. When Rayne returned to Red River Town, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally back. The relocation of 3,000 people was no small matter. He had been extremely worried about it along the way. Fortunately, in the end, everything was completed smoothly. Chapter 7 Territory Dilemma. The day after returning to his territory, Rayne first buried his family members in this world, and then began to govern his territory, Red River Territory. As for the funeral, Rayne was now the only remaining member of the Derrick family, and the only noble in Red River Valley, so the funeral was extremely simple, with no other nobles invited, and it ended in one morning. Only Fornal felt the funeral was too hasty and too simple, but considering the territory's current situation, he ultimately said nothing more. Lord! Inside the Red River Fortress Council Hall, Fornal stood respectfully before Rayne, reporting on the recently completed takeover. A day had passed, and all 3,000 people Rayne had brought had entered Red River Town. This time, we received approximately 3,000 people. Adding to the more than 500 artisans and 223 warriors you recruited earlier, the territory has increased by about 3,800 people in total. Fornal was incredulous when he saw this number. The Red River Territory had developed for over 100 years, and its population had only grown to over 30,000. He never expected that in just a few days, it would increase by more than 3,800 people. Around 3,800 people? Rayne was somewhat dissatisfied with Forner's overly rough estimate. Including these 3,800, how many people are there in the territory now? Forner, sensing Rayne's displeasure, cautiously stated the number he had already calculated. Including the people brought by the Lord, our Red River territory now has approximately 8,500 people. Only 8,500 people in total? So few? This number was far too small, exceeding Rayne's expectations. The territory originally had a population of over 30,000, but now, with these 3,800 people, there are only 8,500 left. In other words, without this population replenishment, after the war with the orcs, the territory's population would probably be less than 5,000. A war has resulted in the loss of more than half of the territory's population. Yes, Lord. Of these lost people, some were lost when the Lord took them to the north to resist the orcs, and the other half were abducted by the Blackstone territory. The Blackstone Viscount abducted all the free people and some ordinary citizens from the territory, and also seized all the serfs, making the already sparsely populated territory even worse off. Forner was filled with rage at the thought of Viscount Blackstone's shameless actions. If it weren't for Viscount Blackstone's opportunistic abduction of people, Red River territory wouldn't have fallen to such a sparsely populated state. Within the noble territories of the Kingdom of Asriel, there were generally three types of people: serfs, ordinary citizens, and free citizens. Serfs were slaves, belonging to their lords as personal property, possessing no status, merely tools capable of movement. They had no freedom, their lives and deaths determined by their lords. Ordinary subjects were those who depended on their lord for survival. Their status was far higher than that of serfs, but they were still essentially the lord's property. Subjects were protected by their lord and cultivated his land. While enjoying the lord's protection, ordinary subjects also had to fulfill their obligations. The most important of these was loyalty to their lord and the prohibition against leaving their territory at will. Of course, all of this is relative. If a lord is not strong enough to protect his people, he naturally has no ability to control them. Viscount Blackstone seized upon the Derrick family's weakest moment, taking advantage of the Red River territory's inability to protect and control its people, and made a huge profit. As for free citizens, they are different. They are relatively free, possess a skill, and can make a living on their own. This freed them from dependence on lords, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. It was common for them to leave their original territories when faced with danger. As a price for this freedom, free citizens were not protected by lords and were forbidden from cultivating their lands. The continent of Noah was vast and boundless, its wilderness teeming with dangers, inhabited by various deadly monsters and alien races. Without the protection of towns, few could survive long in the wilderness. Therefore, free citizens are ultimately a minority. Only those who are homeless, such as bards, adventurers, and merchants, would voluntarily choose to become free citizens. The vast majority of ordinary people would become subjects of a nobleman, tilling the land for him for their entire lives. The Derrick family had been established for 180 years, and after generations of management, a single invasion by orcs caused them to lose most of the wealth and resources they had accumulated in their territory. If it weren't for the population replenishment that Rayne brought back this time, it's unknown how long it would have taken for Red River territory to recover. In Rayne's view, the Derrick family's management over the past 200 years was simply a pile of garbage. In more than 180 years, the territory's population had only grown to a little over 30,000. Furthermore, according to Rayne's brief investigation, Red River territory lacks any notable specialty products for trade, and it also lacks adequate infrastructure. The only thing it can barely offer is the farmland cultivated along the riverbanks. However, Red River territory currently lacks sufficient manpower to cultivate the land. To put it bluntly, the entire territory is utterly impoverished and lacks everything. I wonder what they've been doing for the past 180 years. Looking at the data in his hand, Rayne felt a headache coming on. Forno! Yes, my lord. How much grain is left in the territory? Grain was Rayne's biggest concern right now. After a moment's thought, Forno replied, My lord, there are about 1,000 tons of grain stored in the family castle. How much? Only 1,000 tons left? Rayne was shocked to hear Forner's words and quickly asked. How could it be so little? Shouldn't the granary usually have at least 3,000 tons of grain stored? My lord, the granary did indeed have more than 3,000 tons of grain stored before. But Lord Bode has already transported most of the grain to Redwood Castle in order to resist the orcs. The master's original plan was to hold Redwood Castle for a long time, Fornell said in a low voice. Who would have thought that Redwood Castle would be breached, and that the master would die in battle? Hearing this, Rayne shook his head helplessly, then sat down in his chair and remained silent for a moment. Fornell, you go back immediately and organize all the able-bodied people in the territory to go to the fields and restore production as soon as possible. It's already late June, a crucial time for crop growth. The fields have been abandoned for a month, left unattended. If we don't organize people to resume production soon, this year's harvest will inevitably be reduced. If the yield is insufficient, everyone will starve in the winter. Starving is a terrible thing. It can really kill people. The territory only has so few people left. We can't afford any more losses. With food supplies running low, an insurmountable fact, Rayne had no choice but to find another solution. Restoring agricultural production became the most important task at hand. A few days ago, during his first inspection of the Red River territory, he discovered that the crops in the fields had long been abandoned. After the orc invasion, a large number of able-bodied men had been lost, and the remaining people were all hiding at home, afraid to go out. As a result, the crops in the fields had been neglected for more than a month, and the weeds had grown almost taller than the crops. Due to its geography and climate, the northern border's farmland can only be harvested once a year. It's already late June, and it's too late to replant. Rayne can only hope the crop failure isn't too severe. Rayne had originally thought that since Red River territory hadn't been breached by the orcs, his family's food reserves should still be intact. But reality has dealt him a harsh blow. The unexpected situation, with more than half of the grain stored in Red River Fortress gone, caught Rayne off guard. He had roughly estimated that the current grain reserves, plus the grain he had obtained from Earl Senna, would not be enough to sustain the 8,500 people in his territory through this winter and until the harvest season next September, even with frugal living. If there is no harvest before winter, people will inevitably starve to death this winter. This is something Rayne absolutely cannot accept. The population of Red River territory cannot afford any more losses. I never imagined that the food and soldiers of Red River territory would be lost together at Redwood Fortress in the north. Rayne couldn't help but recall the devastation of Redwood Castle after the battle. When receiving refugees, Rayne had searched the ruins of Redwood Castle, hoping to salvage anything still usable. Unfortunately, by then, everything of value in Redwood Castle had already been looted by the border guards and reinforcements brought by Blackstone territory, and his hopes of finding something of value were dashed. While most orcs are uninterested in human goods, needing only food and flesh, the border guards are different. The ordinary soldiers at the bottom of the border guards earn very little on a daily basis, often relying on the spoils of each battle to make a living. The several baronies recaptured by the border guards were all thoroughly looted, especially the baron's castle. Most of the supplies in the baron's castle were to be handed over to Grand Duke Anxion, the remainder to be distributed by Count Senna and border officers, and only the scraps ended up in the hands of the lowest-ranking soldiers. In addition, the Blackstone territory's ragtag army constantly looted the ruins, taking everything of even the slightest use. Even everyday items like pots and pans, as long as they were intact, were picked up by the lower-ranking soldiers. When Rayne went to scavenge again, he found nothing. Redwood Castle was completely empty, just ruins and devastation. Upon receiving Rayne's orders, Fornell immediately organized men to restore agricultural production in the territory. Rayne watched Fornell's hurried departure, lost in thought. Fornell is an elder of Red River territory. While his abilities may not be outstanding, his loyalty to the Rayne and Derrick families is unquestionable. The Fornell family has followed the founder of the Derrick family, the first Derrick, for over 180 years. Their ancestors followed Derrick for decades, remaining steadfastly by his side. In a sense, the history of the Derrick family's rise is also the history of the Fornell family's rise. After spending these few days together, Rayne found Forner to be mature and experienced in his dealings with others, and very organized in managing the affairs of the territory. Although Rayne was young and had just taken over the territory, Forner's attitude towards him remained humble, no different from when he served Baron Bode, without the slightest negligence, which pleased Rayne greatly. Therefore, Rayne had no intention of replacing Forner, and kept him as the mayor of Red River Town and the political officer of Red River Territory. However, Rayne did not expect Forner to come up with a solution to the food problem. This was a problem he would have to handle himself. The population is 8,500, we only have less than 5,000 gold coins left, and our food reserves are insufficient. Most of the able-bodied men and women in the territory are outsiders, while the elderly, women, and children are locals. Plus, those 200-odd warriors weren't trained by the Derrick family. The base of support is completely unstable. Rayne mentally assessed the Red River Territory's current situation. Those scattered fell orcs are likely still wandering in the nearby Black Forest. These low-level fell orcs aren't very bright. Who knows when they might suddenly attack the territory? Legend has it that the fell beastmen are a new species born after an extraterrestrial evil god corrupted the native orcs of the Noah continent. Rayne wasn't sure if this legend was true, but he had fought fell beastmen more than once and knew them very well. Low-level fell beastmen lacked intelligence, knowing only how to kill and devour flesh. They were extremely dangerous beings. The most troublesome aspect is that even the lowest-ranking orc war slaves are not weak in actual combat, with individual strength far exceeding that of ordinary human warriors. Coupled with their fearless and bloodthirsty nature, these mindless creatures pose a tremendous threat to ordinary people, and only elite human regular armies can withstand their onslaught head-on. Thinking about the information about the orcs in his mind, Rayne felt a headache coming on. Although these scattered orcs were not enough to destroy Red River Territory, each one was a ticking time bomb, and who knew when they would suddenly appear and strike him. What a mess! Rayne quickly reviewed his resources and found the situation extremely dire. He had originally intended to conduct some trade activities through Rex. Rex was not only the quartermaster of the border guards, but as a baron, he also controlled a sizable private caravan, which was exactly what Rayne valued. However, Rayne currently lacked any marketable goods to profit from trade. Furthermore, Rex was temporarily unable to organize caravans for trade due to the war with the orcs, so Rayne's plan had to be shelved for the time being. Trading is not an option for now. Thinking about the actual situation in his territory, Rayne's frustration surged. Just then, Ross, Eric, and the others entered the hall. Lord! Rayne immediately suppressed his frustration and beckoned them over. You're all here, please sit. Ross and the others had been summoned by Rayne beforehand. Are the warriors settled? Yes, Lord. The military camp is all set up and ready. The soldiers have all moved in. The 223 soldiers recruited from the border guards have become the core force guarding the territory. The 10 remaining militiamen from Red River Territory have also been incorporated into the force by Rayne. In addition, he had Ross select 17 strong young men from the refugees to supplement the ranks, bringing the Red River Territory garrison to 250 men. The military camp was already in place. Previously, the Red River Territory's standing garrison numbered 1,000, so their camp was naturally quite large. Now, with only 250 men stationed there, it seemed rather empty. Afterwards, Rayne told Ross and the others about his pre-planned strategy. These 250 men are the cornerstone of the territory's defense, and I will directly command them. Ross, you will serve as the deputy commander, and you will be responsible for their daily training and management. The 250 men are divided into 2 infantry squads of 100 men each and 1 cavalry squad. Eric will be the captain of the cavalry squad, and Alger and Wayne will be the captains of the infantry squads. Count Senna provided Rayne with 100 warhorses among the supplies, which is the foundation for Rayne's cavalry squad. Rayne's cavalry squad only has 50 men, so 100 warhorses are enough for each man to ride 2 horses. The Northern Territory is not short of warhorses. In the eyes of nobles, ordinary warhorses are of average value. Only magical beast mounts are truly scarce resources. Every knight desires to own a magical beast mount of their own. However, those who look down on ordinary warhorses are all high-ranking nobles. Now that Rayne lacks everything, these 100 warhorses are also extremely precious resources in his eyes. It must be said that Count Senna's support for him was truly unwavering. "Yes, Lord!" Ross calmly accepted the order, his expression showing little change. Eric and the other two were overjoyed upon receiving their appointments, their faces all beaming with smiles. Whether it was Ross or the other two, they were all battlefield brothers who had risked their lives for Rayne. Therefore, when Rayne needed them, they all followed him to Red River territory without hesitation. Seeing their reactions, Rayne smiled and said, "Compared to when you were in the border guards, you do have fewer soldiers under your command, and your ranks have been lowered. But I promise you, it won't be long before Red River territory becomes strong. By then, you'll have more soldiers under your command, and your ranks will continue to rise. Brothers, you're willing to believe in me and follow me, and I will never let you down." Ross responded, "I have no doubt that our Lord will lead us to glory. Yes, our Lord will definitely become a great Lord in the future. Our Lord will definitely succeed." Eric looked at Rayne with admiration. In his eyes, Rayne was his idol. "Of course. Now that the Lord has even slain the orc overseer, he might break through to the gold rank in a few years, and his title will definitely advance further." Compared to Ross and Eric, Alger and Wayne were considerably older, both in their 30s, and had a much longer-term perspective. "Gold rank, that's a truly important figure." The group thought of Count Senna, the border commander. That man was a gold-level expert, and gold-level professionals were extremely rare in the Northern Territory, each a figure beyond their reach. "Ha ha!" Hearing their flattery, Rayne burst into laughter. "It's too early to talk about gold-level experts. What we should do now is focus on the present. The most important thing right now is to get through this difficult time." Chapter 8: Unexpected Gain. "Ross, from today onwards, you will lead Eric and the cavalry to patrol the territory daily, eliminating any potential threats." Looking at the group, Rayne continued, "If you encounter any remnants of the Orcish army, eliminate them if possible. But if the target is troublesome, do not advance rashly." The cavalry consisted entirely of elite troops, with no new recruits. Furthermore, with Ross, a peak bronze-level combatant, leading the team, Rayne was relatively confident in their ability to eliminate threats. Ross immediately stood up and accepted the order. "Yes, Lord." Rayne then looked at Alger and Wayne. "You two, one team will be stationed in the town to protect Red River Town and Red River Fortress. The other team will be divided into squads to escort the farmers who are out working, and prevent them from being harmed by the orcs or anything else." This group of young men had just experienced a life-or-death escape, and although they had temporarily settled in Red River Town, their emotions were still tense. If an accident were to occur during work, it could easily trigger a riot, so Rayne had to take precautions in advance. He continued, "In addition, you must expedite the training of the new recruits and get them into combat readiness as soon as possible." The number of new recruits was small, and Alger and Wayne were both veterans of the border guards, so training them wouldn't be difficult. The weapons and equipment were also readily available, so Rayne didn't need to worry too much. The two men rose and replied, "Yes, Lord." Rayne concluded, "Fornal has organized the farmers to begin work. You must ensure their safety. Get to work." "Yes, Lord." The voices of Ross and the other three echoed in the castle hall. After assigning their tasks, the men quickly left the hall, each leading their troops. Although the 250 guards had just arrived in Red River territory and were unfamiliar with the environment, they were all seasoned soldiers from the border guards, possessing extremely high military skills, and showed no signs of discomfort. Red River Fortress, owned by the Derrick family, was the tallest building in the territory. From the balcony, Rayne could clearly see the activity within Red River Town. Before long, the army set off from the camp. Ross led his cavalry out of the camp, the rapid sound of hooves echoing throughout the town, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. The infantry followed closely behind, quickly splitting into 10 squads and joining the farmers who were preparing to leave town for the fields. At first, the farmers, seeing the army moving out, thought another war was about to break out and looked tense. They finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the soldiers were there to protect them while they went out to work. Looking at the fully armed warriors around them, they felt much more at ease, and even their steps became lighter. Rayne watched for a while, nodded in satisfaction, and turned back into the castle. Forner was overseeing the production in the fields, Ross was in charge of the army's protection and mopping up operations, and his most important task now was to restore his fighting strength as quickly as possible. Once he recovers, Red River Territory will once again have a Silver Knight in charge. At that time, the threat from the orcs hiding in the mountains will be much smaller. Before the orc invasion, Red River Territory had 3 Silver Knights. One was Baron Bode, another was Wren's uncle and a member of the Derrick family, and the last was a Silver Knight loyal to the Derrick family. Unfortunately, all 3 had already perished on the battlefield against the orcs. Normally, a baronial territory only needs 1 Silver Knight to handle most threats. Once Wren recovers his silver-level combat strength, the safety of the Red River Territory will be basically guaranteed. The high-grade recovery potion he took was a rare magical potion crafted by a mage. The Derrick family treasury once possessed a bottle, but it had long since been used on the battlefield against the orcs. Several days later, Wren could still feel the potion's residual power within him, continuously aiding his recovery. High-grade recovery potions are truly lifesavers. I must stock up on more when I have the chance. With this thought in mind, Wren arrived at the family treasury, intending to thoroughly search it to see if there were any overlooked treasures that could help him recover from his injuries. He had been too busy and short on time, and hadn't had a chance to properly examine the treasury's contents. The Derrick family had been passed down for over 180 years. Their treasury must have accumulated many valuable items. Even if the war with the orcs had depleted their resources, it was impossible for them to have nothing left. Wren searched the vault for a long time and actually made some gains. He found quite a few special materials, mostly ores and gems, which could be used to forge enchanted weapons and equipment. However, these things were not yet of use. Red River Territory did not have any high-level blacksmiths, so having materials alone was not enough to put them to good use. Wren secretly decided that he must find a way to recruit a high-level blacksmith in the future. However, skilled blacksmiths are rare, mostly controlled by the major noble families. Outsiders who want to poach them will inevitably have to pay a considerable price. The craftsmen he obtained from Count Sane were mostly novice craftsmen, primarily carpenters and stonemasons. They were decent at building houses and fortifications, but far inferior in other areas. The remaining tailors and blacksmiths weren't very skilled either. They could barely repair ordinary equipment, let alone craft professional gear. Besides forging materials and a few treasured enchanted items, the vault was mostly filled with books. Knowledge is wealth. The reason nobles could rule their territories for so long was their control over knowledge resources, especially their monopoly on the inheritance of extraordinary professions. The Derrick family treasury contains over a century's worth of accumulated knowledge, including arcane combat techniques, craftsmanship, blueprints, and even breathing techniques and body-strengthening methods for professionals. Wren searched and picked, but couldn't find anything truly suitable for him. They're all generic stuff. Compared to the secret vault of the Rage Bear Fortress Knight Academy, they're far inferior. The secret vault of the Rage Bear Castle Knight Academy flashed through his mind. That was the real treasure trove. Just then, Wren's gaze suddenly stopped. Basic meditation technique? He found a peculiar book on the bookshelf. It was a meditation technique used by mages. The family has something like this? Basic meditation technique. Judging from the name, it wasn't very profound. Even at its most basic, it represents the path of a mage. The spellcaster's meditation technique has always been precious, far exceeding the value of a warrior's breathing technique of the same level. Wren was somewhat puzzled. How come he didn't remember having this book at home before? Spellcasting is the most sought-after profession, and also the one most dependent on talent. Without aptitude, one doesn't even have the qualification to begin. Members of the Derrick family undergo a mage aptitude test in their childhood, but Wren did not possess the talent to become a mage. In his memory, no mage had ever appeared in the history of the Derrick family. Wren took the basic meditation manual from the shelf and opened it with curiosity. But when he looked at the first page, a sudden buzzing sound filled his mind, and the whole world seemed to change. A powerful mental field enveloped him, and his mind became exceptionally focused. The contents of the book were imprinted into his mind, as if carved by a knife and axe. Unconsciously, Wren began to practice basic meditation techniques, and streams of magical energy gathered around him, flowing into his body. Time passed quietly until the sun set and the moon rose, at which point Rayne finally awoke from that strange state. The next moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the treasure vault. Basic meditation technique, magic core. I never imagined I could become a mage. Rayne felt the magic core constantly circulating in his mind, his excitement barely contained. He originally had no mage aptitude, but perhaps the fusion of his transmigrated soul with his original body's soul had changed his aptitude. Especially his mental strength, which was more than twice as strong as before. A mage's talent, in essence, boils down to the strength of their mental power, which is also the strength of their soul. Now that Rayne's mental power has greatly improved, he naturally possesses the qualifications to become a spellcaster. What surprised him even more was that his progress in practicing the basic meditation technique was extremely rapid. He condensed a magic core in just one day. Rayne judged that his current mage aptitude was probably quite outstanding. I didn't expect the benefits of transmigration to be waiting for me here. The improvement in his mental strength and soul had given him extraordinary mage aptitude. He had also previously discovered that the battle chi core in his heart was more active than he remembered. His battle chi recovered faster, and the cultivation effect was stronger. This indicated that his knightly talent had also improved. Rayne was already a genius on the path of knighthood, and now, after transmigrating, his talent has been further enhanced, reaching a new level. He even feels that advancing to the gold rank might not be far off. Now that he can also cultivate magic, and his talent is equally impressive, his future path is undoubtedly much broader. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, now that's more like what a transmigrator should be like. Rayne originally just wanted to find some treasures in the vault to heal his injuries, but he didn't expect to get such an unexpected gain. Chapter 9 The Wolf Knight. Rayne was very satisfied with becoming a spellcaster. After all, the status of a mage was unquestionable. In just one day, he learned the basic meditation technique, condensed a magic core, and officially entered the ranks of Black Iron level mages, a speed that was astonishing. Becoming a spellcaster was an achievement many nobles dreamed of, but Rayne achieved it with ease. However, he currently only possesses magical power. He doesn't know any actual spells. To become a qualified mage, he must learn magical knowledge and comprehend spells one by one. A normal spellcaster must first learn basic knowledge, become a mage apprentice, then practice meditation, while simultaneously studying spells. When he condenses his magical core, he will often naturally master his first skill, becoming a true dark iron mage. Rayne, however, took a shortcut entirely through talent, skipping the accumulation phase and forming his core ahead of time. This is the privilege of geniuses. Once you have a magic core, learning becomes much easier. The basic meditation method contains several elementary spells and some basic mage knowledge. Rayne tried it, and found it wasn't too difficult. However, he still needed time to fully master it. Unfortunately, time was exactly what he lacked most right now. Rayne closed the book and put the basic meditation method into his pocket. He couldn't continue indulging in cultivation. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the territory. Only after settling these matters could he slowly study this fascinating knowledge. I wonder how Forno and the others are doing? A day and a night passed. Although Rayne hadn't found a potion that could quickly restore his combat strength, his injuries were indeed healing much faster after condensing his magic core. The battle aura core in his heart and the magic core in his mind resonated with each other, their battle aura and magic power flowing through his body, constantly strengthening his body and mind. The two cores, one in his heart and one in his mind, coexisted without any conflict. His previously depleted fighting spirit had recovered to about 70 to 80%, and his physical injuries were basically stable, making low-intensity combat no longer a problem. As Rayne stepped out of the treasure room and pushed open the door, a white figure rushed into his arms. He smiled and ruffled the figure's hair. "Little White, did you miss me?" This white figure was none other than the white wolf he had previously tamed. Ever since Rayne entered the storage room, it had been guarding the door. The white wolf looked quite large, but it wasn't actually an adult yet, so Rayne gave it a simple name, Little White. In Rayne's memory, the Derrick family, as descendants of the wolf knight Derrick, possessed the secret arts of wolf language and wolf breathing techniques, and had a long tradition of taming wolf beasts. But the wolves they tamed weren't ordinary wild wolves, but demonic wolves. In the past, the Derrick family possessed 5 bronze-level and dozens of iron-level dire wolves, investing heavily in training their pack. These resources paid off. The dire wolf pack was formidable in combat, and renowned throughout the Red River Valley. More importantly, dire wolves could be tamed by knights and used as mounts, transforming ordinary warriors into dire wolf knights. The Derrick family boasts 3 silver-rank knights, one of whom, an outsider, was drawn to them by the allure of the dire wolf mount. Joining the Derrick family offers the chance to acquire a magical beast mount. For a knight, this is a considerable temptation. Suitable mounts in the wild are rare. Weak beasts diminish combat power, while strong ones are difficult to tame and extremely dangerous. Therefore, the Derrick family's dire wolves became the most suitable choice. Even if they didn't reach the silver rank, bronze rank dire wolf mounts were very attractive to silver knights. This is why the Derrick family attracted many freelancers and wandering knights, forming a small dire wolf knight order. The dire wolf knight is the symbol of the Derrick family, and their greatest asset in establishing themselves in the Red River Valley. Unfortunately, all of this is now beyond Rayne's reach. The once mighty wolf knights, who dominated the Red River Valley, are now nothing but history. Rayne had previously tried to find some scattered soldiers in the refugee camps to bolster his forces, but among the 3,000 refugees, there wasn't a single warrior, only some able-bodied young men from the Red River territory. Upon inquiry, it was learned that after the orcs breached Redwood Castle, they completely ignored the fleeing civilians and instead focused their attacks on the armies led by Baron Bode and Baron Luke. The massacre lasted an entire day. By the time Count Senna arrived with the border guards, all the remaining noble troops within Redwood Castle had been wiped out. Neither the Derrick family's wolf knights nor the Redwood Castle's garrison escaped the orcs' encirclement and slaughter. Fortunately, the border guards arrived in time. Had it been half a day later, all the fleeing able-bodied men would have been slaughtered. Even so, the elderly, women, and children who were slower to escape basically did not survive. Thinking of the elite warriors who had been massacred, Rayne felt a pang of heartache. As the second son of the Derrick family, he had once owned a dire wolf mount, one of 5 bronze-level dire wolves. Unfortunately, that dire wolf had already died at the hands of the orc warlord. If the demon wolf knights were still around, even if the defeated orcs from the Black Forest didn't come looking for trouble, I would still go after them. Rayne stroked Little White's soft fur, recalling his family's secret method of raising demon wolves. According to the Derrick family's taming techniques, ordinary wild wolves could evolve into demon wolves, but it required a large amount of resources. From the very first wolf rider, the Derrick family had always wanted to expand their wolf pack, but they always gave up due to insufficient resources and limited territory. Raising magical beast mounts and forming knightly orders were things only high-ranking nobles could do. If the Derrick family hadn't possessed complete secret techniques that reduced the difficulty of raising magical wolves, it would have been a pipe dream for a single baron to form a knightly order. In the future, Rayne will definitely train wolf knights, but before that, he must first strengthen his resources. After all, even a skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. After comforting Little White, Rayne took it back to the castle hall. The castle's servants and maids had all been killed by the orc rogues, and he hadn't yet replaced them. The castle was now deserted, with only a squad of guards, 2 cooks chosen by Forner, and a few servants cleaning. As soon as Rayne entered the hall, he called out, "Fatty, get me something to eat, I'm hungry." A reply came immediately from nearby. "Yes, my lord." The kitchen was in a small room next to the hall, and Rayne's voice was loud enough for the people inside to hear. He added, "Get some more raw meat for Xiao Bai. Hurry, I need to go out after I finish eating." A short while later, a man of medium height and slightly overweight emerged from the kitchen carrying a large platter of food. Behind him followed a thin young man carrying a large bowl of raw meat. "My lord, this is your food, a rich, stewed meat broth, and some mixed purple mustard greens." Looking at the unappetizing food before him, Rayne instinctively wanted to refuse. Having been on the Noah continent for several days, he still couldn't get used to the local cuisine. The preparation was simple, the taste monotonous, but he had no choice. He could only swallow it down, trying not to savor it. The boy beside him placed raw meat in front of the white wolf, and Little White, like its master, began to eat heartily. The fat man and the boy were the current chefs of Red River Fortress. The fat man was the head chef, and the boy, Xiao Kai-tu, was the apprentice. Watching Rayne eat heartily, the fat man felt smug, thinking that his skills had been recognized by the Lord, and even that he was the best chef in Red River territory. As Rayne ate, he caught a glimpse of the fat man's smug look out of the corner of his eye, and his hand gripping the ladle tightened unconsciously. With a snap, the sturdy wooden spoon broke in his hand. The fat man jumped in fright, and quickly stepped forward to clean up. "Damn it, little Kai-tu must have forgotten to check the utensils. Lord, I'll get you a new one right away." Little Kai-tu also stood there, stunned, unsure what to do. The Lord's imposing presence made both of them tremble with fear. "No need, I'm full. Take it all away." Rayne put down the tableware and added, "In the future, improve your cooking skills and don't always make haphazard soups and cold dishes." The fat man was taken aback and immediately became nervous. "Yes, I understand, Lord." He carefully collected the tableware and cleaned the table with Xiao Kai-tu before quietly retreating. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Rayne felt a little helpless. The fat man was already the best chef Forner could find, even though all he could do was stew and cold dishes. The food from the past few days had been even more inedible. Rayne could cook something to his liking himself, but he simply didn't have the time to waste on cooking. "I wonder when I'll finally be able to truly enjoy the luxurious life of a nobleman." Rayne sighed before rising to prepare for work. Forner was organizing the resumption of production in the fields, Ross and Eric were on patrol, and Wayne and Alger each had their own tasks. Everyone seemed to be working with high spirits. Stepping out of the castle, the dazzling sunlight shone on him. Rayne prepared to check on Forner's progress in the fields. Two guards at the gate immediately saluted. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The guard captain, Grayson, stepped forward respectfully and asked, "Are you going out? Do you need our protection?" "No need, Grayson. Bring the horse. I'm going out for a stroll alone. You just guard Red River Castle." "Yes, my lord." Rayne had few soldiers under his command. Grayson was a squad leader in Wayne's 100-man squad, leading a 10-man team to guard Red River Fortress. The Derrick family's castle was quite large. Nearly 200 years of construction had resulted in a main fortress, 5 secondary fortresses, as well as stables, barracks, gardens, and other ancillary buildings. 10 men were certainly not enough to defend it all. They could only prioritize the defense of key positions. Fortunately, the territory's barracks are also within the Red River Fortress's territory, and the remaining 100-man squad trains there, so the castle's security isn't a major concern for the time being. Red River Fortress is located on a high ground east of Red River Town, overlooking the entire town. Red River Town sits on the banks of the Red Sand River, protected by a 5 or 6 meter high stone and wood wall. The Red Sand River runs through the entire Red River Valley and is the source of the valley's formation. Because the riverbed is covered with thick red sand, the clear water shimmers red under the sunlight, hence the name Red Sand River, also known as the Red River. The river is over 100 meters wide at its narrowest point, and nearly a kilometer wide at its widest, with abundant water throughout the year. The most important asset of the Red River region is the vast farmland that has been cultivated along its banks over the years. Leaving Red River Fortress, Rayne spurred his horse and galloped away, with Little White close behind. Looking at the white wolf's agile and handsome figure, he couldn't help but say, "Little White, we need to evolve you into a magical beast as soon as possible. Then I can ride you and won't have to ride a horse anymore." Unfortunately, it wasn't possible yet. Ordinary wild wolves weren't large or strong enough for riding. Only by evolving into a magical wolf could it truly become a knight's mount. Little White growled twice, as if in response to Rayne, and its running speed increased even more. Soon the man, the wolf, and the horse crossed the deserted Red River town and arrived at the farmland area. A vast expanse of open farmland unfolded before Rayne's eyes. Chapter 10 Grain Production. "My lord, what brings you here?" Upon discovering Ryan's arrival, Forno quickly ran over from the field. He was old and obese, and by the time he got there, he was panting heavily and covered in sweat. I've come to check on how the farmland is recovering? My lord, the farmland is progressing smoothly. Yesterday, I organized everyone to resume production as you ordered. Of the 8,500 people in the territory, apart from the soldiers and the elderly, children, the sick and disabled who were unable to work, about 6,000 of the remaining labor force were mobilized. I divided these 6,000 people into 4 groups to focus on restoring farmland along the banks of the river near Hongha town. These riverside farmlands are the earliest cultivated lands developed in our Hongha territory. The soil is the most fertile and the yield is the highest. They are the most important and precious assets of our Hongha territory. As for the farmland scattered in other villages far from the Red Sand River, I have not taken care of it for the time being. The territory currently does not have the manpower to take care of all the farmland. Previously, in order to guard against the invasion of the evil beast men, the population of each village was gathered in Red River Town. Now that the evil beast men have been eliminated and production has begun to resume, these people should have been moved back to their respective villages. But now, because the territory has lost too many people, with only more than 8,000 left, I have let them all stay in Hongha Town for the time being. Gathering them all in the town will allow for better organization and arrangement of their work, and will also better protect their safety. Right now, the people below are still afraid that the evil beastmen will come to attack them in the wild. Forno wiped the sweat from his brow and reported his 2 days' worth of work to Rayne. He had originally intended to report and ask for instructions on these matters yesterday, but because Rayne was practicing basic meditation at the time, he couldn't find Rayne and therefore didn't report them. Very good, Forno. You truly live up to your father's reputation as the chief political officer of the territory. You have done even better than I expected. Rayne was very satisfied with Forno's arrangements. Forno's arrangements were very comprehensive and made reasonable arrangements based on the current situation in the Red River territory. Rayne had little experience in governance before. Before transmigrating, he had only led a dozen or so people on a project. The original owner of Rayne's memories were mostly about his experience in commanding troops and fighting, and he didn't have much experience to refer to in governing his territory. Although the Red River territory has undergone great changes and its population has decreased significantly, it still has more than 8,500 people. The town of 8,500 people already has a lot to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, and now with the post-war reconstruction, there's even more to do. If Rayne were to personally direct the work of several thousand people, he might really be overwhelmed for a while. Even if he were to carry out these tasks smoothly, the sheer volume of work would exhaust him, leaving him with no time to spare. Fortunately, his father, Baron Bode, only took away the army and able-bodied men of the territory. The few literate scholars and village chiefs of the Red River territory were not taken away. These people usually served as the grassroots managers of the Red River territory, assisting the Derrick family in managing the entire territory. Viscount Blackrock initially plundered only the lower classes. He had no interest in the grassroots administrators of Red River territory, nor would he trust those trained by the Derrick family. Therefore, Red River territory's management system remains intact. In the past few days, under the leadership of Forner, the territory's political officer and mayor of Red River Town, this management system has begun to operate as required by Rayne. From receiving 3,000 young refugees to restoring agricultural production, the village chiefs and scholars of the Red River territory saved Rayne a great deal of energy. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, my lord. Forno stood respectfully to the side. Although he was an old man in Red River territory, and had served as the town mayor for nearly 20 years, having served the Derrick family for most of his life, he had a clear understanding of his position. A commoner is a commoner. His deference to Rayne was no less than his deference to old Baron Bode, and could even be said to be more so. Forner knew that Baron Bode broke through to become a Silver Knight at the age of 24, and reached the peak of Silver Knight at the age of 40, only one step away from breaking through to Gold Knight. The new lord standing before him, Baron Rayne, became a Silver Knight at the age of 19. His talent far surpasses that of the old Lord Baron Bode. It's quite possible that Rayne might become a Gold Knight in the near future. Forno grew up listening to stories of Derrick, the founder of the Derrick family, and the Wolf Knight, who was a gold rank knight. The Golden Knight was a legend to him, someone he looked up to his entire life. Thinking of this, Fornal lowered his head even further. The credit that is rightfully yours is yours, Fornal. As he spoke, Rayne turned his gaze toward the fields. The people of Hongha County are busy in the fields right now. Among them are many women and some teenagers. The 13 or 14-year-old boys are already capable of doing a lot of work. In the north, 16 is considered an adult. Fornal led Rayne deeper into the farmland. How many acres are there here? Rayne asked, addressing the question that concerned him. What is the projected yield for this year? How long will it take to harvest? My lord, the farmland in this area extends from the town all the way to Shangha village in the north, covering nearly 10,000 mu in total. It's the same on the west bank of the river. If you cross the stone bridge over the territory and head north to Irwin village, there are nearly 10,000 mu of farmland. The farmland area from the east bank south to Xiaohe village, and from the west bank south to Samon village, is mostly the same, with each area having about 10,000 mu. These four areas together cover approximately 40,000 mu of farmland, and currently there are 1,500 people working in each area. These 40,000 mu of farmland are the limit that the territory can currently take care of, and this is also the most core grain-producing area of the territory. Overall, the restoration of farmland production is going very smoothly because the people there know that this is all for their own food, and if they don't plant well, they will go hungry in winter, so they are working very hard. But these farmlands have not been tended to for more than a month, so there will definitely be some reduction in yield later. I looked at each area, and based on past experience, even if the recovery is good now, this year's yield will still be reduced by about 20%. In addition, most of the people working in the fields now are the elderly, children, women and children. These people are not young and strong laborers and their physical strength is limited. Even if they work hard, they cannot make up for the lack of physical strength. It is still a bit of a struggle for them to manage these 40,000 mu of farmland. Those children lack experience, so there may be some reduction in yield in the fields later. I estimate that the final production cut may reach about 30%. If the good fields in Hongha County do not reduce production, each mu can produce about 200 jin of grain. If we assume that the production is reduced by 30% this year, each mu can produce about 140 jin of grain. The 40,000 mu of farmland can produce about 2,800 tons of grain this year. My lord, today is June 30th. There are still 2 months until the harvest season in September. In 2 months, the field should produce a total of 2,800 tons of grain. My lord, although this amount of grain is far less than the harvest of previous years, I have calculated that it will definitely be enough to sustain the territory until next harvest season. So you don't need to worry too much about us running out of food. If we harvest a little more this year, we won't even need to touch the grain left in the family granary. Forner had been calculating the condition of the farmland constantly these past 2 days, having mentally reviewed all the data dozens of times, which is why he spoke fluently and without any unnecessary embellishment. Fornal remains optimistic about the food situation. Although this year's output is much lower, the population of the Red River Territory is even smaller this year. Therefore, he felt there was no need to worry about food shortages. Rayne didn't answer Fornal, but silently memorized the data he mentioned. As they walked along, it was indeed as Fornal had said. Rayne saw that although the young men working in the fields all knew how to do farm work, they were not as skilled as the old farmers. 40,000 mu is currently the limit of human cultivation in Hongha County. However, Forner's calculated grain yield was far below Rayne expectations. The grain that Rayne obtained from Count Senna totaled nearly 1,000 tons. After his father, Baron Bode, moved most of the remaining grain in the Red River Territory warehouse, there was still about 1,000 tons of grain left. With the 2,800 tons of grain expected to be produced this year, the territory will have a total of more than 4,800 tons of grain by the harvest season in September. With a population of 8,500, Rayne calculated that an average person in the Red River Territory would need to eat nearly 2 kilograms of grain per day. Since the people of the Red River Territory basically had no other supplementary food and relied solely on staple food for survival, the actual grain consumption was likely even greater. Based on an average daily consumption of 2 gene per person, the Honghe region would need to consume at least 8.5 tons of grain per day. Soldiers and professionals eat even more. Each person needs at least 2 gene of extra grain per day. In addition to the consumption of warhorses, the army needs about 1,000 gene of extra grain per day. Rayne also factored in the extra consumption by the troops, which amounted to an extra 1,000 caddies of grain per day. This was even with his default decision to allocate most of the limited meat resources in the territory to the army. Otherwise, the consumption would have been even greater. Professional soldiers can eat a lot, and so can other professionals. In other words, if the population does not increase, the territory will consume at least 9 tons of food every day. From now until the harvest season in September next year, there are still 1 year and 2 months, or more than 420 days. 3,780 tons. Finally, Rayne calculated that the territory needed to consume less grain than the estimated 4,800 tons. On paper, the Red River Territory could survive the food shortage. But the outcome is too uncertain and cannot withstand any setbacks. No one can say for sure what the actual output will be this year until the grain is stored. No accidents can happen during the whole process. In addition, Rayne had many plans to implement, the most important of which was to increase the population of his territory, followed by cultivating farmland and carrying out large-scale construction. Without sufficient food reserves, his plan to expand the population could not proceed from the very first step. In addition, planting farmland required a batch of high-quality grain seeds, and the amount of reserved grain seeds was not small. Therefore, Rayne needs food, lots and lots of food. He can never have too much. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't have enough food reserves. The current estimated harvest is far too little. It's far from good enough. The grain yield is too low. Normally, it only yields 200 gene of grain per mu, which is far too little. These farmlands are all fertile fields along the river. They were originally cultivated land and there is no shortage of water. Each mu only yields 200 gene. If there is any setback, the yield may be less than 200 gene. Do these people even know how to farm? Rayne was very dissatisfied with the farmland yields, and along the way he also discovered many problems with the farming practices of the farmers in the Red River Territory. Chapter 11 Territorial Finance. Seeing that these good riverside lands only yielded such low yields, Rayne felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. Change is necessary. Rayne was eager to change the current state of production in his territory, increase productivity, and boost food production. Faunard, how many acres of land have been reclaimed in our Red River Territory in total? Faunard quickly calculated in his mind and soon answered Rayne's question. My lord, the total amount of farmland that has been reclaimed should be nearly 100,000 mu by now. How many? 100,000 mu? Rayne was somewhat surprised by this number. Based on his observation, the farmland in Honghe territory is basically farmed by manpower, and there are very few oxen to assist in the work. Rayne only saw 4 or 5 Northland black-backed cattle working in the fields, a number that is practically negligible for nearly 10,000 acres of farmland. On the other hand, he saw that the farm tools held by the farmers in the fields were very backward. There were very few iron farm tools, and a considerable number of them were made of polished stones and wood. Given the limited tools and reliance on manpower, Rayne never expected that the Red River Territory could cultivate nearly 100,000 acres of farmland. This was somewhat unexpected, considering that the entire Red River Territory previously only had a population of just over 30,000. Yes, my lord, 100,000 mu of farmland, no less. Our Honghe territory occupies the downstream exit of the entire Honghe Valley. It has a vast territory, and most of this land is good land that can be cultivated. If it can all be cultivated, it can be several times larger than the existing 100,000 mu. However, because the territory's population is always insufficient and there are too many alien races in the wilderness, it needs to be cleared regularly, otherwise the cultivated farmland will be destroyed or occupied by these alien races. Therefore, the pace of farmland reclamation in the territory has never been fast. These 100,000 mu were reclaimed little by several generations of old lords. Fornell explained the reason to Rayne. In Rayne's memory, the Red River territory of the Derrick family was indeed much larger than that of a typical baronial territory, even comparable to the size of a typical viscount's territory, and its location was also excellent, consisting entirely of flat, fertile land, perfect for farming. The territory's prime location is related to Derrick the Wolf Rider, the founder of the Derrick family. The original owner of this body, Rayne, had an extraordinary relationship with the Duke of Angry Bear and enjoyed the Duke's deep trust, so the territory he was granted was exceptionally good. According to the secrets passed down in the Derrick family from Rayne's memory, if it weren't for the fact that many people under the Duke of Angry Bear were jealous of the wild wolf knight Derrick and obstructed the process of bestowing titles, the Derrick family would definitely have been granted the title of Viscount instead of just a Baron. Ultimately, for various reasons, Derrick was only granted the title of Baron, and his fiefdom was located in the Red River Valley, a valuable region, which was also seen as a form of compensation from the Grand Duke of the Angry Bear to Derrick. With 100,000 mu of farmland, our family's 180 years of hard work have finally paid off. We finally have some good news. The 100,000 mu of farmland gave Rayne a pleasant surprise. Moreover, because of the Red River, most of these farmlands were of superior quality, and at least most of them were not short of water. Although the yield was not satisfactory to Rayne, it was much higher than that of other noble territories in the Angry Bear territory. Previously, the Red River territory not only had enough food to feed its territory each year, but also exported large quantities of grain to earn gold coins. My lord, before the invasion of the orcs, the territory could produce nearly 10,000 tons of grain every year. After leaving about 5,000 tons for the territory's own use, all the remaining grain was sold to the Salak Merchant Guild. It's been like this for years, 2 gold coins per ton of grain, the price hasn't changed. The Salak Trading Company? The Salak Trading Company under the Grand Duke? Rayne had heard of this Chamber of Commerce. Yes, your lordship, it is the Salak Merchant Guild established by the Grand Duke. The Red River flows south from the Red River Valley and eventually empties into the Red Gold River, which in turn flows through the Angry Bear Fortress. Every year, the merchant ships of the Salak Merchant Guild would depart from the Angry Bear Fortress, travel north along the Red Gold River, enter the Red River, and finally arrive at the Red River Valley to conduct grain trade. Besides our Red River territory, the grain produced by the other barons in Red River Valley was also sold to the Salak Merchant Guild. In the end, all the grain in the Red River Valley was collected by the Salak Merchant Guild and taken back to Ragebear Fortress. Ragebear Keep is the heart of Ragebear territory. Ragebear City, built around Ragebear Keep, has a population of nearly 1 million and is the third largest city in the north. Is grain transported by waterway? That's right. Angry Bear City has a large population and consumes astronomical amounts of food every day. It needs a large influx of food to meet its daily needs. If that's the case, the territory sells nearly 5,000 tons of grain every year, and can earn 10,000 gold coins just from grain trade, then why is there only a few thousand gold coins in the family treasury? With an income of at least 10,000 gold coins a year, which is quite high among the northern nobles, Rayne now felt that the Red River territory was not as worthless as he had thought. My lord, our territory normally earns 12,000 gold coins a year, mostly from grain trade, with the remainder coming from the sale of timber and some special products from the Black Forest. However, although the income is considerable, the expenses of the territory are even greater. The 500 warriors in the territory are all full-time professional soldiers. Their daily expenses, including food, drink, and other necessities, as well as military pay, weapon and equipment consumption and upgrades, require an investment of thousands of gold coins per year. The daily expenses of the Demon Wolf Knights are 1,000 gold coins per year. In addition to the daily expenses, Lord Bode also needs to invest about 2,000 gold coins in the Demon Wolf Knights every year. As for the specific details, only Lord Bode knows. In addition, the other daily operations of the territory require approximately 2,000 gold coins per year. Fornell meticulously calculated the territory's economic accounts for Rayne. Does the territory need so many gold coins to operate daily? Rayne asked curiously. 2,000 gold coins was no small sum. My lord, the operating expenses in other parts of the territory are not much. The bulk of the expenses are in Red River Fortress. As nobles, we need to be mindful of proper etiquette, and this is not an easy thing to do, and it is not cheap. In addition, the annual expenses of the hundreds of people in Red River Fort are considerable. This is only because Lord Bode is frugal and rarely holds aristocratic balls, otherwise, the expenses would be even greater. All right. Rayne recalled the nobles he had met at Angry Bear Keep. Their lives were indeed extravagant and wasteful, with a single ball potentially costing hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Even though he had been studying at the Knight Academy and interacting with soldiers and knights in his daily life, he could still feel the extravagant lifestyle of the nobles. Compared to this, the Derrick family's annual expenses of 2,000 gold coins are indeed not much. The army in the territory's daily expenses require 6,000 gold coins. Where is the remaining 6,000 gold coins? My lord, what I just mentioned were only the most basic expenses for the operation of the territory. In addition to these, the territory has various other expenses. Every year, the territory is attacked by wild alien races and monsters. These attacks often damage the territory's buildings and cause casualties. Replenishing the population and repairing the territory requires an expenditure. The territory's army will suffer casualties in defending against these foreign invasions. Although Lord Bode has always personally led the troops to defeat these invaders and won great victories every time, casualties are inevitable. Lord Bode has always been generous to his soldiers. He rewards them for every victory, and provides a sum of money for those who die in battle. In addition to the rewards, the wounded soldiers also need medical treatment, all of which are expenses. In addition, the construction of Homha Fort requires a sum of money every year. Since the establishment of the territory, the construction of Homha Fort has basically never stopped. Every year, it is repaired, reinforced or expanded. There are other miscellaneous expenses as well, which usually add up to more than 3,000 gold coins. Besides these, there is another huge expense in the territory that has exhausted all the remaining gold coins and is still not enough. That is the expenses required for Lord Bode and the family professionals to cultivate. This expense was previously handled by Lord Bode himself. Forner listed out the territory's expenditures one by one, giving Rayne a basic understanding of the Red River Territory's finances. Forner might not know about the final professional training expense, but Rayne does. Cultivation for professionals is a bottomless pit. It's easy for a silver-level professional to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins a year on cultivation. If it's a spellcaster, it's even more outrageous. Nothing related to professionals is cheap. Chapter 12: Eating a Full Meal. When Rayne was studying at the Knight Academy, the academy only provided instruction and daily lodging, but did not care about the other training resources such as potions and enchanted equipment consumed by the students. Speaking of potions alone, even the lowest grade potion costs between 1 and 10 gold coins. An ordinary iron-level professional can consume 1 bottle of low-level magic potion per week to aid in cultivation, while a bronze-level professional can consume 1 bottle of low-level magic potion every 2 to 3 days. A silver-level professional like Rayne can consume a bottle of low-level potion a day, and the effects of low-level potions are not good for silver-level professionals. It is best to use mid-level potions instead. A bottle of intermediate-level magic potion costs at least 20 gold coins and can cost up to 100 gold coins. And even then, it's often hard to find, and you might not be able to buy it even if you have the money. If Rayne were to use potions freely, he would need 30 bottles of low-level potions and 4 or 5 bottles of mid-level potions a month. If you exchange it for gold coins, Rayne would need to spend thousands of gold coins to make a monthly potion. This doesn't even include potions with special amplification effects. Special types of potions are even more expensive. Most professionals cannot sustain the use of potions, and Rayne is no exception. In his memory, Rayne had only used intermediate-level potions twice. Once was when his family provided him with them in order to break through to the silver level, and the other time was when he received a reward for graduating first place from the Rage Bear Castle Knight Academy. In terms of gold coin consumption alone, ordinary people simply cannot afford the cultivation expenses of professionals. This only includes magic potions and does not include enchanted equipment and other things used by professionals. Even for aristocratic professionals like Rayne, the resources required for cultivation are too much to bear, as each noble family has more than one professional. Of course, if you have no money, you can cultivate without the aid of magic potions, but the speed of cultivation will be very slow. If a warrior is assisted by a potion, it can advance from iron to bronze in just 1 or 2 years. If some intermediate potions are used, it can be done in a few months or even less. If one follows the proper training methods, it would take an average professional at least 5 years to advance from the iron level to the bronze level. If one's aptitude is lacking, there is no upper limit, and one might never advance to the bronze level in their entire life. Therefore, professionals have a huge demand for potions, which are always in short supply. Even with gold coins, you can't buy them through ordinary channels. You can only purchase them through special channels. Rayne usually only takes low-level power potions to aid his training, and not very frequently, so it's impossible for him to meet the requirement of 1 bottle a day. The theoretical consumption is just that, theoretical. In the Knight Academy, I've never seen anyone drink a bottle of potion a day. The majority of the funds used to purchase Rayne's potions came from the Derrick family, with the remainder earned by Rayne himself through military merits earned while completing missions at the Knight Academy. The Derrick family has quite a few professionals, and they also have the Wolf Knights to support. So, an annual income of 12,000 gold coins is simply not enough. It's already a good thing if they can save money and not be in debt. No wonder the family doesn't hold balls, which are the most popular activity among nobles. They're just too poor to afford it. Rayne now understood why the family treasury had so little stock. The territory had virtually no surplus, and they basically spent everything they earned. Given this income and expenditure situation, it's quite remarkable that the family has managed to save 5,000 gold coins over the years. As Rayne thought about the small amount of gold coins in the family treasury, he felt that the ancestors of the Derrick family had lived a rather difficult life. I understand. So this year's grain income from the territory is gone, and there aren't many gold coins left. Things won't be easy from now on. It's not that bad, my lord. Although the territory's income is lower now, its expenses are also much lower. Some expenses can be reduced or even cancelled. If we can just hold on this year, things will get better later. After harvesting the grain in September, we can sell some more, and the gold coins earned will be enough to keep the territory running. Forner had calculated that the biggest expenses in the Red River territory right now were the cost of Rayne's training and the cost of the 250-man guard. Saving a few thousand gold coins would be enough. Are you still selling grain? Where is the food left in that territory? How can we even afford to cook? Rayne turned around in surprise and questioned Fornell. Just then, the two arrived at the work shed where food was being distributed. Without waiting for Fornell's reply, Rayne went straight in and saw several large pots cooking over a fire. My lord! Several peasant women working in the shed knelt down as soon as they saw Rayne enter. Get up, all of you! What's cooking in the pot? Rayne glanced at the boiling pot, which contained a jumble of random ingredients that looked utterly unappetizing. However, upon smelling it, Rayne found the aroma to be barely acceptable. My lord, this is a grain porridge. It contains grains and some wild vegetables. The work has been quite heavy these past few days, so I also had them add a few fish. With some black bread on top, it's already quite a feast. The peasant women dared not utter a word, and Fornell answered Rayne's question directly. Rayne casually picked up a piece of black bread that was piled up next to the large pot. After feeling the hardness of the black bread in his hand, Rayne slammed it against the corner of the table with a bang. The bread remained intact, but a corner of the wooden table was missing. Forner said, My lord, these black breads are a bit hard, but they will soften quickly when soaked in soup, so they are easy to eat. How much food does this place consume in a day? Rayne asked, putting down the black bread. My lord, there are 20 work sheds in the farmland upstream of the east bank to feed 1,500 people. They consume about 400 caddies of grain, dozens of fish, and some wild vegetables and bran every day. 400 gene of grain? If your lordship thinks it's too much, we can reduce it a little more. Still cutting back? Will you even be able to eat your fill? Rayne was even more surprised by the amount of energy he was consuming. Of course, no problem, my lord. In the past, 1 pound of grain could make 3 loaves of black bread, enough for 3 serfs to eat for a day. Now, our Red River territory no longer has serfs, only ordinary citizens, and the food standards have been improved. 400 jin of grain, dozens of fish, and other bran, wild vegetables, etc., are enough to feed these 1,500 people. After all, there are many elderly people and children among them, and they eat less. Foreigner's answer made Rayne understand why he had said that Red River territory had only kept 5,000 tons of grain in the past. Just now, Rayne was wondering how the Red River territory, with a population of over 30,000, could only consume 5,000 tons of grain a year. Rayne calculated that a person's daily ration was at least 2 jin, 1 caddies, but Fornell calculated that the average daily ration per person was less than 1 jin, 0.5 caddies, and this ration was not necessarily all grain, but also included wild vegetables and bran. Fonard, what are these black breads made of? A loaf of black bread must weigh at least 2 pounds, right? 1 pound of grain can make 3 loaves of black bread. How is that made? Foreigner's conversion formula also opened Rayne's eyes. My lord, there are other things added to the black bread besides grains. What is it? Rayne asked curiously. We crushed up and put together everything we could find that was edible, mainly bran, as well as some insects, rats, sawdust, grass, and other random things. My lord, as you know, serfs are not picky eaters, they just need to eat enough to keep them from starving. After hearing what Foreigner said, Rayne fell silent. In the kingdom of Asriel, serfs had no rights whatsoever, simply surviving was considered the best outcome. After a moment of silence, Rayne glanced again at the mountain of black bread piled up beside him and slowly walked out of the shed. Looking at the people busy in the field, this time Rayne did not just glance at them but carefully observed the actions of everyone in the field. With his silver-level strength, Rayne had excellent eyesight and could see very far. Just moments later he made a new discovery. The people in the fields were not as motivated as Fornell had said, and their efficiency was not high. Many people appear to be working, their hands moving constantly, but the actual results are minimal. It's not that they're slacking off, but rather that they simply lack the strength in their hands and are mechanically doing the work half-heartedly. This confirmed what Ryan had in mind. Fonard! I am here, my lord! Is it almost lunchtime? Foreigner looked at Rayne with some confusion and said, Yes, my lord, we're almost there. Go, send someone to the granary to fetch grain. Go now, fetch another 5,000 jin of grain and distribute it to all the workers' sheds. From today onwards, anyone working for the Red River territory must be guaranteed at least 2 caddies of grain per day. This does not include wild vegetables, bran, or other things like rats and insects. I will have Wayne and Alger assist you in distributing the food. Upon hearing Rayne's order, Foreigner hurriedly said, My lord, isn't this a bit too extravagant? 2 caddies of grain per person per day is a bit too much. This will reduce the amount of grain that can be sold from the territory later. In the past, our ordinary citizens only had 1 caddy of grain per person per day. Doubling this is too much. Besides, the harvest in our territory is poor right now, and we don't have much food stored. Will we be able to keep eating like this? Foreigner was about to say something when Rayne interrupted him. All right, do as I say. Go and get the grain now. I want everyone to have a full meal at noon today, and it will be real grain, not this black bread. Ryan casually crushed a piece of black bread next to him and threw it away. The black bread, which was harder than the wooden table just now, was as fragile as paper in Ryan's hands. Seeing the black bread turn to dust and flutter in the wind, Foreigner was startled, but then immediately agreed. Yes, my lord, I'll go and fetch the grain right away. Foreigner and his men left in a hurry, and some of the people working in the fields were surprised to see the government official in such a rush. However, they soon understood why. Truckloads of grain were hauled from Honghebo into the work sheds in the fields. Soon, pots of thick grain soup were freshly cooked, and the rich aroma of grain wafted through the fields. Everyone working in the fields smelled the aroma, and everyone swallowed their saliva. "My lord, why did you cook so much soup? It smells delicious." The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard everywhere. "Is this for us to eat?" one of them asked cautiously, and then he himself found the question somewhat amusing. How could it possibly be food for them? However, the answer that followed surprised everyone. "You've asked the right question. It's for you to eat. The Lord personally ordered the grain to be brought here, and it's for everyone to eat." The soldier leading the grain answered the farmer's question loudly, his voice echoing across the fields. "The Lord said that from now on everyone can eat 2 caddies of grain every day, without bran or wild vegetables, just 2 caddies of pure grain, and everyone will get it." "My God, is this real?" The old farmer in the field couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Of course it's true. The Lord said that everyone needs to be well fed, so that they will have the strength to work for the territory. This is the Lord's blessing upon everyone." Although Alger and Wayne did not understand why Rayne was so kind to these civilians, it did not stop them from carrying out orders, and the two of them vigorously promoted Rayne's benevolence. "Praise be to the Lord! Praise be to the Lord! It smells so good!" Cheers erupted from the workers' shed and quickly spread across the fields as everyone happily devoured this rare treat. Praise for Rayne mingled with the sounds of him swallowing food, interspersed with occasional satisfied laughter. Dom squatted by the field, gulping down the cereal soup without a care for its scalding temperature, as if afraid the food in his mouth would disappear. This was his second bowl, and the aroma of the grains still captivated him. Dom was originally a resident of the Rock Crystal Territory, the northernmost part of Red River Valley. When the Rock Crystal Lord abandoned his territory and fled, he accidentally saw the Lord running away and secretly followed him out of the territory, thus avoiding being killed by the fell orcs. The constant escape and death terrified him until the orcs were defeated and he was taken in by the Red River Territory, which finally brought him some peace. He originally thought he would continue living the life he had in the Rock Crystal Territory, working for the Lord day after day until he died. He never expected that he would be able to drink pure grain soup so soon after arriving in the territory, and not having done much work. This was a delicacy that only government officials and knights could enjoy in the past. People of low social standing like him could only enjoy a small bowl of this during the annual harvest festival. Such a luxury was simply impossible for them at other times. "It smells so good." Dom gulped down his second bowl, stood up and went back to the work shed to get his third. The soldier in charge of distributing the food said that everyone could drink 3 large bowls, and Dom could still drink 1 more. Dom's heart was filled as he watched the empty bowl in his hand being filled with thick cereal soup. He was already quite full after eating 2 large bowls, but that didn't stop him from drinking the third bowl in big gulps. After finishing his third bowl, Dom lay down on the ground, patting his swollen belly with satisfaction. "Great Lord, your lordship is truly a living saint," Dom muttered to himself, thinking that the current Red River Lord was far too perfect compared to the former Rock Crystal Lord. Dom prayed that life would continue like this forever. "Great Lord! May the gods bless you." Similar scenes appeared in the work sheds in the fields, and Rayne asked Fornaway and others to convey his words to every Red River Territory worker. Rayne wanted them to know that if they followed him, they would have food to eat and be able to eat their fill. Chapter 13: The Sight of the Evil Beast Man. In the eastern wilderness of Hongha Territory, a gentle breeze sweeps across the desolate landscape, and tall wild grasses sway softly in the wind. Various small animals rustle and dart among the grasses, showcasing the vigorous vitality of the wilderness. Ross and Eric are leading the cavalry on their daily patrol. Although Eric is the captain of the cavalry, Ross is the deputy commander of the Red River Territory Guard, so the cavalry is temporarily under Ross's command. With Ross, a peak bronze knight, in charge, Rayne felt comfortable letting the cavalry patrol outside. "Eric, your fighting spirit has improved again. It seems that it won't be long before you break through to the middle level of bronze. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to break through to the peak of bronze within 5 years, and become a silver knight within 10 years. Ross and Eric had fought side by side in the border patrol, so they knew each other very well and got along very well. Brother Ross, please stop joking. I'm not a genius like you or the Lord. I wouldn't even dare to dream of breaking through to the silver level within 10 years. I would be very happy if I could break through to the silver level in this lifetime. My family has never produced a silver knight. If I can break through to the silver level, the Lord can appoint me as a knight, which would fulfill my father's dream of becoming a knight. Eric looked forward to bringing glory to his family. Don't worry, I'm sure you can do it, and sooner than you think. Ross and Eric chatted casually. Their patrol duties these past few days had been relatively easy. The area around Honghe territory was cleared by the border guards, and the foreign tribes in the wilderness were either killed or fled into the forest. The cavalry patrols over the past few days have only spotted a few goblins and wild goblins. Goblins and gnomes are the most numerous alien races in the wilderness, and they can be found everywhere. However, their only outstanding feature is their numbers. Their individual strength is very weak. Most goblins and gnomes are no match for ordinary human militia, and when cavalry encounter them, it's a one-sided massacre. Captain, we've found 2 more goblins, and I've already killed them. A cavalryman arrived carrying 2 goblin heads, interrupting Eric and Ross's conversation. Goblins again? How come these bastards are starting to return to the vicinity of their territory so quickly? That shouldn't be the case? Eric asked, somewhat puzzled. The army has just finished its sweep. Normally, these scum would not dare to sneak back for at least a month. It's only been less than half a month. Could it be that a goblin tribe has migrated from nearby? The cavalry discovered goblin tracks yesterday. Eric initially thought they were just a few clueless fools, but the fact that they've encountered them one after another means there's something wrong. Gazing at the forest on the distant horizon, Ross thought of even more. Perhaps the orcs in the forest frightened these goblins, forcing them to leave the forest. A demon orc? Eric was startled. It might actually be true. These goblin scum are no match for the orcs. It seems there are still quite a few orcs in the Black Forest. Rose pointed it out to Eric, and Eric immediately understood. Have the soldiers form a fan shape and begin reconnaissance, all the way to the edge of the forest. Yes, Deputy Commander. The cavalryman began to carry out Ross's orders. Eric immediately went into battle mode and began organizing his cavalry to conduct reconnaissance. 50 cavalrymen, each about 100 meters apart, searched forward in a fan shape. Although the surrounding terrain is relatively flat, the undeveloped wilderness is covered with tall weeds and bushes, so the view is not very good. There might be hostile alien races lurking in the overgrown weeds, so Ross and his companions dared not be careless in the slightest. Ross's longbow was ready to fire, and he could provide immediate support should there be any movement in that direction. The cavalry searched quickly. As elite border guards, they were experienced in this area and, being from the same background, worked together seamlessly. The search party swept across the nearby wilderness like a comb, heading towards the distant edge of the forest. With a whoosh, an arrow pierced the head of a goblin. Eric lowered his longbow, his furrowed brows not relaxing even after killing his target. Night was gradually falling, and the cavalry, who had been searching for most of the day, were approaching the edge of the wasteland and forest. As the sky gradually darkened, Eric gently pulled on the reins, turned the horse around, and came to Ross's side. Deputy Commander, it's getting dark. Should we stop and let the brothers set up camp, and continue exploring tomorrow? Ross nodded. Let's call it a day. It's getting dark, so let's stop here, set up camp, rest, and continue tomorrow. A clear whistle rang out across the field, and the cavalry scattered around began to return to their positions. Everyone, set up camp and rest. Soon, the cavalry cleared a makeshift camp on the spot, and a campfire was lit to illuminate the nearby wilderness. Brother Ross, the closer we get to the Black Forest, the more alien races we encounter. We've already killed nearly 100 goblins and gnomes this afternoon. It looks like something must have happened in the Black Forest. The number of alien races killed in one afternoon's exploration was several times more than the total number killed in the previous few days combined, and the problem was already very obvious. Yes, the previous guess should be correct. The evil beast men in the Black Forest may be making a move, perhaps slaughtering these weak alien races, or perhaps intentionally driving them away. Since the orcs were involved, it was necessary to investigate thoroughly, which is why Ross did not lead the cavalry back to Red River Fortress. If it's the former, it's fine, but if it's the latter, it'll be a bit troublesome. The orcs are bloodthirsty and ferocious, and all life is their target for slaughter, including the alien races in the wilderness. If Ross's first guess is true, it means the orcs are acting on instinct and are not a cause for concern. If the second guess is true, it means there are advanced units among the orcs. Only high-level orc units have the wisdom and strength to command low-level orcs to restrain their bloodlust. If they deliberately drive them away, that would be a big problem. Eric, being a veteran, naturally understood the reasons behind it. Dean, who was sent to inform the Lord, should have returned to Red River Fortress by now. Regardless of the situation in the Black Forest, we should focus on reconnaissance first. Ross watched the flickering campfire, then skillfully picked up a dried fish and tossed it into the iron pot on the fire. The main force of the orcs has been wiped out. Even if there are high-level units among the remaining remnants, the strongest of them are probably only bronze level. With our Lord here, we have nothing to fear from them. After a good meal and a good rest tonight, we should be able to search the edge of the forest tomorrow. We'll see how things go then. Eric had no objection to this. You take the first night's watch, I'll take the second half, so the brothers can get some rest. Good. After the cavalry finished their meal, the sun had completely disappeared, and a full moon shone on the empty wilderness. The camp quickly quieted down, with the occasional snores of the soldiers and the crackling of burning firewood. Ross sat in front of the campfire, his eyes fixed on the flames, but his attention was on his surroundings. The second half of the night watch was crucial, as the alien races attracted by the campfire in the wilderness loved to attack the camp in the latter half of the night, and Ross dared not relax for a moment. At this moment, several hundred meters away, figures were constantly moving among the dense weeds. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes looked toward the direction of the firelight. A suppressed growl sounded softly, and then the figures quickened their pace. Before the campfire, Ross suddenly stood up and looked into the darkness in the distance. "Get up, everyone! Something's happened! Prepare for battle!" Ross just heard a strange sound coming from afar, a sound he recognized very well. Ross immediately recognized the enemy hiding in the bushes in the distance just by hearing the sound. After everyone woke up, they quickly prepared for battle, and Eric came to Ross's side. "Brother Ross, what's wrong?" Ross said with a grave expression. "The orcs are here!" A simple answer caused everyone in the cavalry to unconsciously tighten their grip on their weapons. Chapter 14 My Plan. Hongha Fort, Council Hall. A huge map was spread out on the stone floor of the hall. It was a map of the Red River territory, and Rayne was bending over, studying the information on the map carefully. This map was created by a professional cartographer from Raged Bear Fortress at considerable expense and effort by the Derrick family. He traveled all over the Red River territory and meticulously depicted its topography, mineral resources, village distribution, and other information. 3 days ago, after inspecting the farmland, Rayne immediately increased the daily food rations of the people in the territory, and thereafter the rations were set at 2 caddies per person per day. Ryan thought 2 pounds of rations would be enough, but in reality, his estimate was still too little. Based on the actual situation after the rations were distributed, Rayne recalculated that an average adult citizen, without other food supplements, especially meat, would need at least 3 kilograms of grain each day to replenish the energy consumed after a lot of labor. However, he did not raise the daily ration standard again this time. First, the reserves in the territory's grain depots are not permitted. Secondly, Rayne could not improve the treatment of the Red River people indefinitely, nor could he give too much favor at once without reason. He understood the principle that a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. Besides, he, Rayne, is no saint. Even so, the daily ration of 2 kilograms of food made all the people of the Red River territory extremely grateful to Rayne. Their enthusiasm for work skyrocketed, and with better food, they had more strength and worked more efficiently. However, Rayne knew that this change was only temporary, and that his enthusiasm would soon be worn down if the root cause of the problem was not addressed. What Rayne needs is a fundamental change to improve the self-awareness of his subjects, rather than having to invest something to motivate them every time. He's less effective than other nobles who use whips and swords, and the investment is much smaller. Upon returning to Red River Fortress, Rayne immediately began studying the farming methods for his territory's farmland. Food expenditures were much higher than expected, which significantly reduced his food reserves. Rayne needed to find a way to increase food production as quickly as possible. In the noble territories of the Kingdom of Asriel, each serf must cultivate more than 30 acres of farmland, and there are also standards for the yield of the farmland. If the target is not met, the serfs will be punished with whipping or even death. All the output of the serfs' labor belonged to the lord, who only needed to provide a very small amount of food to ensure that the serfs did not starve. This model was the result of the nobles calculating the labor power of the serfs, squeezing the maximum amount of labor power out of each serf. As for ordinary citizens, they can cultivate as much land as they can in their territory, as long as they can pay taxes on time. The lord takes 80% of the harvest from a year's farming, leaving less than 20% of the output for ordinary citizens. This 20% output is just enough to guarantee an average family's food supply for 1 year, and the grain they can grow for the following year. In Rayne's memory, almost all nobles followed this standard, and some even went further, increasing taxes when the yield in the fields was high, but rarely reducing taxes when the yield was low. The serfs toiled hard, only to live a life of hardship where they never knew when their next meal would come. Ordinary citizens fared slightly better, but only to a limited extent. After a year of hard work, they could barely make ends meet. They relied on the lord's gifts during a few important holidays to survive. Ordinary citizens in noble territories also lived incredibly difficult lives. The Homha region was previously governed primarily using this model. When Rayne saw the 80% tax rate, he understood why the people working in the fields lacked motivation. The kingdom's nobles have not considered the living standards of the people within their territories at all. They don't treat their people like human beings at all. 80% of their taxes, how could they even think of that? The nobles of the Kingdom of Asriel govern their territories in an extremely simple and brutal way. As long as their people cultivate the land well and pay taxes on time, that's all that matters. As for the living standards of their subjects, how they are doing, sorry, that's not something the noble lords care about. The greatest blessing from the nobles is that the commoners who till the land for them do not starve. On the other hand, no matter how hard the people work, they can only keep enough food for themselves. Who would be willing to work harder? Rayne would naturally not engage in such predatory taxation that disregards the people's humanity. The first step in Rayne's plan is to clarify the amount of land for all citizens. Currently, the Red River territory has undergone a major population reshuffle, with the serfs being plundered by the Blackstone territory. The land definitely needs to be reorganized. Serfs originally had no human rights, and now there are no serfs in the Red River territory, so Rayne has temporarily shelved the policy on serfs and has not paid attention to it. His focus of reform is on ordinary citizens. The plan is for each adult resident to be allocated 5 acres of land. This land cannot be bought or sold, and residents cannot cultivate wasteland to increase their land holdings without the lord's permission. Each adult laborer is entitled to 5 acres of land. Previously, ordinary citizens could plant as much as they wanted as long as they paid taxes, with no restrictions. Some people could plant as much as 70 or 80 acres, which Rayne considered a complete waste. A serf cultivating dozens of acres of land is hardly farming. In spring, he would sow a handful of seeds, and at other times he would just pull weeds and water the land, waiting to harvest it in autumn. He was no better than a wild weed. A normal adult can cultivate a maximum of 5 acres of farmland. With the help of oxen and upgraded farm tools, the number can double. Rayne is currently unable to significantly increase the number of cattle in his territory in a short period of time, and the iron farm tools also require time to be made, so he decided to allocate 5 acres of farmland to each person first. Meanwhile, Rayne decided to reduce the tax rate from 80% to 50% during the harvest season, with the territory collecting 50% of the tax and the remainder going to the farmers. A 50% tax rate, that's some serious exploitation. The thought that he would still have to collect 50% tax after drastically reducing taxes made Rayne once again gasp at the greed of the nobles. The better farmers cultivate their land, the more they harvest, and the more they keep for themselves, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Rayne doesn't understand why the nobles of the kingdom of Israel insist on draining the pond to catch all the fish. Reducing taxes can motivate farmers to find ways to increase crop yields. As yields increase, so will tax revenue. In fact, even with tax cuts, the amount of tax revenue will not decrease, which is beneficial to both sides. However, the most crucial factor is increasing production. If farmland cannot significantly increase production, the tax cuts in Rayne will result in losses. In this regard, Rayne has organized a group of skilled farmers from the Red River region to brainstorm and develop a set of farming methods to increase yields. Of course, this also requires Rayne's personal effort, as he is a descendant of a farming family, and the farming gene is engraved in his bones. Although Rayne wasn't a professional farmer before, he had some knowledge about farming, and coming from a farming family, he knew some farming techniques, but he didn't have much practical experience. Rayne taught all his knowledge about farming to the dozen or so farmers he had selected who seemed to be somewhat clever. These dozen or so people were all old farmers who had spent their whole lives farming. They were all amazed by the farming secrets that Rayne told them. They had never been exposed to deep plowing or composting before, and had never even thought about it. Although these old farmers were extremely skeptical of the farming secrets that Rayne had mentioned, none of them dared to speak out. All of them nodded in agreement with Rayne, marveling at the greatness of the Lord's omniscience. Rayne didn't have time to explain anything to these ignorant farmers. He just wanted them to do as he said. Thinking that he had been talking for 2 or 3 days and the farmers were still staring at him blankly, Rayne felt a surge of anger. Fortunately, there are still more than half a year before the next planting season, so we can slowly train them. After another month of training, we can find a piece of land to try composting first, and then try deep plowing after the iron farm tools are manufactured. After comparing the farmland areas on the map, Rayne was already planning where to place his future experimental fields. Upgrading the entire farming method is a process that takes time, and Rayne is willing to wait in order to ensure accurate and effective results. The land in the Red River Valley is very fertile, and there is no shortage of water. In the past, serfs would sow a handful of seeds and harvest some crops at harvest time. With a little care for the fields, the harvest was enough to meet their survival needs. Perhaps it was precisely because the land was so fertile that the farmers of the Kingdom of Israel developed a rough farming style, simply scattering seeds, pulling weeds, and watering the fields. When Forner mentioned that the Red River territory had at least 100,000 acres of farmland, Rayne felt that perhaps he shouldn't have too high expectations for these farmlands. The 40,000 mu of farmland along the river was considered top-quality land by Forner, but by Rayne it was a half-finished product, a complete waste of the land's original value, and further development was needed. Looking at the vast territory on the map, Rayne was somewhat worried that the shortage of population would greatly limit his subsequent large-scale development plans. The current 6,000 laborers working in the fields will not all be put back into farming. If everyone stays in the fields all the time, the normal operation of the territory will be in trouble. Other areas also need labor to work and maintain the operation of the territory. The fact that 6,000 people are now going to the fields is only a temporary emergency due to special circumstances. Right now, the only heavy work in the fields is weeding. In a few days, once the weeds in the fields are cleared, it will be time for the craftsmen to be put to use. Perhaps because the Noah continent is a transcendent world, the plants there have extremely vigorous vitality, especially wild grasses, which display their vigorous vitality to the fullest extent. The farmland, which had been neglected for a month, was overgrown with weeds. Currently, the main task for the farmers in Homha territory is weeding. If only we had herbicides. After witnessing the lush weeds of the Noah continent, Rayne missed the highly effective herbicide from his hometown, which saved him from having to expend a lot of manpower to weed. After confirming the numbers on the map one last time, Rayne stood up. If we divide it like this, we can subtract the young children and some women from the current 6,000 people, and then send out some necessary laborers and craftsmen to do house repairs, fishing, and other work. In the end, we should still have 3,000 farmers left, with 3,000 people and 15,000 mu of land. That's all. Next year's focus is on reclaiming these 15,000 mu of riverside farmland. Rayne marked the selected land on the map. Have you written everything down? Ewan. As he spoke, Ryan turned around and looked behind him, where a boy was carefully taking notes with a pen and paper. Understood, my lord. The boy's name was Evan, and he was Fornard's grandson. He was only 14 years old. Fornard has too much work to do and can't always be by Rayne's side to obey orders. Rayne needs a literate scholar as an assistant, but there are very few literate people in the Red River territory, so the options are limited. Fornard's grandson was literate and educated, and through Fornard's daily teachings, he also learned calculation and political skills. In addition, his background was not problematic, so he stayed by Rayne's side. Originally, Fornard had groomed one of his sons as his successor, but his son had died in the war against the orcs, leaving only this grandson. The 15,000 mu of farmland that Rayne drew on the map is the land on both sides of the Red River that the entire Red River territory is focusing its efforts on cultivating. The Red River runs through the entire Hongha territory from north to south. The farmland on both the north and south banks of Hongha town is vast, and if it were extended to the northern and southern edges of the territory, there would be approximately 300,000 mu of good farmland along the river. The area of the 4 villages in the north and south, which are relatively close to Hongha town, covers more than 100,000 mu. Given the current population of Red River territory, Rayne is unable to develop all the land and can only focus on developing the farmland near Red River town in the short term. Then, starting from Hongha town, the project gradually radiates to the surrounding areas, with the first batch being the 4 villages north and south of the river. That's about it. However, upgrading farming methods and reducing taxes on land distribution must be done step by step. We are already in the second half of the year. As long as we can get these things done before next spring's planting season, next year's harvest will definitely see a huge increase. Rayne pondered in his mind. Although he was anxious to change the status quo of Red River territory immediately, he knew from his experience of doing many projects before his transmigration that some things could not be rushed and forced, as that would only lead to more mistakes. Haste makes waste. Today is July 3rd, and 5 days have passed since he returned to his territory. With more than half a year to go before the spring planting season in March next year, he has plenty of time to complete his plans. We also need to get those young and strong men and the women of the Red River region to form new families as soon as possible, so that things can settle down. The young and strong in the Red River territory had been almost entirely wiped out, and after another group of people were abducted, almost every household that was left with the elderly, weak, women and children was missing a man. Life in the north is harsh, and the border regions are even more difficult. Death is commonplace, and the residents here are used to life and death. The people of the north are quite accepting of family remarriage and changing wives or husbands. In addition, the 5 noble territories of Red River Valley have developed in this area for more than 200 years, and the people of Red River Valley are relatively familiar with each other. The residents here also recognize each other, and there are no differences in living habits, so there is not much resistance to remarrying. Ryan plans to get all these young adults into new families within a month. Once families are formed, subsequent changes will be more stable, the territory will be more secure, and the population can gradually increase. Although natural growth is a bit slower, it's better than nothing. Rayne looked at the locations of the villages marked on the map. Although those places had been temporarily abandoned, he would soon retake them, and even more. Looking towards the north of the map, there are large tracts of land that are currently unclaimed. My lord! My lord, something terrible has happened! A hurried voice came from outside the hall, interrupting Rayne's thoughts. Immediately afterward, Alger rushed in anxiously, with another person behind him. What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic? Chapter 15 Encounter with the Fell Orc Squad. My lord, the orcs are making a move! Fell Orc? Upon hearing Alger's words, Rayne was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. What happened to the orcs? Alger took a breath, quickly turned around, and pulled Dean, who was standing behind him, towards him. Lieutenant Commander Ross sent Dean back with a message that the orcs are making unusual movements. Dean, explain this to the Lord in detail. Yes. Dean immediately repeated Ross's words verbatim. The alien races from the Black Forest have fled the Black Forest, and low-level creatures such as goblins and gnomes have begun to appear in the eastern part of the territory. The deputy commander suspects that the evil beast men in the Black Forest are making unusual movements, which is why these goblins have left the Black Forest and returned to the wilderness. The deputy commander has led the cavalry to the edge of the Black Forest for reconnaissance, and sent me back to report. After hearing the news from Dean, Rayne fell silent, his mind racing as he pondered the information Dean had provided. The border guards left not long ago. Under normal circumstances, goblins wouldn't dare to return so quickly. Ross's judgment should be correct. The orcs in the Black Forest may be making a move. I just don't know what's the situation with these remnants of the Orcish army? How strong are they? The post-war recovery of the territory had just begun when the ferocious orcs who had fled into the Black Forest began to make moves, which gave Rayne a major headache. Orcs are terrifying creatures corrupted by evil gods. Even the lowest-ranking orc warrior slaves possess the fighting power of elite human warriors. Even a remnant of these corrupted creatures, tainted by the evil god, was enough to warrant Rayne's attention. Alger, take 10 professionals and come with me now. Leave Wayne behind to guard the territory. Supporting Ross is a given, and even if Ross misjudged the situation this time, Rayne will still go there in person to see the specifics. The 200-man infantry squads in the territory, led by Rayne, will not move. The territory needs to be guarded, and the infantry squads cannot keep up with his speed. He will go in person, taking Alger and 10 professionals with him. If the orcs are too strong, Rayne will bring his men back and we'll figure out another way. Yes, my lord! Alger was ordered to return and select 10 professionals. Of the 200-plus warriors recruited by Rayne, more than 30 were professionals. They were all elites who had made great contributions in the border guards and used their military merits to learn the war bear breathing technique, thus advancing to the ranks of professionals. The war bear breathing technique is rumored to be a simplified version of the angry bear breathing technique. Although it is only an entry-level breathing technique for the black iron level, it is still a legacy that ordinary people can only dream of. This basic breathing technique can only be relatively easily obtained within the regular army of the angry bear territory. Earning merit in the army and exchanging it for low-level breathing techniques not only allows nobles to significantly reduce their expenditure on rewarding meritorious soldiers, but also cultivates a large number of low-level professionals to enhance the strength of the army. This win-win situation is a mature system that the Kingdom of Asriel has developed over the years. A regular army needs to have about 10% of its personnel professionally trained, while an elite force needs to have about 20%. If more than 30% of an army consists of professionals, it can be considered a powerful army with exceptional combat strength, capable of being used as an elite force. The Furious Bear Territory Border Defense Force is an elite unit, with professionals making up 20% of its personnel. Among them are a large number of black iron level professionals who practice the war bear breathing technique. These warriors form the foundation of the Border Defense Force, and almost all of the lower-ranking officers in the Border Defense Force are warriors who practice the war bear breathing technique. The 10 professionals were officers at the rank of squad leader in 2 infantry squads of 100 men. Rayne had to draw them out to deal with the threat of the orcs. If there were more professionals, we wouldn't have had to send these junior officers to provide support. Looking at the 10 people who had been hastily assembled, Rayne thought to himself that he needed to train a group of professionals in the Red River territory as soon as possible. Let's go! Mounting their horses, Rayne led Alger to provide immediate support to Ross. Dean led the way, and the dozen or so people quickly disappeared into the darkness of the wilderness. Ross beheaded the orc in front of him with a single sword stroke, then turned to look at the cavalry that had followed him in the charge. He reacted quickly after noticing the orc attack, and before the orcs could get close, Ross led his cavalry in a charge. Led by Ross, the cavalry swiftly and decisively annihilated the orcs who were preparing to ambush them. As the spearhead of the charge, Ross first targeted the leader of the orcs, cleaving the bronze-level orc in two with a single sword strike. He then killed 4 or 5 more orcs with his left and right swords. The orc leader was only at the bronze rank, and because Ross got the first move, he was killed by Ross before he could even unleash his full fighting power. As Ross swung his long sword, a powerful aura instantly emanated from it, illuminating the nearby night sky in the blink of an eye. After tearing apart the enemy's flesh, the bright sword dimmed again. The ability to project one's battle aura is a hallmark of a Silver Knight. Ross has already briefly mastered the skill of projecting his battle aura, indicating that he has already stepped into the silver rank. After killing the orc leader, Ross took control of the battlefield, and the orcs were routed. After a swift charge, 3 cavalrymen were knocked off their horses and their fates were unknown, while few of the orcs were still standing. Kill them all! The cavalry began to surround and kill the remaining orcs, and Ross swiftly drew his longbow and began to snipe them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the orcs who came to launch a sneak attack were wiped out by the cavalry. The battlefield quickly fell silent. Take a head count for the casualties. Ross looked at the orc corpse lying on the ground, and now his previous guess was completely confirmed. The orcs that attacked them numbered about 30, led by a bronze-level orc minor chieftain. Apart from 5 or 6 black iron-level orc warriors, most of the rest were orc war slaves. In other words, Ross launched an attack only after sensing that the approaching orcs were not very strong. As it turned out, his judgment was very correct, and the results were significant. The orc squad was completely annihilated. Deputy Commander, the casualty statistics are in. 5 brothers suffered minor injuries, 2 brothers were seriously injured and lost their ability to fight, and the rest are fine. A total of 35 orcs were killed, and not one escaped. It was a brilliant annihilation battle. Eric reported with a hint of excitement that they had killed 35 fell orcs without losing a single warrior on their side, a truly remarkable achievement. This small-scale battle highlighted Ross's importance. Ross alone eliminated a bronze-level orc leader and 4 black iron-level orc warriors, almost wiping out the entire high-end combat force of this orc team. That's why the cavalry team's battle was so easy. Take the wounded and evacuate the battlefield. Let's set up camp and rest somewhere further away. In the wilderness at night, there are many predators. The battlefield, full of blood and corpses, will soon attract predators. Just in case, Ross led his cavalry to leave the battlefield quickly, and the temporary camp was moved to a place a little further away. When Ryan arrived, Ross had just led his cavalry to re-establish camp and was treating the wounded. Rayne also located Ross and the cavalry after spotting the light from the campfire, and then rushed over without stopping. A battle has already broken out. How many orcs are there? What are the casualties? Looking at the wounded on the ground, Ryan immediately asked. My lord! We encountered a squad of orcs, which we have wiped out. 5 cavalrymen were lightly wounded and 2 were seriously wounded. The seriously wounded are not in life-threatening danger for the time being and will recover after resting in the territory for a while. Ross gave a brief report, and Ryan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the results. Well done, Ross, and the cavalrymen, you all deserve credit. I will reward you all when we return to the territory. After checking on the wounded, and confirming that the seriously injured soldier was not in mortal danger, Ryan comforted them with a few words. With no major casualties, Rayne was relieved and rested. He was also a little tired from traveling non-stop all the way. Everyone get some rest. Tomorrow, I will personally lead a team to investigate the true strength of the orcs. Chapter 16 Orc Camp. As night fell, the golden sun shone once more on the earth, and the wilderness awoke from its slumber. After a night's rest, Rayne decided to lead the cavalry to continue their advance into the Black Forest to investigate the situation of the orcs and find out what was going on. Have all the ordinary soldiers take the wounded back to the territory, and all the professionals stay behind to scout into the Black Forest with me. Yes, my lord! The upcoming battle was too dangerous. The wounded and a few ordinary soldiers would not be of any help and would only be a burden to the team if they stayed behind. Returning to their territory was the best option for them. The team of 60 men was soon reduced to half, and these 30-odd men were the core fighting force of the Red River Territory. The group continued forward and soon arrived at the place where Ross had led the fighting the previous night. The corpses of the orcs were scattered all over the ground, and a strong stench of blood permeated the area, leaving the scene in a mess. The orcs are tall, generally nearly 2 meters in height, with crimson skin all over their bodies, and always bearing the bloodstains left by the lives they have slaughtered. Some of the dozens of corpses were missing, and most of the remaining corpses were mutilated, indicating that many predators had a feast here last night. After a brief glance at the battlefield traces, Rayne did not linger and continued leading the cavalry forward. The cavalry, each rider on 2 horses, moved very quickly and soon approached the edge of the Black Forest. Ryan whispered a reminder. "Be on guard!" The undulating mountains stretched out in front of the cavalry, with lush forests spreading among them, a dark and imposing sight. The entire Black Mountain range is covered with such dense ancient forests that it appears as a dark mass from a distance, which is why the people of the north call it the Black Forest. This is also part of the reason why the Black Mountain range got its name. The Black Forest is home to all sorts of powerful magical beasts and alien creatures, making it a perilous place. Once you accidentally enter it, there are very few survivors. Therefore, the Black Forest is also known as the Forest of Death in the north. The mountains before Rayne were all part of the Black Mountain Range. The Black Mountain Range stretches for over 1,000 miles from the high rock hills in the east to the 8 Peaks Mountain Range in the west, covering hundreds of miles from north to south. It occupies the entire northern border of the Wrath Bear Territory and completely separates the northern wasteland from the Wrath Bear Territory. The Black Mountains are more like a dividing line between civilizations, with the human civilization of the Kingdom of Asriel to the south and the barbaric and bloody chaotic wasteland to the north. Recalling the information about the Black Mountains in his mind, Rayne became increasingly cautious. "Dismount, leave 1 person to guard the herd, the rest of you follow me into the woods." The Black Forest is densely covered with ancient trees, making it difficult for ordinary war horses to travel. Rayne and his men had to dismount and walk. As soon as he entered the Black Forest, Rayne felt the temperature drop significantly. The sunlight was blocked by the towering ancient trees, making the forest dark and cold. The Black Forest is a dead end for ordinary people and a dangerous place for professionals, but the area that Rayne is going to explore is only the outermost part, and is not that dangerous. In the Border Guards, Rayne often personally led elite squads on reconnaissance missions on the outskirts of the Black Forest, so he was naturally very familiar with the task. "Ross, let's split up. You take 1 team to search over there, and I'll take 1 team to this side. Just scout the edge of the forest, don't go too deep. Regardless of whether there is any harvest or not, we must return to the herd before sunset to regroup. Remember, whether you encounter monsters or orcs, always prioritize your own safety and do not take risks." "I understand, my lord." The team immediately split into 2 squads, each heading in a different direction to search. As he walked, Rayne cleared away the venomous snakes and insects hiding under the thick layer of fallen leaves. With his silver-level strength, his perception was far superior to the others behind him, so the task of clearing the way naturally fell to him personally. The dozen or so men following behind Rayne were also ready to fight at any time, occasionally firing an arrow to clear out any wild beasts they encountered along the way. After advancing for a while, Rayne suddenly noticed unusual noises coming from ahead. "Take cover!" Rayne whispered the order. The team quickly found a good spot and hid. Not long after, a commotion arose from the woods ahead, and the noise gradually grew louder as it approached Rayne's location. A moment later, Rayne saw several kobolds fleeing frantically not far from the squad. "Kobold?" Before long, more kobolds appeared in Rayne's sight, and soon their numbers reached several hundred. "Stay hidden and don't make a move!" The kobold's escape route just brushed past Rayne, who concealed himself and kept a close eye on the kobold's rear. "It seems we're about to reap some rewards." As Rayne was thinking, he suddenly heard a bang. The last kobold was pierced through the body by an arrow and pinned to a tree trunk. The fleeing kobolds were immediately spurred on and ran even faster, galloping wildly towards the edge of the black forest like madmen. Upon seeing the kobold being shot dead, Rayne held his breath, and the squad behind him tensed up as well. Bang! Bang! Several heavy footsteps echoed through the forest. A ferocious beast-man, about 2.5 meters tall, dressed entirely in crimson armor stained with blood, emerged from the forest. It came to the kobold corpse, pulled out the long arrow that was stuck in the tree trunk, and grabbed the kobold corpse with its other hand and put it in its mouth. The orc's gaping maw snapped down on the kobold's massive head, and with a slight jerk, it tore off a large chunk of flesh and began to chew it up. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the iron armor on its chest, making it appear even more ferocious and brutal. It then tossed the mangled kobold corpse to the orc behind it. Immediately, several orc warrior slaves began scrambling to devour the kobold. More orc warrior slaves who failed to obtain any flesh roared in fury, venting their anger and attempting to hunt down the fleeing kobolds. A ferocious orc warrior slave quickly ran out of the ranks, overtaking the towering ferocious orc commander, and chased after the kobolds in the direction they had fled. Before it could run 2 steps, a flying iron arrow shot it dead. Its body rolled forward several times due to inertia before coming to a stop. "If you don't obey, you'll die!" Putting away his war bow, the orc leader glared at the war slaves behind him. None of the orc war slaves dared to make any rash moves, and they all lowered their heads in the face of the leader's gaze. The leader of the war slave orcs, who was too afraid to utter a sound, nodded in satisfaction. "Eat it!" Upon receiving the order, the remaining orcs immediately rushed towards the corpses of the orcs that had just been shot and began to frantically devour them. A strong stench of blood permeated the forest, and even Rayne could smell the foul odor. It really is the evil beastmen driving away these alien races. It seems that the evil beastman leader is close to the silver level. This is a bit troublesome. However, this beastman leader seems to be unstable in strength, as some of his battle slaves are disobeying his orders. It looks like he has only recently been promoted. Orcs can increase their strength by devouring flesh and blood. There are many magical beasts in the Black Forest, and Rayne guessed that this orc might have achieved its advancement by devouring a magical beast. In any case, a beastman who is about to break through to the silver level is a considerable threat. Driving the alien races into the wilderness instead of killing them all and devouring their flesh and blood has a clear purpose. These kobolds are being used to test the Red River territory. Are they trying to see if the border guards are still there? These evil orcs are still coveting the Red River territory. Rayne quickly deduced the orcs' purpose, and the result was exactly as Ross had guessed, which was the last thing he wanted to see. The orcs quickly devoured the corpses of their own kind. Led by their leader, the orcs did not pursue the kobolds who were about to escape the Black Forest, but instead turned back into the depths of the Black Forest. Rayne sent one person from the squad to find Ross, while the rest of the squad followed him to the orcish group. Given such a significant hidden danger, Rayne must thoroughly investigate the situation before finding a solution, otherwise, things will become unmanageable later on. Rayne and his squad quietly followed behind the orcish group. With the orcish caravan leading the way, all the wild beasts and other races they encountered along the way were slaughtered and devoured by the orcs. After crossing a mountain ridge, a camp came into view of Rayne. A forest was cleared to create a clearing, and a simple wooden campsite stood out abruptly in the dense woods. The orcish caravan strolled into the camp, their distinctive roars echoing through the forest. "I never expected there to be such a large orc camp. This is a real problem." After just a few glances, Rayne estimated that there were nearly 1,000 orcs, and the actual number was probably much higher. What worried him even more was that there were quite a few orc warriors among them. These powerful guys were much more difficult to deal with than the orc slaves. Each orc warrior possessed the strength of a black iron level warrior. A camp of this size might have a silver level fell beast man in charge. This is going to be tough. How come there's still such a large remnant of the Orcish army? Weren't all the Orcish high-level combatants killed by the border guards? Rayne couldn't understand how this group of orcs had escaped the border guard's pursuit. The warlike and fearless nature of the orcs means that most of them will fight to the death on the battlefield, and only a minority will escape. Rayne really didn't expect that there would be so many orcs that fled into the Black Forest. Chapter 17 Reduced Consumption. Rayne moved a short distance closer, secretly observing the orc camp. It wasn't until the sun was almost setting that Rayne left the location of the orc camp and led his team to rest in a nearby secluded spot. Ross also joined Ryan with his team shortly afterward. "My lord, have you found traces of the orcs?" Rayne nodded lightly. "It's not far away." Ross and his companions were exhausted after spending a day exploring the Black Forest, but upon learning that they had found traces of the orcs, they immediately prepared for battle. "Don't be so tense." Ryan gestured for everyone to relax, and then began to recount the intelligence he had gathered. "The orc camp is not far away. I spent an afternoon observing the orc camp and basically figured out the approximate number of orcs inside. There are about 1,500 orcs, of which the majority, about 1,300 are orc warrior slaves, and the rest are mostly orc warriors. Therefore, there are at least 200 iron-level orc warriors in the orc camp. Based on this ratio, there should normally be a dozen or so bronze-level orc warriors and one silver-level orc commander or overseer." The orc camp was basically undefended, and Rayne carefully observed the entire perimeter. The number of orcs will not differ significantly. The only variable might be the difference in the number and individual strength of silver-level orcs. Without actual combat, Rayne could not determine the number and strength of the silver-level fell orcs. Is it the initial stage of silver or the middle stage of silver? There is a big difference between the two. Rayne is still only at the silver rank, but his actual combat strength is much stronger due to the bonus from the Furious Bear armor. On the other hand, as one of the most talented geniuses in the Angry Bear territory, Rayne's combat skills are extremely superb, and his actual combat strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary silver-ranked knight. Aside from Rayne, Ross is the strongest in the team, with 1 foot already in the silver rank. Aside from this 1.5 silver-level fighter, the team only had 3 bronze-level warriors left: Eric, Alger, and Wayne. The other 30-odd people were only iron-level warriors. However, all of them were elites in the Border Defense Army, with excellent combat experience and teamwork, which gave them a boost in combat effectiveness. However, they are now facing opponents like the Fell Orcs, and the team's current strength is still far from sufficient. Therefore, every increase in the silver-level combat power of the Orcs is extremely bad news for Rayne. "My lord, what should we do? Is it a withdrawal? Or should we fight?" Ross's idea was simple. Now that he knew the true strength of the Orcs, he would either fight them or return to his territory to reconsider his options. "Withdrawing is definitely not an option. I see these evil beast men thriving in this area. If this continues, they will pose too great a threat to our territory. If they leave the Black Forest and invade our territory, the consequences will be unimaginable. We must find a way to weaken their strength." The vast Black Mountains harbor countless powerful creatures. When Rayne was studying at the Knight Academy, he heard that there were even legendary beings deep within the Black Mountains, and more than one of them. The powerful orc clans and evil orc forces in the northern wastelands were unable to conquer the Black Mountains. Whenever forces from the northern wastelands wanted to invade the northern border of the Kingdom of Asriel, they could only cross the Black Mountains through a few naturally formed canyon passes. In other places, once the army ventured deep into the mountains, they completely disappeared into the vast, black depths of the mountains, vanishing without a trace as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Whether it's the forces in the northern wastelands, or the army of the Kingdom of Asriel, they are all the same. All the outposts and fortresses in the north, which were built to defend against the forces of the wasteland, were located on these canyon passes. Rayne originally thought that even if the remnants of the orc army were not completely wiped out after entering the Black Mountains, they would not fare much better. However, to his surprise, these orcs were doing so well. "I don't know what's going on, but there are very few magical beasts around here. We haven't seen a single one while exploring, which is very unusual, even in the edge of the Black Forest." Rayne recalled that during the search today, he had only encountered some ordinary wild beasts, and had not seen a single powerful magical beast.
I don't have any on my end either.
Ross recalled his experiences along the way.
The commotion caused by the orcs should have attracted powerful magical beasts or alien races from the surrounding area to hunt them down, but they haven't appeared yet.
Rayne was curious about what had happened in the nearby Black Forest, where the powerful magical beasts had all disappeared.
Whatever the reason, we can't let the orcs continue to develop like this. The orcs all returned to their camp before nightfall and did not go out. I observed that they would go out hunting during the day and return to their camp to gather together at night. We are not strong enough to defeat the orcs in the camp, but eliminating the orc squads that are hunting outside should not be a problem. Now let's rest and recover our strength. Tomorrow we'll get to the orc camp early, select a group of orcs that have gone out, and eliminate them to weaken their strength as much as possible.
Yes, my lord. Once the battle plan was finalized, everyone immediately began to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Rayne led his men to lie in ambush outside the orc camp, waiting for any orc groups that ventured out. Several teams from the orc camp went out one after another, and Rayne selected one of them.
These are them. There are nearly 100 evil beast men, and the strongest of them are only 2 bronze-level evil beast men. Our strength is enough to ensure that we annihilate them all.
Having identified their target, Rayne led his team to follow the orcish group. Once they were far enough away from the orc camp, Rayne made his move decisively. Rayne and Ross, who had circled around to the front, surrounded the orc squad. Suddenly, the sharp sound of an arrow cutting through the air rang out in the forest. Having prepared for the ambush long ago, Rayne led his team in a ranged attack, quickly killing nearly a third of the orc warrior slaves, including the bronze-level orc leader, who was personally shot by Rayne. The arrow, imbued with intense fighting spirit, pierced the head of the orc chieftain. The professional squad led by Rayne is proficient in both ranged and melee combat. If they were on the wasteland, they wouldn't even need melee combat. 2 or 3 volleys of rapid fire would be enough to take down these 100+ orcs. Unfortunately, we are now in a dense forest. After a wave of ranged attacks, the orcs are on guard, making it difficult to kill them successfully with ranged attacks. Rayne had no time to waste with them. After firing a few arrows, he immediately abandoned his bow, drew his sword, and charged forward to fight. After perfectly merging with the original owner's memories, Rayne's combat skills were maxed out, and his 2-handed great sword flew up and down with exceptional agility. Silvery white battle aura scattered, and sharp sword winds swept through the forest. The orcs that stood in front of Rayne were either beheaded or had their hearts pierced by a sword. None of them could stop his advance. Rayne's killing speed was extremely fast, revealing the powerful combat strength of the Silver Knight. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen orcs were wiped out, and the remaining warriors also killed 1 or 2 orc war slaves. The orc team of more than 100 people was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The battle lasted only a few breaths from start to finish, and many of the orc warrior slaves died before they could even react. The orcs were not weak, but the elite squad led by Rayne consisted of at least black iron level professionals, plus Rayne himself, a silver knight. Their overall strength far surpassed that of the orcs, and they were powerless to resist Rayne's surprise attack. Wiping the bloodstains off his sword, Rayne finished taking stock of the troops and immediately turned and headed towards the orc camp.
Continue!
The killing continued, and before nightfall, Rayne repeated the same action twice more. On the third attempt, they chose a slightly larger group of orcs and defeated them perfectly. As night fell, Rayne led his squad back to their rest stop, marking the end of a day's battle.
My lord, we have eliminated at least 400 evil beast men in the 3 battles, and we only have 6 brothers with minor injuries.
Ross excitedly reported the results of the battle, while Eric and the others behind him, though physically exhausted, were in high spirits and looked at Ryan with burning eyes. Rayne led them to 3 victories, killing more than 400 orcs at a negligible cost. Such a victory could not help but excite them. They rarely achieved such results in previous battles.
Although the results are brilliant, we cannot be careless. Without a high-level demon beastman commander, these remnants of the demon beast man army are naturally no match for us. The key is still that silver-level demon beast man commander. We've used up most of our supplies. We can only last another day at most. So no matter what the outcome is tomorrow, we have to retreat when it ends tomorrow. The key is tomorrow. We've already killed nearly a third of the orcs. They'll definitely realize something's wrong tonight, and tomorrow's battle won't be so simple. We'll have to play it by ear then. Rayne sat in the middle of the group and calmly analyzed the current situation. Today's battle has essentially achieved his goal of reducing the number of orcs, greatly weakening their threat. From the beginning, Rayne never intended to annihilate this group of orcs. He didn't have the strength for that yet. His goal was to weaken them and prevent them from threatening his territory. Now that he has achieved half of his goal, Rayne wants to test the combat strength of that silver-level orc. He was already doing well to kill a third of the orcs. He figured the orcs wouldn't give him that chance again tomorrow. Treat the wounded well, everyone rest well and recover your strength. If we can fight tomorrow, we will fight. If we cannot fight, we will retreat to our territory. Yes. Chapter 18: The Warlord's Broken Teeth. Night falls inside the orc camp. My lord, 3 hunting parties that went out to the camp have not returned. They must have encountered an accident. The newly promoted orc warrior cautiously looked at the tall figure sitting on the high platform. Waste! A roar startled the orc commander below the platform, making him tremble. Shattered Teeth casually tossed aside the blood-soaked chunk of flesh in his hand and slowly stood up, his massive body, over 3 meters tall, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Since they didn't come back, they must have died out there. It's quite normal for them to be killed in the Black Forest. Forget about those useless people. Tell me about the situation on the human side. Have those blood prey that were driven over there made any moves? Did that human army actually leave? Broken Tooth didn't care about his subordinates who hadn't returned. Most of them were war slaves who had died, so he was fine as long as he and his personal guards were safe. His biggest concern now was the human territory outside the Black Forest. Those magical beasts could return at any time. We need to leave this forest before the high-level magical beasts return. The Great Father God is still waiting for us to offer sacrifices. I need human flesh and blood sacrifices, a lot of human flesh and blood and souls. This is the Father God's favorite food. Only a lot of human blood can please the Father God. Shattered Teeth roared, the red light in his eyes growing ever stronger. He now wanted to kill and devour more lives to offer to the Great Father God in exchange for the Father God's favor. My lord, there's still no sign of the blood food we've driven away, but I've already sent a small team to the human territory to check on the situation. Perhaps we'll be able to bring back news tomorrow. As soon as the commander finished speaking, he felt a suffocating sense of oppression coming towards him. When he looked up, he found that Broken Tooth was already in front of him. If there's no news by tomorrow, you'd better go and check it out yourself, go personally. Lord Bloodflame's army is attacking the human fortress. That human army will not stay long and will definitely return to defend their fortress. They cannot hold them back. Can't keep them. The overwhelming force of the Broken Teeth made it hard to breathe, and it could only nod frantically. Yes, Your Excellency. If there's still no news by tomorrow, I'll go in person and bring you good news. Roll! With a furious roar, Broken Tooth caused the orc leader to hastily flee. Ceasing its roar, Broken Tooth suddenly turned its head and spoke to a patch of shadow below the platform. The Stalker! A dark red figure slowly emerged from the shadows. If there's still no news by tomorrow, follow it and go check on the humans. The dark red figure nodded slightly, then disappeared into the shadows. Having arranged everything, Broken Tooth turned and returned to the high platform. A blood-red statue, gleaming with a faint crimson light, stood there. The statue was about 1 meter tall, appearing unusually small and like a toy in front of Shattered Fang. However, Shattered Fang dared not show the slightest disrespect. It abandoned its arrogant expression and prostrated itself devoutly before the statue. Great and invincible Father God, the radiance of the blood moon will surely shine upon all living beings. All spirits perish, but the blood moon endures forever.
After Broken Tooth repeatedly knelt and prayed, a beam of blood-red light shone from the statue onto Broken Tooth's tall body, while at the same time the pile of flesh and blood beside the statue rapidly diminished. As the blood-red light shone upon him, Broken Fawn felt the ever-increasing power within his body and grew increasingly excited. In the past, only priests in blood robes could enjoy the glory of the Father God. I never thought that I could enjoy it directly now. Broken Tooth is not a lowly, mindless war slave. He has his own thoughts. He thirsts for flesh and blood and longs for the attention of the great Father God. For this reason, he constantly kills, devours, and offers fresh flesh and blood to the Father God. In the past, however, the flesh and blood offered could only be given to the blood-robed priest, who would then perform a sacrificial ceremony to offer it to the great Father God. The glory of the Father God will only shine on the blood-robed priest. As a direct contributor, he can only obtain some blood essence stones or blood soul stones. Although they are delicious, how can they compare to the direct illumination of the Father God's glory? Moreover, in the past, no matter how much flesh and blood he contributed, he could only receive a small reward, with the rest mostly being taken away by the blood-robed priests. But things are different now. Shattered Tooth stared excitedly at the statue before him. Every time he faced the statue of the Father God, Shattered Tooth would tremble with excitement. 10 days ago, when he was defeated and fleeing from the human army, Shattered Fawn accidentally obtained this statue of the Father God from the corpse of a blood-robed priest. After escaping into the Black Forest, Broken Tooth immediately offered a sacrifice and prayer. Unexpectedly, he actually received a response from the Father God and enjoyed the glory of the Father God. As a result, he was promoted from Silver Rank 1 to Silver Rank 2, and Broken Tooth also received some secret techniques and became a Beastman Overlord. Meanwhile, many orcs scattered throughout the Black Forest were drawn to the statue and gathered under Shattered Tooth's command. Shattered Tooth looked at the statue with reverence. It was his master, his everything, and he was willing to give everything for it. The Father God's warnings are getting stronger. It seems those high-level magical beasts are about to return from the depths of the forest. We must leave here as soon as possible. Broken Tooth wanted to leave this area now, but the terrifying strength of the human expert 10 days ago made him dare not act rashly. Wait a few more days, then I'll have to leave no matter what. Broken Tooth continued to kneel before the statue and pray incessantly, but because the flesh and blood offerings had been exhausted, the blood-red light on the statue had dimmed. All spirits perish, but the blood moon endures forever. The low, mournful sound of prayer echoed from the empty platform. The silvery moonlight illuminated the entire Black Forest, giving it an indescribable serene beauty. However, beneath this beautiful scene lurked a deadly danger. Various predators slaughtered and preyed under the moonlight until dawn. My lord, why is there so little activity at the orc camp? Ross had been watching the orc camp for a long time, from before dawn until now when the sun was high in the sky. The orcs had neither gone out hunting as they had yesterday nor shown any other signs of stress, as if the 400 orcs that disappeared yesterday had never appeared in the camp. The lack of movement indicates that the orcs have discovered yesterday's anomaly. Not a single team has ventured out yet, so it seems we'll be empty-handed today. Rayne looked at the motionless orc camp. Keep an eye on it here. If there's no movement by nightfall, we'll leave. Yes, my lord. Time flies, and it was soon afternoon. My lord, there's still no movement. It seems the orcs won't dare to come out again anytime soon. Eric, his face and hair covered in dirt, sat next to Rayne. He was already wearing gray armor, but now he looked like a mud man, except for his white teeth that he showed when he spoke. Everyone else, including Rayne, was in the same boat. None of them were clean. After spending 2 days in the Black Forest and fighting 3 battles, they couldn't clean themselves and all started to smell. However, Rayne and the others were already used to no reaction. Seeing that there was no movement from the orc camp, Rayne was still somewhat unwilling. The orc camp was now quite powerful, and he was still unsure of himself without seeing the leader of this orc force. My lord, look! There's movement! Ross, who had been keeping a close watch, suddenly noticed some movement in the orc camp. A group of orcs was gathering, and then the group left the camp.
There are quite a few, maybe 300 or 400. They're almost half of the remaining orcs in the camp.
Rayne calculated the number of orcs.
If we wipe out this group of orcs, the remaining orcs will pose a much lower threat. Everyone, keep up!
Once the entire orcish force has left the camp, Rayne will immediately lead his men to follow. If they can eliminate this orcish force, the orcish threat will be largely eliminated. During the pursuit, Rayne carefully observed and discovered that there was likely a silver-level commander in the orcish group. Silver-ranked orc leaders are significantly larger than ordinary orcs, and their equipment is also much better, making them easy to distinguish from other orc groups. Within the strictly hierarchical orcish community, the stronger members are larger and better equipped. Orcs will openly display their power, which is why Rayne can quickly discern the combat strength of the orcs.
There are nearly 400 orcs, including 1 silver level, 3 bronze level, dozens of iron level, and the rest are orc war slaves. It will be difficult to fight them head-on.
After comparing the strength of both sides, Rayne felt the pressure. This time, their opponents include a silver-level fell orc leader, which immediately makes up for their lack of high-end combat power. The remaining fell orc forces can basically suppress the squad led by Rayne. This time, Rayne was unable to maintain a sufficient advantage in strength to suppress their opponent.
This is a bit tricky.
While following the orcish group, Rayne tried to figure out how to defeat the orcish group in front of him.
Are we heading towards the outside of the Black Forest?
Looking in the direction the orcish caravan was heading, it was the same route Rayne had taken.
Should we venture into the Red River territory through the wilderness?
After following them for a while, Rayne confirmed that this group of orcs was heading out of the Black Forest.
I've got an idea!
Upon realizing the orcs' target, Rayne immediately had an idea.
Alger, come here.
Ryan called Alger to his side and explained his plan to him.
All right, I understand, my lord.
Alger nodded solemnly after hearing Rayne's arrangements. After making arrangements for Alger, Rayne led his squad members to speed up from the other side and circled around to the front of the orcish group, exiting the Black Forest first. Chapter 19 Foolish Humans. Rayne and her group quickly arrived at the place where the horses were stored before entering the Black Forest. After mounting their war horses, Rayne immediately led his men to find a suitable location for the next battle. Looking at the tall, dense thicket of weeds before him, Rayne nodded in satisfaction.
This is it!
The wilderness is covered with tall grass, making it easy to find a suitable place to hide and ambush. The key is choosing the right distance. We can't be too close to the Black Forest to prevent the orcs from escaping back into it, nor can we be too close to Red River Town. If the orcs manage to sneak into the vicinity of Red River Town and discover that the border guards have already withdrawn, Rayne will be in big trouble.
Eric, go find Alger and have him lure the orc army here. We'll ambush those orcs here. Yes, my lord,
Eric replied. Rayne's plan was actually quite simple. Once the orcish caravan entered the wilderness, he would use the open terrain to ambush them. With all of Rayne's troops being cavalry, they could utilize their high mobility to employ a kiting tactic, continuously launching ranged attacks to wear down the orcs. As long as he can find an opportunity to kill the orc leader, the remaining orcs can be hunted down slowly. Even if he cannot annihilate them all, he can still severely damage the orc team. This tactic allows for both offense and retreat. Even if things go poorly later in the battle, Rayne can easily lead his team away from the fight. Rayne led his squad to lie in wait in the pre-selected ambush area, everyone conserving their energy in preparation for the upcoming battle. On the other side, by the time Eric met Alger, it was already dark, and the orcish army had just left the Black Forest and entered the wilderness.
Brother Alger, the Lord sent me to find you. Has the Lord found a suitable ambush location?
Alger knew about Ryan's ambush plan, so when he saw Eric arrive, he knew what to do next.
Yes, Brother Alger, the Lord has found a suitable ambush location, and he has instructed us to lure the orcs there.
Alger looked at the sky, which had already darkened.
It's already dark, and the orcs have already set up camp. It's going to be very difficult for the two of us to lure them out now. The Lord instructed us that if it's too dark to move around, we can wait until dawn. Let's rest well first, and then go and lure the evil beast men when it's light.
Eric knew that Ryan had made some arrangements for Alger in the afternoon, so he didn't say much about Alger's suggestion.
Okay, I'll listen to you, brother Alger.
While Alger and Eric were talking, they didn't notice a shadow lurking not far from them. The shadow only disappeared into the night after the two finished talking and rested. On the other side, inside the orcs' makeshift camp, the orc leader who had led his troops out was furious.
Damn useless idiots! They sent so many blood animals and even dispatched a small team, but we haven't seen a single one yet. Are they all dead?
After not receiving any news in the afternoon, the orc leader did not wait until the next day but instead chose to assemble his troops and personally lead the attack.
The warlord said that Lord Bloodflame is leading his army to attack the human fortress. Those human soldiers cannot stay. Since Lord Bloodflame has personally taken action, those humans will surely be torn to pieces by Lord Bloodflame and offered to the Great Father God.
Bloodflame Dorcas, the Fel Orc General, is a renowned and powerful figure among the Fel Orc race. The mere mention of his name excites the Fel Orc leaders, and their admiration for the strong gives them absolute confidence in Bloodflame General.
Commander!
Suddenly a voice interrupted the orc leader.
Who?
The orc leader's crimson eyes were fixed on the direction from which the sound came, and a figure emerged from the shadows.
A stealth operator?
What are you doing here? Fel Orc rogues are special units among the Fel Orcs, possessing the unique ability to operate in the shadows and are extremely adept at assassination. This is both their strength and their weakness. Assassination is despised and rejected by the orcs, who value direct combat and crave to tear their enemies apart and devour their flesh face to face. The orc leader also looked down on these shadowy figures, and its tone toward the rogues was extremely disdainful.
The warlord has sent me to assist you.
Assist me? You bunch of rats who only know how to hide in the shadows, do you think you're qualified to assist me?
I don't need your assistance. With my superior strength and indestructible blade, I can kill those humans and bring their flesh and blood back to the Overlord. I can also bring back the intelligence that the Overlord needs. Go back to your shadows and hide. We don't need you here, you pathetic rat!
The orc leader's words were full of insults, which made the shadow beside the orc rogue tremble slightly. However, it held back in the end. With only bronze-level strength, it dared not be presumptuous in the face of a silver-level leader, no matter how angry it was.
The warlord asked me to cooperate with you, not that I wanted to come.
The orc rogue suppressed his anger, and without saying anything else, directly revealed his information.
There are 2 humans hiding not far from here. They are warriors from that human territory. I have learned that their lord has set up an ambush in the wilderness to attack us. Those 2 humans will lure us into their ambush tomorrow.
The orc leader perked up immediately upon hearing the news about humans.
2 humans are hiding? Human lords? How many people did that human lord bring? What is their strength? There should be less than 100 people. Those 2 humans were talking about a few dozen. The human lord's strength is at the silver level, so the rest should not be very strong. Less than 100 people, and a silver-level human lord, and he still dares to ambush me? Ridiculous, he's courting death. Foolish humans!
Upon hearing the information from the rogue, the orc leader burst into laughter, and then began to mock Rayne's foolishness.
30-odd people, including a single silver-ranked warrior, think they can ambush my hundreds of brave and invincible warriors? Does that human lord think we're the same as kobold goblins, who are just prey? You're somewhat useful for being able to find traces of humans, but that's enough for now. Lead the way, let's tear those foolish humans to shreds.
The orc leader was eager to see the look of terror on the human lord's face when he saw it.
Commander, shall we go now? Nonsense, of course it's now. The warlord is waiting for my good news. If we don't go now, why wait until tomorrow? Let's go now!
The orc leader walked to the center of the camp and began to roar.
Boys, get up! Come with me to devour the flesh and blood of those foolish humans, tear them apart, and eat them all!
The orc camp erupted in chaos at the roar of the orc leader. The orc warrior slaves followed their leader into the night. Chapter 20: The Sudden Ambush. Alger and Eric, who were resting in the shadows, were awakened by the sudden noise. The two quickly stood up and looked warily in the direction from which the sound came.
"They're orcs, what are they doing?"
Eric discovered that the sound was coming from the direction of the Orcish army, and the familiar roars confirmed to them that the orcs were making a big move.
"I don't know what happened." The beast men sound excited.
Alger didn't know why the orcs had suddenly become so noisy, but he had a bad feeling about it. At that moment, Eric suddenly realized that the orcs were moving in the direction they were heading.
"Brother Alger, those orcs seem to be heading towards us. Quick! Let's go!"
Alger reacted even faster, realizing in an instant that he and Eric had been exposed, that the orcs knew their location, and that their agitation was directed at them. The two quickly mounted their horses and fled.
"This will allow us to take these orcs to the ambush location prepared by the Lord."
Although he didn't know why he had been exposed, it didn't stop Alger from completing the task that Rayne had given him. Eric led the way, and the two moved toward the location where Rayne was hiding. Not long after the two left, the Orcish army arrived. The stalker crouched down near the grass where Alger had lain not long ago, and sniffed it.
"The lingering smell is still quite strong. Those humans haven't been gone long."
The orc rogue had cursed the orc leader behind him 800 times in his mind. If it hadn't been for the orc leader leading the group and shouting all the way, the humans hiding here wouldn't have been scared away.
"They ran away?"
The orc leader became even more excited when he saw his target escape.
"Then let's find them. Those two cowardly humans must have gone to find their human lord. Let's capture them both."
"Ha ha!
Cowardly and foolish humans!"
The orc rogue followed the trail Alger left behind and quickly found his way.
"Let's go. I want to tear that human lord apart with my own hands and chew his bones."
The Orcish horde surged toward the direction Alger had come from. Meanwhile, Alger and his companion, who had distanced themselves from the orcs, stopped to carefully observe the orcs' movements not far behind them. After confirming that the orcs were still chasing them, the two continued forward, but they did not go too fast, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the orcs, so that the orcs could always find their trail. Eric laughed and said to Alger,
"These brainless bastards have a pretty good nose. It seems we can successfully complete the task assigned by the Lord. Don't be careless. This time, the evil beast men are strong and numerous, so they won't be easy to deal with."
Alger was rather cautious.
"Don't worry, with the Lord here, nothing will happen. Besides, there are no rotten wolves or goga beasts among these evil beast men. They are all infantry and not as fast as us. Even if we can't beat them, we're not afraid."
Eric was full of confidence.
"I hope everything goes well."
As he spoke, Alger glanced behind him again. The clatter of hooves echoed across the wilderness, breaking the silence of the night. Awakening from his sleep, Rayne looked in the direction from which the sound came with some surprise.
"What happened?"
It was already past midnight, and Rayne thought he wouldn't see any orcs tonight, but to his surprise, he heard the familiar sound of horses' hooves. A few breaths later, Eric arrived in front of Rayne, looking travel-worn.
"My lord! The beast men have discovered that Brother Alger and I are chasing after us. Brother Alger is leading them this way. He asked me to come and inform you first." "You've been discovered?"
Rayne hadn't expected such an unexpected situation in the middle of the night.
"How were you discovered?" "My lord, I don't know either. The orcs suddenly discovered our presence, and rushed out of the camp towards where my brother Alger and I were hiding. If they hadn't made such a big commotion, we might already be surrounded by the orcs and unable to escape."
"All right." Rayne sensed something was wrong, but he had no other choice now.
"Prepare for battle."
The entire squad quickly prepared for battle. Looking at the vast darkness of the night, Rayne felt a sense of unease. Under the cover of night, the pitch-black battle environment severely limited the squad's ranged attack capabilities, while providing a significant advantage to the orcs. Alger's sudden exposure also made Rayne worry that his side might have been discovered by the orcs.
"These followers of evil gods always have some special methods. I hope it's not what I'm thinking."
Not long after Eric arrived, Rayne heard the sound of hooves again, indicating that Alger was approaching as well.
Brother Alger has arrived, I'll go greet him,
Eric said, and rode forward.
Prepare for battle. Check the bows and arrows one last time, then mount your horses.
The entire squad mounted their horses and, in the darkness, spread out from Rayne to both flanks, forming a battle formation and waiting silently. After Eric welcomed Alger back, the two joined the team and prepared for battle. The surrounding wilderness fell silent once more, but this tranquility was about to be broken. The noisy orc caravan was charging wildly across the wilderness. You piece of trash hiding in the shadows, are you sure those two humans are up ahead? Having chased the orc leader for half the night, the orc leader could no longer contain his rage. His fruitless pursuit in the middle of the night left him not only exhausted but also extremely furious.
Yes, Commander, those two humans are just ahead, but they have mounts and are moving faster. Mounts, if I had a rotten wolf with me, I would have caught them and torn them to pieces long ago. These scum can really run fast.
The orc leader no longer cared about wiping them all out. He just wanted to kill and devour flesh to quell his inner rage.
Go to hell!
With a casual swing of its axe, it cleaved one of its war slaves in two, instantly splitting the unfortunate orc war slave in two and sending him sprawling to the ground. The stench of blood filled the surroundings, somewhat intoxicating the orc leader. It took a deep breath of the thick bloody aura, preparing to devour the corpse of the war slave.
If you're hungry, you can go and eat some.
In the eyes of the orc leader, the war slaves were both auxiliary soldiers and reserve food. They could be eaten when there was no other food. The remaining bronze and iron-level orc warriors were already starving. They couldn't wait to hunt down and eat the nearest orc slaves. The orc slaves panicked and ran around in disarray, making the whole group look chaotic.
Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
Several soft whooshing sounds rang out, and several orc warriors who were hunting and killing slaves fell to the ground without warning. Several orc warrior slaves around him looked at the fallen orc warrior with bewildered expressions.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
The low-intelligence orc war slave, unable to utter a word, let out a shrill scream upon seeing its fallen master.
Enemy?
The orc leader stared in astonishment at his kin lying dead not far away. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out again. Chapter 21: The Chase Under the Cover of Night. More than a dozen orc warriors fell to the ground again, and more orc slaves were shot down. Looking at the results of the second wave of attacks, Rayne was somewhat dissatisfied. The first wave of attacks killed core combatants like the orc warriors, but the second wave was much weaker. Killing some orc slaves had little impact on the overall battle.
If only it were daytime,
Rayne said helplessly, looking at the thick darkness around him. Nighttime combat significantly hampered the squad's performance, but the battle couldn't possibly unfold exactly as he planned. Fortunately, things are looking good now. The orcs have been running for half the night and their stamina is severely depleted, which is a good opportunity for Rayne to make a move.
Continue, aim at the orc warrior and shoot him with all your might.
Taking advantage of the chaos in the orcish ranks, Rayne decisively ordered an attack, resulting in significant gains from the concentrated fire on the orcish warriors.
Damn humans!
The orc leader's eyes were wide open in anger, his blood-red eyes standing out conspicuously in the darkness. After enduring 2 rounds of attacks, it finally discovered who its attacker was. It is precisely the humans it considers foolish.
Charge! Tear them apart! Tear them all to shreds! Blood sacrifice to the blood god!
The orc leader roared as he charged toward Rayne and the others.
Make sure to keep your distance!
Rayne, who was firing continuously from the perimeter, saw the orcs begin to counterattack and immediately took action. He drew his specially made longbow to its fullest extent, the fine steel arrow gleaming faintly in the night.
Middle!
A flash of silvery white light streaked across the night sky as a long steel arrow hurtled straight toward the orc leader. Without warning, the orc leader, who was charging forward, raised his great axe to block in front of him. With a bang, the steel arrow was blocked by the great axe, and a spark flew after the steel collided violently.
Human lord?
Feeling the immense power in his hand and the lingering aftershocks of the silver battle aura, the orc leader looked in the direction from which the long arrow had been shot. "Ha ha! Found you!" The orc leader excitedly rushed towards where Rayne was. As expected, the ordinary longbow is still a bit lacking in power. When he saw that his arrow had failed to hit the target, Rayne was not surprised. Although the longbow in his hand was specially made by the border guard's craftsman, and the long arrows were also specially made fine steel arrows, either of them were enchanted equipment. The orcs, a race born for battle, possess astonishingly strong combat awareness once they reach the silver level, making it difficult for them to inflict damage through ordinary ranged attacks. Therefore, at the beginning, Rayne did not make the orc leader his primary target, but focused on killing orc warriors below the silver level. The orc leader ran at full speed and quickly approached Rayne's vicinity. "Let's go!" Without much thought, Ryan led his team to retreat quickly. The thunderous sound of horses' hooves echoed in the darkness. Just as they were about to reach their target, Rayne turned and ran, enraging the orc leader. "Don't run, you cowardly human scum! Don't run!" The orc leader quickened his pace again, a faint blood mist emanating from his body. "They're really hot on their heels." Sensing the aura fluctuations of the orc leader behind him, Rayne slightly increased his horse's speed. "But the speed is still a bit lacking, we need to step up our game. Ross, you guys fire a few arrows too." As soon as Rayne finished speaking, Ross and the others drew their bows and shot arrows at the orc leader. Unsurprisingly, the attack did not have much effect. Most of the arrows were blocked by the orc chieftain. 2 arrows did hit, but the arrowheads got stuck in the orc chieftain's skin and did not cause any actual damage. Faced with the weak and feeble counterattack from humans, the blood mist around the orc leader thickened again, and its speed increased significantly. "I'm going to devour you all alive. Humans are shrimps." The orc leader, having increased its speed, quickly distanced itself from the main force behind it, pursuing Rayne alone in the wilderness. Rayne led his squad ahead, harassing and fighting back from time to time, while the orc leader relentlessly pursued them from behind. As dawn broke and the aura of the orc leader behind him gradually diminished, Rayne felt the time had come. "That's about it. It's time to deal with that idiot behind me." Rayne stopped, dismounted, drew his long sword, and prepared for battle. "You all wait for your chance to strike. Watch out for the orcish group behind you, I'll handle that." Ross nodded, and everyone turned their horses around in unison, completing the battle formation transformation in an instant. Of all those present, only Rayne had the strength to fight against the silver-ranked orc. Even Ross couldn't confront it head-on. Looking at the warhorse Rayne that had hidden in the distance, he thought of Little White who had stayed in Red River Fortress. Ordinary warhorses cannot directly confront the aura of silver-level orcs, so Rayne cannot ride them into battle and must fight on foot. It would be great if Little White could be promoted to a demon wolf. It would be much more convenient to fight with a demon wolf mount. Rayne didn't bring Xiaobai along this time. Xiaobai is too weak right now, and bringing him along would not only be useless but would also require Rayne's attention, so Rayne didn't bring him. However, Rayne is now increasingly eager to promote Little White to a demon wolf. Just as Rayne finished making his deployment, the orc leader behind him arrived. "Finally, they've stopped running away, you human shrimps." The orc leader finally spotted its prey. The night's chase had severely depleted its energy, and the blood mist around its body was thinning and almost disappearing. But its fighting spirit remained high upon seeing Rayne not far away. "Die, humans!" The orc, wielding its great axe, charged toward Rayne. After a night of chasing, it had come to understand the strength of the human before it. In its eyes, apart from Rayne, all other humans were insignificant and could be ignored, and even Rayne's strength was far inferior to its own. "I will chew your bones to pieces, human lord." The orc leader had a ferocious face and roared incessantly. As he got closer, Rayne could even smell the stench of blood, which made him frown. With a loud bang, the broad steel long sword and the blood-stained great axe collided. With a flick of his wrist, Rayne deflected the giant axe, and his long sword pierced the lower back of the orc leader at an extremely tricky angle. The silvery white battle aura exploded instantly, and the dazzling silver light dispelled the blood mist surrounding the orc leader. What? Feeling the immense force emanating from his hand, the orc leader was somewhat incredulous. Its seemingly inevitable strike was easily deflected by the human before it with a single sword stroke, causing it to almost lose its grip on the giant axe. How can he be so strong? The orc commander, who had just been promoted, naturally wouldn't understand that his opponent was someone who had recently managed to take down the orc warlord. Rayne's strength was only one step away from the middle level of silver. After fully recovering from his injuries, Rayne felt that he would be able to break through to the middle level of silver soon. At the same time, due to the fusion of souls, Rayne's mental power doubled, which raised his control over his body to a new level. All his combat skills were even better than the original Rayne's, and he reacted to battle as if it were his body's instinct. Because he wasn't confident he could kill the orc leader in the orc army, Rayne initially feigned weakness to lure the orc leader away from the group. As it turned out, the orc leader cooperated well with Rayne, and everything went as Rayne had predicted. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 22 Flames and Thunder. The steel longsword pierced the orc's body, and blood gushed out. The orc leader ignored the longsword embedded in his body and instead chose to swing his great axe, ready to fight Rayne to the death. Sensing the killing intent emanating from the giant axe above him, Rayne subtly shifted his body to avoid its sharp edge, and his long sword transformed from a thrust into a sweep, preparing to cleave the orc leader in two with a horizontal slash. You! The orc leader was puzzled. His opponent hadn't created any distance. Although he had slightly turned his head to dodge the giant axe, his body was still in place. You're trying to take my axe with your body? You want to die with me? After the orc leader had this thought, he felt no fear but became even more excited. The thought of fighting and killing such a powerful human filled him with fighting spirit. Blood sacrificed to the blood god, soul returned to the throne. Great Father God, I offer my life to you in this battle. In the blink of an eye, several thoughts flashed through their minds, and both sides' weapons landed on each other's bodies. The orc chieftain was cleaved in two by the longsword, and the orc chieftain's great axe fell on Rayne's body. The powerful force sent Rayne flying back several meters, but he withstood the impact, and immediately charged forward to behead the orc leader. The already severely wounded orc leader had no strength left to resist, and was easily beheaded by Rayne. After completely eliminating the target, Rayne breathed a sigh of relief. Enchanted armor is really useful. Seeing the deep axe mark now marring the once pristine furious bear armor before him, Rayne felt a pang of heartache. I wonder if we can fix it when we get back. I wish we had a few more sets of this. The powerful enchanted armor blocked the fell orc leader's fatal attack, allowing Rayne to strike and decide the outcome of the battle. My lord, is the battle over? Ross and the others, who were not far away, looked at Rayne in surprise. The battle had progressed too quickly. Before they could react, they saw Rayne behead the orc. Okay, let's go hunt down the remaining orcs. Recalling his warhorse, Rayne led his squad to search for the orcish group that had been separated from them earlier. Without the high-end combat power of the silver-level commanders, Rayne was confident that he could slowly wear down those hundreds of orcs. Lord, you're so strong! Absolutely too strong! Ross, Alger, and the others exchanged glances, their admiration for Rayne growing even stronger. While Rayne was leading his squad to hunt down the orcs, new visitors arrived near the orc camp's lair in the Black Forest. Two figures clad in long robes stood silently atop an ancient tree, observing the every move of the orc camp. Grandpa, that human lord killed 400 orcs and lured away another 400 or 500. Now there are less than 500 orcs left in the camp. The slightly shorter figure in the long robe spoke softly. Grandpa, can that lord deal with those evil beast men? Of course, my little Cecilia. Most of those beast men who went out were beast men war slaves, and the leader was just a beast man commander who had recently been promoted. These dim-witted guys are no match for that little baron. I never expected to encounter such a genius in this desolate place. That young baron's talent is among the best even in the Golden Plains.
It's a pity that he comes from a poor background, otherwise his strength would be even greater. The slightly taller figure in the long robe spoke slowly, but strangely, their voices seemed trapped in place and could not travel out, and the surroundings remained quiet. Grandpa, shall we continue to wait for that lord to return? No, little Cecilia, nobles are not to be trusted. We don't need to have any contact with them. These nobles are either pleasure-loving fools, or violent madmen, and some cunning individuals are even more despicable. Little Cecilia murmured, "But I don't think that lord is that bad." Recalling the baron she had observed not long ago, little Cecilia had a good impression of him, and did not think he was as bad as her grandfather had said. Perhaps he is a good man. There are a very few noble people among the nobility, but that is none of our business, little Cecilia. Get ready, I will use a magic scroll to destroy the orc camp, and after we get the statue of the evil god, we will leave here. Okay, I understand, Grandpa. Little Cecilia put aside her thoughts and began to prepare seriously. Looking at his granddaughter preparing diligently, Caputo felt a mix of relief and heartache. If it weren't for him, his precious granddaughter would be studying magic at the best mage academy in the entire kingdom instead of suffering with him in this remote and dangerous black forest. It's all Grandpa's fault. Grandpa will make it up to you in the future, my little Cecilia. Caputo pulled a magic scroll from his pocket, channeled his magic into it, and then tossed it toward the orc camp. Burn them all! Crimson flame storm! The thrown magic scroll exploded in midair, followed by a powerful and fierce flame that appeared out of nowhere and swept towards the orc camp. Cecilia took out her staff and used magic to guide the raging flames so that they did not scatter and overflow, but instead rushed towards the orc camp. Not bad, little Cecilia, your control over magic has improved a lot. Even in the Holy White Tower, there are few bronze mages with such strong control over magic. Caputo praised his beloved granddaughter's excellent performance without reservation, but his feelings were more complicated. Cecilia did not respond to her grandfather's praise, focusing intently on controlling her magic output, but the upturned corners of her mouth revealed a hint of emotion in her heart. The surging flames instantly ignited hundreds of orcs, and the orc warrior slaves who were resting in the camp were burned to the ground before they could even react. Screams, accompanied by the aroma of roasting meat, spread through the forest. What happened? Where did such a powerful magical attack come from? The human archmage has arrived? The orc warlord Shattertooth, upon seeing the sudden burst of fire, immediately sensed the powerful magical energy within it, something he was far beyond his capabilities. Shattertooth picked up the statue beside him and immediately ran out of the camp. Where is that orc warlord? Trap him, don't let him escape. As soon as Shattertooth's tall figure moved, Caputo noticed him, and then he also took out his staff and together with Cecilia controlled the direction of the Crimson Storm. Damn it! Get out of my way! Where are my guards? Stop this damned fire! Broken Tooth roared as it ran, but its loyal guards, which it usually valued, were no longer able to respond to it. After changing directions several times without escaping the flames, the ferocity of Broken Tooth was unleashed. May the Father God protect you, and may the blood moon be immortal! The dazzling blood-red light enveloped the broken teeth, shielding them from the surrounding high temperature. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Shattered Teeth searches for Caputo and his companion who are secretly casting spells. Caputo, who was observing the broken teeth from a distance, saw the flashing blood and, without hesitation, pulled out another magic scroll. Smash it, Thunder's Fury! With a deafening roar, dazzling lightning struck Broken Tooth hard. Blood shattered, and fragments of flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 23 The Crying Girl. The raging flames gradually subsided, leaving behind charred corpses on the scorched earth. Little Cecilia, be careful. Once you find the statue of the evil god, do not touch it directly. The power of the blood moon is something you cannot resist. I understand, Grandpa. Caputo and Cecilia search for the statue of the evil god in the scorched earth, which is very important to him. Using 2 of his few high-level silver magic scrolls was painful for Caputo. Only obtaining the evil beast statue could somewhat mitigate the loss.
Although high-level magic scrolls are precious, he dared not be stingy in the face of the power of the evil god. Fortunately, he finally killed the evil orc overseer and wiped out the entire orc race. Fortunately, the young baron lured away most of the orcs, otherwise 2 scrolls might not have been enough to deal with this orc army. Caputo carefully searched through the scorched earth, and finally, with a thunderous strike, he shattered the orc and sent the statue flying. When faced with danger, the evil god's statue would automatically hide itself, and was not so easy to find. However, Caputo has special tools that can pinpoint the approximate location of the evil god statue, and he is certain that the evil god statue is in the vicinity. "Grandpa, we found it! It's here!" Cecilia's voice came through, and Caputo immediately rushed over. The evil god statue on Broken Tooth was now buried under scorched earth, with only a corner of it showing. "All right, Cecilia, you step back now. I'll handle the rest." After making his beloved granddaughter retreat to a safe distance, Caputo took out a pair of special gloves from his pocket and put them on. He then took out a metal box engraved with mysterious runes and placed it aside. They then gently dug out the evil god statue by clearing away the scorched earth. As the statue was gradually removed, Caputo became increasingly cautious, knowing full well the terror of the evil god. "Almost done! Almost done!" Once all the evil god statues were unearthed, Caputo held them tightly in his arms and began placing them into the pre-prepared boxes. The evil god statue was quite large and heavy, and Caputo's hands trembled slightly. "Slow down, it'll be done soon," Caputo thought to himself. As the statue of the evil god was slowly placed into the metal box, his tense mood eased slightly. With a clang, the evil god statue was placed entirely into the metal box. Caputo breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the lid to seal the box. Cecilia, who was watching from the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right, little Cecilia," Caputo said with a smile as he put down the cap. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the cap that Caputo was about to put down was flung away. A dazzling red light emanated from the statue of the evil god, and Caputo was the first to be enveloped in it. "Grandfather!" Cecilia was shocked, never expecting the evil god statue to riot at this moment. Caputo drew his staff and channeled all his magic to resist the invasion of the blood-red light, while simultaneously stopping Cecilia from rushing over. "Don't come any closer, go and pick up the cap." Cecilia immediately snapped out of her daze and ran quickly to the spot where the cap had fallen. "Grandpa, the cap has been found. Throw it to me, and don't come near here." Without hesitation, Cecilia immediately threw the retrieved cap over. Caputo slammed his staff into the ground with both hands, then caught the cap Cecilia threw at him with one hand and, braving the bloody light, put it down. "In the name of order and knowledge, chaos be banished!" Mysterious runes began to flow continuously on the metal box, suppressing the evil god's blood-red aura. Caputo slowly placed the lid on the evil god statue. As the last glimmer of blood was sealed inside the metal box, Caputo finally sealed the lid completely. With a gentle wave of his staff, the enormous metal box vanished from its spot and was stored away by Caputo. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Cecilia finally dared to step forward, looking at her grandfather with a worried expression. "It's all right, little Cecilia. Your grandpa is the Grand Mage of the Holy White Tower. How could anything happen to me?" "Ha ha!" Caputo's laughter stopped abruptly, and he fainted, his head lolling to the side. "Grandpa, Grandpa!" Cecilia shook Caputo's body in fear, and seeing that Caputo did not respond, she burst into tears. "Wah! Grandpa, please get up! Little Cecilia is scared, Grandpa! Wah! Wah!" Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted Cecilia's crying. "Miss, are you all right?" Cecilia was horrified. "Who is it? What do you want?" She instantly raised her head, instinctively drawing her staff in preparation for battle. Seeing the overreaction of the young girl in front of him, Rayne took a step back to show that he had no hostile intentions. The newcomer was none other than Rayne, who had been killing the orcs not long ago. After killing the silver-ranked fell orc leader, Rayne led his squad back to hunt down the remaining fell orcs. Without their leader, the remaining orcs were unable to stop Rayne's encirclement, and were constantly worn down by the squad's ranged attacks, with many orc warriors being shot to death. After the squad ran out of arrows, they began, led by Rayne, to repeatedly divide and conquer the fell orcish forces, eventually defeating them completely. After the orcs collapsed, they fled towards the Black Forest camp, with Rayne in hot pursuit. Originally, Rayne planned to end the pursuit after the orcish group entered the Black Forest. He had run out of supplies, and there were only a few orcs left. As for the orcs in the camp, Rayne didn't plan to attack them anymore, as the group had reached its limit and could no longer fight. Just as Rayne was about to lead his team away, a towering flame shot up from the orc camp in the Black Forest, instantly attracting Rayne's attention. After judging that there was something else going on at the orc camp, he led a few warriors in good condition to come and find out what was going on. On the way, Rayne heard the booming sound of thunder again and sensed the fluctuation of magic, which made him quicken his pace. When he arrived, he saw a little girl in a long robe hugging an old man who was also wearing a long robe and crying incessantly. The old man was motionless, and his life was unknown. Cecilia's sorrowful cries made Rayne feel a little sorry for the cute little girl in front of him. However, seeing the orc camps around him completely destroyed and reduced to scorched earth, Rayne dared not be careless at all. The two seemingly harmless old man and young man in front of him were the culprits behind this scorched earth. If it weren't for the fact that Cecilia and Caputo were human, Rayne wouldn't have shown up. Cecilia recognized the person and said, "Are you that lord? You've returned?" "You know me, little girl?" Rayne asked, somewhat curious. "Yes, while you were observing the orc camp, my grandfather and I were in a tree not far from you, and I saw you." Cecilia didn't hide anything, and her words made Rayne even more vigilant. He hadn't sensed anyone else hiding nearby at all. "And who is this?" Rayne shifted the topic to Caputo. "This is my grandfather. My grandfather is very powerful. He killed all these evil beastmen." As Cecilia spoke, she looked at Rayne and then at her grandfather in her arms. "My grandfather is a mage of the Holy White Tower. He came here to eliminate the evil orcs, but he is currently injured. My lord, I hope to receive your assistance." Cecilia looked at Rayne with her big, watery eyes. "May I?" Chapter 24 The Mage from the Land of 1,000 Towers. A mage from the Holy White Tower? Rayne knew about the Holy White Tower. It was a famous mage tower in the Kingdom of Israel and the location of the Holy White Mage Academy. The Holy White Tower is located in the southern border of the kingdom, standing in the immortal Grand Duchy, known as the Kingdom of 1,000 Towers and the Kingdom of Mages. The lord of the immortal Grand Duchy is Grand Duke Savander, one of the 4 dukes of the southern border of the Kingdom of Israel, and also the most legendary duke in the Kingdom of Israel. It is rumored that Grand Duke Savander possesses the bloodline of the long-lived race, and that this bloodline has already awakened. Savander was already alive more than 1,000 years ago when the first Golden King, Israel, established the Kingdom of Israel. According to the kingdom's historical records, Savander was already a powerful mage at that time. He assisted the first Golden King, Israel, in establishing the Kingdom of Israel. Later, the first Golden King granted him the title of Duke of the Kingdom, and established his own duchy in the southern border of the kingdom. More than 1,000 years have passed, the former king has passed away, but this legendary mage is still alive, so he is known as the Immortal Grand Duke. The Immortal Grand Duke is a legendary Grand Mage, an all-knowing scholar, and is also known as the recorder of the kingdom's history. He is the object of worship for all mages within the kingdom. Memories of the Holy White Tower and the Immortal Duke of the Southern Territory kept surfacing in Rayne's mind. That Immortal Duke was so famous that even though he hadn't made a move for over 100 years, various legends about him still circulated within the kingdom. "So you are guests from the Kingdom of 1,000 Towers. As a noble of the kingdom, I do have an obligation to help you. However," Rayne changed the subject. "But what?" "Your Highness," Cecilia pressed. "Why should I believe you, ma'am? The Kingdom of 1,000 Towers is far in the southern border, while this is the northern frontier. Even mages from the Golden Plains are few and far between here, let alone mages from the southern border.
Even if a mage were to come to the north for training and exploration, they would go to Ironwall Fortress rather than to my remote and desolate Red River Valley. Madam, could you explain to me why you've come here? Rayne looked at Cecilia. He really wanted to know the purpose of the old man and the young girl coming here. No matter what their identities were, there must be a special reason for meeting them in this remote black forest. This place is not far from the Red River territory, and these two outsiders may bring some unpredictable things to the Red River territory. What Rayne hates most is the unpredictability. Cecilia remained silent for a moment, her face streaked with tears as she looked at her grandfather in her arms, pondering how to respond. Your lordship, my grandfather and I did indeed come from the Holy White Tower. This is our mage badge, the Holy White Emblem. As for why we came here, I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I can only tell you that my grandfather's magical experiments require some fell orc materials. As for the content of the experiments, I cannot tell you. We have also been to Ironwall Fortress. In fact, my grandfather and I were able to come here because we followed the army from Ironwall Fortress. Cecilia handed 2 mage badges to Rayne. Looking at the badge in his hand, Rayne shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't trust you based on just 2 badges, and your description of the magical experiment is too vague. Your grandfather was able to destroy this orc camp, which means he is at least a high-level silver mage. The effects of a magic experiment conducted by a mage of his level are unimaginable. I don't want to bring any potential danger to the territory. Rayne's words made Cecilia a little flustered. No, Your Majesty, my grandfather's magical experiments have nothing to do with your territory. After we have collected the materials, we will return to the Southern Territory and conduct the magical experiments in the magical laboratory inside the Mage Tower. If you can help me, I can promise you a generous reward. This is a deposit. As she spoke, Cecilia took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Rayne. This is? Advanced recovery potion? Rayne was somewhat surprised. The little girl in front of him was handing over the same high-level recovery potion he had used not long ago, and the energy it contained was exactly the same. You have this medicine, but you're not going to give it to your grandfather? Rayne even suspected that the medicine in his hand was fake. The _____ does not work. Cecilia shook her head. My grandfather was injured by the power of the blood moon evil god. High-level recovery potions are useless for his injuries and will only have a negative effect. Injured by the power of an evil god? These orcs can even wield the power of an evil god? Rayne became even more curious. Yes, Your Lordship, it was only a tiny, insignificant amount, otherwise my grandfather and I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. You can have this high-grade recovery potion. When my grandfather wakes up, I can have him give you 3 more bottles of the same level of magic potion as a reward, or I can help you concoct 10 high-grade magic potions for free. Refined high-grade magic potions? Your grandfather was a potions master? Rayne immediately perked up. Those who could refine high-level potions were potion masters, top-tier and rare talents. There were probably only a handful in the entire Angry Bear territory. He never expected to run into one. That's not right, is it? Aren't potion masters supposed to be gold-level archmages? Your grandfather doesn't seem to have that kind of power. Your Excellency, it is true that most potion masters are gold-level mages, but that does not mean that all potion masters are. Cecilia explained to Rayne what she had learned. In fact, according to the Academy's records, theoretically, silver-level mages can refine high-level potions. However, due to their limited strength and inaccurate control over magic, their success rate is relatively low, and they also need extremely high talent. Many talented potion masters can concoct high-level potions on their own when they are at the silver level. However, because the success rate is too low, they generally do not concoct and sell them as it would result in a loss. They will only concoct high-level potions for sale after they advance to the gold level and increase their success rate. My grandfather is already at the peak of the silver rank, and is one of the top potion masters in the Holy White Tower. He was able to refine high-level potions a long time ago. Although he has not yet advanced to the gold rank, his success rate in refining high-level potions is already quite high. Refining them for you for free is absolutely no problem. Of course, if Your Excellency is worried about the success rate, my grandfather can also help you refine more intermediate-level potions.
Good. This time, Rayne readily agreed. Although there was some risk involved, it was nothing compared to the reward. Rayne desperately needed a potion master.
However, I have one more condition. You and your grandfather's staffs must be handed over to me for safekeeping, and I must ensure my own safety. This...
Cecilia hesitated. The staff was a mage's personal item, arguably their most reliable companion. Giving it to someone else would be absolutely out of the question under normal circumstances. But now, Caputo has lost his mobility, and Cecilia, who is only at the bronze level, cannot guarantee that she can take her grandfather out of the dangerous Black Forest and back to the town alone. And her grandfather's injuries.
Very well, Your Excellency, my grandfathers and my staffs are temporarily entrusted to you for safekeeping. Please take good care of them.
Cecilia eventually gave in.
Of course, don't worry about that.
After carefully putting away the two staffs, Rayne began to trust Cecilia. Rayne could tell that the girl in front of him was very young, but he didn't underestimate her in the slightest. From the beginning until now, her behavior was nothing like that of a naive young girl. Furthermore, Rayne sensed the surging magic power within the other party, indicating that he was at least a bronze-level mage.
My name is Ryan Derrick, Baron of the Red River Territory. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. Cecilia Ilex, it's a pleasure to meet you, Baron Rayne.
Chapter 25 Establishing a School.
Your Excellency Rayne, we can leave now. My grandfather is in poor condition and needs to rest. That's right, Cecilia. The Black Forest is not a place to stay for long. Let's return to my territory now.
Rayne put Caputo on his horse, and then the group left. The smell of scorched earth drifted away on the wind, and the woods quickly returned to tranquility. After a long while, a shadow appeared on the scorched earth, followed by a few scattered orcs staring blankly at the scorched earth.
The warlord is dead?
The orc rogue looked at the scorched earth before him and could no longer sense the presence of warlord Shattered Tooth.
From now on, I'm the boss, and you all have to listen to me.
Having confirmed that Shattered Tooth was dead, the stalker turned around and prepared to take over as the boss.
Why should I?
A ferocious orc warrior immediately retorted. A flash of dark red light, and a decapitation strike, the orc warrior's head rolled twice on the ground before coming to a stop.
Because I'm the strongest, I'll be the boss from now on, and you all have to listen to me. If you don't obey, you'll die.
The remaining orc warrior slaves around looked at the rogue with fear, bowing their heads and daring not to say anything more. Seeing its kin so subservient to it, the stalker was extremely excited. This was an experience it had never had before.
Let's go, let's get out of here.
The rogue led the remaining fell orcs away.
Cecilia, how long did it take you to get from the Southern Territory to the Wrathful Bear Territory? Your Excellency Rayne, my grandfather and I traveled and explored along the way, and it took us more than 2 years to get here.
On the way back to Red River Territory, Rayne and Cecilia chatted. The original owner of the body, Rayne, had never left the Angry Bear Territory. Rayne was very curious about the outside world and learned about the world beyond the north from Cecilia along the way.
My grandfather and I set off from the White Tower, first to Oslium, where we followed a caravan north through the Putton Forest, across the Red Hills and into the Golden Plains. Shortly after entering the Golden Plain, we began to travel by boat, heading north along the Silks River to the heart of the kingdom, the royal capital San Stratos, known as the Golden City. In the capital, I participated in the professional assessment of the Mage Association. The assessment was very interesting, and I met many interesting people. After that, my grandfather and I set off from St. Stratos and sailed north until we left the Golden Plains and passed through Redheart Fortress to reach the north. My grandfather and I were originally going to the Duchy of Frostwind to see the legendary Ice Mages and the Winter Mage Corps, but we heard on the way that the orcs from the Chaotic Wasteland were invading Ironwall Fortress from the south. Since my grandfather needed orc materials, we changed our route and came to Angry Bear Territory.
Cecilia's eyes lit up as she recounted her experiences along the way, and she was very happy to tell Rayne about them. From the south to the central Golden Plains and then to the Iron Wall Fortress in the north. Rayne listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and expressed surprise at Cecilia's observations, proving herself to be an excellent listener. From Osrium, the city of mages, to the tranquil and vast Putan forest where elves roam, from the red earth hills inhabited by dwarves, to the boundless and fertile golden plains, the magnificent golden city of San Stratos, and the surging Silks River. Cecilia spoke eloquently, and Rayne listened with rapt attention, his understanding of the kingdom of Asriel deepening without him even realizing it. Cecilia, your experiences are truly admirable. I really envy you for being able to witness so many amazing things and see the customs and cultures of different parts of the kingdom. Cecilia was equally proud of her travels, which she believed to be another form of exploration of knowledge, a belief she held firmly as a mage. Lord Rayne, although traveling can broaden one's horizons, it is also quite dangerous. My grandfather and I encountered several major crises along the way. If it weren't for my grandfather, we might be dead. Cecilia looked at Caputo, who was tied to the horse's back, with some concern. Don't worry, Cecilia, we'll be at the Red River territory soon. Once we settle down and rest for a while, your grandfather will get better. I hope so. The two continued chatting, but Cecilia's enthusiasm was clearly not as high as before. As evening approached and the sun was about to set, the team finally returned to Honghebo. We've arrived, Cecilia. This is my territory, Red River territory. I'm home. Seeing the towering Red River fortress, Ross and the others felt much more relaxed. After being away for 3 or 4 days, Hongha territory remained largely unchanged. However, to rend relief, the farmland along the river has been largely maintained, the weeds in the fields have been cleared away, and the wheat seedlings have recovered considerably. Back at the castle, Rayne invited everyone to dinner, and they enjoyed a hearty meal. Cecilia, having already settled in with Caputo, wasn't in the mood to join the dinner party. Rayne didn't force her, letting her stay with her grandfather and arranging for a servant to take care of the two of them. After dinner, Ryan returned to his room and could finally get a good night's rest. Compared to sleeping in the open in the wilderness, sleeping in his own big bed was an indescribable pleasure. The silver moon hangs high in the sky, and all is quiet. After a night's rest, a refreshed Ryan summoned Forner early in the morning to discuss matters concerning the farmland. My lord, weeding in the fields along both sides of the river is mostly done. I plan to send some of the manpower back to the town to resume production. Because everyone has been working in the fields for the past 7 days, some accidents have occurred. One of the children left behind in the town drowned because no one was watching him. So I had some of the farm women return to town to take care of the children, and I also had all the blacksmiths start working on the farm tools you had arranged earlier. An accidental fall into the water? Rayne glanced at Fornell. Yes, my lord, it was my oversight that I did not leave enough people to take care of these children. Rayne did not pursue any responsibility. This was an accident, but we need to be more careful in the future. These children in the territory need to be given enough protection. They are the future of Red River territory. In this way, some of the craftsmen I brought were also withdrawn from the fields to build a school in the town, so that all children under the age of 16 could attend school, which would also make it easier to take care of them. Forner was somewhat confused and didn't understand what Rayne meant. My lord, what is a school? What does it mean to go to school? Rand patted his head. In the past, there were no schools in noble territories, and commoners had no opportunity to receive an education. Schools are places for learning knowledge. So, I can draw a sketch and have the craftsman build according to my drawings. It's very simple and not difficult at all. Learning knowledge? Upon hearing this, Forner was taken aback and quickly asked, My lord, what do you mean by this? Chapter 26 Repairing Farmland. You want all those children to learn knowledge? Fornell asked again, somewhat incredulously. Yes, is there a problem? My lord, is there no problem with this? Forner stared wide-eyed at Rayne. They are not nobles, nor knights, nor even your attendants. They are just children of ordinary people. How could they be qualified to learn noble knowledge? My lord, if you want to cultivate trustworthy followers, you only need to select a few of the more clever ones and have the Revank scholars teach them some knowledge.
There is no need for all the children to learn knowledge. Rayne knew that his decision to make all children learn would cause a reaction, but he didn't expect that the first to react so strongly would be himself, the political official Fornal. No, Fornal, what I need is not just a few followers. I need every citizen of the Red River territory to be literate, farmers to know how to plant crops, soldiers to know how to fight, and government officials to know how to administer. And doctors, craftsmen, and so on. I need them all to learn knowledge so they can work for me. This isn't a matter for just a few people, Fornal. But do farmers need to learn how to farm? They don't need to be literate to farm. No, things will be different from now on, Fornal. Farming in the territory will be a very important subject from now on. You'll find out soon enough. Now you need to organize some craftsmen to build the school. As for learning, you don't need to worry about it. Just follow my orders. Rayne has already explained enough. He doesn't need Fornal to understand the implications right now. Time will tell. Very well, as you command, my lord. Fornal left to organize the craftsmen, and Rayne began drawing up the blueprints for the school. Drawing blueprints is relatively simple. The craftsmen he recruited for building the house all knew how. All Rayne needed to do was draw the layout and size of the house, as well as how much land to reserve for the school. He had been too busy before and had indeed neglected the management of the children in the territory. This time, building a school will solve the problem of the children's growth and education once and for all. Centralized management also frees up manpower to do other work, so there is no need for each household to leave someone to take care of the children. The population of Honghe territory is not large now, and every extra labor freed up is a good thing. And the toilets, build them together too. When Rayne first came to Red River Town, he found that the town was extremely unsanitary, with human and animal excrement everywhere. In the past, the territory would not care where the serfs defecate. Only inside Honghebo were the sanitary conditions slightly better, with dedicated toilets for people to use. Rayne has already taught the Landfors the technique of composting, and he believes that it won't be long before they master it, at which point human and animal excrement will finally have a use. Rayne already had a clear understanding of the situation in Honghe Town, and he completed the blueprints in just one morning. Finally, after marking the school and several toilets on the blueprints, Rayne had them sent to Fornal. Come on, Xiao Bai, let's go for a walk. The little white wolf crouching next to Rayne immediately perked up, stood up, and eager to try. After gently stroking Little White's soft fur, Rayne prepared to take Little White for another stroll in the farmland. The weather was clear and cloudless, and under the blue sky, fields of northern rye swayed in the wind. Looking at the wheat fields swaying in the wind, Rayne felt much more relaxed. My lord, the weeding work on these 40,000 mu of farmland has been basically completed, and it has been irrigated once. Weeding and irrigation will continue until the harvest season. Bar stood nervously in front of Rayne. The former mayor of Redwood Town is now the interim head of farm production in Red River Territory. When Fornal is busy with other matters, Bar will take over the farm production work. As the son of a former government official in the Redwood Territory, Bar received training in relevant knowledge and skills from a young age, making it easy for him to lead farmers in cultivating the land. Well done, Bar. Seeing the thriving rye, Rayne praised Bar, which pleased the young man greatly. As he casually picked a stalk of rye, Rayne felt a sense of awe for the magical land of Noah continent. Without fertilizer or intensive cultivation, the wheat field before him was growing remarkably well simply by weeding and watering. If we fertilize it and cultivate it carefully, the yield will be sky high. Bal followed Rayne closely, and having received Rayne's affirmation, he was no longer so nervous. He was now somewhat curious as to why the Lord would break off a stalk of rye and examine it for a long time, and then grab a handful of soil to look at and smell it. What is the Lord doing? Bal was completely baffled, simply assuming it was peculiar knowledge possessed by nobles. Bal! My lord, I'm here! How many people are working in the fields every day? There are still 5,000 people today, but Lord Fornal just informed me that another 1,000 people will be sent back to town to work tomorrow, so starting tomorrow there will only be 4,000 people in the fields. 4,000 people, is that enough? That's enough, my lord. The subsequent watering and weeding work isn't too heavy, and 4,000 people are sufficient. If the town needs more manpower, it's fine to draw more people. Based on the current situation, the fields will need about 10 more days of manpower to fully restore them. After that, we won't need much manpower to take care of them. I think 1,000 people would be enough to take care of them. Bar mentally calculated a number and gave it to Ryan, but Ryan didn't think so. No, the work in the fields involves more than just weeding and watering. Loosening the soil, removing pests, and preventing large animals and other creatures from damaging or stealing food all require manpower, and cannot be managed simply. The farming skills I teach to those old farmers also require manpower. They may not meet the requirements I mentioned at first, but they can figure it out by trying again and again. From now on, the number of people in the fields will remain at 4,000 and will not be reduced. I will find a way to solve the manpower needs in other parts of the territory. Yes, my lord, I understand. Ball kept Rayne's words firmly in mind. As an outsider, Ball felt insecure and was eager to prove his worth in order to earn a place for himself in the Red River territory. And these irrigation canals, we'll arrange for people to rebuild them when there's less work in the fields. These canals are too simple and inefficient. Because the farmland is all along the river, the water for irrigating the farmland is drawn directly from the Red River by the farmers digging ditches. After inspecting the area, Ryan discovered that these ditches were simply dug haphazardly by the farmers for their own convenience. Once dug, there was no control over the amount of water, and once the flow became too strong, it was impossible to stop it. Such irrigation canals either flood the crops or leave insufficient water, and the farmers neither pay attention to it nor feel anything about it. On site, Rayne instructed Bar on how to build the canal and what standards to use, and then called in several craftsmen to remember the standards he had set. The farmland is right next to the river, and the irrigation canals are not a large-scale project. Wren estimates that all the canals can be rebuilt before winter. My lord, if it's really as you say, then irrigating the farmland will be much easier in the future, and it will also reduce a lot of losses. Of course. Through Ryan's explanation, Bar immediately understood the role of the rebuilt canal, and found a place to make his value. If I can complete this task assigned by the Lord, then I will truly gain the Lord's approval. The Balkans are full of energy, and have already started planning to get the farmers to work harder. Ball patted his chest and assured him, My lord, rest assured, I will personally oversee the work in the fields and ensure that these irrigation ditches are built exactly as you described. Very good, but don't forget about the other things in the fields, and keep an eye on the farmers' experiments as well. I think highly of you, young man. Fornal is getting old. As a young person, you need to shoulder more pressure, understand? I understand, my lord. Hearing Ryan's encouragement, Bar was so excited that his voice trembled. Chapter 27 Multitasking, Rapid Progress. It was already late when he returned from the farmland. After a quick dinner, Rayne went to settle Caputo and Cecilia in their room. Knock, knock, knock. Rayne knocked on the wooden door 3 times, and after a moment the solid wood door was gently opened. Lord Wren, you've arrived! Cecilia, I've come to see you and Master Caputo. This is a northern sunflower. I've heard it has a calming effect. Maybe placing it by Master Caputo's bedside will help. As he spoke, Rayne handed Cecilia a handful of sunflowers that he had casually picked that afternoon by the Red River farmland. Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency Wren. Looking at the vibrant bouquet in her hand and smelling the faint fragrance of flowers, Cecilia's melancholy mood improved considerably. Cecilia placed the bouquet by her grandfather's bedside and poured Ryan a glass of water. Looking at the still unconscious Caputo, Wren said, Master Caputo still shows no signs of waking up. Not yet, Your Excellency Rayne. My grandfather's condition is still not good, and it may be much more serious than I had anticipated. Cecilia looked at her grandfather, who was lying unconscious on the bed, with a worried expression. The power of the evil god is truly terrifying, Wren exclaimed. The mere release of a trace of power caused the high-level mage at the peak of the silver rank to fall into a coma, his life hanging in the balance, and even medical treatment was futile. If it had been him attacking the orc camp back then,
he might have been the one to be struck by the power of the evil god. He didn't have the strength of a peak silver-level cultivator. Faced with such a powerful attack from the evil god, Rayne felt that he might not be able to withstand even a single blow. Is all we can do now is wait for Master Caputo to wake up on his own? Isn't there any other way to treat him? Rayne asked curiously. Yes, Your Excellency Rayne, the power of the evil god can be removed with legendary purification magic, or with legendary purification potions. Cecilia finished speaking and immediately silenced Rayne. Legendary purification magic can only be used by legendary mages, and they must be legendary mages specializing in purification and healing. As for legendary purification potions, they are legendary existences that surpass even high-grade potions. Rayne has never even seen a legendary potion. Legends, there are only a handful of legends in the entire North. In the Grand Duchy of the Angry Bear, there is only one legend, who is the Grand Duke of the Angry Bear's most powerful trump card, the cornerstone of the Grand Duchy of the Angry Bear's success, and the absolute foundation of the Angry Bear family. Legendary Demon Bear, Wrath of the Earth, Ancient Berserker Bear Volregard. A legend indeed! It seems that for the time being, we can only rely on Master Caputo to resist the power of the evil god. If there's anything I can help you with, Cecilia, just ask. Don't be shy, I'll do my best to help if I can. Thank you very much, Lord Rayne. You're such a good person. Cecilia's eyes were a little red. It's nothing. I hope Master Caputo recovers soon. Amidst Cecilia's friend card and constant expressions of gratitude, Rayne left the room. Rayne came to visit Caputo hoping to see if he was feeling better and to exchange magical knowledge and spells with Cecilia. As a novice mage who has never studied any mage knowledge, Rayne desperately needs a proper mage to impart some experience to him. However, seeing that Caputo had not improved at all, Cecilia was in no mood to talk about anything else, and Rayne asked a few questions before tactfully leaving. It seems that for now, I can only rely on myself. Back in his room, Rayne practiced meditation, and the core of his magic power rotated gently. Strands of magic power flowed into Rayne's body from all around, and his magic power began to increase slowly. Feeling the movement of the magic core, Rayne suddenly had a brilliant idea to multitask and focused his attention on the battle aura core. With a slight thought from Rayne, the core of his battle aura, which had been operating autonomously, suddenly accelerated, and Rayne's battle aura began to strengthen continuously. Multitasking? Rayne originally had the talent to cultivate both magic and martial arts, but a person's energy is limited. Trying to cultivate both martial arts and magic power at the same time resulted in him not being proficient in either. Previously, Rayne's plan was to use battle aura as the main force and magic as a secondary force, since he had a higher talent for cultivating battle aura, and magic was his hidden trump card. Unexpectedly, he has now discovered a new skill, multitasking, cultivating both martial arts and magic at the same time, advancing in both directions without neglecting either. Good! 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 I was still bound by the original owner's memories, and his memories cannot be fully applied to me now. This new discovery has also brought about a breakthrough in Rayne's mindset. Feeling his two cores growing stronger, Rayne was completely absorbed in it. Time flew by as he practiced his spiritual cultivation. Put it here! Put it here! Several workers carried a pile of planks and stones to the prearranged construction site. Let's begin, everyone! Lord Fornell said that this toilet must be completed within 3 days. If it is completed on time, everyone will be rewarded with meat. If it is not completed, everyone will be punished. Did you hear me? The leader shouted. Understood, Captain. A worker smiled and said to his team leader, Captain, this toilet is far too simple compared to the arrow towers and fortifications we built at Iron Wall Fortress. I heard that Team 1 started repairing it a few days ago, and they said it would be fixed in a little over 2 days. Our Team 3 is much better than Team 1, so we'll definitely be able to fix it in 2 days. We've got this meat for sure. That's right, Captain. You just wait to get your share of the meat. The workers in all 3 teams were full of confidence. The team leader was equally confident. As an experienced craftsman, he wasn't worried about not being able to complete the project after seeing the blueprints, and giving advance reminders was just a routine matter. All right, everyone, enough talk, let's get to work. A dozen workers, under the command of their team leader, began working enthusiastically. 5 days ago, Fornal withdrew 2,000 laborers from the fields back to the town for construction. Half of these men were formed into construction teams to build the school and toilets that Rayne had arranged. After 5 days of construction, the school has taken shape, and 7 or 8 toilets are nearing completion. Captain, I heard that the school being built on the east side of town is going to be a place for everyone's children to learn to read and write? Really? One of the workers suddenly asked a question while he was working, and the others around him also pricked up their ears to listen. They had all heard the rumors. Captain Hope also stopped what he was doing. You heard correctly. Lord Fornal told me personally that the school will be a place for all children under the age of 16 in the territory to learn knowledge. This was decided by the Lord himself. As he spoke, Hopet himself became excited, knowing that his children would one day be able to read and learn the knowledge that only nobles could acquire. It's actually true. The Lord is truly a living saint. Our children will even be able to learn knowledge in the future. The workers around him were extremely excited to receive Hop's personal confirmation. Everyone understood the value of knowledge. If they could acquire knowledge, their children might become government officials, scholars, or attendants to noblemen, making them superior individuals. No wonder they were excited. Captain, we should be building a school instead of a toilet. I've heard that toilets are places where people poop. What's the point of building here? We should be building a school. That's right. The other workers couldn't hold back any longer. Whether it's repairing the school or the toilets, these are orders personally given by the Lord. We can only obey the Lord's orders. Are you going to disobey the Lord's orders? Seeing the somewhat agitated crowd, Hopet sternly stopped them, and the team immediately quieted down. Everyone, get to work properly. Whether it's repairing the school or the toilet, you're working for the Lord. Don't think too much, just do your job well. If you do well, the Lord will reward you. If you do poorly, not only will the Lord not let you off the hook, but I will also punish you. Our Lord first fed us well, and now He's planning to give our children an education. Shouldn't we work hard to repay our Lord? What Hope said made everyone blush. Captain, you're right. Repairing the toilets is also the Lord's order. We're doing our job for the Lord. Let's do a good job. That's more like it. Everyone, give it your all and try to finish in 2 days. The toilets are easy to repair. There are only 8 in total. The other teams are also working on them. If we finish our work quickly, we can catch up with the school construction. That's a huge project that won't be finished anytime soon. Hopet's explanation spurred the entire team to work with all their might, and the project progressed rapidly. Similar scenes were unfolding at several other construction sites, with progress at several sites in Hongha town being completed at a visible pace. Chapter 28, Seeking Advice from Cecilia. The training ground inside Hongha Fort. With a bang, a fireball the size of a head shattered a target not far away. Impressive, Lord Rayne. You have already mastered the fireball spell. Lord Rayne, your mage aptitude is indeed very high. I didn't expect you to have learned the 3 basic spells I taught you in just 3 days. Cecilia was somewhat surprised to see Rayne skillfully use the 3 basic spells, fossil to mud, mud to stone, and fireball. Although both are basic spells, and turning fossils into mud and turning mud into stone are 2 low-level spells that are not difficult to learn, it is not easy to master and use them proficiently in just 3 days. It's all thanks to Cecilia for teaching me so well, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to learn so quickly. In the end, Rayne came to Cecilia for advice. He was learning magic by himself through basic meditation, which was too slow. Many things seemed simple, but he couldn't figure them out when he tried to do them. After struggling for 2 days without being able to complete the first basic spell, he went to Cecilia's house again for help. As it turns out, even with great talent, one still needs a mentor to guide them. With Cecilia, a proper academic mage, imparting knowledge to him, Rayne learned 3 basic spells in just 3 days.
Your talent is truly exceptional, Lord Rayne. Even at the Holy White Academy, it's rare for a Black Iron level mage to learn 3 basic spells in 3 days. Especially for a newcomer like you who has never been a mage apprentice and has almost no spell foundation, it should take even longer.
Rayne smiled at Cecilia's praise but didn't say anything more. Rayne now understands that the core of learning magic is the ability to control magic power. Every magic node in the flow of a spell circuit tests the mage's control over magic power. Due to the fusion of souls, Rayne's control over both magic and battle aura is extremely strong, far exceeding that of ordinary professionals. Therefore, once you understand the principles behind these spells, Rayne can quickly master them. Fossil to mud, mud to stone, and fireball were 3 basic spells that Rayne specifically chose to learn. The first 2, Rayne plans to use them in future territory development, training Red River Territory's own low-level mages to specialize in these 2 spells to build the territory. On the training field, Rayne personally experienced the power and convenience of these 2 spells. They were very easy to use, almost as if they were designed for engineering construction. As for the fireball spell, it is one of the few basic spells with considerable destructive power, and this spell also has room for improvement. As the mage level increases, the power of fireball will be further enhanced. Later on, there are advanced fireball spells to choose from, such as chain fireball, mega fireball, and explosive fireball. Cecilia taught Rayne the basics of fireball, which made him love fireball.
It really is an essential skill for murderers, arsonists, and even monks.
Imagine how one fireball could wipe out an enemy's entire body, saving you the trouble of cleaning up the mess.
The only downside is that you can't loot corpses anymore. What are you touching, Lord Rayne?
Cecilia heard Rayne mutter something under his breath.
Nothing, I just think the fireball spell is really useful.
Rayne changed the subject.
Of course, most novice mages will learn the fireball spell. I just don't know why Lord Rayne likes the spells fossil to mud and mud to stone.
Cecilia was a little curious.
These 2 spells are not very powerful, have great limitations in their use, and are not very helpful. Few mages learn these 2 spells. Only mages who want to specialize in earth magic would learn these 2 spells as an introduction. Does Lord Rayne intend to specialize in earth magic in the future?
Rayne shook his head.
Of course not, Cecilia. Don't you think these 2 spells are perfect for building roads and houses? Repairing houses? Repairing roads?
Cecilia thought for a moment and said,
It's true that some mages use spells to build temporary shelters in the wild, but these things aren't very useful. Low-level mages rarely venture out alone in the wild and don't need them, while high-level mages prefer mansion spells or space-folding equipment to solve the problem of accommodation in the wilderness. Luxury mansion technique? Space-folding equipment? What are those?
Rayne asked curiously.
It's a special spell and equipment developed to provide mages with a comfortable and safe temporary shelter in the wild. But those are only equipped by mages of silver level or above, or by wealthy archmages. My grandfather has a space-folding dwelling. When opened, it forms a special little wooden house on the spot. It's quite useful. That's amazing!
Rayne thought to himself that he also really wanted a space-folding device.
How much would it cost to buy one of these space-folding devices?
I don't know.
My grandfather got his by trading potions with someone at St. White Academy. I don't know the exact price, but he used 3 high-grade potions to get it, including one special potion. It probably wasn't cheap. Fine, forget it then.
Ryan clicked his tongue and gave up. He was desperately poor and couldn't afford such a nice thing.
But I'm not talking about building temporary shelters in the wild. I'm talking about building houses and paving roads in the town. In town?
Cecilia thought of the construction site she had seen in town over the past 2 days.
There are earth mages who choose to build structures for profit. I've heard that many high-level earth mages are top-notch magical architectural designers. But most of the earth mages build special magical defenses or special magical buildings. I've never heard of a mage paving roads or building ordinary houses.
Cecilia was somewhat confused.
Lord Rayne, hiring a mage is very expensive, it's not worth it to repair ordinary roads and houses. Don't nobles usually prefer to have their subjects build these things for free? Ordinary people cultivate too slowly and cannot meet my requirements. It doesn't matter if the price is high. I can train some mages myself. Train them yourself? Lord Rayne, you're joking. Training mages is not something you can just do on a whim, it's very difficult. Cecilia felt that Rayne was just playing with her. Training a mage? Was that something a baronial territory could do? Even if it were possible, the maximum they could achieve would be cultivating 1 or 2 low-level mages within their own family. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible to continuously cultivate mages, and 1 or 2 low-level mages wouldn't solve anything. Rayne looked at Cecilia with unwavering eyes. I believe Red River territory can do it in the future. Then I wish you success, Your Excellency Rayne. Seeing Rayne's confident demeanor, Cecilia didn't say anything more. She had been enjoying her stay in the Red River territory for the past few days, and she had a very good impression of Rayne, especially after he asked her for advice on magic. Cecilia used to be the student who taught magic to her grandfather, but now she has suddenly become the teacher and is teaching others. She finds this very interesting. In addition, Rayne was very talented and quick to learn, so Cecilia felt a great sense of accomplishment. In her eyes, Rayne was a very interesting and talented noble lord. He was also good-tempered and spoke nicely. He even helped her take care of her grandfather. He was much better than the nobles she had encountered before. Cecilia used to feel uncomfortable with the strange looks the nobles gave her, and her grandfather had also told her that those nobles had ill intentions towards her. A mage's mental strength is far greater than that of an ordinary person, and Cecilia could clearly feel those malicious gazes, which is why she hated those nobles so much. But when facing Rayne Cecilia, she didn't feel that disgust or malicious gaze. I won't bother you any longer, Cecilia. I'll come back to ask you for advice this afternoon. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lord Rayne. Rayne went to attend to the affairs of the territory, and Cecilia returned to her room. Seeing her grandfather still unconscious, Cecilia's mood soured again. A few days later, Caputo looked much better, but he still hadn't woken up. Grandpa, I don't know how long it will take you to wake up this time. Fortunately, we met Lord Rayne this time, otherwise I don't know what to do. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely find a way to break the curse. Then you won't have to risk your life to contact those evil god beacons every time, Grandpa. Grandpa, you need to wake up soon, little Cecilia misses you. Cecilia gently leaned over the bed and mumbled softly, the faint scent of flowers reminding her of Rayne. Grandpa, you have no idea how talented that noble lord you saw was. Not only was his talent in battle aura exceptional, but he also had a very high talent in magic, making him a black iron level mage. You would be very surprised if you knew. Inside the room, Cecilia kept whispering to Caputo about what she had seen and heard over the past few days. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rayne had already arrived at the construction site, and he was eager to try out the spells he had just learned. Chapter 29 Project Progress. Turning mud into stone. As the magic within Rayne surged, a large patch of muddy ground in front of him transformed into slabs of stone. Rayne adjusted the thickness and area of the stone slab by controlling the magic. This is magic? The Lord knows magic? My Lord is omnipotent, of course he knows magic. The workers around were surprised and curious when they saw Rayne perform the magic of turning mud into stone, and they gathered around to watch and discuss it. All the workers believed that Rayne was an omnipotent being, and their image of Rayne became even more lofty in their hearts. The workers watched Rayne continuously casting spells with admiration. As the magic power within Rayne continued to decrease, the area of the petrified land in front of him continued to increase until his magic power was exhausted. A single full-force attack can petrify an area of nearly 200 square meters, with stone slabs about 5 centimeters thick. The area is alright, and the thickness is sufficient. Rayne checked his work and was quite satisfied. It would have taken a lot of time and manpower to move and lay the nearly 200 square meters of stone slabs. The quarry in Red River territory was not close to Red River town. Now Rayne solved the problem with a single spell.
Moreover, the stone slabs laid by workers certainly wouldn't be as smooth and beautiful as those created by magic. I'm only a beginner black iron mage right now. When I reach bronze level, I estimate I can petrify an area of over 1,000 square meters with a single full cast. That would be much more efficient. I still need to train my own mage as soon as possible. I definitely can't do it by myself alone. Ryan was planning his talent development strategy, and the school in front of him was the base for cultivating various talents in the future. The goal of Rayne is to first teach children to read and write to build a foundation, and then select the talented children from among them to train them into various professions. Unlike other nobles, Rayne did not limit the talents he cultivated to his own family members or servants who had served him for generations. He would select talents from across the entire territory and cultivate them. As for loyalty, the school in front of him is also a place to cultivate loyalty, and he has absolute confidence in his abilities to make the talents he cultivates loyal to him. We need to compile the teaching materials for the future properly, and start cultivating children from a young age. They are no less capable than servants. 5 days have passed since the school's construction began, and the ground-level buildings have already taken shape. Once the first phase of the school planned by Rayne is completed, it will be able to accommodate 600 or 700 students at the same time. In addition, an orphanage was built next to the school, where infants and toddlers can receive unified care. The orphanage is large enough to accommodate 100 infants and toddlers. The schools and orphanages designed by Rayne accommodated all children in the territory, from newborns to teenagers aged 16, ensuring that all children in the territory could be cared for and freeing up manpower. Fornell was in charge of overseeing the entire construction project, while Johnny was in charge of the specific construction work. The two stood not far behind Rayne, waiting for his instructions. Lord Fornell, I never imagined that the Lord was actually a noble mage. That's amazing. I rarely saw any mages when I was at Ironwall Fortress. Wasn't the Lord supposed to be a powerful knight? I didn't expect him to also possess mysterious magic. Johnny was a craftsman recruited by Ryan from the Border Guards. He was originally a minor leader among the Border Guards craftsmen, but after being recruited by Ryan, he naturally became the leader of this group of craftsmen. The Lord is a descendant of a noble golden knight, a being favored by the spirits of the wilderness, and is naturally beyond the comprehension of us ordinary people. Upon seeing Ryan's gesture, Fornell immediately stopped talking to Johnny. Let's go, the Lord has summoned us. We'll give a proper report later. Yes, I understand, Lord Fornell. The two men approached Rayne respectfully. My lord! How's the school construction progressing? How long will it take to complete? Johnny was already prepared, and at Fornell's prompting, he immediately spoke. My lord, according to the blueprints you provided, the entire school, including the orphanage, consists of 2 main buildings, the school classrooms and the orphanage. In addition, there are several auxiliary buildings such as dormitories and a canteen. The framework of the 2 main buildings has been completed. Nearly 200 workers are working on the site at the same time. It is expected that all the buildings will be completed in a month, and then the children can move in. A month? That's pretty fast. Rayne was quite satisfied with the progress of the project. He discovered that not only were the plants in this world more vigorous, but the human bodies were also much stronger than those of the people in the world he had traveled to before. Whether in terms of strength or endurance, people in this world are significantly stronger than those in the original world. Rayne saw 2 workers lift a log weighing several hundred pounds and walk away with incredible speed, something that would have been impossible to do so easily in the original world. When the workers learned that the school would be a place for their descendants to learn, they worked like crazy while it was being built. Rayne was very pleased to have such excellent workers. You see, Rayne had countless construction plans to implement, and having such good workers was like a tailor-made solution for him. Are there any other difficulties? Difficulty? Johnny thought for a moment and said, There are 2 difficulties that are hard to solve. One is that, my lord, you require that all exposed ground be paved with stone slabs and hardened. The project of laying stone slabs is much larger than building these houses, because the territory is currently in dire need of stone slabs, and the stone factories are too far away, and manufacturing and transporting stone slabs is too labor-intensive and resource-intensive. However, my lord, you have already solved this problem. You are truly an omnipotent god." As he spoke, Johnny looked at the ground that had just been petrified. "And another question?" Ryan ignored Johnny's compliment and went straight to the next question. "Another problem is that the essential furniture and teaching materials you requested after the school was built cannot be provided. The building is empty because our territory does not currently have the capacity to produce that many pieces of furniture and materials." "My lord, there are only these two questions now." The architectural drawings for Rayne also included a complete set of tables, chairs, benches, beds for sleeping, pots and pans for eating, and so on. There are quite a few of these items that need to be equipped. At this point, Fornell interjected. "My lord, there are currently only 6 blacksmiths and a dozen blacksmith apprentices in the territory. They are all working overtime to forge the new farm tools that you ordered to be made, and they have no spare capacity to forge anything else. There are 11 carpenters and 20 apprentices in the territory, and they are all helping to make farm tools and cannot spare the time for the time being." Rayne had given the blueprints for the new farm implements to the land's craftsmen a few days ago. Besides teaching the old farmers farming techniques, he was also preparing to upgrade the land's farm implements. The blacksmiths and carpenters of the territory have been working on creating the new farm tools that Rayne requested, based on the blueprints provided by him. "I had forgotten about that." After thinking for a moment, Ryan said, "In that case, we won't provide the teaching tools I requested for now. Instead, we'll have the carpenters select a few apprentices to make some beds. Then pick out the usable items from the serfs and free people who have left the town and use them for now. As long as the school has all the necessary supplies before winter, it's fine for now, as long as the children can move in." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 30 Earl Evans. With the furniture issue resolved, Rayne can definitely handle the remaining floor hardening problem within a month, and there's no need to manually cut and transport the stone slabs for installation anymore. When Rayne exhausts his magic power to cast the mud to stone spell, he can petrify a ground area of 1 or 200 square meters. At his current magic power recovery rate, he can use the mud to stone spell 3 times a day. However, he has other things to do every day and can't keep wasting time restoring his magic by using fossils to turn mud. He can basically use spells once or twice a day. The school only needs to harden a few thousand square meters of land, and even if Rayne petrifies once a day, it would only take about half a month to harden the land. Watching the school, which occupies a considerable area, rise from the ground, Ryan calculated what the next project would be after the school and toilets were completed. Build roads! Rayne quickly finalized the details of the next major project. Hongha Town currently has only one stone-paved road, which is 5 meters wide and runs from Hongha Fort through the town to a stone bridge outside the town. The remaining roads in the territory were all dirt roads. They were alright when it didn't rain, but once it rained, they became extremely muddy and filled with the stench of human and animal excrement. To improve sanitation, Rayne has now built toilets, and according to his plan, 8 communal toilets have been built in 8 directions throughout Hongha Town. From now on, residents will not be allowed to urinate or defecate anywhere. With toilets, the sanitation conditions in Hongha Town will be much better. If the road in Rayne is paved with stone slabs, it will be much more convenient for people to travel and work, and their efficiency will be improved. It will also help prevent the occurrence of diseases. No one will have rotten feet anymore. Thinking about how many elderly people in the territory had rotten feet, Rayne's desire to reform the territory became even more urgent. Ordinary people don't have a decent pair of shoes, and it's hard for their feet not to get sick from being soaked in mud and sewage ditches year after year. Rayne still had to admire the incredible physical strength of the people of Noah Continent, who could survive so tenaciously despite being starved and poorly clothed. The population is still too small, so we can only start one large project at a time. Otherwise, we could operate on multiple fronts and renovate the entire Hongha town by the end of the year. While Rayne lamented the sparse population of his territory during the construction of the planned territory project, a good show was unfolding in Rage Bear Fortress, thousands of miles away. in a luxurious manner within the city of Angry Bear. Two swordsmen are engaged in a fierce sword duel in the arena. On the other side, Earl Evans lay leisurely on a recliner in a silver-level monster fur shop, eating the southern specialty fruits fed to him by a maid, and watching the sword fight with great interest. Several middle-aged men stood nervously a short distance behind him, waiting for Earl Evans to speak, with a young man accompanying them. However, Earl Evans ignored them, continuing to eat fruit, while intently watching the sword fight, as if the two swordsmen's superb swordsmanship had captured his entire attention. No one dared to make a sound or say more than a few words. The only sounds were the clash of swords and Earl Evans chewing fruit. The two swordsmen, one dressed in white and the other in black, were clearly distinguishable. Both were extremely skilled in swordsmanship, and their long swords flashed, creating a dazzling and spectacular display of sword light. As time passed, the white-clad swordsman suddenly turned around and threw his long sword at an extremely tricky angle, which struck the black-clad swordsman's right hand holding the sword, knocking the sword from his hand. Then, using his agile and swift movements, the white-clad swordsman retrieved the long sword he had thrown the moment it landed, and with a twist, pointed it directly at the black-clad swordsman's throat. The outcome is decided. Good! As expected of the White Ghost, his swordsmanship is indeed bizarre, unpredictable, and elusive. The title of Ghost Swordsman is well deserved. Evans clapped and praised the white-clad swordsman's superb swordsmanship, and the middle-aged men behind him immediately joined in the praise. Yes, everyone says that Ghost Swordsman Gale's swordsmanship is powerful and unpredictable, and now it seems that's true. Only Lord Evans could recruit such a talent. Your Excellency. All right. Evans abruptly interrupted the compliments from the people behind him. The white-clad swordsman, Gale, who had won the arena, bowed to Evans. Evans casually tossed out 2 vials of potion, which landed in the hands of Gale and the black-clad swordsman, respectively. Both of you are quite skilled with your swords. As a reward, you will receive a bottle of high-grade magic potion and a bottle of mid-grade magic potion. You will not suffer any losses if you serve me in the future. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. I swear to be loyal to you to the death. After pledging his loyalty to the black-clad swordsman, Gare was taken away by his servant to heal and recover. Evans gently shifted his somewhat obese body on the chaise lounge, and the servant beside him immediately understood and quickly stepped forward to turn the luxurious chaise lounge in a different direction. Glancing at the group of people in front of him, Evans said casually, I've already done what you asked me to do, so why are you coming to me again? Lord Evans, we have come to thank you for your help. If it weren't for your intercession on our behalf before His Highness, we would have been completely finished. Yes, thank you for your help, Lord Evans. Evans corrected. You should thank His Highness for his kindness. Faced with the invasion of the orcs, you dared to abandon your territory and people and become deserters without any resistance. You are simply a disgrace to the Angry Bear territory. A nobleman who abandons his land and people in accordance with the noble code, thereby harming the interests of the kingdom, shall be hanged. As he spoke, Evans glared at the group with a cold glint in his eyes, and the people in front of him lowered their heads, not daring to look at Evans. You should also thank Baron Luke and Baron Bode. If it weren't for them stopping the orcs and preventing the interests of the duchy from being harmed, you wouldn't have been able to save your lives no matter how much tribute you paid. This time, the Emperor has shown you mercy, only stripping you of your titles and territories while retaining your knighthood. You should be secretly delighted. The group nodded in agreement. Yes. Lord Evans, you are right, it's all our fault. As they spoke, they knelt down and began kowtowing to Evans, admitting their mistakes. Father, Uncle Charlie and the others already know they were wrong, so please don't blame them anymore. Carter, who had been standing silently to the side from the beginning, then spoke up and pleaded with Evans. Besides, Uncle Charlie and the others had no choice but to flee. The sudden attack by the orcs caught them off guard, and in their panic, they made mistakes, which is understandable. Evans waved his hand after hearing this. All right, get up, stop embarrassing yourself. The Grand Duke has already completed his punishment for you, so what are you doing here now?
To be honest, stop giving me that nonsense. I don't have time to play house with you guys.
Charlie and the others stood up and exchanged glances. Then Charlie stepped forward and said,
Lord Evans, we wish to atone for our sins by returning to Red River Valley to fight against the orcs and restore our family's glory. Hee hee.
Hearing Charlie and the others' request, Evans sneered and then said,
Return to the Red River Valley to fight the orcs and restore the family's glory? How can you even say that? The orcs in the Red River Valley have already been completely defeated by Senna and the border guards. What other orcs do you need to fight? To restore the family's glory? Forget about the Red River Valley territory. Do you even know how many people are eyeing those 4 baronies? You bunch of bastards who abandoned your territory think you can go back to the Red River Valley? Stop dreaming.
Evans continued to mock the group, using extremely harsh language. Chapter 31 Charlie's Choice.
Father!
Carter gently reminded his father, whose words were becoming increasingly agitated. Evans then stopped.
To tell you the truth, one of the 4 baronial territories in the Red River Valley has already been reserved by the Grand Duke for a descendant of the Grand Duke's family as a fief. Of the remaining 3 fiefdoms, 1 should be given to the border guards. The border guards played a crucial role in repelling the invasion of the evil orcs, so one of the meritorious nobles in the border guards should be allocated to them. The last 2 baronies are up for grabs. Whether it's Horn, Galio, Lambert, or even me, we all have our own ambitions and want our family's descendants to fight for them. I'm not even confident of taking a single fiefdom, yet you want to restore them?
Do you know how many titled nobles are waiting to acquire fiefdoms in Angry Bear City right now?
At this point, you're still thinking about restoring your fiefdoms? Don't you find that ridiculous? What you need to do now is go back to your families and find a way to restore your strength, instead of daydreaming here.
Evans' words shattered Charlie and his companion's illusions.
I understand, Lord Evans. Thank you for your trouble.
Knowing there was no hope ahead, Charlie bowed respectfully to Evans and left the manor without looking back. The remaining people, seeing Charlie leave so decisively, paused for a moment before bowing to Evans and leaving as well. After everyone had left, Carter turned around and asked his father,
Father, are you really interested in the fiefdom in the Red River Valley? Why wouldn't I want a baronial title if I could get one? Anyway, even if I don't fight for it, Horn and the others will. So I'm going to try, whether I can get it or not. It would be great if I could get it, but it doesn't matter if I can't. But the Red River Valley is not peaceful right now. I heard that the orcs in the chaotic wasteland to the north are planning a large-scale southward invasion. The Red River Valley is a remote place right next to the Black Mountains. Whether it is a large-scale southward invasion of the orcs or a black tide erupting in the Black Forest, the Red River Valley could be wiped out in an instant. Wouldn't a baronial territory there be of no use?
Evans looked at his 3rd son, who was only 19 years old this year, and was already a mid-level silver knight. It was well worth the resources he had spent to cultivate him. Carter is excellent in every way. Evans previously thought that Carter didn't have any major flaws and that he would soon be able to share the burden with him, just like his 2 older brothers. Looking at it now, it's still lacking.
Carter, it seems you've been in the family for too long and don't know how cruel the outside world is. What is there without risk? Should we not do something just because there is a little risk? Many people would kill for a baronial title. These past few days, the Thunder Hall has been in an uproar over these few barons, earls, and a dozen viscounts. Everyone wants to secure a baronial title for their family to enhance their family's power. Since the kingdom signed peace treaties with the savage tribes of the Eastern High Hills and the dwarf clans of the Western Eight Peaks Mountains, our Angry Bear territory has been unable to expand in either direction. As for the Black Mountains to the north, even when His Highness the Grand Duke and His Highness Valregard personally intervened, they made little progress. Now, who has the strength to continue expanding their territory northward? Our Angry Bear territory has not seen a new expansion for nearly 20 years. 20 years, my child. The good places with some resources in the Angry Bear territory have already been granted out. The remaining barren lands are of no use to us. Investing in them would only result in losses. Moreover, even the dukes of these wastelands don't want to grant them out anymore. Of the 4 baronies in the Red River Valley, 1 has a salt mine, 1 has an iron mine, and the remaining 2 have fertile land and high-quality timber resources. The key is that there is also the Red River, which can be used to communicate with Raged Bear Fortress via the Red River waterway. Aside from their remote location being close to the Black Forest, those 4 baronies are all very valuable. As for danger? Whether the orcs can break through the Black Mountains is still unknown, and the Black Tide hasn't erupted for some years. Send a member of the family there to try. If they succeed, the family will gain a well-paying baronial fief. If they fail, they will only lose some of their initial investment. Either way, they won't lose out. Remember, my child, investing always involves risk. There is no such thing as a foolproof investment. The higher the risk, the greater the return. Carter was touched by Evans's teachings. I understand, Father. No, you don't fully understand yet. I'll arrange a position for you in the border guard in a couple of days. Go and train there for a year. You've grown up now, it's time to see the cruelty of the North. Carter readily agreed to his father's arrangement, as going out to gain experience was a family tradition, and it also meant that he would soon take over some of the family's power. Yes, Father! Outside the manor, Charlie, returning to his family, was overtaken by his companions. Charlie, you're leaving in such a hurry. We've spent so much money. Even if we can't get back to the Red River Valley, we need Earl Evans to show us the way. Charlie scoffed at this. Show us the way? Haven't you figured it out yet? That black gold pig never intended to help us. We've already given away so many gold coins and so many family treasures. And then what happened? All I got in return was a knighthood. How much money did that black pig embezzle? Why would the Grand Duke appoint him as Minister of Finance? Did you see what he was eating? It was honey snow fruit, a specialty of the Blackwater territory in the southern border. That stuff is hard to transport. It costs 1 gold coin to transport it all the way from the southern border to Angry Bear Fortress. That black gold pig ate more than a dozen in a short time. There's also the ghost swordsman Gale and that black-clad swordsman. They are both top-tier swordsmen at the peak of the silver rank, just 1 step away from entering the gold rank. Why did they choose to pledge allegiance to Evans? It's all because that black gold pig is so generous. That guy casually tossed out 2 bottles of high-grade potions. Damn, some of the money he spent came from our donations. The greedy black pig uses our money to buy people's hearts. His Highness never intended to kill us this time. We should have just handed over the money to His Highness in the first place. Perhaps we could have gotten a better outcome. That black gold pig just now made it very clear that the territories of our families have already been reserved by those great nobles, and we are all fat meat on their tables. What a waste of the gold coins we sent this time. Charlie roared angrily, and his companions quickly covered him. Don't be so loud. We're not far from Black Gold Manor. Don't let Earl Evans hear us. So what if I heard it? Charlie remained defiant, but his voice unconsciously lowered considerably, and the group quickened their pace to leave the manor area. So what do we do now? Did you hear what that black and gold pig said just now? What? His Highness wants the descendants of the Angry Bear family to go to the Red River Valley. That seems to be the case. His companion nodded. I have decided to go back and wait for the Grand Duke to confirm that the member of the Angry Bear family has gone north to the Red River Valley before I lead my family to follow him. These noble families have never been to the border regions, especially the Red River Valley near the Black Forest. They need locals like us who are familiar with the local environment to be their guides. To be a follower? The others fell into deep thought upon hearing Charlie's idea. Think it over yourselves. I'm going back to my family first. The Yenjing family cannot perish in my hands. Even if I have to be a follower, I will go back. Chapter 32 Rayne through Cecilia's eyes. Several days later, at the Honghebo training ground, Ren and Cecilia were exchanging and practicing spells. Lord Rayne, your magic has improved a lot again. Your proficiency in turning mud into stone has increased very quickly. And your magic power is improving very quickly. It looks like it won't be long before you can advance to a mid-level dark iron mage.
Cecilia stroked the little white dog's soft fur while instructing Rayne on how to practice magic.
You're just a mid-tier iron rank, nothing compared to Cecilia.
Rayne calmed his mana core. He had just tried out the new novice spell, Mage's Hand, which had exhausted his mana.
I have been learning magic under my grandfather's tutelage since I was a child. I started as a mage apprentice at the age of 5, and now, after 9 years, I am only a bronze-level mage. Grandpa said that the path of a monk is the path of seeking knowledge, and there is no end to learning knowledge. Master Caputo is right, there is no end to learning. Learning has no end? What you say makes a lot of sense, Lord Rayne.
Cecilia understood the meaning of those words. They were exactly the same as her grandfather's teachings.
Lord Rayne, your talent is truly remarkable. You may become a powerful archmage in the future.
Ha ha.
Thank you for the compliment, Cecilia. But may I please stop calling you Lord Rayne from now on? We're so familiar with each other, it's too formal for you to call me that. I'm much older than you, so you call me brother. You've taught me magic, so I'll call you teacher. Let's each call each other by our own names, okay? Teacher Cecilia.
Rayne teased Cecilia in a half-joking manner, making Cecilia blush slightly.
Lord Rayne, please don't joke. I only taught you some basic mage knowledge. I'm far from being a teacher. Only my grandfather is qualified to take on students. I'm still a long way from that. I'll call you Brother Rayne. You can just call me Cecilia. You don't need to call me teacher, Brother Rayne.
Cecilia finds being a teacher quite interesting, but she doesn't think she's qualified to be a formal magic teacher in Rayne. Ryan didn't force her.
All right, Cecilia. The Mage's Hand is quite useful. If you use it skillfully, one person can do the work of a dozen porters, and the efficiency of the project will increase dramatically.
Cecilia felt that Rayne's assessment of the Mage Hand was quite different from the magical knowledge she had learned before.
Brother Rayne, as a versatile basic spell, Hand of Spells can indeed help mages do a lot of things. Whether it's conducting daily experiments or attacking enemies, it has a good effect. But I've never seen a mage like you who thinks about building houses and being a worker with every spell.
Ryan smiled and said,
Is it all the same? What difference does it make what we do? That's completely different. A mage has his own pride. Every mage I've met is an arrogant person. No matter how he pretends on the surface, he's arrogant inside. If you asked him to repair houses for ordinary people, he wouldn't even consider it. Only magical buildings and magnificent special projects can attract proud mages to lower their heads and become architects.
Although Cecilia was young, she had seen many mages, whether in the Holy White Academy, the City of Mages, or the Golden Capital. All the mages carried their own unique arrogance.
Those guys always think they're different from ordinary people, acting all high and mighty.
Thinking back to the faces she had seen, Cecilia couldn't help but complain to Rayne.
Cecilia, aren't you a mage too? You seem very easy to get along with.
Rayne hadn't met many mages, but in his memory, mages didn't really interact with ordinary people, and they all seemed to have bad tempers. The only mage Rayne had ever directly interacted with was Cecilia, and he never sensed any strange temper or difficulty in getting along with her.
I'm a little different, Brother Rayne. Perhaps it's because of my background, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you the specific reason, Brother Rayne. Moreover, Brother Rayne, you are a baron, a fief noble, a silver knight, and a mage. You are different from ordinary people. Even if you encounter other mages, they will treat you very kindly.
Cecilia thought for a moment, and then said,
Brother Rayne, you are different from all the nobles and even professionals I have met. You are quite unique. Profound?
What's the difference? Rayne was quite curious about Cecilia's opinion of him.
Whether they are nobles, mages, or other professionals, they all like to distinguish themselves from ordinary people, believing that they are superior and not mortals. Other nobles don't care about the lives of ordinary people, let alone build houses for them or do chores for them. It's always the common people who work for the nobles, never the other way around. Brother Rayne, you are the first nobleman I know who goes out and helps ordinary people with their work.
These past few days, Cecilia has seen Rayne go to the construction site in town every day to help the workers petrify the ground after he learned the magic of turning mud into stone. Rayne's actions greatly shocked Cecilia, making her doubt whether her previous travel experiences were all fake. Cecilia concluded that Rayne was a unique freak, unlike any other noble or professional. Ha ha! Knowing that Cecilia thought he was a freak, Rayne couldn't stop laughing. I never imagined I was seen this way in your eyes, Cecilia. That's exactly right. Cecilia didn't think she had done anything wrong, and glared at Rayne with her little face puffed up. Yes, you're right. I am indeed quite different from other nobles. My ideas are different from theirs, and the territory I want to establish is also completely different from theirs. What I want to establish is a new order, a completely new and different order in which everyone can live a happy life. How about it? As he spoke, Rayne's gaze fell on Cecilia. Would you be willing to help me, Cecilia? Let's establish a new order together. Cecilia didn't know how the conversation had turned to herself, but looking at the radiant man in front of her, whose bright eyes seemed to contain some mysterious power and exude a unique charm, Cecilia didn't know how to answer Rayne. She had an urge to agree, but she suppressed it when she thought of her grandfather. I'm sorry, Brother Rayne, I can't answer you right now. I need to take care of Grandpa, he needs me more. But Brother Rayne, if you need any help from me, just let me know. I will do my best to help you. Rayne was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been able to recruit Cecilia, but then he thought that Caputo was still recuperating in the territory, and there would be another chance to recruit her later, so Rayne regained his confidence. It's all right, Cecilia. Master Caputo does need your care. We'll talk about this after Master Caputo wakes up. Okay, Brother Rayne, I'm glad you're not angry. Cecilia nodded obediently. Having finally made a friend she got along with, Cecilia didn't want Rayne to get angry and fall out with her because of this. Cecilia, I do need your help with something right now. Chapter 33 Blood of the Demon Wolf. What's up? Brother Ryan, please speak freely. Rayne reached out and beckoned to Little White, who was squatting next to Cecilia. Cecilia, you may not know this, but my family has a nickname, the Wild Wolf Family, because our founder, Knight Derek, was a wolf knight. Rayne told Cecilia the story of Derek the Wolf Rider, and Cecilia listened with great interest to Derek's legendary tale. After a while, after telling the story of his ancestors, Rayne brought the topic back to the main point. So, because of our ancestors, our family has a tradition of raising demon wolves for generations. Originally, our family also had a demon wolf knight order. However, due to the invasion of the evil orcs, all of our family's demon wolf knights died in battle to resist them, and the demon wolves we raised, as well as the ordinary wolf beasts, also perished in the battle. I want to continue the family tradition of raising demon wolves, and I hope Cecilia can do me a favor. Cecilia admired Derek's ancestor after hearing his story, but she was now more curious about what help Ryan wanted from her. Brother Rayne, how can I help with training the demon wolves? These are all your family's secret techniques. Rayne pulled a scroll made of animal hide from his pocket and handed it to Cecilia. To transform an ordinary wild wolf into a demon wolf, the wolf must consume our family's special potion, the blood of the demon wolf. Originally, only the family heir could learn how to make this special potion, and even I, as the second son of the family, was not qualified to learn it. In the past, my father personally prepared the blood of the demon wolf, with my brother assisting him. Now that my father and brother have both died in battle, there is no one left who can prepare potions. Fortunately, the potion recipes are stored in the family treasury. This is the recipe. Cecilia had originally wanted to see the contents of the scroll, but after hearing what Rayne said, she immediately closed the scroll and returned it to Rayne. Brother Rayne, since this is a secret recipe passed down in your family, I won't even look at it. What do you mean by giving it to me? Rayne did not retrieve the scroll. It's all right, you can take it and look at it. I've already looked at this recipe. It's not some kind of sophisticated secret technique. According to the family records, this recipe was created by our ancestor after observing the habits of the demon wolves while living among them.
Actually, it was recorded by my ancestor after he saw wild demon wolves eating specific demon plants. Later, through repeated trials, he obtained this recipe. I did some research and found that although the formula is called a magic potion, I feel that it is still different, and there is still a bit of a gap between it and a magic potion. Our Derek family has never produced a mage other than me. My father and brother are pure knights who do not know any magic, but they can still be equipped with the blood of the direwolf. So in my opinion, this formula is a special potion made by mixing magical plants and ordinary medicinal herbs. My ancestor created this special potion by chance, relying on his special advantages. Cecilia didn't quite understand what Ryan meant by telling her all this, and asked, "So, Brother Run, what do you mean now?" Ryan cut to the chase and stated his thoughts directly. "Cecilia, you are a genuine potion master. With Master Caputo's years of instruction, your skills are certainly not lacking. I want you to optimize the blood of the dire wolf according to my formula and concoct a real potion so that Xiao Bai can complete his transformation into a dire wolf." Optimize the formula? Me? Cecilia could hardly believe it. "I can't do it, Brother Ren. I'm only at the bronze level. Although I learned potion making from my grandfather, I can only concoct low-level potions now. I've tried to make mid-level potions several times but haven't succeeded. I'm always just a little short each time. Grandpa said I still need some time to hone my skills, so it's definitely not possible for me to optimize your family's secret recipe." "I can't do it, Brother Ren," Cecilia said with a hint of grievance. She really wanted to help Ren, but felt that she didn't have the ability to solve Ren's problem. Rayne was not disappointed by Cecilia's words. On the contrary, he was very happy. "What did you say, Cecilia? You've already attempted to concoct intermediate potions, so does that mean you've reached the pinnacle of a beginner potion master and are now attempting to become an intermediate potion master? You're only 14 years old and you're already so amazing. That's incredible, Cecilia. You will definitely be able to successfully optimize the blood of the direwolf. Don't worry, the recipe is very simple. I believe you can do it." Rayne originally thought Cecilia could concoct potions, but her skill level might not be high. After all, the girl was only 14 years old. To his utter surprise, Cecilia had already begun experimenting with concocting intermediate-level potions, which delighted him greatly. "Take a look at Cecilia first." "Okay, Brother Ren." Unable to resist Rayne's insistence, Cecilia finally opened the scroll and began to read. After watching Cecilia begin to read the contents of the scroll carefully, Ren remained silent and waited quietly. A moment later, Cecilia finished reading the recipe for the blood of the dire wolf and gently closed the scroll. "Brother Ren, I think I have an idea. I need to go back and think about it carefully. Can I take the scroll with me?" "Of course, thank you for your hard work, Cecilia." As Rayne watched Cecilia leave with a furrowed brow, he already had a plan in mind. Cecilia clearly had an idea, and the formula optimization would probably be completed soon. Sure enough, that recipe was too crude and needs to be optimized and upgraded by professionals. After obtaining the recipe for the blood of the direwolf from the family treasury, Rayne felt that the recipe's preparation method was somewhat too simple and casual. After becoming a mage and learning about magic, especially through exchanges and learning with Cecilia, Ren intentionally or unintentionally extracted some knowledge about potions from Cecilia, which gave him some understanding of potions. Looking back at the recipe for the blood of the dire wolf, Ren felt increasingly uneasy. So, after getting to know Cecilia better, he decided to have Cecilia, a professional potion maker, optimize the blood of the dire wolf recipe. The Derek family treasured the formula and forbade any member of the family from learning it, fearing that the formula would be leaked. In Ren's eyes, this closed-minded approach was a complete waste. Ryan had no intention of spreading the formula, but he also wouldn't work in isolation like his ancestors in the Derek family. Originally, Rayne wanted to optimize the formula after learning potion making, but after spending time with Cecilia, he discovered that this little girl could optimize the formula ahead of time, and there was no need to worry about the formula being spread. Cecilia is a mage from the Southern Territory, but not a noblewoman. Currently, she doesn't seem to have a family. She only has herself and her grandfather.
2 rare potion-making talents, free from family interests, are the kind of people Rayne would do anything to keep. Optimizing the blood of the dire wolf formula was both an attempt and a test. For Rayne, the worst-case scenario was that Cecilia would leave with the formula and return to the southern immortal territory, which wouldn't affect him. If Ryan's plan succeeds, the rewards will be enormous.
I really am a genius. Little White, it won't be long before you transform into a demon wolf, aren't you happy?
Rayne excitedly rubbed Xiaobai's head, and Xiaobai was also extremely excited and couldn't help but shout.
Ha 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 ha!
Chapter 34 I Became the Principal. Cecilia went to research and optimize the formula for the blood of the direwolf, while Rayne began his daily work. He now spends 2/3 of his time cultivating to improve his strength, meditating to enhance his magic power while sleeping, and devoting the rest of his time to building his territory. Time quickly passed into the afternoon, and Rayne, having regained his magic, returned to the school construction site. After 8 consecutive days of working on the petrified ground, the hardening work of the school project has been completed. The school's dormitory, canteen, and orphanage have been built, and the children of Han Healing are about to move into their new homes. As for the main buildings such as the teaching rooms, Rayne had Johnny put them later, since there was no need to rush to build them in the early stages when there were no teaching facilities available.
My lord, the project is progressing much faster than I expected. The team that built the toilets has finished and joined the school construction. There are now nearly 300 people working on the project at the same time. With your magic helping to petrify the ground, a lot of manpower has been saved, and the children can move into their new house tomorrow. The remaining school buildings and all other projects will be completed within 10 days.
Johnny, slightly excited, reported the project's progress to Ryan.
Very good.
Rayne nodded and said, Let the children move in first, and hurry up with the follow-up work. I plan to repair the roads in the territory next, so you should prepare in advance.
Yes, my lord.
Upon receiving the order, Johnny began to consider how to better carry out Ryan's command.
Forno, select 50 experienced women to take care of the children's food and daily life at the school. There are not many children under the age of 16 in the territory right now, and 50 women should be enough to take care of them. Yes, my lord. Scholar Ravenk, from now on you will be the academic officer of the Red River Territory, responsible for the daily management and teaching work of the school. I'll also assign you a few junior scholars and apprentices. From now on, I'll entrust the education of the children to you. Although the school's teaching tools are not yet available, they will be provided soon. Your task is to teach this child to read, do arithmetic, and be loyal to me.
Rayne told Ravenk his demands. Standing next to Forno, Ravenk watched the school, which was about to be completed, without saying a word. After learning that Rayne was building a school so that all the children in the territory could learn, he came to the construction site every day to watch the unfamiliar building gradually take shape. Ravenk was 57 years old, with gray hair. In the north, living to 50 or older was considered a long life, but in Ravenk's more than 50 years of life, he had never encountered anything like what happened today. My lord, I still don't understand why you insist that all the children learn to read and write. Are you dissatisfied with us? Or do you believe that we scholars are unable to meet your needs? I have served the Derrick family for 30 years. I taught your father, Baron Bode, your brother, and you to read, write, and arithmetic. 2 generations of the Derrick family were educated by me. I have trained dozens of scholars to serve the territory. Raven interrupted Ravenk's long-winded speech. I am well aware of your contributions, Professor Ravenk. I respect you and have never denied your contributions, as well as the contributions of all the scholars to the territory. But in the past 30 years you have only trained less than 100 people who can read and do arithmetic. That's too few. I need more literate people and more scholars. But what do you need so many scholars for? The Red River Territory is only so big. It doesn't need that many scholars. Ravenk blurted out. This is not a question for you to ponder, Ravenk scholar. Ravenk stared coldly at Ravenk, and the room fell into a chilling silence. After a moment, Ryan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his anger towards the stubborn old man. He tried to rephrase his words. Don't you understand yet, teacher? Do you know what this school means to you? This school will make your name known throughout the kingdom. You will have hundreds and thousands of students who will carry your name to every corner of this land. You will be the most famous scholar in the entire kingdom, with more students than even the great scholars of the Royal Academy in the Golden City. History will remember your name, my teacher. Rayne's words exploded in Ravenk's mind. Because he couldn't understand why Rayne was passing on the knowledge he cherished to the lowly and stupid poor, Ravenk had never thought about it from any other perspective. Famous throughout the entire kingdom? Surpassing even the greatest scholars? Ravenk's gaze returned to the tall building beside him. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? This school is my academy of knowledge. I will be remembered by history, and my name will be engraved on the long scroll of future knowledge. Ravenk's initial skepticism immediately underwent a complete 180-degree turn. You are right, my lord. Knowledge requires more learning, and every child in the territory should learn. I will become their teacher. I am the territory school officer and will be the headmaster of this school. Ryan gave the enthusiastic Ravenk a reminder. It's the principal. And you are the vice principal, while I am the principal, but you are responsible for the daily work. Ravenk didn't care at all. Principal and dean are the same. Your Excellency, since you established the school, you should naturally be the principal, and I will be the vice principal to manage the school. You can rest assured. Ravenk patted his chest and assured him. Fornal and Johnny watched the old scholar's drastic change and found it hard to accept. Johnny, in particular, believed that scholars were synonymous with wisdom, and today's contrast made him question his previous understanding. However, Johnny was very happy to see that Ravenk had agreed to teach the children. Having dealt with Ravenk, Ryan began his daily routine, turning mud into stone. However, all the ground has been petrified, and today Rayne is reinforcing the already completed dormitory buildings. The craftsmen that Rayne recruited from the border guards were skilled at building large fortifications, so the 3-story dormitory building that Rayne designed was not difficult for them to construct. However, because the building materials were mainly stone and would mixed with special mud, Rayne felt that the foundation of the building was still not very stable. Rayne had become extremely proficient at the spell of turning mud into stone. In the past few days he had been trying out more ways to use it, especially after learning the spell. Hand of the Mage. A new idea came to Rayne's mind. He then used the magic of turning mud into stone to petrify the base and load-bearing walls of the dormitory building, which were constructed from rubble mixed with mud. With the help of the magic of turning mud into stone and the mage's hand, the building was reshaped. As the magic power was depleted, the dormitory building's load-bearing walls and base transformed into a complete stone structure, significantly increasing its sturdiness. Only magic can bring about such a peculiar effect. The effect of turning mud into stone, combined with the mage's hand, was even better than expected, a result that greatly pleased Rayne. That's all for now. You and Johnny can stay here. Fornal and I will go check out the docks. Don't worry, my lord, leave it to us. Johnny and Ravenk watched Ryan leave respectfully before returning to their work. At this moment, Ravenk's gaze toward the school had completely changed. He acted as a supervisor, roaming the construction site and constantly reminding Johnny and his workers to perfect every nook and cranny of the school, striving to build it to perfection. Ravenk continued, This is all for the sake of knowledge transmission. There can be no carelessness. Chapter 35 Another Source of Food. I didn't expect you to persuade Scholar Ravenk so easily, my lord. I thought he would stick to his own ideas. On the way to the dock, Fornal and Ryan talked about what had just happened. Scholar Ravenk is getting old. For an old scholar like him, leaving a mark is the most important thing. No scholar doesn't want to be remembered by history. It's understandable that he doesn't understand what I'm doing. Don't you understand it too? Fornal was taken aback by what he heard. I didn't quite understand your thoughts, Lord, but after what Ravenk said just now, I understand what you mean now. Profound? With great interest, Ryan asked. What do you understand? Your Excellency is exceptionally talented,
and your future achievements will surely surpass those of the Master. When you become a Golden Knight, the current Red River territory will naturally be unable to match your strength. Those old neighbors to the north are all gone, so this unclaimed land should naturally be yours. Forno voiced his guess, which was the result of his observation and deduction after studying Ryan's recent actions. Ha ha! You certainly have a good idea, Forno. Those 4 baronies are not unclaimed lands. They belong to His Highness the Grand Duke, and only His Highness is entitled to distribute them. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, and you should pretend you never said it. Don't bring it up again. Forner's eyes flickered a few times before returning to normal. Yes, my lord, I understand. Rayne ignored him, and soon the two arrived at the Red River Territory's dock. The wharf of Honghealing is located outside Honghe town, south of the stone bridge, on the east bank of the Honghe River. The dock wasn't large, and usually no ships docked there, but at that moment several fishing boats were returning from the river, and a dozen or so fishermen were happily collecting their catch. My lord, we've arrived at just the right time, just as these fishermen are returning from their harvest. It looks like they caught quite a few fish. These fishermen from Redwood Town are really good at fishing, no less so than the serfs who used to fish in the territory. Red River Territory is located right next to the Red River, so it naturally has a fishing industry. Originally, there were 13 fishing boats in the territory with hundreds of slaves working at this dock to fish and process the catch. Not long ago, all the serfs in the territory were captured by the Blackstone territory. Afterwards, because they were in a hurry to restore agricultural production, this dock has been abandoned and no one has been sent here since. After withdrawing some of the labor force from the farmland, Rayne had Forno find dozens of fishermen who knew how to fish to come to the dock and start fishing. As the only territory in the Red River Valley capable of building ships, it is only natural that Redwood Town has these citizens who know how to fish by boat. Are any of the people you brought back capable of shipbuilding? Rayne is more interested in technical talent than fish. The Red River Valley is home to 5 barons. Red River Town has fertile land and is mainly engaged in agriculture. To the north of Red River Town are 4 more baronies. Redwood Town has a high-quality redwood forest, and is skilled at using this redwood to build ships. Further north, the Rye Territory and Red River Territory have similar fertile lands that produce abundant grains and are primarily agricultural. The remaining Black Iron Territory has an iron mine territory that relies on the sale of iron ore and iron products for a living, while the northernmost Rock Crystal Territory has a salt mine that mainly produces table salt. Whether it's salt mines, iron mines, or redwood forests, Rayne wants them all, but he doesn't have the strength to acquire these resource points yet. Redwood Town can manufacture wooden boats, and all the ships in other territories of the Red River Valley are purchased from Redwood Town, including these 13 fishing boats in the Red River Territory. In Rayne's memory, the wooden boats manufactured in Redwood Town were not large. They were mostly small fishing boats, or small cargo ships. There were no large ships, let alone the technology to build warships. However, due to the good quality of the raw materials, the small boats manufactured in Redwood Town were of good quality and durable, so other nobles in the Red River Basin preferred to buy boats produced in Redwood Town. Most minor nobles do not need large ships because there is no demand for them. There is very little communication between the various noble territories, and there is basically no exchange of people and goods. There is only communication between nobles. Commoners may never leave the village where they live in their entire lives. The minor nobles only need to buy a few small boats for fishing and transporting small numbers of people and goods. Rayne actually wanted the technology to build large ships, but a tall building starts from the ground up, and the foundation is also very important. He wanted whatever was available now. Forner pointed to several fishermen carrying their catch and said, "There are more than a dozen people who can build fishing boats and small sailboats. I have already selected them and they are now working at the dock. Among them are shipbuilders. However, my lord, our territory doesn't have many suitable timber resources for shipbuilding, and we don't need that many ships either. What use are these shipbuilders? They might not be useful now, but who knows what the future holds. Maybe they'll come in handy someday. Let's go see how their harvest is."
As Ryan walked into the dock, a pungent fishy smell hit him. Forner frowned as he looked at the baskets of fresh fish. He usually wouldn't come here himself because he couldn't stand the smell. Rayne, on the other hand, looked perfectly normal. "My lord, why have you come in person?" "My lord, good day." More than a dozen fishermen knelt down and paid their respects upon seeing Rayne. "Get up, all of you!" "How many kilograms of fish did this boat bring in?" A fisherman cautiously replied. "My lord, I don't know how many kilograms this boat weighs, but I do know it can fill 5 large baskets." Forner continued. "One basket weighs about 100 jeen, so 5 baskets would weigh 500 jeen, my lord. If a fishing boat goes out and catches 500 jeen, 250 kilograms, in one trip, how many times a day can it catch this much? Does it always catch this much each time?" Faced with Ryan's question, another fisherman thought for a moment, and then carefully answered. "It takes half a day to fill the fish tank, and at most twice a day, the number of fish will be about the same." Ryan began to calculate the daily catch in his mind. There are a total of 13 fishing boats in Homha, and they harvest twice a day. Each fishing boat can catch 1,000 jeen, 500 kilograms, of fish, so the 13 boats can harvest more than 5 tons of fish a day. More than 5 tons a day, that's quite a lot, not bad. Living off the land and water, with the grain yield in the fields basically fixed this year, Rayne set his sights on the Red River. The Red River has abundant water, and even the narrowest point of the Red River Link Stone Bridge is more than 300 meters wide. Further south from the stone bridge, the river widens rapidly. The river is already 600 or 700 meters wide at the dock, and it continues to widen downstream until the Red River flows completely out of the Red River Valley and into the territory of Blackstone Territory, at which point it will gradually narrow again. With abundant water, the Red River naturally has a rich variety of fish resources, and nobles organize slaves to fish along both banks of the river. Most river fish have a strong fishy smell, so nobles don't like to eat them. They don't fish to feed their land and people, but rather sell the vast majority of their catch to high-ranking nobles, keeping only the rare, non-fishy varieties for themselves. Powerful nobles would keep mounts or war beasts, just like the wolf pack kept by the Derrick family. Most aggressive mounts and war beasts are carnivores with large appetites, requiring a significant amount of meat to consume daily. Fish is meat, and wild animals are not picky eaters. The fishy smell is not a problem for them at all, so fish can be used as feed and is a popular commodity. The Red River Territory previously purchased fishing boats to catch fish in order to feed the wolf packs in the territory. Fortunately, it is adjacent to the Red River and has fish and meat production, otherwise the wolf packs alone could have bankrupted the Red River Territory. In the past, all the fish and meat produced in Homha Territory were used to feed the wolf pack. Now that the wolf pack is gone, the fish and meat can be used elsewhere. "My lord, are you really going to distribute all this fish and meat to your people? We can dry these fish and sell them to the Salak Merchant Guild when their ships arrive, and we can earn some gold coins to subsidize our territory. It would be too wasteful to just keep giving them away like this. You have given them enough food." Fornell knew what Rayne was planning to do, but he still offered a word of advice. "I believe that the grain supplied to the people in the territory is sufficient for their daily needs, and there is no need to increase the supply of fish and meat, my lord." Rayne's ideas were completely different from Fornell's. "Dried fish? Fornell, do you think our territory has enough manpower to dry all this fish? The Salak Merchant Guild won't be coming to the territory anytime soon. These fish will all go bad in a few days if left here. Even if they were used as animal feed, no one would want rotten, smelly fish. They would be worthless then. Giving them to the people now will allow them to eat more meat and nourish their bodies." Ordinary farmers are quite accepting of fish meat. They don't care about the fishy smell. Being able to fill their stomachs is happiness. So, Rayne is happy to distribute the fish meat. After working for half a month, Rayne felt more and more that the 2 caddies of food per person per day that he had set before was not enough. The humans on the Noah continent were naturally strong and ate more. Rayne was not afraid of eating more, as long as he worked hard enough. However, the Red River Territory's grain reserves are insufficient, so he cannot continue to increase the grain supply, but fish and meat are different. Rayne believed that if he supplied enough fish, the physical fitness of the people in the Red River territory would improve significantly, and their work efficiency would also increase. Moreover, if you eat more fish and meat, you will naturally consume less grain. As for the gold coins lost by sending away the fish meat, can gold coins that you can't earn at all be considered a loss? Fonard's problem is still his mindset. He doesn't treat his people as a core asset. What are these fish compared to that? Seeing Fornal's pained expression, Rayne understood that the other party still looked down on these ordinary citizens. Rayne ignored Fornal, and Fornal wisely shut up after seeing Rayne's tough attitude, although he was still a little heartbroken about the loss of these fish. Chapter 36 Fisherman Kent. Distributing more than 5 tons of fish a day is enough to solve the food shortage problem in the Red River territory. Just then, a voice rang in Rayne's ear, interrupting his thoughts. My lord! A fisherman glanced nervously at Rayne before quickly lowering his head again. You have something to say? Yes, my lord, I was just saying that although we have been catching a lot of fish every day these past few days, the fishing boats are not able to go out fishing every day. Fishing boats need repairs, and fishing nets also need maintenance. We need to spend at least 1 day on shore to repair the fishing nets every 5 or 6 days. If we encounter a fast-moving water beast while fishing, the fishing nets may be damaged, and the time spent stopping the boat for maintenance will be even longer. Moreover, it is not good to go out fishing in winter. Although the Red River does not freeze in winter, there are fewer fish in the river after winter sets in, while there are more swift water beasts. You may even encounter monsters. The catch will be greatly reduced and the risk will be much higher. Therefore, winter is not suitable for fishing. Of course we are not afraid of danger, but we are afraid of damaging your precious fishing boat, my lord. The fisherman kneeling before Rayne explained to him in a low voice. May I have your name? My name is Kent, my lord. Few ordinary citizens could respond to Rayne with such reason and evidence. Other farmers would only kneel on the ground to praise him, or nervously stammer incoherently. Kent, you're right, I've got it. Ryan turned to Fornal and asked. Does the fishing team have a manager in charge? Not yet, my lord. They usually manage themselves. As long as they hand over their catch on time, they're fine. There haven't been any specific managers assigned yet. Kent, from now on you are in charge of the fishing team. You will be in charge of these 13 fishing boats, and I will entrust you with the task of catching fish for the territory. Kent looked up at Ryan in surprise, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. My lord, are you saying I'll be in charge of everyone's fishing? Yes, you take charge. I don't care how to do it specifically, but I want as many fish as possible. The territory doesn't have much food, and the catch of fish is very important for everyone in the territory to have enough to eat. Are you confident in managing the fishing team? Kent nodded heavily upon hearing this. I have confidence in you, my lord. My family has been fishing for you in Redwood Town for generations, and I know fishing very well. My lord, rest assured, I will definitely catch more fish to offer to you. It's not just you. I need you to lead them to catch more fish for me. Make good use of these 13 fishing boats. I need more fish meat. Rayne said to Kent. If you need any help, just tell me and I'll take care of it for you. I understand, my lord. I will certainly fulfill your request. Rayne looked around the dock. This was the only dock in the Red River territory, and it looked rather old. Obviously, the territory had not paid much attention to it before, and it had not been repaired for a long time. Fornal, make a note of this. The dock repair work should also be included in the construction projects behind the territory. Yes, my lord. Ryan told the kneeling fisherman to get up and continue working, and he picked out a few fish from the fish basket to look at them. The fresh river fish are quite large, with the smaller ones weighing 5 or 6 pounds and the slightly larger ones weighing more than 10 pounds. Indeed, it seems that the Red River territory has abundant fish resources. Looking out at the surging Red River, the few remaining fishing boats of the Red River territory were fishing on the wide river surface in the distance. Keep enough food for yourselves with the fish you catch. Eat your fill and don't be stingy. you'll have the strength to work if you're well fed. Forno, build a shed for processing fish outside the town, near the farmland. All the fish brought in from the dock will be processed in that shed. After processing, the fish entrails can be used as fertilizer in the fields. I will have those old farmers try to make fertilizer. You just need to transport the processed fish entrails over. The processed fish meat was transported directly to the sheds in the fields and the construction site in the town, cooked into fish porridge and distributed to everyone, and everyone ate it. These fish can't be stored now, so don't be stingy. It's only a little over 5 tons a day, and after processing, each person will only get a little over 1 or 2 kilograms of fish. Upon hearing Rayne's arrangements, Forno didn't say anything more this time. Yes, my lord. After arranging the work at the dock, Rayne told Forno to go about his own business while he walked alone towards the farmland area. Once Forno and Rayne left, Kent and the others on the dock finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, Brother Kent! You've been personally appointed by the Lord. It seems the Lord thinks highly of you. Sigh, we can't call Kent Big Brother anymore, we have to call him Manager Kent. Several fishermen surrounded Kent, chatting and laughing. The group of people were all originally residents of Redwood Town and knew each other well, so they spoke very casually. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm still your big brother, but if you dare to slack off, my fists are hard too, and I won't hold back. Kent said, waving his fist. Brother Kent, you're trying to scare me again. I'm not afraid. I can take a beating, a young man shouted. Ha ha. Several people burst into laughter. My lord trusts me, and I must complete the tasks assigned to me by my lord. I must do better and catch more fish to repay my lord. As you all heard, the fish we caught are for everyone in the territory, including our farming brothers. We must work hard. The lord is so different from the former baron. He's letting us all eat these fish, and there's no limit, we can eat as much as we want. There's never been such a good thing before. All the fish we worked so hard to catch are now given to Lord Luke. Everything within the Lord's territory, including mountains and rivers, belongs to the Lord. Kent and his men couldn't eat a single fish they caught before. Our current Lord Rayne is so good. He not only gives us wheat porridge but also lets us eat fish. I've never had such a full meal every day like this before. Yes, yes, yes! These dozen or so survivors of the old town of Hongmu couldn't help but recall the bitter days of the past. You must work hard for Lord Rayne and fish well. Let's get started, everyone. Let's get this going. Kent then led everyone to enthusiastically get to fishing. Meanwhile, Rayne arrived at the stone bridge in Red River Town. The entire Red River territory originally consisted of only 2 large buildings, Red River Fortress, and the stone bridge that now stands beneath Rayne's feet. This stone bridge was built during the lifetime of Derek's ancestor, the Wolf Knight Derek. Derek paid a large sum of money to hire the construction team from Raged Bear Fortress to build it. According to the family genealogy that Rayne saw, there were also mages involved in the construction. The entire stone bridge is made of rock, nearly 300 meters long and 6 meters wide. The bridge deck is more than 10 meters above the river surface. It spans the Red River from east to west, connecting the Red River Bridge, which is divided into 2 parts by the Red River, into a whole. The stone bridge, named Red River Bridge or Derek Bridge, is the only bridge across the Red River Valley. None of the other 4 baronies have built bridges across the Red River. From Rayne's perspective, this stone bridge was no small project, let alone the Red River territory more than 100 years ago. The founder of the Derek family was also insightful and had great courage to spend a lot of money to build this stone bridge. The importance of the stone bridge is self-evident. It was the connection between the 2 banks that ensured the integrity of the Red River territory, and allowed the Red River territory to make use of the best farmland on both sides of the Red River. More than 100 years have passed and the people who built the bridge have passed away, but the stone bridge still stands over the Red River. Not bad, the quality is really excellent. It will be fine even in another 100 or 200 years. The wisdom of our ancestors is beyond words. It saved me a lot of trouble. Without this stone bridge, Rayne would have had to find a way to repair it himself, and it would have taken him a long time to gather enough manpower, resources, and money to complete the repairs. Standing on the stone bridge, Rayne looked out over the farmland on both sides of the Red River, taking in the lush green fields as far as the eye could see. In the fields, small figures are working hard. Bard did a good job. The ditches were built quickly, and the crops in the fields were well taken care of. The enlarged and rebuilt ditches in the farmland were very conspicuous, and Rayne could see them all. These were the irrigation ditches that Ball had built according to Rayne's requirements. In just over 10 days, these newly built ditches have already reached a considerable size. Bale's abilities are quite good. He can be properly nurtured in the future. As Rayne was looking at the farmland, a white figure rushed out of the town and arrived on the stone bridge in the blink of an eye. Xiaobai, what are you doing here? Rayne saw that the white figure rushing by was Little White. Little White ran to Rayne's feet and rubbed against Rayne's calf, letting out a few low growls. Something happened at the castle? Having understood what Xiaobai meant, Rayne stopped observing the farmland and turned back to Red River Fortress. Let's go, Xiaobai, let's go back now. Chapter 37 The Threat of the Shadow Panther. Inside the main hall of Hongha Fort, Ryan rushed back, where Ross, Eric, and a few others were waiting for him in the hall. What happened? Before Ryan could even sit down, he immediately started asking Ross questions. Ross got straight to the point. These past 2 days, the cavalry patrols have discovered that many magical beasts have emerged from the Black Forest and entered the vicinity of the territory's borders. At first, the monsters we encountered were not strong, only at the iron level. Today, Eric and I encountered 2 more while on patrol, and we killed them both. But we found this near our territory this morning while we were on patrol. Ross handed Ryan a handful of animal hair as he spoke. This is? Ryan held the animal fur in his hand, rubbed it, and then smelled it. Shadow Panther? The Shadow Panther is a magical beast unique to the Black Mountains and is well known throughout the north, though only for its infamous reputation. Because shadow leopards like to hunt intelligent creatures, and humans are also on their menu, there are frequent incidents of shadow leopards attacking human villages. Yes, my lord, it is the Shadow Panther, Eric said. We found this in the ruins of a Knoll settlement. The Knoll settlement must have just moved here a couple of days ago. It was attacked by an unknown creature, and all the dozens of Knolls in the settlement were slaughtered. Brother Ross and I found this tuft of hair in the ruins. Brother Ross said this is the fur of a Shadow Panther, Eric said, looking at Ross beside him. As Eric recounted the story, a flood of memories about the Shadow Panthers surged into Rayne's mind. Memories of the original Rayne leading an elite border guard squad to hunt shadow panthers on the edge of the Black Forest. At that time, Rayne had only been with the border guard for a short time, and his first mission was to hunt down the Shadow Panther, a magical beast that attacked the Iron Wall Fortress patrol. Ross was one of the members of the squad that Rayne led. Ryan and Ross exchanged a glance. The two were all too familiar with the Shadow Panther. Judging from its fur, it is undoubtedly a shadow leopard. A shadow leopard that has started hunting alone must be at least at the bronze level. Rayne put down the Shadow Panther pelt he was holding. If it can make you so nervous, Ross, then that Shadow Panther must be stronger than a bronze level one. Ross nodded solemnly. Judging from the battle traces at the Knoll settlement, the Knoll leader has bronze level strength. But the Knolls in the entire settlement put up almost no effective resistance against the attack of the Shadow Panther. The Knoll was completely overwhelmed. This level of strength is beyond what a bronze-level Shadow Panther can achieve. I estimate that the Shadow Panther has reached maturity and has the strength of a silver-level creature. The Shadow Panther is a high-level magical beast. It has bronze-level strength in its youth and silver-level strength after growing to maturity. A few Shadow Panthers may even evolve their bloodline to break through to the gold level. A silver-level Shadow Panther, stronger than the one we hunted before, is a real problem. The Shadow Panther that Rayne led his team to hunt was at the peak of the bronze level, just one step away from the silver level. It caused Rayne, who was new to the game, a lot of trouble. He had to put in a lot of effort to deal with that Shadow Panther. A mature Shadow Panther has mastered the use of shadow talents to a high degree, and can move into the shadows at any time, making it difficult to catch. Of the people in the hall, only Eric had never encountered the shadow panther, and he was somewhat puzzled as to why Ryan and Ross were so wary of it.
My lord, is a mere silver-level magical beast really that terrifying? With you leading us, brothers, let's fight together. How can a silver-level magical beast possibly cause any trouble?
Eric thought that even a silver-level magical beast couldn't possibly be stronger than an army of orcs. They could defeat orcs and also kill a silver-level magical beast.
You don't understand, Eric. The most troublesome thing about the Shadow Panther isn't its direct combat ability, but its racial traits.
Wayne, who had been listening intently with a furrowed brow, explained to Eric.
The Shadow Panther is extremely fast, and few creatures of the same level can match its speed. And its racial talent, Shadow Leap, further enhances its speed advantage. Shadow Leap allows the Shadow Leopard to hide in the shadows and move between different shadows. Therefore, the Shadow Panther is swift and elusive. Not to mention catching it, it is difficult to even spot it normally. Many people have their necks severed by the Shadow Panther's claws before they even see it.
Wayne is 36 years old this year. He has been in Ironwall for more than 10 years and has seen too many people and things. He is also familiar with the Shadow Panther.
When I first arrived at Ironwall Fortress more than a decade ago, I heard that a silver-level Shadow Panther had hunted down an elite team led by several Silver Knights. At that time, the Shadow Panther relied on its speed advantage and racial talent Shadow Shuttle to ambush and kill 3 Silver Knights in the team, causing the entire team to collapse. By the time reinforcements from the fortress arrived, the entire force was almost wiped out, and the remaining soldiers were driven to madness by its torment. That thing not only enjoys hunting intelligent creatures, but also loves to toy with its prey. In the end, it was a gold knight from the fortress who killed the silver-level Shadow Panther.
Wayne's account made Eric realize just how formidable this opponent was.
Wayne is right. The Shadow Panther's direct combat ability is not particularly outstanding, but it is extremely fast. In addition, its racial talent not only allows it to hide itself, but also makes its actions more unpredictable and elusive. Even I am not entirely confident in facing a silver-level Shadow Panther. And what I fear most is that it won't confront us head-on, but will instead lurk in the shadows and attack our people in our territory. If it stays in the shadows, even I won't be able to lock onto it, and the situation in the territory could get out of control.
Rayne frowned as well. He hadn't expected that he would encounter such a troublesome problem so soon after he had just dealt with the threat of the orcs and hadn't even had a few days of peace.
Weren't there only a few magical beasts on the edge of the Black Forest before? How come so many have suddenly appeared, and even a silver-level Shadow Panther has appeared?
Rayne was having a headache from thinking about it.
My lord, you can't think so badly. The Shadow Panther hasn't appeared near the town yet. Perhaps it will return to the Black Forest after hunting enough prey in the wilderness.
Alger's view was more optimistic.
No, that's impossible.
Rayne shook his head and said,
That thing's favorite thing is hunting and toying with humans. Compared to other prey, it prefers humans the most. The only place in the entire Red River Valley where people live now is Red River Town. Now that it's already close to its territory, it's impossible for it to let this place go. Make sure the soldiers are all prepared and don't take any chances. From now on, all soldiers shall be on high alert and ready to fight at any time. The cavalry shall not go out on patrol for the time being, but shall patrol the vicinity of Homha Town. I'll figure out the rest.
When soldiers come, generals will meet them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Although a Shadow Panther is troublesome, Rayne is not afraid of anything.
Yes, my lord.
Ross and his men returned to the military camp with great concern and began to organize their men for defense. Ryan then instructed Evan to notify Fornell to bring all the workers who were collecting materials outside the town back to town. It's impossible to get Rayne to stop all activities in the territory and retreat to the town. Doing nothing would be a form of slow suicide. All he can do now is try to minimize the losses. As Rayne scratched his head, racking his brains for a solution, a maid rushed over.
My lord, my lord! Lord Caputo has woken up, you should go and see him.
Rayne suddenly looked up.
Master Caputo has woken up.
Chapter 38 Caputo Awakens. Let's go back a few hours. In the temporary workshop, Cecilia is analyzing and researching the formula for the blood of the dire wolf. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful surge of magical energy. Grandfather? The familiar magical energy fluctuations excited Cecilia, and she immediately flew to the room next door where Caputo was recuperating. Caputo's magic surged violently, the blanket covering him was thrown to one side, and wisps of pale red energy were forced out of his body by the surging magic. The aura of the evil god has been forced out. Grandpa is about to wake up. Cecilia stared nervously at Caputo. Although it wasn't the first time she had experienced such a scene, she was still very worried. As time went by, the pale red aura emanating from Caputo's body gradually diminished until it finally disappeared. Cough! 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 A violent coughing fit suddenly broke out in the room, and after coughing, Caputo struggled to open his eyes. Grandpa, you're finally awake. Little Cecilia misses you so much, Grandpa. Cecilia threw herself into Caputo's arms and wept bitterly while holding the newly awakened Caputo. It's all right, little Cecilia, it's all right. Caputo, who had just woken up, was still a little confused, but he immediately regained his spirits after seeing Cecilia in his arms and gently comforted her. I was careless this time. I didn't expect that the statue of the evil god, which had just been sacrificed by the evil orcs, still retained the remnants of the evil god's will. Little Cecilia, how long have I been unconscious? Where am I? Caputo knew from the furnishings in the room that he was in no ordinary place. Cecilia cried for a while before stopping and began to tell Caputo about the current situation. Grandpa, you've been unconscious for half a month. This is the room that Brother Rayne arranged for you. We've been recuperating in Brother Rayne's territory for the past 2 weeks. Who is Brother Rayne? Caputo asked, somewhat puzzled. Brother Rayne is the nobleman who fought the orcs. He is the Baron of the Red River territory. After Brother Rayne annihilated the Orcish group that had gone out, he returned to the Orcish camp. Just then, Grandpa, you were struck by the power of the evil god and fell into a coma. I was alone in the Black Forest and couldn't take care of you, Grandpa. Luckily, I ran into Brother Rayne who was returning, so I asked him for help and asked him to take you back to Red River territory. I had no other choice at the time, but I didn't expect Brother Rayne to be such a good person. He's different from other nobles we've met before. He's been taking good care of me for the past 2 weeks and has even arranged for someone to take special care of you, Grandpa. Luckily we met Brother Rayne back then, otherwise Grandpa and we would have been in trouble this time. Cecilia had a very good impression of Rayne and kept speaking well of him to Caputo. Yeah? Is this Baron really that good? Caputo had some doubts. However, he really helped a lot this time, otherwise you really wouldn't have been able to handle me when I was in a coma, little Cecilia. Caputo rummaged through his dimensional bag as he spoke. By the way, Cecilia, where's my staff? Cecilia hesitated for a moment before answering. When I asked Brother Rayne for help, he didn't trust me much and asked me to leave the staff with him for safekeeping. The staff is still with him now. And at that time, in order to get his help, I promised him that I would use your magic potion or have you make a batch of magic potions for him as a reward. Caputo glanced at Cecilia, who had her head down. It's right to ask for compensation. It would be problematic if you didn't ask for anything in return. However, this Baron is quite wary. He doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Caputo didn't develop any liking for Rayne because of Cecilia's words. He had seen too many hypocritical nobles, and Cecilia was still young and easily deceived by the noble's pretense. But he didn't retaliate against Cecilia. Sometimes, you only truly understand something after experiencing it firsthand, and that's how you learn a lesson forever. Thump! 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 3 knocks on the door interrupted Caputo and Cecilia. Who? It's me, Cecilia. I heard that Master Caputo has woken up, so I came to see him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cecilia got up and opened the door without hesitation. Brother Rayne! Cecilia, Master Caputo has woken up? Yes. Cecilia stepped aside, and Rayne saw Caputo lying half-reclined on the bed. Caputo also saw him. Caputo looked intently at the young man before him, whose vibrant and energetic spirit was incredibly strong. In addition, Rayne's handsome face and clean attire, which was completely different from the flashy clothes of other nobles, made Caputo's first impression of Rayne quite good. "Greetings, Master Caputo. I am Rayne Derrick, Baron of the Angry Bear Territory, the master of this territory. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you recover soon." "Greetings, Baron Rayne." Caputo was neither too enthusiastic nor too cold, and gave Rayne a polite reply. "I have heard from Cecilia about your help to us, and I am very grateful for it. I will pay you the reward that Cecilia promised as soon as possible." "There's no rush, Master Caputo. Your health is the most important thing. We can talk about the rest later. I came here today to see Master Caputo." As Rayne was speaking, another voice came from outside the room. "My lord, I have arrived!" Caputo and Cecilia looked at Rayne. "It's Ewan, I called him here," Rayne explained. "Come in, Evan." Evan carefully carried the two staffs into the room. "My lord, I have brought what you requested." "Put the things down. Thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and get busy, Ewan." "Yes, my lord." Evan carefully left the room, and Rayne handed Cecilia the two staffs he had brought. "This is the staff I received from Cecilia. I kept it for safekeeping in case it happened. I have gotten along well with Cecilia during this time. Cecilia is a kind and intelligent girl. Moreover, Master Caputo, you and Cecilia are both Orthodox Academy mages of the kingdom. I don't think there will be any safety risks. This staff should be returned to its rightful owner." Cecilia instinctively took the staff that Rayne offered her, and then looked at her grandfather. Caputo skillfully put his staff back into his dimensional bag, then looked at Rayne. "Baron Rayne, you are indeed different from other nobles, just as Cecilia said." "Master Caputo, you flatter me." After Rayne returned the staff, Caputo's attitude towards him improved considerably, and the two began to chat. Cecilia occasionally chimed in. The atmosphere in the room began to become harmonious, especially after Caputo learned that Rayne was also a mage. His attitude towards Rayne became even more amiable. Taking the opportunity, Rayne asked Caputo for advice on many questions he had encountered while practicing basic meditation techniques, and Caputo was happy to answer them for Rayne. Caputo truly lived up to his reputation as a high-level mage. Cecilia's explanation of the same question was far less clear and concise than Caputo's, and Rayne's understanding was also much deeper. At the same time, Rayne could quickly understand whatever Caputo explained, which made Caputo think highly of Rayne's mage talent. Both of them had a very pleasant time imparting knowledge to each other. After chatting for a while, Rayne raised an important question about his visit. "Master Caputo, actually I have another very important question to ask you, but it's not about the monk's practice. I hope you can understand." "What's the problem, Rayne?" "A silver rank shadow panther roams near my territory. I wonder if Master Caputo is familiar with this magical beast?" "Shadow panther?" Caputo thought for a moment, then said, "I know this kind of magical beast. It's a unique magical beast from the Black Mountains of the north." "Yes, Master Caputo, you know that much. I'd like to ask you how to deal with this kind of magical beast." Rayne placed the key to breaking the deadlock on Caputo, a high-level mage at the peak of the silver rank. Chapter 39: Caputo's Treasure Trove. The silver-level Shadow Panther has reached maturity and can now freely unleash its racial talent, Shadow Shuttle. It is indeed difficult for ordinary silver-level professionals to deal with. Capto is extremely knowledgeable about the Shadow Panther. "Although I haven't been in the North for long, I read books about the North and the Black Mountains in the Golden City's Golden Library before I came, and there was a description of the Shadow Panther in them. Baron Rayne, you are now a Silver Knight of the first rank, and I think you are only one step away from becoming a Silver Knight of the middle rank. For your age, you are indeed exceptionally talented." Caputo possesses extremely strong mental power, and has a very accurate understanding of Rayne's strength. Rayne nodded and said, "Yes, Master Caputo, I am indeed close to reaching the mid-silver rank."
A regular mid-level Silver Knight has virtually no chance of winning against a mature Shadow Panther. Even a peak Silver Knight might not be a match for a mature Shadow Panther without special countermeasures. Shadow mobility, this racial talent is not easy to deal with. Seeing this talent reminds me of the Shadow Assassins trained by the Assassin's Court. The two are quite similar. Caputo uttered a word that Rayne had never heard of before. Assassin's Court? Yes, the Assassin's Court is said to be a sect that originated from the god of assassins in the ancient era of gods. After the end of the era of gods, most of the sects of gods disappeared into the dust of history, and the sect of the god of assassins was no exception. During the Tamriel Empire, the Assassin's Court suddenly appeared within the empire's borders and became famous throughout the Noah continent after successfully assassinating an imperial duke. 2,000 years ago, the Tamriel Empire collapsed. Instead of being destroyed by the collapse of the empire, forces like the Assassin's Court grew at an astonishing speed due to the chaos and prospered for 1,000 years. After the kingdom was established 1,000 years ago, the Assassin's Court, such an unstable force, was suppressed by the Golden King. After being severely damaged by the Golden King, the Assassin's Court never appeared in public again and went underground. It's normal that you don't know. The Assassin's Court has been operating very discreetly in recent years, and it is active in the Golden Plains and the southern border of the kingdom. The assassins of the Assassin's Court are indeed rarely seen in this land of the north. After all, the nobles here prefer to resolve disputes through duels or wars and rarely spend money to hire assassins. Moreover, hiring those assassins is not cheap. You are not as fond of intrigue and assassination as the nobles of the Golden Plains and the southern border of the kingdom, nor are you as wealthy as they are. Caputo dislikes killing, and even more so, he despises conspiracies and shameful acts of assassination. That's true. If you want the people of the north to spend money to hire assassins, you might as well just do it yourself. Ryan knows this all too well. He's penniless right now. Ha ha! Rayne's words made Caputo laugh. The shadow assassins of the Assassin's Court are skilled at using shadows to carry out assassinations. They use a special ritual to activate their shadow talents, allowing them to move freely in the shadows. Assassins who are skilled in using this talent are called shadow assassins, and they are notorious among the mages of the Southern Territory. I feel a deep-seated disgust for the shadow assassin, Caputo. Rayne, what do you think is the most important thing for a mage in battle? Caputo abruptly shifted the topic from shadow assassin back to Rayne. What is most important for a mage in battle? After hearing the question, Ryan fell into thought, and then gave his answer. Is it about quickly eliminating the opponent, Master Caputo? Ha ha. Caputo laughed when he heard Rayne's answer, and Cecilia laughed as well. Look, this is typical northern mentality, the mentality of a combatant. All you can think about is how to kill your opponent quickly. Before Caputo could speak again, Cecilia interjected. I know the answer to this question. My grandfather told me before that the most important thing for a mage on the battlefield is to save his own life. Grandpa, right? That's right. As a mage, your most important thing is to stay alive. In fact, this is what everyone does. Everyone knows the importance of staying alive, but we mages understand it the most deeply. You may not have realized this yet, Rayne. Oh, I understand now, Master Caputo. Rayne immediately realized the key point. When he led troops in the border guards, the first thing he had to deal with when facing the enemy was their spellcasters. In team fights, take down the mage first. It seems you've got it. So you've come to the right person. We mages are the most qualified to talk about how to deal with assassin-type enemies like the Shadow Panther. As he spoke, Caputo took out 2 magical equipment pieces from his dimensional bag. Caputo first picked up a magical item shaped like an eyeball and said, This is the Eye of True Sight. If you keep it on you, it can help you see through creatures that are invisible. Even a shadow panther hiding in the shadows can be detected by the Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Sight can be activated 3 times a day. After 3 times, the internal magic power will be exhausted and it will take a day to recharge. It can also be recharged quickly with magic stones. In addition to active use, the Eye of True Sight also has a certain passive effect. As long as you wear it, you can increase your perception to a certain extent.
After introducing the Eye of True Sight, Caputo picked up another magical item, a grey cloak that looked plain and unremarkable.
This is the Thorn Cloak. It has a high-level spell called Counter Thorns fixed on it. When faced with a sudden attack, the Counter Thorn spell on the cloak will be automatically activated, which can reflect all attacks below the gold level back to the attacker. However, the Thorn Cloak needs to be recharged for 3 days after each use of Counter Thorns before it can be used again. Besides the active skill to counter the thorns, the Thorn Cloak uses a special fabric that can reduce the wearer's presence to some extent and block some external perception. After Caputo finished introducing the 2 magical equipment items, Rayne stared at the 2 treasures with shining eyes. Master Caputo, do you mean to give me these 2 items to deal with the Shadow Panther?
Rayne was extremely envious of these 2 magical items, both the Eye of True Sight and the Thorn Cloak, which were extremely practical and powerful magical items.
It's definitely impossible to give you both.
Caputo rejected Rayne's idea outright.
You helped me and Cecilia, so now that you're asking me for help, I'll naturally help you. I can give you this Eye of True Sight to deal with the Shadow Panther. As for this Thorn Cloak, I can only lend it to you temporarily. You must return it to me when I have fully recovered and leave your territory. Can I only borrow the Thorn Cloak? Master Caputo, do you intend to sell it? I'm willing to buy it. Baron Rayne, although this Thorn Cloak only has 1 fixed spell, it is a high-level spell that counters thorns, which makes it much more valuable. If we're talking about selling it, the price is probably too high for you to afford. I'll just lend it to you for now. Cecilia's promise to you about the high-grade potion has been offset by the Eye of True Sight. The favor I owe you has been repaid, Baron Rayne.
Rayne was a little disappointed that he couldn't get the Thorn Cloak, but he didn't insist on it, as he didn't have the money to buy it right now.
There's no need to mention the potion anymore. These 2 magical items have already helped me a lot. As for personal relationships, we've always helped each other, so there's no need to be so formal. I'm very happy to have met you, Master Caputo, and Cecilia. Cecilia taught me a lot. She was my teacher who led me onto the path of becoming a mage.
Upon hearing Rayne's words, Cecilia blushed immediately, secretly glanced at her grandfather, and then glared angrily at Rayne.
Brother Rayne, I already said that we were exchanging ideas and learning from each other, and I'm not qualified to be a mentor. Cecilia, you're too modest.
Ha ha.
Master Caputo, it seems Cecilia is a little shy.
Rayne and Caputo smiled as they looked at Cecilia, who was staring wide-eyed. Rayne saw admiration, while Caputo saw affection. Chapter 40: The Shadow Panther's Hunting Game. Outside Honghe Town, on the desolate land, lush wild grass swayed in the wind, and large swaths of shadow were distorted by the wind under the sunlight. A cold gaze fell from the shadows as it watched the Red River people working in the distance. Looking at the large crowd, a hint of excitement appeared in that cold gaze. The shadow twitched for a moment, then returned to stillness. The busy farmers were completely unaware, as they were working enthusiastically in the fields.
What's the point of the Lord having us build an irrigation canal? Didn't we just dig a hole and bring the water in before? Why bother building this irrigation canal?
Most farmers didn't understand why they should bother building irrigation ditches, feeling it was a waste of effort and a pointless exercise.
The Lord has His reasons for doing this, which are beyond your comprehension. Just do a good job. The Lord gives us wheat porridge and fish. We'll do whatever He tells us to do. Why ask so many questions? That's true.
Several farmers chatted idly as they worked.
I don't know why, but I've noticed that Steward Ball has been acting strangely these past 2 days. He keeps looking around and telling us not to wander off. He just wanted to show off in front of the Lord, and only by making the canal look beautiful could he please the Lord.
The farmer tried to say something, but found that he could not make a sound even though he had his mouth open. With a thud, a human head fell to the ground and rolled twice, its mouth still opening and closing unconsciously. A fountain of blood gushed out in front of the remaining farmers, blooming into a crimson flower in the air. Blood splattered on the men, wetting their faces. The farmers stared blankly at the headless bodies that had been chatting just moments before. After a brief moment of confusion, the group collapsed to the ground in terror, then scrambled away from the headless corpse.
Someone's dead! Someone's dead! Run!
The group wanted to escape quickly, but their legs were too weak to move, and their limbs seemed to become uncoordinated and flailed wildly. Without warning, the head of a fleeing farmer flew off, and a flower of blood bloomed once more. Some of the remaining people sped away, while others had already fainted from fright. The unusual situation was quickly noticed by the patrolling soldiers. Several soldiers immediately rushed over to check the situation.
Don't go, come back!
Squad leader Chris hurriedly called out to the team members who were about to rush over.
Have you all forgotten the Lord's orders? Organize the remaining people to evacuate from here, and send someone to inform the Lord.
Chris kept his mission in mind and immediately organized the team to carry out the previously planned operation. The farmers who were busy in the fields were quickly organized to evacuate to Hongha town, and many of them were still unaware of what had happened. Of the farmers who were initially attacked, only one is still alive, the rest have been dismembered. The last person was also covered in bloody wounds, with blood constantly gushing from the wounds. He kept crawling forward on the ground, leaving a bloody trail of struggle. A creature, entirely black, over 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, slowly emerged from the shadows, watching the farmer crawl and struggle with a mocking expression. This unknown creature was the same shadow panther that Ross had discovered at the Knoll's stronghold. The enthusiastic shadow leopard kept swinging its claws, leaving non-fatal wounds on the farmer's body, and its mood became more and more pleasant as it listened to the farmer's painful groans. However, when it saw people fleeing quickly from the farmland in the distance, the mockery in its eyes faded and replaced by anger. With a gentle swipe of its claws, the crawling farmer's hands were severed. With another swipe, his feet were also cut off. In the blink of an eye, the farmer lost all 4 limbs and could only writhe and writhe in agony on the spot before finally losing all life. Beyond the lifeless corpses of the farmers, Shadow Panther set its sights on the Red River Territory guards who were preventing the farmers' evacuation. In Shadow Panther's memory, slaughtering human warriors was much more interesting than killing ordinary farmers. Farmers' lives were too fragile and their wills too weak. They died before they could be played with much. Human warriors, on the other hand, were much more fun to play with and tasted better. Looking at the fully armed human warriors, the Shadow Panther licked the blood from its claws, its eyes gradually sharpening. It's about to begin its hunt. Chris, who had been observing the Shadow Panther's movements, saw the Shadow Panther glance at him a few times before disappearing from his sight. As soon as the Shadow Panther disappeared, Chris felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of crisis surged from within him, impacting his heart.
Go, get out of here quickly, that thing is coming.
Without thinking twice, Chris turned around and led his team back into town. The farmers around him had already been evacuated back to town by the organization, and his mission was complete. However, they were clearly not as fast as the Shadow Panther, and one of the soldiers in the squad was the first to be targeted by the Shadow Panther. A shadow flashed by, and the soldier lagging behind in the group instantly fell to the ground, his calf cleanly severed.
Damn, that's fast!
Chris turned around and saw the horrific state of his men, then stopped, drew his long sword, and prepared for battle. The remaining squad members immediately stopped and formed a circular battle formation with Chris, surrounding their wounded comrade and nervously looking around. The surroundings fell silent in an instant, with only heavy breathing, rapid heartbeats, and a slight rustling of the wind remaining. The soldiers' eyes scanned every corner in front of them, searching for the enemy hiding in the shadows. The shadow flashed again, without any sound or warning. A warrior's arm was swept by the shadow, and before he could feel any pain, his arm holding the long sword fell to the ground. The intense pain only came after he saw his arm fall to the ground. The soldier who lost his arm groaned in agony, and his comrades quickly surrounded him. A heavy killing intent hung over Chris and the others, making them feel heavy and depressed, and the veins on their hands gripping their long swords bulged. Hidden in the shadows, the Shadow Panther watched the tense and elusive human warrior wag its tail excitedly, licking the blood from its claws as it considered how to proceed with the game. A faint shadow reappeared, and this time Chris saw it. "Careful!" Before he finished speaking, the soldier to his right fell to the ground. His right leg had been severed. The one-legged warrior wildly swung his long sword, trying to attack the unknown enemy, roaring to vent his fear and anger. "Damn it, you bastard!" Chris could barely make out the shadow, but the other party was moving much faster than he could react. He could clearly see the trajectory of the opponent's attack, but he couldn't change the outcome, which made Chris extremely angry and frustrated. The circular formation shrank again. The team originally consisted of 12 people, but now 3 of them had lost their ability to fight, leaving the remaining 9 people huddled together nervously. "Don't panic, the Lord will be here soon. Hold on!" Chris loudly encouraged his soldiers. Chapter 41 The Unyielding Chris. Rayne rode his horse along the cobblestone streets of Red River Town, where Red River citizens poured in from outside the town. Upon seeing Rayne emerge from Red River Fortress from afar, Forner immediately organized his men to disperse the crowd on the cobblestone road to make way for Rayne. Ross led the cavalry behind Ryan to disperse the crowd and maintain order in Red River Town. Rayne did not allow Ross and the others to lead the guards with him into battle. This time, facing the Shadow Panthers was completely different from fighting the fell orcs, and having Ross and the others with him would only distract him. With the Eye of True Sight and the thorn cloak tucked into his arms, Rayne's mood remained heavy despite having these 2 magical items on him. 3 days ago, he received the Eye of True Sight and the thorn cloak from Caputo. After returning home, he studied how to use the 2 magical items until he became proficient in their use. After that, before receiving any news about the Shadow Panther, Rayne diligently trained to increase his strength. After the battle with the orcs, he felt that he might break through to the mid-silver rank at any time. Now, facing the threat of the Shadow Panther, Rayne was eager to improve his strength. Just last night, Rayne finally took that step forward, raising his strength to the mid-silver rank and his mage rank to the mid-iron rank, significantly improving his overall strength. This morning, Rayne was still consolidating his strength and working hard to enhance his fighting spirit and magic power, but before he could adjust for long, he received news that the Shadow Panther had appeared. 3 days is still a bit short. If I wait another 7 days to fully consolidate my strength in the middle silver rank, my chances of success will be much greater. Rayne was prepared for the appearance of the Shadow Panther, but after waiting for a day or 2 without seeing it, he had a bit of wishful thinking that the Shadow Panther would return to the Black Forest. As things turned out, things didn't go as Rayne had hoped. The Shadow Panther did indeed appear in Red River Town. When he arrived outside Red River Town and was about to cross the stone bridge, Ryan saw Wayne waiting for him. "My lord, all the people have been evacuated, and most of the soldiers have also been evacuated. However, Chris's squad was trapped in the farmland area on the west bank of the Red River by the Shadow Panthers." Wayne didn't waste any words and quickly reported the current situation to Ryan. "West Coast? Did the Shadow Panther come from the Black Mountains in the west?" "I don't know yet, my lord." Wayne shook his head. "Never mind, that's not important. Besides Chris being trapped, what other losses have we suffered?" A silver-tier Shadow Panther attacking Rayne had already prepared for significant losses. 6 farmers were killed and dozens of farmers were trampled during the evacuation, but there were no other losses for the time being. Wayne's figures were much lower than Ryan had anticipated, but he could accept this loss. "All right, you lead the soldiers to protect the town. I'll go and bring Chris and the others back." As Ryan prepared to move forward, Wayne blocked his way. "My lord, this is too dangerous. A silver-level Shadow Panther is beyond our current capabilities. Why don't we request reinforcements from Ironwall Fortress and await Lord Senna's rescue?" "Request reinforcements from the Iron Fortress?" "The messengers who requested help set off a few days ago, and they have already brought back Count Senna's reply. The Count told us to handle it ourselves, as the Ironwall Fortress currently does not have the resources to send a single gold-level professional to us. Seeking help from Ironwall Fortress is the safest course of action." Upon receiving news of the Shadow Panther, Rayne immediately sent people to Ironwall Fortress for assistance. Rayne did not believe that having the two magical items, Caputo, would give him complete confidence in dealing with the Shadow Panther. However, the reply he received means that Rayne can only rely on the two magical items he has now, as the Iron Wall Fortress cannot spare any resources to help him.
Is the Earl under that much pressure?
Rayne hadn't expected the Iron Wall Fortress to refuse to send aid.
Perhaps the Iron Wall Fortress is indeed under great pressure, and has no spare capacity, or perhaps there are other reasons why Count Senna is unwilling to send people to rescue them. In any case, the result is the same.
Ryan's eyes were resolute. He knew that relying on others was unreliable, and he never placed all his hopes on anyone else.
All right, Rayne, go do what you're supposed to do. I'll go take care of that Shadow Panther now and bring Chris and the others back.
Without hesitation, Rayne spurred his horse forward. Watching Rayne's departing figure, Rayne could only pray that Rayne would defeat the Shadow Panther and return safely.
Let's go. The Lord has ordered us to protect all the people. We can't let the Lord down.
Rayne and the others are also doing their best to do everything they are supposed to do. On this side of the battlefield, Chris watched as his comrades fell one by one around him. These were his brothers who had shared life and death with him, and some of them had fought alongside him in the border guards. Now they were all lying on the ground groaning in pain, some missing arms and others missing legs. The first one who was injured had stopped moving due to excessive blood loss, and Chris felt that he might be dead.
You damned beast, you bastard, you tricked me!
Chris could feel the shadow leopard mocking him from the shadows. Even without seeing the leopard, Chris could clearly sense its teasing attitude. From the very beginning, Shadow Panthers realized that Chris was the leader of this human squad. It deliberately didn't attack Chris, but instead attacked Chris's subordinates one by one, making Chris watch his brothers fall and wail in pain before his eyes. Chris now only has 2 people left standing with him. The rest have all been attacked by the Shadow Panther and rendered unable to fight. The remaining 2 were gradually being consumed by fear. Their hands, gripping their long swords, trembled uncontrollably. Hearing the cries of their comrades at their feet, their mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. The 2 of them also discovered the Shadow Panther's attack pattern, and one of them was next to be attacked.
Captain, it's me.
The soldier standing to Chris's left was about to say something when both of his hands were neatly severed. The warrior to Chris's right could no longer withstand the pressure, and charged forward into the open space with a roar, wildly swinging his long sword.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Monster, monster! Die! All of you die!
He hadn't even shouted a few times before it was over. A dark shadow flashed and severed his head.
Asshole!
Chris stared wide-eyed at everything happening in front of him, tears welling in his eyes. Having done all this, the Shadow Panther emerged from the shadows and stood in front of Chris. Chris, at the peak of the black iron level, was just a decent toy to the Shadow Panther and posed no threat to it. The Shadow Panther pressed its claws against the warrior's severed head, looking at Chris with a defiant gaze. Under Chris's furious gaze, the Shadow Panther gently pressed down, crushing the warrior's head under its claws, splattering white brain matter everywhere.
Die, you monster!
Chris could no longer contain himself, and, losing his temper, charged at the Shadow Panther with his sword. The Shadow Panther easily turned around and dodged Chris's attack, then swung its long tail and sent Chris flying. Chris, who had been knocked away, lay on the ground spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the Shadow Panther, which was standing 10 meters away, looking down at him as if to say that the foolish humans were no match for him. Am I going to die?
No, even if it means death, I will kill you, you monster!
Chris used his longsword to prop himself up, intending to continue his attack. The Shadow Panther, having had its fill of fun, raised its claws, ready to end the game.
Running wolf slash!
A familiar voice rang in Chris's ears. A battle aura slash resembling a wolf rushed towards the Shadow Panther, which was about to attack Chris. Sensing something was wrong, the Shadow Panther leaped into the shadows to avoid the attack. Chapter 42 The Thorn Cloak's Merit. The wolf slash missed its target and exploded, leaving a large crater in its place. The Shadow Panther vanished silently into the shadows. When Rayne arrived at the battlefield, the first thing he saw was the terrible state of Chris's team. Limbs and torsos were scattered all over the ground, and the heavy smell of blood filled the air. Rayne dismounted and walked slowly toward Chris. The frightened warhorse, now free from its master's control, ran off into the distance, while Rayne stood in front of Chris. Seeing Chris still fighting with his sword despite being seriously injured, Rayne gently helped him sit down on the ground. "You did a great job, Chris," Chris weakly reminded Rayne. "My lord, please be careful. That monster is very fast, we can't even see it yet." "I understand. You get some rest, leave the rest to me. I'll avenge my brothers." Rayne was filled with fighting spirit. His warriors were being so brutally abused by the Shadow Panther. Rayne appeared calm on the surface, but he was already furious inside. Rayne's fighting spirit surged violently, and the silvery-white fluctuations of his fighting spirit stirred up the surrounding wind, causing the tall wild grass to rustle in the strong wind. The shadow leopard, lurking in the shadows, is currently hiding nearby, waiting for its chance to attack. It cautiously stared at Rayne. The human before it was now a threat to it. It could sense Rayne's immense strength, far surpassing that of its previous prey. However, the Shadow Panther still has enough confidence to hunt down its opponent. It had hunted opponents like Rayne before, though only 2 or 3 times in its hunting career, but each time it had given it great satisfaction. Moreover, if it could devour the human warrior in front of it, its strength might increase even further. Recalling the delicious taste and powerful life energy of the silver-level professional, Shadow Panther's mouth watered. The shadow leopard's killing intent surged. It desperately wanted to become stronger so it could return to the depths of the Black Forest and settle scores with that stinking tiger. The killing intent is spreading, the shadows are twisting. Rayne sensed the anomaly in the shadows in the corner. His mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and his perception was naturally equally sharp. With the added benefit of the true sight eye in his arms, every rustle and movement around him was within Rayne's perception, as were any unusual shadows. However, Rayne only noticed the anomaly in the shadow but did not sense the Shadow Panther's presence. His mental perception could not penetrate the shadow to investigate the situation inside. Rayne pretended to look around for the Shadow Panther, but actually focused his attention on the shadowy area and was ready to attack. He didn't take out the thorn cloak from his arms. The thorn cloak could only be activated once every 3 days. The Shadow Panther was too fast, and he had to make the most of this one and only opportunity to ensure a fatal blow. A wisp of magic quietly flowed within Rayne's arms, and his eye of true sight was activated. An invisible energy fluctuation spread outwards from Rayne, instantly touching the unusual shadow that Rayne had sensed. The Shadow Panther appeared in Rayne's field of vision. "He really is hiding here." Rayne was poised and ready to strike with lightning speed. Although the Shadow Panther didn't sense the fluctuations of the Eye of True Sight, it had a feeling of being spied on. Without any hesitation, the Shadow Panther leaped from its hiding place into another adjacent shadow, and then launched a probing attack on Rayne. A faint shadow cut through the space, and Rayne only saw the shadow leopard's figure flash and disappear from the spot before reappearing in another shadow. Before Rayne could react, the Shadow Panther's attack arrived. Sharp claws emerged from the shadows, reaching for Rayne's chest. Rayne, who was prepared, tried to dodge, but he was still a step too slow, and the claws grazed his body. The silvery white battle aura was torn apart by the shadow claws and fell onto the furious bear armor. The indestructible furious bear armor became fragile under the shadow leopard's claws. A shadow flashed, leaving several clearly visible claw marks on the angry bear armor, with a faint blood seeping through from beneath the armor. "Are silver-tiered Shadow Panthers really that fast?" Feeling the pain in his chest, Rayne gained a direct sense of the Shadow Panther's speed. Compared to the bronze-level Shadow Panther, the silver-level Shadow Panther was several times faster. Rayne's perception was already several times higher than that of an ordinary Silver Knight, and even with the added bonus of true sight, he could only see the blurry attack trajectory of the Shadow Panther. On the other side, the Shadow Panther licked the blood from its claws and looked at Rayne with apprehension. Most of its attacks were dodged, with only the tips of its claws touching the opponent. Moreover, the armor worn by the human in front of it was unusual. Although its claws tore through the armor, the tips of its claws were also in pain. After the initial probing attack, the Shadow Panther became even more cautious. It moved and leaped quickly through several shadows, changing positions. The Shadow Leopard sensed that the humans in front of it might be able to detect its location. "You cunning beast!" Rayne cursed as he watched the Shadow Panther move around. The effect of true sight only lasts for half an hour, and cannot be prolonged. Fortunately, half an hour is enough time and true sight can be used twice. The Shadow Panther leaped and darted through the shadows, making it impossible for Rayne to lock onto it. Rayne could only defend in place and wait for a counterattack opportunity. The Shadow Panther began circling Rayne at high speed, and after a period of time, it launched another attack. The shadows ripped through the space once more, and the familiar scene repeated itself. Rayne swung his sword in retaliation, but the Shadow Panther was unharmed, while Rayne himself sustained another wound. After the same scene repeated 2 or 3 times, Rayne was covered in blood and looked quite badly injured. However, Rayne did not panic. He calmly looked around and waited for the Shadow Panther's next attack. All his injuries were superficial, looking serious but not affecting his bones or muscles. Given his strong physique, Rayne could handle these injuries. Although his injuries were not serious, the current situation was very unfavorable for Rayne. He could only passively endure the Shadow Panther's attacks. The Shadow Panther showed no signs of stopping and seemed to have plenty of stamina. If the stalemate continued, Rayne would undoubtedly be defeated. That's about it. Rayne was preparing to unleash his trump card. He had figured out the Shadow Panther's attack patterns. The opponent didn't have many attack routines, its only notable feature being its speed. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon, and speed alone is enough to make it impossible for Rayne to cope. After the Shadow Panther finished its attack, Rayne quickly pulled out the thorn cloak from his pocket and put it on. On the other side, the Shadow Leopard, having landed a successful blow, looked at the human's actions with a hint of confusion in its eyes. It didn't understand what the other was doing. After circling around Rayne a few times and finding nothing unusual about him, the Shadow Panther began to gather its strength. The power of shadow gathered in the claws of the Shadow Panther. Regardless of whether the human was struggling in his death throes or doing something else, it would use its ultimate move to completely tear him apart, and taste the flesh and blood of a human powerhouse. The shadow began to expand, and Rayne immediately noticed something was wrong. Rayne tightened his thorny cloak, ready for battle. The expanded shadow loomed over Rayne, and claws imbued with shadow power emerged from the shadows, plunging straight for Rayne's heart. Facing the shadow claws, Rayne did not dodge, but instead took a step forward to meet them. The Shadow Panther looked at Rayne with great confusion. Is this human courting death? The next moment, Shadow Panther knew why Rayne wasn't dodging. The shadow claws landed on the thorn cloak, and mysterious magic runes instantly lit up the gray surface of the cloak, the shadow's power being violently rebounded. A deep, bone-revealing wound instantly appeared on the Shadow Panther's body, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The Shadow Panther's entire body also fell out of the shadows. Running wolf slash! Rayne quickly seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, and eliminate the Shadow Panther completely. The heavily wounded Shadow Panther hadn't even figured out why it was injured when it felt a strong sense of deadly danger behind it, and it struggled to dodge Rayne's attacks despite its badly injured body. The wolf slash grazed past the Shadow Panther's body, severing its long tail. The Shadow Panther let out a painful growl, then hurriedly fled into the distance. Trying to run away now? Too late! Rayne gave chase, determined to kill the Shadow Panther. Failure to do so would have dire consequences. Chapter 43: Unexpected Gains in the Cave. The Shadow Panther fled, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Severely wounded, it could no longer freely enter the shadows. Rayne gave chase, and although the Shadow Panther was seriously injured, it was still quite fast at escaping. If it weren't for the blood along the way guiding the way, Rayne might have lost it. During the pursuit, Rayne once again desperately wanted a magical beast mount.
We need to get back and promote Little White to a demon wolf as soon as possible. This shadow panther is really fast. It can still run so fast even with such serious injuries. The roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Now the shadow panther is the prey and Rayne is the hunter. The two chase each other across the wilderness. After a day and a night, Rayne arrived at the Black Mountains on the western side of the Red River Valley. After a day and a night of continuous pursuit, Rayne's physical strength had dropped drastically, and he only had half of his fighting spirit left. We're finally catching up. Judging from the bloodstains along the way, Rayne clearly sensed that the shadow panther not far ahead was nearing its end. It was severely injured and had to run for a day and a night. It was only because of the beast's strong physique that it survived, otherwise anyone else would have died long ago. At this point, Rayne was no longer in a hurry. A few hundred meters away, the shadow leopard staggered along the familiar forest path. Due to excessive blood loss, its consciousness was already blurred, and its body was moving forward entirely by its survival instinct. After traveling some distance, it sensed the most familiar presence, its home. Before a towering cliff, the shadow panther strained to blend its body into the shadows. Rayne, who had caught up with the shadow panther, witnessed this scene. This is... Rayne quickly arrived at the cliff face. The shadow panther had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a vertical cliff face hundreds of meters high in front of him. Rayne pulled out the Eye of True Sight from his pocket and activated it to observe the cliff face in front of him. Soon, Rayne discovered something unusual. Above the cliff face, a shadow suddenly appeared in the middle, surrounded by normal cliff walls. Having spotted his target, Rayne pulled out his dagger, stuck it into the cliff face, and began to climb. He was agile and quickly reached the unusually dark spot in the middle of the cliff. Touching the cliff face in front of him, but receiving no reaction, Rayne gathered his fighting spirit and punched down. Large chunks of rock fell down, but Rayne didn't stop what he was doing and continued to strike the cliff face in front of him. He quickly dug a hole in the stone. Empty? Rayne clearly felt a slight change in the feel of his strikes, and immediately quickened his movements. Bang! 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 He kept punching to widen the opening and dug deeper into the cliff face. With a final punch, a huge hole appeared in front of Rayne. He had dug a hole through the cliff face. The power of the Eye of True Sight surged into the cave entrance, and Rayne saw that inside the cliff was a huge grotto. After clearing away the rocks blocking his way, Rayne came in. The cave was pitch black, with no light source and no sound, only a deathly silence. Light spell! Rayne used the spell Cecilia had taught him, and a magical light source floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. The cave in front of them was several thousand square meters in size. The shadow panther that Rayne had been chasing was in the deepest part of the cave. Rayne had already seen it, and it was lying motionless on the ground. When Rayne got closer, he found it was already dead. The huge wound on its body had exhausted its life force. The shadow panther was lying on a stone platform, which was also the highest point in the cave. Besides the shadow panther's corpse, there was a pile of miscellaneous items near the platform. Rayne sensed the presence of magic within this pile of junk. Are these all the spoils of war from the shadow panther? As Rayne rummaged through a pile of junk, he found some magical beast bones and stones with magical energy, clearly extraordinary materials. There were also some damaged armor, long swords, and other equipment. Most of them were unusable due to the damage, but Rayne still managed to pick out a few that were still usable. Both monster bones and magic ore are useful to Rayne. They are extraordinary materials that can be used to craft enchanted equipment, or potions. The last few pieces of equipment that were chosen were, needless to say, enchanted equipment. 2 enchanted longswords, 1 enchanted longbow, 2 staves, a pair of shoes, and a pair of bracers. Rayne examined them carefully. Although they weren't high-level enchanted equipment, they were indeed all enchanted equipment, and they were all usable. These gains made Rayne grin from ear to ear. Most of the enchanted equipment accumulated by the Derrick family was lost on the battlefield of the fell orcs. All that was left of Rayne was the furious bear armor and the low-level enchanted longsword in his hand.
Only 3 enchanted items remained in the family treasury: 2 long swords and a dagger, all of which Rayne had kept for himself. If you encounter an evenly matched opponent, the probability of your weapons and equipment being damaged is very high. Just like when facing the Shadow Panther, Rayne's furious bear armor was severely damaged, almost half useless, and his enchanted longsword also had many chips and nicks, so he would have to replace it when he got back. Low-level enchanted weapons are effective, but they are not durable in high-intensity battles. This harvest has greatly increased the inventory of enchanted equipment in Rayne, so he no longer has to worry about running out of enchanted equipment later. I've struck it rich! I never expected to get this much after chasing the Shadow Leopard's den for a whole day and night. It was worth the effort, even though my legs almost gave out. Rayne happily gathered his spoils, immediately equipping the enchanted shoes and bracers. The shoes automatically adjusted to the correct size, fit perfectly, and were very comfortable to wear. Rayne felt the power attached to the shoes, which made his steps lighter. The enchantment on these shoes increases agility, and the nearby magic adds wind power, which is also the most common effect of shoe enchantments. Not bad, I can run even faster now. It seems I'm getting more and more used to walking. The enchantment on the bracers increases strength, and the added magic is basic strength enhancement, which is also a standard enchantment. After trying it out, Rayne's strength increased by more than 10%, and the effect was very obvious. Leaving aside the longbow and staff, all that Rayne was missing right now was an enchanted longbow and a staff, and now they've given him both. After collecting the enchanted equipment, Rayne had almost finished searching through the Shadow Panther's loot. When he reached the very bottom, Rayne thought that was the end of his haul, but he had far underestimated what he had gained. No way! This is... Rayne carefully took out the item that made his heart skip a beat from the bottom corner of the pile of items. When he sensed this thing, he could hardly believe it. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully for a moment. After using his mental power to investigate, he confirmed that what was in front of him was the magical equipment he was thinking of. It really is a spatial ring. How did this thing end up here? Rayne easily imprinted his mental energy onto the spatial ring, marking it with his mark. The space ring has approximately 100 cubic meters of space inside, which is quite large, indicating that the space ring is of a high level. After seeing what was inside the spatial ring, Rayne was somewhat confused, with only 2 words in his mind. It's out! This time it's really big. Chapter 44: The Core of the Nest. Inside the spatial ring, various items were neatly arranged in categories. As long as Rayne concentrated his mental energy on the corresponding item, the information of the item would be imprinted in his mind. First and foremost, the most eye-catching item is the 3 chests of gold coins. 3 large chests full of gold coins filled Rayne's field of vision. None of the 3 boxes containing gold coins had lids, and the gold coins were piled high above the openings of the boxes, looking as if they might fall out at any moment. The glittering gold made it impossible for Rayne to look away. 63,000 gold coins! There was no need to count them. The number of gold coins was immediately clear in Rayne's mind after a mental scan. These 3 boxes of gold coins alone are worth more than the entire income of the Red River territory during its peak 5 years. Next to the 3 boxes of gold coins was an iron box filled with magic cores, including 100 black iron-grade magic cores, 10 bronze-grade magic cores, and 1 silver-grade magic core. Different types of magic cores emitted different lights, and a box of magic cores looked colorful and extremely beautiful. Magic cores can be directly absorbed by professionals to enhance their strength and can also be used to create various magical equipment. This box of magic cores is naturally quite valuable. Rayne estimated that it would be worth 20 to 30,000 gold coins. Looking to the side, a box of magic stones appeared before Rayne, containing a total of 200 magic stones. Magic stone! Rayne took out a white magic stone, held it in his hand, and examined it. The white stone emitted a faint divine aura. Magic stones and magic cores have similar effects, but the difference is that magic cores are obtained by hunting magical beasts, while magic stones are mined from the ground by mining magic stone veins. The magic core contains corresponding magic power based on the different attributes of the monster. The magic stone contains a general-purpose magic energy that is slightly different from attribute magic power. Magical energy contained within magic stones generally does not have special attributes. Only a very small number of magic stone veins mutate due to external factors, giving birth to magic stones with specific attributes. Because magic energy is universal, magic stones have a wider range of uses, while magic cores are superior in their application of corresponding attributes. Magic stones are not only widely used, but also have fixed veins, so their production is relatively stable. Therefore, they are often used as a form of currency for barter. In addition to copper, silver, and gold coins, the most advanced currency in the kingdom is magic stone coins. Magic stone coins are made by processing magic stones into units of equal size, thus creating a special kind of currency. Magic stone coins are a high-end currency. Ordinary people might never even use gold coins in their entire lives, let alone magic stone coins. According to the memories in Rayne's mind, magic stones are divided into white and cyan based on the concentration of magic energy they contain. One white magic stone coin is worth 100 gold coins, while a cyan magic stone coin is of a higher grade and can be worth 1,000 gold coins. The box of magic stones that Rayne received contained 200 white magic stone coins, which is equivalent to 20,000 gold coins. In fact, the price of exchanging magic stones for gold coins is slightly higher, because magic stone veins are much rarer than gold mines. Normally, no one would exchange magic stones for gold coins. Instead, magic stone coins are used to buy magical equipment, potions, or extraordinary items such as breathing techniques. The glittering gold coins, the dazzling magic cores, and the magic stones radiating divine charm attracted all of Rayne's attention. Only after he had examined all the boxes of treasures did he discover that there was a small box placed in the middle of them. The box was very delicate, less than a tenth the size of the iron box containing gold coins next to it, and it didn't have any dazzling light, so Rayne didn't notice it at first. What good stuff is this, and why is it placed so in the middle? When Rayne took out the small box from his spatial ring and opened it, he found only 2 fist-sized black spheres inside, with nothing unusual about them. When Rayne touched it, a message entered his head from the black sphere. Ancient relics? Nest core? Farm? This thing is the legendary core of the lair? The core of the ancient relic nest was something Rayne had only heard of but never seen. No one knows for sure how many civilizations existed in the history of the Noah continent. Since the collapse of the human empire Tamriel 3,000 years ago, there has been a gap in the history of the human empire before that, at least not for Rayne. Ancient artifacts are a collective term for precious treasures left behind by civilizations that existed before human empires. Nest cores are said to be products of the gods in the mythological era. By creating corresponding nest structures using nest cores, unique nest creatures can be produced. Nest creatures are diverse and can be categorized into combat type and support type nest creatures based on their function. Rayne felt that this thing was like a cloned organism, an otherworldly version of biotechnology. I've only heard of the nest core and the nest creature Rayne from the Knight Academy. The Derrick family doesn't have a nest core, and there wasn't even a single nest core in the entire Red River Valley before. Every time a nest core is created, the great nobles will try every means to obtain it, while the lesser nobles have no chance to get their hands on it at all. Rayne currently holds 2 farm nest cores. After using the cores and investing some building resources, he can materialize the nest building, the farm. According to the information transmitted to Rayne by the core of the nest, the farm can produce 10 farmers every week after it is built. In return, each production requires the farm to provide meat resources, and each farmer needs 100 kilograms of meat resources. That means I put in 2,000 kilograms of blood and flesh every week, and the 2 farms produce 20 farmers for me every week. It feels pretty good, even more advanced and easier to use than cloning. Rayne examined the 2 legendary nest cores repeatedly. Judging from their effects alone, these 2 farm cores weren't particularly powerful. They were merely passable. With 20 people per week, that's only about 1,000 people per year, nothing special. If the effect wasn't that outstanding, Rayne would want to sell the 2 cores. Rayne knew that Rage Bear Fortress was permanently buying all kinds of nest cores, starting at a minimum of 10,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. In other words, these 2 nest cores are worth at least 20,000 gold coins. No wonder ordinary people and minor nobles can't keep the core of the nest. The effect is not that great, and it is more practical to exchange it for gold coins. Let's try it out when we get back. If it doesn't work, then we'll talk about selling it. After putting away the nest core, Rayne urgently needed to check the remaining items in his spatial ring. Besides gold coins, magic cores, magic stones, and nest cores, the space ring also contained a batch of enchanted equipment and potions. In the corner, there was a bookshelf filled with magic books, and next to the bookshelf was a pile of personal miscellaneous items. Rayne took inventory and found 100 enchanted longswords, 50 longbows, and 50 shields. Most valuable of all, there were also 5 sets of rare enchanted full-body armor. The box containing the potions contains 100 bottles of low-level recovery potions, 20 bottles of mid-level recovery potions, 5 bottles of high-level recovery potions, and dozens of other potions that enhance magic power. The bookshelf containing magic books also contains hundreds of books on various magic skills, most of which are about ice magic skills, as well as some miscellaneous books. At first, Rayne was excited and happy to see this wealth, but he sobered up a bit when he saw the 5 sets of enchanted full-body armor, and the bookshelves holding magic books. The family crest of the Cold Wind family? Looking at the ice pattern tower design painted on the armor, and the patterns on the dozens of books of ice magic, Rayne immediately recognized their origin. The ice blue badge exudes a chilling aura. Chapter 45, A feast is hosted, and meat is eaten. One of the 3 dukes of the north, and also the most powerful, wealthiest, and most mysterious Duke of the North, Frostwind. The Duke of Coldwind established Coldwindhold only 5 years after the first Duke of the North, the Duke of Stag. Both duchies were established 1,000 years ago, when the kingdom was first founded. Duke Stag is of northern origin, while Duke Coldwind is of royal lineage from the kingdom of Asriel. The first Duke Coldwind was the younger brother of the first Golden King, Asriel. After Duke Hafong settled in Hafong territory, his descendants adopted Hafong as their surname to distinguish themselves from the Golden royal family. Although the surname has changed, the bloodline remains the same. The Coldwind territory and the Golden Plains have much closer ties than other nobles in the north. With the backing of the Golden royal family, the strength of the Coldwind territory is self-evident. More importantly, Duke Frostwind also occupies an ancient ruined Frostwind Tower. Relying on Frostwind Tower, Frostwind territory can continuously cultivate ice mages and other ice-type extraordinary professionals. Coldwind territory boasts the only mage academy in the entire northern territory, and the number of mages in Coldwind territory far exceeds the combined number of mages in the other 2 northern grand duchies. The towering pattern, set against the backdrop of ice formations, is the family crest of the Frostwind territory and their most distinctive mark. Damn it, how could it belong to the Coldwind family? This is a bit troublesome. Ryan muttered something. Whatever, what's in my hands is mine. Let's take it back first. The item is a bit too hot to handle. If the Coldwind family finds out that Rayne has taken property that belongs to their family, it would be fine if they just take it back, but I'm afraid there will be other troubles. Rayne didn't believe that a behemoth like the Coldwind family would reason with a nobody like him, especially since the current Duke of Coldwind and the Duke of Angry Bear, Rayne's allegiance, didn't have a good relationship. There might be some trouble, but it's nothing compared to what we'll gain, so Rayne didn't dwell on it anymore. After taking stock of the items in his spatial ring, Rayne didn't bother to examine the magic books and other miscellaneous items on the bookshelf. Instead, he packed all the items he had just picked out from the cave into his spatial ring. Then, Rayne went to the Shadow Panther's corpse, first taking out the magic core from the Shadow Panther's body and storing it separately, and then stuffing the Shadow Panther's corpse into his spatial ring. Silver-level magical beasts are full of good stuff. Just now, Rayne was worried about how to bring this Shadow Panther back, but now he doesn't have to worry anymore. After packing up all the spoils, Rayne drank a low-level recovery potion and, while recovering from his injuries and regaining his fighting spirit, wandered around the cave to see if he had forgotten anything. In a corner of the cave, Rayne actually found something else of value. A dozen or so magical plants were growing in the corner of the cave. Rayne didn't recognize what kind of magical plants they were, but that didn't stop him from digging them up by the roots. After circling around a few times and making sure one last careful check that everything in the cave had been packed up and taken away, Rayne finally left the Shadow Panther's lair with satisfaction. It took Rayne a full day and night to chase the Shadow Panther all the way here. It took some time to loot the cave, and 3 days passed by the time Rayne returned to Red River territory. Upon reaching the outskirts of Red River town, Rayne stopped and, after a moment's thought, retrieved the Shadow Panther's carcass, intending to drag it back to Red River Fortress himself. In Red River town, the townspeople, who had been worried for the past few days, suddenly saw Rayne dragging the corpse of the Shadow Panther step by step, and the entire town instantly erupted in excitement. They had all learned in the past few days that magical beasts were attacking people near their territory, and that these beasts were very powerful. Even the territorial guards were no match for them. As a result, the ordinary citizens were very uneasy, fearing that they would be attacked when they went out to work. Now that they saw Rayne dragging the monster's corpse back, their anxious hearts finally calmed down. "Is that the monster that attacked the farmland 3 days ago? It's huge, and it looks so fierce. So what if he's powerful? He was still killed by the Lord. Long live the Lord!" As Rayne dragged the Shadow Panther's carcass back to the territory, the previously lifeless Red River territory suddenly came alive. The worship that all the people had for Rayne was beyond words. In their eyes, their lord was an omnipotent god. The ordinary citizens cheered and jumped for joy along the way, expressing their happiness, until they reached the gates of Red River Fortress. On the other side, Forner and all the management personnel of the Red River territory breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Rayne return safely. Compared to the ordinary citizens, they had lived in fear for the past 3 days. Although Chris told him that the Shadow Panther had been defeated by Rayne, and its tail had been cut off. But Rayne was gone for 3 days, and everyone was still very nervous, fearing that something might have happened to him outside. The most important person in the entire Red River Valley is Rayne. If something happens to Rayne, the Red River territory will change hands without an heir, and then the fate of Forner and the others will be uncertain. Especially Forner, who had been praying constantly for Rayne's safe return for the past 3 days. Every time he saw Chris and the other guards, he would blame them in his heart for letting Ryan go alone to chase after them. However, Forner only cursed them in his heart, and did not say these things in front of Ross and the others. Now that Ryan is back, the worries on the faces of Forner, Ross, Chris, and everyone else have disappeared. At the entrance of Red River Fortress, everyone bowed respectfully to Rayne, their eyes filled with adoration as they looked at him and the corpse of the Shadow Panther behind him. "Welcome back, victorious Lord! My lord, you are brave and invincible! My lord, you..." The crowd showered him with praise, but Ryan waved his hand to interrupt them. "All right, stop talking if it's useless." Rayne laid down the Shadow Panther's corpse, drew his sword, and swiftly severed the Shadow Panther's head. Then he turned to Ross and said, "Hang the Shadow Panther's head on the castle gate for 3 days as a warning, then take it down. Take the rest of the body back to the barracks. We'll have extra food tonight." Ross and the others stared wide-eyed at Ryan, somewhat incredulous. "My lord, shall we take them all to the military camp?" The flesh and blood of silver-level magical beasts are sold by weight in Ironwall Fortress or Rage Bear Fortress, costing 5 or 6 silver coins per pound. This shadow leopard is quite large, weighing about a ton, and yields about 1,200 gene of meat. If all the meat were sold, it would be worth 60 or 70 gold coins. A few pounds of shadow leopard meat is worth more than Ross's monthly income. Of course, let the brothers eat their fill. This shadow leopard has already reached the mid-silver level, and its flesh and blood contain extremely rich energy. I estimate that the brothers' strength will be greatly improved after eating it. However, you should be careful when handling it. Keep the leopard's skin and claws safe, as they are precious extraordinary materials that can be used to make magical equipment. Even after you've finished eating the meat, keep the leopard bones.
they can be used in medicine. Sigh, it's a pity. All that leopard blood has been spilled on the road, what a waste. My lord, that's not what I meant. I meant that the flesh and blood of the shadow panther are very precious. Should we really distribute them? Ross checked it again. Of course, distribute them all, and do as I say. The soldiers did a good job this time, with minimal damage to the territory, especially Chris and his team, who did an outstanding job. This is what the soldiers deserve. Take it away. I'm hosting a banquet tonight. Foreigner, have all the stewards and scholars come too, and we'll all eat leopard meat together. When Fornell heard about Ryan's arrangements, he hesitated several times before speaking. In his opinion, all the shadow panthers should be sold, and the gold coins obtained should be put into the Derrick family treasury. However, Ryan was very firm in his decision, and he didn't dare to stand up and say no now. Fornell lowered his head and replied softly, Yes, my lord. Wren waved enthusiastically to the people gathered at the gates of Red River Fortress, and then returned to Red River Fortress amidst cheers. Chapter 46 Shadow Vine. It was evening. The main hall of Hongha Fort was bustling with noise, with dozens of people gathered together, filling the hall to capacity. All the managers, scholars, and former village chiefs and guard squad leaders of the Red River Territory gathered here. The flesh and blood of the shadow panther had been served on the table, and everyone secretly drooled as they looked at the fragrant monster flesh and blood in front of them. The flesh and blood of silver-level magical beasts are something even nobles rarely get to enjoy on ordinary days, but today they can all feast on it. Rayne stood up, raised his glass, and said, Come, let's all raise a glass and wish our Red River Territory greater prosperity. May our territory become even more prosperous and powerful. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily in response to Wren's toast. All right, everyone, please enjoy. Don't be shy. With Ryan's instructions, everyone abandoned their pent-up appetites and began to feast. After a few bites of leopard meat, everyone felt a warm feeling in their stomachs, and a power flowed from their stomachs to all parts of their bodies. Professionals like Ross and Wayne could eat a few more bites, but ordinary people like Fornell felt full after just a few bites. The high energy content of the leopard meat made them unable to eat any more. While everyone was enjoying the meal in the hall, all the guards in the military camp next to the castle were also eating cooked leopard meat. Inside Red River Town, all the residents of Red River Territory were enjoying a hearty meal. Wren had Forner distribute plenty of fish, meat, and grains so that all the residents could have a good meal. The aroma of meat filled the air throughout the Red River Territory tonight, and laughter and cheerful voices filled the air. Inside the hall, Caputo and Cecilia, sitting beside Rayne, quietly watched the joyful scene unfold before them. Caputo didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist Wren's insistence on inviting him, and Cecilia also wanted to attend such a gathering, so he came along to see his beloved granddaughter. Cecilia loved the lively atmosphere. Everyone was eating and laughing happily, which made her feel relaxed. This was a group activity she rarely got to participate in before. Before, she mostly kept to herself with Caputo and rarely interacted with others. Apart from her grandfather Caputo, she didn't have many friends. Cecilia never imagined she would have such a happy gathering with so many people. Cecilia squinted her eyes and smiled, enjoying the hard-won joyful atmosphere. Her little hand secretly reached for a glass of wine, as she had never drunk wine before and always wanted to taste what it was like. Caputo casually slapped Cecilia's hand away as she reached for the wine glass. Little Cecilia, you are too young. Children shouldn't drink alcohol. Okay, Grandpa. Grandpa, you're so stingy. Little Cecilia is ignoring you, humph. Cecilia pouted and turned her head to the side, pouting angrily. Caputo smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, he was thinking much more than Cecilia, and his gaze toward Rayne was much deeper. He had thought it would be a simple banquet, but Caputo never expected to see such an extraordinary scene. Caputo possessed powerful mental strength. Although he didn't personally go outside to take a look, he could sense the general situation outside and then look at the people in the hall. Apart from Wren, there were no other nobles at the entire banquet. They were all ordinary people.
And the main course was the flesh and blood of the shadow panther. He understood the young baron before him less and less. The flesh and blood of silver-level magical beasts might not mean much to the high-ranking nobles in Golden City or Angry Bear Fortress, but it was extremely precious to a minor baron like Rayne. Caputo never expected that Rayne would so casually bestow these magical beast meats as a reward. Even when Red River territory was attacked by the orcs and suffered a major blow, Rayne was still generous, even excessively so.
Is he naive, or is he too calculating? This baron is too kind to his ordinary subjects, giving them meat and grain. Have the virtues of the northern nobles become so high now?
Thinking of this, Caputo laughed at himself, shook his head, and denied his own conjecture.
I never expected to meet such an interesting and special baron after being injured. Such a peculiar character will either perish surely if things continue like this. Otherwise, one day he will be famous throughout the entire continent.
Caputo's mind raced with thoughts, and his gaze toward Rayne became somewhat vacant. Rayne, who was standing to the side, was puzzled by Caputo's gaze, so he simply raised his glass and toasted Caputo.
Master Caputo, thank you for gracing my banquet despite your illness. Your 2 magical items played a crucial role in my survival after defeating the Shadow Panther. Thank you for your help.
With that, Rayne solemnly paid his respects to Caputo, and then drank the wine in his hand.
Baron Rayne, you flatter me.
Caputo responded politely to Rayne, and the two then chatted happily, with Rayne recounting his battle with the Shadow Panther. Cecilia, who was standing nearby, also perked up her ears to listen. Soon, everyone in the hall was listening with curiosity as Rayne recounted his battle with the Shadow Panther. Relaxed and joyful times always pass quickly. Before we knew it, the banquet was late at night. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they dispersed, and the Red River territory returned to tranquility under the night sky. Early the next morning, Rayne went to the Derrick family's potion field inside the castle and took out the magical plants from his spatial ring to plant in the field. Time is frozen inside the spatial ring. Items placed inside will not decay or lose energy, but they will also not undergo any other changes. These magical plants can only continue to grow when planted in the field. The potion field in front of us was built by the Derrick family at a considerable cost. It is only 2 acres in size and is planted with a magical plant that the Derrick family focuses on cultivating, the magic wolf grass. The demon wolf grass is the key to the Derrick family's cultivation of demon wolves, and it is also the only magical plant in the demon wolf blood potion recipe. There aren't many mature dire wolf grass plants left in the potion field. Rayne gave Cecilia a batch of the mature ones so she could research and upgrade the dire wolf blood recipe. Besides the demon wolf grass, there were also some magical plants collected by the Derrick family in the potion field, but only a few dozen. The rest of the field contained ordinary medicinal herbs, mostly auxiliary medicines containing demon wolf blood. Normally, the potion field is managed by a specialist, but this time the planted magical plants are unknown magical plants that have never been seen before. Old John, who is usually in charge of managing the potion field, is not confident in planting them and is a little nervous. Rayne glanced at the anxious old John and told him to go aside and take care of the other magical plants, while he would personally cultivate the special magical plants that he had dug up from the Shadow Panther's den. Rayne found an empty spot in the herb field and planted all the magical plants from his spatial ring there. Not long after he finished his work, Rayne discovered the problem. The newly planted magical plants weakened and withered at a visible rate. What's going on? Startled, Rayne quickly dug up all the newly planted magical plants and put them back into his spatial ring. While Rayne was busy, Cecilia also arrived at the potion field.
Brother Rayne, you're here so early? Are you busy?
Seeing Rayne frantically digging something, Cecilia walked over and greeted him.
Well? Is this a shadow vine?
Rayne held the last magical plant he had dug up and looked up at Cecilia.
Shadow vine? Cecilia, do you recognize this magical plant?
Upon hearing Cecilia's name, Rayne immediately became interested and handed the magical plant in his hand to Cecilia. Chapter 47: Cultivating Magical Plants. Cecilia casually took the shadow vine that Rayne handed her.
Of course I recognize it. This is the shadow vine, but it doesn't look too good, it's a bit withered. Brother Rayne, you didn't plant shadow vines here, did you?
Cecilia noticed that the shadow vines were somewhat withered, and then she saw the herb field at Rayne's feet and understood why the shadow vines were withered. Ryan told the truth.
Yes, they've only been planted for a short while and they're already like this. I don't know what happened.
After listening to what Ryan said, Cecilia started teaching him on the spot.
Brother Rayne, shadow vine is a magical plant with shadow attributes. It should be planted in a cool, damp place without sunlight. If you plant it here, it will definitely wither when exposed to sunlight. Fortunately, it was only for a short while, so it's not a big problem. We can just plant it in the right place and let it rest for a few days.
After Cecilia finished speaking, she returned the shadow vine to Rayne.
I see. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. If it weren't for Cecilia, I wouldn't know what was going on.
Rayne then understood why the shadow vine had withered.
Brother Rayne, you still have a spatial ring? I haven't seen you use it before.
Cecilia saw Rayne turn around and put the shadow vine into his spatial ring.
Oh, I found it in the family treasury these past 2 days, so I'm using it now. Having a space ring makes things much more convenient.
Rayne didn't hide the existence of the spatial ring at first. Once you use it, you can't hide it. However, he came up with a reason for the ring's origin but didn't say that he obtained it from the Shadow Panther's lair. In any case, only he knows what's in the Derrick family's treasure vault.
Oh, that's great. Having a space ring is really convenient. After Grandpa bought me one, I can put a lot of my things in it.
Cecilia didn't pay much attention to what Rayne said. Spatial rings weren't anything special to her. Instead, she showed Rayne her own spatial ring. A beautifully patterned spatial ring was worn on Cecilia's flawless white hand.
She's really beautiful. Master Caputo has been very good to you, Cecilia,
Rayne complimented.
Of course, Grandpa is the best to me.
Cecilia tilted her head back happily.
Cecilia, can you tell me about this magical plant called Shadow Vine? I've never seen this before, and there's no record of this magical plant in my family's historical records.
Since Cecilia knew about the Shadow Vine, Rayne naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to gain knowledge slip by.
Of course, Brother Rayne. Shadow Vine is a mid-level magical plant with the shadow attribute. It is very valuable and can be used to make invisibility potions, shadow potions, and other magical potions with the shadow attribute. These shadow attribute potions are very popular among professionals such as assassins, thieves, and bounty hunters, so the price of Shadow Vine, the main ingredient, has always been quite high. Brother Rayne, you found these shadow vines in the Shadow Panther's lair, right? You're so clever, Cecilia. You found it in the Shadow Panther's lair. That makes sense. The chances of finding shadow attribute magical plants in the nests of high-level shadow attribute magical beasts like the shadow leopard are very high. However, it is indeed very good to be able to obtain the intermediate-level magical plant, Shadow Vine. Usually, you might only get some low-level magical plants.
Cecilia's lecture was very helpful to Ryan. This knowledge was a treasure.
Cecilia, you're amazing, you know so much. It's alright.
Cecilia smiled and touched her head.
Oh right, Brother Rayne, I also need some demon wolf grass and some medicinal herbs this time. With Grandpa's guidance, I have basically completed the optimization of the demon wolf blood recipe. I can try to make the finished product when I get back this time,
Rayne said with delight.
Real? Cecilia, you finished the optimization so quickly?
Cecilia said somewhat shyly.
It was mainly because my grandfather gave me some pointers, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to finish it so quickly. Even with Master Caputo's guidance, Cecilia, it's already quite impressive that you were able to complete the formula optimization and upgrade. Take as many magical plants as you need from this potion field.
Rayne was just saying that. There weren't many magical plants in the entire potion field to begin with, and he wasn't worried about how much Cecilia could take. Cecilia went to the potion field to collect the herbs she needed and then returned to Rayne's side.
Brother Rayne, your family's method of planting these magical plants is a bit too crude. If possible, you should plant the demon wolf grass in a separate field and not mix it with other magical plants.
Cecilia offered a suggestion.
Profound?
Rayne humbly asked.
Why is that, Cecilia? Brother Rayne, you call this magical plant demon wolf grass, but in the Southern Territory we call it blood-sucking grass. This magical plant grows by absorbing blood and flesh for nutrients, and potions made primarily from blood-sucking grass have the effect of enhancing physical strength and slightly stimulating bloodlines. The vampire grass is widely distributed, found almost throughout the entire kingdom, and is a relatively common low-level magical plant. This kind of magical plant is best cultivated by watering it with fresh blood. Brother Rayne, I saw that your family mainly uses fish meat as fertilizer. Although the blood-sucking plant can absorb such fertilizer, the effect is definitely not as good as watering it with fresh blood. In addition, because the blood-sucking grass needs flesh and blood as nutrients, the medicinal fields where the blood-sucking grass is planted will basically be soaked in flesh and blood. Land that has been stained with blood and flesh for a long time is not good for other magical plants and medicinal herbs. It may affect the growth of these magical plants, and in severe cases, it may even cause them to wither.
Rayne nodded frequently as Cecilia explained the knowledge about cultivating potions.
So I should separate the demon wolf grass and find a separate piece of land to plant it?
Cecilia looked at the potion field before her for a moment, then said,
I suggest we separate the other magical plants and herbs and find a new medicinal field to plant them. This medicinal field has been eroded by flesh and blood for too long, so we can just use it to plant the demon wolf grass. You're right, Cecilia, I'll change now.
Rayne nodded, ready to immediately modify the herb field as Cecilia had instructed.
Then you go ahead with your work, Brother Rayne. I'm going back to refine potions.
Cecilia waved and left the herb field to go back and concoct potions. As soon as Cecilia left Rayne, she summoned Evan and old John, who had been eavesdropping the whole time.
Yevon, take note of this. Later, find a suitable spot in the courtyard inside the castle and cultivate a medicinal herb field of 1 or 2 acres in size. The location should not be too close to here. Old John, you just heard what the mage Cecilia said. Once the new herb field is cultivated in Evan, you should transplant all the herbs in this field, except for the demon wolf grass, to the new herb field.
Old John was 60 years old, with a full head of white hair, and looked extremely old, so everyone in the castle called him Old John. Although he looked old and was indeed quite old, perhaps because he had spent his whole life working with medicinal herbs, he was in very good health and worked with a speed and energy that belied his age. Old John's father was a farmer who grew potions for the Derrick family, and he was still doing so in his generation. His son was supposed to take over the job. Unfortunately, his son was unwilling to spend his life growing medicinal herbs in the fields and chose to become a warrior, eventually dying in battle against the orcs. Fortunately, he still has several grandchildren who can pass on his skills. I understand, my lord. I heard what the mage said just now, and I will complete the planting of medicinal herbs as soon as possible according to your instructions. Old John was standing a bit far away, but he heard all of Cecilia's knowledge about planting and remembered it all. This knowledge is his means of making a living, and it will also be the means for his descendants to earn a living. He will remember this knowledge and teach it to his grandchildren. Looking at Old John's snow-white hair and aged face, Ryan was thinking about how to train new herb growers as soon as possible. Based on what just happened, Rayne realized that cultivating potions is a technical skill that requires professionals. Old John has been cultivating potions for the Derrick family for generations, but they are not mages and do not understand magical plants. All their techniques are accumulated through experience and practice over time. These technologies can only handle known issues. They become ineffective when faced with unknown magical plants or similar problems.
We still need to pass on knowledge. Knowledge is the foundation of a territory.
Chapter 48: The Core of the Farm. In the end, Rayne transformed a basement in Red River Fortress into an underground medicinal field and planted more than a dozen shadow vines there. Under suitable conditions, the shadow vine grew well and no further adverse reactions occurred. Having resolved the shadow vine issue, Rayne took out the next item to deal with. 2 farm nest cores.
The farm covers an area of about 200 square meters, which is enough to fit inside the castle. Let's put it inside the castle. The core of the lair is a precious ancient relic, and after thinking about it, Rayne decided it would be more appropriate to keep it in Red River Fortress. Red River Fortress is protected by high walls, and the interior has been extensively renovated and expanded by the Derrick family over the years, making it quite spacious. Rayne had enough timber and stone brought to the place he had chosen, and also had 2,000 caddies of fish and meat sent from the dock for later use. Then Rayne took out a farm core and put 10 magic stones on top of it. The 10 magic stones were directly attracted together by the core, and the magic energy within the magic stones continuously flowed into the core. Rayne cut his palm and poured his blood onto the core. After the core absorbed the blood, he gently tossed the core, which landed steadily above the pre-selected location. Below the core were the prepared wood and stone materials. As the core of the lair absorbed the 10 magic stones, the magic stones turned into powder and disappeared into the world, while the core emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the materials below. Enveloped in light, wood and stone began to fly around the core and automatically build up, and the prototype of a building quickly appeared before Rayne's eyes, and it was rapidly perfected over time. Inside the castle room, Caputo, who was instructing Cecilia on how to concoct potions, was startled by the unusual energy fluctuations outside. This aura? Why does this look so familiar? Could it be that thing? Several pieces of information flashed through Caputo's mind. Cecilia, who was beside him, also sensed the fluctuation of the aura outside and turned to look at Caputo. Grandfather? I'll go check out the situation outside. Little Cecilia, you can manage things yourself. You know what to do, and I trust you to be absolutely fine. Yes, Grandpa. Cecilia continued to concentrate on mixing the blood of the direwolf, while Caputo quickly tidied himself up and headed straight out towards the source of the aura that had attracted him. When Caputo arrived, the farm was already completed. Rayne was carefully examining the amazing building in front of him. The farm is square, and the entire building is integrated, making it look different from ordinary farmhouses. This farm is completely enclosed, so you can't see inside, and the gate is also tightly closed. It took Rayne 10 magic stones, worth 1,000 gold coins, to build it. Upon seeing the farm, Caputo, who had just arrived, immediately exclaimed in amazement. It really is an ancient relic, the core of the nest. Upon hearing this, Rayne looked towards Caputo, who had just arrived. Master Caputo, do you recognize this? Of course, Baron Rayne, you keep surprising me. I never expected you could even get your hands on the core of the nest. It's an ancient relic, and very few barons can possess such a thing. There are several nest cores within the Holy White Academy, and I am quite familiar with these ancient relics. As Caputo explained, he walked over to the farm and took a look around. This should be the core of a first-tier human support nest, the farm, which is also the most common type of nest core. First tier? Rayne asked curiously. Are there different ranks within the core of the lair? Of course, all nests are currently divided into 5 tiers according to their strength. Tier 1 consists of ordinary nest creatures, and Tier 5 consists of gold-level nest creatures. This is currently the most mainstream method for distinguishing nest cores. As for how the beings who created nest cores in ancient times distinguished nest cores, no one knows. Your core is the lowest level and the lowest value of any nest core, but it's just right for you. If the value were too high, it might not be a good thing for you. Rayne remained non-committal and did not dwell on the matter. Let's see how it actually goes before we decide. Ryan carried the cart full of fish into the farm. The farm's tightly closed gate opened instantly, swallowing the cart of fish, and then closed again in an instant. In that instant, Rayne glanced at the situation inside the gate, only to see the floating core of the nest in the room, and nothing else in the darkness. Baron Rayne, you shouldn't bother studying the interior of the lair. Countless archmages, alchemists, and even legendary mages have explored this problem. As a result, no one has been able to figure out the secrets of how these hive cores were built, and no one has been able to create new hive cores since the collapse of the Tamriel Empire. These ancient relics contain miraculous power,
And it is said that if one can study and understand the principles behind them, one can glimpse the path beyond the legends. As a result, countless geniuses and powerful individuals embarked on this path, but in the end, they all failed and gained nothing. Caputo looked at the farm in front of him with a complicated expression. He had studied the core of the nest before, but he had never been able to figure it out. Master Caputo, it seems you've studied quite a few nest cores. Could you tell me what the farm core is used for? Rayne doesn't care about the road ahead after becoming a legend. It's too far away for him. He's more concerned with how to proceed on the road ahead. What benefits can the farm offer him now? Is it worth continuing to invest? He still has a farm core asset waiting to be used. When I was at St. White Academy, I studied nest cores with my teacher for a period of time and came into contact with many different kinds of nest cores, so I have some understanding of these cores. That's the heart of the farm. Caputo thought for a moment, and continued. At the heart of the farm, you can exchange 1,000 caddies of meat for 10 skilled farmers every week. The farmers produced in this farm are from the pinnacle civilization of ancient times that could create nest cores. Every farmer produced on the farm has farming techniques that are far more advanced than those currently used in your north. Do they possess advanced farming techniques? When Rayne heard what Caputo said, he realized that the farm might be much more useful than he had imagined. How advanced is it? Based on the core of the farm I studied before, this kind of farmer has mastered the technology of all procedures of crop production from beginning to end, from seed selection and breeding to sowing and cultivation, to harvesting and storage. He can be described as an all-around farming master. As for how advanced it is, it should be slightly better than the farming techniques on the Golden Plain. In terms of yield, if the nest farmers were to cultivate the land, the yield per mu of ordinary farmland could reach 600 gene. If the land were more fertile, as their owner you could provide better farming conditions, and the yield could be further increased. 600 gene per mu? That high? The yield that Caputo mentioned is 3 times the current yield of the Red River Territory farmland. Even if Rayne promotes his latest farming techniques and replaces farm tools, he is not confident that he can increase the yield of his territory's farmland to 600 gene in a short period of time. This was prepared just for me. Looking at the farm in front of him, Rayne realized that this thing was no longer a simple nest building, but a treasure trove for producing advanced agricultural technicians. What's the point of selling this? Build them all! Chapter 49 Kingdom Secrets. While Rayne and Caputo were talking, there was some new activity at the farm. After consuming 1,000 kilograms of fish, the farm gates opened again, and 10 farmers of similar height and appearance walked out of the farm. Owner! 10 farmers walked out of the farm and knelt neatly in front of Rayne. As the owner of the farm, Rayne could also sense a connection between himself and the 10 farmers in front of him. Once you've pledged allegiance to the core of the nest, these nest creatures will naturally recognize you as their master and obey your commands. Moreover, the loyalty of nest creatures to their master is absolute. They will carry out your orders to die without hesitation. Caputo continued to explain to Rayne from the side. The creatures in the nest are of low intelligence. They only know the knowledge within their professional scope and can only communicate in a simple way. They can understand commands, but if you ask them to do something outside their professional scope, they will not understand your instructions and will become stuck. For example, if you send these farmers to fight or to work as construction workers building houses, they will be unable to recognize the commands due to a lack of knowledge in their minds, resulting in behavioral confusion. If you let them farm, they will perfectly execute your orders in matters within the scope of a farmer's profession. The nest creatures cannot reproduce on their own, have no extra emotions, and are more like puppets, but they still need to eat, drink, and rest. Legend has it that some higher-level nest cores create nest creatures that don't need to eat or drink, relying entirely on absorbing energy from the world to replenish the energy their bodies consume. However, I have never seen such a nest creature. Caputo's explanation gave Rayne a more comprehensive understanding of the nest creatures. He tried to talk to the 10 farmers in front of him, and found that it was indeed as Caputo had said. These farmers can talk fluently and confidently about farming, but when it comes to other things, they stammer and can't utter a single word for a long time, as if their computer has frozen.
This thing feels like a clone, or a technical clone that has been programmed with specific knowledge.
Rayne immediately thought of the existence of some science fiction concepts in the world.
Was the technology of ancient civilizations this advanced? It's amazing that they could build something like this.
Rayne was amazed by the technology used to manufacture the core of the lair. Without hesitation, Rayne built another farm core and recruited 10 farmers for the week. Caputo watched quietly from the side, having no doubts about Rayne possessing 2 farm cores, nor saying a word. At this time, Forno was also called over by Rayne, who asked him to personally arrange accommodations for the 20 farmers, and then he would personally lead these farmers to work in the fields. Nest creatures also need to eat, drink, sleep, and rest, so these farmers also need a stable place to live. Unlike ordinary residents, these nest creatures naturally need to be treated differently. So Rayne had Forno designate a separate residential area in the territory for these farmers to live in. Forno was surprised at how these strangers had appeared, but Rayne told him not to ask any more questions and to settle them in properly, so Forno didn't ask any more. After Forno led the farmers away, Rayne continued his conversation with Caputo.
Master Caputo, do you know how long these farmers can live? Will they age like normal people? This kind of common nest creature can live for 20 years and then die. Nest creatures do not age and will remain in their current state until their lifespan expires. 20 years is not a short time. Yes, it's not short, Caputo chimed in.
After a moment of silence, Rayne thought for a moment and finally asked the question that had been on his mind.
Master Caputo, you said that this kind of farm core isn't rare and is the most common nest core, right? Yes, farm cores are not rare in nest cores. Many of those other great noble families also own farm cores, right?
Caputo nodded and said,
Basically, most nobles above the rank of Viscount should have a farm core. That means those earls, marquises, and grand dukes all have some farm cores in their hands. Then why do you think the farming techniques in the kingdom are so backward?
Caputo gave Rayne a meaningful look.
I didn't expect you to see such a deep problem just from the core of the farm. You are indeed different from those minor nobles. This is the will of the Golden Royal family and also the will of the Grand Dukes. It's an open secret among the upper nobility.
Rayne didn't speak, but just looked at Caputo with a puzzled expression.
The Golden Royal family controls the kingdom's most expansive and fertile Golden Plain, which is the kingdom's grain-producing region. The Dukes of the Four Borders purchase massive amounts of grain from the royal family every year, which is also an important source of income for the royal family. You mean that suppressing farming techniques and controlling grain production is the royal family's intention? Would the Dukes of the Four Borders agree to let the royal family control the food supply? That's not the only reason, there are other reasons as well.
Caputo then recounted the secrets behind it.
You've been distributing grain to all the people in the Red River territory recently, and they're basically able to eat their fill every day. What do you think of these people now that they're well fed?
Without hesitation, Rayne replied.
After eating their fill, the people are physically strong and have a lot of energy to work, much better than before.
Caputo countered with a question for Rayne.
What if they have nothing to do after they've eaten their fill? No work to do? Yes, what would happen to them if they had no work to do?
Caputo began to ask and answer his own questions.
The land of Noah is fertile and full of life. Anything planted there will grow well and the harvest will be considerable. It is not difficult to have enough to eat. But now most ordinary people in the kingdom can only eat half full every day, and many serfs are even starving. Why is this the case? The reason lies in a hidden part of the kingdom's history.
Caputo's deep voice began to recount a secret from the past of the kingdom of Israel.
This year is the year 1238 of the Golden Calendar. The kingdom has been established for 1,238 years. Although the kingdom's history is still very short compared to the legendary Tamriel Empire, more than 1,200 years is not a small number for us. Over the past 1,200 years, the kingdom has experienced many trials and tribulations, including various natural and man-made disasters, as well as the rise of all kinds of heroes who saved the kingdom's people from peril. Do you know which of these disasters is the most dangerous to the kingdom?
Rayne, who was eager to learn, obediently shook his head. It is a cult of evil gods. These worshippers of extraterrestrial evil gods even surpass chaos believers, demon followers, and all other enemies of humanity. There are definite records that the once powerful and invincible human empire of Tamriel, as well as the Orc Empire and Elven Empire in the history of the Orcs and Elves, were largely destroyed because of evil gods and the followers of these evil gods. The Tamriel Empire collapsed. What about the Orcs? A large portion of them mutated into Fel Orcs, and the rest fought against the Fel Orcs every day, suffering extremely miserable fates. As for the Elves, they have basically disappeared, and their figures can only be found in remote forests. As the Golden Royal family, who consider themselves the successors of the Tamriel Empire, they have a natural fear of extraterrestrial evil gods. Therefore, from the first Golden King onwards, the kingdom has used the most severe means to crack down on cultists of evil gods. Even so, 200 years after the kingdom was founded, that is, 1,000 years ago, the kingdom was struck by an extremely terrifying calamity caused by an evil god. The cultists of the evil god completed a massive sacrifice by bewitching ordinary people, summoning the phantom of an extraterrestrial evil god. In the end, it was only by sacrificing himself that His Majesty Asriel, the first Golden King, banished the phantom of the evil god and destroyed the cultists' plans. That disaster was called the Black Catastrophe, and the Golden family called that day the Day of Fall. As Rayne listened to this royal secret, which contained a vast amount of information, he couldn't understand how it had anything to do with suppressing grain production. However, the first thing a good listener should do is to keep their questions in mind and listen attentively. Rayne did not interrupt Caputo's story. Chapter 50 Right and Wrong. The first Golden King sacrificed himself to quell the disaster, and the survivors began to rebuild their homes and recuperate. At the same time, everyone is searching for the cause of this disaster. The kingdom has been relentlessly cracking down on cultists, with methods that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Even so, the kingdom has still suffered such a severe calamity caused by evil gods. The heir to the Golden King and the various dukes have begun to join forces to investigate the reason behind this. Finally, after a long period of investigation and discussions among the legendary experts, all the high-level officials came to a conclusion. That's because the people of the kingdom are living too well. Upon hearing this conclusion, Rayne was shocked. Is that even possible? How so? Caputo seemed to have anticipated Rayne's reaction and said with a smile. You find it unbelievable too, don't you? I was also shocked when I first learned about this little-known history, but that's the truth. When the kingdom was first established, under the diligent rule of His Majesty Asriel, the entire kingdom was thriving and everyone lived in peace and contentment. After 200 years, the kingdom's external expansion reached its limit, while the living standards of the kingdom's citizens improved dramatically. It is difficult for the people of the kingdom to have enough to eat and wear now, but it was commonplace 1,000 years ago. No one went hungry and everyone lived happily. But people's desires are endless. When everyone is full and there is no hunger, and the kingdom is free from war and enemies that threaten its survival, the people of the kingdom begin to look for places to vent their desires. The nobles began to indulge in pleasure, and so did the people of the kingdom, but their ways of indulging were far too limited compared to the nobles. At this time, cultists emerged. They secretly spread various stimulating and hedonistic activities among the people to lure them into depravity, while at the same time they spread the lie of immortality to deceive the ignorant into believing in evil gods. To fall into depravity and pleasure, to lose oneself in enjoyment, and to kneel at the feet of evil gods in the illusion of pursuing immortality. The final outcome is the outbreak of the Black Catastrophe, the tragedy of the fallen sun, the cultist feast of revelry, and the kingdom's lament. Listening to Caputo's story, Rayne thought of many things, and his mind became somewhat confused. After reaching a conclusion, the kingdom's leadership quickly made arrangements, the core of which was to lower the living conditions of the kingdom's citizens and keep ordinary citizens in a state of perpetual subsistence. Abandoning the use of advanced farming techniques and instead using outdated techniques, consuming a large amount of manpower in the fields, and making ordinary people focus their energy on farming and having enough to eat is one aspect of this. When even having enough to eat becomes a problem,
people will no longer have the time and energy to pursue pleasure. If it is difficult to even survive, they will not think about the question of immortality. Now you understand why, Baron Rayne. Caputo looked at Rayne calmly, as if the kingdom's secrets he had just told were as trivial as the gossip of old men and women in the village. Exhausting and keeping the people ignorant, is this the brilliant idea of those nobles and kings? After reviewing the information he had received, Rayne dismissed the royal family's actions with disdain. Giving up on food for fear of choking, does this really think they can resist the corruption of evil gods? I think they are committing slow suicide. When the next great calamity strikes, who will defend against the evil gods? Is he still the king of gold? Rayne's words struck Caputo like a thunderbolt. Tired people? Foolish people? Should we throw the baby out with the bathwater? These words kept echoing in Caputo's mind. Meanwhile, Rayne, standing beside him, continued to share his thoughts. Ultimately, the kingdom developed too quickly 1,000 years ago. It had no external enemies to pressure it, and its internal material conditions improved rapidly. As people's material conditions improve rapidly, their spiritual pursuits naturally increase as well, but the rulers of the kingdom have failed to see this. They have never granted ordinary people access to knowledge. The people of the kingdom have no pressure to survive and are satisfied with their material needs, so they want to pursue spiritual fulfillment. As a result, the kingdom not only failed to satisfy this need, but also monopolized knowledge and suppressed the spiritual needs of ordinary citizens. Such oppression was just as severe and terrible as material oppression. The kingdom's rulers turned a blind eye to this, and cultists took advantage of the situation to occupy this void, using the belief in evil gods to fill the spiritual void of ordinary people. What resistance can ordinary people who are uneducated, illiterate, and spiritually empty resist when faced with the bewitchment of cult members? It is better to guide than to block. Simply suppressing the problem will not solve it. Instead, it will temporarily hide the problem and allow it to accumulate power in places that people cannot see. One day, when this power can no longer be suppressed, it will explode completely. At that time, disaster will befall everyone. Caputo was deep in thought at this point, and Rayne's words gave him a different perspective on the problem. When he faced this problem 1,000 years ago, he was also thinking about how to solve it, but he never had a definite answer. It seemed that the rulers of the kingdom at that time had not done anything wrong. Now he felt as if he had a new answer, an answer that was more perfect than that of the sages of the past. Are you saying that the actions of the kingdom's rulers 1,000 years ago were completely wrong, and that suppression is not the way to solve the problem? Of course, it's obvious they made a mistake. However, I think this is the most correct approach for them. Rayne looked up at the bright sun in the sky. The sunlight was so warm, shining on the earth and giving itself selflessly without asking for anything in return. Those legends were all brilliant geniuses. Didn't any of them see the connection between these issues? I don't think so. Some of them must have already discovered the solution, but they just didn't want to do it. Those high and mighty beings are unwilling to relinquish their monopoly on knowledge, nor do they want to spend the effort to satisfy the so-called spiritual needs of ordinary people. Simple suppression is the most effective and permanent solution. For the Golden Royal family, this would not only curb the spread of cultists, but also allow them to utilize the vast food resources of the Golden Plains to strengthen their control over the four borders. Why not do something that achieves multiple benefits? Tell me, am I right, Master Caputo? Rayne stared intently at Caputo with bright eyes. Caputo, whose mind was in turmoil, looked into those eyes and felt a special light and heat emanating from them, which he found dazzling. Perhaps you are right. However, the actions of those important figures back then did indeed curb the development of cults. Although there have been many incidents involving evil gods over the past 1,000 years, no major disaster like the Black Catastrophe has occurred again. What you said makes some sense, Lord Rayne, but you should not say these things to others. To be honest, I regret telling you this secret of the kingdom now. Perhaps sometimes ignorance is bliss. The weight of knowledge can sometimes be too heavy. Rayne shrugged and stopped staring at Caputo. Time will tell whether it's right or wrong. These are just casual conversations between you and me, don't take them seriously. Actually, I have another question that I'm very curious about and need Master Caputo to answer for me. Where have the creatures from the lairs of those great nobles gone? Neither in Raged Bear Keep nor Ironwall Fortress Rayne has seen a single nest creature. Logically, these special creatures, though rare, shouldn't be this seldom seen. Caputo had expected Rayne to ask some sensitive questions and was about to refuse. But he didn't expect Rayne to ask this, so he answered casually. They are all in the subdimensions controlled by those great nobles. Subplane? Chapter 51 Transmission of the Dharma. Subplanes are small-scale dimensional spaces, ranging from tens of square kilometers to tens or even hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Countless subplanes surround the main plane of the Noah continent. A few of these planes will merge with the Noah continent, but most will be attached to the main plane of the Noah continent. Because these subplanes are too close to the Noah continent, they sometimes form a dimensional passage on the Noah continent to connect the subplanes with the Noah continent. Once such dimensional portals are discovered, they will be seized by powerful forces, who will then use these portals to conquer these subdimensions. Subdimensions come in all shapes and sizes. Some are devoid of life, while others are teeming with life. Some are rich in minerals, while others can be used to grow crops. In short, subdimensions are very precious resources. The rule set by the rulers of the kingdom 1,000 years ago does not apply to the subplane. All the great nobles, including the Golden Royal family, use nest creatures to build their own subplanes. Extraterrestrial evil gods have no interest in minor subdimensions, and with the unique existence of nest creatures, there are basically no external threats in subdimensions. Each subplane represents the most powerful foundation of a force, and also their base. This was the first time Rayne had ever heard of subdimensions. Previously, his level was too low to access such information. Do the royal family and Grand Dukes control subdimensions? Are there many subdimensions? The royal family and the dukes of the Four Realms must all have control over subdimensions, and there should be more than one. Some powerful marquises and earls may also have one or two subdimensions. As for the number of subplanes, there are almost endless subplanes outside the main plane. Countless subplanes are born and destroyed every moment in the endless space-time star sea. However, there are not many subplanes with fixed plane passages near the main plane of Noah and on Noah itself, and even fewer that have been discovered. Rayne memorized every word of the subplane knowledge that Caputo shared. Upon returning, he planned to record all the knowledge he had gained from Cecilia and Caputo as the foundation for the Red River Territory's heritage. I see. Caputo smiled and said meaningfully, I hope you truly understand that what you are doing now is challenging the order that has been running through the kingdom for thousands of years, or you could say, challenging the entire kingdom. If you were only doing this in your small baronial territory, that would be fine. This place is too remote and isolated, so no matter how much trouble you cause, no one will care. But if you want to take your new order out of this land, then you have to be prepared to be enemies with everyone. Caputo could see Rayne's ambition. He didn't believe that someone like Rayne would stay in this remote valley forever. Sooner or later, he would step out of this land and go to a wider stage. When that time came, it would be time for Rayne to truly accept the challenge. To be an enemy of everyone? Does everyone refer to those high-ranking rulers, the royal family, and the Grand Dukes of the Four Realms? Or countless ordinary people? Who are the majority? And who are the minority? Without waiting for Caputo's reply, Rayne changed the subject. Old order, new order, it's too early to talk about these things now, Master Caputo. I am just an ordinary little baron, a nobody with a territory of less than 10,000 people. My biggest concern right now is whether my people will go hungry this winter, and whether the alien monsters in the wilderness will attack my territory. The rest are not things I care about. Well said. Caputo nodded, and the two did not continue their previous conversation. Cecilia is almost finished with the optimized blood of the dire wolf. I'll go back and take a look. Lord Rayne, you go ahead with your work. Thank you for your hard work, Master Caputo, and Cecilia. Thank you so much for your and Cecilia's help. Rayne thanked Caputo sincerely, but Caputo smiled without saying a word, waved, and turned back into the castle. Rayne,
who remained where he was, went over the information that Caputo had just told him in his mind several times. After clarifying his thoughts, Rayne suppressed the distractions in his mind and walked towards the barracks. He still has a lot to do today. Inside the barracks, Ross and the others were practicing breathing techniques. After consuming the flesh and blood of the Shadow Panther yesterday, all the warriors felt their bodies were strengthened and their strength increased significantly. Therefore, the cavalry did not go out on patrol today as an exception, and most of the personnel of the 2 infantry teams were also in the barracks, with only a few squads going out to patrol the farmland area. Everyone is working hard to improve their strength. The flesh and blood effects of the silver-level Shadow Panther are also very powerful, and many warriors have already advanced to the next level. 7 warriors who were initially at the Black Iron level have been promoted to the Middle Black Iron level. Although they are still at the Black Iron level, their strength has increased significantly. Seeing that someone had broken through to a higher level, the remaining people worked even harder, all hoping to break through their current level and advance their strength further. After entering the barracks, Rayne watched as everyone diligently cultivated their skills and nodded in satisfaction. Good! Besides the more than 30 professionals, the remaining nearly 200 ordinary soldiers in the barracks are also working hard to improve their strength. However, these ordinary soldiers had not learned breathing techniques. They only knew some basic body strengthening techniques and military combat skills, which were all learned uniformly in the Border Defense Army. Ordinary body forging techniques can only refine the body and enhance physical strength, but cannot allow ordinary people to feel the presence of battle chi. The war bear breathing technique that Ross and the others practiced was obtained through military merits earned in the border guards. Each person was registered and recorded, and they could only practice it themselves and could not pass it on to others. Unauthorized dissemination of breathing techniques and other secret cultivation methods for professionals is a capital offense, no matter where you are. Countless bloody examples over the years have deterred anyone from spreading breathing techniques and other secret methods without permission. Therefore, the remaining ordinary soldiers in the barracks could only watch the professionals around them cultivate. Some of them even sat cross-legged in the training ground, trying to sense the energy between heaven and earth and condense their battle chi core without using breathing techniques. Before the advent of breathing techniques, humans relied on their own ability to sense the energy between heaven and earth to become professionals and step into the extraordinary realm. But that's the right of geniuses, just like Derek, the wolf knight and ancestor of Rayne. Geniuses don't need to learn breathing techniques. They can create their own. Such geniuses are extremely rare, 1 in a million, and these ordinary soldiers in front of us are clearly not among them. Rayne looked at these warriors who were trying to improve themselves. Even though their bodies had been strengthened considerably after eating leopard meat, they still couldn't reach the threshold of becoming professionals. There was still a lot of Shadow Panther flesh left, which Rayne sent to the barracks for the soldiers to eat. It should last for 2 more meals. Once all the Shadow Panther flesh and blood are consumed, Rayne estimates that the average professional in the territory can be raised by 1 level, and the physical attributes of the remaining warriors can be enhanced to the limit. Even if they do not become professionals, their actual combat power can reach the Black Iron level. However, that was not what Rayne wanted. He came here not for anything else, but specifically to spread the Dharma. Rayne needs all the guards to become professionals. Transmit the Dharma is required. Chapter 52 The Beginning of a Legend. My lord! Ross stopped cultivating and stood up to greet Rayne after sensing his presence. I am very pleased to see everyone practicing diligently. Lord, you have rewarded the brothers with the flesh and blood of silver-level magical beasts to enhance their strength. If everyone still doesn't work hard, then there's a problem. What about Chris? How is his recovery going? Chris happened to arrive just in time, and upon hearing Ryan calling him, he immediately responded loudly. My lord, I'm here. I've almost recovered. Chris was very excited to see Ryan. After returning to his territory, Rayne distributed recovery potions to Chris and the other seriously wounded warriors. However, 6 of the 12 died from blood loss on the spot. The remaining 6, including Chris, were each given a bottle of intermediate recovery potion by Rayne. After recovery, they are now able to move freely, but it will take some time for them to regain their combat strength. Cecilia's healing spells are very effective, and with the recovery potions you bestowed upon us, my lord, the brothers are recovering very quickly. When Rayne went to chase the Shadow Panther, the wounded warrior was taken back to Red River Town for treatment. However, because there were no skilled healers in Red River Town who could treat severed limbs, everyone was at a loss and extremely anxious. Upon hearing this, Cecilia, who was inside the castle, stepped forward and used her healing magic to save several warriors. According to what Cecilia later told Rayne, she was not a healing mage specializing in healing, and her healing spells were rather ordinary and generally ineffective. The main reason why soldiers' severed limbs could be reattached was because the wounds were clean, the limbs were not damaged or missing, and the time since the limbs were severed was relatively short. Therefore, the treatment was quite effective, and the severed limbs were reattached. The surviving soldiers were fortunate not to become disabled. Rayne was extremely grateful to Cecilia for her help, otherwise, he would not only have suffered the loss of 6 men but also the loss of 5 disabled men who had lost their fighting ability. It's a pity that 6 of our brothers still died in battle. Chris was saddened by the thought of his fallen brother, and the others around him were also in low spirits. 6 men had died in battle, making it the largest casualty incident for the guards so far. This attack by the Shadow Panthers has also exposed some problems with the territory guards, the most critical of which is the guards' weak strength. If they were strong enough, a single Shadow Panther wouldn't have caused so many casualties and thrown the entire territory into panic. Rayne raised his voice as he looked at the guards who were closing in. Therefore, I have decided to teach you the breathing technique of our Derrick family, the wild wolf breathing technique, to enhance your strength. The lively scene instantly fell silent because of Rayne's words. Everyone around seemed to be frozen in place, staring at Rayne without moving. After a moment of silence, Eric couldn't contain his excitement and asked loudly, "My lord, what did you just say? You're going to teach us your family's secret technique, the wild wolf breathing technique? Is this true?" The rest of the group stared at Rayne in disbelief, their eyes also filled with hope. The breathing technique was something they had always dreamed of, a treasure that could change their own destiny. "Since I said it, it's true. However, there's one thing that needs to be clarified. You all chose to follow me from the border guards to the Red River territory and become my followers. Now I'm going to teach you the wild wolf breathing technique of the Derrick family. It's a silver level breathing technique, a level higher than the war bear breathing technique used by the border guards. This precious secret technique isn't something I'll just teach you easily. I hope you understand this." Eric, being impatient, was already quite eager, especially after hearing that the wild wolf breathing technique was a silver-level breathing secret technique. "My lord, we'll listen to whatever you say. We'll do anything you ask, as long as we can learn the breathing technique." Dean, who was following behind Eric, was even more impatient. Having been stuck at the peak of iron rank for too long, he knew all too well the benefits of learning advanced breathing techniques. He was stuck at the peak of the Black Iron realm because his war bear breathing technique was too low level and ineffective. Especially after eating the shadow leopard meat yesterday, I felt like I was just one step away from the bronze level, and with a little effort I could break through, but I always fell short. Ultimately, the reason is that the war bear breathing technique is too rudimentary, and of too low a level. Dean believes that if he can learn the silver level wild wolf breathing technique, he will soon be able to break through to the bronze level. Dean picked up where Eric left off, saying, "My lord, I can now swear allegiance to you, and I will entrust my life to you from now on." Dean's words caused the expressions of the others around him to change slightly. Swearing allegiance and following are not the same thing. Followers still have the freedom to choose. If they no longer wish to continue, they can choose to leave and no longer follow Rayne. If you swear allegiance, it's for life. You'll be with Rayne through thick and thin, never abandoning him. If you want to leave, that's treason, and everyone knows what happens to traitors. The fate of a traitor is death. Everyone despises those who betray their oaths, so it's generally something to think carefully before swearing allegiance. Rayne was very satisfied with Dean's attitude. He had given such great benefits, so they naturally needed to make corresponding contributions. "What Dean said is exactly what I wanted to tell you.
If you want to learn the wild wolf breathing technique of our Derek family, you must swear allegiance to me and share my glory and disgrace. And I will allow you to pass on the wild wolf breathing technique to your direct descendants, but in return, your descendants must swear allegiance to me and the Derek family. Only those who pledge allegiance to me are qualified to learn the wild wolf breathing technique. If you are unwilling to pledge allegiance, you cannot learn it. Now you can make your choice. I will not force you. This is your own choice. Ross was the first to kneel down on one knee. He had long since tied his fate to Ryan's and had long wanted to swear allegiance, but due to his reserved nature, he had been doing so with Ryan all along without saying it. Moreover, Ross had been stuck at the peak of the bronze level for some time, and it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the silver level. He had a feeling that this time his chance to break through might have come. On the other side, Eric, Chris, Dean, and others quickly followed Ross and knelt on one knee, while the two veterans, Wayne and Alger, were equally quick. Who wouldn't want to break through to the silver rank? It's their lifelong dream. Behind the captains and squad leaders, the ordinary soldiers gathered on the perimeter also knelt down on one knee without hesitation. They don't even know the war bear breathing technique, so why would they hesitate when a more advanced breathing technique is right in front of them? It's obvious if you think about it for a second that only a fool would refuse. As for risking their lives, they've been risking their lives for a long time. Now they're actually getting a high price to sell themselves. I, Ross. I am Wayne, Alger, Chris. I hereby swear to Lord Rayne Derek that I will be loyal to my master for the rest of my life, loving what he loves and hating what he hates. If my master grants me what I deserve, my words and actions will be in accordance with his will, and I will never disobey him. The resounding oath echoed through the barracks, and all that remained in the eyes of these men was their fanatical worship of Rayne. At this moment, Rayne has drawn a completely new and unique path for their lives. This road may be full of thorns and accompanied by death, but that's how legends are born. They are not yet aware that they are on the verge of a major turning point in their lives. The legendary journey begins here. Chapter 53 for Magic Potions. For the next few days, Ryan spent his time in the barracks, teaching the Derek family's wolf breathing technique every day. After the several patrol squads returned, they all swore allegiance to Rayne, and by then the entire guard had sworn allegiance. Rayne taught the wolf breathing technique little by little to the 250 guards. Apart from the 30 or so literate professionals who had been there before, the rest of the more than 200 guards were basically illiterate. Even if you gave them the scroll recording the wild wolf breathing technique, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Rayne had no intention of giving them the scroll. Instead, he personally taught them step by step, starting from the very basics. As a secret technique passed down through the Derek family, the original owner of the body, Rayne, had mastered the wild wolf breathing technique from a young age. Later, Rayne went to the Raged Bear Castle Knight Academy for further studies and learned the gold-level breathing technique, the Raged Bear breathing technique. After that, he majored in the Raged Bear breathing technique. Derek the Wolf Knight created the wolf breathing technique, a high-level silver rank breathing technique. He was just one step away from breaking through to the gold rank, but that seemingly short step was actually a world of difference. Derek never managed to raise the wild wolf breathing technique to the gold level in his entire life. He himself only broke through to the gold level by practicing the angry bear breathing technique. As a descendant of Derek, Ryan also followed in his ancestors' footsteps. As the days passed with Professor Rayne's breathing techniques, individual differences among the guards quickly became apparent. Ross mastered the basics in just 2 days, and then it was a matter of repeated practice to refine his skills. Eric, Wayne, and others took 5 days to get the hang of it, while the rest, even after 7 days of instruction from Ryan, were still learning slowly. Over the course of 7 days, Ryan demonstrated the wolf breathing technique repeatedly and explained it over and over again, until his throat was parched every day. Every time he saw Ross skillfully begin to practice the wild wolf breathing technique on Rayne, he felt gratified. But when he turned to look at the group on the other side who were still scratching their heads, unable to figure it out, he felt quite helpless. Everyone's talent is what it is, and there's nothing he can do to change that. Fortunately, these 7 days of hard work were not in vain. Ross and the others have already grasped the basics,
and we can let them teach the introductory lessons from now on. Rayne took out 20 black iron-grade magic cores from his spatial ring and distributed them to Ross and a few others who were the first to learn the wild wolf breathing technique, as a reward for them. At the same time, Ross was put in charge of teaching, leading the remaining soldiers to practice the wolf breathing technique. My lord, I'm just a beginner. Is this enough? Ross was a little unsure. What if he taught the wrong thing and led everyone else astray? It's all right, I've checked. You've been practicing these past few days without any problems. Just teach them the way you're practicing now, no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. I will also make time to come over and explain things to you personally, so don't worry. Cecilia and Forner have a lot of things waiting for me to handle, and I'm currently too busy to deal with them all, so I'll need you to take care of things at the barracks. As he spoke, Rayne placed another bronze-level magic core into Ross's hand. You're only half a step away from breaking through. I think it won't be long before you break through to the silver level. Take these magic cores and make good use of them to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible. The most efficient way to use magic cores is to refine potions or magical equipment. It would be wasteful to let professionals absorb them directly, but Rayne has no other choice at the moment. Cecilia and Caputo were not his people, and he could not order them to make potions for him. Besides, Cecilia is already being very generous by refining the blood of the demon wolf for him. Thinking of this, Rayne couldn't wait to go find Cecilia. He had just received a message from Cecilia saying that the finished product of the blood of the demon wolf was complete, and that he needed to go and take a look. Alright, that's all for now. Listen to Ross, practice hard, and I'll be checking on you from time to time. If I see anyone slacking off, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rayne glanced around at the guards standing there, including the captains and squad leaders. Yes. After arranging things at the barracks, Rayne quickly went to Cecilia's temporary workshop. It was a large room inside the castle, where some magical equipment for brewing potions was placed. Cecilia and Caputo are waiting for Rayne in the room. Upon seeing Rayne arrive, Cecilia stood up and greeted him warmly. Brother Rayne, you've arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Cecilia, and Master Caputo. As soon as he entered, Rayne saw several bottles of potions on the workbench. Nothing, Brother Rayne. Come and see my results, you'll be amazed. Cecilia eagerly pulled Rayne to the workbench and showed him the fruits of her labor. A total of 4 bottles of finished potions. The bottle on the far left is my earliest work. I optimized the original recipe for blood of the demon wolf, removed 2 auxiliary herbs, added 3 auxiliary herbs, and reduced the amount of demon wolf grass. Brother Rayne, your family's previous formula was too crude. A lot of the energy of the demon wolf grass was lost when the potion was prepared, so a larger amount of demon wolf grass is needed to enhance the potion's effect. After my optimization, the blood of the dire wolf potion has become a formal low-level potion. The cost of using it has been reduced by 20%, while the potion's effect has been increased by 30%. Looking further to the right, this bottle of demon wolf blood is a second improved version, made by my grandfather and me together, with my grandfather personally guiding the modification of the formula. 5 more medicinal herbs were added as auxiliary ingredients to this recipe, and the amount of demon wolf grass was also increased. The final cost of the product increased by 50% compared to the initial one, but the effect of the medicine was directly doubled. This improved bottle of dire wolf blood has basically reached the pinnacle of low-level potions. If we can find suitable magical plants to incorporate into the formula later, it may be able to reach the level of a mid-level potion. Cecilia said proudly, looking at Rayne with a smug expression that seemed to say, Come on, praise me! Rayne, of course, didn't hold back his praises and showered Cecilia with compliments. As expected of our Cecilia, a genius girl, she's amazing. In just a few days, she was able to complete the modification and upgrade and refine such a powerful demon wolf blood. That's amazing! Cecilia thoroughly enjoyed Rayne's praise and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Snort! Caputo, who was sitting to the side, suddenly snorted, interrupting Cecilia's smugness. It's all right, it's all thanks to Grandpa's guidance.
otherwise I wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly. Sticking out her tongue, Cecilia quickly put away her smile and continued to introduce the remaining 2 bottles of potions on the right. Let's take a look at these last 2 bottles of potions. These 2 potions are also modified from the recipe of the blood of the direwolf, but these 2 potions are not for direwolves, but for humans. For human use? Rayne asked curiously. Yes, the demon wolf grass is widely distributed throughout the kingdom, found in all 4 regions. In other places, people use demon wolf grass to make potions not only for magical beasts but also for humans. The difference lies in the fact that the auxiliary medicines used to pair with the demon wolf grass vary from place to place. Brother Rayne, you are using some medicinal herbs that are special to the Northern Territory. My grandfather and I selected and combined these common medicinal herbs to create these 2 bottles of magical potions suitable for human use. I named them Warrior's Blood and Hero's Blood. Chapter 54 Money is important. The blood of a warrior? The blood of a hero? Rayne looked at the last 2 bottles of potions. Both of these potions enhance the physique of warriors and can strengthen the bodies of those below the silver rank. However, since they are low-level potions, they will have no effect on those above the silver rank. Warrior's Blood is the low-end version, with lower cost and slightly weaker effects, suitable for iron-level warriors. Warrior's Blood is the enhanced version, with higher production costs but stronger effects, suitable for bronze-level warriors. Like the previous 2 Blood of the direwolf, one is a low-end version and the other is a high-end version. Rayne stroked his chin, pondering the 4 potions. So the blood of the demon wolf comes in 2 versions, a low-end version and a high-end version. Do these 2 potions have new names? No, I haven't named it. The low-end version of the blood of the demon wolf will be called the blood of the wild wolf from now on, while the high-end version will still be called the blood of the demon wolf. No problem. Cecilia had no objection to the name or anything like that. The effects of the blood of wild wolves and the blood of demon wolves have been tested on experimental subjects, and there have been no problems. As for the blood of warriors and heroes, we don't know their specific effects yet because we need people to test them. Cecilia had previously asked Rayne for a few wild wolves as test subjects for her medicine, so Rayne had some wolves caught in the wilderness and given to Cecilia. These common steppe wolves are not uncommon in the wilderness, and catching them is not difficult. Of the 3 wasteland wolves, only 2 remain. One of them died from the powerful magic potion after trying the blood of the demon wolf. Given the effects of the demon wolf's blood, I suggest using it on ordinary wolves first to upgrade them into demon wolves. The demon wolf's blood should only be used on magical beasts, not on ordinary wild animals. The same principle applies to warrior's blood. Ordinary warriors cannot directly use warrior's blood potion. Warrior's blood can only be used by professionals. Ordinary people probably cannot withstand the powerful effects of warrior's blood. As Cecilia explained, Rayne memorized the information about the 4 potions. I see. I'll put these 4 bottles of potions away for now. Cecilia, I would like to ask you to refine more wolf blood for me. I will not let you refine it for free, this is your reward. As he spoke, Rayne took out 2 magic stones from his pocket and handed them to Cecilia. Brother Rayne, I don't need this. Making potions isn't difficult, and I'm just idling around anyway. No, one thing at a time. You keep this, otherwise I'll feel bad asking you for help later. Caputo walked over and put away the 2 magic stones that Rayne had given him. 2 white magic stones are enough for little Cecilia's service fee. I'll accept them on her behalf. Grandfather! Cecilia stared at her grandfather with wide eyes. We monks believe in fairness in our work, every effort should be rewarded. Cecilia turned her head away, not wanting to listen to Caputo's rambling. Snort! I'm ignoring you. Cecilia then said to Rayne. Brother Rayne, you don't have much demon wolf grass left in your potion field. I estimate that you'll only be able to refine about 10 more wild wolf bloods before it's all used up. After that, you'll need to find new demon wolf grass to refine more. I'll figure out a way to deal with the magical plants. Let's refine as many as we have for now. Thank you for your help, Cecilia, Master Caputo.
After exchanging magical knowledge with Cecilia and Caputo for a while, Rayne took 4 bottles of magic potions and left. Cecilia was still somewhat angry about accepting 2 magic stones from Rayne. "Grandpa, why did you accept Brother Ren's magic stones? What's wrong with your grandpa working hard to upgrade his potion recipes and getting a little reward? Brother Ren showed me his family's heirloom potion recipe because he trusts me, and I also promised to upgrade the recipe, so why would I accept any reward? His family recipe isn't even a proper potion recipe. Besides, he gave me 1 and I gave him 4 back. He made a killing. Getting 2 magic stones is a bargain for him." Caputo was also a little angry that his beloved granddaughter was speaking to outsiders, and felt as if he was now an outsider. "We don't need those 2 magic stones. We have everything we need, but little Cecilia, as a mage, you must remember one thing, mages are always short of money. Always in short supply. Your grandfather doesn't even have his own mage tower yet. Don't you want your own mage tower someday? This all costs money, and we are desperately short of money. Money is very important. Our books, experimental materials, and the construction of the mage tower all require money. Without money, one cannot become an excellent mage." Caputo explained to Cecilia the importance of money. Rayne, carrying the potion, has already arrived at the wolf den. In the northwest corner of Red River Fortress, there is a unique, independent building, the Demon Wolf's Den. This place was originally where the Derrick family raised dire wolves, but it became empty after all the dire wolves died in battle. There are now 2 new members here. 2 gray steppe wolves were resting in the wolf den. Upon hearing that Rayne had arrived, they immediately got up and rushed out, baring their teeth and poised for battle. Rayne didn't tolerate them. He unleashed a powerful battle aura, and a strong pressure descended upon the 2 demonic wolves that had just broken through to the black iron level. "Submit to me, wolf language!" Rayne used the Derrick family's secret techniques to try to subdue the 2 demon wolves. The 2 demonic wolves still tried to resist, but as Rayne approached step by step, the fluctuations in his fighting spirit rapidly increased, and the pressure intensified dramatically, causing the 2 demonic wolves to resist less and less. When Rayne walked up to them, the 2 dire wolves completely gave up resistance, and chose to submit, lying on their backs at Rayne's feet. Rayne stroked the soft fur on the bellies of the 2 dire wolves. "You can stay here for now, and we'll give you some work to do later." The 2 wolves responded with a low growl to Rayne. After subduing the 2 demon wolves, Rayne returned to the castle and went to the room assigned to Little White on one side of the hall. Inside the stone chamber, Little White was fast asleep on the stone bed. His size had increased, his fur was whiter, and his magic power was faintly visible. He had clearly broken through to the black iron level and become a demon wolf. After bringing back the Shadow Panther's flesh and blood, Rayne fed the Shadow Panther's internal organs and some scraps to Little White. After consuming a large amount of Shadow Leopard flesh and blood, Xiaobai began to sleep every day to digest the energy contained in the Shadow Leopard flesh and blood. After sleeping for 3 days, he broke through to the black iron level. After that, it woke up again to eat Shadow Leopard flesh and blood, and then went back to sleep, and has been sleeping ever since. It devoured all of the Shadow Leopard's internal organs and scraps, and its strength broke through to the mid-level of black iron. After Xiaobai broke through to the level of a monster, Ren gave it a formal name, Rek. Rayne opened Rek's mouth and poured wolf blood into it. "Try this first, and after you've digested it, I'll let you try something even stronger. You're lucky. You get to eat and sleep all day long." Ren slapped Rick in an annoyed tone before leaving. While still half asleep, Rick sensed a familiar presence beside him. The presence gave him a delicious drink, slapped him, and then left. Rick shrugged, shifted to a more comfortable position, and continued sleeping soundly. The Shadow Panther's flesh and blood contained quite a lot of energy, which actually helped Rex reach the mid-level of black iron. With these 2 potions, Rex is very likely to break through to the bronze level. "Warcraft is great! You don't need to train, you can just eat and sleep to level up." Ren was very envious of Rake. He had to work hard every day to improve his strength little by little, while magical beasts didn't need to do that. They didn't know how to cultivate at all. They just needed to eat well and survive to become stronger. Survival of the fittest. Each species has its own way of surviving. Chapter 55 The Blacksmith Shop. Homehead Town, Blacksmith Shop. The clanging and banging of blacksmithing echoed incessantly. My lord, Arnold sends his greetings. Arnold, the foreman of the blacksmith shop, stood awkwardly in front of Rayne. Arnold, the foreman of the blacksmith shop in Red River Territory, is also the best blacksmith in Red River Territory. His family, including Arnold himself, has served the Derrick family for 3 generations. At this moment, his son is an apprentice in the blacksmith shop, and he will continue to serve Rayne in the future. Arnold was middle-aged, with a scruffy beard and an unkempt appearance, but Rayne didn't care. He was here to see how the latest batch of farm tools was being made. After the farm recruited farmers, Rayne led the 2 to the blacksmith shop and had the nest farmers explain to the blacksmiths what kind of tools they needed. The descriptions given by the nest farmers were much clearer than what Rayne himself had said, which greatly accelerated the pace of the blacksmith's upgrade and modification of the new farm tools. Nest farmers, skilled in farming techniques, are adept at using various agricultural tools and are naturally very knowledgeable about them. The blacksmith shops in the Red River Territory have already produced many new iron agricultural tools and put them into use. How's the development of the new farm tools going? Ryan got straight to the point and didn't talk to Arnold about anything else. How long will it take before all farmers can use the new farming tools? Arnold carefully organized his thoughts and said, My lord, the blacksmith can currently forge 30 iron farm tools per day. It may take another 2 to 3 months to fully meet the current needs of the territory. 3 months? Rayne was somewhat dissatisfied. Does it really take that long? Arnold hurriedly explained to Rayne. My lord, the 2 craftsmen you brought mentioned so many kinds of farm tools, there are 20 or 30 kinds in total, and many of them need to be provided to every farmer. The demand is just too great. Moreover, many agricultural tools require highly advanced manufacturing techniques, which we cannot currently meet here. Rayne frowned and looked at Arnold. Then tell me you can meet the territory's needs in 3 months. Faced with Rayne's reprimand, Arnold knelt down in desperation. My lord, what I mean by satisfying is meeting the basic needs of the territory. According to those 2 masters, only 13 of those farming tools are essential basic tools, and the rest can be selected. The manufacturing technology for basic agricultural tools is not demanding, so we can manufacture them. Arnold explained somewhat flusteredly. Just then the 2 nest farmers that Rayne had brought a few days earlier came out, carrying a pile of blueprints. Master! The 2 nest farmers stood stiffly in front of Rayne. What are you holding in your hand? Farm tool blueprints, master! Let me see it! Rayne took the blueprints from the 2 nest farmers and examined them carefully. Kneeling to the side, Arnold watched as Rayne examined the blueprints, and immediately began to explain. My lord, these are the farm tool blueprints my son Holland drew based on the descriptions of the 2 masters. Each one was carefully compared by the 2 masters after it was finished, and there are no problems. Rayne did not respond to Arnold's words, but carefully examined the drawings in his hand until he finished reading the last one. Did your son draw this? Yes, it was my son who drew the lord. When Rayne saw these blueprints in the hands of the 2 hive farmers, he thought that hive farmers also had the skill of drawing blueprints for farm implements. It seems that he was overthinking it. Hive farmers are not that amazing. The 2 nest farmers stood blankly beside him without any orders from Rayne. The blueprints weren't drawn by you. No, master. Are these blueprints the same as the farm tools you use? The same, master. Okay. Rayne nodded. After confirming, Ryan turned to look at Arnold. Get up. I never knew your son had this talent, that he could even draw blueprints for farm tools. Call your son over, I want to ask him some questions. Arnold turned around and shouted loudly. Holland, come here quickly, the Lord wants to question you, come over immediately. The blacksmith shop had 5 or 6 rooms, each quite large, filled with various blacksmithing tools. The rooms were filled with a lot of noise when the blacksmiths were working. However, Arnold's shouts were now louder, and Rayne never expected that Arnold, who spoke so softly and timidly in front of him, would have such a loud voice. A shout echoed throughout the blacksmith's shop, and Ryan, standing next to him, felt his ears ringing. Ryan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and just stood aside waiting for Holland to come over. Soon, a young man who looked somewhat like Arnold ran over. The young man was a bit more handsome than Arnold, and his red hair was casually flowing down his back. "My lord! Father!" Arnold pulled his son aside and said, "Quickly tell the lord about the blueprints you drew." Looking at the somewhat nervous young man in front of him, Rayne asked, "Did you draw all these blueprints?" Holland answered honestly, "Yes, my lord, I drew them all." "Have you studied drafting?" "No, my lord, I haven't learned it." "So you can draw these blueprints. How do you draw them?" "I'm not really sure either. Anyway, when they told me, I could figure it out in my head, and then I would try to draw it out. In the end, I don't know how, it just happened naturally. At first, some parts didn't match up properly, but after drawing it a few more times, I never made a mistake again. These tool blueprints don't seem too difficult to draw. Is there anything I need to learn, my lord?" When the topic turned to drawing tools and blueprints, Holland, who had been somewhat nervous, immediately relaxed and spoke very fluently. "There are geniuses too?" This was Ryan's first impression. Despite lacking systematic training and perhaps not even being literate, the drawings he produced were so perfect that even Rayne found them extremely professional. "No wonder Forner gave you parchment. You certainly have the talent, and your drawing skills are superb." Rayne acknowledged Holland's skill. Blueprints were usually drawn on parchment, but parchment was expensive, and Red River territory didn't have much in stock. The fact that the stingy Fornell could send Holland parchment clearly shows that Fornell had already recognized Holland's skill level. "That guy Forner, why didn't he say he had such a talent sooner?" Arnold, who was standing nearby, was so happy to hear Ryan praising his son that his mouth practically stretched to the back of his head. His beloved son was his greatest pride, and with the Lord's approval, Arnold felt certain that Holland would succeed him in the future. Arnold felt a sense of urgency after a dozen or so blacksmiths from Ironwall Fortress arrived in his territory, feeling that his position was threatened. The blacksmiths from Ironwall Fortress are no less skilled than him, though not necessarily better, but once they arrive in the territory, Arnold may not be the only option for the Lord. Fortunately, that threat has now disappeared. With his son being so outstanding, what else could he possibly worry about? He believed that his son Holland would soon surpass him and become a master blacksmith, and perhaps then he too could have a surname, and establish his own blacksmith family. Unbeknownst to Rayne, Arnold was already fantasizing about the future. After exchanging a few words with Holland, he became increasingly satisfied with the young man before him. Holland not only had a talent for drawing and excellent blacksmithing skills, but also had an extremely open and active mind, unlike his father who was closed off. People who have never seen the outside world and have always lived in a closed environment tend to have conservative and relatively stagnant mindsets, and are unwilling to take the initiative to change themselves, like Arnold and Fornell. Rayne thought that all the people in the Red River territory were conservative and closed-minded, but Holland in front of him was a pleasant surprise. "Very good, Holland. Keep up the good work. I believe you will become an excellent blacksmith in the near future. The territory needs someone like you." "Yes, my lord." Holland is no longer nervous. After getting to know Rayne, he realized that his lord was not as scary as he had imagined, and he actually felt quite comfortable around him. He had unconsciously confided his innermost thoughts to Rayne, things he wouldn't normally tell his father, as he would be scolded if he did. But he had just told Rayne all of these things, and not only was he not scolded, but he was also praised by Rayne. With Ryan's approval, Holland's confidence soared, and he prepared to go back and make a big splash. Chapter 56 Daily Territory Construction. Holland happily went back to work. Rayne turned and interrupted Arnold, who was daydreaming about a bright future. "I've looked at the blueprints, and some of the farm tools are indeed beyond what our territory can currently manufacture. Let's start by manufacturing the basic farm tools."
I will have Forner allocate some manpower and resources to expand and upgrade these workshops of the blacksmith shop. After Rayne brought back a dozen or so blacksmiths from Ironwall Fortress, the blacksmith shop is now a bit small. Even though it had been expanded once before, the area is still not enough. Because Red River territory has no iron mines and its own blacksmiths are not very skilled, the weapons used by the territory's warriors are all finished products purchased from caravans at Ironwall Fortress or through the Salak Merchant Guild. Previously, the blacksmith shops in the Red River territory mainly repaired weapons and equipment, and incidentally crafted some farm tools and everyday implements. This also resulted in the Hung Healing blacksmith shop remaining small in scale. Now, Rayne has decided to change this situation by expanding the blacksmith shop and finding ways to increase the number and skills of blacksmiths. My lord, it would be great to expand and upgrade the blacksmith shop, but there is still a problem that urgently needs to be solved. What's the problem? My lord, our iron reserves are almost depleted. If we don't replenish them soon, we may have to stop production here in a month and a half. I understand. You can continue working. I'll take care of the iron problem. Rayne has money now, and if the territory doesn't have iron, he can buy it, but he doesn't have that plan yet. He has other ideas in mind. Seeing that Ryan was confident, Arnold felt relieved. Focus on crafting the farm tools and finish the task as soon as possible. I have an even more important task for you to complete later. Yes, my lord. Although he saw that it would take some time before the new farm tools could meet the needs of the territory, he was in a good mood to discover a new talent. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Rayne prepared to go to the farmland to see how the Nest farmers were doing with the Red River territory farmers. A week has passed, and Rayne has recruited another 20 hive farmers, bringing the total number of hive farmers working in the farmland area to 38. These 38 people are not only farmers but also teachers. Rayne has instructed other Red River farmers to learn farming techniques from these Nest farmers. Rayne drove through Red River town, where busy workers could be seen everywhere. The school building is complete, and Johnny is organizing the workers to work hard these days. Construction sites all over Red River town are bustling with activity. Ryan's order to Johnny was to demolish all the thatched huts, shacks, and other dilapidated houses where the serfs had lived in Red River before the road was built. Usable materials were to be used on the spot, and anything unusable was to be thrown out of town. The dilapidated houses that were previously provided for serfs were all incredibly run down. They were completely uninhabitable and could freeze people to death in the winter. Rayne was always annoyed by what he saw, and now that there was manpower available, he was going to tear everything down. The demolition of these dilapidated buildings freed up some space in Red River town, which Rayne then used for redevelopment. First, the roads need to be widened and paved entirely with stone slabs. The original main road will remain unchanged, and 3 additional stone slab roads will be added longitudinally through it. The roads in Homha town will be arranged in a phone shape, and these 4 roads will be the new main roads. Several branches will then branch off from these 4 main roads. This is the current plan for Rayne. As Red River town expands, these roads will naturally continue to be added. Forner, who was watching the demolition of a house by the roadside, saw Rayne walking over and hurriedly ran up to him. My lord, it's such a waste to demolish these houses like this. Many of them could still be lived in if they were repaired. Forner felt extremely heartbroken as he watched the houses being demolished, feeling that Rayne had been far too casual in removing them. What's there to feel sorry about? They're just dilapidated shacks and rundown houses. Who can live in them? Tear them down to make way for widening the road and making room for new houses. I have already asked Johnny to organize the manpower to build new housing. The weather's been nice lately, so it's a good time to tear down all these dilapidated shacks. Before it gets cold, everyone can move into a warm new home. Isn't that great? Rayne disliked Forno's stingy behavior, his reluctance to spend anything, even though Forno was trying to save money for himself. But my lord, newly built houses cost money. The timber and stone are all expensive. Those farmers don't have a single penny in their pockets. Even if we build it for them to live in, they still won't be able to pay for it. Isn't it free to build it for them?
Rayne didn't take it seriously. Free? There's no such thing as free work. If they do the work for me, I'll deduct it from their earnings. Deduct? Forno was somewhat confused. Deduct what? My lord, these people have already paid taxes on the food they grow after farming. What else is there to deduct? Their rations were stolen this year, and they are now eating the rations that you, Lord, provide for them. So, we have been operating at a loss all along. Rayne sighed and held his head. Forno was good in every way, but his stinginess was unbearable. I know how to govern the territory, so don't say any more, Forno. I know you're doing this for the good of the Derrick family, but now I'm the head of the Derrick family. The rules have changed, you know? Let's not talk about this anymore. How are things going at the school? Are the children doing well? How is the cafeteria running? Forno sighed deeply. Sometimes he really felt old and didn't know how to do things anymore. My lord, everything is fine at school. The canteen is running well, and the farmers are all cooking for their own children. Every farmer's wife puts her heart into it, and wants to give the best to the children. The Revenk scholars are managing it very well and are already preparing to start teaching. It looks like it won't be long before they can officially teach the children to read. Hearing the good news, Rayne felt very relieved. Not bad, Revenk did a pretty good job. Now that the children are all under unified management, many farm women have free time, so these women can start cleaning up the whole town. Clean up all that garbage that's been piled up before, just like these dilapidated shacks. In addition, a rule will be set for all the people in the territory. From now on, they will not only be prohibited from urinating or defecating anywhere, but also from littering. All garbage must be disposed of in a unified manner. Yes, my lord, I understand. Forno was no longer surprised by any of Rayne's orders. Dealing with garbage was a minor issue for him. For Rayne, hygiene is an important issue. Poor hygiene can easily lead to plagues and various diseases. Previously, he built toilets to stop people from urinating and defecating indiscriminately, which greatly reduced the stench in Honghai town, but the garbage that had accumulated over the years was still not dealt with. This time, a thorough cleaning was carried out, not only demolishing the dilapidated shacks and rotten houses, but also disposing of other garbage, leaving Honghai town spotless. Also, we have a plan to expand the blacksmith shop. Once we have enough manpower, we will expand the blacksmith workshop. Expand the blacksmith shop? There's no need for that, my lord. The current blacksmith shop is sufficient for the territory's needs. Expanding it would require far too much iron to operate, and our territory doesn't have that much iron. Buying iron from caravans isn't cheap, and the blacksmiths in our territory aren't very skilled. Why don't we just buy ironware directly from the caravans? Rayne shook his head. I will need a larger and more professional blacksmith shop in the future. Expansion is a must. I will take care of the iron material problem. You just need to arrange for the expansion to be done. Upon hearing what Rayne said, Forno immediately thought of the iron mines in the north. His heart skipped a beat, and he dared not say anything more. Yes, my lord, I understand. Chapter 57. Some are happy, some are sad. The Hongsha River flows quietly, reflecting a dazzling red light under the sunlight. The vast farmlands along both banks of the river are now lush and green. The combination of red and green was so vibrant and eye-catching that even Rayne couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times. My lord! Ball arrived, covered in dust and dirt. You've managed the farmland quite well. Looking at the orderly and busy farmers and the rows of ditches that were gradually taking shape, Rayne was very satisfied with Bar's performance. Your recognition is my greatest motivation, my lord. I am able to do so well because of your strong support, especially those dozens of experienced farmers, each of whom can be called a farming master. Our original farmers learned farming techniques from them, and their skills improved rapidly. I also learned a lot. Bar excitedly told Rayne about his recent achievements, and he even pointed to the group of people who were learning from him. Following the direction Bar pointed, Rayne saw a group of farmers in the field following behind a man, watching and working alongside him. There are dozens of such teams in the fields. My lord, you are truly amazing!
These farmers you found may not talk much, but they work incredibly hard. Many of their planting techniques are things that our farmers have never even heard of. They know how to compost, and how to make fertilizer from fish entrails and other scraps, as you taught them before. Many of the techniques you mentioned before were not understood by the people, but when these farmers came, they were able to do them all, and they did them very well. Our farmers can learn by following along for a couple of days, and they can do it just as well. Moreover, they also know how to build ditches in the fields. The ditches I built later were all guided by them. They explained clearly which part needed to be diverted and which part needed to be fitted with sluice gates. Everyone is like that, they know everything, it's amazing. As he spoke, Baal's face flushed with excitement. He felt as if he had witnessed a new world these past few days, and only now did he realize that there was so much to learn about farming. Very good. It's your skill to make good use of them. More farmers like them will come here to work. You must continue to make good use of them and let them lead everyone. You must make sure that all the farmers in the territory have advanced farming techniques like them. The blacksmith will also work hard to forge new farm tools. Baal, you must make sure that there are no accidents in the fields during this year's harvest season. Bar patted his chest and assured him. My lord, please rest assured, I guarantee that all the grain will be safely delivered to the territory's granary. Moreover, the grain production will be more than you initially expected, and the reduction in production this year will not be as large as anticipated. It's good that you have confidence. This grain is crucial to the development of the territory for the next year. If you do a good job, I will give you a big credit. Yes, my lord, please rest assured. Next month is harvest month, so just wait for a bumper harvest. While Rayne was busy building his territory, many people in Ragebear Fortress, thousands of miles away, were also busy at work. At the entrance to Thunder Hall in Ragebear Keep, Alistar walked out of Thunder Hall with a dejected look on his face. Congratulations, my brother, you are now a fief baron. My dear brother, you know I have no interest in governing the territory. I only want to be a poet. I don't want to leave Ragebear Fortress, nor do I want to become some kind of fief baron in that Red River Valley. There are no bards there, no opera house, nothing at all. A hint of disdain flashed in Belmont's eyes, but he maintained a bright smile on his face. My dear brother, you are a member of the Angry Bear family, a descendant of Thunder Carl. How can you only be a poet? You will be a fief lord, a brave warrior. As for poetry and opera, those may be your hobbies, but they cannot be your everything, my dear brother. Alistar had heard similar words countless times since he was a child, and even more so since he decided to become a poet. He knew no one would listen to him, and his brother wouldn't understand him either. Everyone wanted him to become a warrior, a great and brave warrior like his father, and to carry on the family's glory. But that wasn't the life he wanted. He didn't like fighting and killing. He just wanted a peaceful life, reading and writing poetry. But now that life was coming to an end, and he was going to a faraway place to be a lord. The thought of this made Alistar even more distressed. Beside Alistar was Belmont, the first heir of the Furious Bear territory. Today, he was there to preside over the investiture ceremony on behalf of his father, the Grand Duke of Furious Bear, and 4 barons were ennobled in the Thunder Hall behind them. Today, the territory of the Angry Bear has gained 4 more fiefdom barons, including Alistar. All right, my brother, I still have a lot to do. You can prepare the supplies for your fiefdom. As father wishes, you need to head to your fiefdom as soon as possible. This is father's will, understand? My brother. Belmont said something pointed, and Alistar nodded slightly with his head down. I understand, brother. I will pack everything up and head to the fiefdom as soon as possible. Very good. Father and the family have already arranged support for your territory. As your older brother, I will personally provide you with 10,000 gold coins worth of supplies and 1,000 slaves. I hope you can establish a prosperous territory for the Angry Bear family in the Red River Valley, and not diminish the might of the Angry Bears. Alistair replied in a muffled voice. Yes, I will not let father down, nor will I let the family down, brother. Very good. Belmont took one last look at his half-brother.
Apart from his signature purple hair, which was related to the bloodline of the angry bear, the other half of him was completely out of place among the family members. He was not warlike, did not like territory, and did not like pursuing power. Instead, he dreamed of being a poet every day and went to the opera house whenever he had free time. I don't know why my father always cared about this cowardly and unambitious younger brother, otherwise, he wouldn't have given Alistar this fiefdom as a baron. Forget it, father's task is complete, the rest is none of my business. Belmont believed that his younger brother, who was about to leave for the northern border of the Black Mountains, might never see him again in his life. Good luck, my brother! Belmont left, and Alistar, feeling depressed, turned back for one last, deep look at the towering purple doors of Thunder Hall before departing as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 fiefdom barons who came out of Thunder Hall returned to their families in high spirits, and began to actively prepare supplies for their journey to their fiefdoms. Evans Hacking, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, watched with a gloomy face from a short distance as the 3 delighted new barons, along with the departing figures of Belmont and Arista, watched from behind. Evans, you greedy fellow, stop sulking like that. You've already taken the benefits from those 3 little guys in Red River Valley, and now you want a baronary title? Isn't that a bit too greedy? Exactly, you've taken all the benefits and don't want to share any with us. That's going too far. Fortunately, the Duke was wise and did not let you succeed. Horn, Lambert, you too, stop talking nonsense. When have I ever taken any benefits from others? You each received a baronial fiefdom, which is the biggest benefit you've taken. And you're still making sarcastic remarks here. Is that interesting? TCH. Horn looked at Evans with disdain. You never tell the truth. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Sooner or later, all the disgusting things you've done will come to light. Horn spat at Evans and swaggered away. Evans was furious and wanted to yell at Horn, but he held back when he thought about the other's formidable strength. Evans and Lambert glared at each other before leaving one after the other. Silence returned to the Thunder Hall, where the tall, solemn purple doors stood silently. Chapter 58. The most important thing is to be shameless. Damn it, that old bastard Horn is getting more and more unscrupulous. He takes me for granted just because he's strong, and he's spouting nonsense and slandering me at the entrance of Thunder Hall. He's not even a legend yet, what's with all the arrogance? Even if he does become a legend, I am still the Minister of Finance personally appointed by the Grand Duke. He can't look down on me like this. Back at his own estate, Evans could no longer contain his anger and began to hurl insults at Horn. Calm down, father! Carter handed Evans a glass of expensive calming beverage. After downing the calming drink in one gulp, Evans sullenly sat back down in the luxurious chair covered in soft fur. Father, do you think Earl Horn really has a chance to break through to the legendary level? For the past 2 years, everyone has been saying that Earl Horn is the most promising person in the Angry Bear territory to break through to the legendary level. If he really breaks through to the legendary level, our family will be in trouble. Thinking about how many rumors had been circulating over the past 2 years, Carter began to believe them. Snort! Breaking through to legendary status? He can dream on. Let me tell you, Carter, the more rumors like these there are, the less Horn will be able to break through to the legendary level. He still wants to break through to the legendary level? What will happen to His Highness the Grand Duke if he breaks through? How will the Angry Bear family treat this legend? Our Angry Bear territory currently has only one legend, His Majesty Valregard. Therefore, Horn can neither break through to the legendary level, and he himself understands this better than anyone else. Evans calmed his anger, and his tone softened considerably. Our wrathful bear territory has been established for nearly 200 years, and so far no second legend has appeared. His Highness the Grand Duke has not broken through yet, and at his current age, he probably has no chance to break through to the legendary level. In the past 200 years, there have been several powerful individuals in the Angry Bear territory who were expected to break through to the legendary level, but for various reasons, they either died in battle or were seriously injured and never stepped into the legendary level. Among them was the eldest son of the brilliant Duke back then. Snort! Evans snorted coldly. There are too many hidden conspiracies here,
but none of them are relevant to you now. We'll talk about them after you reach the Golden Peak. That suicidal Guyhorn probably hates those people who spread rumors that he's about to break through to the legendary level right now. Evans felt a secret thrill at the thought of his annoying old rival getting his comeuppance. The Grand Duke has officially appointed forbearance, and it seems that His Excellency Belmont intends for the poet to depart for his fiefdom as soon as possible. You should pack your things too. This time you'll go to the border with him. He'll go to the Red River Valley and you'll go to the Iron Wall Fortress. There's a long stretch of road in between that you can travel together. Carter was somewhat surprised. The Grand Duke really did make that poet a baron. I always thought this rumor was false. There are many outstanding people among the Grand Duke's sons who have not yet been made barons. Why did he choose to make one this time? Alistair's reputation as a poet was well known among the nobles of Bear's Keep. After all, in the Angry Bear family, where everyone is a tough guy, there had never been such a gentle and bookish man before Alistar. The men of the Angry Bear family aspire to be poets. This was something the nobles of the Angry Bear territory would never have dared to imagine. You can't fathom the Grand Duke's thoughts. Just focus on doing your own job well. Even if that poet is frail, he is still a descendant of the Angry Bear family, the Grand Duke's son, and a favorite of Thunder. And his strength is in no way inferior to yours. Never underestimate anyone, my son. Evans earnestly imparted his life experience to Carter. No matter how others treat him or how they belittle him in private, we must respect him. We must not only respect him but also be subservient to him. Do you understand? The reason I asked you to travel with him is that you need to get along well with him along the way. Carter didn't quite understand his father's actions. Why, father? That poet has been banished to the most remote place. Anyone with eyes can see that he will never be able to return to Angry Bear Fortress in his lifetime. That baronial title is the last benefit brought by his bloodline. Why should we go and fawn over that cold backside? What do you know? Our family's only support is His Highness the Grand Duke. He still remembers his son, so we cannot neglect him. Besides, all you've done along the way is say nice things and try to build rapport. What have you given in return? You've given nothing, yet all you've gained is the friendship of a direct descendant of a Grand Duke. Even if you never need this friendship in your life, so what? You haven't given anything but have received an uncertain return, which may very well bring you surprises in the future, my son. Sometimes, don't pay attention to what others are doing, and don't think you're so great. What has our Black Gold family relied on to develop to where we are today? It's all about shamelessness. Carter was so serious when Evans said it that he thought he had misheard and was hallucinating. Father? Carter looked at his father with a puzzled expression. You're just too young and too concerned about saving face. Evans shook his head. Go and prepare well. Baron Alistair may depart at any time, so you should be ready at any time as well. I've already spoken to Senna about Iron Wall Fortress. When you get there, you can familiarize yourself with the environment under his guidance. After a year, you'll be able to lead troops on your own. Stay at the Iron Fortress for 2 years, earn some military merits, and then you can come back. Evans didn't want to say anything more. He'd said enough for today. He waved his hand and told his youngest son to go out. You should rest well, father. Carter quietly closed the door and left the room. Evans lay on the soft chair, his eyes glazed over, seemingly lost in thought. A long sigh echoed in the room. Outer city of Angry Bear Fortress. Inside a magical carriage, Alistar is being led by his butler to the slave market. My master, His Highness the Grand Duke and Lord Belmont have prepared 5,000 slaves for you, and have also requested that slave traders accompany us to transport these slaves to your territory. Do you think we still need to buy slaves? Isn't our purpose in going there now to buy slaves? Alistar looked at the lively and familiar scene outside the carriage, and felt even more melancholy at the thought that he would soon no longer be able to see it. He answered the butler's questions casually. Master, we went to the slave market to receive those 5,000 slaves, to see if there are any problems, and whether we need to buy new ones. We still need your orders. The butler spoke humbly,
explaining that he was a servant of the Angry Bear family, born to serve the family and absolutely loyal to the offspring of the Angry Bears.
What do you think?
Well, after thinking for a moment, the butler said,
I believe that your territory has been completely destroyed by the orcs and has no population. Therefore, you should purchase some more serfs to replenish the population of your territory. Then let's buy it. Yes, master.
The master and servant arrived at the slave market in this question and answer exchange. Alistar wandered aimlessly through the slave market while his steward went to negotiate with the slave traders. He had no interest in dealing with those fat, burly slave traders. Looking at the numb slaves in their iron cages, Alistar felt that he was no different from them, except that his cage was bigger and more luxurious. As Alistar was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him.
Lord Arista!
Chapter 59 Luck Sometimes Matters.
Who are you?
Alistar looked at the stranger who had suddenly appeared in front of him with some confusion.
My name is Charlie Rock Crystal, Lord Arista.
Charlie solemnly made the polite gestures typical of nobles as he introduced himself to Alistair.
Oh, I know you. That lord who abandoned his territory and fled, the territory I'm going to used to be yours, didn't it?
Alistar knew who the person in front of him was as soon as he heard the words.
Rock Crystal.
The former owner of his current fiefdom was none other than this Charlie. Charlie looked a little embarrassed when he heard Alistair's blunt words, but he quickly composed himself.
Yes, Lord Arista, that coward was me. I lost my courage when facing the fell orcs. Today, here, I want to pledge my allegiance to you as I return to the place where I lost my courage and honor, and to reclaim my dignity. Loyalty?
Alistar found those two words boring. He didn't need to pledge allegiance.
All right, knight, I don't need your loyalty, and I'm not interested in how you regain your honor and courage. Don't bother me.
After saying that, Alistar prepared to wander around on the other side to kill time.
No, Your Excellency, you need me. The Rock Crystal territory is right next to the Black Mountain Range. The environment there is extremely harsh, and it is full of alien races and magical beasts. You have not been there and do not know the true situation there. I was born and raised there, and I know the mountains, forests, and lakes there like the back of my hand. Taking me with you will be of use, Your Excellency.
Charlie ran up to Alistar, knelt down on one knee, and tearfully tried to sell himself. Just then, Alistair's steward, having already made arrangements with the slave traders, walked over and witnessed this scene.
Oh, Bart, it's just in time. Look, Sir Charles wants to pledge his allegiance to me and go to my fiefdom with me. What do you think?
Annoyed by Charlie, Alistar saw his butler come out, and immediately passed the trouble to him. Butler Bart looked at Charlie kneeling before Alistair, and quickly recalled information about Charlie in his mind. Charlie looked at Bart nervously.
Master, Sir Charlie is right. We do need someone who knows the local situation. All right, since you've put it that way, Bart, then Sir Charlie, you'll be coming with me.
Alistar didn't say anything more. Whether or not he accepted Charlie was irrelevant to him. Bart, standing nearby, then added,
Sir Charlie, you may return to the Red River Valley with your master, but you can only follow him alone. No one else from your family can accompany you.
Ah? Charlie, who was initially very happy, was caught off guard by Bart's sudden words.
Okay.
He has no choice but to agree.
Very well, Sir Charlie. Our master will be departing for his fiefdom in 3 days. Please wait for us at the port in 3 days.
After Bart finished speaking, Arista took him away, leaving Charlie wondering whether to be happy or sad. Charlie looked at Alistair's departing figure with a complicated expression.
Now that you've made a decision, you have to be determined,
Charlie muttered to himself. Ever since he left Evans's estate, he had been thinking about his future path. He was unwilling to bear the name of a coward forever, and he did not want his family to disappear. But he did not regret his decision to abandon his territory and flee. If he hadn't escaped, he would have suffered the same fate as Luke, with his entire family dying at the hands of the orcs. Although he has lost his territory and title, he has preserved his family. He is still alive, and as long as he is alive, there is still hope and a future. He can now use this life to fight for a future. Those pathetic guys are completely finished. Foolish, their descendants are finished, their families are finished. The other two families who fled with Charlie did not choose the path Charlie is now taking, but instead used their remaining family wealth to settle down in Rage Bear Keep. In Charlie's eyes, such practices would lead to the complete decline of the family within a few years. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to meet this scion of the Angry Bear family. This is my chance. My family will not perish. Hong Hebo. Rayne was flipping through the magic books of the Cold Wind family in his spatial ring. In recent days, whenever his magic was at its peak, he would go to Red River Town to petrify the road surface. Johnny and his men would prepare everything else and leave the areas of the road surface that needed to be petrified, waiting for Rayne to cast his spell. After casting the spell to turn mud into stone, Rayne returned to the castle to study the magic books in his spatial ring. Rayne has already looked through all the miscellaneous items belonging to the original owner of the spatial ring. In addition to some daily necessities, Rayne also found several spell scrolls. It was a pleasant surprise, as one of the scrolls contained a spell with gold-level power, giving Rayne an extra trump card. Besides the spell scrolls, Rayne also found some notes and spell records made by the original owner in those spell books. From these texts, Rayne learned about the original owner's background. The original owner of the spatial ring was a collateral member of the Hanfeng family more than 200 years ago. He was an ice mage whose strength had reached the peak of the silver rank. After sensing that he had no chance of breaking through to the gold rank, he chose to travel in the north. Finally, the Red River Valley was discovered. More than 200 years ago, before the Angry Bear territory was established, the Red River Valley was still unclaimed land. The descendant of the Cold Wind family thought this place was very nice, and wanted to expand his territory and establish his own family here. After obtaining the expedition order and making all the necessary preparations, he returned to the Red River Valley. Just as he was about to make his mark, he encountered the once-in-a-century black tide. There are no records after that. He clearly died in the black tide. The black tide is a unique phenomenon in the Black Mountains, which are vast and boundless. In addition to magical beasts and various alien races, there are also many followers of the Chaos God. Chaos followers use the power of chaos to corrupt monsters and other alien races to form chaos warbands. Once the chaos warbands have expanded and accumulated enough power within the Black Mountains, the chaos followers will then storm the world outside the mountains. A vast, chaotic army of monsters corrupted by chaos, along with other magical beasts and alien races eager to follow and take advantage, and even undead, would emerge from the Black Mountains to attack everything in their path. This is the Kuroshio current. There are actually chaos cultists within the kingdom, but these guys are completely suppressed once they are discovered, and they are usually wiped out before they can develop. Only in no man's land like the Black Mountains can large chaos warbands exist. However, in Rayne's memory, ever since the Grand Duke of the Angry Bear launched the Angry Bear Blood Expansion War and pushed the kingdom's borders all the way to the foot of the Black Mountains, the number and scale of the black tide outbreaks have decreased significantly. Especially in recent decades, Rayne has not encountered the black tide. Poor guy, he was well prepared, but unfortunately his luck wasn't good. The Ice Mage had given all the supplies he had prepared for expanding his territory to Rayne, making him a windfall. The spell books and potions he left behind allowed Rayne to improve his strength rapidly, and Rayne's mage level has broken through to the high level of black iron. He believed that he would soon break through to the bronze level and become a bronze mage. It's a pity that I can't even get started with the cold wind meditation technique, otherwise practicing this advanced meditation technique would be of even greater help to me. The spatial ring contains the mage meditation method unique to the Cold Wind family, but to learn it, one needs to cultivate in the ancient ruins of the Cold Wind Tower, a condition that Rayne cannot meet, so he has to give up. While Rayne was studying magical texts, Evan knocked on Rayne's door. "Ewan, what's the matter?" "My lord, a caravan has arrived at the docks." "A caravan?" Chapter 60 The Coming Neighbor. Upon hearing that there was a caravan at the dock, Ryan put down his book and rushed over immediately. "Wreck!" Rayne called out, and a white figure darted in front of him. After digestion, Rek had absorbed the flesh and blood of the shadow panther he had devoured, and was also fed with wolf blood and demon wolf blood potions by Rayne. At this moment, Rek has broken through to the bronze level, with a body length of nearly 3 meters and a height of nearly 2 meters. His whole body is snow white, and he looks majestic and handsome. Ha 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 ha! Every time he saw the handsome Rek, Rayne felt very happy. Every man dreams of having a majestic and handsome mount, and now Rayne has one. Let's go! After breaking through to the level of a magical beast, Rex awakened the wind element attribute, which allows him to control the wind around him. His running speed becomes even faster with the wind element enhancement. As the white wolf's slender limbs run, the wind element is constantly wrapped around him. Once he accelerates, it looks from a distance as if Rex is walking on air. Riding on Rex's back, Rayne had a wind elemental barrier in front of him to shield him from the oncoming gale, preventing him from being blown around. My lord! The lord is out again! Riding a white wolf, Rayne was very conspicuous, and many of his people saw him. After Rek completed his promotion, Rayne couldn't resist riding Rek around the territory to experience the wolf mount. So the people of Red River Town all knew that their lord had a handsome white wolf mount. In the blink of an eye, Ryan arrived at the dock. Looking up, Ryan saw 7 or 8 merchant ships docked at the pier, each one looking fully loaded and with a deep draft. It was him! Rayne also saw an acquaintance. Sensing his master's thoughts, Rex leaped into the dock area. Oh, my brother, you've really surprised me! Rex stared at the handsome white wolf beneath Rayne, speechless with shock. He could sense that the white wolf was already a bronze-level magical beast, and the magical aura emanating from its body was very obvious. Rex never expected that in just a month and a half, this white wolf would break through from an ordinary wild beast to a bronze-level magical beast. Brother Rex, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm surprised you even have a fleet. The familiar face that Rayne saw was none other than Baron Rex, the quartermaster of Ironwall Fortress. I don't have that capability. These merchant ships are all rented from Angry Bear Fortress. I'm just helping to escort them along the way. Rented? Brother Rex, what kind of business are you doing? Rex glanced back at the 8 cargo ships behind him and began to explain to Rayne. Rayne, you may not know this, but the 4 remaining baronies in your Red River Valley have been given out by the Grand Duke. In a few days, 4 new barons from the Red River Valley will arrive here. Among these 4 barons, one of them is Baron Paris, who came from our Ironwall Fortress border guards. It was from Rex that Rayne learned that the remaining 4 baronies in the Red River Valley had been sealed off. These 4 unclaimed baronies were bound to be distributed, but Rayne hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He thought the new lords wouldn't be in place until at least the end of winter. The Grand Duke has already granted titles to 4 barons? So quickly? Yes, I don't know why, but the distribution of fiefs was done very quickly this time. Based on past experience, such things would take months to get done without any arguments or delays. I didn't expect it to be done in less than a month this time. Rex was also somewhat impressed that Thunder Hall was much more efficient than before. So these cargoes aren't yours anymore, Brother Rex? Rex nodded. Mostly not. My caravan was going to Angry Bear Fortress to do business, and I happened to have some things to take care of, so I went along. I didn't expect Baron Paris to be granted his fief so quickly, and the Grand Duke even asked them to come to the fief as soon as possible, so Paris is procuring supplies at Angry Bear Fortress in preparation for his arrival. However, he has a limited number of knights under his command, and he bought too many supplies. He was afraid that there would be accidents on the way, and that's why he ran into me. So he sent me ahead with some of the supplies he had purchased, and he will come over as soon as he has finished buying and packing the rest of the supplies at Angry Bear Fortress. Some of these goods are mine. So, Brother Rayne, if you need anything, feel free to take a look. I'll give you a discount. After finishing his sentence, Rex unconsciously began to promote his own products. Meanwhile, 2 cargo ships began unloading at the dock. Brother Rex, why are you already unloading?
I'm taking the waterway to help Paris protect his cargo ships. My goods still need to be transported to Ironwall Fortress. The Red River doesn't pass through Ironwall Fortress, so I still need to take the land route. My men and goods will depart from here and head back to Ironwall Fortress.
Rayne looked at the remaining cargo ships.
And what about them? Oh, I was just about to tell you. The remaining cargo ships will stay at your dock for 2 days. Paris will arrive in about 5 days. His fief is right next to yours, in the original Redwood territory. Put it here with me? That's not a good idea.
Rayne didn't want to cause trouble. These cargo ships were quite valuable, and if something went wrong while they were parked here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself.
Don't worry, Brother Rayne, they'll stay here for a couple of days. There are people watching over their ship, so you don't need to worry about anything. Paris will take them away in a few days. The main concern is that there might be alien races in Redwood territory. My men have left, and the remaining cargo ships don't have much protection. If they are robbed by alien races, Paris will suffer a huge loss. With you here, there's no need to fear any threat from other races. Paris is a veteran in our border guards. You've had contact with him before and know his character. He's an honest man. It's just a small favor, nothing more. You'll be neighbors from now on, so it'll be easier for you to get along.
Rex knew Paris Rayne, whom he was talking about. He was over 40 years old and had fought in the border guards for half his life. He was indeed an honest man who had always worked hard without complaint. The original owner of Rayne had a good impression of him. However, it now seems that Paris has some background and means. Otherwise, there are 7 or 8 titled barons in the border army without fiefs, and this time no one else managed to get this fief, but Paris did. After thinking about it, Rayne finally agreed to Rex's request.
All right. Brother Rex, Paris will be here in 5 days, but what about the others? Who are the other barons? Do you know them? The Grand Duke's appointment was announced 6 days ago, and I set off that day. The remaining barons should depart a few days later, as the Grand Duke has ordered them not to linger. Under normal circumstances, their team is large and slower than mine, so they will probably arrive in about 5 or 6 days. Of the remaining 3 barons, 1 is a member of Earl Horn's family, 1 is a member of Earl Lambert's family, and the third one is more important.
Rex specifically emphasized the last person.
The last one is the Grand Duke's own son, the favored one of the Thunder, Lord Arista. Thunder Blessed Ones
is a title given to the direct descendants of the Angry Bear clan, because the Grand Duke of the Angry Bear clan possesses powerful secret techniques of thunderous combat, and the direct descendants of the Grand Duke of Angry Bear also use these thunderous combat techniques. It is because the Grand Duke has ordered Lord Arista to depart as soon as possible that the others also have to depart as soon as possible and cannot delay. The Grand Duke's own child. This news immediately brought many things to Ren's mind. Chapter 61 Plans can't keep up with changes. Rayne selected some daily necessities from Rex's goods, spending nearly 100 gold coins to replenish the Red River Territory's supplies. He had just finished making the purchase when the horse team that was there to pick up Rex arrived. Seeing the dozen or so carriages that had rushed over, Rayne couldn't understand why Rex was making such a fuss.
Brother, don't look at me like that. I have no choice. I owe Paris a lot of favors. I had no choice but to agree when he asked, but it was a waste of time and effort, and I won't make much money from all this.
Rex smiled somewhat helplessly.
Why don't you stay here for the night, and we brothers have a meal together? Forget it, there are too many things to do at the fortress. The threat of the orcs heading south hasn't been completely eliminated yet. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be going out at all. Let's get back as soon as possible to avoid any trouble. I'm leaving now, Ryan brothers. Let's get together again next time.
All right. Rex came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The carriage kicked up a cloud of dust that drifted along the roadside. When the dust settled, the procession disappeared at the intersection. After seeing Rex off, Ryan asked Kent at the dock to keep an eye on the cargo ships to make sure nothing went wrong, and then he stopped paying attention to them. The sudden news that the 4 baronies in the Red River Valley had been granted so quickly, and that the new Baron would be in place in about 5 days, disrupted some of Rayne's plans. Now he can only make temporary adjustments. Plans can never keep up with changes. Upon returning to Red River Fortress, Rayne immediately summoned Ross and the others. The cavalry must assemble immediately and come with me. Wayne, Alger, you two guard the house. Yes, my lord. Since Professor Rayne taught the Guardian Wolf breathing technique, more than half of the 250 members of the Red River Territory Guardian have now become professionals. The cavalry unit was now entirely composed of professionals. Such a breakthrough in just half a month is not only due to the remarkable effects of the silver-level wolf breathing technique, but also to the auxiliary bonuses from the Shadow Panther's flesh and blood. The vacancies caused by the Shadow Panther battle have been filled, and the Guardian army is now several times stronger than before. In addition, the cavalry unit gained 5 more wolf riders. As Cecilia gradually synthesized the blood of wild wolves, Rayne's men quickly trained 5 demon wolves. With Rayne and Rek, the bronze-level demon wolves, around, Rayne can tame as many wild wolves as he wants, including the wasteland wolves in the wilderness, the black wolves in the Black Forest, and all sorts of other ordinary wild wolves. Rayne carefully selected a dozen strong enough wolves from the wild and brought them back to Derek's wolf den for special training. Whenever there was a magic potion, he would give them the potion to break through to become magical beasts. In addition, Rayne also deployed these wolf packs in the wilderness. The 5 demon wolves that had already been trained were given to Ross, Eric, Dean, Grayson, and Chris. Dean, Grayson, and Chris were originally peak iron warriors, but they have now broken through to the bronze level. Rayne has assigned all 3 of them to the cavalry. Eric broke through from the initial bronze rank to the middle bronze rank. Ross and Wayne, who are at the peak of bronze rank, have not yet broken through to the silver rank, but Ryan felt that they could break through at any time and had already reached the critical point. All of the previous 30-odd professionals have made significant improvements, with some of the warriors who were at the initial black iron level even advancing 2 levels in a short period of time to reach the high black iron level. There are now 15 warriors at the peak of the black iron level, and Ren believes that these 15 will soon break through to the bronze level. After the Shadow Panthers finished their meat and blood, Rayne ordered the cavalry to continuously expand their patrol range to hunt down magical beasts, and use their flesh and blood to feed the guards. Although most of the monsters hunted were of the iron level quality, they were still monsters, and the flesh and blood were still quite valuable. To enhance the strength of the guards, Ren went to great lengths. He also provided each of the 5 wolf knights, including Ross, with an enchanted longsword, an enchanted shield, and an enchanted longbow from the enchanted equipment in his spatial ring. As for the 5 sets of enchanted armor, Rayne doesn't need them for the time being. His Furious Bear armor is about to break down, and he wants to keep at least 1 set for himself. It's not appropriate to distribute the remaining 4 sets now, as Ross and the others are still a bit too weak. Moreover, the armor of the Coldwind family is still a bit troublesome. Rayne plans to modify it slightly later to remove the Coldwind mark before using it, and keep it for himself for the time being. The cavalry quickly assembled, and Ren immediately led them out. Running at the very front of the group were 6 wolf knights, including Ren. Ross and his companions felt incredibly excited riding their dire wolves and holding 3 enchanted pieces of equipment. Several days had passed since they acquired the dire wolf mounts and enchanted weapons, but they still couldn't calm down. Following the Lord is great. I never thought I would become a monster knight and fight with enchanted weapons. Eric stroked the remaining wolf pelt, riding very carefully, afraid of hurting his precious mount. Eric was referring to as a knight, a profession that requires taming a mount to become a knight. To tame a mount and achieve a spiritual connection with it, a secret technique is needed. Just because you can ride a warhorse doesn't make you a knight. Only by using arcane arts and your mount to establish a special mental link and gain the skill of telepathy can you be called a knight. When fighting, the knight and his mount will work together perfectly, and their combat power will be significantly improved. These secret methods for obtaining a knighthood are all in the hands of nobles, so most nobles are knights. For ordinary people to become knights, it all depends on talent and fate. Rayne taught Ross and his group of 5 the secret method for forging a bond with the dire wolves, a method created by the Derrick family, which enabled them to subdue the dire wolves and become dire wolf knights. For the demon wolf knight, Rayne set the minimum requirement at bronze level. He didn't even consider iron level warriors. Training wolf knights is too expensive, so their numbers will inevitably be limited, and Rayne can only choose the best ones. Seeing the excited Ross and his group, and the cavalry members watching them with envy not far behind, Rayne smiled and encouraged everyone. You will all have the opportunity to become wolf knights in the future, and not only wolf knights, but you will also become real knights and establish your own knight families. With Ross and his group serving as living examples, the rest of the group also deeply believed what Rayne said. My lord, where are we going now? Eric followed Rayne all the way, and when they left the Red River territory, he couldn't help but ask a question. To the north, the Crystal Territory. Rock Crystal Collar? What are you going there for, my lord? You'll know when you get there. Rayne didn't offer any further explanation. Each cavalryman rode 2 horses, alternating between them. Needless to say, the speed of the wolves was incredible, and the column moved forward very quickly. From day to night, the group never stopped until late at night when they finally came to a halt. Arrive! Rayne gestured for everyone to stop. Rest first, you'll be busy tomorrow morning. As professionals, the group wasn't too tired, but the cavalry's war horses were struggling and needed a good rest. The temporary camp was quickly set up, and after Ross skillfully arranged the night watch duties, everyone began to rest. Rayne waited for something on the side until several bright eyes lit up in the night. Ross, who was not far away, was about to get up and come over to check when he saw Rayne wave him down to sit. In the blink of an eye, 3 Steppenwolves emerged from the night and came to Rayne's feet. Rayne expertly rubbed their heads and began to communicate in wolf language. A moment later, after giving each of the 3 Stepwolves a piece of fresh meat, Rayne released them back into the wilderness. The dire wolves that Rayne and Rek tamed were not limited to the dozen or so in their territory's wolf den. Rayne also tamed several wolf packs in the wilderness. With limited territory to support its wolves, Rayne cannot currently raise too many wild wolves. However, the situation is different on the wasteland. The few wolf packs that Rayne has tamed are essentially free-range, self-sufficient on the wasteland, without requiring Rayne to invest any resources. However, these wolves outside may disappear into the wasteland for various reasons, and no longer respond to Rayne. Moreover, Rayne cannot call them at any time, so they cannot provide actual combat power in normal times. However, as a reconnaissance unit, these Steppenwolves still seem to be very useful. Unfortunately, ordinary Steppenwolves are still too unintelligent, making communication too difficult and unable to execute complex commands. It would be better if they were magical beasts. Rayne had some difficulty communicating with these Steppenwolves, but fortunately, he had achieved his goal. Holding the small, hard pellets brought by the Steppenwolf in his hand, he gently took a small piece and put it in his mouth. It's a little salty. Chapter 62 Harvesting Resources. Kill them all! Under the bright morning sun, a bloody massacre was underway. Rayne directed his cavalry to slaughter the goblin tribe in front of him from the outside. Wielding an enchanted longbow, Rayne immediately killed the bronze-level goblin chieftain with a single arrow. Ross and the others nearby also drew their bows and shot down several goblin shamans. What followed was a one-sided massacre. There were probably 700 or 800 goblins in the goblin tribe in front of them, but they were powerless against the charge of 50 cavalrymen. Goblins are not naturally strong in combat. A well-trained human militia can easily defeat a goblin in a one-on-one fight, and the probability of a professional goblin emerges from the goblin population is also very low. This race relies entirely on numbers to win, and their favorite tactics are human wave attacks and surprise attacks. But now they are the ones being ambushed. As for the human wave tactic, Ross could kill dozens of goblins with a single charge, and the goblins, numbering less than 1,000, were almost wiped out before any human wave tactics could be used. The stench of blood permeated the air, and the earth was soaked in blood. Rayne watched the carnage unfold before him expressionlessly, occasionally raising his longbow to kill any goblin warriors who tried to retaliate. Soon, the goblins began to scatter, utterly terrified by the cavalry. The remaining 200 or so goblins began to scatter and flee, but they were certainly not as fast as the cavalry on horseback, and were quickly caught up and cut down. Watching the goblins gradually disappear into the distance, Rayne called back Ross and the others. "Come back, now we have the important business to attend to." Wiping out a goblin tribe is not a big deal for Rayne. It's not something that would make him travel all the way here to do it. "Search thoroughly." Soon, Rayne got the answer he wanted. "My lord, there's something here." Several soldiers brought over a simple wooden box, which they opened to find it was full of white crystals. "Salt mine?" Ross and the others beside him immediately recognized the item in front of them. "Is this the location of the salt mines in the rock crystal territory?" Ross looked toward the goblin cave not far away. "Go and move all the salt mines that the goblins dug up over here." Rayne already knew the answer and wasn't surprised. He told the soldiers to continue moving the salt mine. "Take a piece of salt from the box and hold it up to the sunlight. The salt is crystal clear. The salt from Yanjingling is of very high quality, and these mine salts can be eaten directly. This high-quality salt can fetch a good price even in Angry Bear Fortress. Back then, Rock Crystal Territory made a considerable amount of money each year by selling salt to the Salak Merchant Guild. From the beginning, Rayne planned to take some resources from the 4 baronies in the north to replenish his territory. He knew perfectly well that these alien races in the wilderness were keeping a close eye on human resource points every moment. Whenever the humans show signs of weakness or feel they have become stronger, they will try to seize human resource points. Whether it's the salt mines of the Rock Crystal Territory or the iron mines of the Black Iron Territory, these mining sites will soon be occupied by alien races once they are no longer occupied by humans. What Rayne wanted was for these alien races to occupy these resource points and mine them for a period of time, so that he could harvest all the resources they had mined before the new Baron arrived. The plan became much simpler after Rayne obtained the spatial ring. Rayne originally planned to start harvesting in late winter or early spring next year, and he had previously estimated that the new barons would arrive no earlier than early spring next year. After all, the process of granting titles is very complicated and time-consuming. By the time the territories are divided, winter will have arrived. In winter, the new lords will not be able to come to their fiefdoms to carry out construction, and the 4 northern territories that have been completely destroyed will not be suitable for living in winter. Therefore, late winter and early spring are the best time for harvesting. To everyone's surprise, Rayne's plans changed so early, and the new Baron arrived so soon. He had to come early to harvest. Soon, boxes of salt blocks were brought out. "My lord, that's all!" There were a total of 20 or 30 boxes of salt ore, each box weighing about 700 or 800 caddies. "Too little!" These dozens of salt mines represent the entirety of the goblin tribe's achievements, indicating that the tribe has only occupied these salt mines for a short time. "Everyone, go into the mine to dig for salt. We only have half a day, dig as much as you can." Rayne put all the salt mine in front of him into his spatial ring, and then took out mining tools for everyone, which he had prepared in advance. The space ring was also emptied out, just to store these salt mines. Ross and his companions were somewhat at a loss. None of them had ever mined before, and they didn't know how to do it if they were suddenly asked to mine. However, after seeing that Rayne himself was carrying tools and going into the mine, they all shut their mouths and followed Rayne into the mine. The mining speed of dozens of professionals is faster than that of hundreds of ordinary miners. In addition, the mine in Rock Crystal Territory is large enough and relatively easy to mine, so Rayne and his team are very efficient. When it got to afternoon, Rayne called a halt to everyone's movements. They collected all the mined salt ore, filling their spatial ring to the brim. "All right, it's about time. Let's go to the next location." Once outside the mine, Rayne summoned the desert wolves that were roaming nearby. "Ross, you lead the team with the wolf pack. It will take you to the iron mines in Black Iron Territory. After you eliminate the alien races there, continue mining. I will go back to my territory to unload these salt mines and then head over." "Yes, my lord." Ross looked at the several steppenwolves in front of him, Ryan's methods had broadened his horizons. Riding the wreck at full speed, Rayne was much faster than he had come, and returned to Red River territory just as it got dark. After putting all the salt in the warehouse, Rayne intended to return immediately. However, when he passed by the dock, he suddenly thought that the fishing boats in the territory might be able to haul some cargo. But when he asked Kent, he found out that a fishing boat could only carry about 1,000 pounds of cargo, which was far too little.
The fishing boat is still too small.
Rayne looked up at the cargo ships that Rex had brought not far away. One of the ships was empty at the moment. After Rex's cargo was unloaded, the ship was empty and was now waiting at the dock to return with his companions in a few days. Rayne pointed to a cargo ship not far away and said,
"Kent, can you sail that kind of cargo ship?"
"Yes, my lord.
If it's just one ship, we have just enough manpower. But 2 ships won't be enough. We don't have enough skilled operators."
Kent gave an affirmative answer.
"Very good."
Rayne leaped onto the cargo ship, found the bow of the ship, and immediately used his status as a baron to order the ship to be requisitioned, and ordered everyone on board to disembark and rest at the dock. The bowman was initially reluctant, as he couldn't bear the responsibility if something went wrong with the ship. However, after receiving a guarantee from Rayne that the ship would be returned safely within 3 days and a gold coin, the bow of the ship happily returned to the dock to rest.
"Kent, take your men and sail the ship to the docks in Black Iron territory and wait for me." "Yes."
The dock at Black Iron Ridge is the northernmost point of the Red River. Further north, the width and depth of the Red River decreased significantly, making it unsuitable for ships to pass. At this moment, near the Black Iron Territory iron mine, Ross was leading his men to wipe out a kobold tribe. Kobolds are slightly stronger than goblins because this alien race has some blacksmithing skills, and their weapons are much better than those of goblins. Some kobolds even have armor-like protective gear. However, these are not enough to qualify them to compete with Rose. The strongest in the tribe is only a kobold chieftain of high bronze rank. At the beginning, Ross led the wolf knights in a charge and killed the kobold chieftain in front of him, then beheaded him with a single sword stroke. There were fewer kobolds than goblins, only about 500. After losing their chieftain, they resisted for less than 15 minutes before giving up in despair. The human warriors before them were like gods of death, their bodies covered in blood as they swiftly and efficiently slaughtered their lives. They tried to escape, only to find that their 2 legs were no match for the 4-legged warhorses of the humans.
"Surrender! We surrender, human strongmen."
The remaining dog-headed men dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. An old kobold spoke in a human language that Ross could understand, repeatedly shouting surrender.
"Stop!"
Upon seeing the kobold surrender, Ross immediately ordered his men to stop the killing spree.
"What's wrong, Deputy Commander?"
Eric threw away the kobold's head and looked at Ross in confusion.
"They surrendered." "So what if we surrender?" "Don't forget our mission,"
Ross reminded Eric, then looked at the kobolds kneeling on the ground. "Are you really going to surrender?" The old kobold hurriedly responded to Ross.
"Yes, strong humans, we are willing to surrender."
The old kobold looked up and saw the terrifying face of the demon wolf covered in blood. He was so frightened that he knelt down and trembled.
"Very well, I accept your surrender. However, if you want me to spare your lives, you must serve my lord. Now all of you lowly creatures, get into the mine and mine for my master. If you dare to slack off, I'll cut off your heads and feed them to my demon wolves."
Knowing they wouldn't die, the dog-headed men nimbly returned to the mine and began digging diligently. Chapter 63 The Diligent Porter. When Rayne arrived, he saw Ross and Eric, along with 5 other wolf knights, watching a couple hundred kobolds mining. Meanwhile, dozens of cavalrymen were digging hard on the other side, where a considerable amount of iron ore had already piled up.
"My lord! The kobolds who occupied the iron mine wanted to surrender. I thought they were still useful, so I agreed to their surrender and let them help me mine."
Ryan was pleased that Ross had such a mind.
"Well done, Ross. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue these kobolds. With these kobolds helping us mine, we can harvest quite a lot of iron ore this time."
With more manpower, the iron ore they mined quickly filled Rayne's spatial ring. Once the boat was full, Rayne rowed on wreck to the Black Iron Territory docks. When he arrived, Ken hadn't arrived yet, and his rowing speed upstream was far slower than Ryan's. Without waiting for Kent, Rayne put all the iron ore from his spatial ring at the dock and returned directly to the iron ore area to continue mining. When he arrived at the dock on his second trip, Kent arrived with the cargo ship. Rayne used his spatial ring to quickly load the iron ore onto the cargo ship. The space ring can transport more than 100 tons of iron ore in one trip. In 2 trips, Rayne transported more than 200 tons, which filled the cargo ship. Kent was startled when he saw the ship full of iron ore, but he quickly recovered and told everyone to prepare to await the Lord's orders. "Kent, you are now heading back, but don't go into the docks. Once you enter the territory, wait for me a few kilometers upstream from the docks. No one on the ship should say anything more, just do your job well, and I will reward you when you get back." "Yes, my lord." Kent immediately understood that the Lord did not want the outsiders at the docks to know what was being transported on the ship. After making arrangements, Rayne returned to the iron ore area. Looking at the sizable iron ore mine in front of him, Rayne was extremely envious. "Such a good rich mine, and it's a semi-open pit mine with a high iron content. I wish it belonged to me." The iron ore in Black Iron Territory is excellent in all aspects. The only drawback is that no high-quality ore resources have been found, not even reaching the black iron grade. It's all ordinary iron ore. If it were just ordinary iron ore, the value of this mining area would be greatly reduced, but it would still be an invaluable asset for Rayne. After filling his spatial ring again, Rayne returned to Red River Territory alone once more, poured the iron ore into the warehouse, and then went to the place he had arranged to meet Kent. Kent was going much faster downstream than he had come, and he had been waiting for a while when Rayne arrived. Kent wanted to unload the iron ore himself, but Rayne stopped him. It would take half a day to unload these 200 tons of iron ore manually, but it can be done in the blink of an eye with a spatial ring, so there is no need to waste manpower. In the blink of an eye, after 2 trips to the warehouse, Rayne had emptied the cargo ship of all its iron ore. After that, Rayne repeated the operation, like a hard-working little bee running back and forth. While Rayne was amassed by resources, a massive fleet was sailing upstream at the confluence of the Red Gold River and the Red Sand River. "Is this the boundary between the Qijing River and the Hongsha River?" Ali Star stood at the bow of the ship, squinting at the spectacle before him. On one side is the Crimson Gold River, shimmering with dazzling golden light, while on the other side is the Red Sand River, radiating a dark red glow under the sunlight. The 2 rivers are thus clearly distinct yet eventually merge into one. "Yes, master. The Hongsha River is an important tributary of the Qijing River. Once we enter the Hongsha River, we will soon reach the Hongha Valley." The butler Bart respectfully served Alistair from the side. Behind the large ship where Alistair stood, followed hundreds of ships of various kinds. "Lord Arista, I have come to bid you farewell." Carter walked over in full military uniform. He followed his father's instructions and traveled north with Alistair, constantly trying to curry favor with the eldest son along the way. However, Alistair's response to Carter's overtures was merely polite, without any further action, which left Carter somewhat frustrated. "Have a safe journey, Knight Carter." "Thank you for your blessings, Lord Arista, and I wish you all the best in your fiefdom." Carter left in a small boat. Alistar glanced at him but didn't pay him any more attention. His gaze was more focused on the 2 rivers with their distinct styles. This scenery, which he had never seen before, touched his calm heart. Dozens of kilometers behind Alistair's massive fleet, several other fleets were sailing closely in pursuit. Paris gazed at Alistair's massive fleet in the distance, marveling at the wealth of the Angry Bear family. "Wasn't it said that this Alistar was not favored by the Grand Duke? How come he's being given so many resources? He doesn't seem to be neglected at all. If I had known that I could catch up with this man's fleet, I wouldn't have needed to ask Rex to take a few ships with me first. I still owe Ryan and Rex a favor." Paris was nearly 150 years old, which should have been the prime of his life, but his hair had turned completely white. After struggling for half his life, he finally obtained a fiefdom of his own, making his family barons. At this moment, he was full of vigor and high spirits. The struggles of the first half of his life had yielded rich rewards.
Father, what kind of person is Baron Rayne?
Paris's son asked his father a question.
We'll be neighbors from now on. I wonder if we'll get along well? Rayne, that guy is a sharp and ambitious individual. He's efficient and decisive in his work, and he's also very talented. He broke through to the silver level at a young age. He was very famous at the Raged Bear Castle Knight Academy, and he was the top student among the graduates of that year's Knight Academy. Lord Senna thought highly of him at the time, and I met with him a few times. I originally thought he would be the youngest military baron in the border guards. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a big change and eventually returned to his family to inherit the title.
Paris looked at his son with gentle eyes. He had worked hard all his life, and now that he was this age, it was all for his son. His strength could no longer improve. After a lifetime of battles, he was left with a body full of injuries and hidden dangers. Paris had a premonition that his life might not be long. His title and fiefdom will belong to his sons, and the family will pass them down from generation to generation.
Don't worry, my son, Rayne is a very easy young man to get along with. You may have a lot in common, but you must show him respect. After all, that guy is too outstanding. As a descendant of the Wild Wolf family, his future will at least be that of a Silver Peak Demon Wolf Knight. If he's lucky, he might even advance to the gold level. If that were the case, it would be quite a big deal. Our family doesn't have a strong background. My father and your grandfather and I have worked our way up step by step to get to where we are today. We have paid countless hardships and overcome many difficulties to obtain the territory that our family has always dreamed of. Fortunately, our family has made it through. Your grandfather worked hard all his life to obtain a title, and I worked hard all my life to obtain a fief. The family now has a foundation. Your future path will be much easier.
Paris had high hopes for his son and for the future of his family. Chapter 64. The neighbor is coming.
My lord, isn't what we're doing a bit inappropriate?
Ross, carrying the redwood on his shoulder, ran while asking Ryan a question with a troubled expression.
What's wrong with that? I helped them deal with so many alien races. It's good enough that they didn't have to thank me.
After mining in the iron ore area for 3 days, Rayne stopped mining, and on the 5th day he went directly to the Redwood Forest, a unique resource point in Redwood territory. They selected 500 of the best quality rosewood pieces, organized people to cut them down, and carried them directly back to their territory. The redwood he and Ross are moving now is the highest quality among them, reaching the bronze level. It's the only one in the entire redwood forest that has reached the bronze level. Ross could understand mining salt and iron ore, and he didn't feel any psychological burden about it. But now that he's stealing trees, and he's just learned that the new lord of Redwood territory is Baron Paris from the former border guards, Ross feels a little guilty about this acquaintance's property.
Ross, that's not right. These redwoods were all taken from the alien races. They're spoils of war. What's wrong with taking them? We helped Paris eliminate so many alien races and left him most of the redwood. We've already done enough for him. Don't think too much about it. I can tell from these redwoods that they are all top-quality materials. It would be a waste to use them for shipbuilding. We can make a lot of excellent spears by using them to make spear shafts back in our territory.
Rayne had already planned to use all 500 pieces of redwood to make spear shafts, preparing for the knights to upgrade their weapons in the future. Neither ordinary knights nor wolf knights were suitable for short weapons like long swords. Knights or cavalrymen usually use lances, a modified type of spear, which Rayne didn't feel good about. He wanted a long-handled weapon similar to the horse lance and the long-handled broadsword, and he would need to organize people to study it carefully later. 5 days passed quietly after all 500 redwood logs were moved back to the territory. In the past 5 days, Rayne has transported back more than 100 tons of salt ore, thousands of tons of iron ore, and 500 pieces of high-quality mahogany. Time was too short, so he could only get this much less than he had initially planned. But the plan had changed, and he had a few months less time. It was already good that he could harvest this many resources. In the end, he would use the territory temporarily for a while.
Did they take those kobolds to the quarry? They've all been taken, my lord.
After 3 days of mining, Rayne felt that these kobolds were quite useful, very obedient, easy to use, and didn't eat much, making them easy to raise. The black bread that was previously given to the serfs was given to these kobolds, and they not only ate it with relish but were also very satisfied, calling Rayne their benevolent master. The stone quarries and other resource sites outside Red River Town are some distance from Red River Town. When people are sent to mine them, they need to be guarded by special personnel. If they are not careful, damage can occur. In addition, the Red River territory itself has a small population, and Rayne has already given up on some small resource points that are far away and stopped mining them. After subduing these kobolds, Rayne tried to get them to mine resources in the stone mines outside. Rayne promised the kobold leader that he would protect them, and that they could come to him if they encountered danger. He would also provide them with food, which was the black bread that the kobolds ate with relish, in exchange for the kobolds mining for him and providing them with enough stone ore on time. After placing the kobolds in the stone mine, Rayne didn't pay any more attention to them, planning to check on them again after some time. As for whether the kobolds would run away or stay and follow his orders, Rayne didn't care at all. It was just an experiment, after all. If he succeeds, he will have a group of mining slaves whose lives he doesn't care about. If he fails, he will only lose a few kobolds.
Just take it with you, and we can go back and see how it goes in a while.
After 5 busy days, Rayne was finally able to return to Red River Fortress to rest. The back and forth travel over the past few days had taken a toll on him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just as Rayne was about to lie down and get some rest, Evan woke him up.
My lord, Lord Ross has sent word that a group of unfamiliar knights have arrived outside the territory. Their strength is unknown, and he requests that you go and investigate.
Rayne jumped to his feet.
A strange knight? Those people have arrived? Weren't they supposed to travel by water?
Upon hearing the unfamiliar knight Rayne, he immediately realized that the 4 new barons from the Angry Bear's side had arrived. However, it was logical that they would travel by water, not by land, and Rayne didn't understand why. A call echoed throughout the castle hall.
Wreck!
The familiar figure passed through Red River Town once again. Rayne rode Rex south along the river, heading towards the border of the territory. At this moment, Ross and his cavalry had just arrived at the border of the territory when they saw 40 or 50 strangers confronting Eric on the other side.
Deputy Commander, hasn't the Lord arrived? There's a silver knight among those knights on the other side.
Eric, who was on patrol outside, was the first to notice the anomaly. He was a little worried when he saw that only Ross and his men were arriving.
I received the message on the way and came ahead of time. Lord, you should have received the message and will be here soon. A silver knight? Are you sure?
Ross cautiously observed the unfamiliar group 100 meters away.
Sure.
Ross hadn't seen the silver knight Eric had mentioned yet, but he had already spotted a familiar banner.
Is that the thunder flag of the Angry Bear?
After repeatedly checking the flag, Ross immediately stepped forward to communicate with the team. 100 meters away, Marco squinted at Eric and Rose on the opposite side.
Captain, why don't you negotiate with them?
Marco didn't even turn his head and said,
It would be beneath Lord Arista's dignity for us to go there on his behalf. That wolf knight was too narrow-minded and didn't see Lord Arista's banner. Now that someone knowledgeable has arrived, he will naturally come to negotiate with us.
After seeing Ross's action, Marco gently nudges his horse's head, and the mount slowly takes a few steps forward.
Excuse me, is the one ahead of you a descendant of the Raging Bear, a favored one of Thunder, the son of a great warrior? We are knights under the command of the esteemed Baron Alistair Furious Bear, who is of the bloodline of the Furious Bear, the favored one of Thunder, and the son of a great warrior.
After Marco finished speaking, he gestured to the flag bearer beside him to raise the flag high. Ross dismounted from the wolf and respectfully saluted the Thunder Bear banner.
I am Ross, the Deputy Commander of the Red River Territory Guard. My master is on his way. May I ask why you have come here, sir? My name is Marco, the Wolf Rider. Marco showed respect after recognizing Rose's strength. Our lord is about to arrive. We need to cross the Red River territory to reach our lord's territory, the Rock Crystal territory in the north. I am leading the Black Knights to clear the way for my lord, and now we need to pass through the Red River territory. I hope you will cooperate. After hearing Marco's request, Rose understood. I cannot answer that question for you. My master will arrive soon and will answer your question, Your Excellency Knight. Marco nodded. He knew perfectly well that Ross couldn't make the decision. I'd heard of the Demon Wolf Knight before, back in Rage Bear Fortress. I never expected to run into one right away. Demon wolves are indeed much stronger than black-horned horses. Marco looked at Ross's wolf mount with envy. Just then, a white figure rapidly approached from afar, quickly attracting their attention. What a powerful aura! Has the Red River Lord arrived? Chapter 65 Silver Moon White Wolf. My lord! Greetings, Your Excellency Baron! Marco deftly dismounted and, together with Ross, bowed to Rayne. Black Knight? From afar, Rayne spotted the Black Knight in black armor riding a black-horned horse. Blackhorn, a black iron-level magical beast, has little attack power and no growth limit. However, as a magical beast, the Blackhorn will not be frightened or run away when facing other magical beasts, and its endurance and stamina far exceed those of ordinary war horses. Compared to the black-horned wolves bred by Rayne, the black-horned wolves have no advantage. However, the black-horned wolves have an unparalleled advantage. They can be bred on a large scale. Compared to other magical beasts, they are much easier to breed and have lower maintenance costs. The Angry Bear family, who mastered the breeding methods of black wildebeest, bred a large number of black wildebeest, and used them to build a renowned knightly order in the north, the Black Edge Knights. When Rayne was at the Knights Academy of Rage Bear Fortress, he often saw the Ebon Blade Knights and even went on missions with them. After getting closer, Rayne saw a familiar face. Instructor Marco, what are you doing here? His former instructor at the Knights Academy of Rage Bear Fortress, Marco. Rayne? How could it be you? Marco looked at Rayne riding the white wolf in surprise. I am the Lord of the Red River Territory, and this is my territory. Marco opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He had been an instructor at the Rage Bear Castle Knight Academy for a while, and had taught Rayne some combat skills. He was deeply impressed by Ryan. After all, Ryan was the best graduate of that year. Marco remembered that after graduating, Rayne went to Ironwall Fortress and served in the border guards. He heard that Rayne was doing quite well. He just didn't expect to run into Rayne here, especially since Rayne had now become a baron. My story is a long one. I'll explain it to you another time, Instructor Marco. Can you tell me why you led a squad of Black Knights to my territory? After regaining his composure, Marco sorted out his thoughts and began to explain to Rayne. Grand Duke's son, Baron Alistair, is heading to his fiefdom, the Rock Crystal territory in the north. I will lead the Black Edge Knights and cavalry ahead by land and wait for the Baron's fleet at the Black Iron Territory docks. As the vanguard, I am here to inform you, Your Excellency Baron, in advance that I hope to have passage through the Red River territory. I see. Rayne understood as well. The navigable section of the Red River ends at Black Iron Territory. Continuing north to Rock Crystal Territory can only be done by land. Marco is here ahead of time to pave the way and prepare for the subsequent transfer. Since you are serving Lord Arista, I grant you permission to pass through my territory. However, please ensure that the knights in your party do not disturb my people, as they have just experienced the war with the orcs and cannot bear to be disturbed. Of course, please rest assured, Your Excellency. Rayne looked at Marco in front of him and the Black Knights behind him, a total of 50 people. Instructor Marco, it seems you have already left the Knight Academy. Yes, the Grand Duke has ordered me to lead a squad of Black Knights to pledge allegiance to Lord Arista and follow him to his fiefdom. Rayne nodded. He had guessed that Marco was standing there. Baron Rayne, my lord's fleet will be arriving soon. I must go to the Black Iron Territory docks immediately to prepare, so I will not stay here any longer. Of course, please do as you wish, Sir Marco.
After completing the communication, Marco didn't engage in idle chatter or reminisce. Instead, he led the team to continue northward. Marco led the Black Knights northward, and one of the knights took out a horn and blew it. The long, drawn-out sound of the horn drifted along the riverbank, and a moment later, a horn sounded back from the south. Before long, a huge caravan appeared before Rayne, with a number of carriages and many large pack animals in the procession. The Fuchio beast. To send out more than a dozen Fuchio beasts at once, no wonder he's the Duke's favorite son, he's really generous. The Fuchio beast is a magical beast specifically bred for long-distance transportation. It has a gentle and non-aggressive nature, but thanks to its massive size and strength, it can carry large amounts of cargo and even pull giant trucks. Amid the long caravan, numerous Black Blade Knights and ordinary knights maintained order. There are still so many Black Knights, it looks like a whole squad of 100. After observing for a while, Ryan took Ross back and paid no further attention, only letting Eric lead the cavalry to follow them. Meanwhile, Marco continued leading his team northward toward their destination. "Captain, do you know that Baron?" Marco's second-in-command was a little curious. He was quite familiar with his captain, who didn't usually have much of a social life. How did he get to know such a remote Baron back then? Yes, he was an outstanding graduate of the Knight Academy a year ago, and he was quite famous there. I taught him when I was an instructor at the Knight Academy. So you're that Baron's teacher? Hee hee. Marco chuckled twice. There are at least 80 or 100 instructors in the academy, and at least a dozen or so of them have taught that person. Were they all his teachers? I didn't teach him for very long before he learned everything, so there was nothing left for me to teach him. Besides, he wasn't alone. There were dozens of people learning together at once, so there was no real camaraderie. To be honest, I didn't have much interaction with him back then. We barely exchanged a few words. I never expected to run into him here, and he's even become a fief baron. Marco was born into a knightly family. He dedicated half his life to the military and did not disappoint his family. He broke through to the silver rank and continued the family's name. He also joined the Black Knights and became a monster knight. Marco was a professional soldier who had spent his entire life dealing with the military and didn't know much about the aristocratic circles. However, he also knew that he had no connection with Rayne and didn't want to try to build any relationship with him. He just wanted to do his job well. Alright, stop thinking about it. Lord Arista is almost here. Let's hurry to the Black Iron Territory docks and prepare to welcome our master. As Marco led his team through the Red River territory in haste, Rayne also instructed Fornal to prepare. A large fleet will be passing through the territory in the next 2 days, so the people should not be surprised or panicked. A large fleet? Yes, the lords of the 4 territories in the north have been chosen, and they will be arriving in the next couple of days. Fornal was startled. So fast? Don't overthink it, just focus on your own thing. After making the arrangements, Rayne returned to his room to continue his training. Time passed, night fell, and as the night deepened, Alistair's fleet finally arrived at Red River territory. On the large ship, the butler, Bart, pointed out the stone bridge towering in the distance to Arista. Master, we have entered the Red River Valley. This is the Red River territory. The stone bridge in the distance is the only large bridge over the Red River. A descendant of the Wild Wolf Rider? The territory is well governed. Although the night was dark and the moon was hidden behind thick clouds, Alistar could still see the neat farmland along both banks of the river, and the quiet town of Red River in the distance by the dim moonlight. The peaceful and serene atmosphere of the Red River territory gave Alistar a good impression of the territory, unlike the desolate and ruined scene he had imagined after experiencing war. It's too late. Otherwise we should have notified the Lord here to come and pay his respects to you, Master. I am a baron, and he is a baron too. Why should he have to come and pay homage to me? Alistar didn't take it seriously. As he was about to return to his cabin to rest, he saw the knight commander beside him suddenly look at the stone bridge not far away. What's wrong, Sir Wilson? There are people over there. Alistair looked at the stone bridge that was gradually closing in on him with a puzzled expression. Just then, the silver moon in the night sky peeked out from behind the clouds, and its bright moonlight poured onto the stone bridge like a waterfall. A white figure stood at the bridgehead, bathed in moonlight, displaying a dashing and heroic bearing. Rex's white fur swayed gently in the breeze, and Rayne sat steadily astride him. Under the moonlight, Rayne seemed to be wearing a layer of silver-white armor.
What a magnificent white wolf! What a handsome man!
This thought crossed the minds of everyone on the boat. At this moment, the white wolf beneath Rayne gently raised its head and howled, its melodious howl echoing through the night. Chapter 66 Zero Cost Social Interaction.
White Wolf! The Demon Wolf Knight!
Seeing Rayne on the white wolf, Alistar lowered his guard, but Wilson still stepped forward half a step to shield Alistar behind him. As the large ship approached the stone bridge, Rick lightly leaped onto the bow. Under the watchful eyes of Alistar and the others, a beautiful white wolf leaped onto his boat in the moonlight. Rayne gracefully leaped off Rick and walked to Alistar and the other two.
Lord of the Red River Territory, Baron Rayne Derek greets you, son of the Raging Bear, favored by the thunder, Lord Baron Alistair.
Alistair's signature purple hair allowed Rayne to immediately recognize who the main character was among them.
Hello, Baron Rayne. What a beautiful wolf! Much more handsome than my black wildebeest.
Alistar glanced at Rayne once, then turned his attention to Rick behind Rayne.
You flatter me, sir. The Thunder Demon Bear is far more majestic and imposing than my demon wolf.
Besides breeding black-horned horses, the Angry Bear family also breeds several other magical beasts, the most famous of which is the Thunder Demon Bear. The Furious Bear Knights, riding demonic bears, represent the absolute foundation of the Furious Bear clan and are their greatest weapon for dominating the Northern Territory. Rayne heard that the entire Rage Bear Knights, including the knights and their demonic bear mounts, were of the silver rank, and that the knights wore silver rank Rage Bear armor, making them incredibly powerful. Moreover, it is rumored that these Thunder Bears are all of the bloodline of the legendary Thunder Bear Valregard, and in every respect, the Thunder Bears are much stronger than the dire wolves raised by the Derek family.
The magical bear is too clumsy and savage, and not cool enough. It's not my type. Unlike the magical wolf of your Derek family, which is swift, agile, and cool. That's what I like.
Ah? Rayne had prepared a lot of arguments, but he didn't use any of them. Alistair's attention was entirely on Rayne.
Isn't it said that the offspring of the Angry Bear family will sign a contract with the direct descendants of the legendary demon bear Valregard from birth, and then grow up together inseparable?
A thought flashed through Rayne's mind, and he glanced around Alistar a few more times, but didn't see the legendary Thunder Demon Bear cub. Moreover, through his conversation with Alistar just now, Rayne also sensed that something was amiss.
Stop looking, Lord Rayne. I don't have a Thunder Bear. I only have a black wildebeest. If you want to see one, I can have Buttra come and show it to you.
Alistar exposed Rayne's underhanded tactics.
I heard that you studied at the Knight Academy of Angry Bear Keep, and you've been there for quite a while. Haven't you heard my story?
Alistar could tell that Rayne knew nothing about him.
I apologize, sir. I was focused on improving my strength and honing my combat skills at the time and didn't pay attention to anything else.
In fact, besides being focused on cultivation, Rayne was also not accepted by the other noble children of Rage Bear Fortress in the academy because he was the second son of a baron from a remote area. In addition, his own talent was too outstanding, which made him even more envied by the local noble children of Angry Bear Fortress. Judging from what Rayne sees now, the original owner of this body was definitely excluded from the circle of noble scions of Rage Bear Fortress, and isolated. However, Rayne, who was focused on cultivating and improving his strength, did not notice these things.
Ha ha. Very good. It's good that you can concentrate on cultivation. No wonder you broke through to the middle level of silver at such a young age. You're really amazing. There are few people in Rage Bear Fortress with your talent. Lord Rayne, your talent is truly amazing.
After sensing the surge of fighting spirit within Rayne, Alistair's attitude towards Rayne became even more enthusiastic.
If Lord Arista likes dire wolves, I will specially breed a dire wolf mount for you and send it over when it is ready. Anyway, The rock crystal territory is not far from the Red River territory. Alistair's eyes lit up when he heard what Rayne said. Then it's settled. Train me a demon wolf mount, something cool, similar to yours. Of course, you can rest assured. After Rayne agreed to breed a special wolf mount for him, Alistar found Rayne more and more pleasing to the eye. The two chatted happily at the bow of the ship, and the ship stopped in place. Rayne told Alistar about the war between the orcs, his battles at Ironwall Fortress, and the various legends of the Black Mountains. Alistar would occasionally chime in, offering his insightful comments and discussions on what Rayne was saying, drawing upon his profound knowledge. Butler Bart stood to the side, staring intently at Rayne from the very beginning, scrutinizing the Red River Baron and constantly recalling information about Rayne in his mind. Before setting off, Bart did his homework thoroughly, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the Red River Valley and the Derrick family of Red River territory. Now, seeing Rayne standing before him, he began to put this intelligence into practice, constantly assessing in his mind what use Rayne would be to the future of the rock crystal territory, and what impact he would have on his master. Wilson, on the other side, was also scrutinizing Ryan, but unlike Bart's complicated attitude towards Ryan, Wilson had a very good impression of him. Wilson had also graduated from the Rage Bear Castle Knight Academy many years ago, and after learning that Rayne had graduated first in his class a year earlier, he had developed a strong liking for Rayne. With his perception far exceeding that of ordinary people, Ryan could clearly sense the attitudes of the two people beside him towards him. During his conversation with Alistar, he subtly praised Wilson and Bart as well, describing them as Alistair's most capable and loyal subordinates. He practically showered them with compliments. After Ryan's enthusiastic praise, the effect was obvious. Both Wilson and Bart's goodwill towards Ryan increased dramatically. Alistair didn't end the conversation until half of his massive fleet had crossed the stone bridge. It's a pleasure to meet you, Baron Rayne. Let's leave it at that for today. Once I'm settled in my territory, I will definitely invite you to visit. I will prepare a sumptuous banquet to entertain you then. That is my honor, Lord Arista. I wish you all the best in the future. Thank you, Rayne. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lord Arista. Rayne mounted Wreck, and the dashing white wolf leaped once more from the bow of the ship back onto the stone bridge. As Rayne left Alistair's feet, the large ship started moving again, gradually increasing its speed and heading forward. Rayne watched Alistair's figure until it completely disappeared before turning his gaze away. Only then did Ross, who had been waiting in the corner of the stone bridge, come over. My lord, is everything going smoothly? Very smoothly, Ross. It seems our Grand Duke's son is quite easy to get along with, which is good news for us. Rayne was extremely satisfied with tonight's operation, which yielded far more results than he had anticipated. He had made a good impression on the young master of the Angry Bear family, laying the foundation for the plans he had in mind for the future. My lord, why must we wait here for that person? Wouldn't it be better to invite that gentleman to the castle as a guest? Ross still didn't quite understand Ryan's actions. In Ross's mind, the way nobles got to know each other was through banquets and balls in the castle. Invite that rich young master to visit the castle? Ross, are you rich and don't know what to do with your money, or am I rich and don't know what to do with my money? How many gold coins would I have to spend to ask him for help? And even if I spend the money, I'm not guaranteed to satisfy him. Waiting here is much better. It doesn't cost a penny, zero cost. Rayne had it all figured out. Chapter 67 The Neighbors Arrive, New Circumstances. Of the 5 baronies in the Red River Valley, only the Rayne family has remained unchanged and is still holding out in the Red River Valley. These 4 newly arrived barons have come from afar and have all passed through the Red River territory. Can't Rayne not show some appreciation? At the very least, as Ross said, we should invite these passing barons to a dinner party to exchange pleasantries. A noble dinner is not just an ordinary meal, there are many expenses involved. Although Rayne had made a fortune before and had some money in his pocket, he was by no means wealthy. He had no intention of spending money on these neighbors he had never met before. So he thought of squatting on the stone bridge to talk to the 4 neighbors directly, making his presence known, which was both economical and polite.
He, Rayne, was a baron of equal status to them, and he personally waited for them on the stone bridge, showing them considerable respect. As Rayne had expected, from the moment they met Alistar, all 4 barons were very pleased with Rayne's personal greeting and meeting. In particular, after Rayne's initial businesslike flattery, the newly appointed barons all had a good impression of Rayne. "Thank you very much, Baron Rayne. Please look after these cargo ships of mine. Once I have settled in my territory, I will definitely invite you to visit Redwood territory." Paris chatted with Rayne with a big smile on his face. "We're all our own people from the border guards, no need to be so polite, Baron Paris. From now on, we'll be neighbors. If you need anything, just let me know at Red River Fort, and I, Rayne, will do my best to help." "Ha ha ha ha! That's good. You're right, we're all on the same side." After a series of skillful flatteries, Rayne finally saw off the last new baron, Paris, an old acquaintance of the border guards. From welcoming Alista to seeing Paris off, Rayne has been busy since late last night, and now it's evening again. "It's finally over. It's been so long since I've had this much socializing, I'm really not used to it." Rayne stretched and rode Rek back to Red River Fortress. The Red River Valley suddenly became lively with the addition of 4 barons. After a brief exchange, Rayne got to know his 4 new neighbors. Of the 4, Paris had the least background and no strong family connections, as evidenced by the fact that he brought far fewer people and resources than the other 3 barons. However, Paris was the least ambitious. Rayne could tell that he just wanted to settle down in Redwood territory and live a peaceful life. Paris also kept introducing his son to Rayne, trying to get his son to get along with Rayne, which suggests that Paris himself was planning to retire. Inside the room, Rayne placed the symbol representing Paris on the map where Redwood Castle had originally been located. Before Rayne lay a map of the Red River Valley. This map had been redrawn by Rayne, with much more information added, making the various aspects of the Red River Valley much clearer. "Those 2 from the Lambert and Horn families seem difficult to deal with. They are very wary of me. They brought a lot of supplies and people with them. It seems they want to make a big splash and achieve something to show their families." Rayne placed the Lambert and Horn family symbols in the original locations of Black Iron Castle and Rye Castle. The 2 barons from royal families were far less enthusiastic towards Rayne than Paris, but Rayne didn't care about that. At the moment, these 2 couldn't affect him. "Finally, it's this son of the Angry Bear." Rayne picked up the thunder emblem of the Angry Bear family, and began to ponder the bloodline of the Angry Bear Grand Duke. "That's really strange. He's clearly the Grand Duke's own son, yet he doesn't have a demonic bear by his side, and it seems he hasn't practiced the Grand Duke's thunderous combat techniques either. Could it be that he's not favored?" Thinking of Alistair's frail body, so different from the other offspring of the Angry Bear family, one could even say he was somewhat of an anomaly. If it weren't for the fact that Rayne saw Alistair's signature purple hair, and a huge entourage around him, the Black Knights alone numbered 100, Rayne would have thought he was an imposter. Because of health reasons he is not favored? That shouldn't be the case. How could someone who isn't favored bring in so many resources and people? Rayne was still somewhat shocked when he thought about the fleet he had seen today. Based on his visual estimation, Alistar brought no fewer than 20,000 people, and in fact, there should be more, all of them young and strong serfs. More than 100 other ships carrying various supplies, which, when converted to gold coins, would be worth at least 100,000 gold coins. In addition, there was 100 Black Knights following him, and at least 3 Silver Knights also followed him. These are all visible items. As for the unseen items, there are probably more than they are, such as magic stones, magic cores, enchanted equipment, and so on. Alistar definitely has spatial equipment on him, and his spatial ring must contain these rare resources. Based on what Alistar brought, Rayne couldn't tell at all that the other party was not favored. The other 2 barons, who came from royal families, brought less than half the resources and people of Alista, and Paris brought even less. That's really strange. Rayne was a little confused, but he didn't dwell on it. After placing the thunder symbol in the center of the rock crystal territory, he stared straight at the map in front of him without moving.
With the addition of 4 barons and tens of thousands of people, the Red River Valley is truly bustling.
Through the map, Rayne seemed to see the vast Red River Valley, where countless people were cultivating and living. Meanwhile, Paris had arrived at his territory and was organizing people with his son Victor to unload the cargo and build a temporary camp. Looking at the busy crowd in front of him, Victor thought of the Red River territory he had just passed by, where the neat farmland had left a deep impression on him. He now saw his own territory lying in ruins and began to envy Rayne.
Father, how long do you think it will take for us to develop our territory to the level of Red River territory? My son, it took the Derrick family nearly 200 years to build Red River territory to its current size. Although it suffered heavy losses in the war against the orcs, it is still beyond our reach. It will take 2 generations of us to work hard to rebuild Homu Township to its previous scale.
Paris said seriously.
Our family is too poor. We spent all our savings to buy more than 3,000 serfs and enough supplies. If we had as many people and resources as Lord Arista, we could reach or even surpass the level of the Red River territory in just a few years. Lord Arista!
Victor shook his head.
That man is the son of the Grand Duke, father. Let's not compare ourselves to him.
While Paris and his son were busy in Redwood territory, the area where the castles of Black Iron territory and Rye territory were originally located was also bustling with activity. In the Black Iron territory, Dario sat in his tent, coldly observing the busy serfs. He had already assigned everything to his steward, and now he only needed to wait for the temporary camp to be completed. With the support of his family and his own savings, he brought tens of thousands of serfs and a large amount of supplies with him, and the temporary camp could be built in just a few days. However, his attention was no longer on what was in front of him. His mind kept replaying the scene he had seen that morning, the neat farmland of Hongha territory.
That must be a nest farmer. I never expected that the Baron of this remote region of Rayne would possess such an ancient relic as the core of a lair.
Thinking of those extraordinary farmlands and those farmers whose farming skills clearly far surpassed those of ordinary serfs, Dalio, who had encountered the nest farmers in the family subplane, quickly guessed their identities.
How dare that Rayne break the ironclad rule of the ages?
Chapter 68 The Slave Trade.
That's true. He's just a Baron family, so he probably doesn't even know what the ironclad law of the millennia is.
Dario himself came from an earldom and was well informed. He also knew bits and pieces of the kingdom's secrets. He has dedicated over 20 years to his family, and at 40 years old this year, he is still at the peak of the silver rank and has not yet broken through to the gold rank. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be very difficult for him to break through again in this lifetime. This barony is his hope for breaking through to the gold level. As long as he develops this territory well, creates enough value for the family, and demonstrates his abilities, Dario believes that the family will give him a chance to break through to the gold level. This is also why he risked everything to win this barony within his family. Thinking about his own need to build up his territory and develop in the Red River Valley in the future, Dario didn't want to become enemies with Rayne.
Forget it, I'm not a knight of the law, why should I care about these things? It's just a border baron causing trouble in his own territory. I doubt His Highness the Grand Duke and the clan chief will care.
Thinking of this, Dario chuckled and stopped thinking about the Red River territory. He got up and walked out of the tent. The once powerful Baron's castle in Black Ironhold was destroyed by the orcs, leaving only ruins. Now, thousands of people are busy working on these ruins. Dario's butler respectfully reported the situation to him.
Master, the ruins are being cleared quickly, and much of the stone and wood can still be used. It is expected that you will have a warm room to live in before winter. Don't forget to build some housing for those serfs as well. I don't want them to freeze to death in the land in winter. These serfs are my property, and I must ensure that they live and work for me. Yes, master.
The same situation is playing out on the ruins of the castle in Rye territory and the ruins of Rock Crystal territory. Several days later, when the massive fleet passed through Red River territory again, Rayne intercepted the caravan's ships.
Greetings, Baron Rayne.
Good day, President Field. Field, the president of the Salic Chamber of Commerce, greeted Rayne with a smile. The merchant ships led by the 4 barons of Red River Valley all belonged to the Salak Merchant Guild. Only the Salak Merchant Guild, the largest merchant guild in the entire Wrath Bear territory, had the strength to dispatch hundreds of cargo ships at once. Because the Chamber of Commerce had dispatched too many cargo ships and the goods were of great value, coupled with Alistair's distinguished status, the delegation was led personally by President Field.
President Field, it seems your trip went very smoothly, you look so happy. Yes, all the goods have been delivered safely, and the payment has been completed. Lord Arista is very satisfied with our service, and the mission has been successfully completed.
Everything went smoothly, and Field was naturally very happy. The Merchant Guild earned at least 20,000 gold coins from this trip to Red River Valley, from which he would receive a considerable commission.
Congratulations, Chairman Field. I wonder if you would be interested in doing another business deal?
Baron Rayne, you want to do business with me? Ryan specifically stopped Field, certainly not just for a chat.
President Field, as you can see, my territory suffered a major blow after the war with the orcs. The population of my territory has decreased by more than 2/3, and now there are not even 10,000 people in my territory. Therefore, I want to purchase a batch of serfs.
That's no problem, Baron Rayne.
How many serfs do you need? 10,000 people.
Field's previously casual tone suddenly became serious.
10,000 people?
Baron Rayne, this is no small sum. Do you have any specific requirements?
10,000 serfs, of whom at least half must be men, and all must be young, strong and healthy.
Field immediately started calculating the costs for Ryan.
A healthy, young, and strong male slave costs 1 gold coin, while a young, healthy female slave of average appearance costs 80 silver coins. As per your requirements, Baron Rayne, if the male-to-female ratio is 60% male and 40% female, then 10,000 people would require 9,200 gold coins. However, this price is the price sold in the Angry Bear Fortress slave market. If you need us to send slaves to your territory, Baron Rayne, you will need to pay an additional fee.
Rayne frowned. He could accept the price of the serfs, but the extra charge for home delivery annoyed him.
How much?
Field sensed that Ryan was somewhat unhappy and explained.
I hope you can understand, Baron Rayne. After all, transporting these slaves over long distances is different from transporting ordinary goods. The losses along the way are considerable, and we cannot afford to bear them. Fortunately, although Red River territory is far from Rage Bear Fortress, the transportation costs are not high because of the waterway. Based on normal losses, Baron Rayne, you will need to pay an additional 1,000 gold coins as shipping fees. That's a total of 10,200 gold coins. I'll round it down to 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, and our guild guarantees that all goods will be delivered to your territory in good quality and quantity.
The shipping cost of 1,000 gold coins wasn't cheap. After rounding down, there were still 800 gold coins left. However, since Rayne himself didn't have the ability to go to Angry Bear Fortress to retrieve these slaves, he had no choice but to accept it.
10,000 gold coins, I accept this price. How long will it take to bring these slaves to my territory?
Field was calculating rapidly in his mind.
Baron Rayne, all the slaves currently in Angry Bear Keep have been bought up by Barons Alistair and others. There are no slaves available in Angry Bear Keep now. The next batch of slaves transported from the Golden Plains will probably arrive in about a month. It is expected that the slaves you requested will be delivered before the first snow. Before the first snow, that will be around mid to late October.
Field confirmed.
Yes, all the slaves you requested will definitely be delivered by mid to late October.
It will take a while, but given the reality, Ryan can't conjure people out of thin air like Field.
These slaves are all from the Golden Plains? I thought they would be from our northern territory. How could that be? The population of the north is not large to begin with, and there is no major war going on right now, so the number of local slaves is very small. More than 90% of the slaves sold by Angry Bear Fortress came from the Golden Plains.
Field said with an envious look.
The Golden Royal family controls 2 major money-making machines, the grain and the slave trade. They must make an unknown amount of money every year. It's truly enviable.
Rayne was unaware that the slave trade was actually spearheaded by the Golden royal family. Are there that many people on the Golden Plains?
You don't know this, Baron Rayne. The land of the Golden Plains is fertile, and the grain produced each year is so much that it could burst the granaries of those nobles. In addition to being sold throughout the 4 border regions, this grain also fed a large population on the Golden Plain. The Golden Plains have a pleasant climate, unlike our northern border where people freeze to death in winter. They can lie outside in winter and not freeze to death, and the number of wild tribes has been greatly reduced. With ample food and a pleasant climate, coupled with the fact that the nobles of the Golden Plains were keen to have their serfs reproduce, the population of the Golden Plains grew like wildfire every year. These new people were basically sold off to various parts of the kingdom. Recalling his experiences doing business on the Gold Plains, Field couldn't help but sigh. The nobles on the Golden Plains are all extremely wealthy by relying on grain and selling people, unlike the nobles in our northern territory who live in poverty.
Rayne smiled.
The North has its own pride, which those royal nobles cannot understand. This is natural, this is natural.
Field immediately realized he had said too much, and quickly changed the subject.
Baron Rayne, is there anything else you need? If Chairman Field can send the serfs on time, I will need to buy a batch of grain to feed them. About 3,000 tons of grain? No problem with the grain, 3 gold coins per ton. How much? 3 gold coins per ton?
Chapter 69 Blackstone's Operation.
That's right, 3 gold coins per ton, a fixed price, fair and square. You buy grain from me for 2 gold coins a ton, and then resell it for 3 gold coins a ton. President Field, you're doing a great business. Ha 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 ha!
Seeing that Ryan was somewhat angry, Field said with a smile.
Baron Rayne, the purchase price is naturally cheap, otherwise how would we make a profit? There are costs involved in purchasing, storing, transporting and selling grain. Even if we sell it for 3 gold coins a ton, we won't make much profit. 3,000 tons of grain, 9,000 gold coins.
Rayne had finally seen the power of the grain and slave trade. He had just casually asked him for nearly 20,000 gold coins. If it weren't for the money he made from the spatial ring, Rayne wouldn't have been able to afford this price.
Is there anything else Your Excellency Rayne needs? Don't you need any extraordinary items? Potions, enchanted equipment, magical artifacts, magical plants, or other items containing magical power, whatever Lord Rayne needs, our Salak Merchant Guild has it all.
Ordinary items don't yield much profit, but selling extraordinary items brings huge profits. Field saw that Rayne was exceptionally strong, and Rayne was generous, making deals worth 20,000 gold coins at a time. So he took the opportunity to sell extraordinary items. Since Rayne had enough resources to aid his cultivation in his spatial ring, he refused Field's offer to sell him the items.
No need, Chairman Field. My family's treasury only has this many gold coins, and you've emptied it all out, Chairman Field. Where would I get any more gold coins to buy these things?
After the 2 parties agreed on the deal, Rayne paid Field a deposit of 1,000 gold coins, and Field left. Before leaving, Ryan told Field that if there were any children under the age of 14 among the slaves, he would be willing to buy them for 30 silver coins each, but the number should not exceed 5,000. Watching the departing fleet, Rayne thought to himself that he must also form a merchant caravan in the future, and never let these unscrupulous merchants earn a single penny of his money. In this deal, Rayne was in a completely weak position and didn't even have the right to bargain. If you didn't make an offer, they simply wouldn't sell.
I really can't save up this many gold coins.
Thinking of the tens of thousands of gold coins in the spatial ring, a third of which were spent in one trade, 2 more would be enough to spend them all. Rayne also needs to set aside some funds for the operation of the territory, so the actual amount of liquid funds available for expenditure is not much.
If only we had a gold mine!
Blackrock Ridge, Blackrock Keep.
Viscount Clarkson of Blackstone was elegantly savoring the wine in his glass. Those royal nobles on the Golden Plains really know how to live. This elven dream is truly unforgettable, much more delicious than the blazing heart of wrath from Ragebear Fortress. The glass of wine in his hand had traveled all the way from the kingdom's capital, the golden city of St. Stratos, to Blackrock territory. This glass alone was worth 10 gold coins, while a whole bottle of Elven Dream was worth 100 gold coins. Despite the high price, Clarkson felt it was worth it. Blackrock territory has a large Blackrock mine. Blackrock can be used as fuel, and it is essential for both heating and metal smelting. Just by selling Blackrock territory can earn tens of thousands of gold coins every year. Master, you wanted to see me? A black-armored knight approached Clarkson. This man was named Joey, the knight commander of Blackrock territory, a powerful high-ranking silver knight. Joey, you're here! Clarkson downed the drink in his glass in one gulp, then put the glass down. What's that young baron up north up there up to lately? The little kid Clarkson was referring to was Ryan. Clarkson is 39 years old, and Ryan is 20. In Clarkson's eyes, Ryan is just a child. During this period, the Red River Territory has been organizing manpower to restore farmland. There should also be some projects in Red River Town, but our people dare not get too close and have not gathered much information. The Red River Territory's cavalry has been patrolling, but fortunately their numbers are too small, otherwise our scouts would not have been able to enter the Red River Territory. Clarkson frowned and said, Restore the farmland. That little guy is not only good at fighting, but he can also manage his territory. That brainless bastard Bo did produce a fine son. Clarkson was somewhat jealous of his former rival, but the thought that his opponent was dead greatly eased his anger. I've abducted most of the population of Red River Territory, and with the losses from the war against the orcs, there are hardly any people left in their territory. What can a bunch of old, weak women and children do? If it weren't for that old bastard Senna's favoritism, giving that kid 3,000 men, would Red River Territory still want to restore farmland? Dream on. Clarkson felt a surge of anger when he thought of Senna's warning to him. If it weren't for Senna's protection, he could have completely ruined the Derrick family this time. September is just around the corner, and the harvest season is almost here. During harvest season, those alien tribes in the wilderness become restless, eyeing the farmland every day, hoping to plunder it. Joey, lead the Iron Legion to drive away those alien races. Remember to take some people and drive them north, and send some gifts to our little friend so he can have a bountiful harvest season. Clarkson remembered that Rayne had only recruited about 200 men from the border guards. That was enough to guard the castle, but far from enough to defend the entire territory. Understood, my master. Joey immediately understood Clarkson's idea and went back to begin preparations. After Joey left, Clarkson laughed unrestrainedly, thinking about his gains over the past few months. Ha ha! 2 months ago, during his trip to Red River Territory, he abducted thousands of people to replenish Blackstone Territory, and also plundered a lot of food and various supplies, making a fortune. Clarkson's reinforcements never engaged in a direct battle with the orcs, so they suffered almost no losses. Their Blackrock family's sworn enemy, the Derrick family, was completely wiped out by the orcs, and more importantly, only one member of the family was left alive after being killed by the orcs. The once mighty wolf knights, who brought humiliation to the Blackrock family, were all annihilated by the orcs. Before leaving, Clarkson delivered the final blow to Red River Territory, draining it of its last remaining strength. Clarkson believed that no matter how powerful Rayne was, it would be impossible for him to restore Red River Territory in less than several decades. He wouldn't give Rayne decades to recover. Clarkson was confident he could completely destroy the Derrick family within 4 or 5 years, making them disappear from the Angry Bear Territory. He walked slowly to a portrait of a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Clarkson. Clarkson poured himself another glass of elf dream. Father, that despicable Derrick family, that ill-mannered wolf, will eventually be finished. I will use the wolf's blood to wash away the family's shame. The aroma of the wine and Clarkson's cheerful laughter echoed in the room. With Clarkson's orders, Joey led the elite Iron Legion of the Blackrock family to begin expelling the alien races surrounding Blackrock territory. The goblin tribes, kobold tribes, and other alien races in the wilderness were driven out by the Iron Brothers and began to migrate north.
Numerous small tribes of different races gradually approached the land of the Red River territory. Chapter 70 Enhancing Technical Skills. My lord, these are the newly fired redstone bricks. Harry respectfully handed the red brick to Rayne for inspection. These newly made redstone bricks are a level harder than the original red bricks, reaching the standard for use in Iron Fortress stone bricks. They will be indestructible when used to build structures in the territory and will not break for hundreds of years. Harry was originally a craftsman at Ironwall, whose job was to fire stone bricks. The Ironwall fortress requires a large number of stone bricks every year to maintain the various buildings within the fortress, so there are a large number of brick-making workers. Harry was one of them, and his skills were pretty good, above average. Does it meet the standard of the stone bricks used in the Iron Fortress? Great job, Harry! Stone bricks are the most basic building material, used to construct large buildings. However, the quality of various types of stone bricks varies greatly. There was originally a brick kiln in Hongha territory that fired stone bricks. It was built primarily for the construction of Hongha Fort. In addition to stone, a lot of stone bricks were also used in the construction of Hongha Fort. However, the quality of the stone bricks was not high at the beginning, and the stone bricks produced were only used in some auxiliary buildings. The main body of Hongha Fort was still made entirely of pure stone. When Rayne began demolishing shacks and dilapidated houses in Red River in preparation for large-scale construction of new homes, he planned to use stone bricks. After all, using only stone would be too costly, and the reserves of timber in Hongha territory are too small. Only stone bricks are cheap to manufacture, plentiful, and convenient. So Rayne selected brick makers from among the artisans he recruited to upgrade and expand the brick kilns in the Red River territory. The old brick kiln could only produce 20,000 to 30,000 stone bricks per day at most, and the quality was inconsistent, and could not be guaranteed, with a high defect rate. After half a month of upgrading and expansion, the new brick kiln has reached a daily output of 100,000 red stone bricks, and the quality of the bricks has also been improved by one level. You've given me a surprise, Harry, and I'm going to reward you. Rayne was very satisfied with the new stone bricks. This upgrade in basic building materials greatly helped his large-scale construction plans and solved many problems. I'll reward you with 10 gold coins, give you a newly built house in your territory for free, raise your salary by 1 level, and from now on you'll be the manager of the brick kiln, overseeing its daily operations. For Harry, Ryan's reward directly elevated his status, and as long as Harry didn't make any mistakes in the future, he would definitely be set for life in Red River territory. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. You are too kind. Harry was so excited he didn't know what to say. The improvement in the quality of the redstone bricks was a complete surprise to him. After the new brick kiln was built, he tried firing bricks and made some adjustments to a few auxiliary materials because the raw materials had changed slightly. He did not expect that the quality of the fired bricks would be so good. The main raw material for firing stone bricks in Hongha is red sand from the Hongsha River. Using red sand nearby not only ensures that the raw material reserves are sufficient, but also makes it very convenient to obtain, as the brick kiln is located not far from the red sand. You must continue to work hard and strive to fire even better stone bricks. Then I will reward you. The territory will need a lot of bricks for construction in the future, so the output of the brick kiln needs to be continuously increased, and it would be even better if the quality could be improved. Rayne put down the redstone brick in his hand and looked at the towering brick kiln next to him. After the quality of the redstone bricks was improved by 1 level, the importance of the brick kiln also increased significantly. Rayne believes that in the future, redstone bricks may even completely replace ordinary stone and wood. The bright red stone bricks not only meet the hardness requirements of Rayne, but buildings constructed with red stone bricks also look better than stone and wood buildings, appearing vibrant red. Most importantly, the cost of red stone bricks is very low, and the raw material red sand is almost free. It can be taken from the nearby Red Sand River, and the reserves are huge. Harry's generous reward spurred the other brick kiln workers, greatly increasing their enthusiasm for firing bricks. Rayne acknowledged their work and gave all the brick kiln workers an extra meal of meat that evening. Cheers erupted inside the brick kiln. All the workers were overjoyed. After returning from the brickyard, Ryan instructed Fornal to spread the word about Harry's deeds. Ryan wanted all the artisans in the territory to know that if they did their work well or made breakthroughs in their skills, Ryan's rewards would definitely satisfy them and double their efforts. Thanks to Fornal's promotion, the land's artisans, as Rayne had hoped, became more dedicated to their work and began to actively consider how to improve their existing skills. Here, Rayne arrived in Red River Town, where he carried out the final petrification work on the new main road of Red River territory. After using the magical potions in his spatial ring to aid his cultivation, Ren's mage level rose to the peak of the black iron rank, and his magic power increased significantly. He digested one of the 2 silver-grade magic cores, and his battle chi core also improved significantly, but he is still some distance away from breaking through to the high-level silver grade. Rayne estimated that after he digested and absorbed the Shadow Panther's magic core, and settled for another month or 2, he might be able to break through to the high level of silver. Standing in the middle of the wide new road, Rayne raised his staff high with both hands. As he chanted the spell to turn mud into stone, his magic power was rapidly depleted, and large areas of the ground began to petrify. Rayne's magical power has increased significantly compared to before. In addition, with the aid of his staff, he can petrify more than 2,000 square meters of road surface with a single turn of mud into stone, and the thickness of the stone slabs has also doubled. When the spell ended, Ren nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the wide and clean road in front of him. After a month of hard work, the most important horizontal main road in the new stone slab road network of Honghalingi has been completed. The main road designed by Ren is 30 meters wide and extends from Honghebo to the stone bridge outside Hongha town, with a length of more than 10 kilometers. The original road was only about 10 meters wide, and after years of use, the surface became uneven and full of potholes. Now that the new road has been built, the efficiency of traffic has increased several times. The time for transporting goods from the docks and fields to Hongha town and Hongha fort has been reduced by 1/3, and the wide roads can accommodate more people transporting goods at the same time, greatly improving efficiency. The remaining 3 longitudinal roads in Hongha town are not as wide as this main road, and are also much shorter. Ren estimates that they will be completed in less than half a month. The key issue is that building 3 longitudinal roads requires demolishing many buildings and rebuilding some residences, which will take some time. My lord, you are truly amazing. It turns out that Lord Bode has always wanted to rebuild the roads in the territory, but he has never been able to spare enough manpower and gold. I never expected that you, my lord, would have completed the repairs in just 1 month, and that they are even better than before. Forner saw the wide, brand new road and felt a sense of loss. The territory had changed too much recently. He had never even considered a 30-meter wide stone-paved road before. Simply renovating the old road was already his limit. Standing on the 30-meter wide stone-paved road, looking at the empty road surface, Forner suddenly felt how insignificant he was. It's just building a new road. It's far from enough. Once the harvest season is over, I'm going to expand Hongha town, and the old city wall outside will also need to be replaced with a new one. That's a real big project. Let's not talk about that now. Tomorrow is September, the harvest season is coming soon. How are the preparations for harvesting the grain going? There must be no problems that could affect the harvest. Chapter 71 Noticing the Strange Movement. Everything is ready. As per your request, all the grain warehouses have been inspected and are in perfect working order. With the guidance of the newly joined farmers, the drying yards near the farmland have been transformed. However, the ground of the drying yard still needs to be petrified by you, my lord. With your abilities, lord, those drying yards could be hardened in less than 2 days. The harvesting tools have all been prepared and distributed to the farmers. Forno reported to Ren, item by item, on the preparations for the upcoming harvest season. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting for the harvest. According to Bar, after 2 months of continuous effort, coupled with guidance from new farmers, the harvest season is expected to yield 3,000 tons of grain, 200 tons more than previously estimated. Very good. Let's go to the drying yard now. Rayne still has magic. Since the other renovations of the drying yard have been completed and only hardening is left, what are we waiting for? Rex, who was of the same mind as Rayne, appeared beside Rayne in a flash. Riding on Rex, Ren left Fornal to continue organizing the construction in town, while he himself headed to the drying yard. After Rayne fed him a bronze-level magic core, Rex's strength also increased by 1 level, reaching the mid-bronze level. After that, Ren stopped feeding Rex magic cores. He planned to give the remaining magic cores to the more talented warriors in the guard army, and train them to become demon wolf knights. Soon, Ren arrived at the drying yard outside the town. There are 4 drying yards along the river outside Hongha town. Ren first went to the nearest one and started to petrify the ground. Soon, a large portion of the drying yard's ground was petrified. Sensing that his magic power was exhausted, Ren stopped casting spells. It will take about 2 days to harden the 4 drying yards. The spellcasting effect is greatly enhanced with the help of the staff. Rayne now uses the staff from his spatial ring to cast spells. Although the staff in the spatial ring isn't a high-level staff, it still provides a significant boost to Rayne's abilities. With the staff, magic consumption has been greatly reduced, and spell power has increased by 30% to 40%. Rayne can no longer cast spells without the staff. While Rayne was busy building up his territory, Ross was leading his wolf knights and cavalry on a patrol of the land. The cavalry, consisting of 50 men, was divided into 10 squads of 5 and patrolled the territory. Each squad was led by a wolf knight. As Rayne continued to invest resources in training the wolf knights, 5 members of the guard broke through to the bronze level, Cecilia's potions continued to be produced, and the number of wolf mounts continued to increase. The number of wolf knights in the Red River territory has unknowingly increased to 10. After shooting down the howling gnoll leader not far away with an arrow, Ross put away his longbow, and his demon wolf galloped into the gnoll ranks, starting a rampage. Ross officially broke through to the silver level 3 days ago. The entire breakthrough process was smooth and without any ups and downs, and he became the 2nd silver knight in the Red River territory. Following behind Ross were 5 members of the Black Iron Peak Cavalry. Their enemy was a gnoll force of about 100. Gnolls are stronger than goblins, but ordinary gnolls are only at the level of regular human warriors, not at the level of professionals. The strongest members of the more than 100 gnolls were only a dozen or so iron-level gnoll warriors and a bronze-level gnoll leader. These combat forces were utterly ineffective against Ross. Ross killed the gnoll leader with a single blow, then charged into the gnoll ranks and killed more than half of them in a few breaths. The remaining 40 or 50 gnolls soon fell to the swords of the cavalrymen behind him. Ross shook the blood off his sword, and the wolf beneath him bit the neck of the last gnoll. How many waves is this? The 4th wave, the deputy commander. Today, Ross's patrol kept encountering small tribes of alien races or small groups of gnolls, which made Ross feel that something was wrong. Blow the horn! All squads, assemble! Yes. The dull sound of horns drifted into the distance over the wilderness. Eric, who had just finished fighting, was the first to hear the call to arms. It seems there really is a problem. I was wondering why there were so many alien races. Eric led 5 cavalrymen toward the direction of the horn. As time passed, the knights who had been strolling outside gradually gathered around Ross. Any unusual activity reported by any squads today? Ross inquired about the situation of each team, and each squad leader, a wolf knight, gave a report. Finally, Ross discovered that the patrols in the northern part of the territory had not encountered many alien tribes, only scattered traces of them. Meanwhile, several patrol teams in the south discovered traces of the alien tribes to varying degrees. They all came from the south. Has something happened in the south? Having detected the pattern in the movements of the alien races, Ross turned his attention to the south of the Red River territory. Leave a small team to patrol the north and east, and the remaining cavalry and wolf knights will be divided into 4 teams, each with 10 cavalrymen and 2 wolf knights, to annihilate the alien tribes coming from the south. Remember, don't act rashly when you encounter large alien tribes or powerful alien individuals. Keep an eye on them and wait for my reinforcements to arrive before making any moves. Yes, Deputy Commander. As soon as Ross gave the order, the Wolf Knights and cavalry immediately sprang into action. Ross also sent patrol teams to the north to relay news of the sudden increase in the number of alien races in the south back to the territory. When Rayne received the message, he was in the fields checking on Bar's preparations. "Are there unusual movements from the foreign tribes to the south?" Rayne rode Rek back to Red River Fortress and summoned Wayne and Alger. Ross sent word that small tribes of foreign races were continuously entering the territory from the south and migrating northward. Rayne relayed the information Ross had brought to the two men, and then made the arrangements. "The 100 new recruits we recruited earlier have been training for half a month. These new recruits will be directly added to your two 100-man teams, adding 50 people to each team." Half a month ago, Rayne recruited 100 new soldiers from the able-bodied men of the territory in preparation for expanding the territory's guard. The original plan was for the new recruits to train in the barracks for 3 months before being added to two 100-man squads, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they had to be added ahead of schedule. A team of 100 was supplemented with 50 more people, with experienced members mentoring newcomers, and they gained practical experience. 25 veterans from each of the 200-man squads were selected to supplement the cavalry squads. Rayne has 100 warhorses. Previously, cavalrymen rode 2 horses each, but now Rayne is not going to be so extravagant. He will instead have 1 horse per person, expanding the size of his cavalry. "You have 1 day to prepare, and the team will be reorganized in 1 day. Once the team is reorganized, leave 100-man squad to guard the territory, and have another 100-man squad accompany me to the south to patrol the territory and eliminate all the alien races that invade the territory. Wayne, you take your 100-man squad and come with me. Alger, you stay behind with your men to guard the territory and protect Red River Town." Rayne's order was concise and clear. After he finished speaking in just 2 sentences, Wayne and Alger had no objections and immediately began to carry it out. The team reorganization was originally planned by Rayne and Ross, but it was brought forward due to new circumstances. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 72: A Kobold Slave. September, the month of harvest, is also the most beloved month for the people of the Kingdom of Israel. This month, most of the kingdom's citizens will have the opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal and revel in the joy of the harvest. But for the north, harvests are often accompanied by bloody killings. The wild tribes prefer to reap without sowing, and the soon-to-be harvested farmland of humans is their coveted prey. At the entrance area of the Red River Valley, the wasteland covered with weeds was littered with the corpses of alien races. "Make sure to collect fresh blood. The demon wolf grass in the territory needs this blood to grow strong." Rayne is directing his men to clean up the battlefield. Just now, he led the Red River Territory's army to defeat a large goblin tribe. 1,000 or 2,000 goblins were killed on the spot, and many more scattered into the vast wilderness, disappearing into the tall grass in the blink of an eye. Seeing the goblins fleeing south, Rayne did not pursue them further. "Damn it, Viscount Blackrock really knows how to be disgusting." Rayne had been leading his team out for 3 days, and along the way he received a constant stream of messages from Ross, indicating that the frequency of appearances by alien tribes was steadily increasing. The newly added 50 cavalrymen, Rayne, have been handed over to Ross to lead, and 100 cavalrymen and 10 wolf knights continue to patrol the southern territory. Rayne and Wayne are ready to provide support at any time. Yesterday he received a message from Ross. A large goblin tribe had appeared. This was the first large alien tribe to invade the territory, and Ross's cavalry alone was not enough to defeat this opponent. Rayne arrived with 100 infantrymen and together with Ross, completely crushed the opponent. The goblin chieftain, who had 1 foot in the silver rank, was beheaded by Rayne, and then his body was devoured by Rek in a few bites. Through these invading alien races, Rayne quickly connected them to the Blackstone territory to the south. It's normal for other races to scout out our territory during the harvest season, but it's impossible for them to be doing so frequently, and from such a consistent direction. And since they all came from the south, it can only be the Blackstone territory in the south that's behind this. Looking at the goblin corpses scattered on the ground, Rayne pondered how to deal with the upcoming harassment from the alien races. Ordinary alien races in the wilderness pose little threat to Rayne, but they do pose a significant threat to crops in the fields and ordinary citizens. Moreover, these alien races could not be completely eliminated. The scattered soldiers who were defeated fled into the wilderness, and finding and killing them all was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be very troublesome if these scattered alien tribes ran to the farmland outside Hongha town and secretly caused damage. Even the best defenses can have a moment of weakness. The best solution is to completely eliminate the alien race, but Rayne's forces are not yet sufficient to completely eradicate these locusts in the wilderness. Suddenly, Rayne had an idea. Ross, collect all these goblin scraps and junk, and gather all the ones from before. Pick out some usable ones for me, I need them. The weapons in the hands of goblins are all junk, some of them would be a waste of effort to reforge, as they are of no value whatsoever. Ryan suddenly came up with a way to make use of waste. After storing a batch of alien equipment into his spatial ring, Rayne summoned all the demon wolf knights. Wayne, you will temporarily lead the team to continue clearing out these invading alien tribes. Ross and I are going out for a bit. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, Rayne led the wolf knights away from the group. Half a day later, Rayne and the others arrived at the Red River Territory's quarry. My lord, did we come here to see those kobolds? Ross looked at the familiar place. It was the very spot where he had previously placed the kobolds. Wreck! Ryan called out, and Rick immediately raised his head and howled, the wolf's howl instantly echoing throughout the entire quarry. Rayne waited outside the quarry. Before long, he met his target. I didn't expect he really didn't run away, that makes things much easier. Seeing the dog's head running out quickly, Ryan immediately confirmed his plan. Greetings, master! More than 100 kobolds came running out and knelt before Rayne. Seeing that the kobold leader had changed to a younger one, Rayne asked, There are significantly fewer of you. It seems some kobolds have escaped. Why didn't you run away? Where is your old dog-headed leader? Now, the leader of the kobolds, Fang, began to explain with trepidation. Great master, old Iron Fang, fearing that your demonic wolf would devour it, has led a portion of the tribe away. I am now the new leader, Fang. Fangs? Rayne looked at Fang, who was kneeling before him, and became interested in a young kobold. Interesting. That old guy ran away, but you, little one, stayed behind. Tell me, why did you stay? Fang struggled to control his fear and shouted as loudly as possible. Because you are strong, we can only live better by relying on the strong. Fang is willing to submit to its master, to the great lord of the demon wolves. After Fang finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, without a sound. After an unknown amount of time, as Fang was feeling uneasy, a voice came from above its head. Raise your head! Fang paused for a moment, then suppressed his fear and slowly raised his head. A huge white wolf filled Fang's entire field of vision. The white wolf's cold eyes made Fang's heart tremble, and it wished it could immediately kneel down, but it held back. Then it slowly raised its head and saw its future master. Seated atop the white wolf, Rayne looked down at the amusing kobold before him. Good! You made the right choice. I grant your request. From today onwards you are my slave, a slave belonging to me, Rayne. From now on, your name will be Godot, sharp-toothed Godot. Upon hearing Rayne's words, Fang knelt down in delight. Godot has a name now, thank you for naming him, master. Fang has a name now. Rayne drew out the blood of the potion warrior. Although Godot is the leader of this group of kobolds, his strength is only at the iron level. There were only 3 or 4 black iron-level kobold warriors among this group, the rest were all ordinary kobolds. With this level of strength, they were far from being able to complete the plan in Rayne's mind. Godot, you are too weak as my slave. This is the blood of a magic warrior. Drink it to enhance your strength. Seeing the potion that Rayne threw at him, Godot quickly gulped it down without any hesitation. The effects of the warrior's blood were immediately apparent, and Godot's body began to be strengthened. The potion's powerful effects caused Godot to collapse to the ground groaning in pain, but his originally frail body was growing stronger at a visible rate. The other kobolds standing nearby were dumbfounded by the changes in Godot. Soon, as the potion's power was exhausted, Godot's enhancement ended. Godot, who was originally in the middle of the Black Iron rank, has now been upgraded to the high of the Black Iron rank. It's upgraded by a whole level, and the effect looks good. Seeing that Godot had grown from 1.5 meters to 1.6 meters and his strength had increased by a level, Rayne was quite satisfied with the effect of the warrior's blood. This was the first time this potion had been used after it was made. She hadn't tried it before. Cecilia didn't make any more because of limited materials. Thank you for the reward, Master! Feeling the increased power within him, Godot knelt down and prostrated himself before Rayne. With a wave of his hand, Rayne took out the weapons and equipment of goblins and other alien races stored in his spatial ring. Godot and the other kobolds were startled to see a bunch of weapons appear out of nowhere. Upon discovering that it was Ryan's doing, Godot's admiration for Ryan rose to another level. Tell your people to take these weapons. Don't mind here for a while. I need you to do some other things for me. Yes, my master! Chapter 73 Alien Movements. After the kobolds took the weapons that Rayne had prepared for them, they suddenly found that many steppenwolves had silently appeared around them. As the pack of wolves closed in, many of the kobolds trembled with fear, their grip on their weapons becoming shaky. Owner? Looking at the steppenwolf beside him, Godot felt a little scared. Godot, I need you to conquer more tribes to serve me. Your strength is too weak. These stepwolves will help you. The kobolds are thin and weak, generally only about 1.5 meters tall. They don't even have a few pieces of cloth on them, let alone iron armor. Ordinary adult stepwolves can carry them. The steppenwolf and the kobold warrior together form the lowest tier version of the wolf rider. At Rayne's signal, the alpha wolf of the wasteland wolf pack approached Godot. You can let the warriors of your tribe ride these desert wolves. They can enhance your fighting ability. I'll tell you what to do later. Looking at the ferocious wasteland wolf, Godot nodded emphatically. Rayne led the kobold tribe back to the southern region of the territory. Ross continued to lead his cavalry to hunt down alien tribes. On the other side, Rayne gathered a large number of wolves and scattered them across the southern wilderness. When they encountered kobold tribes, he would send the small ones to be subdued by the steppe wolves. For the larger groups, Rayne would have Ross lead a charge to cripple the kobold tribe before sending Godot to subdue the scattered kobolds. Within a few days, Godot had gathered hundreds of kobolds. Owner! Godot humbly prostrated himself on the ground to welcome Rayne's arrival. Behind him, more than 100 kobolds and steppe wolves also lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. You've done a good job these past few days. It seems you're well suited for this. I wasn't wrong about you, Godot. Godot did everything according to your orders, Master. It's all thanks to you, Master. Ignoring Godot's flattery, Rayne took out 2 bottles of potions from his spatial ring. A bottle was tossed to Steppenwolf beside Godot, who opened his mouth wide and swallowed the potion that Rayne had thrown. The other bottle was tossed to Godot, who, like the others, swallowed the potion without a word. One of the 2 potions is wolf blood, which Cecilia just concocted. The demon wolf grass has matured a bit more after being continuously watered with fresh blood, enough to make several bottles of wild wolf blood. The other bottle contained the warrior's blood potion that Cecilia had given to Rayne earlier. The steppenwolf that swallowed the potion first reacted, writhing in agony on the ground as it endured the potion's power. On the other side, Godot also quickly felt the pain brought by the potion, but he felt more excited and thrilled because he knew that this was the feeling of increased power, and he was about to become stronger again. Soon, the steppenwolf was the first to complete its evolution, transforming from an ordinary steppenwolf into a black iron-level demon wolf. The steppenwolf has nearly doubled in size, and its fur has become much thicker. On the other side, Godot's size also increased again, this time reaching almost 1.8 meters, making him an absolute behemoth among the kobolds. Not bad, you've broken through to the bronze level, Godot. You have great talent. Godot prostrated himself on the ground again, excitedly expressing his loyalty to Rayne. Everything Godot owns belongs to his master,
and Godot will always be loyal to his great master. Your strength is sufficient to recruit more kobolds. Once you have recruited more than 1,000 kobolds, I will give you a new task. If you do well, I will reward you further. Yes, my master. As Rayne left, Godot got up from the ground and began to feel a power within his body that he had never felt before. He rode the Steppenwolf, which had evolved into a magical beast, and felt like he was dreaming these past few days. He had gained power and status that he never dared to dream of before, all in just a few days. Everything Godot has is given to him by his master. As long as he completes his master's mission, Godot can become even stronger. With a determined look in his eyes, Godot led his wolf riders and disappeared into the wasteland. For the next 2 weeks, the Red River Territory Guard, led by Rayne, steadily held off the invading alien races from the north, and a large number of them were killed by Rayne's troops. However, more foreign tribes began to gather in the border region of the Red River Territory. Under the strong crackdown by Rayne, these small tribes no longer dared to enter the Red River Territory alone and began to spontaneously gather together. At the border of the Red River, a large camp suddenly appeared. Kobolds, gnolls, goblins, and wild goblins, all sorts of races gathered in the camp, and there were even traces of humans. Old man, all the chiefs and tribal leaders have arrived. Tell me, how are you going to deal with those humans? The gruff voice of the gnoll chieftain echoed inside the tent, where dozens of other tribal leaders had gathered. Sitting at the very front were 4 or 5 silver-level alien leaders, while those on the periphery were small tribal leaders with bronze-level strength. Godot was sitting among the group of minor leaders, staring wide-eyed at what was happening before him. This is the Goblin Prophet's main tent. As an extremely rare profession in the Goblin tribe, the Goblin Prophet possesses wisdom far exceeding that of ordinary goblins, and is also a powerful spellcaster. A Goblin chieftain can only control one Goblin tribe, but a Goblin Prophet can control several Goblin tribes. Seated in the very center of the large tent is the Goblin Prophet, whose strength has reached the mid-silver rank. He controls several Goblin tribes and at his peak had 40 to 50,000 goblins. But now, after being attacked by humans several times, its goblin population has been reduced by more than half, and it no longer has its peak numbers. The humans in the south are too powerful. Their armored warriors are brave, invincible, and indestructible, while their knights are even more unbeatable. We have no way to survive in the south. Only by going north can we obtain enough food to survive the coming harsh winter. The Goblin Chieftain, sitting on the other side in front, impatiently interrupted the Goblin Prophet. All right, there's no need to explain this. Even a fool would know. That human knight in the south is inhumanly fierce. He killed the Ogre Chieftain, who was a mid-silver rank, with just a few sword strikes. And your Goblin Chieftain, who was a low silver rank, couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. Going south is definitely out of the question, so we have to go north. The human scum in the north is too powerful now, and we can't break through. Don't give us that nonsense. Just tell us how to break through the human blockade and steal food from their territory. The Gnoll Chieftain took over and said, If you asked me, let's charge together. Those humans have fewer soldiers. If we charge together, they definitely won't be able to stop us. Charging together is certainly an option, but how should we charge? Should you gnolls charge first? The Goblin Prophet was not annoyed at being interrupted. Instead, he asked a question in return. Although that human has few soldiers, he seems to have eyes that can see 1,000 miles. Any small tribes that have scattered northwards will be found and wiped out as soon as they enter his territory. Didn't you see the corpses along the way? Although I don't know how he discovered the whereabouts of all the tribes, I'm sure he would have noticed us as soon as we made a move. Therefore, I think we should act in unison and stop acting separately as before. We need to concentrate our strength. As long as we combine the strength of all the tribes, we will definitely be able to defeat that human. The gnoll was still impatient. If the Goblin Prophet hadn't been so powerful, he would have wanted to send him aside and lead all the tribes to attack the humans. All that talk and no action, it's all about charging forward together. Chapter 74 Tribal Union. What's all this noise about? A bunch of weaklings.
A voice came from outside the tent, interrupting the Knoll chieftain who was about to say something more. The tent was opened, and a strong, fishy stench rushed in first, followed by two tall figures entering the tent.
Ogre brothers? They've come too!
The tribal chiefs sitting on the periphery were startled as they watched the figure enter the tent. Ogres are notorious for their power and cruelty in the wilderness. They have an insatiable appetite, so ogres will eat any prey they catch. Their menu was incredibly diverse, including wild beasts, magical creatures, goblins, gnolls, and humans. Any ogres they could catch were devoured to satisfy their perpetually hungry stomachs. Every adult ogre possesses bronze-level combat strength, and relying on their formidable physical talents, ogres are rarely matched among their peers, enough to crush most of the alien races present. The two ogres who entered the tent were over 3 meters tall, like two giants among these alien leaders, and both of them had reached the initial silver rank.
You bunch of useless trash, gathering together to discuss how to deal with humanity, why don't you call us brothers? You look down on us!
The ogre brothers, each with one mouth, pointed at the goblin prophet and several other tribal leaders, cursing them loudly. As they talked, they stuffed food into their mouths. The goblin prophet glanced over and realized that the two ogres were eating goblin corpses. The staff made from the skull of a monster slowly gathered magic power, indicating the unstable emotions of its owner. The goblin prophet was extremely angry as he watched the ogre devour his subordinates, but he ultimately restrained himself. Ogres have extremely high resistance to magic. Although he is a level higher than his ogre brothers, he might not be able to defeat them at such close range if they were to actually fight.
Didn't you say you weren't coming?
The ogre tribe was originally led by 3 brothers, with dozens of ogres under their command. However, their eldest brother has been killed, and now only 2 brothers remain with about 10 ogres. Although the goblin prophet was wary of ogres, he looked down on these brainless creatures with only strong limbs. Back then, the ogre chieftain, a mid-level silver ogre, was the strongest among the nearby alien races. Even the goblin prophet himself was no match for that ogre chieftain. As a result, when faced with the human attack, that idiot actually went to fight a human knight one-on-one and was beheaded. The tribe was also defeated by the humans. If he possessed the power of an ogre, the goblin prophet would never have sought out humans to fight one-on-one. Instead, he would have led his tribe to defeat them. The ogres are of questionable intelligence, and cannot control their behavior, often grabbing members of various tribes to eat. The goblin prophet excluded them from the beginning and had no intention of uniting with them.
Who said we brothers aren't coming? We're definitely coming to deal with humans. We're going to wipe out all those human shrimps.
Faced with the ogre brothers' roars and shouts, all the other tribal chiefs around remained silent, and even the Knoll chief, who was the most furious, dared not confront the ogre's rage.
Four-armed, you were once human, and you now have some human subordinates. Do you know anything about our enemy?
The goblin prophet changed the subject, otherwise he feared the ogre brothers would never stop.
The humans on the other side should be from the Wild Wolf clan. They are the only clan in Red River Valley that possesses demon wolf knights. However, I heard that the evil beastmen dealt a heavy blow to Red River Valley before, so their clan's strength should have been severely damaged as well.
A figure sitting in the corner stood up. He had 4 arms and his skin was covered in sores and pustules, but his body shape still showed human characteristics. Four-handed was once an ordinary human who drank an unknown potion in pursuit of power, which turned him into the grotesque creature he is today. However, he also gained power as a result, reaching the silver level. After his body underwent mutation, he left human society and went into the wilderness to survive. Relying on his own strength, he gathered a group of vicious bandits and criminals in the wilderness and wandered around.
Fell orc.
Mentioning this name sent a shiver down the spines of all the tribal chiefs around, even the ogres. Their wilderness tribes were nothing compared to the powerful orcs. Many of them were survivors of the orc invasion of the Red River Valley, where the orcs killed many of their own kind.
The Wild Wolf clan is only a baron, while the Blackstone territory in the south is a viscount. The baron's strength is definitely not as great as the viscount's.
After speaking, the four-handed man sat down again. Although he was human before, he was not a nobleman and did not know much. The goblin prophet had previously captured some humans, and had some understanding of them. So let's continue north and try our luck with those humans. I will send out a decoy to lure the humans into attacking, and then we will use the combined forces of the other tribes to defeat them. The goblin prophet revealed his plan, and the surrounding tribal chiefs were very satisfied with it, so it was finalized. Afterwards, the tribal leaders left the main tent and returned to their respective tribes. The various tribes gathered together, and the camp was already in chaos. The arrival of the ogres only exacerbated the chaos. Many goblin kobolds who passed by the ogre camp were captured by the ogres and thrown into large pots to be boiled. After leaving the main tent, Godot first returned to his tribe and instructed his men to stay together as much as possible and not go out alone. Then he left the tribe with his demon wolf mount. By a pond in the wilderness, Rayne leaned against Rick and sat comfortably fishing. Godot was kneeling behind them, looking at Rayne and the white wolf, Rex, with awe. So they've already formed an alliance and are preparing to unite against me? Yes, my master. The combined strength of the tribes is considerable. There are 6 silver-level leaders alone, and dozens of bronze-level minor leaders. The total number of tribes is 70 to 80,000. Their combined strength is formidable. Godot was somewhat worried. In the goblin prophet's tent, he had seen too many powerful tribal leaders, and he couldn't imagine how strong they would be if they joined forces. Ha 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 ha! No problem, they're just a bunch of rabble. If they unite, we can wipe them out once and for all. Rayne was not surprised by the news brought by Godot. It was all expected. He showed no concern whatsoever about the alliance of the tribes, as if the alliance was utterly vulnerable. Seeing Rayne like this, Godot's worries subsided. Master, your strength is unmatched, and the leaders of those tribes are naturally no match for you. Go back now, take good care of your tribe. The demon wolf will deliver the tasks you need to do, so just wait patiently. After Godot left, Rayne threw down his fishing rod and looked down to see the empty fish basket. There are no fish in the small pond. It's a waste that I've sat here for so long. Rayne turned around and slapped Rick, who was squatting next to him. Let's go, Rick! Rick was a little confused as to why his master was suddenly angry, but he still obediently got up and left with Rayne. Although the alliance of alien tribes was not unexpected for Rayne, their combined strength exceeded his expectations. Although he appeared nonchalant towards Godot just now, he actually took it very seriously. With this kind of strength, why don't you go after Blackstone? You come here to fight me. You really think I'm an easy target? Rayne needs to go back and carefully plan the upcoming battle. Chapter 75: The Beginning of the Great War. Southern Wilderness of Red River Territory, temporary camp of the garrison. Wayne felt the surging battle energy within him, and his heart was filled with excitement. His lifelong pursuit had been achieved at this moment. My lord, I've broken through! I've broken through! I never thought this day would actually come. I've actually broken through to the silver level. After fighting the alien race for half a month, the intense battles finally allowed Wayne to break free of his constraints. Rayne had prepared a bronze-level dire wolf for Wayne as a mount in advance. For Ross and Wayne, who had broken through to the silver level, Rayne gave each of them a set of enchanted armor and a bronze-level dire wolf mount. To train the bronze-level divine wolf, Rayne not only used magic potions but also several magic cores. The expenditure of resources resulted in a rapid increase in combat power. With the added bonuses of the bronze-level dire wolf and a full set of enchanted equipment, the two's combat power increased significantly. Inside the temporary camp, there were 150 infantrymen, 100 cavalrymen, 15 wolf knights, plus 3 silver knights, Ross, Wayne, and Rayne. After more than 2 months of training by Rayne, the people of Hongha have seen a dramatic improvement in their physical condition thanks to the large amounts of grain and fish they are fed. Their work efficiency is now more than double what it used to be. With the help of 2 nest corps, 140 nest farmers in the Red River Territory are now working tirelessly in the fields. This saved Rayne a lot of manpower. Rayne directly selected 300 young men for recruit training, preparing to further expand the garrison. These 300 new recruits are currently undergoing training and learning at the Red River Fort military camp. Alger and the veteran guards who stayed behind to defend the territory are their teachers. These new recruits will not be going to the battlefield in the short term. In the past 2 weeks, Rayne has been crushing the alien tribes with minimal casualties. Whenever there are losses, he draws on the veterans left behind in Alger's territory to replenish his forces. This kept the troops at full strength at the southern temporary camp. While training new recruits, Alger, who remained in the territory, would select the best recruits to supplement his centurions, ensuring that the number of centurions of infantry remaining in the territory was never less than 100. This supplement has temporarily achieved a fragile balance. However, Rayne must ensure that the team does not suffer large-scale casualties, otherwise this fragile balance will be shattered in an instant. The reason why the casualties were so small in the dozens of fierce battles over half a month was not only because the Wasteland Wolf kept gathering information, allowing Rayne to lead the team to defeat the scattered alien tribes one by one with absolute strength, but also because Rayne used a lot of recovery potions to treat the wounded. However, the healing potions eventually ran out, and the continuous fighting had also depleted the Red River Territory's reserves of weapons and equipment. These practical problems led Rayne to prepare to deal with the alien tribes on the border of his territory as soon as possible, otherwise these tribes would eventually drag Rayne down. Very good, Wayne, you've broken through. The battles ahead will be easier. The alien races will make their move soon, it's time to take them out. Make sure the brothers are well fed and rested, because the big battle is coming soon. Yes, my lord. Ryan sat by the campfire in the camp, roasting the game that Ross had hunted. Soon, the aroma of the roasted meat filled the air above the camp, and the smell of meat drifted southward in the north wind. The next day, a Steppenwolf darted out from a corner and came to Rayne's side. Are they here? Let's begin. Rayne glanced at Ross, who understood immediately, and led his cavalry away. The Steppenwolf disappeared into the grass again. Before long, hundreds and thousands of wasteland wolves roamed through the grass in the southern wilderness of Red River Territory, gathering in one direction. Dozens of kilometers away, dozens of large and small tribes from different ethnic groups simultaneously set out and headed north. The Goblin Prophet had already sent a small tribe of goblins to act as bait. The bait sent out were just ordinary goblin laborers. As long as there was enough food, 1,000 or 2 would die and more would be reborn quickly. The Goblin Prophet had nothing to be reluctant about. The core teams of each tribe consist of large tribes led by 5 silver-level chiefs, surrounded by numerous smaller tribes. The Goblin Bait has entered the Red River Territory, and the main force of the alien race is slowly advancing a few kilometers behind the bait. Once the bait had ventured a certain distance, it began to set up camp in place, as instructed by the Goblin Prophet before the expedition. Entering the Red River Territory by more than 10 kilometers was a distance that the Goblin Prophet had calculated in advance, and it was the place where small tribes had been frequently wiped out before. Soon, the bait and the ambushes behind it were ready, just waiting for the target to appear. Several kilometers north of the Goblin Bait team, the Red River Territory's forces had already arrived at the outer edge of the battlefield. Looking at the faint yellow dust drifting on the distant horizon, Ryan smiled and said to Ross and the others beside him, "See? These brainless alien races are even using military strategy now. A bunch of rabble trying to ambush someone? I can't believe they even thought of that." Ross, Wayne, and the others laughed as well. Indeed, the obvious dust on the distant horizon seemed to tell them that the enemy was there. "My lord, judging from the size of the floating dust, the number of alien troops is probably quite large. We should be more cautious." The experienced Wayne could roughly judge the number of alien races by observing their movements, and he became wary. "Yes, there are at least 50,000 alien races, and it's very likely that there are 70,000 or 80,000 or even more. However, this time we must defeat them in one battle, otherwise the territories behind us will not be peaceful, and we will not be able to get through this winter in peace. We have fewer than 300 men, while the enemy has more than 50,000 men, and at least 5 silver-level alien leaders." As he spoke, Rayne turned to look at the warriors following behind him. "Warriors, are you ready to fight? Roar!"
War! 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 The response to Rayne was a deafening roar and an overwhelming fighting spirit. Good! In a moment, heed my command and follow me to slaughter these alien races. Yes! Rayne led his troops into action, their first task being to destroy the goblins' bait. The wolf knights and cavalry charged out first, their overwhelming strength crushing the goblins who were already prepared. The infantry behind them were methodically mowing down the fleeing goblin soldiers. The moment Rayne appeared, several movements occurred around the goblins, and several groups of alien cavalry suddenly appeared, attempting to slow Rayne down. On the other side, the alien tribes, who had been waiting for a while, received the news and immediately rushed towards Rayne, trying to surround him. The alien cavalry, attempting to slow down Rayne, lingered nearby, while another force charged forward with unstoppable speed, catching the surrounding aliens off guard. You human shrimps, I'll kill you all! The ogre brothers led their ogre minions and charged forward at a speed far exceeding that of the various tribes behind them. Upon discovering that Rayne's forces were nearly wiped out, the ogres didn't consider anything else and immediately tried to rush forward and tear Rayne apart. The ogre brothers charged forward, brandishing their massive iron clubs. Their enormous size made their charge appear incredibly powerful and menacing. Even though he already knew about the existence of the ogre brothers, Rayne was still somewhat surprised when he saw the fierce ogre army launching a surprise attack. These behemoths were incredibly brutal on the battlefield. Their massive size made them rampage like bulldozers. Ogre! Chapter 76 The Running Wolf. The Running Wolf. Rayne drew his enchanted longbow, nocked an arrow, and fired at the ogre at the front. A flash of silver light sent a chill down the spines of the ogre brothers charging ahead. Their innate, keen combat senses made them instinctively raise their arms to protect their heads. The next second, one of the cannibal brothers was sent flying backward. A long, finely crafted steel arrow pierced his arm, which was protecting his head, and then pierced his skull. The powerful impact knocked him to the ground. Seeing this, his brother's eyes turned bloodshot, his muscles twitched wildly, and he accelerated his charge. But the next second, a long steel arrow landed on him. Faced with the powerful impact, the prepared ogre was not knocked down this time, but blocked the arrow. Looking down at the broken iron bar in his hand, the ogre felt a chill run down his spine. The human opposite him seemed to be much stronger than he had thought. This reminded him of not long ago, when he and his elder brother faced that powerful human knight who had filled them with despair. No, how can there be so many powerful human knights? The ogre was somewhat incredulous, but he had no time to think about it any further. A chill ran through him again, and even more steel arrows shot towards the ogre. Rayne, Ross, and Wayne, 3 silver knights, wielding enchanted longbows, relentlessly picked off the charging ogres. The massive ogres were almost powerless against the sniping of the 3 silver knights. The silver knights fired at an extremely fast rate, firing several arrows per second, making it impossible for the ogres to get close. After firing all his arrows, Rayne mounted Rek and charged toward the last few surviving ogres. A dozen or so ogres had steel arrows stuck in their bodies, but it must be said that ogres have strong bodies and vigorous vitality. Some injuries that would be fatal to ordinary people are only slightly more serious to ogres. Rayne saw that the ogre leader, who had been shot in vital areas by several arrows, was still struggling on the ground and had not died. He stepped forward and beheaded the ogre with a single sword strike, finally ending the ogre's life. Ross and Wayne followed behind Ryan and quickly wiped out the nearby ogres. Suddenly, a large fireball flew in from a distance. Get out of the way! Rayne sensed the fireball approaching from afar and alerted the knights around him. The wolf knights skillfully dodged the fireball's attack. The enormous fireball landed where Rayne had just stood, and a powerful explosion followed. What a powerful fireball! Was it from some goblin prophet? Rayne looked in the direction from which the fireball had come. In the distance, the goblin prophet also watched as Rayne dodged his attack. Idiot cannibals, they're all idiots! The chief just died and they still haven't learned their lesson. Why did they charge so fast? They deserve to be killed!
The goblin prophet did not expect the ogres to launch their attack ahead of time and so quickly. When he and the other tribal leaders rushed over, they saw Rayne harvesting the heads of the ogres. The once powerful ogre brothers were now 2 headless corpses. The other ogres also lay on the ground, now cold corpses. Don't fight them head-on. Wait for the main army to arrive and surround and kill them. Unlike the brainless ogres, the goblin prophet, seeing the fate of his ogre brothers, also didn't intend to fight Rayne to the death. Large numbers of alien races began to appear around them, and as the number of their own kind increased, the tribal leaders gained confidence. At the same time, the goblin prophet muttered incantations, attempting to continue casting a spell. After seeing that the goblin prophet did not rush forward, Rayne immediately made arrangements. The cavalry and wolf riders will charge with me, while the infantry will hold their ground and await orders. Then, Rayne charged ahead of the others towards the goblin prophet. To complete his plan, the goblin prophet must die. White Wolf Rek was incredibly fast, approaching the goblin prophet like a white lightning bolt. The tribal chiefs were all taken aback when they saw that Rayne not only did not run away but instead charged towards them. Is this human really that strong? The gnolls looked at the charging Rayne in disbelief. Noticing Rayne's movement, the goblin prophet shouted, "Protect me while I cast my spell! Stop him and don't let that human knight get near me!" The tribal leaders exchanged glances, but ultimately stood in front of the goblin prophet. Rayne drew his longbow to its full extent and fired a rapid-fire barrage of arrows, instantly blasting away the steel arrows he had just retrieved. After putting away his longbow, Rayne could see the faces of the tribal leaders standing in front of the goblin prophet. Running wolf slash! The white wolf figure formed from battle. She pounced like lightning toward the alien leader at the forefront. The gnoll leader on the other side was terrified, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and all he could think about was getting away. Get out of the way, or you'll die! The more astute tribal leaders scattered to the side, only to feel a powerful surge of energy surging behind them, followed by a deafening explosion. When the leaders turned around to look, they found that the goblin leader who had been standing with them had disappeared. All that remained where they had been was a large crater with some broken pieces of flesh inside. Such formidable strength! The tribal leaders were all at the silver rank, but they didn't possess any powerful talents. Faced with such formidable combat skills, the leaders exchanged wary glances. Oh no! Over there, over at the old goblin's place! The kobold chieftain turned to look at the goblin prophet who had just cast a spell behind them. After killing the goblin chieftain with his wolf slash, Rayne bypassed the remaining tribal leaders and headed straight for the goblin prophet. The goblin prophet, who had been observing the battlefield, decisively stopped casting spells after seeing Rayne use combat skills and fled into the depths of the army behind him. He had no expectation that the tribal chiefs would entangle Rayne and protect him. As it turned out, the goblin prophet was right. Faced with Rayne's powerful attack, the tribal leaders chose to evade immediately, allowing Rayne to advance unimpeded. Those idiots are completely useless! The goblin prophet cursed as he fled, his plans having gone awry since the ogre had steered him off course. According to the original plan, he should be in the midst of the tribal army right now, commanding the army to surround and kill the human knights. No matter how strong the silver knights are, they would not be a match for tens of thousands of troops, especially since they also have several silver-level leaders to support them. But now he was being chased and hacked down by human knights, while several tribal leaders hesitated to step forward. Fortunately, he did not stray from the group. After turning around, it would only take a few steps for him to return to the middle of the army and turn around to kill the human knights behind him. Almost there, almost there! After casting a speed-up spell on himself, the goblin prophet quickly fled back to his army. Behind him, Rayne seemed oblivious to the alien warriors gradually closing in. With a long roar, the wind element beneath him surged, increasing his speed dramatically, and his entire body flew through the air, quickly catching up with the goblin prophet. Running wolf slash! Ignoring the attacks from the other alien soldiers around him, Rayne went straight for the goblin prophet. How could it be so fast? How dare you chase after me? The goblin prophet was filled with questions in his final moments. He couldn't understand why Rayne would risk his life to rush up and kill him. What difference would it make if we killed him amidst the army? Could he possibly escape being surrounded and killed by the army? Or do you think that killing him will cause the goblin tribe to collapse and flee? The goblin prophet had too many questions, but he would never have the chance to find the answers. What a madman! Chapter 77 Wilderness Barbecue. After slicing the goblin prophet to pieces, Rayne finally caught his breath. Rex, let's go! With a long howl, the goblins around him were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Then, Rex leaped out of the encirclement and headed north. In front of Rayne, several tribal chiefs were fighting Wayne, Ross, and other wolf knights who had just arrived. Upon noticing Rayne's approach, the tribal chiefs immediately withdrew from the battle and moved aside. Seeing the murderous aura emanating from Rayne, neither the Gnoll chieftain nor the Kobold chieftain dared to face Rayne's blade directly. They dared not go up themselves, but they could send their men. Several chieftains began to command their troops to surround and kill Rayne and his men. All of you, charge! There are only a few of them, don't be afraid, kill them all! Countless alien races surrounded Rayne and his companions. As far as the eye could see, they were surrounded by a dense mass of alien figures. Don't scatter! After speaking, Rayne took out a spell scroll from his spatial ring and threw it into the air. Then the exploding fire element instantly boiled, and a huge fire dragon appeared out of thin air. Advanced Silver Spell Scroll, Fire Dragon Spell. Under Rayne's control, a massive fire dragon, hundreds of meters long, forced back the surrounding alien races. In mid-September, the endless wilderness of the north had turned yellow and begun to wither. When exposed to the scorching flames, the wild grass began to burn fiercely. Under Rayne's control, the fire dragon flew around continuously, not burning the alien races but setting the wild grass on fire everywhere. Let's burn it all up! Let's have a grand wilderness barbecue party! The northerly winds blowing south from the Black Mountains swept across the wilderness, fanning the flames, and the fire, ignited by the fire dragon, began to spread at an extremely rapid pace. Meanwhile, the wolf pack that had been lying in wait nearby began to spread fire everywhere, encircling the entire alien army. Ross, lead the team north. Yes, my lord. Under Ryan's deliberate manipulation, a narrow path leading north was left open. Ross led his men quickly through the path, and then flames swiftly engulfed it. Soaring flames swept across the wilderness, and the alien army coming from the south ran right into them. Faced with the towering flames hundreds of meters high, even the silver-level alien leader appeared exceptionally small. Retreat immediately! Charge! Several alien leaders issued different orders, and the alien army began to fall into chaos. Godot, who was lurking in the alien army, received advance notice from Steppenwolf and stayed at the very back of the group. As soon as the flames appeared, he sprang into action, immediately leading his men in a surprise attack on the nearest goblin tribe. Caught off guard by their allies' sudden attack, the goblin tribe was quickly put on the defensive. The goblin chieftain, who had intended to teach the kobolds a lesson, received news of the prophet's death before he could even make a move. The horrified goblin chieftain ignored the crazed kobold and gathered his tribe warriors to avenge the prophet. At the same time, the fire in the wilderness began to spread, and the alien tribe at the forefront was already engulfed by flames. The strong aroma of meat mixed with the smell of burning meat wafted to the alien tribes behind. The tens of thousands of alien troops were now in complete chaos. Some tribes wanted to run back, while others obeyed their chief's orders and tried to head north through the flames, making the whole group a mess. Godot, who was attacking the alien forces, quickly turned the chaos into a free-for-all between the tribes. There was little trust between the tribes to begin with, and with Godot leading the way, chaotic battles naturally broke out. Whenever a member of the tribe encountered someone who was not of their own tribe, they would raise their sword and attack. After disrupting the situation, Godot led the kobolds to quickly withdraw from the battle and retreat along the route they had initially planned. The tribal leaders were helpless against the fire dragon that was wielding flames indiscriminately in the sky. The only one with the ability to counter magic, the goblin prophet, had already been killed by Rayne, and the rest of them had no means to suppress the magical attacks. The Knoll chieftain glanced at the fiery dragon head in the sky and ran away without looking back. He had seen clearly that the one casting the spell was that incredibly powerful human. Interrupting his spell casting would be suicide. If they didn't, they would be burned to death sooner or later. Either way, it's certain death. If we don't run now, when will we ever get another chance? Long before he made his decision, Four Hands, who had been lingering nearby, had already led his troops away. His troops were small in number and consisted entirely of cavalry, making them extremely fast. Before leaving, he also robbed the surrounding alien tribes, taking all the supplies they had collected. During his retreat, he spotted Godot, who was also retreating. Seeing Godot leading the kobolds to retreat in an orderly manner, Four Hands sensed something was wrong with Godot. In such a chaotic battlefield, Godot's behavior was too strange, as if he had a pre-existing plan. He became even more curious after seeing Godot riding a demon wolf and leading more than 100 kobold werewolf riders. Follow those kobolds ahead and see where they're going. Yes, boss! The chaotic battle in the rear of the alien army was soon engulfed by a raging inferno, and the fighting quickly turned into a rout, with fleeing alien forces scattered all over the wilderness. On Rayne's side, as the spell scroll's effect wore off, the fire dragons flying in the sky gradually dissipated, and the alien army before Rayne's eyes had vanished, leaving only an endless sea of fire filling the sky. After September, the cold north winds blowing from the north carried the fire southward. This was something that Rayne had planned in advance. Otherwise, wouldn't the fire, he said, have burned Red River territory itself? Rayne rode Rek to meet up with Ross and the others behind him. The strong wind element around Rek blew away the sparks around them, and Rayne quickly headed north. Ross, Wayne, and the others, who were waiting for Rayne in the north, witnessed the formation of the Sea of Fire from beginning to end. They watched as the once boundless alien army was swallowed by the fire, and the aliens struggled and cried out in pain in the fire, before finally becoming a pile of charred remains. The Lord's divine might is like the blazing sun in the sky, too dazzling to look directly at. My Lord has a benevolent heart, but also ruthless methods. Tens of thousands of alien races turned to ashes with the slightest movement. Smelling the aroma of burnt meat in the air, a hint of fear crept into the crowd's worship of Rayne. At this moment, Ryan rode Rek to find Ross and the others. My lord! All the warriors saluted Rayne in unison. This battle completely eliminated the threat of alien races in the southern region of Red River territory. For at least a few years, the alien races in the southern region will no longer pose a threat to Red River territory. Organize manpower to wipe out those scattered alien races. While the fire was still raging and the alien tribes were gripped by fear, Rayne aimed to maximize his gains and eliminate them completely. Rick roared to the sky, summoning the scattered wolves. In the end, only about 200 Steppenwolves answered Rick's call and came. Rayne initially deployed at least 1,000 steppe wolves, but in the end only 200 remained, and the wolf pack suffered heavy losses in the fire. The wolf pack's losses were worthwhile. The fire's ability to quickly encircle the massive alien force was largely due to the wolves' contribution. The cavalry and wolf riders slaughtered the surviving alien races along the northern border of the Sea of Fire. Wayne led the remaining infantry to extinguish the small fires that were slowly spreading northward. The fire, which was heading south, intensified with the help of the wind and gradually approached Blackstone territory. The towering flames reddened the horizon, and many citizens in the northern part of Blackrock territory noticed the change in the northern sky and looked up in surprise. Chapter 78 Godot's Prayer. 2 weeks ago, Clarkson was in a very good mood. His knight commander, Joey, brought him the head of a formidable ogre chieftain, a fine trophy to boast to the people of the Blackrock family about their formidable strength. What made him even happier was that the alien tribes that had been driven north began to invade Red River territory. Joey reported to him that the little baron in the north was personally leading the Red River territory's guards in a frantic effort to wipe out the invading alien tribes. A few days later, Joey brought even better news. The alien races heading north had suddenly united and formed a coalition of tens of thousands of alien troops to invade Red River territory. Tens of thousands of alien troops are a force that even the Blackrock territory, with its current strength, must deal with seriously. Clarkson believes that the Red River territory, with its current strength, will only face annihilation when facing an alien alliance of this size. Clarkson never expected that his casual little trick would have such a huge impact. The Red River territory would perish sooner than he had anticipated, and he had already made preparations to celebrate. As a result, everything has changed now. Why? A roar echoed within Blackrock Fortress. Why did it turn out this way? Damn it, damn those wolves! Clarkson smashed the wine glass in his hand, spilling the expensive wine all over the floor, filling the room with its strong aroma. Looking at the intense fire that illuminated half the sky in the distance, Clarkson felt terrible. The important figures of Blackrock territory all stood behind Clarkson, gazing at the changing sky with complex expressions. He actually knows how to use fire. That brat is much more cunning than his brainless father. He even thought of using fire to deal with the alien alliance. How is the fire now? Can it be brought under control? Ralph, the political officer of Blackstone territory, stepped forward to respond. My lord, the fire is still tens of kilometers away from the nearest village in the territory. At the current rate of spread, it will soon reach the villages in the territory. I have organized people to evacuate the residents of some villages in the north, and am trying to control the fire. But the results were far from ideal. More than a dozen firefighters died, and the fire was completely out of control. The dry grass caught fire at the slightest touch, and with the strong winds, the fire was beyond human control. However, my lord, you need not worry. The local militia and the serfs have already dug a firebreak north of Blackrock Castle, so the fire will definitely not spread to the vicinity of Blackrock Castle. Ralph had tried his best to minimize the damage, but he didn't have a good solution to the wildfire. Waste! Clarkson slammed all the items on the table aside. They're all a bunch of useless trash. That brat from the Red River territory wiped out those alien idiots with a single fire, and still managed to throw us into chaos. You lot are completely helpless. What are you guys doing here? Clarkson was in an extremely bad mood. He couldn't understand why he was so close to success, but that kid Ryan managed to turn the tables on him. Not only did they turn the tide, but Ryan also turned the tables on him. It's harvest season now, and the crops in the fields are being harvested. Clarkson doesn't even need to think about it. This fire will definitely cause him a lot of losses. Ralph and the others lowered their heads and remained silent. None of them had expected that Rayne in the north would pull such a stunt. All right, all of you, get out. Fix that damn fire. Don't worry about how many serfs die. We've already brought back a lot of serfs from the Red River territory, so use them as needed. Clarkson roared angrily. If the fire affects Blackrock Fortress, I'll throw you all into that damned fire. Yes, my lord. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they came out of the room. The lord is quite angry. Definitely, after all, they suffered a loss at the hands of the Wild Wolf clan. The Derrick family only has one member left alive, yet they're still causing so much trouble. They're really restless. This new Wild Wolf Baron seems difficult to deal with. Looks like we're in for some trouble. Behind Ralph, the Blackrock territory's treasurer, tax collector, and guard commander were all talking amongst themselves. Frustrated, Ralph ignored the others and hurriedly left Blackrock Castle to head to the front line of the firefighting effort. Outside the northern border of Blackrock territory, Godot rested with over 1,000 kobolds by a pond. Master is truly amazing. He burned all those guys to death with a single fire, and tens of thousands of troops were reduced to ashes. Godot trembled at the thought of the towering fire dragon and the overwhelming flames that had recently engulfed the land. The goblin prophet, whom he considered an absolute big shot, was chopped to pieces by his master, Rayne, and tens of thousands of troops, whom he had never seen before, were engulfed by a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Godot previously thought that Rayne was the master of the dire wolves, but now Rayne has added another title, the Master of Flames. Having witnessed the dog-headed creatures of Rayne, Godot's awe of Rayne deepened. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Godot.
Kobolds, I didn't expect you to find such a good place. Do you kobolds have this kind of talent? Four Hands emerged from the shadows. He followed Godot all the way, and only revealed himself after squatting down nearby to make sure it was safe. It's you? That strange human. What are you up to? Godot had seen the Four Hands inside the Goblin Prophet's tent, and recognized them at a glance. Kobolds can ride dire wolves? That's really strange. The Four Hands did not respond to Godot, but instead looked with interest at the demon wolf beside Godot and the more than 100 kobold wolf riders among the kobolds. Four-handed knew that gnolls had the ability to control dire wolves, but this was the first time he had ever seen a kobold with the ability to control dire wolves, even after wandering the wilderness for so long. After he appeared, the four-handed minions quietly surrounded the kobolds. It sounds unbelievable that over 100 people could surround more than 1,000 kobolds, but these four-armed subordinates were far stronger than the kobolds themselves. 100 or so people could easily overwhelm more than 1,000 kobolds. Tell me, how did you tame these Steppenwolves? And your demonic wolf mount, how did you tame them? Four Hands noticed something odd about the group of kobolds in front of him, but he didn't care. He was more interested in how the kobolds had tamed the Steppenwolf. If he can master this secret technique, it won't be long before he becomes a wolf knight, and his subordinates can also become wolf knights. If things really go as planned, he'll be able to thrive even more in the wilderness with his four hands. He might even be able to seize a piece of land and become a king. That's not impossible. Thinking of this, Four-Handed felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He was tired of being chased around like a dog. He had just personally experienced the strength of the Wolf Knights. The Wolf Knights of the Red River territory had a tremendous impact on Four Hands. This is a special secret technique of our kobold race, which you humans cannot learn. Give up! As soon as Godot finished speaking, the pair of arms that had appeared on the sides and back of the Four Hands suddenly threw a short spear at Godot's back. The spear pierced through the bodies of 3 kobolds and then stuck hard into the ground. Don't give me that useless nonsense. Just answer my questions. If you don't talk, I'll keep killing these kobolds behind you. If you still don't talk after I've killed them all, I'll kill you. Kobold! Four Hands stared menacingly at Godot, as if they were about to devour him at any moment. The dog-headed people were so frightened by the Four Hands that they huddled together in a group. Four-Handed is a silver-level expert, and most of his more than 100 subordinates are also professionals, far stronger than the kobolds led by Godot. Faced with the threat of Four Hands, Godot, who was only at the bronze rank, had no choice but to gather his people together to prepare for battle, while secretly releasing a few Steppenwolves to seek help from his master, Rayne. Godot prayed silently in his heart. Great Master, please save your poor servant. Chapter 79. Where is your value? Speak now, or I'll slaughter all of you lowly kobolds. Four Hands took 2 steps forward, preparing to swing their short spears again. Suddenly, Four Hands felt a chill behind him, and a strong sense of crisis made him quickly roll to the side. With a bang, a long steel arrow pierced the spot where the Four Hands had just stood, blasting a fist-sized hole in the ground. Who do you want to kill? A voice reached the ears of the Four Hands. This aura, could it be that person? Sensing the familiar fluctuations of power not far away, the Four Hands had a bad feeling. A magnificent white wolf appeared in the sight of Four Hands and Godot. Upon seeing the white wolf, Godot was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he knelt down and cowed out in the direction of the white wolf. The Four Hands on the other side turned to run after seeing the white wolf. They were all too familiar with that figure. It really is him. What's he doing here? Damn it, I should have known better. How could kobolds possibly control demon wolves? These demon wolves belong to that person, and these kobolds are his men too. Upon seeing the white wolf, the Four Hands instantly understood why those kobolds could control the Steppenwolf. Withdraw! As he ran, Four Hands ordered his men to run as well, but he didn't notice that all his subordinates remained motionless. He ran a couple of steps and then stopped, because Ross had already blocked his way on his wolf. A dozen or so wolf knights blocked all of Four Hands' subordinates in place. Just now,
over 100 people with 4 hands surrounded more than 1,000 kobolds, and now Rayne is leading a dozen or so wolf knights to surround over 100 people with 4 hands. The situation was so strange that the largest encirclement was actually formed by the smallest number of troops. Great Lord of the dire wolves, Master of Flames, my omnipotent master, your humble slave Godot welcomes your arrival. Godot knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly as he recounted how he had truly believed he was about to be killed by 4 hands. Great Master, you are truly all-knowing. Your humble slaves were just in danger of losing their lives when you descended and saved us. This 4-armed monster wants to steal your demon wolf, and he also wants to slaughter your slaves. The 4 hands hurriedly explained. No, sir, I didn't know these kobolds were your slaves, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered them. Although 4-handed was also at the silver level, he had no courage to fight against Rayne. He had personally witnessed Rayne break through the obstruction of several silver-level tribal leaders on his own, casually kill a silver-level goblin chieftain, and then charge into the goblin army to kill a silver-level mid-rank goblin prophet. With his strength, even with 4 hands, he probably couldn't withstand a single move from the opponent. Rayne glanced at the 3 kobold corpses lying behind Godot, and casually took out his enchanted longbow. With a flick of his wrist, 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, sending 3 men he didn't like flying. 4 hands watched helplessly as his 3 subordinates were shot dead by Rayne, not daring to move an inch. He could feel that he was being targeted, and if he moved, he would be the one shot. My slaves are not to be killed by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Rayne put away his longbow, walked up to the 4-armed man, and looked at the grotesque man with the deformed body. It really does have 4 arms, that's interesting. May I have your name? My lord, a long time ago when I was still a normal person, my name was Colt. Now everyone calls me 4 hands. The 4 hands felt the powerful aura emanating from Rayne and tried their best not to be suppressed by it. Colt, tell me how you ended up like this. Ryan was very interested in Colt's deformed 4 hands. My lord, I once met a witch, and after drinking a potion she gave me, I became like this. Witch? What kind of witch? Can we still find her now? I'm sorry, sir, the witch disappeared after giving me that potion, and I don't know where she went. All right. Rayne was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He came here on other business, and happened to run into Colt interrogating Godot. Looking at Colt, Ryan felt that his follow-up plans might be able to be optimized. Colt led a team of over 100 people, more than half of whom were iron-level professionals, along with 2 bronze-level professionals, and the rest were clearly elite warriors. With the addition of Colt, a silver-ranked warrior, his group possesses considerable combat strength. If they could be put to use by Rayne, things would be much easier. Colt, you killed 3 of my slaves, and I killed 3 of your subordinates, so we're even. But what about your previous invasion of my territory with those alien races? How do you settle that score? Rayne stroked Rick's soft, white fur, his tone indifferent. Colt and his men, however, were far from calm. This group of people was mostly composed of criminals and deserters who had fled to the wilderness to survive. Those who survived were no pushovers. If it were any other time, they would have already rushed up and fought. Why would they be so well behaved? But now they dare not move or say a word. The dozen or so wolf knights, each a bronze knight, were keeping a close eye on them. Colt's gang of thugs had just escaped the scorching heat of the raging inferno when they unexpectedly ran into the very person who had burned tens of thousands of soldiers to ashes. Sir, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I can compensate you. Compensation? What are you willing to give in exchange for your lives? Sensing Rayne's murderous intent, Colt swallowed hard and turned to one of his subordinates, shouting, Walter, you little brat, come here right now and bring your stuff. Colt summoned a robust young man, who, unlike the others, was riding a horse laden with a jumble of miscellaneous tools. Colt brought water to Ryan. Sir, Walter comes from a top-notch blacksmith family. He learned blacksmithing from a young age and is an excellent blacksmith. He is responsible for forging and maintaining all the weapons in our team. You are a nobleman, and you must need such talent. Colt fawned over his subordinates, promoting them in a sycophantic manner.
Blacksmith? You can build weapons?
Walter was a little nervous, and his voice trembled slightly as he answered Ryan.
I will, sir. Very well, you will forge weapons for me in exchange for your life. He was worth trading his life for. What about you?
He was initially pleased to see that Ryan valued Walter Colt, but when Ryan turned around and asked him this question, Colt was stunned.
Sir, is that?
Ryan said earnestly to Colt.
I must remind you, your lives and everything you have now belong to me. Don't try to trade what already belongs to me. That kid has the skills to create value in the future, so he can survive. And you?
Ryan looked at Colt.
What is your value?
Chapter 80, Making a Choice.
Value?
Colt looked at Ryan thoughtfully.
Sir, what do you mean?
Rayne softened his tone and said,
Wandering in the wilderness must be tough, right? I know that life in the wilderness is very difficult. You have to live a nomadic life, sleep with one eye open every night, and always be on guard against attacks from other tribes. Work for me from now on. I will shelter you, provide you with safe shelter and a stable supply of materials, and you will no longer have to live a life of hardship like before, where you don't know where your next meal will come from. How?
Before Colt could react after Ryan finished speaking, his men responded first.
Serving the nobility? Impossible, I wouldn't work for nobles.
A bearded man broke the silence and spoke up in opposition.
Nobles are completely untrustworthy, otherwise we wouldn't be stranded in the wilderness. I will never work for nobles.
Before he could finish speaking, a long arrow pierced his head, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Ross put down his longbow and glared at the remaining men, while the other wolf knights also gripped their weapons tightly. Meanwhile, Rayne didn't even blink as he continued to stare at Colt, as if the killing had nothing to do with him.
My lord, I am willing to serve you.
A voice came from behind Colt, and Rayne turned his gaze to the area behind Colt.
My lord, my name is Fairmont. I was born in the Red River Valley and was once exiled to the wilderness after offending the former Baron of Rayshire. I am willing to serve you.
Fairmont dismounted and knelt on one knee, showing his submission to Rayne.
Very good, you are a smart person.
Fairmont is one of only 2 bronze-level warriors under Colt's command, and also the strongest member of the team besides Colt. His statement solidified the resolve of some of the already wavering members of Colt's team, and nearly a third of the team dismounted and knelt down to show their submission to Rayne. The rest of the people turned their attention to their leader, Colt.
My lord, I am willing to do things for you.
Colt slowly knelt on one knee, surrendering to Rayne. He had no other choice now. As he chose to surrender, everyone else dismounted and made the same choice.
A wise person knows when to yield. You made the right choice.
Rayne took out 2 enchanted longswords from his spatial ring, giving one to Colt and the other to Fairmont.
Here, this is for you. Grown-ups?
Sensing the magic contained within the longsword, Colt immediately recognized its preciousness. He had only heard of such rare magical items before but had never seen one.
Thank you, sir, for the reward.
Fairmont happily held the enchanted longsword and gently stroked it.
You will not be treated unfairly if you work for me. Get up, all of you.
Rayne surveyed Colt's men, then took out some food from his spatial ring and distributed it to the kobolds and Colt's group. Neither Godot's kobolds nor Colt's group had eaten a single bite of food on their journey. They were both starving. Now that Rayne had provided food, they couldn't resist and immediately sat down by the pond to eat heartily. Ryan called Colt, Fellman, and Godot forward for questioning.
Colt, are you familiar with Blackrock territory? My lord, I was born and raised in Blackrock territory, so I am quite familiar with it. That's great. Do you know where the Blackstone veins in Blackrock territory are located? Blackstone vein?
Colt immediately understood Ryan's intention.
My lord, the Blackstone veins in Blackstone territory are widely distributed, but the best mining area is near Blackstone Fortress. Most of the other areas are small mines. Whether it's a large mine or a small mine, all the mining of Blackstone is in the hands of the Blackstone Viscount, and each mining area is guarded by a mining team. The mine guard teams are directly under the command of Viscount Blackstone. Generally, a team of 100 men is stationed in a small mine, 200 men in a medium-sized mine, and 500 men in a large mine. Blackrock territory has 16 small mining areas, 4 medium-sized mining areas, and only one large mining area, which is located a few kilometers outside Blackrock Fortress. Colt told Ryan what he knew about the Blackstone mine. You seem quite familiar with these mining areas. To be honest, I once led my brothers to try and make some money by raiding these mines, and I also tried to attack small mines a few times, so I am quite familiar with these Blackstone mines. Profound? Did you find anything? There is a little, but very little. I can get some Blackstone after I go through a lot of trouble to defeat the mining team, but this stuff is too heavy to carry. It's hard to sell the little I managed to take back. This business was too much trouble and not worth it, so I never tried to get involved in the mining area again. As Ryan listened to Colt recount information about the Blackstone mine, he analyzed and refined his own plan. Fairmont occasionally added a comment from the side, while Godot stood silently beside Rayne like a guard, awaiting Rayne's orders. So, these mining areas ship goods once a month on the 1st? Ryan found a key piece of information in the information Colt provided. Yes, sir. Sir, are you interested in these Blackstone mines? Well, your next task will be related to these Blackstone mines, but there's no need to rush. In the next few days, find a suitable temporary camp nearby and wait for my message. I will inform you when the time is right to make your move. Ryan already had a preliminary plan in mind. He first asked Godot and Colt to find a temporary camp that met his requirements, and await his orders. After making the arrangements, Rayne distributed the supplies he had prepared in advance in his spatial ring to Godot and Colt, and then left the camp. As soon as Ryan left, Colt was surrounded by his men. Boss, are we really going to do something for that miner nobleman? Boss, let's run away. What's the point of being a dog for nobles? We can roam the wilderness freely and do whatever we want. If we're dogs for nobles, we'll lose our freedom. There were more than a dozen people surrounding Colt, and they were all urging him to run away. Colt ignored the dozen or so people and instead turned his attention to the rest. The remaining members of the team split into 4 or 5 small groups and gathered around Colt. They didn't surround him or say anything. Of these small groups, the largest group, numbering about 20 people, was gathered around Fairmont. Fairmont, are you going to betray the boss? Another bronze warrior in the group saw Colt looking at Fairmont, and immediately questioned him loudly. He was Colt's right-hand man, and because he was blind in one eye, he was nicknamed One-Eyed. Upon hearing the one-eyed man's question, Fairmont immediately retorted loudly. One-Eyed, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever betray the boss? You guys are the ones who surrounded the boss. I was just waiting for you to finish speaking before reporting to the boss. Stop talking nonsense. You knelt down so quickly without betraying anyone, and even said you wanted to pledge allegiance to that minor nobleman. Isn't that betrayal? One-Eyed, didn't you see the situation just now? If I had knelt any slower, we would all have died. I knelt to save everyone's lives. Our leader is our boss. If I didn't kneel back then, would you expect him to be the first to kneel? You brainless idiot, I can't be bothered to explain to you. Fairmont looked at Colt. Boss, tell me, should we stay or leave? Chapter 81 Rest and the Beasts. Colt glanced at his subordinates gathered around him, then at the enchanted long sword in his hand. That person just hired us to do a little thing. Why wouldn't we do it if we're paid? Boss, so you're saying you're going to agree to work for that nobleman? Colt knew that some of his men were extremely hostile to the nobility, and would never work for Rayne no matter what, no matter how much Colt said. We've been wandering and drifting in the wilderness for so long, are we going to live like this forever? Now that we have a better chance to live a good life, I also want to find a way out for my brothers. I think that sir is a man who is capable of great things and is generous. It wouldn't be a bad thing to work for him. However, I also know that the brothers have different ideas. We have survived together in the wilderness and gone through thick and thin together. I will not force anyone. Brothers who do not want to stay can leave now. Let's part ways amicably.
Colt's men were taken aback by their boss's sudden remark. They never expected that Colt would decide to split the family business just because of a stranger he had only recently met. "Boss, you!" One Eye looked at Colt with disbelief, and became extremely angry after seeing that Colt was determined to work for Rayne. "You've disappointed me so much, boss. Since you've made your decision, then so be it. If you're willing to be that nobleman's dog, then go ahead. I'm not going." A ridiculous choice. Although One Eye was Colt's confidant, his choice at this moment was extremely decisive. After confirming Colt's thoughts, he immediately chose to withdraw and left without looking back. A dozen or so people followed the one-eyed man. Most of them were ruthless thugs who did whatever they wanted, and murder and arson were common occurrences for them. In their minds, becoming a dog for the nobility? Impossible. After more than a dozen people left, the thoughts of the remaining people became clear, and they all agreed with Colt's idea. Fairmont watched coldly as everything ended before stepping forward. "Boss, that one-eyed guy is inflexible, just ignore him. We've managed to get on his good side this time, so things will definitely be much easier for us in the future. It's a win-win situation from the start, so we definitely have to agree. Anyway, whether or not we give that person work, and how we do it, is all up to you, boss. That person can't be watching us every day." Fairmont, a thief by trade, was adept at changing his tune depending on the situation, and he did it with ease. "All right, we're brothers after all, let's not talk about them anymore. That official is not someone to be trifled with. If we don't do things to his satisfaction, we'll be in big trouble. Let's do as he says for now." Having reached a consensus, Colt led his remaining men and kobolds to search for the temporary encampment that Rayne had requested. On the other side, One-Eyed, who had left the group, led a dozen or so people at breakneck speed across the wilderness. They planned to go to a previously established outpost to replenish their supplies before leaving the wilderness to seek another way out. "The boss is really crazy, actually thinking of becoming a dog for the nobles." One-Eye turned his head and roared. "Shut up, all of you! He's not the boss anymore. I'm the boss now." No sooner had the one-eyed man finished speaking than an arrow pierced his head, and his body flew off his horse. Then, more than a dozen arrows flew out, and the dozen or so people the one-eyed man had brought out were instantly shot dead on the spot. Only a dozen or so ownerless warhorses were left wandering around, bewildered. Ross led his men out, gathered up the dozen or so warhorses, and left after confirming that everyone was dead. Ross quickly returned to the main force. "My lord, it's all resolved." Ryan never trusted Colt's gang of thugs, nor did he trust Godot's gang of kobolds. A pack of wolves was constantly watching over Godot and Colt, and if they got out of control, Ryan would know immediately and deal with them. "These dozen or so warhorses have arrived just in time, and the losses of the cavalry can be replenished." Although the battle went smoothly, losses were inevitable. During the charge, 8 cavalrymen disappeared into the alien army, and most of the rest were wounded. The injured could be healed, but the 8 who were dragged into the alien army had vanished completely in the sea of fire, leaving no trace of their bodies. The infantry unit did not suffer significant losses because it remained in place. "Let's go back to our territory to rest for a few days and replenish our supplies. Then we'll head south and have some fun with our good neighbor." This alien invasion was caused by Blackstone territory. Rayne is not one to let things go after suffering a loss. He wants to let Viscount Blackstone know that he, Rayne, is not someone to be trifled with. This fire was just a greeting, the main event was yet to come. As he looked at the flames soaring in the south, Rayne was already planning his next move. Without external intervention, this fire could burn for many more days, which he believed would be enough to give Blackstone territory a hard time. At that moment, Eric suddenly arrived at Ren's side with several people. "My lord, look, we've got an unexpected bonus." A herd of northern black-backed cattle was driven over. "A herd of cattle?" Ren looked at the herd with delight. He had always wanted to expand the scale of livestock farming in the Red River territory, especially to increase the number of draft cattle and warhorses, but due to practical reasons, he had not achieved much success. "Where did you meet?" "They were found nearby.
It seems there are many more animals in the nearby wilderness. In addition to the cattle, we also found some other herds of animals. The fire must have driven these animals out of their original habitat. Perfect. Let the soldiers search the area and gather as many of these beasts as possible. Whether you can eat meat every day this winter depends on yourselves. Yes, my lord. Eric, Dean, and the others excitedly led their team to search for the beast herds, while Ross and Wayne provided cover for them nearby. Rayne also had 2 nearby wolf packs assist the group in the search. A few days later, home had territory. With a broad smile, Ryan stood on the stone bridge, watching ox carts loaded with grain being transported along the wide stone road to the granary in Red River Town. After entering September, the grain in the fields began to be harvested one after another, and the harvest progress in the Red River territory was not delayed at all due to the invasion of the southern barbarians. My lord, the harvest of grain this time is extremely substantial, estimated to exceed 3,000 tons. Bar reported to Rayne the results of his recent hard work. After the bumper harvest, Forner, who was following along, also began to accept this outsider from the Redwood territory. Rayne didn't have the same sense of social class as Forner. He was always satisfied with Bar's performance. The young man was hardworking, quick-witted, and carried out all of Rayne's orders without fail. Very good, Ball, but the follow-up work must also be handled well, especially the storage of grain. Fire prevention measures must be taken, understand? I understand, my lord. Ball nodded. Also, after the grain in the fields is harvested, arrange for people to harvest the crops and weeds in the farmland near the territory that were not taken care of before, and use them as fodder. We need to gather as much fodder as possible before the heavy snow arrives, so that we can provide enough fodder for the herds in our territory to get through the winter. A few days ago, Wren brought back hundreds of northern black-backed cattle, hundreds of wild horses, and thousands of other animals that could produce meat from the south. These herds of animals increased the scale of livestock farming in the Red River territory by dozens of times, and the original land and fodder reserves were immediately in short supply. Several large livestock farms are under construction under Johnny's leadership, and the fodder will need to be sourced from the wilderness. After the heavy snowfall in winter, the wild grasses on the wilderness will be covered by snow and become difficult to collect. Rayne needs to collect enough grass before then so that the herds in his territory can safely get through the winter. Yes, my lord. Don't worry, my lord, we will definitely be able to store enough fodder before winter. The return of the herd of beasts from Wren greatly pleased Forner, as they significantly increased the territory's meat reserves, and Forner took great care of them. Yes, I trust you to do things. With Forner watching over things, Wren no longer needs to worry about these matters. These past few days he has been busy arranging all the affairs in the territory in preparation for the upcoming southward raid. It's time to settle accounts with Blackstone. Chapter 82 The Attack, Keto Town. September 21st, 1238 in the Golden Calendar. Near the northern border of Blackrock territory, Rayne examined the temporary camp that Colt had been searching for. Although Blackrock territory and Red River territory are adjacent, the boundaries of the territories are not very clearly defined because the northern nobles have little control over the wilderness areas outside their towns. Normally, there is a wilderness area between the two territories as a buffer. Ryan instructed Colt to find a location in the area to set up a temporary camp. Colt stood beside Wren with a fawning expression. My lord, this place is one I've carefully selected over the past few days. It perfectly meets your requirements. Is it all right with you? Great, let's make it here. Godot, how many kobolds have you recruited? Hearing the call, Godot hurriedly stepped forward to reply. Master, Godot has gathered more than 2,000 of his people. 2,000 is more than enough. Rayne took out a simple map, which marked the locations of the villages in Blackrock territory. Colt, take a look at this map. Does the information match what you know? If there are any errors, correct them. Get ready today, and we'll strike tomorrow. Yes, sir. Colt was born in Blackrock territory and had spent many years wandering the wilderness near Blackrock territory. He knew the villages in Blackrock territory very well and quickly improved the map. Rayne looked at the much more detailed map,
his gaze sweeping over the villages on it, finally focusing on the 5 small Blackrock mines and 1 medium-sized mine in the northern region of Blackrock territory. Eat and drink your fill tonight, and tomorrow we'll attack Blackrock territory together. Rayne took out all the supplies he had prepared in advance from his spatial ring and placed them in the camp, emptying the spatial ring. These supplies were enough for the temporary camp to use for half a month. Early the next morning, Rayne left the infantry to guard the temporary camp, while he personally led all the Wolf Knights, cavalry, and the men of Godot and Colts south toward Blackrock territory. The fire that started in Rayne a few days ago is still burning, but due to a change in wind direction, the fire is moving southeast. Even from a great distance, Rayne could still clearly see the large plumes of smoke rising on the horizon and the faint glow of fire. Rayne led his team southwest, just in the opposite direction from the fire. Blackstone Territory, Quito Mining Area, is one of the 4 medium-sized mining areas in Blackstone Territory. A 200-strong garrison is stationed here year-round. The mining area is next to the town of Quito, which has a population of about 5,000, mostly families of miners and the families of the soldiers guarding the mine. The mining area is maintained by more than 1,000 ordinary miners and more than 2,000 miners who mine Blackstone year-round. Ordinary miners live in Quito town. This morning, they left Quito town as usual to go to the mining area to carry out mining work. As for the miners, they would never leave the mines in their entire lives, working until they died, and their bodies would be disposed of directly in abandoned mines. Hillier is the commander of the Kettermine Guard and the head of the entire Kettermine. A Silver Knight from the Blackrock family, he is the absolute ruler of the entire Kettermine. He was in a good mood today, and when he felt it was about time, he got out of bed. The women in the mine have such rough skin, especially their hands. They're nowhere near as soft and supple as the women of Blackstone Fortress. Hillier stretched comfortably, while behind him, 2 girls curled up on the bed, sobbing softly. Stop crying. It's a blessing for you lowly slaves to be able to sleep with me. Stay here for the next few days. Go wash up in a bit, and I'll continue to enjoy you when you come back tonight. As the absolute ruler of the mining area, Hillier can control all the resources there. As long as he ensures the mining area operates normally and delivers enough Blackstone on time, he can do whatever he wants. 3 years ago, when he first arrived at the mining area, Hillier often cultivated in hopes of improving his strength. Unfortunately, he lacked talent, and his breakthrough to the silver level was only due to the power of magic potions. Further improvement would be too difficult. After months of fruitless efforts, Hillier gave up and began indulging in pleasure. He has 2 main hobbies, playing with women and tormenting miners. Sometimes he alternates between the 2, and sometimes he likes to combine them into one. When it came to women, he initially only targeted the attractive women among the miners, but gradually he became dissatisfied with the miners and set his sights on the families of the miners in the town of Quito. Hillary's status was so high that even without coercion, many women would willingly offer themselves to him and climb into his bed, if he so desired. But Hillier disliked nothing more than those who offered themselves willingly. He preferred those who resisted him, and the more they resisted, the more excited he became. Because of this hobby, many respectable women from the mines to the town of Quito have fallen victim to his cruelty. Faced with Hillier's tyranny, the women's families dare not speak out against him, for any slight disobedience would be met with a pretext from Hillier to beat or kill them. After he's done with the women, Hillier will go to the mines to work as a foreman. It's already the latter half of the month, and he needs to catch up on the progress. Grabbing his beloved human skin whip, Hillier strode toward the mining area. At the Quito mine, thousands of people are working busily, carrying heavy loads of black ore from the mine shafts onto the shoulders of every miner. When the foreman saw Hillier arrive, he immediately came forward to greet him obsequiously. My lord, you've arrived. You've worked so hard, coming so early to supervise the mine's work. It's thanks to the hard work and dedication of lords like you that Blackstone territory is so prosperous. Hillier responded indifferently to the overseer's flattery. He had heard too much of this kind of flattery, and was no longer moved by it. Only the soft bodies of women, and the sounds of blood and wailing could excite him. Are the slaves that the Lord sent before still obedient? The Kedok mine usually employs 3,000 miners, but recently Blackrock Fortress added another 500 slaves, bringing the total number of miners to around 3,500. After those few dishonest guys were skinned alive by the adults, the rest of them were more obedient, and were already as skilled at mining black stone as the other veteran miners. As the foreman was speaking, Hillier lashed out with his whip, striking a slave carrying blackstone or hard. "Don't you dare slack off, you bunch of lowly slaves!" Hillier lashed out with the whip a few times, and only stopped when he felt satisfied. The foreman was already used to Hillier's approach and only continued his report after Hillier stopped. "All right, the family's caravan will arrive in 10 days. You need to keep an eye on these lowly people every day and make them work hard to ensure that the amount they hand over this month is 20% more than last month. The Lord has been in a bad mood these past few days. Paying an extra 20% won't cause him any trouble. But if I fail to complete the task, he will take his anger out on me." Hillier looked at the foreman coldly and said, "My wrath is about to fall upon you, and I'm sure you don't want to bear it." The foreman felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely complete the task you assigned me. There won't be any problems, please rest assured. I'll go and give those lowly slaves a good talking to, and I'll make sure to increase production by 20%. No need, I'll demonstrate it for you myself." Hillier was about to pick a few guys to demonstrate his newly devised whip technique when a mine guard suddenly ran over and interrupted him. "Sir, a group of kobolds have appeared outside the town and are attempting to attack it." Hillier looked at Keto Town with a puzzled expression. "Kobold? Ha ha ha, you've come at the perfect time." As if he had just thought of something, Hillier suddenly became interested. "Let's test my new whip technique with the blood of these alien races, and while we're at it, wipe them out and report our victory to the Lord. Assemble the team, let's go and wipe out those arrogant kobolds." Chapter 83 Occupying Keto Town. Outside Keto Town, Godot's kobold army is attacking the town. A force of just over 2,000 kobolds could not possibly conquer the well-defended town of Cordo, but Godot was not worried at all. He could feel his master's gaze watching him from afar, and all Godot had to do was demonstrate his worth to his master. "Charge! Charge forward, all of you!" Without any rhyme or reason, more than 2,000 kobolds swarmed towards Keto Town. Looking at the swarm of kobolds outside the town, the militia captain guarding the town was also a little flustered. Although the kobolds were not strong, their numbers were considerable. It was no wonder he was panicked when they all rushed over at once. "Has Lord Hillier been notified? When will the mine guards arrive?" "The notification has been sent, and Lord Hillier should arrive soon." Hearing his subordinate's affirmative answer, the militia captain felt more confident. "Prepare to attack. Wait for those kobolds to get close before launching the attack." The militia captain's usual training paid off. The Keto militia defending the city quickly regained their footing under his command and began to counterattack. "Kobold! Quite a lot!" The militia captain had only led his men in 2 attacks when he heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Hillier arriving with the mine guards. "My lord, the kobolds have launched an attack. There are about 2,000 of them, and the strongest one is the bronze-level kobold leader in the distance." Upon seeing Hillier, the militia captain took the initiative to speak and recounted all the information he had just gathered. "Strange, how can these kobolds control steppe wolves? Do kobolds also have this talent?" Seeing the 100 or so kobold werewolf riders wandering behind the kobold procession outside the town, Hillier became somewhat curious. "Gnolls can tame dire wolves, I didn't expect kobolds could too. These wilderness races are quite resourceful, just as despicable as that damned wolf clan." After observing the kobold forces attacking the city from the city wall for a while and confirming that the kobolds were no match for him, Hillier decided to make his move. "Open the gates, I will crush these kobolds, and let their blood and corpses bear witness to the glory of the Blackrock family." Under Hillier's orders, the gates of Keter Town were slowly opened. Everyone, including the militia captain, thought that Hillier's mine-guarding army could easily wipe out the kobolds. After all, Hillier was a silver knight, while the poor kobolds were at most bronze level. Charge! Of the 200 mine guards under Hillier, 100 were cavalry, and the remaining 100 were infantry. Led by Hillier, the cavalry charged ahead, with the infantry in hot pursuit. The kobolds near the city gate were routed by Hillier's charge. Faced with the cavalry led by the Silver Knight, these ordinary kobolds were no match for them, and in the blink of an eye, 100 or 200 kobolds were killed. Retreat! Having prepared in advance, Godot immediately led the kobolds in a retreat. The kobold wolf riders turned and ran, and the remaining kobolds followed suit in a frantic escape. Hillier was having a great time killing people, and when he saw the kobolds running away, he didn't think twice and chased after them. Soon Hillier's cavalry disappeared from the sight of the infantry behind them. The thrill of chasing down the kobolds was exhilarating for Hillier. The excitement of the chase was even more exhilarating than conquering them in bed. With another slash, Hillier felled another kobold. He grinned as he looked back at his handiwork. A headless kobold corpse lay on the ground, convulsing unconsciously, gushing blood, the blood soaking the earth. You lowly kobolds, you're not even as good as those slaves, yet you dare to attack Keter Town. These alien races have absolutely no brains. Hillier selected his next target, and was about to rush over to reap the kills when a silver light blocked his way. What? Before Hillier could even see what the sudden flash of silver light was, he was sent flying. The last thing he saw was a pure white demonic wolf leaping into the air and instantly appearing beside him. A figure on the white wolf brandished a long sword, and then a flash of silver light appeared. Hillier lost all consciousness and fell into endless darkness. A volley of arrows wiped out most of Hillier's cavalry. The remaining cavalrymen were caught off guard by the wolf knights and were wiped out in less than a breath. Colt and Godot, who had turned back, didn't even have a chance to make a move before Hillier and his men were all wiped out. Is he the leader of the Keto mining area? Rayne threw Hillier's head at Colt's feet, making him identify it. Yes, sir. He is the leader of the Blackrock Linkto mining area, Hillier Blackrock, a silver knight of the Blackrock family. Colt had met Hillier before and even fought him once. They fought to a draw, either able to gain the upper hand. In the end, fearing reinforcements from the Blackrock family, Colt chose to retreat. Unexpectedly, their next meeting would take this form. Looking at the wide-open eyes on Hillier's head at his feet, Colt gained a clearer understanding of Rayne's strength. Fairmont and the others beside Colt also saw Hillier's body. They swallowed hard and looked at Rayne with even more humility. Hillier's team and Colt's team were roughly equal in strength. Faced with Rayne's surprise attack, Hillier was wiped out before he could even take a single breath. Colt and the others secretly compared the situation to their own and realized that if it were them, the outcome would be worse than better. That's fine. Take his head and wipe out those infantrymen. Then, together with Godot, we'll take over the town of Keto and seal off the entire mining area. Yes, sir. The next mission went much more smoothly. After eliminating Hillier's cavalry, most of the most important defensive force in the Keter mine was wiped out, and the remaining militia were no match for Colt. After easily annihilating the infantry squad that had run a long way and exhausted most of their strength, Colt and Godot arrived at the gate of Keter Town. When Colt revealed Hillier's head, the militia captain lost the will to resist, and Colt took over the town of Keter with little effort. On the other side, Rayne led his cavalry and wolf knights to the Blackrock mine. After swiftly eliminating the remaining defenses of Blackrock territory, Rayne took control of the entire mining area. Thousands of miners gathered in the large square in front of the mine, looking up in fear at Rayne standing on the high platform and the dozen or so tall poles. Hillier's head was hanging on a tall pole, swaying in the wind. The heads of several foremen and overseers in the mine were also hanging on tall poles, with drops of still warm blood dripping down the poles. From this day forward, you are all my slaves. Work for me for 20 years, and you will be free after that. If you refuse, this is what will happen to you. Rayne didn't have much time to persuade these miners. He simply subdued them by force, killing any who resisted on the spot. The slaves in the mining area felt nothing about changing masters. They were only more afraid of their new masters when they saw that their former masters were just heads. The ordinary miners, who were not originally slaves, were very dissatisfied with Rayne's actions, but after seeing those bloodied heads, they dared not speak out. The ordinary miners didn't really believe Ryan's claim that he could work for 20 years in exchange for freedom. As for the slaves, they had no ideas whatsoever, because most of them felt they wouldn't live that long. Rayne didn't have time to think about these people. After stabilizing the situation for the time being, he let the miners continue mining as usual. Meanwhile, Ryan arranged for Ross to begin the next phase of the plan. Ross, go to Quito town to gather the population and prepare for the relocation. Chapter 84 Hardline Approach. The town of Quito has more than 5,000 people, and Rayne plans to relocate them all to the Red River territory, including the more than 3,000 miners in the mining area, whom Rayne will also move away. This is the core objective of Rayne's southward plundering plan: population. Up until now, everything has been going according to Ryan's plan, and the process has been relatively smooth. However, the real challenges have only just begun. Forcibly relocating several thousand people in a short period of time is no easy task. My lord, the residents are not cooperating, and the relocation is progressing very slowly. After a busy day, Ross reported the relocation progress to Ryan with some helplessness. On October 1st, the Blackrock Fortress team will arrive in Quito town. Even if I eliminate that team, at most I can block the news in Quito for another 2 days. In other words, the anomaly here will definitely be discovered by Blackrock Fortress in half a month. Ross, we only have half a month at most, and a day has already passed. This pace is not good. After a quick calculation, Ryan immediately decided to replace Ross with another officer. Forget it, I originally wanted you to do the relocation work. You know how to handle things carefully and could reduce the losses of civilians. But it seems I was too optimistic. You and Colt will switch tasks. You will lead the cavalry to patrol the town of Quito and the mining area to prevent people from escaping and to report any information. The relocation work will be handled by Colt and Godot. After Ryan changed the task assignments, the migration progress improved noticeably. Colt and Godot wouldn't show the same mercy as Ross. When faced with people who were unwilling to relocate, Colt would first threaten them. If that didn't work, he would resort to violence. If that still didn't work, he would find the most disruptive person and execute them in public as a warning to others, forcing the rest to relocate obediently. On the other side, Godot was even more ruthless. Upon receiving Rayne's order, he immediately mobilized all the kobolds to carry it out resolutely. Anyone who was unwilling to leave was forcibly dragged away by the kobolds, and anyone who dared to resist was killed on the spot. Godot and Colt's bloody methods enabled the relocation to proceed quickly. Rayne selectively ignored the bloodshed that occurred during the process. If these Blackrock territory inhabitants don't relocate, they will become enemies and the source of all Blackrock territory soldiers. Being merciful to enemies is the most useless thing. After seeing that the relocation work was progressing smoothly, Rayne began another important task: moving the Blackstone ore. Blackstone is a highly efficient fuel, far superior to coal, as Rayne knew. Blackstone burns longer and is more durable, emitting more heat, and produces no soot, making it an outstanding fuel. Most importantly, high-quality Blackstone is also a supernatural resource. Some special Blackstones can reach the level of black iron, or even bronze. The high temperature emitted when these supernatural Blackstones are burned can melt supernatural metals. They are special fuels for forging supernatural equipment, and are extremely valuable. Both ordinary Blackstones and extraordinary Blackstones are precious resources. With winter approaching, Rayne hoped that Red River territory could use Blackstones to get through the winter, so this time he wanted to bring back as many Blackstones as possible. Blackstone is much heavier than ordinary stone of the same volume, making it extremely inconvenient to move normally, but Rayne has a space ring that can greatly increase the speed of moving it. Rayne's spatial ring has a volume of 100 cubic meters. 100 cubic meters of Blackstone weighs approximately 500 tons, meaning Rayne can move over 500 tons of Blackstone at once. The Quito mining area has already stored more than 3,000 tons of Blackstone this month. After putting away 500 tons and filling his spatial ring, Rayne rode Rex toward the Red River territory. Thanks to the continuous nurturing he received from Rayne with supernatural resources such as magic cores, Rex's level has reached the peak of the bronze rank. However, breaking through to the silver level is no longer something that can be achieved with ordinary magic cores or potions, and Rex's level cannot be increased any further in the short term. Having reached the peak of the bronze level, Rex's speed was much faster than before. Carrying Rayne, he sped across the wilderness like a white lightning bolt. What used to be a 4-day journey on horseback, Rex covered in less than half a day. Once Rayne arrived at the territory, he placed the Blackstone ore in a pre-prepared warehouse, where Forner was already ready. "My lord, with these Blackstones, this winter will be much better. It would be better if there were more of them." "Don't worry, these are just a small part. There will be more later." The number of people migrating to Rayne this time is so large that there is naturally a lot of preparation work to be done. "I asked you to prepare the personnel to receive the personnel in advance. How is that going?" "Don't worry, my lord. Johnny has been leading the engineering team to renovate the 4 villages near Red River Town for several days now, and it will be basically completed in another 4 or 5 days. My lord, the people you mentioned can be settled in manhwaedit Town and the 4 nearby villages as soon as they arrive, without any problems at all." "That's fine." After assigning tasks to Forner, Rayne left the territory again and hurriedly headed to Keto Town. And so, after 3 days of back-and-forth travel, Rayne transported all the Blackstones mined from the Keto mine, totaling nearly 4,000 pieces, back to the Red River territory. After Rayne finished transporting the Blackstone, Colt and Godot also prepared the first batch of relocation teams. The first team of 2,000 people set off from Keto Town and headed to the temporary camp. The temporary camp chosen by Rayne was exactly 1 day's journey from Keto Town, and if it were an elite squad like the cavalry, they could reach it in 2 hours at full speed. However, the migration team consisted of more than 3,000 people, and their movement was very slow, taking a whole day to reach the temporary camp. Rayne planned to have these people rest for 1 night at the temporary camp before being escorted back to Red River territory by the infantry unit at the temporary camp. 2 infantry squads of 100 men each took turns escorting the people to ensure their safe relocation to the Red River territory. Ross and his cavalry, along with the kobolds of Godot, were left to garrison the town of Keto. Rayne, along with the Wolf Knights and Colts team, escorted the migrating caravan northward. A day later, they arrived at the temporary camp. After resting for a night, Wayne led a team to escort the people back to Red River Town. The temporary camp is quite far from manhwaedit Town, and the migration team will need to travel for 3 or 4 days. However, the danger is reduced a lot after entering manhwaedit territory. The southern wilderness of Red River territory has just been cleared, and there are almost no signs of any alien races. With Wayne escorting us, there shouldn't be any problems. The only thing that bothered Rayne was that people in the migration team would often leave the team and try to escape. Some of these people were discovered and captured by the escorting cavalry, while others were discovered by a pack of wolves roaming the wilderness. Those who attempted to escape were captured and, according to Rayne's orders, executed immediately as a warning to others. The surrounding wolf pack also killed those who tried to escape. Rayne absolutely cannot let a single person escape alive. If Blackrock territory gets the news that he was attacking Keter Town, then his operation will have failed halfway, which is something he absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, anyone who tries to escape must die. After seeing that all those who had escaped were killed, fewer people in the later migration groups wanted to escape. And so, Rayne's plundering plan proceeded smoothly. After the first group of migrants arrived at the temporary camp, the second group of migrants set off after Rayne returned to Keto Town to rest for a day. After this group of people moved away, the entire town of Keto was empty. All the people were forcibly relocated, and all the useful resources in the town were looted and packed up by Rayne and transported back to Red River Town. Now only 3,500 miners in the mining area of Kudwa Town have not been relocated. As he watched the busy miners, Rayne planned the next steps of the relocation. Tomorrow is the 29th. Tomorrow we will make the miners stop mining and move everyone away. Move all the materials in the mine that can be moved, and destroy everything that cannot be moved. Chapter 85 Rapid Assault. Sir, we've reached Keto Town just ahead. Well, we're almost there. This damn road really needs to be fixed. I'll have to report back to the Lord. After a bumpy 3 or 4 day journey, Zachary felt uncomfortable all over. Speed up and try to have lunch in Keto Town. Yes, sir. Zachary's transport team consisted of 40 to 50 specially made transport vehicles, all carrying various kinds of daily necessities. Once they reached Keto Town, the convoy unloaded the supplies, loaded the trucks with Blackstones, and then drove them back to Blackstone Castle to await sale. Zachary had already planned to ask Hillier for 2 girls to relax in Keto Town. He had a good relationship with Hillier, who would always warmly welcome him whenever he visited Keto, making Zachary look forward to the rest of the trip. Zachary was unaware that the town of Keto he had been looking forward to was now a ghost town. Rayne had completely emptied the entire town of Keto, and the Keto mining area was also emptied by Rayne. What Rayne couldn't move, he had Ross and the others destroy as much as they could. Even the Blackrock mine in Rayne has been destroyed, and it will be impossible to restore production in less than a few months. After doing all this, Rayne had Ross disguise himself as one of Colt's men and infiltrate his ranks to ambush the approaching Blackrock fortress convoy. Ren himself hid in the back, watching from a distance. On the other side, as they approached Keto Town, Zachary gradually lowered his guard. Just as he was contemplating how to relax, a sudden attack shattered Zarkar's fantasy. With a bang, Zachary was shot away by a long arrow, his body pinned to the transport vehicle behind him. Enemies! A shrill scream rang out from the ranks, and the guards around them were stunned when they saw Zachary's body. Before they could react, a rain of arrows enveloped them. In the distance, amidst the overgrown weeds, Ross looked at Colt, who was holding a longbow, and nodded in satisfaction. Commander Colt's archery skills are quite good. We will need Commander Colt to continue to exert his efforts. Colt was actually reluctant to kill members of the Blackrock family, and he didn't want to show his face in public. What he was about to do was tantamount to offending the Blackrock family to death. But now he had no choice. Ross was supervising from the side, and Ryan was also there to back him up not far behind. He had to go whether he wanted to or not. I will do my best to fulfill the tasks assigned by my superiors. Brothers, follow me and kill! Colt led his men out, but before he could charge, Godot had already led the kobolds into the Blackrock Fortress convoy and started hacking and slashing. The Blackrock Fortress transport caravan was already weak, and after the ambush that killed the strongest Bronze Peak Knight, Zachary, the remaining guards were mostly terrified and had little will to resist. The guards could manage the kobolds' charge, but once Colt attacked, the team completely collapsed. It has 4 arms, it's that 4-armed monster! Run! Colt's 4 arms were so distinctive that many in the transport team had heard of his exploits, and knew that Colt was incredibly strong and beyond their ability to defeat. The guards scattered and fled. Colt and Godot watched the guards escape without giving chase, but instead captured all the laborers and slaves of the transport team. Take them all away! The entire convoy was carrying supplies for more than a month in Keto Town, in considerable quantities and of various kinds, and now all of these belonged to Rayne. Ryan had the cavalry escort the transport caravan north to the temporary camp, while he himself led Colt and Godot to raid the remaining small mining areas. Today is the 1st, and various mining areas are carrying out material handovers. Rayne is commanding Colt and Godot to raid all 5 small mining areas in the northern part of Blackrock territory. With Colt, a local strongman, leading the way, all 5 transport teams were found without exception, and then Colt and his team robbed them of everything. 2 of these transport teams had not yet arrived at the mining area and were carrying supplies, while 3 teams had already returned from the mining area and were carrying black stones. Whether it was black stones or other supplies, Rayne accepted them all without hesitation. At first, Colt was somewhat resistant, but after succeeding twice, he let go. He figured he had already done it, so it didn't matter anymore. He had always wanted to do this, but because he was wary of the Blackrock family's strength, he always only engaged in small-scale raids, plundering some supplies before running away. He was also frequently chased down by the Blackrock family's knights. Unlike this time, we pulled off such a big heist. Colt's men were also extremely excited. After attacking the last convoy, it was already October 4th. By then, Rayne estimated that Blackrock Fortress had received the news and sent troops to provide support. Rayne only had time to attack the 5 transport teams. As for the 5 small mining areas, he didn't take action because he didn't have enough time. If he forced his way in, he might be blocked by the Blackstone territory. At that point, Rayne will be in a very passive position, since the kingdom's noble laws clearly stipulate that nobles cannot attack each other, and Rayne's current strength is not enough to openly violate the kingdom's laws. It's time to go! Looking at the dark sky, thick clouds covered the sun, giving the impression that a storm was brewing. Perhaps influenced by the fire that burned for half a month before, this year's autumn rains came earlier and were more intense than usual. When Rayne retreated halfway, a torrential downpour began, obscuring his vision and making it much more difficult to move forward in the wilderness. Rayne did not return to the temporary camp until noon on the 5th. At this moment, there are still a large amount of supplies and more than 1,000 miners in the temporary camp waiting to be relocated to the Red River territory. Rayne waited for the rain to stop before moving all the personnel and supplies to the Red River territory. The harvest from this trip south far exceeded his previous expectations. In high spirits, Rayne looked at the torrential rain outside and even enjoyed the rain. One autumn rain brings a chill, and this time our Blackstone Viscount must be quite disheartened. On the desolate land, the rain poured down. Meanwhile, at Blackrock Fortress. Inside the Blackstone Castle's main hall, a dozen people stood ramrod straight, barely daring to breathe, the air thick with tension and a sense of oppression. Clarkson sat expressionlessly in the main seat, while 3 ragged and disheveled middle-aged men knelt in the center of the hall, their bodies trembling. So, all 5 transport teams that set out this time were hijacked, and the town of Quito and the Quito mining area were completely looted. All the people and goods were gone, and the town of Quito and the mining area were also destroyed by the attackers? Yes, my lord. Hee hee. Clarkson chuckled softly, then his laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Ha ha. Clarkson flicked his wrist, and 3 streaks of silver light flew out from his hand, the explosive battle aura piercing through the chests of the 3 transport captains kneeling on the ground. 4 hands, a mutated monster, a bandit leader with only 100 or so men, how could he make tens of thousands of people disappear out of thin air? He can move 5 or 6,000 tons of blackstone? And those laughable kobolds, they don't even have silver-level combat power, they're just a bunch of rabble, what can they do? You're telling me we were robbed by that bandit leader with 4 hands? If he were that capable, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Drag him away and feed his corpse to the dogs. Several guards hurriedly stepped forward and dragged the 3 corpses away. Hillier is dead. That bandit leader 4-handed couldn't possibly have the power to kill him. This raid must have been carried out by someone else. Clarkson was furious. The loss was too great for him, and he had to take revenge. Ralph stepped forward and revealed the detail. My lord, the guards who escaped say that among the kobolds mixed with the 4-armed ones are wolf riders, kobold wolf riders. Clarkson immediately thought of something upon hearing that familiar name. Wolf riders? Chapter 86, A Great Harvest. How can kobolds have wolf riders? Yes, it must have been that wolf cub from the north. Only he and that bandit leader with 4 hands could have killed Hillier. But how did he manage to empty out the entire town of Quito? And those Blackstones, how did they move them? Clarkson had a strong intuition that the attack was definitely carried out by Rayne of Red River territory, but he couldn't understand how Rayne could have such an ability. There were too many illogical things about the attack that he couldn't explain. My lord, no matter what, Red River territory's blatant attack on the kingdom's nobles violates the kingdom's laws. We should report this to the Grand Duke and ask him to punish Red River territory. The Blackrock tax collector suggested appealing to Rage Bear Keep. The others neither agreed nor disagreed with this suggestion, quietly awaiting Clarkson's ruling. However, the group instantly reached a consensus. They had initially only suspected Red River Territory of involvement in the attack, but now everyone in Blackstone Territory was certain that Red River Territory had attacked Keto Town.
Fool, appealed to the Grand Duke, what do you say?
Do you have any evidence?
All the attacks point to that four-armed bandit leader and the kobold, and there are too many illogical things going on in this attack. How will we explain this when the Grand Duke questions us? Red River Territory has only recently suffered heavy losses. Does it really have the strength? A few months ago, when the orcs invaded, my actions when I went to support Red River Territory made the Grand Duke very dissatisfied with me. If I go and say that Red River Territory attacked us this time, I won't be able to produce any substantial evidence. No one in Wrath Bear Fortress will believe me. Instead, it will only bring trouble to the family. From the perspective of Angry Bear Fortress, Red River Territory is unlikely to have the strength to attack us right now. The Grand Duke will only think that we are causing trouble for Red River Territory.
Clarkson felt that it was Rayne who attacked him, but he also felt that Red River Territory shouldn't have that kind of strength. He also knew about the bandit leader with four hands. That lawless monster wasn't easy to talk to, and his men were all a bunch of thugs and madmen. Why would they listen to Rayne's orders? In addition, since Rage Bear Fortress had already expressed dissatisfaction with his actions in Red River Territory last time, he couldn't possibly take matters into his own hands with Rage Bear Fortress this time just because of a little suspicion. That would only make Blackrock Territory's situation more awkward. The fact that they were able to be ambushed this time was due to that fire, which created a gap in the territory's defenses. Clarkson must be furious about it now. The loss of thousands of tons of blackstone and daily necessities is not a big deal. At worst, we can dig up some more blackstone and sell it to make up for the loss. But the death of Silver Knight Hillier was a devastating loss that he could not accept. Hillier's death meant that the Blackrock family lost a great general, and the entire Blackrock family only had 6 Silver Knights. Although there are quite a few Silver Knights in Blackrock Territory, only those with Blackrock family blood are Clarkson's most trusted core members and the pillars of the Blackrock family. Clarkson only saw the other Silver Knights as auxiliary tools. Without family blood, they were always outsiders and could not become the foundation and cornerstone of the Blackrock family. The Blackrock family has a limited population, and those with the talent to break through to the silver level are even rarer. The death of Hillier was hard for Clarkson to accept. The loss of over 10,000 people was equally devastating. These 10,000 were native to Blackrock Territory and were the cornerstone of the territory's stability. The entire Blackrock Territory only had a population of a few 100,000, and now 10,000 were gone all at once. Clarkson was naturally heartbroken. Even if he spends money to buy more slaves to replenish the population, those newly arrived slaves, without several years of domestication, will certainly be far inferior to the people he has already lost. Furthermore, the destruction of mine shafts within the Keto mining area means that every day a mine is paralyzed, a day's income is lost. All things considered, Clarkson suffered a huge loss this time, and Blackrock Territory won't recover for at least a year or two. Increase the patrols in the north and prevent outsiders from freely traversing the territory. If this happens again, the entire patrol team should commit suicide as an apology. As a mature and competent lord, Clarkson had been suppressing his anger and letting reason control him in handling affairs of his territory, but the thought of those painful losses made him unable to control his anger and want to vent it. Get out of here, all of you, before I can control my anger. After everyone left, they heard Clarkson's roar and the servants' pleas coming from the hall behind them. In the days that followed, servants' corpses were pulled out of Blackrock Castle every day. After Knight Commander Joey led the Iron Legion back empty-handed, the number of servant corpses pulled out of Blackrock Keep increased considerably. Meanwhile, in Red River Fortress to the north, Rayne was beaming with joy. On his trip south, he forcibly relocated more than 9,000 people from Blackstone Territory, a number that exceeds the current total population of Red River Territory. In addition, Rayne also recovered more than 6,000 tons of blackstone, as well as a considerable amount of various supplies. The ancients were absolutely right when they said that a man cannot get rich without windfall gains and a horse cannot get fat without night grazing. The raiding operation in the south was a great success. When Rayne returned to Red River Fortress, he summarized the operation and attributed its success to the fire he had set. The fire, which affected almost half of Blackrock Territory's northern territory, drew most of Blackrock Territory's attention, which is why Rayne was able to so easily cross Blackrock Territory's territory to attack Keter Town. Red River Territory has cavalry patrols that patrol the territory's resource points daily. Given Blackstone Territory's strength, it's unlikely they would be so lax on a regular basis. After this attack, Rayne estimated that Blackrock Territory had strengthened its patrols, making it difficult for Rayne to replicate the operation and raid again. However, Ryan still had a backup plan. When leaving the temporary camp, Ryan distributed a batch of supplies and weapons to Colt and his men. They agreed to let them establish a hidden base in the southern region of the Red River Territory, where they would rest and recuperate. Rayne would also send them supplies and financial assistance regularly. Meanwhile, Colt and his men were to keep a close eye on the movements of Blackrock Territory for Rayne, and to harass and raid Blackrock Territory's transport convoys and villages whenever they had the chance. Rayne gave Colt a price. If he could capture 100 people, he would give Colt a bottle of black iron-grade magic potion as a reward. If he could capture 500 people, he would give Colt a demon wolf mount. Colt was quite capable. Although he had suffered some losses, he still had over 80 men left, all of whom were elite. With the support of Rayne, this group can also tie down some of Blackrock Territory's energy. Although they can't cripple Blackrock Territory, their harassment and sneak attacks can still annoy the Blackrock Viscount. Ryan threw out a tempting bait that firmly lured Colt to work for him. As for Godot and the Kobold tribe, of the original 2,000 kobolds, only 500 or 600 survived and returned to the Red River Territory. This time, Godot proved his loyalty and value, and Rayne naturally wouldn't be stingy with his reward. The Kobold tribe was still mining in the stone quarry, but Rayne had improved their living conditions and sent them 20% more supplies than before. Rayne also rewarded Godot with an enchanted shield. Both Godot and Colt were satisfied with Ryan's arrangements, and they hoped to have another opportunity to follow Ryan on a mission. Especially Godot, in the past half-month, he has transformed from a black iron kobold to a bronze kobold and even acquired a demon wolf mount. Normally, he might never receive this kind of treatment in his entire life. Godot and Colt are eager for another fight, but Rayne won't let them have their way for now. Winter is approaching in the north, and Rayne plans to use this winter to focus on farming and improving the strength of his territory and himself. At this moment, Fornell walked in, bowed to Rayne, and then reported with a smile. "My lord, the people you have relocated have been properly settled. 1,000 people were assigned to each of the 4 villages of Shangha Village, Xiaha Village, Irwin Village, and Sanwan Village, and the remaining nearly 6,000 people were assigned to Hongha Town. Currently, the population of our Hongha territory is 18,500. With the population increase, Rayne intends to restore the 4 villages closest to Red River Town, so that there will be much more farmland to cultivate next year. The nearly 10,000 people who migrated from Blackrock Territory, regardless of their previous status in Blackrock Territory, were all enslaved by Rayne in Red River Territory. Just as Rayne said in Keto Town, these newcomers will be able to escape their slave status and become citizens of the Red River Territory after working for Rayne for 20 years. Rayne also stipulated that if one performs well enough, one can obtain citizenship early, such as by farming well and making good harvests, or by making some contributions to the territory. If you choose to join the army, you can obtain the status of a Red River citizen by killing just one enemy on the front lines. Aside from their status as slaves, Rayne treated them much the same as ordinary citizens of the Red River Territory, providing them with just as much food and drink. Although the ordinary citizens of Blackrock Territory were extremely dissatisfied with being enslaved, the fact that they were well-fed and clothed made them accept reality in no time. They never ate this well in Blackrock Territory. Now they drink wheat porridge and eat meat every day. In Blackrock Territory, it would be good enough to be able to eat their fill, let alone have any meat. Their treatment was far worse than being slaves in Red River Territory. Many Blackrock Territory residents doubted whether they were actually slaves, or whether the new lord had misled them. The reason why Rayne did not directly make these people citizens of the Red River Territory was because he was about to push forward with his reform plan. At that time, ordinary citizens of the Red River Territory will receive far better treatment than they do now, and Rayne would not allow these newcomers to enjoy all of this directly. Rayne wanted them to know that only by working hard for him could they receive a rich reward. Chapter 87 Settlement and Expansion. With more people, we can start doing a lot of things in the territory. Get these newcomers moving as soon as possible. Herding livestock, harvesting hay, and building houses all require manpower. Foreigner, you must assign them to various positions as soon as possible and let them contribute to the territory. Rayne has to provide these people with a lot of food and other resources every day, so letting them sit idle is a crime. Yes, my lord. I've already started making arrangements. The initial allocations have been completed in the last few days, and they'll be able to join the construction of the territory soon. The harvest in the fields is almost over. We need to speed up the construction of houses. In a few days, the Salak Merchant Guild will send another 10,000 serfs. At that time, the population of the territory will recover to its peak of about 30,000. The 10,000 serfs that Rayne had ordered from field were supposed to be delivered before the first snow in mid to late October. Today is October 9th, which means it will be here in about 10 days. You should learn from your grandfather recently and help him handle these matters. Rayne turned to give instructions to Ivan, and then said to Fornal. Also, Bar, Johnny, Ravink, and a few others will help you. I will do my best to complete it, my lord, please rest assured. Fornal felt that he had done more work in the past few months than in the previous few years combined, but although he was very tired, he worked with great enthusiasm. Especially seeing the territory recover quickly from its decline, Fornal was in a state of high spirits every day. After settling Fornal down, Ryan summoned Ross, Wayne, Alger, and a few others. A few days ago, Alger finally broke through to the silver level, and the bronze level dire wolf, and the enchanted armor Rayne had already equipped him. Rayne had previously acquired 5 sets of enchanted armor, and after removing the Coldwind family insignia, he used them directly. He had already used 4 sets himself, and he needed to keep 1 set for himself as a backup. The enchanted armor was all allocated. The magic cores they had previously acquired were almost used up, but in return they gained several bronze-level magic wolves and more than a dozen warriors who had broken through to the bronze level. Rayne was very satisfied with the results of these resource expenditures, as the strength of the Red River Territory Guard had risen several levels as a result. After Alger's breakthrough, Red River Territory now had 4 Silver Knights stationed there. Alger and Wayne were initially evenly matched, but Wayne broke through first, and Alger did not complete his breakthrough until more than half a month later. Spellcasters can isolate themselves and immerse themselves in the study of magical mysteries to improve their strength, while the best way for warriors to improve is through combat. For combatants, constant fighting is a shortcut to quickly becoming stronger. Constant fighting and experiencing the thrill of life and death can not only improve combat skills but also greatly enhance fighting spirit. This month, Rayne has been constantly on the move and fighting, and he has personally felt that his strength has improved significantly, taking a big step forward in the mid-silver stage. However, not all combatants like to improve themselves through combat. After all, there will be casualties in any battle, and constantly improving one's strength through combat has a high chance of losing one's life before improving one's strength. For Rayne, who is exceptionally talented and doesn't need to deliberately pursue combat improvement, his subordinates, who are of average talent, should improve their strength through constant combat. After seeing the differences between Wayne and Alger, Rayne already had some ideas. The territory guards would be busy from now on. Lord! Ross and the others bowed respectfully. Please sit down. I called you here to tell you that the population of the territory has doubled this time, so I intend to expand the size of the garrison. The 300 new recruits we recruited earlier have been training for more than a month. I think the training has been very effective. We can incorporate these 300 people into the infantry unit and let the veterans lead them to continue training. Recruit another 600 new soldiers from the territory, train them separately for a period of time, and then incorporate them into the guard. You must train hard this winter.
Once the new recruits have completed their training, the original infantry units will be officially expanded into infantry regiments, each with 500 men. The 2 infantry units will be expanded into 2 infantry regiments. Wayne and Alger, you two will serve as regimental commanders. With the replenishment of warhorses in the territory, the cavalry has been expanded into a cavalry battalion, increasing its size to 200 men. Eric, you will serve as the commander of the cavalry battalion. Ross and the others were very pleased with the expansion of the garrison, especially on such a large scale. When they chose to follow Rayne to the Red River territory a few months ago, they never imagined that their lives would change dramatically in just over 3 months. Their strength has improved, and now their position has also been promoted. They don't have this power and treatment in the border guards. Eric, standing behind Wayne and the others, felt a sense of urgency in addition to his joy. Both infantry regimental commanders were Silver Knights, while he, the cavalry battalion commander, was only at the high-level bronze rank, making him far inferior in comparison. Eric's strength has also improved through continuous battles, rising from mid-bronze to high bronze. Even after advancing 1 level, his strength is still far from reaching the silver level. Wayne and Alger's consecutive breakthroughs deeply motivated Eric, and he trained even harder every day, determined to break through to the silver level as soon as possible. Upon hearing that Rayne would continue to entrust him with the command of the expanded cavalry battalion, Eric immediately decided to continue his extra training as soon as he got back. Ross, you will directly assume the position of commander of the guard, responsible for all the daily work of the guard, as well as the training of new recruits. Ross, you will also be in charge of supervising the training of those new recruits. Rayne now feels that there is no use in him concurrently serving as the commander of the guard. Whether he is the commander or not, he has absolute command over the guard, so there is no need for him to take on this position. Appointing Ross directly as the commander of the guard would allow him to better utilize his abilities. We must strengthen patrols in our territory and be wary of Blackstone territory to the south. The attack on Blackrock territory was very successful. Although Rayne had cold show himself in front to attract Blackrock territory's attention, this tactic might not be effective. Rayne was also on guard against a possible attack from Blackrock territory. Currently, Rayne has 16 Wolf Knights under his command. Rayne originally intended to concentrate the use of the Wolf Knights, but now these 16 Wolf Knights are all officers of the infantry regiment and cavalry. Temporarily drawing them up for short-term concentrated use is fine, but it's not feasible to separate them to form the Demon Wolf Knights. If they were pulled out, the infantry regiments and cavalry battalions would collapse. Therefore, these Wolf Knights can only temporarily serve as officers of various ranks in the guard. After arranging the expansion of the guard, Rayne took out 2 simplified and adapted breathing techniques. From now on, all warriors recruited who meet the requirements can directly practice this iron-level breathing technique. This is the iron-level Wild Wolf breathing technique, which I simplified from the silver-level Wild Wolf breathing technique. Veterans who have experienced more than 5 battles, or soldiers who have achieved kills on the battlefield, can be rewarded with the ability to practice this bronze-level Wild Wolf breathing technique. Finally, warriors who have made significant contributions or possess exceptional talent may, with my permission, cultivate the silver-level Wild Wolf breathing technique. Rayne simplified the wolf breathing technique and divided it into 3 levels. This is similar to the approach taken by the Angry Bear family, who spread simplified breathing techniques within the military. The difference is that there are basically no thresholds for the black iron level breathing technique. Any soldier who meets the requirements and enters the army can practice it. Compared to the actions of other nobles, this is an enormous blessing for ordinary soldiers. You should know that in the border guards, many people risk their lives to obtain the corresponding battle merits to exchange for the black iron level war bear breathing technique. Rayne is currently undertaking a large-scale military expansion, and will continue to do so in the future. These new recruits, of varying quality, will not meet Rayne's requirements without practicing breathing techniques, but directly practicing the silver-level Wild Wolf breathing technique is not in Rayne's best interest. After all, there are all sorts of people among the newly recruited soldiers, and directly granting them the silver-level Wild Wolf breathing technique would likely cause losses to Rayne. Therefore,
awarding ranks is the best option for Rayne, as it not only protects Rayne's interests, but also greatly motivates the soldiers. Even if the breathing technique of the black iron level were to spread, it wouldn't matter to Rayne. It wouldn't have much of an impact. Your lordship is wise. For Ross and the others, who had already mastered the silver level wild wolf breathing technique, Rayne's decision was in their best interest, and they naturally supported it. Chapter 88 Golem Crafting Guide. Long time no see, Brother Rayne! Cecilia greeted Rayne happily when she saw him. Hello, Cecilia. Good day, Master Caputo. After finishing his territory affairs, Rayne came to visit Caputo and Cecilia, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Caputo has been awake for almost 3 months, but he is still very weak and looks sickly. Sometimes, Rayne would darkly wish that Caputo would stay weak like this, so that he and Cecilia could stay with him and work for the Red River territory, as long as he didn't recover. Cecilia has provided tremendous help to Rayne over the past few months. The number of Rayne's wolf knights has continued to increase, and his control over the wasteland wolf pack has continued to strengthen. The most crucial reason for this is that Cecilia has been able to continuously concoct potions. Rayne has already established control over 10 large, fixed wolf packs in the wilderness, and the alpha wolves of these 10 packs are all black iron level demon wolves that he has trained. In addition, dozens of peripheral wolf packs are distributed in the wilderness of the Red River Valley, surrounding these 10 large wolf packs. If Rayne exerts all his strength, he can summon thousands of wolves to serve him in a short period of time. These wolf packs are the eyes and ears of Rayne. Their information network, roaming the wilderness, brings Rayne great convenience. The wolf pack's support was crucial to the success of Rayne's recent attacks. In addition to refining potions, Cecilia also greatly improved and expanded the medicinal fields in the Red River territory. In the past few months, the ordinary medicinal fields in Red River territory have expanded 10-fold, while the magical medicinal fields have increased 20-fold. More than 100 acres of ordinary medicinal fields and 20 acres of magical medicine fields are located in the area east of Red River Fortress. Every day, Rayne can see the lush green medicinal herbs in the fields from the high point of the castle. Cecilia was extremely knowledgeable in planting medicinal herbs and potions. Rayne gave Caputo 20 magic stones so that Cecilia would have time to teach the children of Red River territory about planting potions. After Caputo agreed, Rayne selected a dozen or so clever and bright children around 11 or 12 years old to follow Cecilia and learn about planting potions. Therefore, from any perspective, Rayne hopes that Cecilia and Caputo can stay in the Red River territory. However, Rayne tried to subtly probe Caputo several times, but Caputo remained silent, leaving Rayne helpless. Good day, Baron Rayne! Caputo lay lazily in the chair, basking in the sun. Brother Rayne, are you done with your work? You guys have been so busy these past few days. Cecilia looked at Rayne with a smile on her face, asking questions like a cheerful lark, her clear and melodious voice ringing in Rayne's ears. Cecilia was very curious about everything concerning Rayne. Well, I'm almost done with the work. Our little Cecilia has improved again, she's reached the mid-bronze rank, that's amazing. Sensing Cecilia's increased magical energy, Rayne sincerely congratulated her. I'm far behind you, Brother Rayne. You broke through to the bronze level in just a few months, and you're almost catching up with me. Cecilia was not satisfied with her improvement. A few days ago, Rayne broke through to the bronze level using the potion-making skills in his spatial ring, and is now a bronze-level mage. Don't compare yourself to him, little Cecilia. Caputo looked up at Rayne. He's a knight. The mage class is just a secondary class for him. He's primarily a knight. Rayne did not study spell knowledge, magic skills, or magic theory. He only learned a few basic spells. In addition, he has excellent mage talent. If he only learns a few basic spells and has sufficient resources, he will advance very quickly before reaching the gold level. However, if he doesn't learn these basic spells, he'll stop here. It'll be impossible for him to improve further. Breaking through to the gold level isn't just about increasing magic power. Moreover, if he only knows a few basic spells, even a silver-level mage like him can't beat a bronze-level mage.
He has a lot of magic power but can't use it. However, he is a knight, so these things are not so important to him.
Caputo had a clear understanding of Rayne and wasn't surprised by Rayne's rapid increase in mage level. The reason for speaking up was to calm Cecilia down. The mage profession is a process of gradual accumulation, and a solid foundation is very important. One cannot blindly pursue the increase of magic power while neglecting the accumulation of knowledge. As expected of Master Caputo, his insight is truly profound. My learning on the path of a mage is indeed far from sufficient. I've come here to ask the master some questions. As he spoke, Rayne took out a spell book with 6 large characters written on it. Golem Making Guide. He found this encyclopedia in his spatial ring, and lately, whenever he has time, he flips through the magic books in the ring, hoping to learn a few more useful spells and skills. After discovering the Golem Crafting Guide, Rayne became very interested in golems, but unfortunately, he couldn't understand the guide even after studying it for a long time. Golem making? You have such magic books? Caputo could tell the books were valuable at a glance. Learning this golem making technique at St. White Academy would cost a lot of magic stones. Master, I have looked at this illustrated guide, but there are many parts that I don't understand. I would like to ask you to enlighten me. Caputo flipped through the Golem Crafting Encyclopedia and then returned it to Rayne. It's normal that you don't understand. Creating golems involves knowledge of a series of prerequisite disciplines such as spell circuits, magic nexus, and magic structure. Golem creation is a complex and vast subject. If you can master this technique, you will become an excellent mage. At that time, your knowledge of magic will surpass that of many ordinary mages. This encyclopedia only covers the core techniques of golem making. The basic knowledge of golem making is not included. If you want to learn it, you must first learn those basic prerequisites. Caputo glanced at the spatial ring on Rayne's hand. Since you were able to obtain this illustrated guide, you should also have books on these basic theoretical concepts. Once you learn those, you will naturally be able to understand this illustrated guide. Upon hearing what Caputo said, Rayne thought of the books in his spatial ring. Apart from the books about ice magic, the rest were the same books that Caputo had mentioned. It seems that the mage from the Cold Wind family not only practiced ice magic, but also worked as a golem maker. Rayne immediately thought of the mage from the Cold Wind family, and he also noticed the way Caputo looked at his spatial ring earlier. Perhaps Caputo discovered something from details such as the style of magic books or spatial rings, but Caputo didn't say much, and Rayne naturally pretended not to know. It seems I'm not cut out for golem making. Rayne felt a little regretful. There was too much to learn about making golems, and he didn't have the time or energy to delve into it. Perhaps in the future, it can be used as a textbook for a separate subject in the Mage Academy of the territory. Upon hearing what Rayne said, Caputo looked at Rayne with some surprise. Territory Mage Academy? Chapter 89 Caputo's Determination. You really want to establish a magic academy? Caputo had heard from Rayne that he would establish a mage academy in the Red River territory, but he always thought that Rayne was just fooling him. It's definitely impossible to establish a magic academy directly, but I can take it one step at a time and gradually improve it. At the end of the month, the Salak Merchant Guild will send a batch of children. At that time, I will gather all the children under the age of 14 in the territory for a mage qualification test, and those with mage qualifications will be trained in a concentrated manner. I have basic spell books, which is enough to train novice mages. However, I hope Master Caputo can help test whether these children have the aptitude to become mages. Testing a mage's aptitude is a technical task, and there are generally 2 methods. One is to use specialized magical testing equipment, and the other is to use testing spells. Rayne didn't have specialized magic detection equipment, nor could she detect spells, so she could only ask Caputo for help. He believed that Caputo, a high-ranking mage from the Holy White Academy, must have the means to verify qualifications. After hearing Rayne's idea, Caputo thought for a moment and then said, Your idea is good, but do you know that training a mage is very resource-intensive? Do you have the ability to do that? No. If you're referring to magical materials or other extraordinary resources, Master Caputo,
Then I certainly don't have them. Ryan told the truth. However, I don't plan to invest these extraordinary resources. After I gather some qualified children and teach them basic meditation techniques, I won't give them too many resources. These children will learn some basic spells like I do, and then specialize in a few basic spells. These skills will be enough to benefit them for life. Caputo understood what Rayne was thinking. What you're training isn't a mage, but a tool. With your approach, it certainly won't consume too many resources. Master Caputo, I am not qualified to ask for too much now. When the territory becomes richer in the future, we can increase the resources invested in training orthodox mages. For now, I can only simplify the training process. Caputo nodded without saying anything more, and with a wave of his hands, he took out a magical item from his dimensional bag. This is a detector for testing a mage's aptitude. I'll sell it to you for 20 magic stones. It can be powered by magic cores or magic stones, and it's simple and convenient to use. Upon seeing the mage aptitude detector that Caputo had taken out, Rayne did not hesitate to take out 20 magic stones and buy the detector. Brother Rayne, you're really going to establish a mage academy? I always thought you were joking with me. Seeing that Rayne was so decisive in purchasing the mage aptitude tester, and had a clear plan, Cecilia realized that Rayne was serious. Of course, mages play an important role in the construction and development of the territory. The Red River territory must have its own mage corps and its own mage academy. However, as Master Caputo said, establishing a mage academy requires too much investment, so I have to take it one step at a time. Cecilia, thank you for your recent efforts. Those kids in the herb field still need your help. Teach them as much as they can. Cecilia said seriously. Don't worry, Brother Rayne, I will teach them seriously. After chatting with Caputo and Cecilia for a while, and asking Caputo for some advice on magic, Rayne left. After Rayne left, Cecilia was still somewhat unsatisfied and turned to ask Caputo about it. Grandpa, do you think Brother Rayne will succeed? Caputo answered without hesitation. It will succeed. Real? Cecilia hadn't expected her grandfather to be so certain. Grandpa, you have so much faith in Brother Rayne. Caputo nodded and said, by his standards, establishing a mage academy wouldn't be difficult, as long as he's willing to provide qualified children with meditation techniques and other basic spell knowledge. According to his plan, granting access to knowledge is the biggest challenge, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for that kid, Rayne. However, it will be difficult, or rather, virtually impossible, for Rayne to improve and expand the mage academy he established. Cecilia asked, somewhat curiously. Grandpa, why is that? Caputo patiently explained to his beloved granddaughter. Because those great nobles and the major mage academies would not agree to Rayne doing this. Little Cecilia, knowledge has a price, and a very high one at that. If anyone tries to make knowledge cheap, those who already possess it will never agree to it. So it's fine if Rayne does nothing but small things in his territory, no one will care. But if he wants to continue to expand, someone will naturally stand up to stop him. With Rayne's strength, there's no way he could withstand those people. Cecilia nodded thoughtfully. She didn't understand or want to understand the matters concerning the nobles. Cecilia stopped paying attention to the Mage Academy and turned her attention back to Captain. Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Caputo has been awake for so long, but he has not fully recovered, which worries Cecilia. It's all right, little Cecilia. The impact of the evil god's power has aggravated her old injuries. She will need some time to rest and recuperate before she can fully recover. She should be almost fully recovered by next spring. We'll go back to the academy next spring after I've fully recovered. Cecilia looked at the weakened Caputo, and after thinking for a moment, she finally said what she had been wanting to say. Grandpa, could you please stop researching the curses of evil gods? If you keep doing this, your body will definitely not be able to take it. When little Cecilia grows up and becomes stronger, I will study the evil god's curse. I am sure I can find a way to eliminate the evil god's curse. Little Cecilia is really afraid that if things continue like this, she will lose you, Grandpa, one day.
As she spoke, little Cecilia thought of some sad things she didn't want to remember, and began to sob softly. Caputo quickly pulled Cecilia into his arms, and gently comforted his crying granddaughter. Don't cry, my little Cecilia, Grandpa will be all right. You have to believe in your grandfather. He's almost there. Once he's fully recovered and has analyzed this evil god statue, he'll definitely find a way to break the curse. Don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. After all, your grandpa is the most learned person in St. White Academy, so I'll definitely be alright. Grandpa wants to watch our little Cecilia grow up. Everything will be alright, don't worry. Caputo kept reassuring Cecilia, even though the evil god's power had greatly harmed him, and the things Cecilia feared might very well happen. But Caputo will not and cannot give up, and it is even more impossible for Cecilia to research the evil god's curse in the future. Caputo had already made up his mind, and looking at Cecilia crying in his arms, his resolve became even stronger. It all started because of me. How could I let my child face the darkness alone? Don't worry, little Cecilia, I will definitely find the power to break the curse and eliminate this evil curse. It definitely can. Cecilia, lying in Caputo's arms, has no idea what her closest grandfather is thinking. A 14-year-old girl just didn't want to lose the person she was closest to. Chapter 90. Hopter's narration. By mid-October, all the crops in Hongha territory had been harvested and stored. As he watched the warehouses filled with grain, Rayne felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The grain storage warehouse had just been renovated and upgraded. The surrounding stone slab floor was completely petrified by the newbies in Rayne. The storage capacity and security had been greatly improved, and it was also much more beautiful than before. My lord, the harvest this time is over 3,200 tons of grain, which is much more than previously estimated. The amount of reduced production is not too much. Bar looked at the warehouses filled with grain with equal pride. You certainly didn't disappoint me, Bar. From now on, you will be the agricultural manager of the Red River territory, responsible for all agricultural production work in the entire territory. Bar knelt on the ground, expressing his loyalty to Rayne. Ball thanks your lordship for your promotion and will certainly not let you down. Get up, I believe you are capable of doing this job well. With the increase in the population of the territory, I plan to cultivate at least 100,000 mu of farmland next year. The amount of farmland along the riverbanks within the territory is roughly that number. You need to organize manpower to repair all the irrigation canals to ensure that there will be no problem with irrigation for 100,000 mu of farmland next year. I saw a water wheel in the field a few days ago. It's a great thing. It can not only help with irrigation but also be used as a water mill. I've already arranged for Forner to organize people to speed up the production. After that, you need to get people to make use of those water wheels. Bar took everything Rayne said to heart, while also calculating the difficulties of these tasks. My lord, the irrigation canals you requested, covering 100,000 mu of farmland, may still be impossible to complete with the current manpower in the fields, even with the addition of the few thousand newly assigned workers. We will need more people. The irrigation canal covering 100,000 mu of farmland is a huge project, and with winter approaching, construction will be even more difficult and less efficient. Instead of making any rash promises to Rayne, Bar voiced the concerns he had been considering. Don't worry, the territory will grow by another batch of people in a few days. I will give you some more, so that the number of people in the fields can reach about 8,000. I can also give you more black cattle and camels from the north. In addition, I will personally help you when I have time. The main canal leading to the field that needs to be hardened does not need to be paved with stone slabs. I will use magic to harden it. With these, can you complete them? With these two conditions from Rayne, Bar immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. With your support, my lord, I am confident that I will be able to complete the task you have entrusted to me. Please rest assured, my lord. Ryan patted Bar on the shoulder and offered him a few words of encouragement. They then went to the livestock farm for inspection. The livestock farm is not located within Hongha town, but rather in the southwest of the town. As Rayne passed through Red River town, the townspeople, upon seeing the iconic white wolf, all bowed respectfully to him. Since nearly 10,000 people were kidnapped, Honghe town has become more lively and bustling. The planned 1 horizontal and 3 vertical stone-paved roads in Rayne have all been completed, and the wide and flat stone-paved roads have made it much more convenient for the residents of Honghe town to travel. In addition, most of the old houses in Honghe town have been demolished and replaced by 3-story buildings. The Honghe town of today is completely different from the Honghe town of 3 months ago. If someone else came here, they might not even recognize that the current town is the same as the old Honghe town. The only thing that's similar to the previous one is the stone and wood wall that surrounds the town. Rayne was very dissatisfied with the low city walls. He had always wanted to tear down the old city walls and rebuild them. The city wall is now practically useless. It can't defend against enemies that threaten the territory, and enemies that don't pose a threat can't get close to Red River Town. So the city wall is now just for show, only providing some psychological comfort to the people in the town. However, there are still construction sites everywhere in Red River Town. Johnny and his men are working overtime to build new houses for the increasing population of the territory. Rayne plans to demolish the city wall after these houses are completed, expand Red River Town, and build a higher and thicker city wall around the perimeter.
This winter is going to be busy.
Seeing the crowd bowing to him, Rayne waved and sped away towards the livestock farm outside the town.
Hopter,
who had been watching Rayne from a distance, bowed respectfully again in the direction Rayne had left, then turned to the workers beside him and said,
"You all see that, right? That's our respected lord, the sky over our Red River territory, the great sage who brought us a good life. You guys from Blackrock territory are lucky. Your good days are about to begin after you come to our Red River territory."
Haupt was previously the captain of a small construction team, and now he has been promoted to manage a medium-sized construction team. More than 100 new workers had joined his ranks, all of whom were former residents of Keto Town.
"Do you see these newly built houses? Isn't it beautiful?"
The workers around Hopta looked at a newly built house that had been completed, a 3-story building standing there.
"It looks great, Foreman. This new house is even better than the houses where the magistrates in our town used to live."
The townspeople of Keto were just ordinary people before. They either worked in the mines or did other jobs related to serving the mining area. Their lives were very difficult, only slightly better than those of slaves, but not by much. In their eyes, the new houses built by Honghe are for the officials in charge in Kudwa town. Ordinary townspeople like them are only fit to live in low shacks, or at best, in a wooden house.
"You know what? These new houses are for you to live in. It won't be long before you can live in these beautiful new houses."
Listening to what Hopit said, the newcomers brought by Blackstone looked at each other in bewilderment. In fact, they had already heard in the past few days that these new houses were built for them to live in. However, they simply couldn't believe it. They thought that the people from the Red River territory were deceiving them, and just wanted them to work hard.
"Foreman, aren't we slaves? Why would the Lord give us slaves such nice houses to live in?" "Yes. Yes."
The newcomers were all identified as slaves by Rayne, which made them even less convinced that the new houses were for them.
"Slave? What did you eat? What did you drink? Did you eat meat last night? Eat up and tell me, is that how slaves are treated? Ah? Are slaves entitled to eat meat?"
What Hopter said silenced the newcomers. Their treatment was indeed nothing like that of slaves, and they couldn't understand why.
"Foreman, the Lord has said that we are all slaves. We don't know why we are treated so well. Aren't we slaves?"
Hope shook his head.
"No, you are still slaves. Let me tell you, the reason the Lord has enslaved you is to see how you perform. You people have come here without contributing anything and yet you want to be like us. Do you think that's possible? Furthermore, I've heard that you've defied the Lord's will from the very beginning. Do you really expect to gain a good status with such actions? Red River territory does not support idlers. Only those who have contributed to the territory and who are truly obedient to the Lord are qualified to enjoy the Lord's favor. The Lord said you are slaves, but He also said that as long as you make contributions, you can become official citizens and be freed from slavery. This is to tell you that you should contribute well to the territory, and you will be able to get rid of your slave status soon. As for those new houses, even if you are still slaves for the time being, as long as you listen to the Lord and work hard for the territory, you will be able to move in. I heard all of this directly from the political official. How could it be false? I also want to tell you that, besides you, there are many other people here who were not citizens of the Red River Territory a few months ago, including myself. A few months ago, because of the invasion of the orcs, our previous territory was destroyed by the orcs, and we were taken in by the Lord. At that time, some of us were also slaves. And now? We are all citizens of the Red River Territory. Some of us have even been chosen by the Lord to become members of the Guard. I heard that we have also learned the secret arts of professionals and become extraordinary professionals. These incredible things happened in just a few months. I've only been here 3 months longer than you, and I already have this kind of life. I believe that as long as you work hard for the Lord, it won't be long before you can live the same good life that you never dared to dream of before. Haupt used his own experiences as examples, all of which were things that happened around him. There were such examples in the engineering team, and not just one. This excited the newcomers from Blackstone Territory, and their doubts about Red River Territory quickly disappeared. They were already largely won over by the porridge and fish, and now they were completely captivated, both physically and mentally, only thinking about working hard and living a good life like Hopit. They worked even harder, and the thought that the houses they were building might be their own home filled them with a happy anticipation. Not far away, Fornell and Johnny watched Hopit's actions with great satisfaction. Fornell said to Johnny, "Who is this person? He is a talented individual worth nurturing. The Lord likes people who have ideas and take initiative. This man's name is Hopit. He's a foreman on our construction team. Don't worry, sir, I will do my best to train and promote him." Chapter 91 Livestock Development. Outside Honghe Town, a livestock farm. Because large-scale livestock herds require vast spaces, and there were certainly no suitable locations within Honghe Town, the selected livestock farm was located some distance from Honghe Town. A white lightning bolt flashed by, and Rayne, riding Rek, arrived at the ranch in no time. Thousands of acres of grassland are being fenced off, and 4 or 5 large livestock farms are being built around them. Hundreds of northern black cattle and wild horses roamed leisurely on the grassland, while hundreds of local people worked diligently in the pasture. "Great Lord, your humble servant Ackerman welcomes you." Ackerman prostrated himself before Rayne, showering him with praise. "Get up, tell me how the ranch construction is going." Ackerman, originally from the Red River Territory, was one of the few territory residents with livestock farming experience. He was recommended by Forner to manage the newly built Red River Territory livestock farm. "My lord, the cattle farm and horse farm have been completed, and the long-tailed pig farm and tricolor chicken farm are almost finished. The remaining farms will also be completed before winter. The surrounding grassland covers a total of 5,000 mu. Because most of the manpower is used to build livestock farms, the grassland fence may not be completed. As per your request, Lord, several large hay storage warehouses will be built later. I suggest that the hay be stored in the open for the time being. The construction of large hay storage warehouses requires too much manpower, and at the current pace, it cannot be completed before winter. Of course, this is just a suggestion, and it does not go against your will at all, my lord. You are everything to Ackerman, and Ackerman will do whatever you say." Ackerman explained each point to Rayne one by one, but after each point, he would praise Rayne a few times. "All right, you're quite capable, it's just that you talk too much. Let's do it your way. I'll send another batch of people here in a few days so that the manpower at the livestock farm can reach more than 1,000. You need to complete the fencing for all the feedlots and pastures as soon as possible." Rayne felt that Ackerman's abilities were sufficient to run the current livestock farm, but he was too fond of flattery and would say all sorts of cheesy things, which sometimes made Rayne feel a little uncomfortable. "My lord, you are simply a god incarnate. If we could add more manpower, we would definitely be able to finish on time." Ignoring Ackerman's flattery, Rayne went to a newly built breeding farm, where a large, leveled area awaited his petrification.
Taking out his staff, Rayne skillfully used the magic spell of turning mud into stone. Instantly, large swathes of land began to petrify. Although Ackerman and the other workers had seen Rayne use the mud-to-stone spell more than once, they were still shocked and amazed. Ackerman noticed that the area of petrification this time was much larger than the last time, and he sighed inwardly once again. The Lord has become stronger again. He truly lives up to his reputation as a great lord. After petrifying the land, Rayne inspected the various breeding farms. Northern black cattle are the main force for plowing and hauling goods in the territory, and the number of cavalry can be increased after the wild horse herds are domesticated. Long-tailed pigs and tricolor chickens are important sources of meat and eggs for the territory. In the past, the Red River Territory would not have built livestock farms on such a large scale to raise these animals. This was the first time that such a large-scale breeding had been carried out. There was no past experience to refer to, so Rayne could only let Ackerman figure it out on his own. Rayne had expected the process to be somewhat complicated, but to his surprise Ackerman did an excellent job, managing all the beast herds in a very orderly manner. This was a pleasant surprise for Rayne, and Rayne was very satisfied. Forno was right about you, Ackerman. You really know how to raise these livestock. You need to teach more people your skills as soon as possible, and the livestock farm will continue to expand in the future. You need to find a way to expand the size of the herd. I need more black-backed cattle and horses, and more long-tailed pigs and tricolor chickens. The fields need oxen for plowing, the warriors need war horses, and I also want everyone in my territory to be able to eat meat every day. All of this requires the livestock farms to produce more livestock. Your task is heavy, but it seems you have the ability to complete it. From now on, Ackerman, you are the livestock manager of the Red River Territory. All livestock production in the territory will be under your management, and your corresponding benefits will be increased. Ackerman immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly praising and thanking Rayne. Ackerman will certainly raise more livestock for the Lord and will not let the Lord down. After settling Ackerman in, Rayne rode wrecked to the wilderness near the ranch. A short while later, several Steppenwolves appeared and lay prostrate in front of Rayne. From now on, you will hunt in the vicinity. If any enemies approach the ranch, you will issue a warning. For the safety of the ranch, Rayne specifically arranged for a pack of wolves to be stationed nearby. The livestock farm is some distance from Hongha town, posing a significant safety hazard. Fortunately, the Red River Valley was first swept away by the orcs, then cleared out by the border guards, and a few days ago, Rayne burned all the alien races from the south to the ground. Now, the number of alien races in the Red River Valley is the lowest it has been in 100 years. With cavalry patrolling daily and wolf packs guarding the perimeter, the safety of the livestock farm was guaranteed. We still need to arrange for a guard unit to be stationed on the ranch when we get back, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Seeing the wolf pack leave, Rayne decided to send another squad of guards to protect the ranch. Let's go, Laker! Construction was in full swing throughout the territory, and everything was thriving. Rayne was able to return home and focus on training to improve his strength. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Field led a large fleet northward along the Red Sands River, once again entering the Red River Valley. On the largest merchant ship in the middle of the fleet, Field was leisurely sipping wine and admiring the beautiful scenery of the Red Sand River. Guild Master will earn a lot of gold coins this time. It would be great if the Grand Duke could grant some barons every year. Ha 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 ha! Field laughed at his deputy's words. A baronial title every year? You've got a good idea. I've worked for the Grand Duke for so many years and earned so many gold coins before His Highness agreed to grant me a baronial title. If I were to be granted a title every year, would I still have to put in so much effort? If the Red River Valley hadn't been invaded by the orcs this year, creating 4 vacant positions, how could 4 fiefdoms have been granted at once? It's been so many years since our angry bear territory has produced a fief baron. Well, thinking of his own experiences, Field let out a long sigh. If only he could win a fiefdom baron. Unfortunately, I'll never have that chance. Field also understood that with his strength and contributions, it was impossible for him to compete for the position of a fief baron. Having a title baron was already a great favor from the Grand Duke.
President, we've arrived!
The familiar stone bridge came into view, and Field led his fleet back to the Red River territory. Chapter 92: The Caravan Returns.
What a wide and clean stone-paved road!
The wide stone-paved road in Red River territory was so conspicuous that Field couldn't help but notice it.
The docks have been renovated too. This Baron Rayne really has some power.
The original dilapidated pier has been renovated and expanded. All the low-rise buildings have been demolished and rebuilt, and the roads connecting the pier have been replaced by stone slab roads. Field was somewhat shocked. The scene before him had changed quite a bit. Although the cobblestone streets and newly built docks before him were insignificant compared to Rage Bear Fortress, Field clearly remembered that none of this existed when he arrived in Red River territory 2 months ago. In other words, the changes to these stone-paved roads and the dock were all completed within these 2 months.
Wasn't it said that the Red River territory suffered heavy losses from the invasion of the orcs? How do you still have the ability to do these things?
Field even doubted whether the information he had received was wrong, but it shouldn't be. It is a fact that the Red River Valley was invaded by the orcs, otherwise 4 new barons would not have been appointed to the Red River Valley. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a long robe walked up behind Field.
President Field, it seems that Red River territory has a powerful mage assisting them, because these stone paths are not paved with natural stone slabs. The entire road is seamless, and it must have been formed using the magic of turning mud into stone. TSK, I didn't expect a mage to go to the trouble of doing such a lowly thing. Looks like he's a low-level mage who's not doing so well and is really short of money.
The middle-aged man was a mage guard recruited by the Salak Merchant Guild. He was a silver-level mage with extraordinary strength, and he could tell at a glance that the stone road in front of him was a product of magic.
I see. No wonder they managed to build such a wide stone road in just 2 months. I didn't expect Baron Rayne to be able to get a mage to help. He's really something.
Upon hearing the middle-aged monk's explanation, Field understood that if a monk were to help, such a stone-paved road could indeed be built in a short time. Upon seeing the familiar white wolf figure on the dock, Field knew that it was Rayne.
It seems our Baron Rayne has arrived. Have your men prepare to hand over the goods. Be quick and efficient, unload the goods quickly and complete this transaction. Next, we need to rush to Lord Arista's territory. Yes, President.
After assigning tasks to his deputy, Field greeted Rayne, who was arriving, with a smile. As Rayne waited on the dock, he finally saw Field, whom he had been thinking about for days. 2 months ago, Field promised to deliver the ordered goods before the first snow. Rayne had been waiting for 2 months, and the goods had finally arrived.
Good day, Chairman Field, you look better and better. It seems your business is doing very well lately. Good day, Baron Rayne. Business was always available back then, but a lord as young and promising as you is a rare find. This new dock is really well built. It will be much more convenient for cargo ships to dock and load and unload goods in the future. It's much better than the old small dock. And this stone-paved road, it's so well maintained. I've only ever seen such a good road in Angry Bear Fortress. Nowhere else in our Angry Bear territory has one.
Upon meeting, Field showered Rayne with compliments, as if Rayne were the most outstanding of all the barons of the Angry Bear territory, far surpassing Rayne's own flattery skills. Feeling he couldn't outpraise the other party, Rayne quickly ended the mutual flattery segment.
President Field, you flatter me. I only made some minor upgrades and renovations to the old building. It's nothing. You've brought just as many ships as last time. It looks like you'll earn a lot of gold coins this time.
Rayne turned his gaze toward the fleet behind Field. A massive fleet of hundreds of large cargo ships formed behind Field. Most of the ships continued sailing across the stone bridge toward the north, while some stopped and approached the Red River territory's docks.
Winter is just around the corner, and Lord Arista and several other barons have placed orders for a considerable amount of goods. After this transaction, the next caravan to come to the Red River Valley will not be until April next summer, so they have brought a bit more cargo. Most of them were ordered by Lord Arista. Only he has the financial resources to order so many goods.
Field smiled and explained that he had indeed made a lot of money from the 2 deals in the Red River Valley, so he was in a good mood as he looked at the merchant ships loaded with goods.
The Grand Duke's children are truly different.
Rayne sighed, then inquired about the goods he had ordered.
President Field, have all 10,000 slaves I ordered arrived?
Rest assured, Baron Rayne, our Salak Merchant Guild never disappoints our clients.
All 10,000 slaves you ordered have arrived, and before departure, to ensure that the number of slaves arrived in Red River territory was sufficient, I also packed an extra 500 people. Because the waterway is relatively calm, only a little over 200 slaves died along the way. So, you've actually gained over 200 more slaves. Consider this a bonus from our Salak Merchant Guild for our business here, a free gift to you, Lord Rayne. And the children you wanted, Baron Rayne. These children don't have any labor power, so they're not usually sold. This time, we only sent you 2,000 children under the age of 14. 3,000 tons of grain have also been brought in, all of it is this year's new grain, and it's all top-quality grain. How about it? Is Baron Rayne satisfied?
As Field and Ryan were talking, a cargo ship began unloading its cargo, and one by one, ragged slaves were driven off the ship by the caravan crew. Rayne waved his hand, and Forner, who was already prepared at the dock, immediately took over the slaves, while Ivan and his men carefully counted the number of slaves. The Salak Chamber of Commerce truly lives up to its reputation as the largest and most powerful chamber of commerce in our Angry Bear territory. Their business acumen is indeed impressive. Ross, bring the box over here. Ryan had Ross, who had been waiting nearby, bring over a wooden crate with his men.
President Field, here is the remaining balance.
10,000 adult slaves, about 6,000 males and 4,000 females, plus transportation costs, totaling 10,000 gold coins. There are 2,000 children. At the price that Rayne gave Field, each child is worth 30 silver coins, so 2,000 children would be worth 600 gold coins. There are also 3,000 tons of grain, at 3 gold coins per ton, for a total cost of 9,000 gold coins. Rayne needs to pay 19,600 gold coins. After deducting the 1,000 gold coins that Rayne had previously prepaid, he still needs to pay 18,600 gold coins.
President Field, here are 20,000 gold coins. You can count them.
As he spoke, Rayne opened the wooden crate, which was filled with glittering gold coins, so bright that the people around the crate were somewhat dazzled.
I'd like to use the extra 1,400 gold coins to buy some things here. I just wonder what good stuff President Field brought this time.
Field went to the coin box, touched it, and all the coins inside disappeared.
Space storage equipment?
Rayne paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal.
The amount is good, exactly 20,000 gold coins. Lord Rayne is a straightforward man. He paid the money before we even finished counting the goods. I love doing business with a generous friend like you.
After receiving the gold coins, Field became even more enthusiastic, especially after Rayne said he wanted to continue spending money. He directly took out a pre-prepared list from his spatial ring and handed it to Rayne.
If you wish to continue spending, that's perfectly fine. Here is a list of items I brought for sale. Your Excellency Rayne, you can choose what you wish to purchase. Our Salak Merchant Guild will meet all our clients' needs, as long as you can provide enough gold coins.
Chapter 93 Alistair's Moon Territory. Ryan ended up buying a lot of clothes at Field's place, especially a lot of winter coats. These clothes for ordinary people are not expensive. 1,400 gold coins are enough for everyone in the Red River territory to use this winter. Field, pleased with himself for completing the transaction, retrieved the inventory list. Having made a deal worth 20,000 gold coins with Rayne in one go, his attitude towards Rayne became increasingly friendly.
Baron Rayne did not expect you to be such a benevolent lord, caring for your people just like Lord Arista, and even spending money to buy them winter clothes. The people of Red River territory are truly fortunate to have a lord like you.
Ryan was able to choose to buy these clothes because he saw that Field had brought such a large batch of winter clothes on the list, and then he remembered that his own territory did not seem to have any reserves of winter clothing. Field was able to bring such a large quantity of winter clothing because Alistar had ordered a large batch from him. Before setting off, Field thought that the new lords in the Red River Valley might not have prepared enough winter clothing, so he brought several extra boatloads. Unexpectedly, a whole ship was sold as soon as we arrived at the Red River territory, which can be considered a great start. I can't match Lord Arista's level of skill. I just don't want these slaves to freeze to death this winter before they even have a chance to be of any use. Rayne had no desire to compete with the Grand Duke's son. That man's identity was sensitive, and any comparison could bring him trouble. What he hated most right now was trouble, and he just wanted to focus on farming and developing the Red River territory. Now that the deal is done, I'll take my leave, Baron Rayne. Are you in such a hurry to leave, Chairman Field? Won't you come and visit my Red River fortress? No, Lord Arista is still waiting for me to deliver the goods. I'd better hurry over there. After all, I can't keep him waiting. That's true. Well then, I wish Chairman Field all the best. Ryan was just being polite and didn't really intend for Field to visit Red River Fortress, so he readily agreed when Field said he was leaving. Watching the massive fleet depart, Rayne felt a pang of envy for Alistar. With the fleet Alistar brought last time, these two waves of supplies and population have allowed the opponent to firmly establish themselves in the Red River Valley, and they may even be developing better than Rayne. After all, there were plenty of supplies and enough manpower. It's so great to have a good dad. With a sigh, Rayne turned back to settle the newly arrived population. Settling over 12,000 people would require a considerable amount of time and effort. A few days later, in the northern part of the Red River Valley, on the site of the former Rock Crystal Castle, a brand new castle was rapidly taking shape. Alistar looked at the busy crowd and felt somewhat idle. His residence has been completed, a 3-story stone building over 10 meters high, which was personally condensed by 2 professional Earth Element Silver mages over several days. These 2 high-ranking mages, who come from the Wrathful Bear Territory Mage Order, are now leading their apprentices in constructing various auxiliary buildings within the castle of Alistair, as well as the walls of the new town. With the magical construction of 2 silver-level mages and more than a dozen bronze and iron-level mages, coupled with the continuous hard work of more than 20,000 slaves, the Bright Moon Territory, established just over 2 months ago, has already taken shape. Bright Moon Territory was the name Alistar gave to his own territory. On his first night there, Alistar saw the beautiful sight of the bright, flawless moon illuminating the entire Black Mountain Range. The Black Mountain Range under the moonlight displayed a special beauty that captivated Alistar. He then named his territory Bright Moon Territory and the unfinished castle Bright Moon Castle. The name was quite different from the style of the territory to which the Angry Bear family belonged. Butler Bart wanted to remind Alistar, but then he remembered that they were now far away from Angry Bear Fortress, so Bart didn't say anything more. President Field, you've arrived! Thank you for making this special trip all this way. Seeing Field approaching, Alistar snapped out of his reverie and started chatting with Field. It is my honor to serve you, Master Arista. His Highness the Grand Duke summoned me before I came and asked me to bring more supplies for you, Master Arista. The Grand Duke hopes you will be comfortable here. Field relayed Lord Angry Bear's instructions to Alistar verbatim before arriving, and then respectfully bowed to Alistar again. Judging from the attitude of the Angry Bear Duke, Field sensed that the rumored unfavored son of the Angry Bear was not being neglected by the Duke, but rather was being cared for and looked after by him. This made Field extremely respectful to Alistar. Everything he has comes from the Duke of Angry Bear. The Duke of Angry Bear's attitude is his instruction. His Highness cares about Alistar, so Field must do his best to serve this young master. Understood. Thank you for passing on the message, Chairman Field. Alistar didn't react much to the Grand Duke of the Angry Bear's concern, as if the other party wasn't concerned about him at all. He then turned his attention to the territory under construction. How about it? Isn't this place beautiful? Field was taken aback when he heard this question, which was completely unrelated to their conversation. He hadn't expected Alistar to ask such a question instead of inquiring about the angry bear duke. Nevertheless, he answered Alistar with a forced smile. It's very beautiful, Master Arista. The mountains and forests here are indeed more magnificent than those of Raged Bear Fortress. The Black Mountains are vast and majestic, and on their own, they certainly possess a unique beauty, but within this beauty lurks deadly danger. Field knew the dangers of the Black Mountains, but he wouldn't say it and spoil the young master's mood. Yes, it's beautiful and quiet here, unlike the hustle and bustle of Angry Bear Fortress. My good father has chosen a good territory for me. It's far enough away from Raged Bear Fortress that those who don't want to see me and those I don't want to see will never see me again. How wonderful! Field lowered his head, pretending not to hear what Alistar said. Did you pass through Red River territory on your way here and see Baron Rayne? He promised to give me a demon wolf mount. I wonder how it's going with training him. Upon hearing the part he could respond to, Field quickly looked up and answered. I met Baron Rayne. He bought a lot of slaves and supplies from me, but I didn't know that he had promised to train a demon wolf mount for you, young master. I can ask Baron Rayne on my way back. No need. When you go back, don't mention the demon wolf. Just tell him that I will invite him to visit Bright Moon Castle and have dinner together when the heavy snow comes. Thinking of the young lord riding a white wolf, Alistar was curious about how things were going in the Red River territory lately. What did you think of Red River territory when you came? I heard that the orcs suffered heavy losses in their invasion of Red River territory, and only Baron Rayne of the Derrick family is left. I wonder if he needs any help? Alistar thought to himself that if Ryan needed help, he wouldn't mind having Field lend a hand. Field thought about what he had seen at the Red River territory dock, and then about the farmland he had seen along the banks of the Red River territory. He immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard to Alistair in great detail. Alistar was also somewhat surprised after hearing Field's account. I never expected Baron Rayne to be such a capable lord. He cares so much about his people, unlike other nobles. And it seems he intends to break the millennia-old ironclad rule. How interesting! Field's description of the Red River territory farmland completely transcends the model of ordinary noble farmland in the north. Both Alistar and Field, who knew about the existence of the millennium-old iron law, understood what Rayne was doing. Field was also surprised when he saw what Ryan did in the fields. He kept thinking about what he should do. He had a good impression of Ryan, so he wondered whether he should remind Baron Ryan. Now that Alistar has asked, he can conveniently pass the question to Alistar. Young Master Arista, Baron Rayne's actions are clearly against the rules. Should we report this to the Grand Duke? Or perhaps we should remind Baron Rayne? Chapter 94 The Red Dragon Queen. Ignore it, why should we care? You and I aren't Knights of the Order, and besides, how many years has it been since the Knights of the Order of the Golden City appeared in the north? A millennium-old iron law? Weren't the rules established by His Majesty the Golden King and the Grand Dukes 1,000 years ago also kept secret? They were merely an open secret among the upper nobility. Who can openly claim that they are the laws of the kingdom? 1,000 years have passed. How are the nobles now implementing the many laws and decrees established by the Golden King back then? Was everything really done according to that king's wishes? I think that's not necessarily true. Alista asked questions that Field couldn't answer, so he could only lower his head again and pretend to be deaf. All right, that's enough. It's Rayne's right to do whatever he wants on his own territory. The kingdom's law knights haven't interfered, so let's leave it at that. Thank you for your hard work this time, Chairman Field. Alistar took the initiative to end the conversation, and Field finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also wanted to end his conversation with Alistar as soon as possible to avoid getting himself into trouble. It is what I should do, Master Arista. While Bright Moon territory was undergoing a vigorous construction project, a storm was brewing deep within the Black Mountains to the north of Bright Moon territory. In the center of the Black Mountain Range, a towering peak stands out from the surrounding mountains like a crane among chickens. Countless alien tribes and all sorts of magical beasts are gathering in the nearby mountains, surrounding the highest peak in the center. Suddenly, several enormous figures flew across the sky, followed by several loud roars that echoed throughout the surrounding mountains and forests.
A giant dragon! A giant dragon! A giant dragon!
The goblins, gnolls, and other alien races in the mountains and forests knelt on the ground and shouted incessantly upon seeing the enormous figure in the sky, while the magical beasts roared with fanatical eyes, like zealots who had seen their true god. After sweeping over the nearby mountains and forests, the 3 giant dragons flew to the highest peak in the middle amidst the worship of thousands of alien races and landed there. At the top of the towering mountain, a magnificent palace stands. 3 giant dragons landed on the palace, then transformed into 3 handsome men and beautiful women who entered the palace.
Marcel, Hammond, and Camino pay homage to the great controller of flames, Lord of Dragon Peak, and Her Majesty the Red Dragon Queen.
3 dragons knelt on one knee, chanting the king's name. On the high platform before them sat a huge golden throne, upon which sat a stunningly beautiful woman. Her fiery red hair and arrogant gaze made her aura extremely flamboyant.
"Get up, all of you!"
A languid voice came from the high platform, and the 3 dragons rose and stood to the side. The main hall was already filled with hundreds of powerful figures, some humanoid, others goblins, and some kobold-like aliens. However, these alien races were all tall and large, with either dragon scales or a dragon tail, all possessing some characteristics of the dragon race.
"I've only slept for less than 100 years, and you guys have all improved quite a bit."
Olivia glanced at the familiars and followers standing in the hall. Several of the familiars had increased their strength by 1 level, and there were also many unfamiliar faces. Those who can enter this hall are at least at the gold level, and these new faces are obviously members of families who have broken through to the gold level in the last 100 years. Roderick, standing at the very front, bowed in response to Olivia.
"Under the blazing glory of your majesty, your retinue naturally strives to become stronger than ever."
Roderick is the current leader of the dragon cult and Olivia's right-hand man, managing the vast dragon cult on her behalf. Behind Roderick stood a row of core members of the dragon cult, including the high priests. Standing opposite Roderick were the dragon followers led by the red dragon Zelia, who scoffed at Roderick's flattery. Like Olivia, Zelia has striking red hair, but she has short hair. Her sculpted features and height of over 1.9 meters make Zelia look dashing and heroic.
"Your Majesty, what do you need us to do now that you've awakened?"
Olivia yawned and stretched, displaying her stunning figure to the fullest. However, none of the powerful figures below the platform, except for Zelia, dared to look directly at Her Majesty the Queen.
"My dear Zelia, you're still as impatient as ever. Not long ago, an archbishop from the 4 demon gods cult approached me, saying he wanted to cooperate with me to deal with the human kingdoms to the south." "The 4 demon gods cult? Those disgusting bastards who worship the 4 demon gods of the Chaos Abyss. What good is there for us to cooperate with them? Besides, we've been at peace with the human kingdoms to the south for nearly 200 years, so there's no need for us to fight the 4 demon gods against the human kingdoms. That Golden King is not someone to be trifled with."
Zelia had no liking for the followers of the Chaos God. She felt that those guys were all mentally unstable, and the human kingdom was not a pushover that could be bullied at will. Olivia smiled and took out something that made the dragon followers below the stage widen their eyes.
"That guy offered a very tempting price."
A shimmering dragon crystal appeared in Olivia's hand.
"A dragon crystal from a legendary third-realm dragon, and this is just a deposit. If I agree to cooperate with them to attack the human kingdom in the south, they are even willing to pay a legendary dragon king's dragon crystal." "Legendary Dragon King!"
Upon hearing this name, Zelia became somewhat unsettled, and the dozen or so dragons behind her were even more unsteady on their feet, their powerful auras surging within the hall.
"Whose dragon crystal is it?" "Wyatt, the Blue Dragon King from 3,000 years ago." "His Majesty Sky Blue Holy Wing Wyatt, it's actually him? It's rumored that he died at the hands of an evil god 3,000 years ago. I never thought his magic crystal would be in the hands of the 4 demon gods cult. Could it be that the 4 demon gods killed His Majesty Wyatt?"
Olivia shook her head, denying Zelia's guess.
"Wyatt did indeed die in the chaos of the evil gods. Although I didn't directly participate in that great war 3,000 years ago, I did come into contact with it. I even met that old guy Wyatt back then. I advised him not to get involved in human conflicts, but he didn't listen, and in the end he perished. This is also a loss for our dragon race." When Wyatt was mentioned, Olivia couldn't help but recall the scene from 3,000 years ago. As a long-lived being, she was only a few hundred years old at that time, having just broken through to the legendary realm. She was considered a rising star among the dragons and had once met with the Blue Dragon King Wyatt. "I've examined it. This dragon crystal belongs to Wyatt's spouse. Wyatt died in battle alongside his dragon queen. Since the 4 demon gods can produce this dragon crystal, Wyatt's dragon crystal is most likely in their possession as well. I need that dragon crystal." Olivia's domineering gaze swept over everyone present in the hall. "Roderick, you mobilize the forces of the dragon cult. Zelia, you lead Marcel and the others to prepare. Once the 4 demon gods cult is ready, we will cooperate with them to launch an attack on the human kingdom. I am determined to obtain the Dragon King's dragon crystal." "Yes, your majesty." Olivia gave the order, and Zelia, Roderick, and the others had no choice but to obey. Everyone else stepped back. "Zelia, you stay." Soon, only Zelia and Olivia remained in the hall. "Aren't you coming up?" Olivia glanced at Zelia before Zelia stepped onto the platform. "Take this dragon crystal. With its help, you'll be able to break through to the 3rd level of the legendary realm in no time." "Your Majesty, aren't you going to use it?" "Call me Olivia." The Red Dragon Queen pinched Zelia's cheek, feeling that it still felt as good as before, and pinched it a few more times, reluctant to let go. "This thing isn't very useful to me. Only that old man Wyatt's dragon crystal is useful to me. If I can obtain Wyatt's dragon crystal this time, I will definitely be able to break through to the Extreme King realm after absorbing it. So we really want to help the 4 demon gods cult. I feel they're no different from followers of evil gods, and cooperating with them might ultimately be more harmful than beneficial. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. I know my limits, so you don't need to worry. The 4 chaos demon gods have been gone for tens of thousands of years. It's uncertain whether those 4 ancient beings are still alive. Perhaps they have perished long ago, just like the gods. Those guys from the 4 demon gods cult just want to open a portal through sacrifice to try and summon a few great demons. At most, they'll organize a demon ascension ceremony. In the past 10,000 years, I have never heard of them ever succeeding in their demon ascension ritual." As Olivia spoke, her hands roamed over Zelia's body, causing Zelia's gaze to wander. TSK, my Ozawa Ria is more sensitive than before." Olivia's laughter echoed unrestrainedly throughout the magnificent hall. Chapter 95: The 4 Demon Gods Cult. Somewhere in the Black Mountains, several figures clad in black robes appeared silently in the vicinity. The leader, dressed in black, took out a disc from his robes and threw it on the ground. The disc lit up, and 3 figures appeared. The other figures in black robes scattered around and became vigilant. "Gals, you've already met the Red Dragon Queen?" "Yes, she has agreed to join forces with us." "Ha ha. I knew that Red Dragon would be unable to resist the temptation of the Dragon King's dragon crystal." The 3 figures on the disc were excited after hearing Giles's reply. "Humph, the Red Dragon Queen? How can she become a king without breaking through to the ultimate king realm? She's just a pseudo-king. Of course, she can't give up this opportunity to become a king. A dragon crystal belonging to a dragon king. We sacrificed a great demon avatar to obtain it. Using it as bait to lure that red dragon is bound to be foolproof." Giles still feels a pang of regret when he recalls the loss of that great demon clone. "What did you find out this time? What is the strength of Dragon Peak?" Giles is one of the 12 archbishops of the 4 demon gods cult. This operation was orchestrated by the 4 archbishops of the 4 demon gods cult active within the kingdom of Asriel. Giles was the main driving force behind it. After all, Dragon Peak is an ancient site, and the Red Dragon has been entrenched there for thousands of years. It is filled with magic circles and barriers, which limited my Raven's view. As Giles spoke,
The red-eyed raven perched on his shoulder angrily shook its head. Based on my observation, there should be more than 15 dragons inside Dragon Peak, and with the dragons scattered outside, the total should exceed 20. The dragon has a considerable number of half-dragons and blood-blooded beasts under its command, and their strength is not weak. I sense more than 30 of them at the gold level. Moreover, that red dragon is extraordinary. The dragon worship cult she personally established is quite powerful. In addition to the legendary dragon vein sorcerer Roderick, there is at least one other legendary dragon blood warrior. The number of goblins, kobolds, and other tribes under her control is extremely large. I estimate that there should be about 5 legends and hundreds of gold-level beings on Dragon Peak. Moreover, I think that the Red Dragon Queen is only one step away from taking the final step to reach the realm of kings, and she may take that step at any time. The aura emanating from that red dragon is in no way weaker than that of the great demon's clone. The other 3 archbishops were quickly calculating the impact of Dragon Peak on the overall situation. So Dragon Peak is the strongest force in the Black Mountains. With them involved, the success rate of this operation should be extremely high. Not necessarily. The other 2 major forces in the Black Mountains, the Valley of the Darkness and the Fairy Forest, have not appeared in the world for hundreds of years. No one knows how many powerful people are hidden in them, and they may not be weaker than Dragon Peak. I wonder if Dragon Peak's cooperation with us this time will attract their attention. After all, the human empire and the ancient beings in the Valley of the Demons and the Fairy Forest signed an alliance thousands of years ago. Giles didn't take this statement to heart. The human empire has been extinct for 3,000 years. In these 3,000 years, so many changes have occurred in human power, yet the Valley of the Dark and the Fairy Forest have not offered any assistance. Those conservative old folks only care about their own little plot of land and don't care about what's going on outside. Don't worry about them. I have some arrangements in the Black Mountains. If there is any movement in the Valley of the Demons or the Fairy Forest, I will respond in time. Giles turned his gaze to an archbishop and asked, "How's the situation on the Frosty Corridor?" "Everything is going smoothly. The army is ready and is heading south." "What about over at Boffing Mountain?" "Dwarves and humans have always had close ties, and if we make a move, the 8 Peaks mountain region is very likely to lend a helping hand." Another archbishop in black robes slowly and deliberately answered Giles's question. "Everything at 8 Peaks Mountain is going according to plan. The fog of intrigue is spreading rapidly, and the dwarf king's anger towards humanity is gathering. It won't be long before they sever ties with the human kingdom." When Giles was communicating with the 2 archbishops, the last archbishop scoffed. "You followers of the Lord of Deceit still enjoy plotting and scheming as always." Giles and the other 2 archbishops looked at the 4th archbishop with hostility. Upon closer inspection, it can be seen that although all 4 archbishops wore black robes, there were patterns on their robes. The 3 archbishops wore robes with similar patterns, but the 4th archbishop's robes had different patterns. His robes had fewer mysterious patterns and more signs of decay. "Sergio, follower of the Father of Decay, we contacted you to participate in this operation not so you could stand by and laugh. The 4 Gods cult is descended from the 4 demon gods of the Chaos Abyss. Legend has it that in ancient times, the 4 demon gods performed miracles on the continent of Noah, and followers of the 4 demon gods appeared on the continent of Noah, and later established a corresponding cult. Although the 4 demon gods all originated from the Chaos Abyss, they were still enemies at that time, and they were constantly at odds with each other, and often fought wars. As sects that worshipped the demon gods, the 4 sects were naturally also at odds with each other. However, since the 4 chaos demon gods and the ancient gods disappeared together tens of thousands of years ago, the conflicts between the 4 demon god sects have gradually decreased. Over tens of thousands of years, the activities of the 4 demon gods on the continent of Noah became increasingly difficult. They couldn't communicate with the 4 demon gods they believed in, and even powerful figures from the Chaos Abyss like the former demon prince and the great demon were difficult to reach. Occasionally, the 4 major sects would be lucky enough to summon only a clone of the great demon. Under such circumstances, the 4 demon god sects suffered a great loss of strength, and for a time it was almost completely wiped out. During that particular period, the 4 demon god sects merged under the leadership of a powerful figure who claimed to possess the blessings of all 4 demon gods. These 4 sects, which were once irreconcilable enemies, merged into one sect for survival, which is now the 4 demon god sect. However, the 4 demon god sects, even after merging, continued to be plagued by internal strife, and would start fighting each other as long as there was not much external pressure. Giles is a rising star in the 4 demonic sects in the last 1,000 years. He worships the demonic gods, who are legendary masters of wisdom and knowledge, and whose eyes see through everything. Giles, who worshipped the Lord of Devious Paths, and the several archbishops who worshipped the Lord of Corn were completely unable to communicate. Every time he thought of those 3 muscle-bound, brainless guys, he would get furious. He had collaborated with Sergio, the father of the corrupt faith, several times. Although he still disliked Sergio, they were still able to work together. Don't be angry, Giles. Getting angry is bad for your health. I have a newly concocted potion here. Would you like to try it? It's very good for your health. No need, let's talk about your situation instead. Don't worry, the Father's followers are always reliable. I have already prepared the medicine you requested. The plague flower will bloom for you whenever you need it. Giles felt a little better after hearing the accurate news about Sergio. Very good. Then let's prepare the final ingredients. This ceremony will surely succeed. Now it all depends on how the chosen demon child makes his choice. Sergio actually had some doubts about Giles's plan. Child of the demon, over the endless years, people have chosen at least 800, if not 1,000, demon children, and have never made the right choice even once. Giles, are you sure this target is alright? I received this revelation by sacrificing 100,000 lives, and then spent decades lying in wait by his side to confirm his identity. There's no mistake. Alright, whatever. As long as you're confident, there's no harm in giving it a try. Sergio shrugged indifferently. He was only going to provide some potions this time, so it didn't matter if they failed. His newly concocted masterpieces were just waiting for the creatures to taste them. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to continue preparing the medicine in his large crucible. That's all for now. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm going back to continue preparing the medicine. Contact me again if anything comes up. After saying this, Sergio's figure disappeared from the disc, leaving only 3 followers of the Lord of Devious Paths. Giles ignored Sergio's departure and continued to plot the remaining plans with the 2 archbishops. In the dark, dense forest, the mournful cries of ravens echoed through the woods. Chapter 96, Testing a Mage's Qualifications. Homha Territory, Homha Academy. Nearly 4,000 children under the age of 14 were divided into more than a dozen batches and took turns to undergo mage qualification tests in front of Rayne. Keep moving forward, don't stop! Standing behind Rayne, Evan saw that the instrument in Rayne's hand was not moving and skillfully directed the team to continue advancing. One by one, the children hurried past Rayne. At first, Rayne was quite excited about using the mage aptitude detector, thinking he could recruit more children with mage aptitude to train as mage apprentices to assist him. Unexpectedly, after testing more than 1,000 children, he only selected a pitiful 10 children who were qualified to become mages. Spellcasters are truly 1 in 100. Ryan sighed, and at that moment the detector in his hand suddenly lit up, and the light was very bright. The mage aptitude detector that Caputo sold to Rayne will light up if it detects someone with mage aptitude. The brighter the light, the higher the aptitude. The 10 people that Rayne just detected were basically those whose detectors had just started to light up, indicating that these children are not very talented. The detector in Rayne's hand is now shining much brighter than before, which means that the child in front of him has excellent mage potential. Finally, a genius has appeared. This is truly a rare find. After scratching lottery tickets for ages, Ryan finally won a prize, and his mood instantly improved. Little one, what's your name? How old are you? The little boy standing in front of Rayne looked at Rayne with some fear. Sir, my name is Wheatgrass, but I don't know how old I am. Mustering her courage, Wheatgrass suppressed her fear and tears as she answered Rayne's question.
I'm sorry, sir, I was so stupid, but I really didn't know how old I was. I'm just an unwanted little slave. Please, sir, don't hit me. As Mai Chao spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. Feeling tears welling up, Mai Chao hurriedly tried to wipe them away with her hands, but her not-so-clean little hands rubbed her face haphazardly, making her face even more smudged instead of wiping away the tears. Feeling that his performance was getting worse and worse, Mai Chao had given up trying to salvage the situation and simply crouched down on the ground, covering his head, ready to receive the punches and kicks that were about to come. This is his own experience. As long as he curls up tightly enough, his body won't hurt as much. Little one, am I that scary? Rayne stopped Evan from helping the boy up, and squatted down to touch the boy's slightly messy hair. As Mai Chao crouched down, bracing herself for a beating, she noticed that this time she didn't feel the familiar pain. Instead, a warm, large hand was stroking her hair. The warmth from that large hand made him feel very safe, as if some magical power was gradually relaxing Mai Cao's anxious heart. Wheatgrass timidly raised her head and saw Ryan's smiling face. Aren't you going to cut wheat straw? The straw didn't answer the master's question. Master, aren't you going to harvest the straw? Wheatgrass asked again. Looking at Wheatgrass, whose face was streaked with tears, Rayne stretched out his right hand, and magic gathered, emitting a faint glow. Cleansing technique! A slight magical fluctuation swept over the straw, and the little boy immediately felt something flowing over his body that felt both comfortable and slightly itchy. Then, all the dirt on his body disappeared. That's amazing! Seeing Ryan's move, Wheatgrass felt incredibly amazed. He stood up and looked at Ryan, who was now the same height as him after he squatted down. My lord, you are truly amazing! Ha 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 ha! Ren smiled and then asked, Do you want to learn? Wheatgrass stared at Rayne in surprise, then became unusually excited, nodded vigorously, and said loudly, Wheatgrass wants to learn. Okay, you'll follow me from now on, I'll teach you. Ren rubbed Wheatgrass's forehead again. Based on his bone age, Ren estimated that the little guy was about 8 or 9 years old. So, you'll be the owner of the wheatgrass from now on? Wheatgrass looked at Rayne expectantly, hoping that the person in front of him would become his master, so that he might not have to be beaten anymore, and could learn those amazing things. No, I am not your master, I am your teacher, and you must call me teacher from now on. From today onwards, you will no longer be called Wheatgrass. Your teacher will give you a new name. From now on, you will be called Luca. Alright, Luca, stand behind me. The teacher needs to get back to work. There are still many people who haven't been tested yet. After speaking, Ren led Luca behind him. Little Luca walked behind Ren somewhat blankly, then stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. I have a name now, Luca, I am Luca. Luca has a name. Luca, what a beautiful name! Luca! The testing continued, with children passing through the detectors one by one. Ewan and the others who were maintaining order and assisting with the testing nearby looked at Luca with extreme envy. The clueless Luca had no idea what was happening to him, but Evan and the others knew all too well. This little boy gained the favor of Ryan, and his future in the Red River territory was limitless, thus changing his life dramatically. After most of the day had passed, Ren finally finished testing all the children under the age of 14 in the Red River territory. Unfortunately, Ren had not found any children with Luca's talent since then. Evan, come here! After testing everyone, Ryan looked at Evan next to him and casually tested him as well. Evan was exactly 14 years old this year. The detector lit up, and Rayne didn't expect that his casual action would actually yield results. Moreover, judging from the brightness of the instrument, Ivan's qualifications were quite good, which could be considered above average. There were 45 just now, and now with Ewan, there are 46 in total. Not bad, not too many, not too few. 46 children were found to have the aptitude to become mages. That was Ren's achievement for the day. Alright, starting tomorrow, you will enter the mage department of Red River Academy to study. You were slaves before, but you are no longer. From now on, you will all be mage apprentices,
the first batch of mage apprentices in Red River territory. Yevon, take them to the mage department and arrange their accommodations.
Yes, my lord.
An excited Ewan Hurley led the group of children to the dormitory of the mage department that had been prepared in advance. 3 days ago, Rayne received more than 12,000 slaves sent by field. It took 3 days for Rayne to settle them completely. The addition of these slaves made the Red River territory's labor force more abundant. Farmland, pastures, Hongha town, now, everywhere in Hongha County, people are working hard. Although winter is approaching and temperatures are starting to drop, the progress of various projects in Honghealing has not slowed down at all. On the contrary, it is accelerating rapidly. With the testing completed, Hongha College is now officially on track. It's still a bit inconvenient to have the General Education Department and the Professional Education Department together. We'll have to have Johnny build a new professional academy later. Looking at the Red River Academy in front of him, Rayne planned to continue expanding the school's scale. The Red River Academy in front of us has undergone a major expansion and was just completed a few days ago. For this, Rayne personally worked overtime for 2 days to help complete the project. Otherwise, the previous school size would not have been able to accommodate so many students now. Chapter 97 Teaching Model. Rayne wandered around Red River Academy, and soon Forner and Ravink arrived.
My lord, the children have all been taken care of.
Forner was beaming with joy, clearly already aware that his grandson possessed the aptitude of a mage, and was already a mage apprentice. Becoming a mage far exceeded what Forner had previously expected of Evan. That's the legendary mage, and his grandson is going to become a mage too. How could Forner not be excited? Ravink, standing nearby, was equally excited. With 4,000 students entering Red River Academy, he now had more students than any academy in Angry Bear Fortress, and only the academy in Golden City had such a scale. Although he occasionally wondered if what he was doing was right, with the number of students increasing rapidly in the past few days, he no longer had time to think about it. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to eat or sleep.
My lord, with so many students, the academy is already severely short of teachers. There's no way those dozen or so scholars can teach so many students. And there are too many of the charcoal pencils and white stone slabs you made.
Ren had already considered Ravink's problem. Charcoal pencils are something that Ryan made by working with black stone. They are similar to pencils. White stone slabs are a type of stone that Ren discovered in the Red River Territory quarry. Cutting this white stone into regular slabs allows it to be used with charcoal pencils. Charcoal marks are clear when written on this white stone slab, and the slab can be washed clean with water and reused after use. The advent of charcoal pencils and white stone slabs solved the problem of the most basic teaching tools at Hongha College.
The technology for charcoal pencils is mature, and it won't be long before we can produce enough charcoal pencils for the territory to use. I've already instructed the quarry to expedite the production of the white stone slabs. Don't worry. We'll provide the academy with enough white stone slabs soon. As for the teacher,
Ren paused for a moment, then continued.
As I previously instructed you, children under 6 years old do not need to be taught any knowledge. Just let some women who are good at taking care of children take care of their daily lives. However, the poems and stories that praise our territory and are loyal to me should be read and sung to the children often. Children over 6 years old are taught to read and do arithmetic. We can select the best students from the beginners to be tutors for these new children. Later, I will arrange for skilled workers such as blacksmiths, farmers, and carpenters from the territory to go to the school to teach children over the age of 12. Forner, you go too. When you have time, teach the children about handling government affairs. You can mentor the more clever ones among them and they'll be able to help you later. The other slightly older children are the same. They choose a skill that interests them, learn it for a while, and once they can recognize most of the characters, they become apprentices to these masters.
Ryan set the curriculum for Red River Academy as a 6+3+3 model, where students start school at age 6 and spend 6 years learning literacy, arithmetic, and the most basic common sense knowledge. After 6 years of study, once they reach the age of 12, they begin to learn various technical skills, such as forging, smelting, engineering, construction, fishing, and aquaculture. After 3 years of initial contact and learning some basic skills, these children will reach the age of 15 and will undergo their first stream. Based on their academic performance over 3 years, students will be assigned to positions where they have a relatively high aptitude, followed by 3 years of practical experience. After 3 years of practice, students graduate at the age of 18, and the territory will directly assign them suitable jobs. Of course, if some geniuses emerge, they will be singled out for special training. 12 years of training have produced the talent needed by the Honghe region. One of the most crucial aspects of this education is the cultivation of loyalty that begins as soon as one enters school, starting with nursery rhymes and stories and later with formal textbooks. Rayne portrayed himself as the perfect lord, inspiring his students to worship him and offer their loyalty. This kind of education is essential, and that's why Rayne went to great lengths to create this college. Other nobles relied on blood ties, selecting and cultivating talent from family relatives, in-laws, and servants to manage their territories and maintain their rule. The core of these nobles' beliefs is blood ties, and they only believe in blood ties. Rayne can't do that because he has no blood relatives to rely on in this world. Even if he did, Rayne doesn't intend to rely solely on his family blood relatives. Rayne plans to ensure that loyalty education, which begins in the Red River territory from childhood, will continue throughout their lives. Related teaching materials have already begun to be compiled, and Rayne himself is involved in the process. Rayne believed that such an education would be more solid than family blood ties, and that these children who received a complete education in the Red River territory would be Rayne's most loyal subjects. The general education department at Honghe Academy is still basic, while Rayne's trump card is the professional education department, where future geniuses selected from thousands of children will receive intensive training. Rayne believes that the professionals trained here will far surpass those trained through the family bloodline model. After all, how many people are in a family? How many geniuses can they possibly select? Even if they do appear occasionally, they are extremely rare. However, if Rayne wants to take this path, there is another problem: resources. Rayne must do everything he can to find more resources. Rayne's current teaching is far from his ideal teaching method. It's currently a very basic version. However, Rayne is confident that he can improve it in the future. Everything at the school is free, but if you don't study hard or follow the school rules, you will be expelled and lose your right to study. This kind of elimination incentive system can stimulate students' motivation. Rayne wants them to know that the right to learn knowledge does not fall from the sky, but must be earned through their own efforts. My lord, this can only solve the immediate problem. We still need more teachers. Ravenk reluctantly accepted Ryan's suggestion. That depends on you, Dean Ravenk. You need to keep an eye out for the talented children among them. A large portion of them will be the first batch of teachers at Red River Academy, teachers that we have trained ourselves. Don't underestimate them just because they are young. Knowledge is sometimes not limited by age but depends on talent. Some people study for a lifetime but don't gain as much knowledge as a genius in a few months. Other problems are minor and can be improved while teaching, but loyalty education cannot be delayed even for a moment. You must remember this, Dean Ravenk. I will come to the college from time to time to check on this work. Ravenk naturally understood Ryan's intentions, and was also aware of the importance of this work to Ryan. Please rest assured, my lord, I will prioritize completing this task. Very good. Remember to assign a scholar to the mage department to teach them to read. Forno, let's put Evan's work on hold for now. Let him go to the mage department to study and help the teachers teach the children to read. You can't understand magic books if you can't read. Rest assured, my lord, I will make sure that Evan does exactly as you instruct. Forno happily accepted Rayne's order, and prepared to go back and celebrate with his beloved grandson. Chapter 98 clarifies government affairs and improves the system. My lord, are we really going to demolish it? Of course, you think I'm here to mess with you, Forno? Rayne looked up at the city wall in front of him, and shouted the order. Push! The hundreds of guards were already prepared, and at Rayne's command, they all pushed hard against this section of the wall. Part of the city wall corner has already been excavated, so it wouldn't be difficult to demolish it. Moments later, with a heavy thud, this section of the Hongha town wall was completely toppled and turned into ruins. The construction team should follow up. Take away all the useful materials and clean up the useless ones. Clean this place up as soon as possible. New buildings have been planned for this area as part of the town's expansion. The new population has been arriving for over a week, and the buildings in Red River Town are almost full. Rayne's previous plan to demolish the city walls and expand the town can finally be implemented. Because Rayne managed to acquire enough blackstone, the production efficiency at the brick kiln increased significantly with the help of blackstone. The manpower that was originally used to find fuel for charcoal production was saved and invested in stone brick production, and the black stone was much better than charcoal. With the help of blackstone, the brick kiln not only greatly increased the output of redstone bricks, but also improved their quality. After the territory's population surged, Rayne allocated more than 1,000 people to the brickyard and had Johnny lead an engineering team to expand the brickyard once again. The brick kiln can now produce more than 500,000 high-quality redstone bricks every day, providing a continuous supply of building materials to the territory. In addition to the standard-sized stone bricks, Rayne also ordered Harry to make larger-sized redstone bricks in preparation for the construction of the new city walls. With ample manpower in the territory, various projects are being carried out rapidly, and Hongha Town is changing every day. The core of Rayne's current development is Red River Town, and he has not paid much attention to the 4 surrounding villages that have been reopened. Looking at the new town plan that Johnny sent, Ryan made some modifications to the plan, further expanding the town's size, especially towards the east towards the wilderness. According to Rayne's expansion plan, the new town will encompass the entire Red River Fortress. If it is actually built, then Hongha Town will no longer be called Hongha Town, but should be called Hongha City. However, the current population of the Red River territory is still too small, only a little over 30,000. The new city plan for Rayne can accommodate at least 50,000 people. My lord, this is too big. If we build it like this, many places in the new city will be empty. Johnny found it hard to accept that, according to Ryan's plan, most of the new city would be unused after its completion and would end up as empty wastelands. Johnny felt this was a waste, completely unnecessary, and a losing proposition. Just build it this way. Every inch of land in this city will be useful in the future. As for the population, I will continue to replenish it next year, so you don't need to worry. Ryan handed the revised design to Johnny and instructed him to begin construction of the new city according to the design. Walking along the bustling streets of Hongha Town, Rayne felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction as he looked at the gradually prospering town. This is all my creation, my territory, the fruits of my labor. With this sense of pride, Rayne continued to lead the guards to demolish the remaining sections of the city wall. After the last section of the city wall collapsed, the people in Hongha Town felt that their view suddenly became much wider. Without the protection of the city walls, Hongha Town was exposed to the wilderness, and some of the newcomers to the town felt a strong sense of unease after seeing the city walls collapse. These people looked uneasily at the wilderness outside the town, fearing that something might jump out of the weeds and run into the town to harm them. However, their unease vanished upon seeing the wolf knights roaming the territory. The sense of security provided by the demon wolf knight is direct and substantial. After demolishing all the city walls, Rayne returned to Red River Fortress, where he planned to convene a political meeting with all the management of the Red River territory the next day. Previously, Hongha Town was just a small town with a few thousand people, in dire need of reconstruction, and its territory was full of problems. It was a completely makeshift operation. Now, with Rayne's continuous efforts, all undertakings in Hongha Town are thriving. Both the population and the town's construction have been improved and supplemented, and the original makeshift team should gradually become more formal and complete. The next day, in the council hall of Red River Fortress, Forner, Ross, and others gathered together. They were still discussing matters related to the development of their territory. Each of them had many tasks to complete, and plenty of topics to discuss. However, the moment Rayne appeared, the once bustling hall fell silent. Is everyone here? Fornell stepped forward and replied,
Sir, everyone is here.
Rayne sat in the main seat and glanced around at everyone.
I have two things to discuss with you today. The first is to organize the administrative personnel of the territory and clarify who is in charge of what. I had already made arrangements for the guards, but the territory administration has not been perfected because various matters keep arising and the number of people in charge is constantly increasing. Let me make this clear to you today. First of all government affairs in the territory are handled by the Territory Government Affairs Office. Forner serves as the Chief Government Affairs Officer of the territory and manages the entire Government Affairs Office. Under the Chief Government Affairs Officer, there are 4 to 7 Government Affairs Officers to assist in handling government affairs, and under each Government Affairs Officer, there are 4 to 5 assistants to assist the Government Affairs Officers in handling their work. Forner, this is the number of people you have under your command for now. I will add more if needed later. In addition to its directly subordinate administrative personnel, the Government Administration Department also oversees various industry departments within the territory, including the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Construction, the Ministry of Animal Husbandry, the Ministry of Fisheries, the Ministry of Logistics, the Ministry of Taxation, the Academy, and so on. Barr became Secretary of Agriculture, Johnny became Secretary of Construction, and Kent became Secretary of Fisheries. Ryan promoted all the stewards he had previously appointed to ministerial positions, clearly defining everyone's rank in public. This move excited Fornell and others. Although they continued to manage their original affairs without any change, this formal appointment confirmed their status, and the feeling was different. Furthermore, by clearly defining each department, Rayne made them aware of their future importance in the territory, and also gave them an understanding of other affairs within the territory. Each department in the territory has its own department to manage its affairs, which has improved cooperation among them and increased the efficiency of the territory's work. Seeing that the public response was positive after the government affairs were clarified, Rayne was also very satisfied. Johnny, find a place in the center of town to build a government office. From now on, Fornell will work in the government office. Don't go back to that little house. It's too small and not big enough. Each department will also send a few people to the Government Affairs Office as liaisons. Any orders I give will be conveyed to you through the Government Affairs Office, and you must handle them promptly. Yes, my lord. After finishing with his official duties, Rayne brought up another matter. The second thing is that tomorrow is the last day of the month, October 30th. The Harvest Festival is coming, and I've asked Fornell to prepare for a good celebration and also hold a mass wedding. The moment the mass wedding was mentioned, most of the attendees, who were mostly single men, perked up their ears to listen carefully to Ryan's arrangements. Chapter 99 The Peak of Eternity. Because Red River Territory had suffered heavy losses before, the territory was left with only a group of old people, women and children. Later, Rayne brought back 3,000 young men, so the population of the territory became somewhat unstable. Therefore, Rayne has always wanted to stabilize the influx of people into the territory by pairing these single men and women into new families. Later, Rayne captured 10,000 people from Quito town and bought more than 10,000 slaves. Now the male-to-female ratio of the territory's population is somewhat unbalanced, with more men than women. Despite the imbalanced population ratio, Rayne still wants to stabilize the newly added population through marriage and family. So the mass wedding is still going to happen in Rayne. He had already made arrangements for Forner a few days ago and notified everyone in the territory. If couples are in love, they can get married on the day of the Harvest Festival, with Rayne himself acting as the officiant to witness this mass wedding. Fornell, are there many people signing up for your place? Approximately how many couples are there? There are probably around 100 pairs. 100 pairs? That's still too few. 100 pairs is only 200 people, which is a very small number compared to a large population. There are a few, but most of the people in the territory are newcomers, and they have been busy with construction since they arrived. Many men and women don't know each other, so only a few are interested in getting married. The vast majority of these 100 couples are young men from the 3,000 able-bodied men you initially brought with you, and women from the territory. Ryan thought for a moment, then said, In that case, the mass wedding will proceed as scheduled tomorrow, regardless of how many couples are getting married. After the wedding, we'll start the celebrations. You can organize a group blind date for single men and women so that everyone can get to know each other. So tomorrow will not only be a celebration of the festival and a mass wedding, but also a large-scale matchmaking event, allowing more single men and women who are willing to get to know each other and get together. After finishing his sentence, Ryan looked at Ross and the others and said with a smile, "And you guys, most of you aren't married either. Try your best tomorrow, don't embarrass me." Wayne and the other older men didn't have any particular thoughts. They all used to have families, although they lost them due to various accidents, but they didn't crave women and families as much anymore. A young man like Eric, full of vigor and youthful spirit, was still very much looking forward to it. "My lord, you're not even married yet, and you're talking about us." Eric muttered something under his breath, and the room immediately fell silent. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Eric immediately shut up and looked at Rayne nervously, unsure of what to say. "You little rascal, you think about a lot of things. You don't need to worry about me." Rayne didn't react much, just laughed and scolded Eric a couple of times before moving on from the topic. He was going to get married someday, but getting married in Rayne wasn't that simple. She was going to be the future mistress of the Red River Territory, and that position wasn't suitable for just anyone. Rayne wasn't the kind of person who couldn't resist a woman. Although he is young now, having lived 2 lives, his mental age is long past the impulsive age of Eric. With Rayne's deliberate attempt to liven things up, the hall became lively again, with everyone discussing the festival the next day. Soon, as the meeting in the hall ended, everyone in the territory knew that there would be a day off for the harvest festival the next day, and everyone could rest and celebrate. A joyful atmosphere filled the skies above the Red River Territory. The next morning, everyone rushed to the square in the center of Hongha town to wait for the group wedding to be held. Rayne gave everyone new clothes. There was no work to do today. Most of them were wearing their new clothes and looking at the couples in the square with smiles on their faces. Under the witness of Rayne, 200 or 300 couples got married, and cheers resounded throughout the square. Then came a lively celebration, with delicious food prepared in advance lining both sides of the wide stone-paved road. Today, food is readily available, and you can eat and drink as much as you want, as long as you don't waste food. There's also a wider variety of food than usual. The slaves who had just joined the territory had never seen anything like this before. Wearing new clothes, eating delicious food, and watching couples get married and start families, these slaves had no words to express their feelings for Rayne. Some of them felt they could never have dreamed of such a good life, and many of them started crying while eating. Rayne didn't know any of this, but he did know that these newcomers to the territory had completely integrated into the Red River Territory after this festival. Harvest Festival, after today, winter will begin tomorrow. Feeling the chill in the air, Rayne, Caputo, and Cecilia stood on the castle's high platform, overlooking the bustling Red River town. Cecilia, still visibly excited, hadn't quite recovered from the lively group wedding. Such a unique form of mass wedding was something that neither Cecilia nor Caputo had ever seen before. The Harvest Festival, also known as the Winter Festival, is a festival established by King Israel after he founded the kingdom 1,000 years ago. For thousands of years, it has been the biggest festival in the kingdom besides the founding day of the kingdom and the Golden King's Redemption Day. Touched by the lively atmosphere in the Red River Territory, Caputo became more talkative and chatted with Rayne about the history of the kingdom. 1,000 years ago, winter arrived on the Golden Plain in November, and according to records, it still snowed there. However, after the ancient ruins of the Tower of the Frost appeared, the tower absorbed most of the cold winter winds blowing from the far north, and the Golden Plains never saw snow again. Thanks to the Tower of Cold Winds, winters in the north are not as cold. In Rayne's memory, the lowest temperature in the north during winter was around -20 degrees Celsius, cold but not too cold. At this temperature, given the physical condition of people in this world, as long as they are well fed and healthy, it is not a problem at all. Master Caputo, is that Frostwind Tower really that powerful? Caputo nodded and said,
The power of ancient relics is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I have visited the Tower of Cold Winds, and all I can say is that the powerful beings of ancient times truly possess the ability to steal the sky and change the sun. The entire Cold Wind territory is home to the Cold Wind Tower, and is perpetually shrouded in snow and wind all year round, even in the height of summer. The cold wind is confined to the Cold Wind territory. Once you step out of the Cold Wind territory, it's another world. The northern border of the kingdom is separated from the world further north by the Black Mountains and the Eight Peaks Mountains. The Black Mountain Range is lower in the east and higher in the west, while the Bafang Mountain Range is higher in the east and lower in the west. The two massive mountain ranges are distributed in a figure-8 shape. The Frosty Pass is situated at the mountain pass where two mountain ranges meet, and the corridor formed by the confluence of the two mountain ranges leads all the way to the far north. The kingdom's winter winds all blow out from this corridor, hence the name Frosty Corridor. However, it's a good thing that the Tower of Cold Winds blocks the exit of the Frosty Corridor and draws away the cold winds from the permafrost plateau in the far north, thus improving the environment for the kingdom. Without the biting cold wind, crops on the Golden Plains have changed from one harvest a year to two harvests a year, and the north, which was originally unsuitable for human habitation, has gradually become habitable. Rayne agreed with this point. The changed natural environment of the Frostwind Tower was indeed more beneficial to the kingdom's development. That's true. However, Master Caputo, our northern territory was not habitable before the Tower of the Frost appeared. How did the people of the chaotic wasteland in the north survive the winter? They are closer to the permafrost plateau. Those orcs and fell orcs must have frozen to death in the winter. South of the chaotic wasteland is the Black Mountains, and to the north is another majestic and massive mountain range, the Eternal Mountains. It was once the homeland of all dwarves, and it contains the Eternal Peak, the highest peak on the continent of Noah. The Eternal Mountains and the Black Mountains form an arc that surrounds the chaotic wasteland. Because the mountains block the cold air, the winter in the chaotic wasteland is only a little colder than in the north. With the physique of those orcs, they can definitely withstand it. Ryan heard a new term and his curiosity was immediately piqued. The Peak of Eternity? Chapter 100 Invitation. Yes, the Eternal Peak, the legendary royal court of all dwarf clans, the capital of the ancient dwarf empire. Dwarves, known as the children of the mountains, prefer to live in the mountains, mining veins and smelting metals. They are a powerful and ancient race on the continent of Noah, and are extremely skilled in forging. The weapons and equipment made by dwarves are the best-selling in the entire continent of Noah. Legend has it that the ancestors of the dwarves were able to forge divine artifacts, and to this day, those ancient dwarf clans may still possess powerful weapons from that time. Rayne knew that the Eight Peaks mountain range was occupied by the 8 major dwarf clans. The Eight Peaks mountain range is located in the northwest of the kingdom of Asriel. The entire mountain range is extremely vast, with countless peaks, among which 8 peaks are the most majestic and tall, hence the name Eight Peaks Mountain Range. Because of its proximity to the human kingdom, many dwarf weapons flow into the kingdom every year, and Rayne has seen the powerful weapons made by the dwarves. Unlike enchanted equipment, dwarves are not skilled in magic or enchanting, but they possess another magical forging technique to make their weapons extraordinary. This forging technique is known as runic crafting, which imbues weapons and equipment with magical effects by engraving mysterious runes exclusively mastered by the dwarves. Caputo continued recounting the history of the dwarves. According to records, after the collapse of the dwarf empire, the dwarf race lost control of the Eternal Mountains and scattered to various parts of the Noah continent. Rayne was a little curious. The Eternal Mountains were so close to the permafrost plateau, weren't the dwarves afraid of the cold? Aren't those dwarves afraid of the cold winds on the permafrost plateau? That's another legend. It's said that in the ancient times when the gods could still perform miracles, the permafrost plateau was controlled by a powerful ruler, and the cold winds on the plateau were not allowed to flow out of the plateau under the control of that ruler. These are records from some ancient books I've read. They've been passed down through many hands, and the stories recorded in them may not be true. Don't take them too seriously, just listen to them. Caputo simply treated it as a story and told Rayne not to overthink it. Rayne smiled and said nothing. Whether these ancient secrets were true or false didn't matter, he just found them interesting. Just as Rayne was continuing his discussion with Caputo with great interest, Forno rushed over to report some news to Rayne.
You mean the prince from the north sent someone? Yes, my lord.
Forno wiped the sweat from his brow. The run had been quite strenuous for him.
Master Caputo, Cecilia, I'm sorry, I'll have to go and greet the guests. Brother Rayne, you go ahead with your work. Grandpa and I will stay here and watch for a while.
Leaving the castle terrace, Rayne headed to the drawing room. On the way, Forno told Rayne some unexpected news. The person sent by Alistar turned out to be an old acquaintance of Rayne's, the former Lord of Rock Crystal, Charlie Rock Crystal.
Are you sure it's Charlie Iwakami?
Rayne suspected that the former Rock Crystal Baron had been stripped of his baronial title and fiefdom for abandoning his territory and fleeing. Why is he here in the Red River territory again, and as Alistair's messenger no less?
My lord, there is no mistake. I have met Baron Rock Crystal several times. It is him, without a doubt.
Fornal assured Ryan that he was absolutely certain he hadn't misread anything. He was also surprised when he saw Charlie and checked several times to make sure. It wasn't until Charlie took the initiative to greet Fornal and reveal his identity that Fornal was certain that the person in front of him was indeed the former Baron Rock Crystal.
If it really is him, that would be very interesting.
When Ryan arrived at the reception room, he saw Charlie sitting upright. Charlie, waiting in the reception room, was in turmoil and could not calm down. He felt that he might be hallucinating due to some kind of evil spell. Not long ago, he accepted the orders of his new master, Alistar, to come south to the Red River territory at Alistair's invitation. Charlie traveled south, passing through the former Rye District, Iron District, and Redwood District. The three familiar territories were almost unchanged from before, and the three new barons were leading their men to work hard to develop the territories. However, the progress of these three barons' construction is vastly different from that of Bright Moon territory, which is now basically completed. The largest part of the project, Mingwei Castle, is nearing completion, with various exquisite and luxurious furniture and decorations being continuously delivered to the newly built castle to adorn it. From ruins to a magnificent castle, Bright Moon territory was built in less than 3 months. Charlie witnessed the entire construction process. The speed of construction greatly stimulated Charlie. In the past, the construction achievements of his family over 100 years could not compare to the achievements of Mingwei territory in just 2 or 3 months. Having witnessed this architectural marvel, Charlie's mindset changed. He no longer had any interest in the other 3 baronies to the south, and even looked down on them. Until we entered the Red River territory. Wide stone-paved roads, rows of neat and beautiful red buildings, bustling crowds in the town, and most importantly, the town has no city walls, just exposed nakedly in the wilderness. Charlie even doubted that he had taken the wrong turn and gotten lost in another place. But not far away stood the Red River Fortress, a building familiar to Charles, which told him he hadn't gone to the wrong place. This was the Red River territory. The promised Red River territory suffered a devastating blow, the promised Derrick family suffered heavy losses, and the promised Red River town has become a ghost town with no inhabitants. And what was the result?
How so?
Even after sitting in the drawing room of Red River Castle, Charlie was still feeling dizzy.
Lord Charlie, it's been a long time.
Ryan greeted Charlie, who was still in a daze.
Baron Rayne, greetings.
Charlie forced himself to calm down, took a breath, and began to complete his task.
I bring with me an invitation from my master, Baron Arista, son of the Angry Bear and favored by thunder, to attend a banquet prepared by Lord Arista for you at Moonbeam Keep in 3 days.
Charlie performed a standard aristocratic bow, then stated his purpose, accurately conveying Alistair's invitation to Rayne.
Please give my regards to Lord Arista. I will attend his dinner party on time. Thank you again for the invitation.
Ryan gave Charlie a very formal answer, and then the atmosphere became awkward. Sensing Ryan's attitude, Charlie wisely offered to leave, and Ryan gestured for Fornal to see him out. Ryan found it amusing that Charlie had followed Alistar back to the Red River Valley, but he had no other thoughts about it. He had no interest in befriending Charlie, the coward who had abandoned his territory. The other man was no longer on the same level as him. Moreover, the Derrick family and the Iwasaki family had no prior relationship, so there was no need for them to reminisce. Outside Red River Town, Charlie glanced at the bustling town one last time, shook his head, and left this place that made him feel uneasy. Inside the castle hall, Rayne thought of the son of the angry bear in the north, and recalled the words brought by the Chamber of Commerce President Field not long ago. He could only shake his head and head towards the wolf's den. That prince has everything he needs, so why does he keep eyeing me, this little demon wolf? Fine, let the bleeding happen. Who told them to be so powerful? Chapter 101 Dinner and Hunt. As expected of someone from a powerful family, their territory is far superior to that of Paris. Rayne stood on a high point, gazing at the territory under construction in the distance. That place was once the site of Black Iron Fortress, and now a new castle is being built on the original site. A large camp of tens of thousands of people was set up around the outline of the castle. People came and went in the camp, and many were working hard to move stones to build the castle. Then, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, countless snowflakes were falling. Rayne casually pinched a falling snowflake, his body heat melting it into a drop of water that remained on his palm. It's snowing! Winter is here. Early this morning, Rayne led 10 wolf knights north to keep their appointment. Riding his demonic wolf, Rayne would soon arrive at what was once Rock Crystal Castle, now Bright Moon Castle. Along the way, he first passed through Paris's territory, then Edwin's territory, which belonged to the Lambert family, and finally Baron Dario's territory in front of him. Without any powerful backing, the Paris territory was built in a very rudimentary manner. In just over 2 months, they had only managed to build a simple camp and a wooden fort for temporary residence, and the family's castle was still a long way off. The remaining 2 barons, from prominent families, were much stronger, their castles were already taking shape, and their camps were well developed. After observing the situation of his 3 neighbors from a distance, Rayne quietly left. He did not go to visit them, as there was no need for it at the moment. If Alistar hadn't invited him, Rayne wouldn't have gone out. He had just broken through to the silver rank yesterday, and normally he should be consolidating his strength now, not attending some banquet. But he has no choice now. The Grand Duke's own son is kindly hosting a banquet for him, and even sent someone to invite him. How could Rayne not give him face? And he didn't eat this meal for nothing. A beautiful wolf followed behind Rayne. The wolf was pure white except for a tuft of black fur on its forehead. This was one of the best-looking wolves that Rayne had specially selected from thousands of them. It wasn't that it had the best physique or the strongest strength, but rather that it was the best-looking and most handsome. Afterwards, Rayne fed it a lot of resources, which helped raise the wolf to the bronze level. This wolf looks really good, and it has its own merits compared to Rek. After raising it, Rayne didn't want to give it to Alistar and wanted to keep it for himself. Unfortunately, Alistar had already been approached by Field, so Rayne had no choice but to reluctantly give up on him. Let's go! Having no interest in lingering any longer, Rayne led the Wolf Knights to speed up their journey towards Bright Moon Castle. In the afternoon, Rayne and her party arrived at Bright Moon Castle. Holy crap! What a huge castle! Was this just built? Ryan now had the same mindset that Charlie had when he arrived in the Red River territory not long ago. The towering Bright Moon Castle made Rayne look up for a long time. Such a large castle was equipped with a complete set of auxiliary buildings. If Rayne were to build it, even with his personal magical help, it would take at least half a year. The key point is that even if it were built, it wouldn't be as beautiful as this one. Manhwa Fort is not only large in scale, but also extremely magnificent in design. The entire castle is pure white, with the main castle standing over 100 meters tall like a sharp sword piercing the sky. The surrounding auxiliary buildings surround the main castle, making it look like a white crown from a distance. The walls inside the castle are adorned with exquisitely carved patterns, and every corner is filled with flowers, plants, and trees. Compared to the monotonous Red River Castle, this place truly feels like a residence for nobles. Wow, that's really extravagant. Rayne could only sigh inwardly once again. Having a good father is truly wonderful. Although Bright Moon Castle is magnificent, the nearby Bright Moon Town is far less developed than the castle. While it is much better than the 3 new barons to the south, it still lags far behind Red River Town. Clearly, whether it's the 3 barons in the south or Alistair, the core of their construction is still their own castles, and no one cares about how the ordinary people live. Moreover, the people under their command are slaves, not even ordinary citizens. The living conditions are such that those living there won't easily freeze to death. A group of people were waiting at the towering gate of Manhwa Fort. "Welcome, my friend." Alistar approached Rayne. Rayne was the only person in the entire Red River Valley who could speak to him. As for the 3 from the south, Alista didn't want to talk to the 2 from Count families. As for Paris, Alista found him too boring and his attitude was too humble, so he couldn't say anything to him. Only Rayne made Alistar feel like he was communicating on equal footing. "Thank you for your invitation, Lord Arista." Rayne handed the dire wolf he had brought with him to Alistar. "This is the gift I promise you. I hope you like it." Alistar actually saw the beautiful wolf from the very beginning and fell in love with it at first sight. When Rayne presented the wolf, he happily accepted it, stroking the tuft of black hair on the wolf's forehead, liking it more and more as he looked at it. "Thank you so much, my friend, I love your gift. This is my return gift. Please don't be shy about accepting it." As Alistar spoke, he produced a vial of potion and handed it to Rayne. "A silver-grade auxiliary potion? You're really generous." Upon seeing the potion, Rayne immediately recognized it as the silver-grade auxiliary magic potion he had taken before, which could greatly enhance the fighting spirit within his body. Trading a bronze-level direwolf for a bottle of silver potion, I wish this business could continue forever. The thought suddenly flashed through Ryan's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. It was definitely impossible. Alistar was in a good mood, as was Rayne, and the dinner began in a happy atmosphere. For the first time, Rayne experienced firsthand the extravagant lifestyle of the nobility. A huge table was piled high with a wide variety of delicious food, and only Rayne and Alistar were sitting at the enormous table, which was 2 or 3 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters long. Luxurious silver-plated tableware, comfortable and luxurious furniture, and beautiful and gentle maids providing full service, they practically fed Rayne the food. Alistar then apologized to Rayne, telling him not to mind the simple conditions. "Your Excellency Arista is too kind. This is already very good. If Your Excellency were to come to my Red River territory, I could not do this. Luckily I didn't invite you to my Red River fortress, or I would have been so embarrassed." Rayne and Alistar chatted and laughed, and the dinner went very smoothly. After everything was over, Ryan was about to say goodbye and return home, but he was stopped by Alistar, who was still in high spirits. "Rayne, let's go hunting tomorrow, and we can ride Dalek." "Hunting? Alistar, the Black Forest is very dangerous." At Alistair's request, the two have become so familiar with each other that they call each other by their first names. "I am a mid-level silver knight, while you, Rayne, have already broken through to the high-level silver. What danger is there in hunting on the outskirts? Besides, I will also be bringing Knight Wilson and the valiant Black Knights with me, so there will be no danger. Get a good rest tonight, we'll go hunting in the Black Forest tomorrow. I've heard there are many magical beasts in the Black Forest. We'll have a barbecue of magical beasts then." Alistar has already planned a barbecue party for tomorrow afternoon. Unable to persuade Alistar otherwise, Rayne had no choice but to stay overnight at Moonhold. Outside Bright Moon Fortress, deep within the Black Forest, a flash of light disappeared in an instant. Chapter 102: The Nightmare Anatoles. A frantic beast was fleeing for its life in the dense forest, its innate sense of danger telling it that a deadly threat was drawing ever closer. Just as it was about to continue its escape, a sharp arrow pierced its body. "Ha ha ha ha! Rayne, I'm in the lead this time." Alistar was overjoyed to see his prey hit. Rayne smiled and shook his head. He hadn't expected that Alistar, who looked so thin, would have such excellent archery skills. He had originally thought that Alistar had achieved his silver rank through potions, but now it seemed that he had judged him by his appearance. "Alistar, your mounted archery skills are top-notch, even in the Knight Academy. You've really impressed me." "Ha ha." Alistar rode Dorothy through the dense forest. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Although there were no poems or theaters here, enjoying the breeze in the mountains and riding his handsome demon wolf, he felt as if he were in the poetry of nature. "Alista is enjoying this moment." Alistar suddenly stopped and looked north. "Alistar, what's wrong?" Alistar looked north and paused for a moment before saying, "There's some good prey over there, let's go check it out." Without waiting for Rayne's response, Alistar headed straight into the depths of the Black Forest. Before Rayne could react, Wilson and the other Black Knights following behind him were even more surprised that their lord would suddenly head into the depths of the Black Forest. "Alistar?" Rayne hesitated for only a moment before Alistar disappeared into the dense forest. Wilson and the Black Knights rushed forward, chasing after Alistar. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Rayne watched the departing Black Knights with a hint of helplessness, and Wayne, who had followed Rayne, stepped forward and asked, "My lord, what should we do?" Rayne glanced at the Black Knights, who had already ventured deep into the Black Forest, and then said, "Stay close to me." Then Rayne led his team to follow. They advanced quickly along the way, crossing several mountains, but Rayne still couldn't catch up with Alistar. Instead, he found a few lone Black Knights. "That shouldn't be the case. Is Alistar really that fast?" After chasing for a long distance, Rayne stopped. He had already chased for over 100 miles, and this distance was already somewhat dangerous. Looking at the unfamiliar mountains and forests around him, the increasingly tall ancient trees blocked his view. Just as Rayne hesitated whether to continue searching for Alistair's trail, a wolf howl came from a mountain peak in front of him. "This is..." Amidst the wolf's howl, Rayne heard this familiar message. "Derek!" Just as Rayne looked in confusion at the mountain peak from which the wolf howls came, a black wolf darted out of the dense forest and howled at Rayne. "The king requests to see you. Keep up." The black wolf's strength had reached the silver level, and after it appeared, Rayne found himself surrounded by a pack of black wolves, dozens of which were unique to the Black Forest. Furthermore, a quick glance around revealed that all of the dozens of black wolves around him possessed silver-level strength. "My lord!" Wayne and 10 other wolf knights surrounded Rayne, their wolf mounts crouching low and threatening growls directed at the surrounding black wolves. However, their threat had no effect on the black wolves, who casually surrounded Rayne without making any further moves. "Don't panic, just follow behind me." Rayne stroked the creature beneath him, calming its restless heart. "Come on, keep up!" With the gold-grade magic scroll in his spatial ring ready at any time, Rayne followed the black wolf forward. Not long after, Rayne arrived at the mountain peak from which the wolf howl had come from. He was then led by the black wolf into a large cave. After walking for a short while, a light appeared ahead, and then Rayne's vision suddenly became bright and open. "This mountain peak is hollow?" Rayne was stunned by the scene before him. At the end of the cave was a huge grotto, but this grotto was not closed. Rayne looked up at the hundreds of meters wide opening at the top of the grotto, and sunlight shone through the opening to the bottom of the grotto, illuminating the space inside. Near the bottom of the cave, there are some very special plants, and the closer you get to the center of the cave, the more plants there are. In the very center there is a green lawn, on which is a strange thing that looks like both a plant and a stone, and next to this strange thing crawls a huge demon wolf. This wolf was 4 or 5 times larger than Rex, and it was 2 or 3 meters tall just by crawling. "This aura is definitely that of a gold-level divine wolf, or even stronger." Rayne, who had initially been confident, was now feeling uncertain. The gold-level magic scroll in his spatial ring might not be enough to deal with the demonic wolf before him. Just as Rayne was pondering how to respond, the wolf in front spoke first. "Derek's descendant, have you come to me because your family is facing an insurmountable crisis and you need my help?" The wolf didn't speak wolf language but instead spoke human language. However, what shocked Rayne was the content of what the wolf said. Help? Seemingly noticing the confusion in Rayne's eyes, the wolf gently shook its head. It seems you don't know me, and you're not here for help. My name is Anatoles, and I was once the brother of your ancestor Derek. Upon hearing the familiar name Anatoles, Rayne exclaimed in surprise. Are you Anatoles the Nightmare? How did you end up here? Anatoles the Nightmare is a prominent figure in the history of the Derek family. He was the battle partner and mount of Derek, the founder of the Derek family. However, Derek never treated it as a mount but as a brother, because they were indeed raised by the same mother and drank the same milk. Anatoles was brought out by Derek from the wolf pack that raised him. Has no one told you I exist? With your current strength and talent, you are already qualified to know of my existence. How could no one have told you? Didn't the current head of the Derek family tell you? Anatoles was also somewhat curious. The young man in front of him seemed completely unaware of his existence. Senior Anatoles, I am now the only one left in the Derek family. My father died in battle very suddenly and did not tell me of your existence. Are you the only one left in the Derek family? Anatoles, who had been somewhat languid, stood up abruptly, his tall figure looking down at Rayne, the powerful aura emanating from him making it difficult for Rayne to breathe. Tell me, what exactly happened? When Anatoles asked him, Rayne recounted the orc attack on his family. After listening to Rayne's story, Anatoles sighed deeply and lay down again. Damn orcs, I never thought there would be underground caverns leading north, allowing these filthy orcs to come to the northern border. Back then, I promised Derek that I would protect his family. I told him that if Derek's family was in danger, he could come to me at this Demon Wolf Peak. For over 100 years, none of you descendants of Derek have ever come to me. I never expected that such a crisis would happen just a few months ago. The timing is too coincidental. It's also my fault. I didn't inform you before I left. Anatoles covered his head with his front paws in frustration. Senior? Chapter 103 The Majesty of the King. Anatoles never imagined that his promise to protect his brother's descendants, which he had kept for over 100 years without incident, would lead to the near extermination of the Derek family just because he was gone for 2 months. Your name is Rayne? Anatoles looked at the young man before him. The strong aura of wolf blood emanating from the man made Anatoles clearly sense that the person before him was a direct descendant of the Derek brothers. Yes, Senior. My name is Rayne Derek, the current lord of the Red River territory. Rayne stood respectfully in front of Anatoles, extremely cautious in front of this old man who was 100 or 200 years older than him. Luckily you're here, otherwise I really don't know how I would explain to Brother Derek when I go to the underworld someday. Anatoles looked at Rayne, his gaze softening. A few months ago, the dragon worship cult was active in the vicinity. They wanted to recruit me to serve their master. I refused to submit to the dragon's minions, so I sealed off Demon Wolf Peak and led those dragon worship cult members to wander around in the forest. Not long ago, I don't know why the people from the dragon worship cult suddenly disappeared and stopped chasing me, so I returned to Demon Wolf Peak. I never expected that something like this would happen after I was only gone for a few months. Your father may have come here to ask me for help, but he couldn't find me. Rayne never expected his family to have such a trump card, but unfortunately his cheat father was unlucky and couldn't use it at the crucial moment. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement, Senior Anatoles, you don't need to blame yourself. Senior, is that dragon worship cult really that powerful? Even with your strength, you're no match for them? Do they truly serve the dragons? Rayne asked several questions in a row, and Anatoles patiently explained them to him one by one. The cult of the dragons is a force personally established by the Red Dragon Queen Olivia, and it obeys only the Red Dragon Queen. Their leader, Roderick, is a legendary dragon vein sorcerer with formidable power, personally blessed by the Red Dragon Queen. As for the Red Dragon Queen, her strength is unfathomable. She is very likely a legendary Third Realm powerhouse. I am only at the peak of the Gold Realm, and I have been stuck at this level for decades, unable to break through to the legendary realm. With my current strength, I am far inferior to the dragon worship cult, and I am simply no match for them. Moreover, besides the dragon worship cult, the Red Dragon Queen also has a considerable number of dragon followers, including several legendary dragons. Dragon Peak, under the control of the Red Dragon Queen, is the strongest in the Black Mountains. Most of the magical beasts and intelligent races in the Black Mountains are under her control. Perhaps only the legendary Valley and Fairy Forest are qualified to fight against Dragon Peak, but I have been in the Black Mountains for nearly 200 years and have never seen any strong people from the Valley or Fairy Forest. I have only heard some rumors about them. Through Anatolius's narration, Rayne gained a clear understanding of the mysterious Black Mountains. It turns out that there are 3 powerful forces in the Black Mountains: Dragon Peak, ruled by the Red Dragon Queen, the mysterious Valley, and the Fairy Forest. Dragon Peak has always been active, with powerful dragons frequently roaming the depths of the Black Mountains, while the Valley of the Demons and the Fairy Forest have not appeared for hundreds of years, leaving only some legends behind. Senior, there are quite a few dragons deep in the Black Mountains, so why haven't we seen any dragons in the Northern Territory? Rayne was quite curious. It didn't make sense that such a powerful force in the Black Forest Mountains hadn't attacked the Northern Territory but instead remained quietly hidden deep within the Black Forest Mountains. No matter how strong that Red Dragon Queen is, she is not a true king. Otherwise, she would have already dominated the entire Black Mountain range and led her followers to plunder everywhere. Moreover, if she were truly a Dragon King, there wouldn't be so few dragons in Dragon Peak. But the Golden King of the Kingdom of Asriel is a genuine king. If the Red Dragon Queen dares to enter the kingdom's territory to plunder, the Golden King will definitely take action. Moreover, when the angry Bear Duke that Derek's brother followed expanded his territory, he had a direct conflict with the dragon worship cult. The ancient demonic bear of the angry bear family tore apart a legendary dragon blood warrior and killed the gold-level dragon, which directly provoked the Dragon Peak to send powerful experts to kill the angry Bear Grand Duke. And then what happened? The Golden King personally took action and first killed the legendary dragon that had crossed the border. After that, he circled the northern border. The dragons on Dragon Peak remained silent, including the Red Dragon Queen. As a first-hand witness to the war waged by the blood of the furious bear, Anatolius was extremely familiar with that period of history. The Golden King is actually this strong? Of course, everyone who can be called a king is incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could they be the king of a race? Then why can't the kingdom destroy these dragons and take over the Black Mountains? Anatolius propped his head up with one paw and thought for a moment. It's probably because of those ancient ruins near Dragon Peak. I once ventured deep into the mountains and wandered around Dragon Peak for a while. The terrain there is very strange, with barriers and magic circles, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. I've heard that whether it's Dragon Peak, the Valley of the Demons, or the Fairy Forest, they all occupy some ancient ruins. Within their territory, their strength is greatly enhanced, while outsiders are suppressed. There was once a powerful orc from the chaotic wasteland who came to Dragon Peak to challenge the Red Dragon Queen. I watched the battle from afar. That orc was extremely powerful. Even standing several hilltops away, I was still affected by the aftershocks of their battle. But even such a formidable opponent eventually died inside Dragon Peak, and his head became the Red Dragon Queen's spoils of war. Therefore, the Golden King probably wouldn't risk going to Dragon Peak to fight the Red Dragon Queen, and the Red Dragon Queen doesn't have the strength to go south and challenge the Golden King. For hundreds of years, the dragons and humans have lived in peace. With the Golden King's protection, the legends of the Black Mountains dare not act rashly. It was only today that Rayne realized that the Golden King in the Golden City possessed such power, capable of deterring powerful alien races from making any rash moves even from thousands of miles away. I should reassess the strength and influence of the Golden family. Rayne had previously thought the Golden royal family was very powerful, but now it seems his vision was still too limited. However, the most important thing right now is Anatolius, his ancestor's battle brother. If he can bring him back to Red River territory, Rayne will have a strong guarantee. A powerful fighter who has been stuck at the peak of the Golden Realm for many years. This is the strongest among all the families in the entire Wrath Bear territory except for the Wrath Bear clan. With this big shot in charge, Rayne can sleep soundly from now on. Moreover, if Anatoles were to break through to the legendary realm one day, then Rayne's backing would be truly secure. Senior, living in this lonely mountain forest is quite inconvenient for you, and the dragon worship cult is constantly harassing you nearby. Why don't you come back to Red River territory with me? I will provide you with the territory, and you will have ample time to cultivate and break through to the legendary realm. Anatoles did not answer Rayne, but instead gestured for Rayne to look at the strange object behind him. The reason I settled here is because of it. It was because of it that I was able to break through to the peak of the gold level, so I will not leave this place. Looking at this strange creature that resembled both a plant and an animal, Rayne asked curiously. Senior, what kind of treasure is this? It has such powerful effects. This is a lithops. Chapter 104 Strange Object, Stone Flower. Lithops? Yes, that's the name I gave it. Anatoles pointed to the lithops and said, The lower half of the lithops is petrified, but the upper half is still a living plant. The lithops beside Anatoles was about 6 meters tall, not very large. Half of it was petrified and the other half was plant-like, with the plant-like part resembling a fruit tree bearing about 10 fruits. These are fruit trees, aren't they, Senior Anatoles? I guess so. I'm not sure. When I first saw it, it was covered in flowers, and the whole bottom of the cave was filled with their fragrance. Moreover, its flowers would not wither for 3 years, so I called it the stone flower. This rare plant flowers, bears fruit, and matures in 3 years. It takes about 9 to 10 years for the lithops to mature into a batch of lithops fruits. The effects of the stone flower fruit are stronger than those of ordinary silver potions. After consuming it, it can strengthen the body and enhance the magic power within. If you consume it, it can also enhance your fighting spirit. Besides the stone flower fruit, the stone flower also produces another treasure. Following Anatoles' direction, Rayne saw a naturally formed puddle at the very bottom of the petrified part beneath the lithops, containing a little white sap. There is a small crack on the petrified part of the lithops, from which a drop of white water slowly condenses and eventually drips into the small puddle. This is the juice of the lithops, which has a remarkable effect on improving strength and can also improve one's aptitude. However, the yield is very small, and it can only produce 1 portion per year. Whether it's agarwood fruit or agarwood juice, they are very effective for those below the gold level. Several of my offspring broke through to the gold level by relying on them. However, at my level, the effects of agar-agar fruit and agar-agar juice are basically gone, which may be because I've been eating too much of them. Anatoles explained the effects of the stone flower to Rayne, and Rayne became more and more surprised as he listened. A rare item that could help people break through to the gold level, this thing could continuously produce top-level treasures of the gold level. No wonder Anatoles was reluctant to leave, and even Rayne was reluctant to leave this wondrous plant. It looks like it has petrified into one with the ground, so it can't be transplanted. Magical plants can be transplanted, but special rare plants like lithops are difficult to transplant. If they are damaged, the loss will be huge. You've come at just the right time. The stone flower fruit on this stone flower will be ripe soon. Since you've come all this way, I won't let you leave empty-handed. Wait here for a few days, and I will give you 2 portions of agarwood fruit and agarwood juice so that you and your white wolf can advance in rank. If you didn't have a partner, I could give you the best one of my offspring to be your partner and fight alongside you, but now that you already have a partner, there's no need for that. Anatoles looked at Rayne, who was following closely behind. Rayne understood from Anatoles that Anatoles wouldn't be going with him, and he couldn't take Anatoles' demon wolves with him either, which disappointed Rayne. However, upon further reflection, the thought that he could obtain 2 gold-level treasures by staying for a few days made Rayne feel much better. Moreover, these few days will also give Rayne the opportunity to persuade Anatoles again. He might say that it would be a good thing for Rayne if Anatoles himself didn't go with Rayne and instead sent a few children out to make his own way in the world. As he was thinking, Rayne suddenly remembered why he had come here. Senior Anatoles, have you seen a human knight in the vicinity? One of my companions disappeared after entering the nearby mountains and forests. I came to this area because I was chasing after him. Anatoles shook his head. I have never seen the knight you mentioned.
I only discovered you because I sensed Derek's bloodline nearby, so I had my offspring bring you here. However, I can send the wolf pack to look around the area. If they find your companions, I will let you know. Thank you, Senior Anatoles. Having the wolf pack to help is much more efficient than Rayne searching blindly on his own. While Rayne waited at Wolf Peak, in the depths of the other side of the dense forest, Alistar rode Dalek at breakneck speed in one direction. Dorok was surrounded by waves of magical energy, which enabled it to move forward at an extremely fast speed. The magical fluctuations emanating from the demon wolf Dorok originated from Alistar, who was riding it. Alistar held a staff that emitted a soft green light, and the magical aura emanating from him was extremely strong, far exceeding his battle aura level. Aunt Melissa, are you sure there's a fairy's aura ahead? Of course there are. How could I mistake my own people? Little one, are you doubting Aunt Melissa's perception? As Alistair spoke, a winged fairy appeared beside him. Melissa is a fairy with a mature appearance, a height of only about 40 centimeters, long green hair, and a pair of green fluorescent wings on her back. Your Aunt Melissa is almost 500 years old, and I'm just one step away from entering the legendary realm. How could I be wrong? Hurry up, we're almost there. Alistar looked at Melissa flying in front of him with some surprise, and at the same time quickly turned his head to look around. Aunt Melissa, why are you showing up? What if someone sees you? Melissa, however, didn't seem to care. My magical perception is dozens of times stronger than yours. Unless you're a legend, who can detect me? Don't worry, I've checked, there's no one else around. Speed up. I want to see which disobedient child has sneaked out of the holy forest and is wandering around outside. Aunt Melissa is going to give him a good spanking. Alistar looked at Melissa with a hint of helplessness. Aunt Melissa, didn't you run away from home back then? And you're criticizing others. Nonsense! Melissa, feeling hurt, quickly denied it. I was tricked out of my home by your mother, that wicked woman. Snort! Never mind, I won't say anything more. The topic came to an abrupt end at this point. Little Alistar, you've already reached the peak of silver rank. Breaking through to gold rank won't be easy, so you need to work hard. I understand, Aunt Melissa, I will try my best. Melissa looked at Alistar with doting eyes. This boy, like his mother, was a born mage, and at such a young age, he had already reached the threshold of becoming a gold mage. I reckon this kid will break through to the gold level soon. If only I could go back and bring back some white dew or 100-flower elixir, that would make his breakthrough even smoother. Melissa thought of the local specialties from her hometown, but unfortunately she couldn't go back for the time being. If she did, she would definitely be detained by the Grand Elder and never be released again. It's so annoying. Why can't I break through to the legendary realm? If only I could break through to the legendary realm, the Grand Elder wouldn't be so strict. Melissa sat on Alistair's shoulder, somewhat annoyed. Sensing that Melissa was in a bad mood, Alistar quickened his pace, thinking that Aunt Melissa was eager to see her clansman. With a wave of the green wand, another speed-boosting spell landed on Dorok. Dorothy sped through the dense forest like a white whirlwind. A moment later, Melissa, who was sitting on Alistair's shoulder, suddenly stood up. Arrive! It's nearby. Chapter 105 The Fairy Who Ran Away from Home. Melissa flew to the top of Alistair's head, holding a small staff in her hand, and chanting spells unique to the fairy race. A green wave emanated from Melissa and rippled outwards. Melissa then hovered in the air, observing the changes around her. The mountain breeze rustled through the dense leaves. Alistar also carefully observed his surroundings, but apart from the dense ancient trees, he saw nothing else. Aren't you coming out yet? Do you want Aunt Melissa to spank you? Melissa waved her staff, and her aura intensified considerably. Despite her petite stature of only a few dozen centimeters, the surging magical energy emanating from her body demonstrated her extraordinary strength. Long green hair floated in the air, and a pair of wings behind her scattered even more green fluorescence, creating a dazzling effect. As Melissa questioned him, a streak of light flew over from the distant mountains and forests. Who are you? How come Alia doesn't recognize you? Only when the streak of light got closer did Alistar realize that it was a fairy who was even smaller than Melissa. The little fairy has short red hair and a pair of red wings. Her features are small and delicate, making her look very cute. What a little rascal! Tell me, how did you sneak out of the Holy Land? If the Grand Elder finds out, he'll arrest you and lock you up in solitary confinement. When Melissa saw the little fairy appear, she scolded the little guy with a stern face. I didn't sneak out, it was an accident, an accident. Alia vehemently denied her actions. Grandpa Elder is a very good person. He would never put Alia in solitary confinement. Don't talk nonsense. Who are you? Why has Arya never seen you before? Alia looked at Melissa with curiosity. She had never seen this older fairy sister before, but logically, fairies who knew about the Holy Land must all live in the Holy Land. When Alia sensed Melissa's presence, she thought she was mistaken and was afraid it was some kind of danger, so she hurriedly hid. Upon closer inspection, Alia was surprised to find that the person who had come to find her was a strange fairy. This piqued Alia's interest, and she risked revealing herself. Alia, right? From now on, call me Sister Melissa. Melissa flew to Alia's side and patted Alia's head in a mature manner. Melissa? Alia felt that the name sounded familiar, and she began to recall it in her mind. Profound! Suddenly, Alia cried out, as if she had thought of something. I remember now. Melissa, I know that name, you're that mischievous Melissa. Melissa the rule-breaker, Melissa the troublemaker. Melissa's expression froze as she heard the words that kept coming out of Alia's mouth. Then she clenched her fist and turned the stroking into a punch, smashing it into Alia's little head. It hurts! Alia covered her head, looking at Melissa with teary eyes. This is teaching you how to respect your elders, how to be disrespectful. After saying that, Melissa glanced sideways at Alistar, the warning in her eyes clear. Alistar, who was about to laugh, quickly regained his composure. Tell me, how did you escape? You can't just cross the barrier of the Holy Land. Melissa asked Alia in a serious tone. I don't know either. I was just wandering around when I suddenly sensed a special natural aura. Then I was drawn to the edge of the barrier, and then I inexplicably came out of the barrier. Alia spoke softly, her eyes darting around. Nonsense! How could you possibly wander up to the vicinity of the barrier? The Grand Elder has always forbidden all clansmen from approaching the edge of the barrier. How did you end up there? To be honest. Melissa punched Alia on the head again, and the little girl clutched her head in pain. Okay, it's Alia who wanted to sneak out to play, so she was looking around the barrier to see if there was a chance to get out. When I was studying the barrier there, I did feel an attraction from the natural energy. Then, I don't know why, the barrier suddenly developed a hole, and I came out. Then the vulnerability disappeared, and Arya couldn't go back. Alia tearfully told Melissa everything. She was a little scared when she saw Melissa's fist. This older sister was really going to beat her, unlike the Great Elder who would only coax her. A loophole suddenly appeared. It disappeared after it came out. That was the barrier of the sacred land. Even a supreme king couldn't break through that barrier. How could a loophole suddenly appear? Seeing Melissa raise her fist again, Alia quickly covered her head and flew to the side. Alia really doesn't know, I really don't know. After I came out, I wanted to go back, but as soon as the barrier was restored, it was activated again, and I couldn't find my way back. As she spoke, Alia burst into tears. After hearing this, Melissa lowered her fist. Once the barrier of the Holy Land is actively activated, only those at the legendary realm can find its location. Those below the legendary realm cannot sense its existence at all. Alia is only at the Silver Realm, so naturally she cannot sense the Holy Land's existence after leaving. What about that natural scent that attracts you? Seeing Melissa lower her fist, Alia felt relieved and replied. After I couldn't find my way home, I followed that natural aura, but I couldn't catch up with it, and I didn't know what that aura was. I lost track of him a few days ago and can no longer sense his presence. As she spoke, Alia felt like crying again.
Before she left home, she thought about going out to play and see the world every day. Now that her wish had come true, she felt that the outside world was just so, not as good as the Holy Land or home. All she wanted to do now was go home. "Sister Melissa, can you take me back? I miss my mom and dad, I want to go home," Aaliyah cried, wanting Melissa to take her back. "Okay, stop crying. The Sacred Land's barrier activated on its own. Without the strength of a legendary realm, how can we even find our way back? You can come with me for now. I'll take you home once I break through to the legendary realm." Aaliyah was disappointed to hear that she couldn't go home, but now that she had an older sister from her own tribe to take care of her, she wasn't as panicked as she had been a few days ago. "Oh, okay, Melissa." Melissa breathed a sigh of relief upon finding her fellow tribeswoman and brought Arya to Alistair's side. "This is my friend's son. We'll stay in his territory for now. It won't be long before I break through to the legendary realm, and then I can go home." "Good." Arya nodded obediently and gave Alistair a bright smile. "Let's go, Alistar. If we get back late, your men will be worried about you." "Good." Alistar rode his demon wolf on the road back. Melissa looked into the depths of the mountains one last time, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Activating the barrier proactively? The Holy Land hasn't activated a barrier proactively in a long time. Has something major happened this time? Then, thinking of the Grand Elder's immense power, Melissa's worries disappeared. "With the Elder here, nothing will happen. It's just that Aaliyah and I need to figure out how to get home safely." With a flap of its wings, the fairy disappeared into the dense forest. Chapter 106: The Spirit of Nature. A faint, ethereal figure crouched at the entrance of the cave above the Demon Wolf Peak Grotto, looking down at the stone flower. "The fruit smells so good, Dora really wants to eat some." Upon seeing the stone flower fruit hanging on the stone flower, the phantom wanted to go forward and pick the fruit to eat, but after glancing at the demon wolf and the human next to the stone flower, she hesitated. Inside the cave, after waiting for 2 days, Rayne was finally about to see the stone flower fruit fully ripe. "You're lucky, kid. If you had come 2 days later, I would have given all of these stone flower fruits to my offspring." Anatoles looked at the small fruits hanging on the lidhops tree, 13 in total, which were nearing the end of their ripening. "There are hundreds of demon wolves on Demon Wolf Peak, half of whom are descendants of Anatoles. Among these hundreds of demon wolves, there are 3 gold-level demon wolves, hundreds of silver-level demon wolves, and the rest are all bronze-level demon wolves." For Rayne, the strength of the Demon Wolf Peak was already extremely formidable. It would be perfect if he could make use of it. Unfortunately, after 2 days of persistent pleading and cajoling, Anatoles only agreed to let him take away a few dozen bronze-level dire wolves and a few silver-level dire wolf offspring. He couldn't take the rest. "All right, Ryan, stop messing with my kids. The children of the mountains can only understand their own path by living in the mountains, and if they all go to your territory, can you support them? Let them live on Demon Wolf Peak. If you need help in the future, just come here to find me." Seeing that Rayne still wanted to have his offspring, Anatoles advised Rayne to give up the idea. Anatoles knew exactly how much support a baronial estate could provide. Letting Rayne take these dire wolves was already the limit. Any more, Anatoles feared, would be too much for Rayne to handle. Moreover, he didn't want his offspring to fight against humans and other races on the battlefield. Wouldn't it be better for them to live freely in the mountains and forests? "I understand, Senior Anatoles. Sigh, you and Brother Derek are exactly the same, both of you love to fight. Back then, Brother Derek fought too much, which caused too many hidden injuries to accumulate in his body, and he died before he was 120 years old. If he had fought less back then and taken better care of his health, he could have lived at least another 50 years. Anatoles felt a pang of nostalgia for those days. "Senior, weren't you the same back then?" Rayne remembered Anatoly the Nightmare's reputation, when it came to bravery, ruthlessness, and fighting prowess, who in the entire Derek family could compare to the man before him. "Ha ha!" Anatoles burst into laughter. "You're right, little guy. I used to really enjoy fighting. I guess I'm just getting old. I don't like it anymore. Anatoles fell silent after he finished speaking. Without breaking through to the legendary realm, his lifespan will not increase any further. The demon wolf is not an immortal species, and Anatoles, who is already 200 years old, has reached the final stage of his lifespan. After a moment of silence, Anatoles suddenly turned to give instructions to Rayne. Kid, if I can't break through to the legendary realm within 10 years, I'll leave this demon wolf peak to you, and I'll leave my children to you to take care of. What do you mean by this, senior? I have a feeling that I only have about 10 years left to live. If I can't break through to the legendary realm during this time, I will die of old age. In 10 years or so, with your talent, you will likely have reached the late stage of the gold realm. Your talent is far superior to that of my other offspring. Letting you take over Demon Wolf Peak will be the best choice at that time. Senior Anatoles, I believe you can definitely break through to the legendary realm. Ha ha. Let's hope so. Having lived to this age, Anatoles has come to terms with many things. Just as they were chatting, the fruit on the lit hops was about to ripen completely. The illusory figure crouching at the cave entrance swallowed hard, unable to resist any longer, and quietly descended from the cave entrance. Anatoles, who was chatting with Rayne, twitched his ears slightly and shrugged his nose, but he did not make any further moves and continued to chat with Rayne normally. Just as the phantom was about to touch the stone flower, Anatoles's long tail coiled around it and entangled it. Where did this little thief come from? As Anatoles's tail entangled the phantom solidified and appeared before Anatoles and Rayne. Pointy ears? An elf? But its body is too small. It doesn't look like an elf. When Rayne saw the little creature that Anatoles had caught, he thought it was a legendary elf just by looking at it. But the little guy in front of me is less than 50 centimeters long, so it's obviously not an elf. You have no wings, and you're not a fairy, so what are you? Although Rayne had studied at the Knight Academy, he only knew some common knowledge about powerful races, and he couldn't recognize the creature in front of him. As for Anatoles, although he had lived a long life, he had never seen a creature like the one before him. Dora is nothing, Dora is a spirit of nature. Dora, who had been captured by Anatoles, angrily explained her identity to Rayne and Anatoles. Dora didn't steal it. This fruit was nurtured by Mother Nature. It belongs to Mother Nature, and everyone has the right to take it. Mother Nature also agrees that I can eat this fruit. Little one, this fruit belongs to me now. Taking it is stealing. Stealing is punishable. Anatoles slowly tightened his tail, making Dora feel very uncomfortable. However, Anatoles didn't really intend to do anything to Dora. He had a feeling that if he really hurt the little girl in front of him, he might be in big trouble. The spirit of nature, this little guy might really be protected by some unknown entity. Anatoles had also encountered similar magical creatures. The best way to deal with such creatures was to keep a respectful distance, and avoid causing trouble for himself. Dora was hungry and wanted to eat some delicious fruit. This was given to Dora by Mother Nature, not stolen. Your fruit isn't even the best. Dora can make it even tastier. Let go of Dora! Dora, who is about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, has pointed ears and exquisite features like an elf. She is wrapped in clothes made of a special kind of leaf and has a melodious voice. Listening to Dora speak is like listening to her sing, a pleasant and soothing experience. Even tastier? Rayne glanced at Anatoles, who released his tail from Dora. Little one, if you can make the fruit taste even better, I'll ask Grandpa Anatoles to give you a few, okay? Snort! Dora made a face at Anatoles, then agreed to Rayne's offer. Okay. Dora then took flight and slowly circled the lit hops. As she flew, starlight fell from her body and sprinkled onto the lit hops below. Then, Rayne and Anatoles clearly felt that the lit hops in front of them seemed to have become more upright and vibrant, and the fruits on the tree were also noticeably fuller. What a talent! An extremely rare talent! Upon seeing this, Rayne immediately decided that he had to bring Dora back to his territory no matter what. We must go back to the territory. The potions garden there would be perfect with her. Chapter 107 The Protection of Mother Nature. I'm so tired! Dora flew back unsteadily, and Rayne caught her and let her sit on his shoulders.
You're amazing, Dora! This lidhops has become even more lush!
Dora's face lit up with a smug look when she heard Ryan's praise.
Of course, Dora never lies. I said I would make the fruit taste better. It's a pity that Dora is only a few days old and not strong enough yet, otherwise she could make the fruit taste even better.
Hearing Dora say that, Ryan's eyes lit up even more.
All right, human, where's the fruit you promised me?
Anatoles raised his paw and swung it, and 13 stone flower fruits flew from the branch and landed on his paw.
The energy inside the stone flower fruit has been increased by about 20%. This little thing is really amazing.
Anatoles gave 6 stone flower fruits to Rayne and 1 stone flower fruit to Dora. Holding the stone flower fruit she had just obtained, Dora protested.
I told you Dora isn't a little thing, Dora is a spirit of nature. And you're being unfair. Why does she get so many fruits while I only get 1? That's not fair.
Anatoles gave her a slight glare, and Dora, who had been protesting, flew to Rayne's shoulder with her fruit and remained silent.
You big bad guy, all you do is scare Dora.
Dora muttered to herself as she picked up the agar fruit and started munching on it. Rayne carefully put away the 6 stone flower fruits.
Thank you for your generosity, Senior Anatoles. You're the only one left in the Derek family, that's to be expected. The effect of eating the first 3 agarwood fruits is the best. After eating 3, the effect is much less. After reaching the gold level, the effect is basically gone. 6 are enough for you and this white wolf. There are very few white wolves like this one among the steppenwolves. It may have awakened some of its ancestral bloodline, but we don't know what bloodline it is.
After saying that, Anatoles took all the sap from the stone trough under the lidhops tree and handed it to Rayne.
There are 10 portions of agar jelly in here, Kid Rayne, keep them safe. I originally planned to try to raise one of my offspring to the gold level this year, so I stored these agar jelly sap 10 years ago. The effects of agar juice are similar to those of agar fruit, but you can use more agar juice. As long as it is not used at the gold level, its effect will not be reduced too much. With the help of agarwood fruit and agarwood juice, I believe you will be able to break through to the gold level soon, little Rayne. Your talent is the strongest I've ever seen besides Derek, far surpassing the other Derek family patriarchs I've met before. I believe that with you in the family, the Derek family can rise to prominence once again. Thank you, Senior Anatoles.
Rayne bowed deeply to Anatoles in gratitude for the truly precious gift from his ancestor's sworn brother.
You can go back to your territory now. It's not good for a lord to be away from his territory for too long.
Anatoles looked at Rayne with great admiration. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, he had a very good impression of the young man.
Thank you for your hospitality. I will visit you again after I break through to the gold level, Senior Anatoles. Oh, by the way, take those odds and ends from the cave before you leave. There's some things I've collected over the years. My children and I don't need them, but you might find them useful.
After saying that, Anatoles laid down under the lidhops tree, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. After bowing to Anatoles, Rayne left the center of the cave, where Wayne and the others were waiting for him in a corner.
Dora, since you love magical plants so much, how about coming back to my territory with me? I have a large magical botanical garden in my territory, which contains all kinds of magical plants. I will entrust it to you to manage.
Dora, who was perched on Rayne's shoulder, had finished eating the agar fruit in her hand.
A magical botanical garden?
Dora stared at Rayne with wide eyes.
You have the scent of order about you, so you probably won't lie to me, but Dora doesn't go to other people's houses easily.
Dora turned her head away, ignoring Rayne. When Rayne saw that Dora hadn't left his shoulder, he knew that the little one hadn't completely rejected his offer.
Little Dora is so amazing. She went to her brother's magical plant garden. The magical plants there will definitely have a bumper harvest. I'll give you a bigger share then, okay?
Dora pretended to think, pinching her chin with her small hand, then glanced at Rayne.
I'll go, but you have to give me that delicious drink from earlier before I'll come to your house.
You mean agar juice? Rayne never expected that this little guy would set his sights on agar-agar juice. Aha! Dora's mouth watered just thinking about the incredibly delicious-smelling drink she had just had. Okay, I'll give you some to drink when you come back with me. Real? Of course, I never lie, just like you. Good. Let's go home now. Dora, who had intended to leave with Ryan immediately, suddenly stopped. No, what if I go to your house and you sell me? Mother Nature told me that I am very valuable. Hearing Dora say that, Ryan almost laughed. Don't laugh, Dora is worth a lot of money, humph. We'll sign a contract. You have to protect my safety. If I feel I'm in danger, I can run away. As she spoke, Dora reached out and placed her hand on Rayne's forehead. Rayne then felt a gentle force appear in his mind and communicate with his consciousness. A mark of a contract appeared in Rayne's mind. The contract is basically in Dora's favor. In essence, it means that if Rayne protects Dora's safety, Dora will stay with Rayne. If Rayne cannot protect Dora's safety, Dora can terminate the contract and leave Rayne on her own. If Rayne breaks the contract and harms Dora, he will suffer cruel punishment. Without any hesitation, Rayne accepted the contract seal that was presented to him, which was filled with the power of nature. Contract complete. Ryan felt an inexplicable connection with Dora, a connection that was deeper and more mysterious than the one he had with Rick. After completing the contract, Rayne suddenly felt a close connection with nature, as if the plants and trees in the mountains were welcoming him. It has such amazing effects. As Rayne stroked the ground beneath his feet, he felt the magic around him surging towards him, increasing the recovery speed of his battle aura and magic by 30 to 40%. Seeing Ryan touching the ground and the flowers and trees, Dora pulled him up and told him not to waste any more time and to hurry home. Stop playing around. After signing a contract with Dora, you will be protected by Mother Nature. That's common sense. What's so fun about that? Let's go home soon. Dora wants something nice to drink. The protection of Mother Nature? Such a powerful effect, Dora, you're amazing. Rayne was overjoyed to have gained such a powerful protective effect for free, and he showered Dora with praise, making little Dora a little embarrassed. After studying Mother Nature's protection, Ryan led Dora, Wayne, and the others to prepare for their return journey. Because Rayne needed to return to Moonhold, Anatoles promised him that the wolf pack he was taking would be carried by a wolf rider back to Red River territory first. Meanwhile, Rayne led Wayne and the others on their journey back to Moonhold. Chapter 108. Dora gets slapped in the face. There's one more here. Here you go, Rayne! Dora flew over and used nature magic to wrap a magical plant still covered in soil, handing it to Rayne. Rayne skillfully placed the magical plant into his spatial ring. On the way back, Rayne discovered that the protection he had received from Mother Nature could effectively sense the location of magical plants, so he collected herbs along the way and put them all into his spatial ring. Dora stopped Rayne after seeing what he was doing, saying that the magical plants were not yet mature and should not be picked. However, when Rayne told Dora that these magical plants would be transplanted into the magical botanical garden she was about to manage, little Dora perked up and personally helped Rayne find magical plants. After being protected by Mother Nature, Rayne's perception of magical plants was limited to a range of a few hundred meters around him, while Dora was much stronger than Rayne, able to sense the presence of magical plants from a great distance. With Dora's addition, efficiency has greatly improved, and Rayne has already collected hundreds of magical plants of various levels along the way. Dora, you're amazing! That's right, Dora is definitely the best. Dora wants to have a big magical botanical garden where she can play and eat delicious food. Sitting on Rayne's shoulders, Dora was already imagining her future life eating, drinking, and having fun in a huge magical botanical garden. Thinking of this, Dora covered her mouth and laughed happily. Upon sensing the abundance of his possessions in the spatial ring, Rayne was overjoyed. Before leaving Demon Wolf Peak, Anatoles gave him a pile of so-called odds and ends. Most of the pile consisted of extraordinary ores, including iron, bronze, and silver grade, as well as gold and silver ingots and extraordinary materials dropped from the remains of magical beasts. These items were useless to the wolf pack, as they didn't forge equipment, but they were quite useful to Rayne, and he brought them all back. Adding to the magical plants he collected along the way, Rayne's haul from this trip was enough to keep him up at night with joy. The journey back to Bright Moon Castle should have taken only a few hours at full speed, but because Rayne kept stopping and starting along the way, it took him a whole day to get there. As the familiar Bright Moon Fortress came into view, Rayne sighed. He went hunting with Alistar, but now only he has returned. Rayne doesn't know how to explain this to Moonrise. However, he had already done his best. The wolf pack of Demon Wolf Peak had searched for 2 days but had not found any trace of Alistar, and Rayne was also helpless. Let's go. Regardless, what needs to be faced must be faced. Alistar himself ran into the depths of the Black Mountains, with so many Black Knights watching, and the Guardian Knight Wilson also there. Rayne has an excuse to explain. He had already done his best by searching in the mountains for 3 or 4 days, so it's not his fault if he didn't find it. As Rayne was thinking this, the gates of Bright Moon Keep opened and several Black Knights rushed out. Baron Rayne, you're finally back. Our master was very worried about you and sent us to search for you in the forest. It's good that you're back, master no longer needs to worry. Upon hearing what the Black Knight said, Rayne realized that Alistar had probably already returned. Has Baron Alistair returned to the castle? Yes, Lord Rayne, my master returned the day before yesterday. All right. Rayne was a little annoyed. He had been worried for a long time, but it turned out that Alistar had already returned. Fortunately, I did not venture deeper into the Black Mountains to find this young master. Riding on Rek, Rayne and his group entered Moonlight Castle. Dora, who had been on Rayne's shoulder, had hidden herself away and could no longer be seen. Only Rayne could sense her presence. After signing the contract, Rayne will be able to communicate with Dora directly through telepathy. On the surface, Ryan remained calm, but in his heart he had already started talking to Dora. Are you sure no one will find you? Of course, this is one of my specialties. Ordinary gold-level players can't detect me, and even if they do, I can run away. I'm very fast. Dora proudly showed her skills to Rayne. Ryan didn't quite believe what Dora said. If she were really that powerful, she wouldn't have been so easily captured by Anatoles. But Senior Anatoles easily caught them. That's because Mother Nature told me there would be no danger, so I didn't run away. Otherwise I would have run away long ago, and that big wolf would have scared me. He's a big bad guy. Dora spoke with absolute certainty, as if everything was under her control. All right. Rayne didn't argue with her about it. Dora's perception was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing his own sense of danger. Now, can you tell if we're in any danger here? No, I didn't feel any danger. I would have told you if I had. Did you sense any danger at that time? In the mountains, especially in the innermost part, in the farthest place, it is extremely dangerous. There are very, very powerful things there. Dora used exaggerated language to describe to Ryan the dangers she had encountered. So dangerous? What is it? Rayne felt that the extremely dangerous place Dora mentioned might be the Dragon Peak that Anatoles had spoken of. I don't know. I ran away as soon as I sensed danger. Dora would never go to a dangerous place. Huh! Dora, who had been nonchalant, suddenly changed her expression. I didn't expect that fairy to be here, and there's an even more powerful fairy here as well. Dora said something to Rayne, a little embarrassed. Rayne, I might have been discovered. You'd better be prepared. What's the meaning? Didn't you just say you wouldn't be discovered? Rayne felt a chill run down his spine, and was also somewhat speechless. The speed at which he was proven wrong was a bit too fast. When I was wandering in the forest, I was attracted by a place. I originally wanted to go there to play, but when I got there, I found that it was a big cage where many fairies lived. Dora didn't like the cage, so she didn't go in to play. But then I saw a little fairy trying to get out of the cage, so I asked my mother to help her and let her out of the cage. That little one has been following me ever since I came out.
I didn't want to see her, so I shook her off. I never expected that little devil to be here. And there's an even more powerful fairy nearby, as strong as the big bad wolf from before. When Dora said that the strange fairy was as strong as Anatoly's, Rayne's heart trembled. Anatoly's was about to break through to the legendary level. He did not expect that there was such a strong person in Bright Moon Fortress. How could she find you? Yes. She can sense my presence, but she doesn't know my identity. She can only sense the presence of nature. Just as Rayne and Dora were talking, Alistar arrived. My friend, you're finally back. I'm so sorry to have kept you in the forest for a few days. Alistar sincerely apologized to Rayne, and also gave him 2 bottles of silver-grade potions as a token of his apology. After accepting the potion, Rayne immediately said that there was absolutely no problem and that Alistar could continue to seek him out if he wanted to hunt again. Alistar, I've been away from the territory for a few days now. It's time for me to go back. I won't stay overnight. Alright, since you insist on going back, I won't stop you. Next time, I'll invite you to Bright Moon Fortress. Goodbye. Goodbye. Rayne is now eager to return home, especially after learning that there is a powerful fairy in Bright Moon Castle. He doesn't want to stay a moment longer. After saying goodbye to Alistar, they sped back to the Red River territory. Alistar watched Rayne speed away, lost in thought. Chapter 109 Cecilia's New Friend. That natural aura is on that kid, and it's very strong. I know, Aunt Melissa. Alistar nodded and began communicating with Melissa telepathically. It seems that my friend has made a contract with that unknown nature-type magical creature. I can feel the aura of nature emanating from him. Definitely, that kid's really lucky. Aaliyah was furious. She chased after the natural aura that felt strangely familiar to her, but it never met her and even left her behind. In the end, he actually signed a contract with an ordinary human lord. Aaliyah grew angrier the more she thought about it. She couldn't understand how she was inferior to that human lord. I don't understand why that natural being didn't choose to meet with us but instead signed a contract with that human lord. Alistar wasn't surprised at all. Rayne's situation was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Rayne is a very interesting lord. He is completely different from other nobles I have met. Perhaps he will bring even greater surprises to this land in the future. Rumor has it that Derek the Wolf is protected by the spirit of the wilderness, and perhaps his bloodline is also protected by the spirit of the wilderness. Butler Bart then stepped forward and interrupted Alistair's conversation with the 2 fairies. Master, Baron Edwin has sent some gifts and his regards to you. Edwin? Okay, pick out a few return gifts for him. Edwin, from the Lambert family, is an extremely ambitious man. On the surface, he is quite respectful to Alistar, but Alistar sees disdain and contempt in his eyes. Edwin thought he had concealed it well, but Alistair's powerful perception rendered his disguise useless, and Alistar saw through it at a glance. Alistar had seen far too many hypocrites like this, and was no longer surprised by them. Homehead territory. 5 days after leaving, Rayne returned to his familiar territory. In 5 days, the original ruins of the city wall were completely cleared away, and new houses were built on the spot. Inside Red River Town, everyone was as busy as ever, just like before Rayne left. On each construction site, the workers were working diligently. The first heavy snowfall in the north a few days ago did not stop the construction in Red River Town. The temperature of around -10 degrees Celsius did not affect the workers' performance. The progress is quite fast. It looks like the new city will be completed this winter. After returning, Rayne went to the potion garden and, together with Dora, planted all the magical plants they had collected in the expanded herb field. With hundreds of magical plants planted, the once somewhat empty herb field instantly became full. Dora was somewhat dissatisfied with the potion field, as it was completely different from the magical botanical garden she had imagined. However, Rayne comforted her, saying that once the magical plants she grew were harvested, they would all taste the same. Hearing that she would get some good food, Dora didn't say anything more. Especially after Ryan took out a bowl of agar-agar juice for her, Dora happily hugged the juice and swayed left and right as if she were flying. Little Dora, you can stay in the potion field and look after these magical plants. You can also command the little guys working in the field to help you with your tasks. Once these magical plants mature, I will have a skilled potion master concoct them into a delicious potion, and then you will be able to enjoy their flavor. A potion? Does it taste good? Dora held up the agar-agar juice in her hand and asked. It will definitely taste good, but the flavor may be different from agar-agar juice. It's alright, Dora just loves to try all kinds of delicious food. Rayne, don't worry, I'll take good care of these magical plants. They're just low-level magical plants, it's no big deal for me. With Dora, the spirit of nature, looking after the potion fields, Rayne believed that the future yield and quality of the potions he was growing would definitely improve significantly. As for the food provided to Dora, it was insignificant compared to the reward. Rayne had intended to build a special residence for Dora, but Dora waved her little hand and forced a small tree next to the herb field to mature. The small tree instantly turned into a towering tree tens of meters tall, and a tree house automatically formed on the tree. Dora flew straight into the treehouse and began to enjoy the delicious agar jelly. Looking at the tall trees and the exquisite little treehouse, Rayne gained a new understanding of Dora's natural magic abilities. My lord! Brother Rayne! Cecilia sensed the changes in the potion field and rushed over, followed by a dozen or so young boys and girls. There are so many magical plants in the potion field. Did you bring them all back, Brother Rayne? And this big tree, such a rich natural atmosphere, what's inside it? Cecilia looked at Rayne with a puzzled expression. Those magical plants are all ones I just brought back. As for the one in this treehouse, she's a new friend of mine. Cecilia, you've come at the perfect time. Let me introduce you to her. Dora, come out here for a moment, I'd like to introduce you to a new friend. Rayne called out to Dora from under the tree, and Dora, who was sucking on agar jelly, flew out of the treehouse with a reluctant expression. What are you doing? Rayne, you're so annoying! It's very impolite to disturb someone's meal. Let's get to know our new friends first, then we'll eat. As he spoke, Rayne began to introduce Cecilia. This young lady is the highly skilled potion master I told you about. Her name is Cecilia, and she can concoct many delicious potions. Dora, who was initially somewhat dissatisfied, immediately perked up when she heard that Cecilia could concoct a delicious drink. Real? Dora flew to Cecilia. Cecilia looked at Dora with some surprise, and the apprentices behind her also looked at Dora in shock. They had never seen such a magical creature as Dora before. A fairy? Even Cecilia, who had read many books, couldn't recognize what race Dora belonged to. She felt she resembled a fairy from legend. No, Dora isn't a fairy, Dora is a spirit of nature. Your name is Cecilia, a very nice name. My name is Dora, nice to meet you. After flying around Cecilia once, Dora introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dora. Can you really make something that tastes good? Really? When Cecilia saw the adorable Dora staring at her with wide eyes and asking her a question, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Then she took out a bottle of potion from her spatial ring and gave it to Dora. Try this, it's a black iron grade potion I concocted, you might like it. Dora took the potion Cecilia handed her, opened it, and took a sip. It tastes a bit astringent, but it's alright, I can drink it. After taking a few bites, Dora felt the taste was alright, but it was far inferior to agar-agar juice. This is just a black iron grade potion. Once the magical plants in the herb field mature, Cecilia will be able to concoct bronze grade or even silver grade potions, which will taste much better. Ryan stepped forward and explained to Dora. Real? Dora looked excitedly at Cecilia, who nodded shyly under her gaze. That's wonderful. Dora likes you, Cecilia, you are Dora's good friend. Dora happily flew around Cecilia a few times and cheered. Hee! Cecilia smiled shyly. After Cecilia made her new friends, Rayne instructed the apprentices behind Cecilia to follow Dora's instructions when planting magical plants. Afterwards, Rayne returned to Red River Fortress,
while Dora invited her new friend Cecilia to visit her treehouse. Chapter 110 Caputo's Warning. Sitting quietly in the cultivation room, after adjusting his state, Rayne took out a stone flower fruit. After swallowing the agarwood fruit, Rayne felt a strong energy flowing through his body, and then he focused on digesting the energy of the agarwood fruit. It wasn't until a day later that he completely digested the stone flower fruit.
This is even more effective than Anatoly's described.
Whether it was because Dora's enhancement effect on the stone flower fruit was too good, or because of Rayne's high talent, this stone flower fruit directly boosted Rayne's strength to the peak of silver rank. In addition, Rayne's magic core has also improved significantly, reaching the high level of bronze. After digesting the first stone flower fruit, Rayne rode Rake outside for a spin, adjusting to his newfound power before returning to the training room. After adjusting his state, Rayne ate the second stone flower fruit. The effect of the stone flower fruit this time was much worse than the first time. Rayne only took half a day to digest the second stone flower fruit.
Still at the peak of silver, only the quality and quantity of my battle chi have improved a lot. It seems that even if I take another stone flower fruit, I still won't be able to break through to the gold level.
After experiencing the effects of the second stone flower fruit, Rayne lost confidence in breaking through to the gold level directly. The effect of the second stone flower fruit is halved, so eating the third one is not very meaningful. Instead of continuing to eat the agar-agar fruit, Ryan took out a portion of agar-agar juice and drank it. The effects of agar-agar juice are not much different from those of agar-agar fruit, but it is gentler and easier for Rayne to absorb. In less than half a day, Rayne had completely absorbed and digested the agar-agar juice.
Agar jelly does have the effect of improving one's qualifications, but for me, the improvement is negligible.
Anatoly told Rayne that agarwood juice could improve aptitude and talent. After Rayne used it himself, he found that it did have some effect. However, Rayne was a genius with extremely high aptitude, so the improvement provided by agarwood juice was only so. After consuming 2 agarwood fruits and a serving of agarwood juice, Rayne's knight strength reached the peak of silver rank, and his mage level also broke through to silver rank. He felt that the fighting spirit and magical power within his body were extremely surging, and the two forces were continuously strengthening his physical body and mental strength.
Great, that feels amazing!
After trying the agar-agar fruit and agar-agar juice, Rayne went out to find Caputo. The maximum profit is achieved by blending top-tier magical plants like the stone flower fruit into magical potions. However, Rayne did not completely trust Caputo. He was unsure whether Caputo might have left him with some tricks or schemes, since the rare and precious stone flower fruit was entrusted to Caputo. So Rayne tasted it himself first, and then went to Caputo to refine the rest into a potion. Even if something went wrong, Rayne could bear the loss. When Rayne found Caputo, the potion's master sat in front of Rayne and stared at him intently for a long time.
Master Caputo, what is this?
Rayne was a little confused. What was wrong with Caputo today?
Rayne, your strength has improved so much. It seems that you not only gained the friendship of the spirit of nature when you went out a few days ago, but also gained something else. Yes, Master Caputo, that is precisely why I have come to see you today.
As he spoke, Rayne took out a piece of agar-agar fruit and a serving of agar-agar juice.
These are rare treasures I obtained by chance deep in the Black Mountains, called agarwood fruit and agarwood juice.
Rayne explained to Caputo in detail the effects of lit hops, as well as lit hops fruit and lit hops juice. Caputo was deeply shocked after hearing this.
I never expected there to be such a rare treasure deep in the Black Mountains. That stone flower is probably already a gold-level magical plant. A magical plant of this level must be guarded by powerful magical beasts. It's truly remarkable that you were able to obtain such a treasure.
When asked about Caputo's question, Rayne smiled but didn't say anything more.
Master Caputo, I've come today to ask you to refine this top-grade magical plant into a magical potion.
Caputo carefully examined the agarwood fruit and agarwood juice, then placed the 2 rare treasures on the table.
We can talk about potion making later. I'd like to discuss other matters first. Other matters? Master Caputo, what do you mean? That spirit of nature, how did you form a contract with that spirit of nature? You mean Dora? It was all a coincidence, you could say it was an accident, Rayne casually remarked. Dora probably thought I was a nice person, so she signed a contract with me. Caputo looked at Rayne thoughtfully. Perhaps you are right. That spirit of nature may have really thought you were a good person, so it signed a contract with you. I underestimated you before, Rayne. To be able to form a contract with the spirit of nature, you have truly impressed me. Master Caputo, am I really that powerful? Rayne didn't seem to care much, but Caputo nodded very seriously. Absolutely amazing. However, I must remind you not to tell anyone about your contract with the spirit of nature, and never let the news that the Red River territory possesses the spirit of nature spread, or you will be in big trouble. When Cecilia told Caputo about Dora, Caputo was shocked and instinctively felt that it was fake. The spirits of nature, these legendary creatures, Caputo had only heard of them and read about them in books and ancient texts, but had never come into contact with them in person. Caputo personally went to the herb field and saw Dora tending to the magical plants there. Caputo could no longer control his emotions and trembled with excitement, his magical power becoming somewhat unstable. Because of his loss of control, Dora was startled by Caputo and immediately hid back in the treehouse. It took Cecilia a long time to coax her out. After that, Caputo didn't bother Dora anymore. Instead, he went back to his room to calm down and prepared to find an opportunity to go to Rayne. Unexpectedly, Rayne came to find him first after finishing his training. Seeing how serious Caputo was and how harsh his words were, Rayne understood the gravity of the situation. The spirit of nature is a legendary creature born from the heavens and earth, without parents, born and raised by nature, and protected by the will of nature from birth. Every spirit of nature, as long as it does not perish halfway, will surely step into the legendary realm in the future, and will go very far on the path of legend. Legend has it that the spirit of nature has all sorts of magical abilities, such as granting people longevity, increasing their strength to break through to the legendary realm, and keeping them forever young. Caputo spoke of the moving abilities of the spirits of nature. That's impossible. Dora doesn't have that kind of ability. Rayne didn't believe it at all. Of course, many of the rumors are untrue, but it is undeniable that the spirits of nature do have many amazing abilities. The nature spirit you have contracted is just a newly born larva, and it has not yet mastered many abilities. Once it enters the legendary realm, it will naturally master these amazing abilities. So I have to remind you that even if you have signed a contract with her, if the evil god's followers or other ill-intentioned people find out about it, they will definitely stop at nothing to seize this spirit of nature. Although harming the spirits of nature will be punished by the will of nature, it is not enough to make those villains give up their plundering. Moreover, for evil gods and chaos believers, the spirits of nature are the best sacrifices. Do you understand? This secret must be kept strictly confidential. It must never be known to outsiders. Chapter 111 Caputo's Past. Rayne felt that he hadn't paid enough attention to Dora before. Now that he's heard what Caputo said, if Dora's news gets out, he'll be in real trouble. The evil god followers and the chaos cultists are both huge problems. Dora could run away if she sensed danger, but where could he run to? He couldn't just run away from the Red River territory. I understand, Master Caputo. Thank you very much for your reminder. I will seal off the herb field in a moment, and only allow Cecilia and her apprentices to enter it from now on. I will strictly control those who know Dora and prevent them from contacting outsiders. It's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep are lost. Dora has only appeared in the herb field. As long as the herb field is managed well, news of Dora will not spread. I already had Cecilia tell those children not to tell outsiders about Dora's existence. When you go back, you should also warn them not to talk nonsense. Those little ones are still children, and many of them don't understand the seriousness of the situation. They need to be strictly managed. Caputo gave Rayne some advice. Also, do you have some magic stones? You can give them to me, and I'll set up a magic circle in the herb field for you. It will not only protect the herb field but also increase the vitality and growth rate of the magical plants. Real?
Rayne was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time Caputo had offered to help him.
Of course it's true. Master Caputo, how many magic stones do you need? Your herb field isn't very big. 100 magic stones will be enough. 100 yuan, okay, I'll pay.
The magic circle required a lot of magic stones, but Rayne could afford it. Considering the importance of the herb field in Dora, Rayne gritted his teeth and decided to contribute 100 magic stones.
Master Caputo, how will your service fee be calculated? My service fee?
Caputo smiled and said,
I can set up this magic circle for you for free. Free? Why?
From the moment he arrived today, Rayne sensed that Caputo's attitude towards him was a bit off. Now that he was offering to set up a magic circle for free, Rayne was even more confused.
Rayne, do you know why I came to the north? Because of the orc materials? It's not material from the orcs, but material about the evil god. An evil god? Yes, I obtained a statue of an evil god in the orc camp that you had your eye on. The injuries I sustained were caused by the power of the evil god when I was collecting the statue. As for why I took the evil god sculpture, it's because I once studied the power of the evil god in order to break through to the legendary level, but I was cursed by the backlash of the evil god's power.
Caputo slowly recounted his past, while Rayne, listening from the side, frowned. Anything related to evil gods was no laughing matter, and Rayne didn't want to get involved with any evil gods.
My full name is Capto Ilix. I am the chief professor of potions at St. White Academy. I was once the youngest gold-level potion master in the Kingdom of 1,000 Towers, and also the potion master with the best chance of breaking through to the legendary realm in the last 100 years. Unfortunately, like most geniuses, I eventually got stuck at the peak of the gold level and could no longer take a step forward to cross that hurdle and enter the legend level. To achieve this, I tried every possible way to break through, and finally I tried to use the evil god flower to refine a magic potion to break through to the legendary realm. The evil god flower is a peculiar magical plant that grows on land contaminated by the blood of an evil god. Some followers of the evil god use the evil god flower to break through to the legendary realm. So, by chance, I obtained a flower of evil gods and wanted to use it to refine a magic potion to break through to the legendary level. Later I succeeded, and I also failed. I successfully used the evil god flower to refine a potion that can help one break through to the legendary level. I took that potion and also broke through to the legendary level. What followed was a painful experience. It was true that taking the potion made from the evil god flower could help one break through to the legendary level, but the price was becoming a minion of the evil god and completely losing oneself. Although I had made many preparations in advance, using various methods to remove the influence of the evil god from the evil god flower, and also taking multiple precautions on my own body to resist the evil god's erosion. But I overestimated myself and underestimated the power of the evil god. My bloodline began to be corrupted, and my body began to deform under the influence of the evil god's power. I was unable to control my own power and was forced to abandon it, but by then it was too late. The evil god's power had penetrated deep into my bloodline and I could not stop it. The Dean of St. White Academy took me to the Immortal Tower to seek help from the Immortal Grand Duke Savander. With the help of the Immortal Grand Duke, most of the evil god power in my body was cleared away, and the deformities in my body were restored to their original state. However, as a result, I not only failed to break through to the legendary level, but also fell from the peak of the gold level to the initial gold level. What pains me even more is that my bloodline has been cursed by the power of the evil god. Although I survived under the protection of the legendary Grand Duke, all my clansmen died one after another within a few years due to the curse. In the end, only Cecilia survived. She is my granddaughter, and half of her blood comes from another powerful lineage, so only she survived. Poor little Cecilia, although her father's lineage was powerful, it had all died out for some reason. She was originally raised by her mother alone. As a result of my actions, her mother and everyone else in the Elix family died. Moreover, Cecilia's curse has not been completely removed. The power of her paternal bloodline is weakening year by year, while the power of the curse persists like a maggot clinging to her bone. The curse power within my own body has not been completely eradicated. The last remnants could not be completely eliminated and were simply sealed away by the immortal Grand Duke. I spent all my savings to get the immortal Grand Duke to help me once. I don't have the ability to get him to help seal the curse power in Cecilia's body again. Moreover, if it is only sealed, the power of the curse will still remain in her body. This is equivalent to cutting off Cecilia's path forward. She will not be able to continue on the path of the extraordinary, and will never be able to reach the gold level in her lifetime. If Cecilia's talent were just average, it would be fine. Gold level was out of the question for her anyway. But Cecilia's talent is extremely high, even surpassing mine by a level. I don't care about myself, but I can't let Cecilia have no future, so I've been trying to remove the curse all these years. I had already made some progress in my research over the years, and after analyzing that evil god sculpture this time, I am confident that I can remove the curse. But I know the success rate isn't high. It's just that my strength has already regressed to the silver level. If I don't try now, there'll be no hope at all, so I want to take one last gamble. I never expected to meet you at this time, Rayne. Caputo looked at Rayne with unwavering eyes, as if Rayne were his only hope. The spirit of nature, this legendary creature possesses powerful purifying abilities once it reaches the legendary level. She can definitely remove the curse from Cecilia's body, and it's much safer than my method. So Rayne, I will do my best to help you from now on, as long as you promise me that after Dora breaks through to the legendary level, you will help Cecilia completely remove the curse power from her body. Rayne readily agreed to Caputo's request. Don't worry, Master Caputo. Cecilia is like a sister to me. I will definitely not let anything happen to her. But will Cecilia be able to wait until Dora breaks through to legendary status? Don't worry about that. The curse power within Cecilia won't erupt anytime soon, and the spirit of nature can purify Cecilia every now and then. Although the spirit of nature's purification power is not strong since it hasn't broken through to the legendary level, I think it's enough to suppress the power of the curse. That's fine then. I'll do as Master Caputo said. I'll have Dora purify you and Cecilia regularly. I'm fine, it's little Cecilia who's the problem. If you're going to purify, then do it together. It's fine, Master Caputo. I'll ask Dora later to see if she can purify both of you. If she can, you and Cecilia can both be purified. Okay. Upon receiving a positive answer from Rayne, Caputo's eyes welled up with tears. After years of searching, Caputo finally found a way to remove the curse, and his long-strained heart finally relaxed a little. Chapter 112, Choosing to Refine Potions. Composing himself, Caputo began to talk about the potion that Rayne was going to brew. Rayne, the agarwood fruit and agarwood juice you provided are both rare gold-grade materials. Although I have never seen this kind of magical plant before, there are some magical plants with similar effects. Therefore, I am confident that I can use the stone flower fruit to refine a gold-grade magic potion. You are already at the peak of silver rank. If you can take a gold-level auxiliary magic potion, I believe you can definitely break through to the gold rank. Really? Master Caputo? Rayne was very excited. He hadn't expected Caputo to be so confident in his ability to concoct a gold-grade potion. Certainly. However, there is a problem now. My injuries have not yet healed. My strength had already fallen to the peak of silver due to the repeated decline of the evil god's power. Now I have new injuries. I may not be able to refine the potion for you until I recover. If it were just silver-grade potions, I could start refining them right now, but gold-grade potions are different. I'm not confident I can refine them until I'm fully recovered. Upon hearing Caputo's words, Rayne took out the remaining stone flower fruit and stone flower juice from his spatial ring. You still have so many? Caputo looked at the agar-agar fruit and agar-agar juice on the table with some surprise. That's all for now. There are 4 agar-agar fruits and 8 portions of agar-agar juice in total. Master Caputo, I've tried a portion of this agarwood fruit and agarwood juice, and the effects were remarkable. Master, can this help you recover from your injuries? Rayne had a strange sense of urgency urging him to improve his strength as soon as possible. After arriving in the other world,
he also had a deep-seated lack of security and wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, to make himself stronger and his territory stronger. Now that Caputo, the potion master and former gold-level archmage, is willing to fully assist him, Rayne wants to unleash all of Caputo's abilities as soon as possible. He himself can take the crucial step as soon as possible and become a gold-level powerhouse. Ordinary healing potions are useless to me, but I really don't know anything about this rare treasure. I can give it a try. But are you willing to do that? Caputo looked at Rayne, scrutinizing the young man before him. Of course, master, please feel free to take it and give it a try. Now that Rayne has already brought it out, he won't hesitate any longer. Good. Caputo didn't say anything more. If this young man, Rayne, had such courage, what else could he say? Rayne, please wait a moment. After putting away a portion of agar-agar fruit and agar-agar juice, Caputo returned to the bedroom behind him to try to recover from his injuries. Rayne waited outside for news from Caputo. While waiting outside, Rayne was still a little uneasy. If the agar fruit and agar juice were ineffective against Caputo, then he would have wasted a valuable resource. Hopefully it will work. A short while later, Caputo didn't come out, but Cecilia returned first. Rayne told Cecilia about what he had just talked about with Caputo, and little Cecilia's eyes welled up with tears after hearing it. All right, Cecilia, don't worry. With Dora on you, the curse will definitely be removed, and the same goes for Master Caputo's curse. Just live peacefully in your brother's territory and don't think too much. No one here will dare to bully you. Rayne patted Cecilia's head, comforting the little girl. Cecilia, who was sobbing slightly, lowered her head and responded. Rayne and Cecilia were talking quietly outside, but their attention was focused on the room inside, constantly sensing the magical fluctuations within. When night fell, Caputo's tightly closed door finally opened. Seeing Caputo emerge from inside beaming with health, Rayne felt reassured, knowing he had made the right bet this time. Rayne, isn't little Cecilia getting impatient? Grandfather! Cecilia threw herself into Caputo's arms. Master Caputo, it seems everything is going well. Yes, the effects of these two rare treasures are even better than I expected. My new injuries have healed, and some of my hidden injuries have also been repaired. My magic core, which was damaged by the curse power, has also recovered somewhat, and my strength has returned to the gold level. As he spoke, Caputo stroked the head of his precious granddaughter in his arms. This time, it's all thanks to you, Rayne. Don't worry, I'll be settling down in the Red River territory from now on. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do my best to help you. I have personally experienced the effects of agarwood fruit and agarwood juice. With this personal experience, I have more inspiration and ideas for refining magic potions. I have some of my own treasures here that can be used as supplementary medicines. These 3 stone flower fruits can be refined into at least 5 gold-grade magic potions, and if we are lucky, we can make more. As for the agar juice, I have 2 options. Rayne, you can choose one. One method is to use agarwood juice to refine gold-grade magic potions, the effects of which are almost identical to those of magic potions refined from agarwood fruit. Another method is to refine it into a silver-grade magic potion. After adding some auxiliary ingredients, I can enhance the effect of the agarwood juice in improving aptitude. The agarwood juice has a mild medicinal effect and is quite effective for users below the gold grade. If the agarwood juice is refined into a gold-grade magic potion, these 7 portions of agarwood juice can only be refined into 11 or 12 portions of gold-grade magic potion. Gold-grade magic potion is less effective at improving aptitude and is more focused on improving strength. But if it's refined to silver grade, I estimate I can refine about 100 portions. However, the amount of auxiliary ingredients will be a bit more, but don't worry, I have enough of those auxiliary ingredients in stock. Caputo gave Rayne 2 choices, and Rayne chose the second one after a moment's thought. Currently, only he and Ross and a few others in the territory can use gold-level potions, and it would be too difficult for Ross and the others to break through to the gold level using gold-level potions, since they have just broken through to the silver level. Therefore, what the territory needs most right now is silver-level potions to create more silver-level powerhouses. Most importantly, Caputo has enhanced the aptitude-boosting effect of the stone flower juice, which is crucial for Rayne. His current subordinates are generally not high-level and have average talents, so they need this kind of silver-level potion to improve them. Given a few bottles of gold-grade potions and 100 bottles of highly practical silver-grade potions, Rayne chose the latter. The stone flower fruit is refined into a gold-grade magic potion, and the stone flower juice is refined into a silver-grade magic potion, as you said, Master Caputo. Master Caputo, you can use whichever of those magical plants in the herb field you want. You can use them freely. Cecilia, you don't need to refine the blood of wild wolves and demon wolves for now. I've tamed a batch of demon wolves. Now the wolf mounts are enough. I need warrior's blood and hero's blood to enhance the strength of the guards. You can refine these 2 potions from now on. Okay, Brother Rayne. Rayne brought back nearly 100 bronze level and 5 silver level dire wolves from Dire Wolf Peak, which should be enough mounts for the Dire Wolf Knights for the time being. These dire wolves were temporarily released by Rayne into the Red River Valley, where they ruled over various packs. More than 100 packs of varying sizes were distributed from the northernmost Bright Moon territory to the southern Black Rock territory. When Rayne needs the wolves, he recalls a few back to his territory. When he doesn't need them, they gather intelligence and anything else useful to him in the wilderness. The intelligence of the bronze-level dire wolves is almost the same as that of ordinary humans. With their addition, Rayne's control over these wolf packs has increased several levels. Chapter 113: The Cold Wind Family. After arranging the potion making, Rayne went off to busy himself with building up his territory. He couldn't get involved in the potion making process. He could leave it to Caputo and Cecilia, and Rayne didn't need to do anything else. After Rayne left, Cecilia felt much better seeing Caputo's health restored. Grandpa, are we really going to settle down in the Red River territory from now on? Yes, Grandpa will retire here. But you're fine. When you grow up, you can leave if you want. I promised Rayne I would stay, but I didn't say you had to stay too. I never expected that after searching for so many years to find a way to break the curse, I would finally find it here. The spirit of nature, a legendary and wondrous creature, whose last appearance, according to records, was thousands of years ago during the Tamriel Empire. With the intervention of the spirits of nature to purify it, the power of the curse will no longer be a problem. Cecilia hugged Caputo tightly. Wherever Grandpa is, Cecilia will be there too. Cecilia likes it here and it's great to live here. Brother Rayne is also a very good person. Rayne is indeed excellent. He was chosen by the spirit of nature, gained the recognition of the will of nature, and signed a contract with the spirit of nature. Such a person is naturally without problems. He is an extraordinary person, and he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Alright, Grandpa's going to make potions now. You should study your spells properly. Caputo put away the agarwood fruit and agarwood juice and returned to his workshop to start mixing potions. Rayne returned to Red River Fortress to reinforce and renovate the deep well inside the castle. The water supply inside Red River Fortress comes entirely from the deep well in front of Rayne, but Rayne feels that the well is a bit old and there is too much cement and sand coming up, so it needs to be renovated and upgraded. Rayne has now been promoted to a silver rank mage, and his mastery of the magic of turning mud into stone is unparalleled. He can easily reinforce and modify a well. In addition to the deep well, Rayne also plans to upgrade and renovate some facilities in Red River Fortress and Red River Town. After his strength increased, his magic power increased more than tenfold, and his control over spells also greatly improved, making his spells much more effective than before. Now that Rayne's strength has temporarily reached a bottleneck, he no longer needs to seclude himself for arduous training. He has the time to focus on building up his territory and upgrading some of the buildings within it. Besides building his territory, he also takes time to visit the school in person, teach the children, and make his presence felt. No matter how much the teacher talks in class, it's not as effective as Rayne going there in person. Moreover, Rayne's knowledge is far superior to that of the current teachers at Red River Academy, making him more than capable of teaching these students. Days pass by, and Rayne was so busy he barely had time to breathe. Everyone in the Red River territory was also incredibly busy. The entire territory was bustling with activity. Thousands of miles away, a biting wind raged across the land, and a blanket of snow covered the entire sky. The world was a vast expanse of white, with only a towering ice-blue tower standing between heaven and earth, surrounded by endless wind and snow howling incessantly. Beneath the tower stands a massive city, the heart of the Coldwind territory, Coldwind City. This ice-blue tower is none other than the renowned Frostwind Tower, famous throughout the entire kingdom of Asriel. The shadow of the ice-blue tower was reflected in Matthew's indifferent eyes. Even after watching it for decades, Matthew still marvels at the power of the ancient builders of the Coldwind Tower every time he sees it. Everyone who comes to Coldwind City and sees the Coldwind Tower with their own eyes is awestruck by the grandeur of this ancient ruin. A fierce, icy wind swirled around the towering Frostwind Tower, which stood hundreds of meters tall. At its foot, however, Frostwind City remained calm and free of snow and wind. Apart from the slightly cold temperature, Frostwind City was not much different from other kingdom cities. "Commander, the Frost Guards are back!" A subordinate interrupted Matthew's thoughts. "Understood, just let them in according to the procedure." "Yes, Commander." Matthew is the commander of the Coldwind City garrison, responsible for the defense of Coldwind City. He commands a garrison of 3,000 men and is himself a Silver Peak Knight. Under Matthew's orders, the guards quickly opened the gates and welcomed the Frost Guards in, following procedure. Standing on the city wall, Matthew watched expressionlessly as hundreds of Frost Guards clad in ice-blue armor entered the city, heading straight for Ice Fortress. At the end of the road, in the heart of Coldwind City, a towering ice peak stands prominently. On the ice peak stands the Ice Fortress, the residence of the Coldwind clan, which has become one with the Ice Peak. Ice Fortress and the Tower of Coldwind are the two most prominent buildings in Coldwind City. "Commander, it seems there are quite a few blue-skinned guys coming from the north this time. They've actually mobilized so many Frost Guards." Focus on patrolling, nothing else is our concern." He didn't care at all about what his deputy said about Matthew. It was none of his business. "Yes, Commander." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the deputy gave an awkward smile and left. Under Matthew's watchful eye, the Frost Guard entered the city and headed straight for Ice Fortress without stopping for a moment. Upon arriving at Ice Fortress, they reported the first-hand intelligence they had gathered. At this moment, inside the Frost Hall of Ice Fortress, the high-ranking members of the Coldwind family were holding a meeting. "Why are these frost trolls running south like madmen this year? Has some natural disaster struck the ice plains? No matter the reason, we must not let them reach Coldwind City. We must annihilate them all in the Frosty Corridor. It seems these trolls have forgotten the power of the Coldwind clan. We need to let them know that the Coldwind clan is not to be trifled with. Yes, we need to completely scare them this time, otherwise these frost trolls will keep harassing the Frost Corridor. What news has come from Frosthold? Haven't the Frost Guards who went out returned yet?" The elders of the Coldwind family discussed amongst themselves, while Grand Duke Coldwind, seated high on the ice throne, silently watched the elders below as they continued their discussion. The power structure of the Hanfong family, which has been established for over 1,000 years, differs from that of other great ducal families. The Hanfong Grand Duke, who serves as the patriarch of the Hanfong family, does not have absolute power. The Elder Council of the Hanfong family holds half of the family's power, and the entire Hanfong family is governed jointly by the Hanfong Grand Duke and the Elder Council. The Elder Council of the Coldwind family is composed of ice mages who are of the gold level and are from the Coldwind family. Ice mages are the most important part of the Frostwind clan. Because of the Coldwind Tower, the Coldwind clan has more advanced spellcasters than advanced combatants, which is an extremely rare phenomenon. Normally, the number of combatants far exceeds the number of spellcasters, and the number of advanced combatants is also much greater than that of advanced spellcasters. However, the situation is exactly the opposite in the Hanfong family. The modern-day Grand Duke of Coldwind, Marshal Coldwind, is not an ice mage but an ice knight. Kings and councils, knights and mages, This peculiar combination creates a somewhat disharmonious atmosphere at every meeting in the Frost Hall. At this moment, a Frost guard came to Marshall's side and whispered a few words of report. The elders who had just been discussing the matter stopped their conversation upon seeing this, and looked at Grand Duke Marshall of the Cold Wind. Chapter 114: An Unusual Choice. All right, elders, the Frost Guard has brought bad news. A legendary powerhouse has appeared among the Frost Troll tribes that have marched south this time. A plea for help has been sent from Frostfire Fortress. The legendary powerhouse of the Frost Troll tribe has attempted to attack Frostfire Fortress, but was stopped by the fortress's barrier. We all know that the Frostfire Fortress's barrier won't hold for long, and the mage core inside won't last much longer either. Therefore, reinforcements must set off as soon as possible. Now we are discussing how many reinforcements to send to support Frost Fortress, and who should be the commander to confront the Troll tribe and that legendary troll. Marshall made public the news sent back by the Frost Guards, and at the same time set the tone for what needed to be done. He knew that if he didn't stand up and make things clear, these old guys would talk for who knows how long. Every collective meeting was an extremely unpleasant experience for Marshall, and he would not convene a collective meeting of the Council of Elders unless he had no other choice. A legendary Frost Troll powerhouse? Upon hearing this news, the elders gasped in shock. Legendary figures are the pinnacle of existence wherever they are, and currently, the entire Ha-Fong family only has 2 legendary figures. One was Grand Duke Marshall of the Frostwinds, and the other was the Grand Elder, Speaker, and legendary Ice Mage Bradley of the Council of Elders. Bradley sat below Marshall, and he didn't say anything from the beginning. As the speaker, if he needed to say something, someone would naturally step forward to speak for him. He didn't need to personally intervene. However, upon hearing that a legendary expert had invaded, the Grand Elder could no longer remain seated and asked, "There are very few strong individuals on the Permafrost Plateau to begin with, and the Frost Troll tribe only has a handful of legends. Which legend has come south this time?" Marshall said calmly. "Ugus, the Beast Slayer." It was him. The elders were even more astonished upon hearing the name of the Beast Slayer. The Frostwind territory occupies the southern end of the Frostwind corridor, and going north through the narrow Frostwind corridor leads to the Permafrost Plateau. Due to geographical factors, the Frostwind territory frequently interacts with various alien tribes on the ice plains. The climate of the Permafrost Plateau is harsh, and these alien tribes would occasionally cross the Frost corridor southward to attack the Frostwind territory, hoping to plunder some resources. Therefore, the Ha-Fong family had some knowledge of the famous strongmen among the various alien tribes on the Permafrost Plateau. Ugus the Beast Slayer, a troll tribe that rose to prominence on the Permafrost Plateau over 100 years ago, is most famous for slaying a legendary snow monster single-handedly. The Frost Trolls, who live on the Permafrost Plateau, are the most powerful of the alien races on the plateau. Their powerful physique allows them to survive in the extremely harsh natural conditions of the Permafrost Plateau. Every adult Frost Troll is an extremely powerful icefield hunter, with a minimum strength of black iron. However, perhaps because the Permafrost Plateau is too barren, legendary experts rarely appear. Compared to other regions, the number of legendary experts on the Permafrost Plateau is pitifully small. The Troll tribe also rarely produces legendary powerhouses. As a legendary behemoth slayer, Ugus is already a dominant figure in the Permafrost Plateau. 60 years ago, Ugus was able to kill a legendary snow demon beast on his own. 60 years have passed, and he may have already surpassed the initial legendary level and reached the mid-legendary level where the laws are solidified. Elder Bradley was somewhat worried that the monstrous beast slayer Ugus might have already broken through to the mid-level legendary rank. The legendary realm is divided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. Reaching the level of law enlightenment marks one's entry into the initial legendary realm. Solidifying the law advances one to the mid-level legendary realm. Comprehending and strengthening the law elevates one to the high-level legendary realm. And touching the realm of the law signifies reaching the pinnacle of the legendary realm, also known as the Ultimate King. In the legendary realm, the difference in strength between each level represents a qualitative leap. A mid-level legendary can easily crush a low-level legendary. No,
If he had already reached the level of solidified laws and broken through to the mid-level of legendary status, Frost Fortress wouldn't be able to stop him. The barbarian army should be at the gates by now. Moreover, if he were to break through to the mid-level legendary level, he shouldn't be heading south to attack us, but rather to conquer those icefield tribes and try to unify the permafrost plateau. For hundreds of years, no legendary powerhouse with solidified laws has appeared on the permafrost plateau. Marshall directly refuted Bradley's conjecture. The Coldwind family had dealt with the Icefield barbarians for over 1,000 years and knew their temperaments all too well. That's true. If Olga's really had the strength, he would have started a war of conquest long ago. These blue-skinned ibex from the ice plains are simple-minded, and all they know is how to fight, kill, and plunder. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Bradley also felt that he might be being a bit paranoid, but he had a vague sense of unease in his heart. This time, I will lead the Winter Knights and the Bloodfrost Swordsman Legion to support Frost Fortress, and the Winter Mage Legion will send half of its members to accompany me. How is it, Elder? Marshall stated his decision directly, which is how such a major battle is usually arranged, since he was going to face a legend, and the commander must be a legend. Elder Bradley had no experience in commanding large armies. His primary role was to remain in the rear as a legendary mage. Bradley didn't sense anything wrong with Marshall's arrangement, and was about to agree, but before he could speak, someone from the elders below spoke up first. His Highness is the ruler of Coldwind territory. If a blueskin man from the Ice Plains leading a rabble is enough to make His Highness personally intervene, doesn't that mean our Coldwind family has no one to rely on? As for that beast slayer Olgus, he's just a fool with brute force and no reason to take action against him personally. The Grand Elder is strong enough to defeat him. I propose that the Grand Elder lead the troops to support Frostbite Fortress this time. Santos stood in the center of the hall, looking at Marshall and Bradley sitting at the head of the table. His words surprised the two most powerful men in the Frostwind territory. I also agree that the speaker should lead the troops to provide support. I second that. As soon as Santos finished speaking, 3 or 4 more elders stood up and echoed his proposal. Marshall glanced at Bradley beside him, his face turning somewhat unpleasant at being contradicted so directly by an elder. Bradley was initially surprised, but after glancing at Santos and the others, he quickly regained his composure and remained silent, as if what Santos said had nothing to do with him. Elder, what do you mean? Marshall rested his chin on his hand on his throne, asking Bradley in a calm tone, his expression returning to normal, though he looked at Santos, who had stepped forward, with a playful gaze. I am getting old and should no longer engage in such strenuous activities as leading troops into battle, but since the elders want me to serve the family, I cannot refuse. This time, I will lead the Winter Mage Legion and the Frost Swordsman Legion north to support Frost Fortress. Bradley agreed, and Marshall didn't press the matter further and readily agreed as well. All right, in that case, I'll trouble the elder to make the trip. In addition to the Winter Mage Legion and the Bloodfrost Swordsman Legion, bring a few ordinary legions as support, just in case. Your Highness is indeed very thoughtful. I will certainly live up to the family's expectations, defeat the invading alien races, and let them witness the powerful strength of the Han Feng family. As soon as the meeting ended, Marshall left the council chamber without looking back, leaving behind a group of elders. Chapter 115 Internal Countercurrent. Only a dozen or so elders remained in the council hall. Bradley sat in his seat with his head down, saying nothing, and the scene fell into a cold silence. The elders who had just spoken all looked at Santos, clearly indicating that his speeches had been orchestrated by him. Santos called out softly with a smile on his face. Elder! Bradley did not react and remained silent with his head down. Elder! It's not that I acted on my own initiative, but I didn't expect the invading trolls to be so strong, and that His Highness would decide on the commander of the reinforcements at this meeting. I originally planned to ask you for permission after this meeting to lead reinforcements to support Frostbite Fortress. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I can only ask you to take action. After all, I can't handle a legendary opponent. Bradley suddenly spoke up. You really want the elders to lead the troops? Santos, you should know that leading troops into battle has always been the responsibility of His Highness the Grand Duke, not our Council of Elders.
Santos nodded repeatedly.
Of course I know, Elder. But we have no choice but to fight now. If we let the Grand Duke continue to act recklessly like this, will our Council of Elders still have a place to stand? Ever since the Grand Duke subdued that ice dragon 13 years ago, his strength has increased dramatically, and he has become increasingly dissatisfied with our Council of Elders. 10 years ago, he stripped Rukos of his elder status and sent him to guard the family plane just because of some minor mistakes. 6 years ago, the Grand Duke seized on another mistake and stripped Alexandra of her elder status, sending her to guard the magic stone mine. What's even more outrageous is that the year before last, the Grand Duke, without any evidence, claimed that Elder Tiffany had been corrupted by chaos and worshipped the demon god, and executed her without the council's consent. Elder!
Santos burst into tears as he spoke, tearfully recounting to Bradley the tyranny of the Grand Duke of the Cold Wind.
How long has it been? In just 13 years, the Council of Elders has lost 3 elders. And how many new members have joined the council in these 13 years? Only one? The Grand Elder. There's only one pitiful person. At this rate, the Council of Elders will collapse in a few years.
Bradley finally raised his head, his aged face and gloomy eyes staring at Santos. So what are you going to do?
What do you want me to do?
Bradley's words were devoid of emotion, as cold as the wind blowing from the Arctic.
Elder, it's not that I want to do anything, we just want to ensure the continuation of the family tradition, we are just trying to save ourselves. If His Highness the Grand Duke leads troops to provide support this time, with his strength and the assistance of that ice dragon, Olga's will definitely not be his match. In case the Grand Duke kills Olga's, he will return victorious, and he will have even more supporters within the family. If His Highness wants to implement his reform plan for the Mage Academy and redistribute the ratio of warriors and spellcasters entering the Frostwind Tower, how should we respond? Elder!
When Santos mentioned the reform plan for the Mage Academy, Bradley's eyes suddenly sharpened.
Shut up! The Grand Duke is the master of Coldwind territory and the patriarch of the family. He has his reasons for doing what he wants, which are beyond your comprehension, Santos.
Bradley looked at his once most valued disciple with some disappointment. By blood, Santos was his older brother's grandson. From any perspective, Santos is Bradley's most trusted person, so when Santos suddenly spoke up to refute Marshall at the conference, Bradley chose to support him. But now Bradley felt powerless. The dozen or so elders in front of him were looking at him like he was a savior, trying to get him to stop Marshall. How could Bradley not know about the methods of Marshall, the modern-day Grand Duke of the Cold Wind? Bradley, who had lived for nearly 300 years, had seen too many ups and downs. He had watched Marshall grow up, and he had witnessed everything that the Grand Duke, who was in the prime of his life, had done. The Council of Elders was established by the first Grand Duke of Cold Wind, who was a mage. His initial intention was to have the Council of Elders help him govern Coldwind territory so that the first Grand Duke of Coldwind could have more time to study the mysteries of magic. At that time, the Council of Elders was the best assistant to the Duke of Coldwind. They could not only help govern Coldwind territory, but also assist the first Duke of Coldwind in conducting experiments as a mage assistant. After the death of the first Duke of Coldwind, the most qualified person to succeed him was a legendary ice mage of the Coldwind family. However, the successor was unwilling to assume the position of Grand Duke, preferring instead to delve into the mysteries of magic within the Tower of Cold Winds. Therefore, he relinquished the position of Grand Duke and took over as the Speaker of the Council of Elders. For this reason, from the second Grand Duke of Coldwind to the current fourth Grand Duke of Coldwind, Marshall, all 3 Grand Dukes of Coldwind were warriors. The Grand Duke, who is a warrior, and the Council Elder, who is a spellcaster, will naturally have some differences due to their backgrounds. The most fundamental difference is the ratio of people who enter the Coldwind Tower to cultivate. There are limited spots available for training inside the Frostwind Tower, and these spots have always been mostly occupied by ice mages, with very few combatants. This disagreement began to emerge with the third Grand Duke of Coldwind, and intensified after Marshall took over. The Grand Duke of Coldwind's dissatisfaction with the Council of Elders was common knowledge within the Coldwind family. As the Grand Elder, Bradley only wanted to maintain the status quo. He was too old, already 300 years old this year, which was the end of the legendary initial lifespan. He himself didn't know how many more years he could live. What reaction can he possibly have to Marshall's actions now? If any one of you trash could break through to the legendary level, would any of this have happened? If two of them break through to the legendary level, would the Grand Duke still be dissatisfied with the council? What's the point of saying all this? What good is it that I obeyed your orders this time, became the commander-in-chief, and returned victorious? If I die one day and Marshall push forward with his reforms, what will you use to stop him? Your silver tongue? Santos. Bradley's words pierced the hearts of all the elders present, while Santos bent over with his head down, so no one could see his face hidden beneath him. All right, that's settled then. Go back and prepare yourselves. The situation at Frostbite Fortress is urgent, and cannot be delayed. We will head north tomorrow. Yes, Elder. Meanwhile, after returning, Marshall told several court ministers about Bradley's march north with reinforcements, and the ministers were all extremely indignant. Your Highness, what is the Grand Elder doing? Leading troops into battle is your right. How dare they do this? It seems these old fellows are getting anxious, afraid that His Highness will continue to attack them. Marshall didn't seem to care much about it. The Grand Elder is too old to bother with anything else. This time, it was that good-for-nothing Santos who suddenly had an idea and disrupted my plans. I think the Grand Elder was quite surprised as well. But it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of a few years sooner or later, I can wait. Make proper arrangements for the troops. We'll depart with the Grand Elder tomorrow. Frost Fortress cannot be lost. Although the Grand Elder is old, his strength is by no means weak. He has been at the early stage of the legendary realm for nearly 200 years. That Ogas will not be his match. Although Marshall looked down on the elders in the council who monopolized resources and only sucked the blood of their families, he still had great respect for Elder Bradley. After everything settled down, Ice Fortress returned to tranquility, and a raven flashed across the shadow of the Frostwind Tower before disappearing again. Chapter 116 The Clancy's Formula. On November 20th, nearly 10 days had passed since Rayne handed over the agar fruit and agar juice to Caputo. Over the course of 10 days, Rayne traversed every corner of Red River Town, doing his utmost to assist in improving various aspects of the territory's development. With the full support of the Silver Mage Rayne, the various projects in the territory progressed by leaps and bounds, and one red building after another rose from the ground. At this moment, the towering, 5-story building standing 15 meters tall in front of Rayne is the new government office of the Red River Territory, where all the government officials of the Red River Territory will work from now on. After several days of hard work, Rayne was in charge of reinforcing the walls of the petrified ground and used his magic to move a large number of stone bricks to speed up the project and complete the government hall. Finally finished! The biggest project left is the city wall. Rayne looked toward the edge of Red River Town, where some workers were marking out an area to level the land, which was where the new city wall would be built. Giant red bricks are being produced at an accelerated pace. As other large-scale projects in Homehead Town are completed one by one, the main labor force of the territory will be concentrated on the construction of the city wall. Now that the weather is cold, we need to make more hot soup for the workers, and add more fish and meat to ensure their strength. Yes, my lord. Fornell nodded in agreement. Several heavy snowfalls have occurred in the past few days, and the north has fully entered winter, with temperatures dropping to below -10 degrees Celsius. The workers expend a lot of energy working at this temperature, so they naturally need to be provided with more food. Construction would have been impossible at this time in Rayne's original world, but in the Noah continent, the temperature is not a problem. Evan rushed over and brought Rayne some good news. My lord, Teacher Cecilia sent me to inform you that Master Caputo wants you to see him. Master Caputo wants to see me. Okay, I'll be right there. Upon hearing the news about Caputo, Rayne immediately realized that there might be news about the potion. These past few days, Rayne has been thinking about the potion, and now he's finally received news. Feeling a little excited, Rayne immediately put down what he was doing and rushed to Caputo's place. In the blink of an eye, Rayne arrived at his destination. Cecilia, who was waiting at the door, ran over happily as soon as she saw Rayne.
"Brother Rayne, come quickly! Grandpa's refining this time is perfect. The potion he makes will definitely surprise you."
Hearing Cecilia say that, Rayne's anticipation grew even stronger. The two quickly entered Caputo's potion workshop. Inside the studio, Caputo was looking at his work with satisfaction.
"Master Caputo, I've arrived!"
As soon as he entered, Rayne greeted everyone happily, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the several bottles of potions on the workbench.
"Rayne, my refining this time was very successful. I didn't expect that it would go so smoothly after several years since I last refined a gold-grade magic potion. I used 3 stone flower fruits to refine 6 portions of the golden-grade Crancia's blessing." "A blessing from Crancia?"
Rayne asked, somewhat puzzled. Caputo smiled and explained to Rayne.
"Crancia is a person's name. Before the establishment of the Tamriel Empire, she was already a legendary potion master known throughout the entire human race of the Noah continent. She created the legendary Crancia formula, which consists of the blessings and gifts of Crancia. As long as one is a qualified potion master, after learning the formula of Crancia, one can concoct 2 potions, Crancia's blessing and Crancia's grace, according to the formula. Among them, Crancia's blessing is a powerful potion that can help users improve their strength, especially in breaking through ranks. And the grace of Crancia is a special magic potion that can enhance the aptitude of the user. Crancia is hailed as the most creative potion master in human history. Her formula contains all the recipes for these 2 potions, from iron to gold grade. The most amazing thing is that once you learn this formula, later potion makers can use it to use magical plants with similar effects as substitutes to concoct these 2 potions. In other words, once you learn Clancy's formula, other potion makers can create these 2 potions without being bound by the potion recipe itself, using any potions they can find. It is because of Crancia's formula that our human potion makers can refine these 2 potions in large quantities in various places, greatly increasing the potential of our human race and the number of strong individuals. The formula from Crancia also played an important role in the later establishment of the Tamriel Empire. The potion I'm making this time using the stone flower fruit is the Crania's blessing potion, which is used to enhance strength and break through realms. And they're all gold grade. Currently, the effects of the stone flower fruit perfectly match the blessing formula of Crancia, and the resulting magic potions are of excellent quality. Because the stone flower fruit contains amazing energy, the score of the magic potion made after adding auxiliary medicines is also doubled. So Ryan, are you satisfied? After explaining, Caputo proudly showed Rayne the potions he had concocted. The quality and quantity of these potions were enough to make him proud. After listening to Caputo's explanation, Rayne roughly understood the effects of the potion in front of him. He admired the legendary potion master, Crancia, but Rayne was more concerned about the effects of the potion. Master Caputo, I truly admire your abilities, and I am extremely satisfied. I never expected that you could refine 6 gold-grade magic potions. Thank you so much for your efforts. Caputo smiled and stepped aside to let Rayne take the 6 bottles of potions. Your strength has reached the peak of silver rank, and I see that your battle aura fluctuations are extremely strong. Presumably, your battle aura core is already solid enough, and you can take the blessing of Crancia to break through to the gold rank. I believe that with your talent, you should have no problem breaking through to the gold level, Rayne. Rayne put the 6 bottles of potions into his spatial ring and said happily, I hope that, as you said, I can successfully break through to the gold knight level this time. In fact, Rayne was very confident about this breakthrough. He had more than enough talent and aptitude, and his battle chi and battle chi core had reached their limits. Now he was just one step away from success. Thinking of this, Rayne laughed excitedly. Ha ha! Enough said, Master Caputo, I'm going back now to try to break through to the gold level. You and Cecilia, just wait for my good news. Okay, good luck, Ryan. Next, I will use the agarwood juice to refine the blessing potion of Crancia. It will probably take about 10 days to complete. By the time I finish refining it, you should have already successfully broken through. Thank you for your hard work, Master Caputo. Caputo waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Cecilia offered her heartfelt blessings to Rayne. Brother Rayne, you will definitely succeed in breaking through, you can definitely do it, Cecilia believes in you. Rayne gently patted Cecilia's head. Thank you for your blessings and trust, little Cecilia. Just wait for your big brother's good news. Chapter 117 Water Monster. Inside the training room, Rayne looked at the 6 bottles of potions in front of him with some excitement. How effective was Cranish's blessing? After adjusting himself to his best condition, Rayne picked up a bottle of Cranish's blessing and drank it. Immediately, a power similar to but somewhat different from that of the stone flower fruit surged within Rayne's body, instantly activating the core of his fighting spirit. The surging battle energy began to rush wildly into the battle energy core, and the massive amount of battle energy condensed and compressed in the battle energy core, and the silvery white battle energy gradually turned golden. The last wisp of golden battle chi was generated in the battle chi core, and the originally silver-white battle chi core began to radiate specks of golden light. As the silvery white battle chi continued to pour in, the golden battle chi within the battle chi core gradually increased, and the golden light on the battle chi core became increasingly intense. Rayne provided as much battle chi as possible so that the battle chi core could convert into more golden battle chi. Crancia's blessing was remarkably effective, greatly aiding Rayne. With the help of the potion, a massive amount of battle aura was sent into the battle aura core. Inside the cultivation room, powerful battle chi fluctuations rose and fell, causing surrounding objects to scatter all over the floor. Unable to sense any other movement around him, Rayne focused all his attention on transforming his battle chi little by little to enhance his battle chi core. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of 3 days, Rayne continuously converted his battle chi to produce as much golden battle chi as possible, thereby enhancing his battle chi core. At this moment, he had reached his limit. There was no longer a trace of silver battle chi in his body, and his battle chi core had completely turned into pure gold. The golden core of the battle aura contains powerful golden battle aura. A wisp of golden battle chi overflowed from the core of the battle chi and flowed through Rayne's body. Just this wisp of golden battle chi made every inch of Rayne's flesh and blood rejoice. Rayne could clearly feel that his body, which had been nourished to its limit by the silver battle chi, was loosening under the nourishment of this wisp of golden battle chi. His physical strength, resilience, and endurance all increased slightly, though only slightly and not noticeably, but Rayne still keenly noticed it. After a moment, a second wisp of golden battle chi overflowed from the core of the battle chi, further enhancing the body's strength. The amount of battle chi in Rayne's body is now pitifully small. The originally abundant silver battle chi has disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few lonely strands of golden battle chi. But these few strands of golden battle aura signify that Rayne has now become a golden knight. The core of his fighting spirit has been completely transformed into a gold-level fighting spirit core, which will continuously generate gold fighting spirit. Rayne is now like a volcano, containing terrifying power that is several times stronger than it was 3 days ago. It's finally completely finished. Is this what gold level is? Feeling the golden battle aura flowing endlessly within his body, Rayne felt a strong sense of security, a confidence that came from the increase in his strength. Crancia's blessing lives up to its reputation. Its effects are truly remarkable. Rayne still has 5 bottles of Cranish's blessing left. Having personally experienced the effects of this gold-grade potion, Rayne attached great importance to these 5 bottles of potions. Cranish's blessing is truly miraculous for breaking through to the gold level. The 5 bottles of Cranish's blessing in Rayne's hands are equivalent to 5 future gold-level professionals. After completing his breakthrough, Rayne came out of the training room. Rex, who had been waiting there, excitedly went up to Rayne and tried to get close to him. However, when it got close to Rayne, it trembled and dared not go any further. This is because Rayne has just completed his breakthrough and is not yet in complete control of his aura,
nor has he been able to fully control the powerful force of the golden battle aura. Only the bronze-level wreck could suppress the powerful energy fluctuations of Rayne, and a sense of fear involuntarily welled up in his heart.
Ha ha! Even you have moments of fear!
Rayne looked at Rick, who was kneeling at his feet and whimpering softly, and laughed. He tried to suppress his fighting spirit fluctuations and gently stroked Rick's back to soothe him.
All right, what are you afraid of? You can become this strong someday.
Anatolis gave Rayne a portion of agar-agar fruit and agar-agar juice for himself and a portion for Rick, but Rayne did not give it to Rick directly. It would be a waste for Rick to use it directly. Rayne plans to wait until Caputo refines the agate juice into a potion, and then let Rick use the Grace of Crancia potion to break through to the silver level. As for Crancia's blessing, Rayne would only use it on his subordinates who had reached the peak of silver rank to break through to the gold rank. Using it at other times would be a waste of this potion.
Just bear with it a little longer. You'll be able to break through to the silver level in a few days.
After calming Rick down for a while, Rayne rode Rick to inspect the territory. Having already achieved a breakthrough, Rayne is now more focused on his high spirits and has more plans for the future. What he needs to do now is to lay a solid foundation for the Red River territory this winter, so that he can make a big splash next year. Upon successfully breaking through, Rayne immediately convened a meeting of all the high-ranking officials of the Red River territory to inform them of his breakthrough to the gold level. Both Fornell and Ross were extremely shocked. They had all firmly believed that Rayne would eventually break through to the gold level, but they never expected that day to come so soon. After the initial shock, the crowd was filled with excitement. Being able to follow a strong person means that their future will be bright, and everyone is full of energy as if they have been injected with chicken blood. When Rayne said that he would reward outstanding performers with silver-level potions in a while to help them break through to the silver level, everyone's emotions were completely ignited. The Red River territory then descended into a state of frenzied excitement. The guards were either engrossed in training to improve their strength, or, under the leadership of the Wolf Knights, were clearing out all the alien races that had appeared around the territory. Under Rayne's personal command, the government officials and various engineering teams efficiently completed their tasks. After breaking through to the gold level, Rayne felt that his mental strength had also improved a lot. Both his reaction speed and thinking ability were greatly enhanced, and his efficiency in handling various matters was greatly improved. These political affairs in the Red River territory were a piece of cake for him. Rayne could handle everything perfectly. Although Rayne's mage level did not increase this time, the increase in mental power significantly improved the effectiveness of Rayne's spellcasting. With the support of Rayne, the Red River territory is developing at a rocket-like pace, changing rapidly every day. While Rayne was busy building the city walls, a huge creature was swimming from south to north deep in the Red River and soon approached the Red River territory. Fisheries Supervisor Kent is leading the fishermen of the Red River territory in a hard work on the Red Sand River, casting nets to catch fish. With the rapid growth of the population in the Hongha region, the demand for fish and meat is also increasing day by day. Previously, Rayne had also bought several dilapidated cargo ships from field on his return trip and converted them into fishing boats, increasing the Red River territory's fishing fleet to 20 ships. Ryan also expanded the workforce at the docks and fishing teams, and Kent now has a team of 400 or 500 men. Under Kent's leadership, the fishing team was able to catch more than 10 tons of fish every day, greatly supplementing the meat supply of the Red River territory. Kent and the fishermen's treatment improved day by day, which gave all the fishermen a lot of energy to work.
"Sir, there seems to be something moving over there."
A fisherman noticed something unusual on the water in the distance, and quickly reported it to Kent, who was on the same boat. Kent stood at the bow of the boat, looking in the direction the fisherman was pointing. After staring for a moment, just when he thought the fisherman was seeing things, a dark shadow flashed across the water in the distance, splashing up a huge spray.
"A water monster!" "It's a water monster. Quickly nod and return to the dock. Notify the other fishing boats that all fishing boats must return to the dock immediately. Return to the dock immediately, right now." Kent gave the order in a somewhat flustered manner,
and all the crew members immediately sprang into action. The dozen or so fishing boats around them also started moving after receiving the order. Upon hearing Kent mention the lake monster, the experienced fishermen on the boat all changed their expressions, rowing the boat rapidly while glancing in the direction Kent had been looking. Some people had already begun to pray. After giving his orders, Kent, the person in charge, stared nervously in the direction where the dark figure had just passed, and he too began to pray.
We absolutely must make it in time.
Chapter 118 First Battle After Breakthrough.
My lord, there's an urgent message from the docks. They say a water monster is attacking the docks.
A guard rushed over and reported some unexpected news to Rayne, who was building the city wall.
A water monster?
Rayne summoned Rek and they headed to the dock area.
I'd like to see what kind of thing dares to attack my dock.
Having recently broken through to the next level, Rayne had long wanted to test his strength. Now that a sparring partner had come knocking, he was itching to get his hands dirty and couldn't wait to have a match. In the blink of an eye, Rayne arrived at the dock. At this moment, the dock area was filled with surging river water, and all kinds of debris were scattered all over the place by the river. When Rayne arrived, he saw that the once calm red sand river was now turbulent, with large amounts of water constantly surging and crashing against the Red River Territory's docks. The fishing boats rocked back and forth in the waves, and some of them were even damaged.
You dare destroy my fishing boat? You're asking for death.
Rayne drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and the golden arrow shot into the river in an instant. Rayne could sense a colossal creature stirring up trouble in the red sand river. As the arrow fired by Rayne plunged into the water, the river was blasted into several waves, and a mournful roar echoed from the water. Then several thick jets of water shot out from the river, heading towards Rayne. The White Wolf, Rex, surged with wind element, easily dodging the water column attacks with a few leaps, carrying Rayne to the Red River, and then quickly moving forward on the water. Rayne took out a steel spear from his spatial ring, and golden battle aura surged out and attached itself to the spear. Then, Rayne threw the spear with all his might. The surging river was pierced through by the golden spear, revealing the scene inside. A giant, monstrous fish roared and writhed in the water, trying to evade the spear's attack. Unfortunately, Rayne wouldn't give it that chance. Rek leaped into the air, and Rayne hurled several spears with both hands in rapid motion, leaving after images as his hands moved so fast. Several large holes appeared instantly in the Red River, followed by a large amount of blood gushing out, making the river surface even more crimson. With a few light leaps, Rick returned to the dock, while Rayne confidently watched the river. After a moment, the river returned to calm, and the carcass of a huge, strange fish surfaced. The strange fish is tens of meters long and several meters wide and tall, making it a truly enormous creature. Several spears were deeply embedded in the corpse, blasting several large bloody holes into the monster fish's body. The most fatal wound was on the monster fish's head. A steel spear shattered the monster fish's hard skull and penetrated deep into its head, the powerful golden battle aura having already churned the monster fish's brains to shreds.
Bring back the monster fish's carcass. It'll be an extra treat tonight. Yes, my lord.
Kent and the others, who had been watching from the sidelines, stared in disbelief at everything that was happening before their eyes. The battle lasted only a few breaths from start to finish, and many fishermen didn't even have time to react before it was over. Kent and the others only saw Rayne ride the White Wolf into the air, and then a golden spear appeared in Ryan's hand. The golden spear fell into the water like divine punishment, blasting open the river surface and killing the water monster hidden in the river. When the fishermen saw Rayne return to the dock, they instinctively knelt down, welcoming him back as if he were a god. They didn't get up until Kent received orders from Rayne to have the fishermen retrieve the carcass of the strange fish. Looking at the strange fish carcass floating on the river, Rayne roughly estimated that the fish weighed at least 10 tons, enough to feed the guards for several days.
It's a high-level silver-rank magical beast. The size of these aquatic magical beasts far exceeds that of ordinary land-based magical beasts.
Based on the strange fish's reaction and aura fluctuations during the battle, Rayne judged the strength of this magical beast. A high-ranking aquatic magical beast of silver rank is already quite powerful. Don't be fooled by how cleanly and easily Rayne killed that strange fish. That's only because Rayne has broken through to the gold level and his strength has improved significantly. If he were still at the peak of silver rank, it would take him a lot of effort to kill this strange fish, and he might not even be able to kill it. After all, the monster fish is a magical beast of the water. If he couldn't kill it quickly and let it escape, he wouldn't be able to go into the water and keep chasing it. Soon, the monster fish's carcass was dragged ashore. Rayne took out the monster fish's magic core and fed it directly to Rek beneath him. Rek's strength urgently needed to be improved, and this magic core came at just the right time. After retrieving the magic core, Rayne instructed Kent to find someone to drag the strange fish back to Red River Fortress. "I'll have Forner send someone over to expedite the repairs to the dock. Were there any losses to the fishing boats?" Kent wiped the water off his face and replied, "My lord, I discovered the monster relatively early, preventing the fishing boats from being sunk. However, a few fishing boats were still affected by the monster's attack at the dock and sustained some damage, but it wasn't serious and they can be repaired. The fishing boats need to be repaired as soon as possible. If you need anything, just ask Forner. The fishing team's work cannot stop. I will have a squad of guards stationed permanently at the dock, so we can respond more quickly to monster attacks. You must also be vigilant. The monsters in the river are quite secretive, so be careful and don't let them ambush you. If any monsters attack, report it to the guards immediately." "Yes, my lord, we will certainly be careful." Rayne made proper arrangements for Kent, as this was Rayne's first encounter with an aquatic monster. He had never encountered one before. This also served as a reminder to Rayne that it was necessary to station a guard force at the docks to observe the Red River and safeguard the territory's security. After dealing with the strange fish, Rayne returned to Red River Town to continue building up his territory. After the strange fish's corpse was dragged back, it sparked another wave of heated discussion in Red River Town, as the people's perception of Rayne's powerful strength had become deeply ingrained. Finally, the high-quality monster meat produced by the strange fish provided a great boost to the Red River Territory Guards, resulting in the creation of a large number of Black Iron-level warriors in the following days. The Red River Territory Guard originally consisted of 700 veterans and 600 new recruits, totaling 1,300 men. Later, Rayne selected another 200 strong and healthy young men to join the Guard, increasing its size to 1,500. After nearly 2 months of training, the newly recruited soldiers have been gradually incorporated into the official ranks of the Guard. This also greatly enhanced the military strength of the Red River Territory. However, an even greater leap forward is coming soon. Rayne has been looking forward to the second batch of potions refined by Caputo, which will enhance the foundation of the Red River Territory. The monster meat produced by this strange fish is just right, allowing a large number of warriors to break through to the iron and bronze levels, and there will be more candidates to take the blessing of Crancha later. Rayne was very satisfied with the recent performance of the Guard, an army he had built from scratch that was rapidly taking shape and growing stronger at an astonishing pace. The weapons and equipment are still a bit lacking, and the enchanted equipment is still not enough. The scales of this strange fish are excellent extraordinary materials that can be used to forge extraordinary equipment. It's a pity that there are no extraordinary blacksmiths in the territory yet. As the number of bronze-level warriors in the Guard army increased rapidly, Rayne had already distributed quite a few of the enchanted equipment he had previously acquired. According to Rayne's estimate, if Caputo's potion is completed, the number of bronze and silver-level warriors in the territory will soon surge, and he will not have enough enchanted equipment. Holland and Walter need to work even harder. Chapter 119 Promising a Future. There weren't many blacksmiths in the Red River Territory to begin with, and their skill level wasn't high either. Even with the Ironwall Fortress craftsmen recruited by Rayne, there wasn't much improvement. Holland, who was discovered later, was quite talented, but at his current level, he had only reached the level of his father, and was still some distance away from becoming a high-level blacksmith. However, the blacksmith youth Walter that Rayne obtained from Colt was even better than Rayne had expected. In terms of forging skills, Walt's level is currently the best in Red River Territory, which surprised Rayne and was also a small surprise. Furthermore, after what arrived in Red River territory, he got along extremely well with Holland. The two peers complemented each other well, and their technical progress accelerated considerably after they exchanged ideas on forging together, which greatly pleased Rayne. Rayne allocated a significant amount of manpower and resources to the blacksmith shop, upgrading it into a blacksmith workshop, 3 times its original size. Rayne believed that it wouldn't be long before Red River territory was able to produce its own high-quality weapons and equipment. However, Rayne doesn't yet have many ways to produce enchanted weapons, or even extraordinary weapons, which remains a problem for the time being. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it came to November 30th of the year 1238 in the golden calendar. The potion Cranch's blessing, which Rayne had been eagerly anticipating, was finally ready. In Caputo's potion-making workshop, Rayne, Caputo, and Cecilia were having a pleasant conversation. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Rayne. You have successfully broken through to the gold level. At 20 years old, Golden Knight, you have already reached the level of the most outstanding genius in the entire kingdom. Only the geniuses cultivated by the Golden Royal family and various Grand Ducal families can rival you." Rayne replied modestly. "It's all thanks to the potion you concocted, Master Caputo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the gold level so quickly." Caputo shook his head. "Potions only play a supporting role. If you don't have enough talent, even with the help of potions, you won't be able to break through. Potions aren't a panacea. Otherwise, wouldn't all the members of those great noble families be gold-level professionals? To advance on the path of the extraordinary, one still needs talent and aptitude. Rayne, your talent is truly the strongest among all the geniuses I have ever seen. It's truly amazing." Caputo once again marveled at Rayne's talent. Rayne didn't dwell on his talent. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the newly brewed potion. "Master Caputo, it seems your refining this time was quite successful?" "Yes." Caputo looked at the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. A total of 106 bottles of silver-grade Crancia's gift were refined this time. The effects of the agar jelly also perfectly matched Crancia's formula. I have to say, the lidhops you encountered, Rayne, is definitely the top-tier magical plant. Its effects are superb. If it were any better, it would be a legendary magical plant. Legendary magical plants are things that only appear in myths and legends. They are accompanied by legendary figures and their stories. Rayne does not think that the lidhops can be compared with those legendary magical plants. Master Caputo, that lidhops is far from being a legendary magical plant. It's only a gold-level magical plant, though it received Dora's blessing when it matured. It's probably because Dora's blessing enhanced its effects quite a bit, otherwise it wouldn't be this good. Of course, gold-grade magical plants are already precious enough, but unfortunately they are deep in the Black Mountains and cannot be transplanted to our territory due to special reasons. It would be great if they could be transplanted to our territory." Seeing how well the agarwood fruit and agarwood juice he brought back worked, Rayne became even more attached to the lidhops. "Blessed by the spirits of nature? No wonder it works so well, this explains it." Hearing Ryan's explanation, Caputo felt relieved. "This silver-grade Crania's blessing potion is useless to you. It works best on professionals below the silver grade. However, it is best if the person taking the potion has reached the bronze level. If the person is below the bronze level, the potion's essence may be lost because they cannot digest its power." Caputo explained the newly produced batch of potions to Rayne. "I understand, Master Caputo. With this batch of potions, I believe the Red River territory will experience a qualitative leap." Rayne stored all the potions in his spatial ring, already planning who would use them. "Are you sure you want to send them to your subordinates?" Caputo was still somewhat curious. Although he had known for a long time that Rayne was likely to do this, he still couldn't quite believe it. "Of course, otherwise what would I do with these potions? If we don't use them, won't these medicines be completely useless?" Caputo chuckled and said, "Other nobles don't think that way. They prefer to keep these precious potions in their family treasuries, waiting for the geniuses or meritorious family members to use them. Distributing them to subordinates like that? I've never heard of anyone doing that before." Ryan smiled and replied,
I have no family members to train me now, Master Caputo. This bottle is for you, Cecilia. You must work hard. Become a silver mage as soon as possible. Brother Rayne has many important tasks waiting for you to complete. Rayne took out a bottle of Crench's gift and handed it to Cecilia. Little Cecilia looked at Rayne, then at her grandfather, and finally solemnly accepted the potion from Rayne's hand. Don't worry, Brother Rayne, I won't let you down. Caputo was not surprised by Rayne's actions. After all, Cecilia's role in the Red River territory was among the most significant. Little Cecilia is not far from reaching the high level of bronze. With the help of this potion, her aptitude will improve and her strength will soon reach the peak of bronze. It's estimated that Cecilia will break through to the silver level within 2 years. Even if Cecilia breaks through in 2 years at the latest, she will only be 16 years old, which is very young among spellcasters. Capto affectionately stroked Cecilia's little head. Cecilia was already exceptionally talented. With this bottle of Clancia's blessing, her talent can be further enhanced, and she will have a better chance of breaking through to the legendary level in the future. Caputo was absolutely certain that his beloved granddaughter could break through to the silver or even gold level, but he had no confidence at all about reaching the legendary level. He had personally experienced the terrifying barrier between the gold and legendary realms. To cross that barrier, Caputo paid a heavy price, almost losing everything in the end, and ultimately failed. I believe Cecilia will definitely become a legendary potion master in the future, and will leave her name in human history like Master Crancha. Believe me, Cecilia, in the future you will definitely be the most outstanding potion master in the entire Noah continent, and you will shine as brightly as the sun in the sky. Rayne had complete confidence in Cecilia, whom he had pre-booked as the future chief potion master of the Red River territory. I hope so. Caputo smiled and said nothing more. Cecilia, standing beside him, secretly remembered what Rayne had said and gripped the potion even tighter. Master Caputo, here are 100 magic stones. The herb field you mentioned earlier needs a magic circle to protect it. I'm entrusting it to you now. Don't worry, my strength has now recovered to the gold level. I'm sure I can set up a magic circle suitable for the herb field with these magic stones. However, besides these magic stones, I also need some extraordinary ores to use as raw materials to inscribe some magic patterns. No problem. Master Caputo, just go to the treasury inside the castle and take whatever you need. I will arrange it for Forner. All that's left in Rayne's family treasury are some extraordinary ores. The rest are just miscellaneous items. Rayne used everything useful for territory development, and the remaining enchanted equipment and gold coins are in Rayne's spatial ring. The family treasury is now so empty that a horse could run across it. Then there's no problem. Caputo nodded in satisfaction. After Rayne left with the potion, Cecilia returned to her training room to prepare to take the potion to enhance her strength. Caputo then took the magic stone that Rayne had given him and set up a magic circle. Chapter 120 Distributing Potions. Having obtained the potion, Rayne went straight to the guard camp and summoned all the warriors. The guards' barracks had long been renovated and expanded, becoming much more spacious than before, and many additional buildings had been added, making the guards' training and accommodation more convenient. Before long, apart from those who were on patrol or stationed outside, the remaining 1,000+ guards all gathered at the military camp training ground. 55 wolf knights stood in the front row. Having learned advanced breathing techniques and with access to monster meat, the number of bronze-level professionals in the guard has surged to 40 more than during the previous battle against the invading alien races from the south. However, the number of guards has been expanding rapidly in the past 2 months, and Rayne still feels that there are too few wolf knights. He brought back nearly 100 bronze-level dire wolves and 5 silver-level dire wolves from Anatoles, none of which were knights yet. Rex stood tall and proud beside Rayne, looking down at the other dire wolves nearby. After consuming a high-level silver magic core, Rex finally broke through to the silver level and became a silver-level demon wolf. After the breakthrough, the wind element on its body became even more concentrated, and its originally flawless white fur now even had a hint of silver light. The dire wolves ridden by the silver knights Ross, Wayne, and Alger have all reached the peak of the bronze level,
just one step away from the silver level. They had already made a pact with their wolf companions, and it was not appropriate to change them. The 5 silver-level dire wolves that Rayne brought back from Anatolia can only be used by the Silver Knights who will be promoted later. As for the 3 of them, Rayne will provide them with magic cores and wolf blood potions to help them break through to the silver level as soon as possible. Since Ross and his 2 companions wouldn't be able to break through to the gold level in a short time, the Bronze Peak Demon Wolf mount would be sufficient for their needs. Ross stepped forward and loudly reported to Rayne. "My lord, the guards are in formation and await your inspection." In the training ground with over 1,000 people, only Ross's voice echoed continuously, while the guards stood silently in formation, awaiting Rayne's orders. After inspecting the troops, Rayne was very satisfied with their excellent performance. Strength is key to an army, but discipline is even more crucial. Rayne needs a fighting force, but even more so, a disciplined force that obeys his orders completely. "I am here today to tell you, my brave soldiers, I have seen your performance over the past few months. Everyone has trained extremely hard and has completed their missions perfectly. The territory has not suffered any loss under your protection. This is your achievement. Some soldiers died on the battlefield in previous battles, sacrificing their precious lives for the territory. They are warriors and heroes, and I am proud of them. In the future, our enemies may become even stronger, but the warriors of the Red River territory are not afraid of any powerful foe, because you have me. With me leading you, all enemies will be completely annihilated." Rayne's words deeply resonated with every soldier. The veterans who had fought alongside Rayne had long since experienced his formidable strength firsthand. The new recruits had also heard many legends of Rayne's invincibility, and everyone firmly believed that their lord would lead them to victory forever. "You are all the best warriors. I have taught you the best breathing techniques, and now I will bestow upon you the best potions." Rayne took out a bottle of Cranch's gift and held it up for all the warriors to see. "This is an extremely rare and special type of silver-grade magic potion that can enhance the user's strength, and more importantly, it can improve the user's talent and aptitude." As Rayne finished speaking, all the guards looked eagerly at the potion in Rayne's hand, their breathing quickening. Silver-grade potions, enhancing strength and improving aptitude, each of these words is incredibly appealing. As a warrior, and one who has already learned breathing techniques and become a professional, who wouldn't want to take their future to the next level? Becoming a stronger warrior was the shared wish of all the warriors present. This potion is called the Gift of Crancha. It is a powerful potion created by the most famous legendary potion master in our human history, and its effects are beyond doubt. However, it has a minimum requirement for use. You must be at least a bronze-level professional, otherwise the essence of the potion will be wasted. Now I bestow upon Ross, Wayne, and all you Wolf Knights a bottle of Cranish's gift each, in recognition of your recent contributions and efforts." With a flick of his hand, Rayne sent 55 vials of potions flying from his spatial ring, which landed precisely in the hands of Ross and the others. "Thank you for your grace, my lord!" Upon receiving the potion, Ross and the others knelt down in front of Rayne in excitement. Ross, Wayne, and the others were well aware of the value of this special potion. To put it bluntly, this potion was worth more than their lives in some respects. Silver-grade special-type magic potions that can enhance aptitude were something Ross and others never dared to dream of before. These kinds of treasures were all precious items in the hands of great nobles and could never be circulated outside. "Make good use of it when we get back. I need you to become stronger and become my sharpest blades." "Yes, my lord!" Ross and the others responded loudly to Ryan. After distributing the potions, Rayne addressed the remaining warriors. "I still have potions. If you perform well enough and break through to the bronze level, I will give you potions." Upon hearing this, the warriors, who had just been feeling down because they hadn't obtained the potion, were instantly filled with boundless fighting spirit. After Rayne left, all the warriors became even more demanding of themselves and trained even harder. Everyone knew in their hearts that the potions were not inexhaustible and would eventually run out. The only way to break through to the bronze level as soon as possible and let the Lord see their efforts was to have a chance to obtain the precious potions sooner. Just 2 days later, With the use of the potion, Red River Territory gained dozens more peak bronze-level demon wolf knights. Another day later, another silver knight joined the party. Eric, the captain of the cavalry battalion, finally broke through to the silver rank and became the 5th silver knight in the Red River Territory. Rayne handed over the enchanted armor that he had originally prepared as a spare for himself to Eric. Eric was moved to tears upon receiving the armor. He hadn't wanted to cry, but when he saw Rayne standing in front of him looking at him with a relieved expression, he couldn't hold back his tears. He's been under a lot of pressure lately. As the cavalry commander, he hasn't been able to break through to the silver rank. Although Rayne didn't say anything, Eric knew his situation clearly. Fortunately, he has finally broken through. With the help of the magic potion, Eric has been promoted to silver knight, achieving what his father, grandfather, and other generations of his family had longed for. A silver knight, and a silver-ranked wolf knight at that. My lord, you have brought me glory and power. I will serve you until the end of my life. You are my everything. Eric knelt on one knee and pledged his loyalty to Rayne. I'm so glad you made that breakthrough, Eric. I look forward to seeing even better performances from you in the future. Train the cavalry battalion well. I need more powerful knights. Yes, my lord. Rayne was pleased that his territory's strength had been enhanced. After returning to the military camp, Eric prepared to intensify the training of the soldiers while also writing letters to invite his family to live in the Red River Territory. As a member of the Red River Territory, Eric knew exactly what the Red River Territory was like now, and he believed that the Red River Territory would definitely be better in the future, and that living in the Red River Territory would be a truly happy thing. Most of the people that Rayne recruited from Ironwall Fortress either had no family or had lost contact with their families and were all alone, which is why they followed Rayne to Red River Territory. People like Eric who have families are a minority, and these people, like Eric, are recently planning to write to their families asking them to come and live in the Red River Territory. Compared to the territory where their family lived, the Red River Territory was simply paradise. Moreover, they now have the means to send their families away from their original territories to the Red River Territory to live a better life. Chapter 121 Seeking Medicine. A tall city wall rises on the southern edge of Hongha town. In just a few days, the city wall grew as rapidly as if it had taken growth hormones. After distributing the potions, Rayne focused on building the territory's walls, the largest project in the Red River Territory to date. The city wall planned to be built in Rayne is over 50 meters high, over 20 meters wide, and over 15 kilometers long, and is entirely made of stone bricks. This is an extremely large project. Even with Rayne's help, the construction of this city wall was extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. Rayne divided the construction of the city wall into 4 work zones: east, south, west, and north. Currently, the main construction is on the section of the wall facing south, while the construction of the remaining 3 directions is in the preparatory stage, with foundations being laid. A large amount of soil has already been transported and piled up around this section of the city wall. Rayne used his mage's hand to shape the prepared mud and place it on the city wall. Then he used the mud-to-stone spell to petrify it, and a section of stone wall was completed. As a silver mage, Rayne can build a city wall tens of meters long in a single day. In addition, Rayne had the professionals and the guards assist in reinforcing the foundation of the city wall. Laying a solid foundation is a significant task, but for bronze or even silver level combatants, it is not difficult at all. Ryan had Ross and his team work together on the construction every day, and the foundation work would be completed in no time. With the help of Rayne and the guards, the construction progress of the city wall was accelerated somewhat. After taking the potion, Ross, Wayne, and Alger all leveled up, reaching the mid-level silver rank. On the other side, Cecilia broke through to the peak of the bronze level after taking the potion, just 1 step away from stepping into the silver level. However, Cecilia is still young and has a bright future ahead of her, so there's no need to rush. The main reason why Ross and the others gained strength after taking the potion of Cranch's blessing was not so much that it improved their strength, but that their talents and aptitudes were enhanced. Among them, Wayne, Alger, Eric and others had the most obvious effects. Unlike Ross and Cecilia, who were originally geniuses, their original aptitude was only slightly better than that of ordinary people, but definitely not geniuses. Now that I've been promoted, I'll be able to go further in my future career. Brother Rayne, I'm here. Cecilia walked over with her staff in hand. After completing her breakthrough, her daily work consisted of brewing potions and teaching spells to her apprentices. These past few days she's also come over from time to help Rayne repair the city walls. Ryan nodded and then continued working. The two worked together to shape and petrify large amounts of soil, quickly forming sections of the city wall. Rayne only ended today's construction work when his magic power was almost completely depleted. The surrounding construction teams immediately took over the site, and a large number of workers transported large stone bricks to continue building the city wall. Cecilia, how are the apprentices doing lately? Although Rayne's Mage Academy currently has only 46 apprentices, Rayne has high hopes for them. All the apprentices have completed their literacy studies and are now learning basic meditation techniques. Among them, Luke has already learned the basic meditation technique and condensed a wisp of magic power within his body, thus becoming a black iron level mage. The other apprentices are progressing more slowly. It looks like they will need several more months to gradually get the hang of it. Having the qualifications of a mage indicates strong mental power and innate intelligence, so learning is very efficient, and the literacy learning stage was completed in just over a month. However, his progress in learning basic meditation slowed down, which was to be expected, and Rayne was not surprised at all. Luke is indeed a talented kid. It seems he'll amount to something in the future. What about those magical plant apprentices? Cecilia also has more than a dozen apprentices learning about magical plants, who are responsible for taking care of the medicinal fields. Their learning progress is much slower. Compared to those dozens of mage apprentices, their learning efficiency is not high. They can't understand much of what I say. It's alright. Those children have no foundation to begin with. Let them learn as much as they can. Taking care of the herb field is an experience-based subject. They can work in the herb field for a while and become Dora's and your assistants. The dozen or so children that Rayne chose for Cecilia were all illiterate, and none of them had any magical aptitude. Rayne didn't expect any of them to be geniuses at cultivating magical plants. Brother Rayne, these are the warrior's blood potions I concocted yesterday. There are 5 bottles in total. With Dora taking care of the herb field, the magical plants inside are growing very well, and some of the lower-level magical plants have even increased in level. The power of the spirit of nature is indeed very strong. Some magical plants will mature in a few months, and then my grandfather and I will be able to refine a batch of magical potions. Cecilia handed Rayne 5 portions of warrior's blood elixir, describing the situation in the herb field. Our little Cecilia is amazing. Rayne smiled and put away the potion, then asked, How's the magic circle Master Caputo setup going? Are there any problems? Grandpa is doing well. The magic circle is being set up smoothly. I sometimes help him out, but I don't know much about magic circles, so Grandpa basically has to set them up by himself. Grandpa said it should be finished in a few more days. That's good. Rayne reached out his big hand and rubbed Cecilia's little head, just like Caputo usually did. You've worked so hard, Cecilia, keeping you busy with this and that every day. It's all right, Brother Rayne. Cecilia feels that every day is fulfilling. My strength is improving rapidly, and it won't be long before I break through to the silver level. Then I'll be able to help Rayne even more. Cecilia enjoyed the warmth from the large hand above her head. A gentle force made her feel comfortable, just like being with her grandfather. That was a feeling that only family could bring, and it was Cecilia's favorite and most cherished feeling. Okay, our little Cecilia is the best. When Rayne brought Cecilia back to Red River Fortress, he saw Walter standing at the door waiting for him. My lord, greetings. Hello, Walter. Meanwhile, Cecilia smiled and greeted Walter before returning to her studio to get busy. Rayne led Walter to the reception room. He valued Walter highly, as Walter would be one of the key figures in the Red River Territory's forging workshop in the future. What brings you here, Walter?
My lord, I have come to you to ask you to grant me a bottle of Crancia's grace.
Walter knelt down in front of Rayne and revealed the purpose of his visit. In the past few days, the guards have spread the word about the potion bestowed by Rayne, and many people in the territory know about it. As potion users emerged one by one, the powerful effects of Crancia's gift moved many. The living examples around them inspired even more guards to strive to obtain a bottle of Crancia's gift. Walter heard about this at the forging workshop, and for the next few days he was restless and lost his energy for forging every day. Holland, who was his companion, was a little puzzled as to why Walter had been in such poor condition these past few days. He asked Walter, but Walter didn't say anything to Holland. Finally, Holland told Walter that if he had any difficulties, he could go to the Lord for help. After thinking it over all night, Walter finally made up his mind and went to Red River Fortress to find Rayne.
You want the grace of Crancia?
Chapter 122 Extraordinary Blacksmith.
You've broken through to the bronze level?
Only then did Rayne realize that the fighting spirit surging within Walter's body had already reached the bronze level.
Yes, my lord, I just broke through to the bronze level 2 days ago. This is all thanks to the monster meat you bestowed upon me, lord. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the bronze level.
Walter and Holland were key talents that Rayne was cultivating, and Rayne also shared some of the monster fish flesh he had previously obtained with them. Ordinary people will have their bodies strengthened by eating the flesh and blood of monsters, and for blacksmiths, having a strong and healthy body is very important. When Walter was under Colt's command, he was already a black iron level professional, and Rayne didn't pay much attention to it. He never expected that Walter would be able to break through to the bronze level after eating some monster flesh.
Not bad. Your breakthrough shows that you have excellent talent and have met the minimum requirements for receiving the blessing of Crancia. But you must understand, what I need are stronger warriors. All the potions will be used on them. I don't expect you to fight on the front lines. I just need you to forge more weapons and equipment. Do you understand?
Wow. Rayne did not give Walter a bottle of Cranicia's blessing just because Walter broke through to the bronze level. He had already used more than half of the blessing potion in his hand. The rest will probably be distributed soon. This batch of Crancian Grace seems to be quite a lot, with more than 100 bottles, but it is still far from enough to actually use. Rayne wanted to maximize the effectiveness of every potion and wouldn't casually reward his subordinates. Walter had only been in the Red River territory for a short time, and although he had made considerable contributions, Rayne had treated him very well, fully deserving of his rewards. Walter is now asking for a bottle of Cranicia's grace, but Rayne definitely won't give it to him. Walter was not surprised to hear Rayne's reply. He did not answer Rayne's question but silently circulated his internal fighting spirit. A scorching aura emanated from his body, and then Walter stretched out his hands, and a ball of flame appeared in his palms.
Flame battle aura? Attribute-based battle aura?
Rayne looked at the flame in Walter's hand with some surprise. Attribute-based battle aura is battle aura generated by condensing an attribute-based battle aura core after practicing a special breathing technique. The flame in Walter's hand was clearly fire attribute battle aura. The breathing technique practiced by Rayne has no attributes. Attributed battle chi and attributeless battle chi each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Attribute-based battle aura is stronger than non-attribute battle aura in some aspects, but overall, non-attribute battle aura is still stronger. Because once a battle aura possesses a specific attribute, it is easily countered. For example, Walter's fire attribute battle aura is countered by water attribute attacks, and its strength is suppressed in rainy weather or areas with a lot of water. Therefore, most combat professionals do not deliberately pursue attribute-based battle aura. Attribute-less battle aura still constitutes the vast majority of combat professionals.
Yes, my lord, it is indeed fire attribute battle chi. The breathing technique I practice is the fire hammer breathing technique, which has been passed down through generations in my family. After practicing this breathing technique, fire attribute battle chi will be generated. Fire hammer breathing technique?
Upon hearing Walter mention the name of his family's breathing technique, Rayne keenly sensed the meaning behind Walter's words.
You mean, The breathing technique you practice is a special breathing technique related to forging?
Walter nodded solemnly and said,
Yes, my lord, the fire hammer breathing technique I practice is a breathing technique for becoming an extraordinary blacksmith. My family once produced a silver-level extraordinary blacksmith who relied on this fire hammer breathing technique. I know that you, my lord, are in dire need of an extraordinary blacksmith to forge extraordinary weapons for you. If you were to bestow upon me a bottle of Krenish's grace, I am certain that my strength would rapidly rise to the peak of the bronze level. Furthermore, my aptitude will also improve significantly, allowing me to forge high-quality extraordinary weapons for you.
What Walter said greatly impressed Rayne. He hadn't expected that the young man he brought back from outside would possess the legacy of an extraordinary blacksmith. Extraordinary weapons and equipment are those made from extraordinary materials, and Rayne currently has quite a few extraordinary ores and materials in stock. This material cannot be handled by ordinary blacksmiths. Only extraordinary blacksmiths with special skills can process it. There are slight differences between extraordinary weapons and enchanted weapons. Extraordinary weapons can be enchanted weapons, but not all enchanted weapons are extraordinary weapons. Some well-made ordinary weapons and equipment can also be enchanted, but due to the material, these weapons and equipment have relatively low load-bearing capacity, and can mostly only support one magic rune. In other words, you can only have one enchantment effect at most, and the level cannot be too high. Otherwise the weapon or equipment itself will break because it cannot bear too much magic power. Most of the enchanted equipment that Rayne had acquired before was of this low-level type, so these enchanted equipment had poor durability, and would break down quickly in intense battles, with a high rate of wear and tear. Extraordinary weapons are different. Even the lowest grade of black iron weapons, made with extraordinary materials, are much stronger than ordinary weapons. These extraordinary weapons can each be equipped with at least 2 magic runes to obtain 2 enchantment effects, and the mages enchanting them can increase the magic power supply of the runes to further enhance the enchantment effects. Extraordinary weapons have too many advantages, but only one disadvantage: their production is too low and the number of extraordinary blacksmiths is too small. Moreover, the process of smelting and processing extraordinary metals is complicated, and even an extraordinary blacksmith needs a long time to forge an extraordinary weapon. Rayne needs extraordinary weapons and extraordinary blacksmiths, but he needs more than just Walter, an extraordinary blacksmith. I can give you the potion. In addition, I will provide you with more resources to nurture you in the future. You will never stop at the silver level. You will surpass your ancestor, Walter. Rayne promised Walter a variety of favorable conditions while also making his own demands. But I hope you can train more extraordinary blacksmiths, which means you must teach the fire hammer breathing technique you have learned to more blacksmiths. Without hesitation, Walter replied. Like how you promoted your family's wolf breathing technique within the guard? Rayne nodded. Yes. Walter fell into thought. He had considered this possibility when he decided to come to see Rayne, because he had heard about what happened in the guards and naturally understood what kind of person the Lord standing in front of him was. When Walter first heard Rayne teaching his family's breathing technique to the guardians, he thought he was hallucinating. Later, he thought he might have been deceived. Still later, he thought the guardians themselves had been deceived. He realized he was wrong when he saw powerful warriors of bronze and even silver rank being born. He encountered a noble lord who was different from others, even unconventional. If Rayne can spread his family's traditional breathing technique, then he certainly wouldn't care about his fire hammer breathing technique. Thinking of his family, which had long been torn apart, the responsibility of reviving the family, and his own future, Walter took a deep breath. I promise you, my lord, I will teach the fire hammer breathing technique to any apprentice with talent and aptitude. Chapter 123: The Upgraded Magic Circle. Very good. Rayne patted Walter on the shoulder with delight, and handed him a bottle of Krenish's gift. Your talent and aptitude are quite good. With the help of this potion, I believe you will be able to break through to the silver level in no time. What needs to be improved at the forging workshop? What equipment do you need? You can just ask me and I'll provide whatever I can. Walter carefully took the potion he longed for, and felt a sense of relief once he held it in his hand.
My lord, rest assured I will let you know if I need anything. The batch of black stones you brought back before was of excellent quality, and the forge has been modified. It can be used to forge black iron-grade extraordinary weapons at any time. There's no rush. We'll talk about it after you've taken the potion. You've been working in the blacksmith's workshop for a while now. Tell me, how many of those blacksmiths are qualified to learn the fire hammer breathing technique? After going through all the blacksmiths in his mind, Walter truthfully said, My lord, there are 7 people with the talent to learn, but only one is worth nurturing, and that is Holland. The other 6 are either too old or not talented enough, so they won't amount to much after learning the fire hammer breathing technique. Rayne didn't seem to care much about it. It's all right, you teach them first, and then they can help you and Holland and share some of the pressure. The weapons and equipment I need in the future cannot be completed by you and Holland alone. Even if you work to death without eating or drinking, I will not be able to complete them. I need more extraordinary blacksmiths, and I also need ordinary top-level blacksmiths. In short, I would never have too many highly skilled blacksmiths. I understand, my lord. All right, go back and take your potion to improve your strength as soon as possible. Rayne could tell that Walter's mind was focused on the potion, so he didn't keep him any longer and told Walter to go back and take the potion. Yes, my lord. Walter left Red River Fort in high spirits and returned to his residence. After Walter left, Rayne stroked Rex's increasingly soft fur, thinking of Colt and his men operating in the southern part of Red River territory. Over the past few months, Colt has occasionally sent Rayne people he had captured from Blackrock territory. However, the number of people is not large, only a few hundred in total. Rayne provided Colt and his companions with some necessary supplies and 2 bottles of low-level potions. The Blackrock family increased patrols in the northern region of Blackrock territory, so Colt and his men didn't have many good opportunities to make a move. However, Rayne didn't expect them to achieve any great results. All he needed to do was continue harassing Blackrock territory, and so far, the effect has been quite significant. Having taken the potion and broken through to the mid-silver rank, Rex comfortably lay at Rayne's feet. The gift from Cranshaw was too precious, so of all the dire wolves, Rayne was reserved for Rex to use, allowing its strength to break through once again. At the same time, after his aptitude improved, Rex's control over the wind element was enhanced again, and he also mastered several wind element skills. These are wind wings, wind blade, and wind cannon. Using wind wings grants Rex a pair of wind element wings, granting him the ability to fly. Wind blade and wind cannon are both skills with good attack effects. Rayne is most satisfied with the wind wings, as the flight skill greatly increases his attack options. After breaking through to the gold level, Rayne can also use his battle aura to fly briefly, but this consumes too much battle aura and makes him inflexible and vulnerable to attack. Rex's wind wings are different. They consume little energy and are very agile. Rex's progress also made Rayne feel that the resources he invested were not wasted. After the incident with Walter, Rayne was in a great mood. The appearance of the fire hammer breathing technique filled a major gap in the Red River territory. With Walter and Holland forging extraordinary weapons, and on the other side, there's Caputo, a gold-level archmage, who can enchant them. Although Caputo's specialty is potion making, as a gold-level archmage and a mage with a formal academic background, Rayne believed that Caputo must have some enchanting skills. Rayne doesn't need his enchanting skills to be very advanced. Knowing a few simple enchantment effects is enough. With the ability to produce and enchant extraordinary weapons, Rayne may even be able to sell these weapons to generate revenue for her territory in the future. A single piece of extraordinary enchanted weapon or equipment can fetch at least 1,000 gold, and selling just a few pieces a year can bring in a considerable income. That's great news! In the following days, Rayne continued to speed up the construction of the territory's city walls. Whenever he had time, he would visit the herb fields to see Dora, teach a few classes at the academy, or check on Walter's teaching progress at the blacksmith's workshop. After taking the potion, Walter's strength was greatly enhanced. He had just broken through to the early bronze rank a few days ago, and has now reached the high bronze rank. His aptitude has also improved a lot.
After taking the potion, he also began to teach Holland and the others the firehammer breathing technique, as requested by Rayne. With Walter as his personal teacher, Holland's learning progressed rapidly, while the others were indeed slower. Rayne was very satisfied with Walter's performance, and was full of confidence in the future of the blacksmith's workshop. By December 7th, as a surge of magical energy covered the entire Red River Territory's herb fields, Caputo's magic circle was completed. When Rayne saw the magic circle cover the herb field, the entire field was enveloped in an invisible shield. People outside couldn't see clearly inside, but those inside could see everything clearly. At the same time, the magic circle continuously gathered surrounding magic power to nourish all the magical plants within its range. Rayne could clearly feel that the magical plant's condition had improved significantly under the nourishment of the magic power. Master Caputo, the effect of your magic circle is much better than you said before. As expected of you, Master Caputo, you are amazing. Caputo looked at Dora, who was playing with Cecilia, and said in a complicated tone, "It's not that I'm so great, it's just that the spirits of nature are too powerful." Dora? Rayne also looked at Dora, who now had a pair of wings on her back. This is what Rayne told Dora to conceal her identity, and not to tell everyone she was a spirit of nature, so that Dora could disguise herself as a fairy. Upon hearing this, Dora immediately conjured a pair of wings for herself, and now she truly looked exactly like a fairy from the legends. Yes, Dora helped me when I was setting up the magic circle. She knew it was for the medicine field and added some special natural magic to the magic circle. Now this magic circle connects to a wisp of earth vein energy deep within the earth, and its auxiliary effect on magical plants is nearly 10 times that of before. Originally, this magic circle was mainly for protection, and assisting the growth of magical plants was just a secondary function with little effect. Now this magic circle has become a tool to aid the growth of magical plants, while its protective function has become secondary. Ryan was happy with the change. It was a good thing for him. So that means the magic circle has been upgraded, and now its protective and support functions for magical plants are much more powerful. Yes, not only that, with the support of the Earth's ley line energy, the magic circle consumes very little energy to operate. These 100 magic stones can probably last for many years without needing to be replaced. That's wonderful! Chapter 124 The Grand Elder's End. Dora has only just entered the gold level and already has such abilities. It can only be said that the spirits of nature cannot be viewed according to common sense. I didn't expect her to break through to the gold level so quietly. Rayne looked at Dora with some envy. This little girl broke through to the gold level just a few days ago without any warning. Dora's breakthrough seems as easy as eating and drinking. Comparisons are odious. You can't compare yourself to someone like Dora. Caputo finished setting up the magic circle, and his work was all done. Rayne didn't have any other high-level magical plants that needed to be refined into potions. Rayne then pulled Caputo along to help build the city wall. With the help of Caputo, a gold-level archmage, the construction of the Red River Territory's city walls progressed at lightning speed, with sections of the walls taking shape rapidly. While Rayne was working hard and the Red River Territory was changing rapidly, a grand drama was unfolding in the frigid Frost Fortress. Elder Brad led the Winter Mage Legion, the Bloodfrost Swordsman Legion, and tens of thousands of troops to Frosthold. Frost Fortress is composed of massive ice walls that are hundreds of meters high and tens of kilometers long. Frost Fortress is bordered by the Eight Peaks mountain range to the west and the Black Mountain range to the east. To the north lies the narrow Frost Corridor, which is more than 10 kilometers wide and is firmly blocked by the Frost Fortress. Frost Fortress was built by the ice mages of the Frostwind clan using ice magic. The towering ice walls are covered with traces of ice magic, and the magic of ice permeates every inch of the fortress. Bradley breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Frostwind banner fluttering over Frostwind Keep. It had taken him 4 days to lead reinforcements to the city, a day longer than planned. Seeing that Frosthold was unharmed, Bradley ordered reinforcements to be stationed at Frosthold. The garrison inside the fortress also dispatched a convoy in advance to bring reinforcements into the fortress. Bradley saw Frosthold Commander Orpheon, one of his 3 most outstanding disciples and a gold-level peak ice mage, who had come to greet him.
"Teacher, you've arrived! Well, I'm relieved to see you safe and sound."
Everything seemed normal, but Bradley had a bad feeling that had been lingering ever since he received news of the Troll tribe's southward march. In fact, it hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had grown stronger over the past few days. As a powerful legendary mage, Bradley took his premonitions very seriously, and was always on guard against any disturbances around him, but he found nothing unusual. Once the entire army had entered the fortress, Bradley, filled with mixed feelings of anxiety and uncertainty, entered the fortress with Orpheus. The howling wind and snow swept in, but the towering, icy city walls stood firm, braving the onslaught of the storm. Inside Frosthold, Commander Orpheus hosted a welcome banquet for Bradley. Bradley sat in the main seat, with Orpheus to his right, toasting the legendary mage who was also his mentor.
"Teacher, let me toast you. I never expected you to come in person. I thought it would be the Grand Duke leading the army. I'd like to rest, but your senior brother Santos doesn't want me to be idle."
Bradley said something pointedly, then gestured for offhand to put down his glass.
"With a major battle imminent, I won't drink any more wine. Is the mage tower inside the fortress all right? I'll go check on it in a bit."
Orpheus put down his wine glass, picked up a cup of tea, and handed it to Bradley.
"What the teacher said is true. It's really not appropriate to drink alcohol at this time. Please have some tea. There are no problems with the mage tower. I have already had it prepared in advance, and you can move into the mage tower soon, master."
The mage tower within Frostfire Fortress is the core and central hub of the fortress, and a mage corps is stationed there daily.
"Very good. You are more thorough in your work than Santos, who is such a troublemaker. You have suffered here all these years. This is what students should do, teacher."
After watching Bradley drink the tea he had handed him, Orpheum gave a meaningful smile.
"I'm really surprised that senior brother Santos would bring you here. I didn't think he would do that. After all, you have treated him like your own son for so many years, giving him the best of everything and treating him even better than your own son. It's surprising that senior brother Santos would strongly urge you to come here with me. TSK, TSK, TSK.
Bradley immediately became alert upon seeing Orpheum's sudden change in attitude, drew his staff, and began to unleash a surge of magical power.
"Oh, Fian!" Bradley shouted. "Who are you? You're not Orpheus."
A purple halo shone on Orpheum, and mysterious, almost blinding purple magic runes spread across his ice-blue robes.
"My dear teacher, who else could I be but Orpheus?" He. "Your power? You've actually broken through to the legendary level?"
Bradley stared in shock at Orpheus's rapidly rising aura. Just as the power of ice was about to condense, a piercing pain spread throughout his body, causing Bradley to cry out in agony.
What is that? Was it that cup of tea from earlier?"
As O'Fine looked at Bradley kneeling on the ground, his smile grew even more unrestrained.
"My dear teacher, how does the Father of Decay's secret medicine taste? It was personally prepared for you by an archbishop."
Ha ha! Horrifying black markings appeared on Bradley's face. The magic within him had been completely corrupted and was beginning to dissipate, and the life within his body was rapidly leaving him.
"Father of Decay? You have fallen, Orpheum!"
"Why?" A magical light, a mixture of purple and ice blue, shone from Orpheum's hand, and its powerful energy swept across the entire area.
"Don't you understand yet, my dear teacher? Because of its unparalleled power! I've been in this deserted fortress for over 30 years. Apart from the poor bastards in the north who come to my aid every year, my family only checks on this place. Who else has ever cared about me? Teachers, you all thought I had no hope of breaking through to the legendary level, so you abandoned me here for decades without caring about me, and you think that everything I've done is my duty just because you said thank you for your hard work? Look now! I can break through to the legendary level without a family. This powerful force is truly intoxicating."
Orpheus walked to Bradley's side, who was about to lose consciousness. Looking at his former teacher, he raised his staff high with a ferocious expression. Bradley collapsed to the ground, looking at his former star pupil with a complicated expression. His worries had come true, but he hadn't expected it to turn out like this.
Family! Our family is about to face a calamity.
Orpheon has fallen, and Santos, who persuaded him to come to the fortress, has likely fallen as well. The fall of these two core family figures into chaos is a fatal blow to the Han Feng family. He now hopes that Marshall can turn the tide and save the family. Even at the very end, Bradley didn't dwell on why his closest disciples had betrayed him. He was still considering the family's interests. It was all over when that staff fell. Chapter 125: The Beginning of the Dragon Disaster. Amidst the fierce, cold wind, a deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, bringing the howling wind to a standstill. The Mage Tower at the heart of Frostholt was reduced to fragments in a violent explosion, and huge cracks appeared in the majestic, icy walls before they began to crumble. The frost that stood for 1,000 years has become history today. A kilometer away, August looked excitedly at the crumbling frost fortress, his hand already itching to use the great ice staff.
What those men in black robes said really came true. This damned fortress actually collapsed on its own. Your Majesty, shall we launch an attack? Of course, boys, follow me and let's go and have some fun.
August led the tribe's warriors southward, and tens of thousands of troll-allied forces surged toward the heart of the Frostwind territory in the south. On the ruins of the collapsed Frost Fortress, a strange army is gathering.
High Priest, the trolls are heading south. Should we make a move?
Orpheon led his subordinates, who had been corrupted by the laws of chaos, to assemble on the ruins. This was an army he had forcibly transformed using demonic magic. Although their numbers were much smaller than before, their strength was far greater.
Let those brainless bastards cause trouble first. That's all they're good for. Once I turn these ice mages into treachery warlocks, it'll be just in time for the next act to begin.
Giles couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the hundreds of ice mages in the corrupted magic circle who had lost all power to resist, especially the old man in the center of the circle whose heart had been pierced.
Go and strengthen your subordinates first. Put the corpses killed by the corruption potion into the sacrificial array to strengthen your subordinates, and quickly create a batch of fearsome demons and fanatical knights. Yes, Archbishop!
Orpheon obeyed Giles's every command, though deep down he was somewhat afraid of this powerful Archbishop of the Wicked Path. As Giles destroyed Frostholt, a red-eyed raven landed in the golden hall atop Dragon Peak. Olivia looked calmly at the approaching red-eyed raven.
Are we about to begin?
The red-eyed raven glanced at her, then flew out of the hall.
Let's begin!
Beneath the throne, the three legends Zelia, Hammond, and Roderick await the Red Dragon Queen's commands.
Zelia, you lead the army to Frostwind territory. Hammond, you go to Stag territory. Roderick, you go to Furious Bear territory. Remember not to initiate battles with human legends. The Golden King's eyes are everywhere in the human kingdom. Any fluctuations from a legendary battle will attract that king's attention.
Olivia was extremely wary of the Golden King.
If you offend that king, I won't be able to help you. Let those demon worshippers try out the Golden King's blade. However, we can make a big fuss about heading south, but we shouldn't fight those powerful cities held by humans head-on. If we encounter a strong city, we should go around it. Once I obtain the Dragon Crystal, the army will retreat back to the Black Mountains.
Olivia gave her three subordinates some instructions, reminding them that she was there to take advantage of the situation, not to be used as a tool by the demon god cult.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Roderick and Hammond left the hall and led their army away, leaving Zelia behind alone with Olivia.
It's a pity you didn't take the final step to break through to the legendary level this time, but don't worry. You've already touched the core of law enhancement, and you'll break through soon.
Olivia comforted Zelia, who was somewhat discouraged because she had not been able to break through after absorbing the high-level legendary Dragon Crystal.
I see. When you go to Coldwind territory this time, you must be wary of those guys from the Demon God cult. The Demon God cult has many strange abilities, so don't have too much contact with them. However, although those guys are quite strong, they can even reach the strength of an extreme king in a short time by relying on some strange methods of the demon god. But those are not their own power after all. They have no chance of winning against that Golden King unless they can truly communicate with the demon god. Olivia snorted coldly, clearly not believing that the demon god cult was a match for the Golden King. Will our southward journey provoke the Golden King's hostility? He's been hostile to us for a long time, so what need is there for attraction? But he doesn't dare to enter Dragon Peak. Inside Dragon Peak, I am the true king. The Golden King and those old bastards are all waiting for me to escape from Dragon Peak so they can make their move on me. How laughable! I will not step out of Dragon Peak until I break through to the king level. Once I get that dragon crystal and break through to the extreme king realm, I'll go settle accounts with the Golden King first. Olivia still remembers the grudge from the Golden King's arrow from hundreds of years ago, and the thought of it still makes her wounds ache. This trip south will be a good opportunity to wear down those miscellaneous troops. There aren't enough tribes to support near Dragon Peak. By weakening them, we can also select some with good potential for training. Furthermore, I heard from Roderick that there are rumors in the human kingdoms that the Golden King seems to have some health problems. This is a good opportunity to test the waters with the help of the demon god cult. If something really happens to him, the entire northern border of the human kingdom will be our hunting ground. If he's fine, you can return it. We won't lose anything. The key is to remember, as a legend, don't be the first to strike. Some old guys care a lot about that, and I don't have the strength to deal with those old guys yet. I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely bring the dragon crystal back. You will definitely be able to break through to the ultimate king level this time. With the order issued by Dragon Peak, countless dragon beasts and alien tribes began their march south. The first to sense the anomaly were the roaming monsters and scattered small tribes in the Black Mountains. Wherever the mighty army of Dragon Peak went, all the magical beasts and tribes that did not submit to Dragon Peak were wiped out, and a large number of magical beasts and small tribes were forced to flee south. Anatoles of Demon Wolf Peak also sensed the powerful military might of Dragon Peak. It hurriedly sealed off all the entrances and exits of Demon Wolf Peak and fled south with its offspring. Has that guy on Dragon Peak gone mad? With such a huge commotion, is she going to declare war on the human kingdoms? Anatoles's wolf cubs gathered around him from all directions, bringing news that an endless army was coming from the north. We need to go to that kid Wren's territory first and tell him. It would be best to ask the Golden King for help. These dragons are really crazy. With the road to the north blocked, Anatoles can only head south now, which is a good opportunity for him to deliver a message to Rayne. The wolf pack headed south, and not far behind them, 6 giant dragons took to the air, leading a vast array of flying dragons and other magical beasts towards the southeast. Seeing this from afar, Anatoles accelerated his advance. It's insane, that red dragon is truly insane. Could it be that she has broken through to a higher level? In the northernmost part of the Red River Valley, in the moonlit territory, Melissa, who was teaching Alistair magic, suddenly turned her head to look at the Black Mountains to the north. Aunt Melissa, what's wrong? There's movement in the mountains, Alistair. We think we're in trouble. Melissa sensed a strong sense of crisis approaching, originating from the depths of the Black Mountains. Aunt Melissa, aren't the Black Mountains always dangerous? What's so strange about this? Alistar glanced at the mountains to the north and felt a sense of oppression, but did not perceive any danger. No, not those ordinary dangers. This feeling is so familiar, I feel like I've experienced it somewhere before. Melissa also felt strange, this sense of crisis seemed familiar. Aaliyah looked at Melissa with curiosity. Sister Melissa, you're almost at the legendary level, what could possibly be so frightening to you? The elder said that those hateful dragons in the mountains are the most annoying and dangerous. Arya's reminder made Melissa suddenly realize the source of this feeling. A dragon? It's them? Chapter 126 Melissa's Spying. Melissa raised her hands to her chest, softly chanted 2 incantations, and then spread her hands, sending dozens of fluorescent birds flying out. Aunt Melissa, could it really be that the dragon is making some kind of move? Melissa looked solemnly at the Black Mountains behind her. The Black Mountains have a complex terrain, and only the core area is suitable for large tribes to live and thrive, which happens to be the area controlled by dragons. The depths of the Black Mountains are occupied by three major forces. The valley and our verdant Holy Land remain indifferent to worldly affairs, while only Dragon Peak has always been active outside. If there is any movement deep within the Black Mountains, it can only be those dragons. They have gathered most of the magical beasts and alien tribes in the Black Mountains under their command. If they are driven south by the dragon, we will be in real trouble. After listening to Melissa's words, Alistair's eyes flickered as he thought about something. Aaliyah looked at the distant mountains with some fear. She had grown up listening to stories of evil dragons, and in the mouths of her elders, dragons were creatures that devoured little fairies without spitting out their bones. Aaliyah doesn't want to be eaten. Wah! Melissa gave Aaliyah a whack on the head. What are you afraid of, you coward? With Sister Melissa protecting you, are you still afraid those dragons will eat you? Let's see what the Firefly saw. Melissa drew a circle in front of her with her hands, and as magic surged, an image was projected. This is the Firefly's perspective. Fireflies are very fast, and we can quickly spot any movement in the forest. Melissa's magical projection moved rapidly from above, and Arya and Alistair saw countless trees moving quickly through the image. Fireflies flew over the mountain peaks, heading deeper into the mountains. Melissa had dozens of images in her mind that the fireflies had seen, and she was picking out the useful information from these perspectives. After a while, Aaliyah looked at the monotonous mountains and forests, and felt a little bored, yawning. Sister Melissa, are you mistaken? Is there anything unusual at all? There's nothing but trees, nothing at all. On the other side, Alistar seemed lost in thought, his gaze shifting uncertainly. Melissa ignored Aaliyah's grumbling. The firefly she had released had been flying for a while, and was gradually approaching the depths of the Black Mountains. The images transmitted back by the fireflies also began to change. There's movement! Melissa sensed something was off about the image of a firefly, and immediately switched to the firefly's perspective. A giant dragon, hundreds of meters long, swept across the sky, its massive body carrying a powerful dragon's might as it soared through the heavens. The most terrifying thing was that behind the dragon were 5 equally terrifying behemoths, and behind the dragons was a dark, heavy cloud. The shadow then rapidly expanded until it filled the entire field of vision of the firefly, its overwhelming presence dominating the entire sky. Arya and Alistar stared blankly at the image of the firefly. Melissa was about to adjust her perspective to observe the leading dragon. The next second, she lost contact with the firefly. The fireflies were scattered? Arya and Alistair only came to their senses after their vision shattered. Sister Melissa, it's so scary, is that a dragon? Aaliyah trembled with fear. Just one glance at the dragon's silhouette sent a wave of terror through her. I didn't expect that dragons would personally take action. Judging from their size and strength, they are very powerful, and there are quite a few of them, 6 dragons. And those flying magical beasts, there are just too many of them. In the last moment before the firebird was shattered, Melissa saw a dense swarm of flying magical beasts, many of which were powerful dragon-blooded magical beasts like wyverns. Melissa focused all her efforts on stimulating the vision of the other firebirds, and images were quickly transmitted back, allowing the other firebirds to see the advancing dragonborn army one after another. One by one, the fireflies were shot down and lost contact while they were observing. Melissa did not end her magical prying until the last firefly was destroyed. Alistar, quickly gather your men, let's leave here now. The dragon army they mobilized this time was extremely large. It's estimated that they deployed all the magical beasts and dragonborn slaves under their control. Furthermore, I also sense the aura of dozens of gold-level experts. There must be legendary experts hidden among this army of this size. This is beyond our control. Leave immediately, leave now. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. Melissa urged Alistar urgently. I understand, Aunt Melissa. Alistar realized the urgency of the situation and immediately summoned his steward, Bart, instructing him to gather everyone in the territory, pack up their provisions, and migrate south. Master, what happened? The dragon deep in the Black Mountains has moved south. Go and carry out the order immediately. Gather the people and lead them south. Perhaps they still have a chance to survive. What? A giant dragon is heading south? Bart was so shocked he couldn't speak until Ollie Star urged him, at which point he hurriedly ran out to carry out the order. Besides Bart, Ollie Star also summoned Wilson and others, instructing them to immediately pack their belongings and leave the territory to head south. The news of the dragon's attack caught Wilson and the others off guard, making them doubt the reliability of Alistair's information. My lord, is this information reliable? The dragons haven't shown themselves for over 200 years. Have they really gone south? You can stay and wait 2 days to see if the news is true. Given the dragons' marching speed, their vanguard may arrive here in a day. Ollie Star didn't have time to explain anything to them. Let's get ready now. Wilson turned around and went back to his residence to pack his belongings. He was Alistair's guardian knight, and he would do whatever his lord wanted. Whether the news was true or false didn't matter to him. If it's true, then the situation is indeed very critical, and Wilson doesn't need to take that risk. Most others shared the same idea, and the entire Bright Moon territory was mobilized, resulting in a chaotic scene due to the haste. After Ollie Star finished tidying up, many of the other citizens of Bright Moon territory only just received the news and began to take action. Looking at the chaotic territory and then at the towering moon castle on the other side, Alistair felt a little reluctant to leave the castle where he had just settled down. He really liked life here. I just didn't expect this peaceful life to end so quickly. As Ollie Star was packing up his territory to flee, several black dots appeared on the distant horizon, which then rapidly enlarged. Several enormous flying magical beasts flew rapidly toward Bright Moon territory. The towering Bright Moon fortress pointed the way for the magical beasts, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the beasts instantly increased their speed. The master was right after all, there really is a big fish. Chapter 127 Dragon Eagle and Fire Wings. Rewinding to a few hours earlier, Roderick led the army of the dragon cult south. This time, he brought all the tribes and magical beasts controlled by the dragon worship cult, and along the way he also subdued many scattered magical beasts and tribes. Any disobedient individuals were annihilated and became food for the army. Recruiting and expanding his forces is one of Roderick's specialties. The reason why the cult of dragons has grown to such a large scale, with an army that is dozens of times larger than the total number of dragonborn controlled by other dragons on Dragon Peak, is all thanks to Roderick. However, he also had many miscellaneous soldiers under his command, whose average strength was far lower than that of the dragonborn army. Your Majesty is aiming to kill 3 birds with 1 stone this time. You truly are worthy of the title. Attacks on those humans yield a lot of resources and allow us to seize and enslave people, making them far more useful than these goblin kobolds. This time, we can also get rid of a bunch of waste and free up some space to cultivate new tribes. This battle will probably produce a few more gold-level high priests. Roderick was already planning which hunting ground to assign to the new high priest. Suddenly, he noticed the fireflies peering from the sky. With a casual wave of his hand, Roderick controlled and imprisoned the firefly in midair. The aura of nature, which fairies are they? I never imagined there were still fairies wandering outside the fairy forest. How interesting. Her Majesty the Queen might like this gift. Energetic, Roderick summoned his capable subordinates. Dragon Eagle, Fire Wings. A monster with a human head and an eagle's body covered in dragon scales, and a monster with a pair of fiery red fleshy wings on its back and a giant dragon's head and a human body came to answer Roderick's call. They were originally dragon blood warriors, but after being mutated by dragon blood for a long time, they became what they are now. Although they lost their normal physical bodies, they gained immense power. Both of them possessed peak gold-level strength. Master! There is a goblin spying on us ahead. You two will lead a squad of dragon knights to capture the goblin and present it to His Majesty. Yes, Your Excellency. Dragonhawk and Firewing then led a squad of dragon riders in the direction Roderick had indicated. Finally, they found Manhwaed territory. That human boy over there looks like the lord of this territory. If we capture him, we might be able to find out where the fairies are. Dragonhawk stared at Alistar in the distance, a terrifying grin spreading across its face. That's right, let's go catch that kid. He looks quite handsome. I want to see what his delicate skin and tender flesh taste like. Firewing, you're acting up again. The cult leader said this time we're not going to eat people, but to capture these guys and make them slaves. Firewing then spat out a ball of flame. With so many people here, what's the harm in eating one or two? The sect leader won't care about such things. Let's go, let's catch that kid first. Flames began to emerge from the fiery red fleshy wings behind Firewing, and the temperature around him continued to rise. The two strange fish arrived near Alistar in an instant. Alistar, who was still observing the territory, suddenly heard Melissa, who was hiding on him, say, "Be careful." Then his body flew out, and the place where he had been standing had become a large fire pit. Melissa stood in front of Alistar, her gaze fixed intently on the two monsters opposite her. "Take Aaliyah and leave here quickly. These two dragon-blooded monsters are very strong, and I can't hold them off for long." Alistar was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The Dragonborn army, which was originally expected to arrive in a day, had already arrived. And they even pinpointed Alistair's location. "Ha ha! Looks like we brothers got lucky this time. We didn't expect the fairy to come out on her own." Firewing looked at Melissa, who was blocking its way, and excitedly flapped its already burning wings, spewing flames from its mouth. "Be careful, this fairy is quite powerful." Dragonhawk sensed Melissa's considerable strength, and spoke up to remind her. "As long as she doesn't break through to the legendary level and meet us brothers, her fate is already sealed. I'll go first." Firewing brandished his flaming longsword and charged toward Melissa. The petite Melissa looked like a giant fighting a dwarf when facing the 4 or 5 meter tall Firewing. Melissa waved her staff, and several trees around her grew wildly before their branches came alive and lashed out at the Firewings. The staff touched the ground, and the surrounding earth rumbled. A giant earthen figure, tens of meters tall, rose from the ground and attacked the Firewing. At the same time, Melissa herself was also protected by layers of magical shields, and then used her agile speed to create distance, and continuously cast spells to attack Firewing. Melissa wouldn't be afraid of just one Firewing, but besides Firewing, there was also a Dragonhawk that hadn't made a move yet. After observing for a moment, the Dragon Eagle launched a swift attack during a gap in Melissa's attack, attempting to ambush her. The Dragon Eagle's attack shattered Melissa's 2 magical barriers, sending her flying. At this moment, several magic scrolls flew out, and a few landed on the Dragon Eagle and Firewing. A powerful attack spell was unleashed instantly, leaving the 2 monsters scrambling to react. On the other side, several magic scrolls landed on Melissa, giving her magical power. Melissa glanced back at the direction the scroll had come from and saw Alistair's retreating figure after he had used the scroll and left with Arya. Riding the dire wolf, Alistar continuously enhanced himself and the wolf with magical effects. The dire wolf, Dorak, which had been trained and upgraded to the silver level, had already exceeded its speed limit. The deadly sense of danger behind it made Dorak run with all its might. Melissa turned her head with a satisfied look and looked at her opponent. "He really does look exactly like his mother." With a smile, Melissa waved her staff, and a stone giant reappeared from the earth. This time, she flew towards the stone giant and merged into its body. With Melissa's personal blessing, the stone giant's strength greatly increased, and the 2 giants, along with a group of living giant trees and fire-winged dragon eagles, engaged in battle. In the sky, the Dragon Knights brought by Dragon Eagle and Firewing were not idle and began to attack the warriors of Bright Moon territory. The nearly 20 dragon riders were all silver-level dragon blood warriors, and the dragons they rode were also silver-level dragon blood beasts, making them exceptionally powerful. The warriors of Mingwe suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. Wilson killed 1 dragon rider, which immediately attracted more dragon riders. He glanced at the flying dragon knights in the sky and the giants and monsters engaged in a fierce battle.
Wilson found a group of black knights and led them in pursuit of the direction Ollie Star had gone. Firewing set all the living giant trees ablaze, then shattered the earth giants that were hundreds of meters tall. Looking at the last remaining stone giant, Firewing let out a long roar, then opened its dragon head and spewed out a huge fireball. Hearing the dragon's roar, the dragon eagle, who was prepared, dodged and created distance. Then Melissa's stone giant was hit by the fireball. The stone giant's upper body was shattered, and he lost his balance and finally collapsed. A beam of green light shot out from the stone giant's body and flew into the distance. After all that trouble, how could the Dragonhawk and Firewing allow their prey to escape? She's injured. Go after her. A peak gold level fairy, the sect leader will be very happy to know about it. If we capture it and present it to His Majesty, perhaps His Majesty will reward us with 2 dragon blood grasses. Ha ha. Chapter 128 War is Coming. Red River Territory. A massive new city has emerged on the east bank of the Red River. The tall and thick city walls surround the entire Hongha New City. The entire city wall shimmered red in the sunlight, its seamless construction resembling a single, unified structure. In fact, this city wall is indeed a single unit, because the entire wall has been reinforced by magic, making it a pure stone wall. 2 weeks ago, Rayne pulled Caputo into building the new city wall of Red River Territory. With Caputo's help, the construction of the city wall progressed very quickly. Later on, there was no need to use brick kilns to fire red bricks anymore. They only needed to transport the ready-made red sand and use magic to turn mud into stone to create a unified city wall. The other workers only need to build defensive structures and some auxiliary facilities on top of the walls after Caputo and Rayne have completed them. Later, when Rayne found Dora, he had the nature spirit use the innate spell Nature Purification on Cecilia and Caputo. Although Dora's spell did not completely eradicate the evil god's curse from Caputo and Cecilia, it greatly reduced the curse's influence. Caputo soon recovered to his peak golden level, and his spell power increased greatly. The city wall that Rayne originally expected to take several months to build was completed in less than half a month under Caputo's full power. Not only did he complete the construction of the city wall, but at Rayne's request, Caputo also used magic to reinforce and strengthen the entire wall. Looking at the city walls, which were higher, thicker, and more magnificent than he had imagined, Rayne could only marvel at the unimaginable creativity of a top-tier mage. Master Caputo, it's fortunate that you were here, otherwise it would have taken until late spring or early summer next year to finish repairing this new city. Rayne was very satisfied with Red River City. The construction of this new city was basically completed according to his vision. Hongha City is bordered by the Hongha River to the west, encompasses the entire Hongha Fort and some land further east to the east, and has only a small area extending to the north. To the south, several newly built pig and chicken farms were added, and large-scale poultry farms were incorporated into the new city. However, the vast grasslands covering several thousand acres remained outside the city. This old man never imagined he'd be doing something like repairing city walls. Luckily, I worked hard when I was a mage apprentice, and I did pretty well with basic spells like turning mud into stone. Caputo stroked his gray beard and sighed at the unpredictability of life. Who would have thought that he, a potion master, would do such a lowly job in the eyes of ordinary mages? Just as Caputo was about to say something more, he suddenly turned to look north. Rayne turned his head in confusion and sensed a familiar aura approaching Red River Territory from north to south. Is it him? How did you end up here? Caputo was initially quite nervous, sensing a powerful creature, no weaker than himself, rapidly approaching from the north. However, when he turned around and saw that Rayne seemed to recognize this unfamiliar powerhouse, Caputo couldn't help but feel curious. Master Caputo, I'll go check what's going on. Good. Rayne rode on Rek and headed north. Moments later, Rayne saw Anatoles leading a pack of wolves howling toward him. Senior Anatoles, what are you doing? Anatoles glanced at Red River City behind Rayne before fixing his gaze on Rayne. Kid, you've broken through to the gold level so quickly, that's really impressive. And this great city, you are much better than Brother Derek.
Not only are you talented, but you also know how to govern the territory. Brother Derek would be very proud to have a descendant like you. Rayne's image in Anatoly's mind was elevated even further. Alright kid, I've come to tell you some very bad news. The dragon deep in the Black Mountains has made some unusual moves. Its forces are moving south on a large scale, and it seems they're about to attack your human race. Rayne was shocked by the news brought by Anatoly. The dragons are acting strangely. Are they attacking the kingdom? Anatoly, is what you're saying true? Didn't you say that the dragons were afraid of His Majesty the Golden King and wouldn't easily provoke the kingdom? Why did they suddenly make a move? Are they the dragon worship cults? Or are dragons involved? Anatoly couldn't understand why the dragon had suddenly gone mad, and he had been pondering this question the whole way. I saw with my own eyes that dragons were involved, and there was even a legendary dragon leading the way. However, they led a large army to the southeast, which should be heading towards Buck territory. The creatures coming this way are likely magical beasts controlled by the dragon worship cult and various tribal forces. There are quite a few powerful individuals among them. I can sense the auras of more than a dozen gold-level experts. A team of this size must have a legendary leader, most likely the leader of the dragon worship cult. My descendants also saw another, even more powerful force heading southwest, probably towards the Cold Wind territory. Rayne was even more shocked by what Anatoly said. This was no longer an ordinary war, but a total war. The three teams are heading towards the three major duchies. Is the dragon going to start a full-scale war and declare war on the entire kingdom? Perhaps. In any case, this war will definitely be big. I can't stay in Demon Wolf Peak any longer, so I'm coming south to find you. You should pack your things and come with me to the south. As long as we head south, we can stall until your Golden King makes his move, and those dragons will naturally retreat. Anatoly's proposal made Rayne hesitate. He had worked hard for several months in the Red River territory and had finally accumulated some wealth. Now he was being told to give it up so easily. He couldn't make a decision immediately. Just as Rayne was pondering, a violent battle surge suddenly came from the direction of Bright Moon territory in the north. Even though they were far apart, Rayne and Anatoly could clearly feel the aura of this battle. Senior, how come those dragon worshippers arrived in the Red River Valley so quickly? Anatoly was also surprised. That's impossible. At my speed, those dragon worshippers would take at least a day or two to get here, and possibly even longer. Judging from their aura, there are at least 3 Peak Gold Realm experts fighting. When did Red River Valley have such powerful individuals? Is he the guardian of that Grand Duke's son? Rayne immediately thought of Alistar based on the combat fluctuations. Caputo, who lived in Red River City, sensed the battle disturbances from the north and rushed over as well. As soon as he left the city, he saw the giant wolf Anatoly and Rayne standing to the side. Ryan, who is this? Anatoly looked at Caputo with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Caputo's appearance made Anatoly feel a sense of crisis. This is Master Caputo, the chief archmage of our Red River territory. Master Caputo, this is Anatoly, the Nightmare Wolf, and the battle brother of Derek, the founder of our Derek family, the Wolf Knight. Caputo looked at Anatoly with an expression of realization, and then curiously glanced at him a couple more times. Anatoly stared meaningfully at Rayne, not expecting that Rayne would hide such a powerful mage in his territory. Rayne had no time to think about anything else. His mind was entirely focused on the news Anatoly had brought, and the sudden battle in the north. There's fighting in the north, shall we go check it out? Chapter 129 Success. In the end, Rayne took Anatoly and Caputo north to Bright Moon territory. As he was considering this, the battle surge began to move rapidly southward, and if not stopped, it would soon reach the vicinity of Red River territory. Rayne decided to head north to find out what was going on, and Caputo naturally followed. Anatoly, who had come all the way here, also eventually chose to come along. The 3 gold-level experts could reach Bright Moon territory in no time if they traveled at full speed, but Rayne was more cautious and did not go directly to Bright Moon territory. Instead, he chose to lie in wait in the middle of Bright Moon territory and Red River territory. You're much smarter than Brother Derek. Hiding with Ryan, Anatoly observed the calm and collected Ryan, and in just a few hours, his impression of Ryan had been refreshed several times. You flatter me, Senior. I am far inferior to my ancestors. Caputo smiled but didn't say anything. He cast a concealment spell on the three of them, completely hiding their figures. On the other side, sensing the battle fluctuations approaching from the north, Rayne and his men held their breath and waited. Soon, Ren spotted a familiar figure. Alistar, riding the demon wolf, fled quickly and somewhat disheveled. Three figures were rapidly approaching from the sky behind him. Alistar initially escaped smoothly after abandoning Melissa, as the two dragon-born monsters had no attention on him and his escape was unimpeded. Soon after, a dragon-born monster approached him, catching Alistair off guard. Had Melissa not arrived in time, he might have been dead. Melissa, who was locked in combat with the dragon eagle in the rear, was in very bad shape. Her once flawless face was now even paler and bloodless. Melissa originally wanted to leave after seeing Alistar escape successfully, as she could not win against two opponents alone, but Dragonhawk and Firewing could not stop her either. To Melissa's utter surprise, the Dragonhawk, unable to catch her, turned its attention to Alistar. Melissa's act of standing up to protect Alistar made the dragon eagle realize that this fairy cared a lot about this human. So when he couldn't catch Melissa, he turned to chase Alistar, and this unexpected turn of events struck Melissa where it hurt. She couldn't let Alistar be killed by the dragonborn monster, so she had no choice but to turn around and continue fighting the two monsters. The more Melissa cared about Alistar, the more interested the Dragonhawk became in Alistar. Now, it's Melissa chasing after the Dragonhawk to prevent the monster from harming Alistar, while Firewing keeps launching sneak attacks from behind, causing Melissa to sustain more and more injuries. After sensing what was happening behind him, Dragonhawk grinned maliciously and attacked the fleeing Alistar. Several fire spears coalesced in front of him, and then shot out like lightning toward Alistar. Seeing this, Melissa waved her staff and summoned several stone walls to try and block the fire spear attacks for Alistar. However, in the moment she was distracted, the attacks from Firewing and Dragonhawk arrived, and Melissa suffered heavy blows in succession. Her body was slammed heavily onto the ground, and she lost the ability to resist. You little devil are really infatuated, caring so much about a human boy. Dragon Eagle looked at Melissa, who was lying on the ground, with a mocking expression. On the other side, the Firewing, already on high alert, prepared to launch another attack. Go to hell! Dragon Eagle quickly stopped him. You've gone crazy again. This demon must be presented to His Majesty alive to receive the greatest reward. The fierce battle had engulfed Firewing in intense flames, leaving little reason in his eyes. Hearing Longing mention His Majesty's name, he regained some of his senses. As the Dragon Eagle approached Melissa, preparing to capture her and take her back, a sharp attack interrupted him. Oh, so you little rascal actually have the strength to resist? Dragonhawk dodged the attack and looked at Alistar in the distance. You have a lot of magic scrolls on you. You're probably a descendant of that great human figure. Hee, it's more interesting to kill someone with a background like you. Firewing, who was standing to the side, had lost his patience and rushed forward to kill Alistar before Dragonhawk could finish speaking. Alistar, barely holding on, used his last few magic scrolls, only to have them easily countered by Firewing. There is absolutely no comparison between a living, peak-level Gold Saint and a magic scroll possessing peak-level Gold Saint attack techniques. Aunt Melissa! Alistar was still worried about Melissa's condition, and he felt no fear at the sight of the Firewing that was right in front of him. Just as Firewing was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two incredibly swift attacks came simultaneously from two directions on Firewing's sides. What is that? The Dragon Eagle, who was watching from a distance, was startled by this turn of events. Then he saw the strange combination of a giant demonic wolf and a human mage. Firewing was severely damaged on the spot by the premeditated attack. Although both are at the peak of the gold rank, Anatoly's combat power is terrifying, even stronger than Firewing and Dragonhawk. As a seasoned,
topped her gold mage, Caputo's combat prowess is equally formidable. The sneak attack from the two powerful figures instantly rendered Firewing unable to fight, and then they focused their attention on Dragon Eagle. Anatoles let out a long roar and charged toward the Dragon Eagle, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Caputo unleashed powerful magical attacks in Anatoles, forcing the Dragon Eagle to dodge left and right. Human powerhouses, and this demonic wolf, how can there be so many powerful beings here? Just who is that human kid? Dragonhawk glanced at the heavily injured Firewing and the approaching demonic wolf, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky, putting distance between itself and Anatoles. Then he ran away without looking back. Rayne then came to Firewing's side, looking at the heavily injured monster. This is the Dragonborn? Caputo descended from midair. Neither he nor Anatoles were able to catch up with the fleeing Dragon Eagle family, so they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and return to Rayne's side. He's not exactly a Dragonborn, but he must have been a Dragon Blood warrior who received the amplification of Dragon Blood. He was exposed to Dragon Blood for too long and ended up looking like this. Is Dragon Blood really that powerful? Ordinary Dragon Blood definitely wouldn't have this effect. It's only because the original owner of the Dragon Blood he received was extremely powerful that it would have this effect. Dragon Blood is highly contagious and can easily cause the physical bodies of creatures that receive it to undergo dragonification and mutation. In addition, Dragon Blood can also cause confusion in the rationality of creatures. However, the benefits are also obvious. The strength of creatures is greatly enhanced after being soaked in Dragon Blood. This Dragon Blood monster is one of the best among them. Few people can maintain their physical body and rationality at this stage. Caputo explained a few words, then completely knocked out the still conscious Firewing, and then began to cast a special detection spell on Firewing's head to probe Firewing's memories. This was one of the main reasons why Rayne launched the attack. In addition to rescuing Alistar, he sent Anatoles and Caputo to capture a Dragonborn monster to probe the dragon's intentions in this attack. When he saw that Dragonhawk and Firewing had come alone without a large army following them, Rayne felt that this was a golden opportunity. He proved to be right. This time, he captured a peak-level gold-tier dragon-blooded monster, reaping considerable rewards. Thank you, my friend Ryan! You saved me! While Rayne was busy capturing Firewing, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Alistar standing weakly behind him, his body soaked in blood. How did you get so badly injured? Rayne looked at the swaying Alistar in surprise. Chapter 130 Choice. Rayne saw that Alistar had been pierced through a bloody hole, clearly indicating that Alistar had not dodged all of the fire spear attacks earlier. Alistar, stop talking and drink some recovery potion. You're badly injured. Rayne pulled out a bottle of healing potion and tried to make Alistar drink it, but Alistar stopped him. I've already had my drink, Ryan. Please check on Aunt Melissa, she needs these more. Alistar pointed to Melissa, who was further away, and then collapsed to the ground unconscious. So badly injured, sigh. Alistar has already drunk the recovery potion, so there's nothing else Rayne can do but wait and see if Alistar can pull through. Alistair's wolf, Dorak, was unharmed and ran to its master's side. Rayne instructed it to keep an eye on Alistar. Caputo was still casting a spell, with Anatoles standing guard just in case. Rayne glanced at Caputo, and then went to where Melissa had fallen. Melissa was also seriously injured, and Arya kept healing her with natural magic, but the effect was not obvious. Human, please save Melissa! As Arya saw Rayne approaching, she tearfully pleaded with him, while casting a spell. She had just seen Alistar talking to Ryan, and it seemed like they knew each other, so she was hoping Ryan would have some ideas. Arya's healing spells were working well. Melissa's injuries had stopped worsening. After giving Melissa 2 bottles of healing potions, Rayne had Arya continue treating her. Don't worry, she's fine. Her injuries have stopped, but she fainted due to exhaustion. She'll wake up soon. Melissa is, after all, a peak gold level expert. As long as she hasn't suffered a fatal injury, she shouldn't be in any major problems and can recover in a little time. Rayne, we've got something! Caputo suddenly called out, and Rayne rushed over. "What were you found?" Caputo put away his staff, and Firewing, who had been unconscious, was now foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. "I just forcibly read some of this monster's memories and learned some information about the dragon's southward migration. The leader of the dragon worship cult, Roderick, has led a massive army to wrathful bear territory. His forces are countless, and they are likely less than 3 days' journey from here. This monster's consciousness is somewhat confused, and its memories are jumbled up, but I found a key piece of information." Caputo rubbed his head. Forcibly reading Firewing's memories was a huge burden for him. If Firewing's consciousness hadn't been so chaotic and his resistance so weak, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. The Red Dragon Queen ordered the dragons to lead the Dragonborn and the dragon cult to march south with a large army, but forbade legendary warriors from participating, allowing only battles of those below the legendary level. Moreover, Roderick also ordered that when encountering strong human cities that were not easy to conquer, they could be bypassed instead of being attacked directly. Roderick's army will begin to disperse around the Black Mountains, with these gold-level Dragonborn and Dragon Blood monsters each leading their monster armies to sweep through the entire Wrath Bear territory. The information that Caputo had gathered caught Rayne's eye. "So, that legend might not take action himself, but will instead stay behind and oversee things?" Caputo nodded. "That's certainly true according to this monster's memories." Anatoles then spoke up to persuade Rayne. "Rayne, you don't need to take the risk. This information may not be accurate. No one can predict what a legendary expert will do. What if he makes a move? This is not the place to discuss these things. Let's go back to Red River territory first, and then talk about other things." Rayne did not answer Anatoles, and instead took the seriously injured Alistar and Melissa back to the Red River territory. Caputo killed Firewing instantly, and then collected Firewing's body. "The corpse of this dragon-blooded monster is very valuable. I can refine it and make a batch of dragon blood potions, which will also enhance the strength of your warriors." "Master Caputo, didn't you say that dragon blood is highly contagious? Won't it have any side effects?" Rayne didn't want his subordinates to turn into half-human, half-dragon monsters. "No, once the dragon blood has been processed and refined into a medicine, the side effects are basically gone, although the effect will be less than if you take the dragon blood directly." "That's fine." Afterwards, Rayne and his companions quickly headed to Red River territory, and at the same time, they also brought news of the dragon invasion to the remaining 3 barons in Red River Valley. The recent turmoil had already alarmed the other 3 barons, and now, with the news from Rayne, the remaining 3 barons were extremely shocked. The term, dragon disaster, is even more terrifying than Black Tide. After all, while the Black Tide only had more monsters, it lacked top-tier experts, whereas the Dragon Disaster had legendary experts among its members. Baron Dario, who was closest to Moonlords, was the first to sense the arrival of the Dragon Plague. When the Dragonhawks were chasing Alistar, they passed through his territory, which terrified Dario for a long time. Subsequently, Wilson, the chief knight of Bright Moon territory, and his fleeing party also passed through Dario's territory, and the Dragon Knights who were chasing Wilson and his party even circled around Dario's territory. Dario was now like a frightened bird. With only silver rank, he was completely powerless to resist the enemy he had just encountered. He was already packing his things and running away before he even received the news of the dragon disaster from Rayne. Upon receiving accurate information, he accelerated his actions, hastily leading his trusted subordinates to flee. As for his territory, he abandoned it without hesitation, just like the lords who had encountered the orc calamity before. The Dragon Plague, an enemy at the Gold Saint level, this information led Dario to abandon the defense of his territory. His life was more important than his territory. Moreover, he has the protection of his family, so even if he abandons his territory, it won't be a big problem. At worst, he'll just lose his territory and baronial status, and he can still live a carefree and happy life afterward. The same thing happened to Edwin in the south. The place where Rayne ambushed Firewing was very close to Edwin's territory, and the powerful battle fluctuations made Edwin panic. He had never encountered a battle of this level before, and could only pray that it wouldn't affect him. After the battle, Edwin received news from Rayne. He had heard about the dragons deep in the Black Mountains, and Edwin did not hesitate to abandon his territory and prepare to flee. Only Baron Paris chose to defend his territory after receiving news from Rayne. He had no direct experience of the dragon's terror. Paris only knew that the fruits of his family's generations of struggle were here, and he could not abandon his territory, nor did he have the right to do so. Ryan ignored the three barons' reactions. Now he himself didn't know what to do. Upon returning to his territory, Rayne originally intended to immediately convene a meeting of all the high-ranking officials of the Red River territory to discuss how to deal with the upcoming predicament. But then he thought about it again and gave up the idea, standing alone in Red River Fortress overlooking the Red River territory that he had built with his own hands. Chapter 131 Response Arrangements. You've chosen to stay after all. Caputo watched as Rayne walked calmly down from the castle terrace. Having made his decision, Rayne's previously agitated emotions calmed down. It was the right thing to leave it behind. The memories of the monster I investigated are accurate, and this is in line with the practices of those dragons. This is a test of His Majesty the Golden King. Moreover, the dragon's retinues have been in the Black Mountains for so many years that their population is probably already overpopulated. This war is also a means for them to clean up the low-level population. As long as you defend Red River City, you will be safe. There are observation eyes left by His Majesty the Golden King on the land of the North. Once there is any legendary battle fluctuation, His Majesty will notice it and then incur His Majesty's wrath, which those dragons cannot withstand. Unless the Red Dragon Queen breaks through to the King Realm, she won't let a legendary figure take action. Rayne remained curious that the Golden King's methods were so advanced that even the Northern Territory, so far from the Golden Capital, was under his surveillance. Since His Majesty's methods are so astonishing, can he quickly quell this dragon calamity? Caputo shook his head and said, It's probably difficult. Unless a legendary figure takes action, His Majesty the Golden King will likely not intervene. The last time His Majesty intervened was 100 years ago, when he swiftly killed a fallen legendary warrior, shaking the entire kingdom. The territories of the Four Borders belong to the Grand Dukes of the Four Borders. Unless they encounter a problem that is truly unsolvable, the Grand Dukes will generally not ask the Golden City for help and allow the Golden City's army to enter their territory. If no legendary figure intervenes or other unexpected events occur during this dragon calamity, the three Dukes of the North will probably not ask His Majesty the Golden King for help, but will handle it themselves. Ryan roughly understood the reason behind it. That means this dragon calamity may last for some time. With only the strength of the three Grand Dukes of the North, it will probably take a long time to quickly defeat the dragon invasion. Then it seems I should do something. After making up his mind, Rayne convened an emergency meeting with everyone in the Red River Territory, and the Red River Territory entered a state of war. All resources outside the city were brought back into the city. Things that couldn't be moved from outside the city, such as farmland and pasture, had to be abandoned for the time being. All the population was brought into Red River City. The people of the territory were quite surprised by the sudden order, but when they learned that the dragon was about to attack, everyone immediately sprang into action. My lord, can we defend Red River City? The terror of dragons, these legendary and powerful creatures, is widely known in legends. Although none of the people present had ever seen a dragon or its retinue, they had all heard of these legends, and they were all filled with unease. Of course, as long as I'm here, it will definitely work. Just do as I say now. After the population was gathered together, all adult men were organized into militia, and some soldiers from the guard were selected to give them simple training to assist in combat. Women should also be managed in a unified manner, and their logistical support work should be done well. In short, from now on, the entire territory will be under military management, and everyone must obey unified arrangements and commands to get through this difficult time. Rayne asked Fornal, How many of those nest farmers are there now? There are 420 people in total, my lord. That's enough. Let these nest farmers cultivate farmland in the city. We need to be prepared for a protracted battle. There is a lot of unused wasteland in the city.
If we cultivate this wasteland, we can plant crops in the city next spring. Yes, my lord. With Rayne's order, the Red River territory was thrown into turmoil. Everyone was organized and began to act in unison. After seeing that all the men had been organized and trained, everyone realized that the territory had encountered a powerful enemy. Looking at the bewildered crowd gathered together, Rayne stood on the platform and shouted, "People of Red River territory, I have brought you a prosperous and stable life, with plenty of food and warm shelter. But now a group of monsters wants to destroy all of this, to destroy our homes and our lives. What do you think we should do?" The crowd, which had been somewhat confused, immediately became agitated upon hearing what Rayne said. They had only been able to eat their fill for a few days and enjoy a few good days, so how could they allow anyone to ruin all of this? "Kill them. Yes, kill them. If anyone dares to destroy our home, we will take their life." Rayne successfully stirred up everyone's emotions. "Very good. From now on, follow the orders of the guards, assist them in battle, and protect our homeland." While Rayne was preparing for war, Melissa anxiously watched the dying Alistar in a room at Red River Fortress. "How so?" "Alistar, hang in there, there will be a way. There are only a few days left. If you can hold on, everything will be alright." Lying in bed, Alistar forced a smile and said, "Don't worry about me, Aunt Melissa, you know I'll be fine. Perhaps this is my fate, and I'm tired of pretending and running away." Melissa retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Your mother sacrificed so much for you, and with Lady Ceylon's help, all of this was accomplished. I can't just stand by and watch it all crumble." Melissa then used a more powerful healing spell, but Alistair's injuries did not improve. "How so?" "Don't waste your energy, Aunt Melissa. The power of the dragon blood creature has already damaged my core. This disguise can no longer be maintained. I will take control of my own destiny." Alistair's eyes revealed a determination unlike anything he had shown before as he spoke. Melissa looked at Alistar, whose eyes were filled with a light she had never seen in him before. As Alistair's aura gradually weakened, another power began to gather around him. Melissa said seriously to Aaliyah, who had been standing beside her, "Aaliyah, you go out first." Profound. Aaliyah didn't know what had happened, but she still obediently listened to Melissa and left the room. As the power fluctuations emanating from Alistar began to intensify, even Rayne, who was busy in the government office, sensed the fluctuations and rushed over. When Rayne arrived, he saw Caputo and Arya standing outside the room. "Rayne, come in!" As soon as Rayne arrived, he heard Melissa's voice coming from inside the room. After Rayne entered the room, a magical barrier protected it. Caputo stood guard outside the room. Melissa didn't let him in, and he didn't force his way in either. Although Rayne was quite strong, and Melissa was still seriously injured and shouldn't have posed a threat to Rayne, Caputo still stood guard outside the door, keeping an eye on Arya outside, ready to provide support if anything unexpected happened. What does this mean? Inside the room, looking at Alistar, who was wrapped in a cocoon formed by a powerful magical force, Rayne couldn't understand what the Grand Duke's son was up to. Could this be a sophisticated treatment method? Knowing that Alistar was seriously injured, Rayne felt that this might be a recovery method he didn't understand, but it was a bit too much of a commotion. Chapter 132 He and She. Just as you thought, Alistair's injuries can indeed be fully recovered with this. Melissa glanced at Rayne. There was a natural aura about him that made her feel close to him. However, this didn't make Melissa completely trust Rayne. It was just that this was Ryan's territory, and she had just been rescued by him. In addition, Alistar had asked her to call Rayne in, so Melissa allowed Rayne into the room. However, the connections involved are very complex, much more complex than you imagine. It'll be ready soon. Alistar will explain it to you himself when he wakes up. Melissa's words left Rayne completely bewildered. In Rayne's eyes, why was a healing spell being made all mysterious? However, it wasn't long before Rayne knew the answer. As the magic gradually faded, the magic cocoon broke, and Alistar, who was trapped inside, fell out. Holy crap! What's going on?
Rayne stared in astonishment as a beautiful woman with long purple hair emerged from the magical cocoon, then abruptly turned to Melissa and questioned her. "Fairy, where did you take the Grand Duke's own son, Lord Arista? I'm warning you, this is a very serious matter. If something happens to the Grand Duke's child, even if you are a fairy at the peak of the gold rank, you will pay the price." Faced with Ryan's questioning, Melissa simply closed her eyes and sat down to the side without saying a word, ignoring Ryan. "Rayne, I am Alistar, but you can call me Arista now. My name is slightly different from before." The purple-haired beauty twisted her limbs as if getting used to her body, while explaining to Rayne. "Alista is my disguise. I was subjected to a legendary form-shifting spell at birth for some special reason, which gave me the appearance of Alista and a secondary personality. After suffering a fatal injury, my mimicry magic was broken and my auxiliary personality disappeared. The person I am now is the real me, Arista. I am not the Grand Duke's biological son, but rather his daughter." What Arista said left Rayne somewhat confused. Does someone from a wealthy family really pull this kind of stunt? What's the point of this? A woman dressed as a man? What is this, some kind of gender self-definition? In an instant, countless chaotic thoughts flooded Rayne's mind. My mother was a powerful witch. She had the opportunity to break through to the legendary level and become a legendary witch, but she chose to follow my father, the Duke of Wrathful Bear, and become his advisor. Because she spent too much time helping my father complete his empire, and her body also suffered some irreversible damage while accompanying my father in battle, my mother finally stopped at the Golden Peak and had no possibility of breaking through to the legendary level. My mother helped my father for over 200 years until she sensed that her life might be coming to an end, when she and my father conceived me. But sadly, I was not able to be a mother's pride. My birth exhausted her last bit of life force, and she passed away shortly after I was born. Alice recounted her life story in a calm tone, but Rayne could hear the sadness within it. As for the reason why I was subjected to legendary witchcraft, it is because my mother was a witch of fate, which is an extremely special profession. She can foresee the future to a certain extent. When she was pregnant with me, she sensed my extraordinary destiny. According to my mother, I was destined for greatness, and my future would be extremely cruel, full of crises, and would bring me endless pain and disaster. In order to change my fate, my mother found her teacher to cast this spell on me and prophesied that as long as I maintained this spell until I was 25, my fate would change and my future would be bright. Rayne asked curiously. So how old are you now? Alice smiled slightly and said, 4 days from now, on January 2nd of the Golden Calendar 1239, I will turn 25. Melissa, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but let out a soft hum. It's all right, Aunt Melissa, it's all fate's choice. Alice whispered a word of comfort to Melissa. All of this I know comes from Aunt Melissa. My mother was not only a witch of fate, but also a powerful fairy. Aunt Melissa was my mother's contract fairy and also her sister. Alice seemed completely unconcerned about her so-called fate, casually introducing herself and Melissa to Rayne. Melissa looked at Alice with affection. She truly regarded Alice as her own child and loved her dearly. Only I, her mother's teacher, the legendary witch Lady Ceylon, and her father Carl the Angry Bear know about Arista. No one else knows. Rayne now understood why Alice was so out of place with the other Angry Bear children, and why the Angry Bear Grand Duke treated this bloodline with such care. It turns out it wasn't a son, but a daughter. All right. Now that you've fully recovered from your injuries, you can return to Angry Bear Fortress. The Red River Valley is too dangerous right now. Rayne wasn't particularly interested in Alistar or Arista, as long as the Grand Duke's precious descendant didn't die within his territory. Rayne has more important things to do now. If he can't withstand the dragon invasion, everything he has in front of him will be in vain. So you've chosen to stay and guard your territory? Alice understood what Rayne was thinking. As expected of you, Rayne. Actually, ever since I encountered those dragon-blooded monsters, I've been wondering if the dragons have gone mad? Attacking a kingdom is only possible if their queen breaks through to the realm of kings. But if a true dragon king appears among them,
then what appears in my territory will not be a dragon-blooded monster but a pure-blooded dragon. Those two dragon-blooded monsters came for Aunt Melissa, simply wanting to capture her and take her back to their master. The Red River Valley is not their main target. Those dragon minions are likely just testing the waters this time, or launching an attack for some reason. They haven't gone completely mad, and their legends haven't made a move. So your choice is quite correct. Your territory has 2 peak gold level experts, and you yourself have also broken through to the gold level. This strength is enough to withstand the impact of the Dragonborn. Unless the opposing team's legends intervene or they mobilize their main forces to besiege the Red River Valley, you will be fine here. The probability of either of these scenarios is too low, practically impossible. As long as His Majesty the Golden King is in power, the kingdom will not descend into chaos, and these alien races will not dare to act recklessly. As Alice spoke, she sat down next to Melissa. How about Aunt Melissa and I stay in your territory for the time being? You're not going back to Angry Bear Fortress. Rayne looked at Alice, secretly hoping she would stay. If Alice could stay, then the powerful fairy Melissa could stay as well. A fairy at the peak of the Gold Saint realm would be of immense help in guarding the Red River territory. Moreover, Alice is the daughter of the Angry Bear Duke, so the Angry Bear Duke will at least take care of the Red River territory and give her some support, which would be good for the Red River territory. However, the downside is also obvious. If anything happens to Alice while she's with him, the Angry Bear Grand Duke will definitely not let Rayne off the hook. Alista said calmly. The original Angry Bear's son, Alista, is dead. Now there is no bloodline of the Angry Bear Duke here, only the witch Alista. I am going to start a completely new life of my own. Angry Bear Fortress, that place does not belong to me, nor is it my home. Aren't you welcoming me, Ryan? Of course not. The Red River territory will always welcome you, my friend. Chapter 133 Gathering Population and Resources. Don't worry, I'm a silver-level peak witch and a silver-level mid-rank knight. My combat strength is not weak and I can help you. Are witches and sorcerers the same? This was the first time Rayne had ever met a professional witch. Actually, there's not much difference. You can also consider me a peak silver mage. Witches and mages are both spellcasters. Witches may sometimes value bloodline more, but in essence, they are both using magic and there is no particularly big difference. However, it is said that in the ancient times of the gods, mages could use the magic net of the goddess of magic to cast spells quickly and easily to improve their strength. Witches were different. At that time, there was a big difference between witches and mages. But now the gods have been gone for countless years, and the magic network has been gone for countless years. The spellcasters of today can be said to be seekers of knowledge. I haven't actually studied much orthodox witchcraft. Instead, I've learned a lot of various spells and spell knowledge. It's just that because I have witch blood flowing through my veins and my lineage comes from witches, I call myself a witch. Alice gave a brief explanation before steer the conversation back to the current Red River territory. Rayne, when I was fleeing the Moon territory to avoid the dragon blood monsters, I told my people to flee south on their own. Without my command and the dragon riders brought by the dragon-blooded monsters, I think those ordinary citizens have probably already collapsed. If you have the ability, you can bring those people back to the Red River territory. You might need those people, and my Bright Moon territory still has a lot of supplies stored up, which you can bring back. I see you also seem to have a spatial ring. My Aunt Melissa and I also have a spatial ring. We can help you move some supplies. You should need these supplies to guard the Red River territory. After being reminded by Arista, Rayne realized that fortunately, 3 of the 4 baronies in the north were already unclaimed, and Rayne could take over their population and resources to strengthen the Red River territory. You're absolutely right, Arista. I'll organize people right away to bring those kingdom citizens back to Red River territory before the dragon army arrives. The Wolf Knights and Cavalry of Red River territory were immediately organized and then headed north under the leadership of Rayne. Anatoles led his wolf pack and followed Rayne. Anatoles did not choose to flee south again, but decided to stay and help Rayne. Upon seeing Red River Castle,
He recalled the time many years ago when he and Derek organized people to build the castle there. More than 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The castle has been built and stood for many years, but the people of that time have all passed away. Anatoles had already planned to hand over the wolf pack to Rayne in the future, and now he was even more determined to do so. He must continue to work hard for the sake of his offspring's future. Alice also accompanied Rayne, but she wore a mage's robe with a large hood that covered her face so that outsiders could not see her features. Melissa is still recovering from her injury. Unlike Alista, who recovered completely due to special circumstances, Melissa needs to rest for a few more days. However, Melissa's spatial ring was given to Alista, which was already a great help to Rayne. The group then quickly headed north, passing through the territory of Baron Paris, who was already organizing manpower to defend his domain. Baron Paris did not flee, so although the territory was somewhat chaotic, it was still under control. The three baronies further north were now completely out of control, as the recent battles had already affected them. When Rayne arrived, Baron Dario was nowhere to be seen. He had obviously fled with his trusted men. Meanwhile, Baron Edwin was discovered by Rayne on his escape route. However, Rayne did not stop him, allowing Edwin to lead his men away. After passing Edwin, Rayne quickly arrived at his destination, Moonrise territory. At this moment, Manhwaedit town was in a state of chaos. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the center of Manhwaedit town, not knowing what to do. Some people were carrying corpses. The Dragon Knights who attacked Bright Moon territory have disappeared, but so have the leadership of Bright Moon territory. Before I left, I instructed Bart and the Black Knights to organize the migration of the people to the south, but those two dragon-blooded monsters arrived too suddenly, catching me off guard and plunging the territory into complete chaos. The Black Knights, led by Wilson, came to protect me, but they were attacked by the dragon blood monster. Wilson was killed in battle, and most of the Black Knights also perished. The remaining few disappeared into the wilderness. They may have died or escaped. Facing a peak-level gold-grade dragon-blooded monster, they were no different from ordinary people. Rayne held Wilson and the others in the highest esteem for their actions. They were already absolute heroes for daring to challenge a dragon-blooded monster at the peak of the Gold Realm. To die on the battlefield is the glory of a soldier. They have fulfilled their mission. I'll go gather the population, and you go gather supplies, especially food. We need to hurry, as those dragon-blooded monsters and dragon minions could attack at any moment. I see. Alice nodded, and then she left the group alone to collect supplies, while Rayne led his men into Moon Town. It didn't take much effort to gather together the disoriented citizens of Manhwaedit territory. Many people in the Bright Moon territory knew Rayne, and since Rayne claimed that he had gathered them with the consent of Baron Ali Star of the Bright Moon territory, these people in the Bright Moon territory who had no other choice immediately chose to follow Rayne south. Rayne briefly assessed the losses suffered by Bright Moon territory after the previous attack. The territory's defense forces were completely wiped out, and the Dragon Knights launched a major attack. In addition, the territory's management also suffered a devastating blow. All members of the Bright Moon territory management who attempted to organize a resistance during the attack were targeted by the Wyvern Knights. The butler Bart, whom Rayne had met, as well as Charlie, the former lord of the Rock Crystal territory, and others, were all killed by the Wyvern Knights. The 20 Dragon Knights, with an average strength of silver level, were extremely efficient at killing. Approximately 3,000 people were killed directly by the Dragon Riders, and several thousand others were injured. After gathering the population, Rayne immediately led them south. He gathered a total of more than 25,000 people, which was a huge number, and the migration procession stretched for several kilometers. Meanwhile, Alice's collection work was also going smoothly, with all the supplies basically unattended. To expedite the migration, Rayne didn't allow the people to bring much with them. They traveled south quickly with minimal supplies, moving as fast as possible. All valuable resources were transported by him and Arista using their spatial rings. Anatoles and Ross were tasked with guarding the relocation team, while Rayne and Arista began their move. Because there were so many supplies, Rayne eventually called on Caputo, who was guarding the house, to help with the moving. All three were quite strong. Alice and Rayne had a silver-level dire wolf mount for transportation, while Caputo could use flight magic directly. The three of them traveled between Red River Territory and Bright Moon Territory at a very fast speed. In less than half a day, they made 7 or 8 trips back and forth, completely emptying Bright Moon Territory. All the valuable items were transported back to Red River Territory by Rayne. In just the past few months, the slaves in Manhwa Territory have mined several thousand tons of salt, which Rayne directly packed up and transported back. Chapter 134: The Golden Royal Heir? After emptying out the Bright Moon Territory, Rayne also took the original Black Iron Territory and Rye Territory. The two baronies, which had fallen into chaos, were brought under strong control by Rayne, and some thugs and ruffians who took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes were killed on the spot by Rayne. Subsequently, the population of the two territories was relocated, and all the supplies were taken away by Rayne. When Dario and Edwin left, they only took their most valuable personal belongings. They couldn't have taken food and minerals with them, so they left those to Rayne. A large amount of iron ore was harvested in the Black Iron Territory of Rayne. It was clear that Baron Dario originally intended to accumulate some iron ore to sell when the caravans arrived in the spring of the following year, but now it all went to Rayne for a good price. The two barons, wanting to preserve the large amount of supplies stored in their own territories, had them almost entirely sealed off and taken back to Red River Territory by Rayne. However, the guard force of Bright Moon Territory, one of the three baronies, suffered a devastating blow and was basically wiped out. The remaining guards of the two baronies were taken away by the barons when they fled. Therefore, the population that Rayne gathered did not include any professionals. They were all ordinary people, and most of them were slaves, with only a very small number of free people and ordinary citizens. 2 days later, Rayne completely emptied the three baronies, including nearly 70,000 people, and brought them under his control. The planned city of 100,000 people in Rayne was achieved in just 2 days. To address this, Rayne organized a new batch of residential buildings to be constructed. These new buildings were taller and had more floors, reaching 6 stories, and could accommodate more people. With a sufficient population, and these people are mostly young and strong with no old or weak, the Red River Territory now has an extremely abundant human resource base. The three baronies were newly established, and the population they brought naturally did not include the old and weak. Rayne immediately organized a militia force of 20,000 men. The current limit of his organizational capacity was 20,000 men. Any more than that would lead to chaos and be detrimental to the battle. The 20,000 men selected by Rayne were the best in terms of physical fitness. The guards were tasked with training them intensively, teaching them some basic combat knowledge. The remaining population began preparations for war, crafting weapons and equipment, building defensive structures on the city walls, reinforcing houses, constructing new homes, and so on. The arrival of these 70,000 new residents made the people of the Red River Territory realize how terrifying the powerful enemy in the north was, and everyone worked even harder to defend their homeland. In the main hall of Red River Fortress, Rayne discussed preparations for war with several powerful figures from the territory. The wolf pack that had been scouting outside has brought back news that a large number of magical beasts and dragon-blooded monsters have been discovered near Bright Moon Territory. It seems the dragon army has arrived. It's a bit later than expected, and the dragon-blooded monster that escaped didn't bring any powerful warriors to retaliate. It seems Roderick doesn't intend to take action personally. Anatoles breathed a sigh of relief. Based on the current intelligence, things were going very well for them. Looking back, our prediction was correct. The legend won't make a move, but the dragon army is large, which will still be a big test for the territory. Don't worry, the territory has 3 peak-level gold-ranked warriors, plus you, a gold knight, and my hundreds of descendants. There will be no problem in defending Red River City. With the absence of any legendary experts confirmed, Anatoles's confidence soared. Given the current strength of Red River Territory's defenses, there was no possibility of it falling without the intervention of a legendary figure. However, Rayne was not so optimistic. He wanted not only to defend Red River City, but also to minimize the losses to his territory. You've all worked hard lately, especially Senior Anatoles.
I hope you will continue to lead the wolf pack to keep a close watch on the dragon army's movements. Don't worry about me, Kid Rayne. After Anatoles, Arista, Melissa, and a few others left, Forno and about a dozen other Red River Territory administrators came to the hall. My lord! Have all those supply warehouses been repaired and are in good working order? Johnny began to give a serious report. Everything is in place. All the warehouses were built to the previous standards. Because many empty warehouses were built in advance, the placement of the supplies went very smoothly. Very good. These supplies are the guarantee of the territory. There must be no accidents. Arrange for people to guard them around the clock. The defensive structures on the city walls must continue to be reinforced without stopping. Reinforce them as much as possible. We also need to expedite the housing arrangements for our people. With so many people and in such cold weather, they can't keep sleeping outdoors. Rayne arranged all the affairs of the territory one by one. The population of the territory had increased dramatically. With a major war imminent, all sorts of problems arose, and Forner and the others were extremely busy. But everyone knew that the territory was facing a life-or-death situation, and no one complained or cried. They all gritted their teeth and persevered to do everything well. While the Red River Territory was united in preparing for war, Longing, leading his army, occupied Manhwaedit town in the northern Bright Moon Territory. Longing carefully scanned the familiar town, but didn't find a single living person. He was both angry and relieved, and his tense heart breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Longing vented his anger on the now deserted Bright Moon town, ordering it to be burned down. Hundreds of dragon beasts spewed flames, turning Bright Moon town into a sea of fire. Dragon Eagle looked at the burning town, and recalled the frustrating experience he had 2 days ago. He was ordered to go out and capture a demon, but instead of capturing the demon, he lost Firewing. After he escaped back, he was whipped dozens of times by the cult leader Roderick. Roderick's dragon-headed whip could kill a silver-peaked dragon blood warrior with a single lash, and even the Dragonhawk was not spared after dozens of lashes. After Dragonhawk reported the information he had seen to Roderick, the leader of the dragon cult thought the same as Dragonhawk, that Arista was the offspring of a great figure in the human kingdom. In Roderick's eyes, having a peak-level gold-rank fairy as a partner, and being protected by a peak-level gold-rank direwolf and a mage, this combination reminded Roderick of the Golden Royal family. The fairy forest has been closed off for at least a few thousand years. How could an ordinary human possibly have a fairy companion, especially one who has reached the peak of the gold rank? There is only one possibility. The human Golden Royal family has an ancient pact with the fairies. As a royal golden family, it makes sense that there would be a fairy who has been wandering outside and has not returned to the fairy forest to accompany them. At the same time, the Golden Royal family is also extremely skilled at cultivating magical beast companions. The first Golden King had a Golden Dragon King as his companion, and the second Golden King and the current third Golden King both have powerful Golden Lions as their battle companions. The Golden Royal family has cultivated a considerable number of magical beast mounts, and only the Golden Royal family can send out magical beasts with peak golden strength to protect their offspring. With this in mind, Roderick gave up the idea of capturing the fairy, and also made no attempt to find the human who was suspected to be a descendant of the Golden Royal family. He knew the purpose of his trip south. If he were to provoke that descendant of the Golden Royal family, he might attract the attention of the Golden King. Roderick had never considered facing that king. He's here to cooperate with the Demon God cult. He's a supporting character. The Demon God cult is the protagonist. The Golden King's attention must be on the Demon God cult, not on him. Therefore, in the end, Roderick only allowed the Dragonhawk to lead a portion of the army to the Red River Valley to clear out the minor nobles as planned, but not to provoke the heir of the Golden Royal family. Dragonhawk deeply resented the human boy, but he was also extremely afraid of coming here again. He had no desire to provoke the offspring of the Golden Royal family. 200 years ago, when the Golden King swept across the entire Northern Dragon Clan army, he was a dragon blood warrior, standing in the ranks of a legendary dragon. As a result, his arrogant and powerful master was beheaded after a few battles with the Golden King, and the dragon's corpse crashed down in front of him. It was at that moment
that he bathed in dragon blood and stepped into a higher level. If the Golden King hadn't disregarded him, an insignificant ant, and let him escape, Dragahawk would have died long ago. Therefore, the fear of the Golden King was deeply imprinted in the heart of the Dragahawk. When Roderick analyzed that he might have encountered a member of the Golden Royal family, Dragahawk couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't succeeded in the end, otherwise he would have been doomed.
Sir, we have discovered traces of human migration.
One of his dragon knights interrupted the dragon eagle's thoughts.
Okay, go check it out.
Chapter 135 The King's Reminder. In the frosty hall of the Cold Wind Ridge, on the icy throne, Marshall listened to his subordinates' reports with a somber expression.
The frost trolls have swept through 17 baronies and 3 viscounties, and 2 days ago they breached the territory of Earl of Sick, where Earl Sick was killed in battle.
All right, that's enough. Marshall interrupted his subordinate's report.
Have the Frost Guard and the Winter Knights assembled yet? All personnel have been assembled. Let's set off then, and follow me to kill those ignorant blue-skinned bastards.
Marshall personally intervened, and a 100-meter-long ice dragon flew out from the ice peak behind Ice Fortress, soaring over Cold Wind City and flying into the distance. As Matthew watched the Winter Knights and a large number of Frost Guards leave the city, and the ice dragons flying overhead, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes.
Commander, it seems the rumors are true. The reinforcements led by the Grand Elder couldn't stop those blue-skinned bastards. His Highness the Grand Duke has personally taken action. Conduct patrols and remain vigilant. Yes, Commander.
Upon seeing the Frost Dragon fly out, the entire Frostwind City was abuzz with discussion. Everyone was saying that the Frost Fortress, which had never been breached before, had been broken through by the Frost Trolls, and that the despicable Blueskins were plundering all over the Frostwind territory. Many people didn't believe the rumor at first. After all, Frost Forest had never fallen in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, everyone in Coldwind territory knows how powerful Elder Bradley is, and with the addition of the powerful Winter Mage Corps, how could Blueskin be a match for him? Isn't that utter nonsense? But now it seems the rumors have come true. Marshall sat atop the ice dragon, gazing at the swirling snowflakes, his mind racing with questions. How could the trolls have breached Frosthold? Since Bradley led the Winter Mage Corps north into Frosthold, Iceground Citadel has received no further news. After Marshall realized something was wrong, he received news of the Frost Troll invasion and chaos. There was still no news from Frosthold, as if the entire fortress and Bradley's army had vanished into thin air. Marshall had no choice but to urgently assemble the Winter Knights and Frostguard to launch an attack, intending to eliminate the trolls first before personally going to Frosthold to see what exactly was wrong. The mighty Winter Knights and Frostguards raced beneath the wings of the ice dragon, the wind and snow not hindering them but rather surrounding them and aiding them. The knights surged across the snow like an icy blue torrent, a source of immense pride and confidence for Marshall. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Cold Winds, Santos led several members of the Council of Elders in operating magical equipment. A moment later, an image appeared on the magic circle in the center of the hall.
Elder Santos, it's you? Where is His Highness Duke Hanfeng? His Majesty wishes to speak with Grand Duke Hanfeng, not with you, Elder Santos.
Archmage Avery frowned as he looked at Santos, who had appeared before him. Not long ago, he received an order from His Majesty the Golden King to connect with the image magic circle of the Frostwind territory and make contact with the Duke of Frostwind himself. He had already notified Santos in advance that the Duke of Coldwind would come in person before activating the magic circle, so why did this problem occur at the last minute? This made Avery extremely dissatisfied.
Your Excellency Archmage Avery, the Frost Trolls from the north have invaded the heart of the Frostwind territory and are plundering everywhere. Just recently, they even killed the Royal Count. The situation is extremely critical. His Highness the Grand Duke has already led the Winter Knights to eliminate these Frost Trolls. Because the situation was somewhat urgent, the Grand Duke left in a hurry, and I haven't had time to inform His Highness yet. However, before the Grand Duke left, he had already arranged for his eldest son, Prince Jendal, the first heir of the Coldwind territory, to temporarily take charge of all affairs in Coldwind City.
After Santos finished speaking, a tall young man walked onto the magic circle. Avery was about to say something more when the scene suddenly changed. Avery's figure disappeared, and the image of a middle-aged man appeared on the magic circle. His Majesty! Upon seeing the middle-aged man's face, Jerndale immediately knelt down, and Santos and the others standing around him also knelt down in unison. Get up, Jerndale, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Bjorn, the Golden King, looked at Grendel with a kind smile. Bjorn was not dressed in fancy clothes, nor did he wear his signature golden crown. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But Grendel only glanced at the magical image and felt a powerful aura of royalty wash over him, making him unconsciously want to submit to this king. Where's that kid Marshal? Off to fight again? Yes, father led the knights to fight the frost trolls. Grendel explained carefully. That kid is still as impatient as ever, and likes to do things himself. All right, little guy, when your father comes back, tell him that I sense the aura of chaos in the northern region of Coldwind territory, and that there is a legendary demon bishop active there. Tell your father to be careful. If there are any problems, have your father contact me directly. Little one, come with your father next time he comes to Golden City. It's been more than 10 years since we last saw each other. When you get old, all you want to do is see more of you little ones. Yes, your Majesty. Jerndale and the Golden King exchanged a few words, and then the magical image was turned off, but it was quite a while before Jerndale dared to get up. Elder Santos, His Majesty should have informed Father in advance if he wanted to see him. Why did you wait until after Father had left to tell him? Jerndale angrily questioned Santos, who had suddenly pulled him aside to speak with His Majesty the Golden King personally. This was a great test for the young Jerndale. No one in the entire kingdom could calmly face that king. Even his father, Grand Duke Hafong, was cautious and dared not act rashly in his presence. Although the Coldwind family and the Golden Royal family share the same blood, Grendel dared not claim to be a descendant of that king. Just a few short sentences of conversation had already made Jerndale break out in a sweat. Your Highness, the Grand Duke left in a hurry, and I didn't expect His Majesty to be in such a rush to activate the magical image, so I had no choice but to come to you. Santos's explanation left Grendel speechless. He could only record the message he had just received from the Golden King into the recording magic stone, and then summon his guard knight to give him personal instructions. It's not safe for me to leave Coldwind City right now. Green, go find my father and give him this recording magic stone. Remember, you must give it to my father personally, as the information inside is extremely important. Santos watched as Jerndale finished doing all this, and then watched the knight Grin leave. I'll leave the affairs of the Coldwind Tower to the elders. There are still many things to take care of at the Ice Fortress, so I'll head back now. Your Highness, please proceed. After Grendel left, several elders around Santos also left one after another, leaving only one elder to follow him into his room. Santos, that Golden King's aura is indeed formidable. If it weren't just a magical image, I would have run away. The elder who followed and muttered a few words and then asked Santos about it. Without getting to the top of the Frostwind Tower, all our other arrangements are pretty useless. The key is to get to the top. What should we do now, Santos? Santos erected a magical barrier and then said, Watch your words. Didn't the Archbishop teach you to be careful in your actions? The elder gave a strange smile, and his body twitched stiffly. What's there to be afraid of? Without a legend here, who could possibly detect my presence? This body is too old. It's so uncomfortable in here. Once the plan succeeds, I must get a younger and stronger body. All right, enough of this nonsense. Archbishop Giles's blasphemous grimoire, brought by the messenger, is on its way. Go and fetch it. Once I get my hands on the scripture of blasphemy, I will find a way to get Jerndale into contact with it, and corrupt him. As the eldest son of the Grand Duke and the first heir to the Frostwind territory, his bloodline can reach the top of the Frostwind Tower. Are you sure the blasphemous codex can successfully enter the Ice Fortress? Santos chuckled dismissively, then said, The troll's southward march indicates that Elder Bradley is dead,
and Marshall is currently away. Although I cannot enter the top floor of the Frostwind Tower, I still retain some control over the Frostwind barrier. Even without those two legends, sending the grimoire in is not difficult. You just need to go and receive it. The Frost Trolls can only hold Marshall back for half a month at most. We must get Jernda corrupted within half a month so we can get to the top of the tower. Understood. Santos added one last thing. Send out an assassin to take care of that knight. We can't let Marshall know the Holy Church's whereabouts yet. Good. Chapter 136 The Dragon Disaster Strikes. In the Red River Valley, countless dragon-blooded monsters and various magical beasts charged toward Baron Paris's territory. Faced with the overwhelming horde of magical beasts and dragon-blooded monsters, Paris collapsed to the ground, his son and all the guards of the territory terrified. The guard force of only a few hundred men, facing an seemingly endless alien army, had lost their will to fight. Upon seeing the extremely ferocious and terrifying appearance of each of those magical beasts and monsters, many warriors even dropped their swords, trembled, and squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, as if hoping that what they were seeing was just an illusion. Baron Paris, a seasoned border guard, knew all too well how formidable the enemy before him was. An enemy of this size was capable of storming an iron fortress. His small territory, which didn't even have proper city walls, couldn't possibly withstand the enemy's attack. As the monster army rapidly approached, Paris immediately stood up and pulled his son over. Come on, I'll lead you out of here. Our family cannot be destroyed here. Knowing that he could not defend his territory, Paris immediately decided to break out with his son, and he could not care about anything else at the moment. The monster army easily breached the defenses of Paris's territory, and then began a one-sided massacre. All the guards, whether they resisted or not, were slaughtered. The Dragon Eagle watched the destroyed human territory from hundreds of meters away without showing the slightest interest. The territory was too weak. Paris, who was trying to break through, was spotted by a dragon rider and died from the dragon's sharp jaws. The entire breakout team disappeared into the monster army in an instant without causing a ripple. All right, eliminate their resistance. Pick out the old and weak and kill them all. Take the rest of the humans back. The master will need them. After Dragonhawk gave the order, the monster army began to move. Within the Warcraft Legion, several demon wolves wandered around the perimeter before one of them quietly broke away from the group and headed south. Not long after, Rayne received news of the destruction of Paris's territory. It seems the monster army will arrive in Red River territory tomorrow. Judging from the size of the monster army that has entered Red River Valley so far, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Although there are quite a few of them, their strength is not weak either. The average strength of the magical beasts and dragon-blooded monsters is basically at the iron level, so the defensive pressure is also very high. Rayne was not surprised by Paris's demise. The stubborn old man was destined to die in the wilderness because he refused to give up his territory. Rayne himself was in dire need of protection, so he could not afford to waste time trying to persuade him to go south. Now he is the only lord left in the Red River Valley. The territory guards, along with Anatolius' offspring, possess over 100 silver-level combatants, nearly 500 bronze-level combatants, and around 2,000 iron-level combatants. The remaining 20,000 militiamen have only been trained for 3 days and are of little use. Ross reported the strength of the territory's garrison truthfully. Currently, it is sufficient to defend the city walls. The walls of our Red River City are high and thick, and beings below the silver level cannot effectively damage or climb the walls. They can block most of the low-level combat power in the alien army. As for the silver-level enemies, according to current intelligence, there are not many silver-level enemies. Even if they quickly climb the city walls, they will not be able to break through the defenses. The key question now is how many gold-level combatants the other side possesses, which is still unknown. What other flying magical beasts are there? That's also a problem. Anatolius chimed in after hearing what Ross had said. I sense the aura of the dragon-blooded monster I encountered before. As for the auras of other gold-level monsters, I haven't detected them yet. They are likely hidden. Ren nodded. Therefore, It is known that there is at least one peak gold level expert in the Dragon Clan army. As long as there are no more than 3 peak level gold ranked experts, there will be no danger. Anatolius's idea was that 3 against 3 was no problem, but 3 against 4 would be a bit difficult, since he also had to protect the city. If it were just a simple battle, he could easily take on 2 opponents of the same level. How are the militia's weapons and equipment being distributed? My lord, the weapons and equipment you collected have all been distributed, temporarily arming 5,000 men. The remaining 15,000 men do not yet have weapons and equipment. However, the forging workshop is working overtime to forge weapons, and is trying to equip every militiaman with a weapon within half a month. As for armor, it is not possible to equip them for the time being. Among the people that Rayne brought back were many artisans, especially from Bright Moon territory, which had a considerable number of artisans and enriched the technical talent pool of Red River territory. The forging workshops also saw a significant increase in blacksmiths, leading to a substantial rise in production. However, Rayne expanded the militia by 20,000 at once, which was still too large a number. Even with the weapons reserves of the 3 territories, the shortage was still significant. Let Howard and Walter speed things up, equip them with weapons first. Ross, don't stop training these militiamen. They'll still be useful later. Pick out the best performers and form an elite militia battalion. Focus on training and arming them. Yes. My lord. Red River territory is making the most of its last moments to prepare for war. Outside the Iron Wall fortress of Angry Bear territory, a large army of monsters swept through the villages and strongholds surrounding the Iron Wall fortress and finally arrived at the south side of the Iron Wall fortress. After a century of reinforcement and expansion, the Iron Wall fortress has become a fortress complex, firmly guarding this pass in the Black Mountain Range. Count Senna was shocked to see the dragon-blooded army suddenly appear outside the fortress. He only realized the source of the army after being reminded by the mage Yarman. The dragon cult? How dare those dragons invade the kingdom? Senna was genuinely surprised that it was the dragon cult that had attacked. He had initially thought it was the black tide erupting. The large number of dragon blood warriors appearing could only be due to the dragon worship cult and the dragon's retinues. What other force could mobilize so many dragon blood warriors and dragon blood beasts? Besides, only those 3 forces can come out of the Black Forest. The Fairy Forest and the Valley have long been closed to the outside world, leaving only those dragons. But what exactly is the meaning behind Dragon Peak's intervention this time? Yarman was also somewhat confused. The dragon cult had appeared too suddenly, without any warning whatsoever. Whatever the reason, let's report to His Highness the Grand Duke and ask for help first. I never expected that we would encounter another invasion from the dragon worship cult before we could even catch our breath after repelling the orc army from the north. Count Senna immediately requested reinforcements from Angry Bear Fortress, and then ordered all border guards at Iron Wall Fortress to prepare for battle. But just as Senna was preparing for a bloody battle, the army of the dragon cult quickly headed south, without engaging Senna in a prolonged fight. Oh no, they're going to wreak havoc in the heart of the territory. Quickly send intelligence to Angry Bear Fortress so that the Grand Duke can prepare. Senna then mobilized some troops to block the dragon cult's army from advancing south. However, as soon as they left the fortress, they were attacked by flying magical beasts and dragon knights, suffering heavy losses and having to retreat back into the Iron Wall Fortress. In the end, Count Senna could only watch helplessly as the massive monster army marched south into the heart of the Angry Bear territory. Chapter 137. Are you trying to keep your word with me? Rage Bear Keep, Thunder Hall. Carl the Angry Bear sat on his throne. He had not personally presided over a council meeting for a long time, but this time he had to step forward himself. His heir, Belmont, stood beside him. What's the situation now? How much was lost? Carl's voice was somewhat muffled, as if it were striking the hearts of everyone present. Your Highness, it has been determined that the enemy invading our territory this time is the dragon worship cult. Their army is divided into 6 routes, each commanded by a gold-level expert. 18 baronies and 4 viscounties have already been breached by the Bailong cultists,
and dozens of barons and 10 viscounts have been forced to leave their territories to seek help from the nearest earldom.
Carl frowned slightly.
Is there any trace of Roderick in the dragon cult? There is no news of that legendary dragon-veined sorcerer at the moment, Your Highness.
Where are their main forces?
According to the reports from various places, 5 of the 6 enemy forces are roughly equal in strength, while only the Belongio army that came south from the Iron Wall fortress is significantly stronger than the other 5. There are 3 known gold-level commanders, and the enemy force numbers over 100,000, most of whom are magical beasts and dragon retinues. Have you seen any dragons? No, Your Highness, there is currently no intelligence indicating that the dragons are involved in the war.
After listening to his subordinate's report, Carl stood up straight and gave his orders.
Raging Bear Iron Guards, Raging Bear Knights, assemble and march north with me to annihilate these dragon worshippers. Horn, Lambert, and Galio, each of you will lead your legions to deal with the other 3 groups of dragon cultists. All the armies of barons and viscounts along the way will be under your command. Send orders to Ironthorn territory and Porcupine territory, instructing them to lead their vassals against the army of the dragon worship cult.
Carl mobilized all the earls he could muster in the Angry Bear territory, and personally led the expedition himself. The strength of the dragon worship cult should not be underestimated. More than 200 years ago, the Angry Bear territory had already experienced the power of the dragon's retinue.
Belmont, you guard the home. Evans, you assist Belmont and defend Angry Bear City. Yes, Your Majesty.
In the Angry Bear territory, Carl Angry Bear's words were the highest command, and no one dared to oppose him. As Carl issued the order for war, everyone in the Thunder Hall prepared to take immediate action.
The blood of the Raging Bear will shatter everything. The blood of the Raging Bear will shatter everything.
The war roar of the Angry Bear territory filled Thunderhall and quickly swept across the entire Angry Bear territory. As the youngest Grand Duchy in the Kingdom of Asriel, the nobles of the Wrathful Bear territory were not far removed from the war and reacted extremely quickly to it. In just a few days, powerful armies began to assemble and then marched north towards the enemy. Carl looked down at the perfectly arrayed furious bear knights, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit.
Father, those dragons are incredibly powerful. Shouldn't we ask His Majesty the Golden King for help?
Belmont was somewhat worried about this war. As the heir to the Wrathful Bear territory, he was extremely familiar with the background and strength of Dragon Peak and the dragon cult, and naturally knew that the Wrathful Bear territory was no match for the dragons.
Roderick hasn't even shown up. What right do we have to ask His Majesty for help? With those dragonborn scum? Belmont, remember this. The descendants of the Angry Bear will never fear a powerful enemy. Battle will only make us stronger. We will not ask the Golden City for help unless the legendary dragon of Dragon Peak appears. However, you must be prepared in Rage Bear Fortress. If there is any news of a powerful figure from Dragon Peak appearing, report it to His Majesty immediately. Only His Majesty can deal with that Red Dragon Queen.
Although Carl was warlike, he was not stupid. He had personally experienced the terror of the Red Dragon Queen. Even the mighty guardian of their Angry Bear family, the legendary Second Realm ancient demon bear Valregard, was far from being a match for the Red Dragon Queen, let alone him.
I understand, Father. I'm just a little worried about you.
Carl waved his hand dismissively and said,
A warrior's destiny is to die on the battlefield, and for me, that is an honor. My life or death is of no concern. As long as Lord Valregard is still alive, our Angry Bear family will not decline. I'm getting old, and you've grown up. The burden of the Angry Bear family will eventually fall on your shoulders. Don't let me down, Belmont!
Carl's rare display of his inner emotions made Belmont somewhat uncomfortable, but he hadn't had a chance to fully appreciate Carl's presence before he set off. With a leap from the high platform, Carl landed steadily on his demonic bear mount. The army, which had been prepared long ago, immediately sprang into action under Carl's orders and headed for the battlefield. Compared to the war-torn Furious Bear territory, the neighboring Stag territory is facing an even more severe challenge. Vast Stag territories became a playground for dragons, and noble territories were reduced to flames.
Inside a cave, a group of people huddled together, shivering. Has that dragon left? Who knows? It might have flown away, or it might not have. These monsters are terrifying. The noble lord's castle was burned down in an instant. Who can stop them now? Your Highness, where is your Highness? Only he can save us. In every corner of Buckland, the people of Buckland, who had hidden away after their homes were destroyed by the dragon, were all hoping for the arrival of their savior. The noble lords whose territories had been conquered by the Dragonborn also hoped that their lords would send a large army to repel the dragon invasion and reclaim their lands. But their hopes went unanswered. The core city of the Stag territory, Great Horn City, remained unresponsive, as if the dragons ravaging the Stag territory did not exist. Meanwhile, on the eastern border of Coldwind territory, Zelia's dragon army had already entered Coldwind territory. However, they only swept through the eastern border region of Coldwind territory before stopping there, and did not advance further west. Zelia dispatched a large number of flying magical beasts to infiltrate the depths of Frostwind territory, attempting to obtain the latest intelligence on the core area of Frostwind territory. Just as she was leading her army to a standstill, an apostle from the demon god cult approached her. Your Majesty Zelia, according to the agreement between the Archbishop and Her Majesty the Red Dragon Queen, your army should be advancing into the heart of human territory. Why are you halting here? Do you intend to disobey the agreement of the king? Follower of the Lord of Deception, are you talking to me about credibility? Zelia looked at the black-robed apostle with amusement. It was somewhat ridiculous that a follower of the Lord of Devious Paths, known throughout the continent for his betrayal and scheming, was talking to her about keeping his word. Her Majesty promised your Archbishop to mobilize an army for a full-scale attack on the human kingdoms, and now our forces have launched a full-scale war across the northern border of the human kingdoms, with countless human territories being conquered. Has this not yet fulfilled the promise we made? Zelia is now appearing in her true form as a dragon. Her enormous body, hundreds of meters long, exudes a powerful dragon aura, causing the surrounding dragonborn to tremble and kneel in fear. The red dragon's enormous, crimson eyes, seemingly burning with eternal flames, glared at the demon god's apostle. On the contrary, you followers of the demon god, where is the reward you promised our king? Seeing the terrifying red-eyed dragon approaching, the demon god apostle felt as if his body was burning. His standing body finally succumbed to the powerful dragon's might, and he knelt down. Chapter 138 has arrived and departed? The demon god's apostle said with difficulty. Your Majesty Zelia, Archbishop Giles has promised that as long as the dragon army appears beneath the Frostwind Tower, Her Majesty the Queen's reward will be delivered to you. His promises are completely unreliable. Our king has already fulfilled his demands as agreed, and now it is time for him to fulfill his promise. I want that dragon crystal right now. As she spoke, Zelia's aura intensified. With a bang, the demon god's apostle suddenly exploded. Zelia looked warily at the shattered demon god apostle. This demon god apostle possessed gold-level strength, and she couldn't have caused such a result with just her aura. Sure enough, the shattered body of the demon god's apostle transformed into a phantom, and Archbishop Giles appeared before Zelia. Red Dragon, my promise still stands. As long as the dragon army appears beneath the Frostwind Tower, I will give you that dragon crystal. Of course, I can also make concessions. If you can conquer Angry Bear City or Giant Horn City, I can give you the dragon crystal as well. Remember, this is the only requirement, otherwise you will never be able to obtain that dragon crystal. Giles's phantom vanished before Zelia could react after he finished speaking. Damn cultists! Zelia tried to grab the disappearing phantom, but missed. These followers of the Lord of Devious Paths are indeed untrustworthy. They never intended to give His Majesty that dragon crystal. Zelia keenly sensed the other party's attitude from the conversation just now. Send the order. The army shall march. Kamino, who had been following behind Zelia without saying a word, asked with some confusion. Zelia, didn't you say that those demon god followers weren't planning to give the dragon crystal to His Majesty? Why are we still setting off? Snort! Whether they give it to us or not is not up to them.
The main target of those demon godsect members this time is Coldwind City, so we'll go there and wait for them. When the Golden King of the human race and they are both exhausted in battle, we will seize the opportunity to strike. As long as we capture them, I don't believe they will refuse to hand them over. Camino's eyes lit up. That's how it should be done. A bunch of cowardly cowards, daring to mock His Majesty. I'll burn them all to ashes. Tell your subordinates not to provoke those human territories. We'll head straight for Coldwind City, but the army shouldn't get too close to Coldwind City and attract the attention of the humans. Hide nearby and wait for the right opportunity. I see. After agreeing on a strategy, Zelia led her army into action. While the entire northern border of the kingdom was in chaos, the Red River Valley suddenly fell silent. After conquering a human territory, and intending to press their advantage, Dragonhawk spotted Red River territory, protected by towering city walls. That demonic wolf? Dragonhawk spotted a familiar figure in midair, the demon wolf he had fought before, and the familiar human archmage. Whose territory is this? Looking back at the towering city walls, Longing suddenly realized that ordinary human territories wouldn't have such high-level city walls, nor would they have such neat residential buildings inside. Upon seeing those familiar figures, Longing immediately understood. Withdraw! Let's bypass this territory and head south. You bunch of damn bastards, get the hell out of here and run! What are you dawdling for? Stay away from that city. Why are you running so close? Do you want to die? From midair, Longing personally directed his army to quickly cross the Red River City and head south. His eyes were fixed on the direction the army was heading, and if any foolish monster or tribe tried to get close, he would rush up and give them a good scolding. Dragon Eagle also wielded a long, flaming whip, which he used to lash out at the slaves at his feet, urging them to hurry up. Standing on the city wall, Rayne and the others stared blankly at the monster army that was ignoring Red River City and rapidly heading south. Upon receiving news that the dragon army had entered Red River territory and was approaching Red River City, Rayne ordered all available fighting forces in Red River territory to be deployed to the city walls in preparation for a brutal defensive battle. Many Red River militiamen trembled when they saw the vast army of monsters flying in the sky and running on the ground. Even the seasoned veterans of the guards swallowed nervously, their faces turning slightly pale. Rayne tried his best to encourage all the soldiers and constantly boosted their morale. Anatoles and Caputo, two peak gold-level powerhouses, personally oversaw the defense from the city walls, while Rayne stood alongside the soldiers to face the formidable enemy, which greatly boosted the morale of the guards. Ren had done everything he could to prepare for the bloody battle. Result? What happened to the promised bloody battle? What about the brutal battle? What about the ferocious monsters and bloodthirsty dragon-blooded monsters? As the monster army rapidly disappeared into the southern horizon, not only was Rayne stunned, but everyone on the city wall was also stunned. This? The monster army came quickly and went quickly, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers of various races rushing past Red River City. Ren even saw the eagle-headed dragon-blooded monster that Anatoles and Caputo had ambushed earlier, which had escaped, driving the dragon army southwards from above, its fiery whip crackling as it danced. In the end, Rayne even felt that the dragon army looked like a refugee. My lord, is it time to stop fighting? Watching the enemy disappear, Ross asked Ryan a question with some hesitation. Rayne glanced at the monster army that had completely moved south, then looked back at the hesitant guards and militia. Let all the militiamen go down and rest, and await further orders. All guards shall not remove their armor. They shall remain on the city walls today and be ready to fight at any time. Senior Anatoles, Master Caputo, let's return to Red River Fortress to discuss what's going on. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the order, the militiamen breathed a sigh of relief and began to descend the city wall in an organized manner to rest. Ren led Anatoles, Caputo, and the others back to the Red River Fortress Hall. The group, along with the direwolf, discussed for a long time but still couldn't figure out what the dragon eagle was up to. Well, it's all good in the end. The territory is safe for now. Unable to figure it out,
Rayne decided not to press the matter further, which was a good thing for him. This gives us time to continue strengthening the defenses of Red River City, training the militia, and building housing for the newcomers. Without needing a major war for the time being, Rayne should focus on strengthening his territory. Senior Anatoles, please continue to keep a close eye on the movements of those dragon armies, and inform me of any new developments immediately. I understand, Rayne. Anatoles nodded. Master Caputo, please pay close attention to the improvement of the city wall defenses. Make sure the walls of Red River territory are indestructible. Don't worry, I will continue to reinforce the city walls. Caputo also agreed to Rayne's request. After arranging all the affairs, Rayne returned to his room and devoted himself to training to improve his strength. Meanwhile, after the monster army inexplicably withdrew from Red River City, rumors began to circulate in Red River territory that the monster army had fled because they were afraid of the Great Lord. This statement was immediately accepted by most of the people in the Red River territory, and soon spread throughout the entire Red River City, becoming a topic of great interest to all the people. After the monster army left, the people of Red River territory instantly regained their vitality, no longer living in fear, and various construction projects were completed at a visible speed. Chapter 139: A true warrior must fight one-on-one. Your Majesty, news has come from the north. Dragon Peak in the Black Mountains has sent a large army to invade the north. All 3 duchies have been invaded by dragons and their slave legions. Carol respectfully reported the first-hand intelligence she had just obtained to Bjorn, while the Golden King Bjorn was watering several lush potted plants with a watering can. As the current head of the Eagle Clan, Marquis Carol of the Eagle Clan is in charge of Eagle Eye, the intelligence agency of the Kingdom of Asriel. The movements of the entire kingdom are under the watchful eye of Eagle Eye. No legendary figures made a move? No legendary figures have made a move yet, Your Majesty. The demon god cult has just appeared in Coldwind territory, and now the Dragon Peak army has appeared in the Northern territory. What a coincidence! What do you say, Lord Carol? Yes, Your Majesty, your suspicions are quite correct. A high-ranking inspector has reported that chaos cultists have appeared among the dragon legions in the eastern region of Frostwind territory. However, this inspector also reported that it seems to be the demon god cult deliberately drawing them to their attention. Bjorn put away the water bottle, looked at the beautiful, vibrant flowers, and smiled contentedly. Olivia, that cunning red dragon, won't step out of Dragon Peak until she breaks through to the king's domain, nor will she let her reckless followers attract my attention. This time, however, they've unusually sent their dragons to provoke me. It seems the demon god cult offered quite a price. Carol handed the analyzed intelligence to Bjorn. Yes, Your Majesty. According to Eagle's Nest analysis, the demon god cult must have offered a treasure that would allow the Red Dragon Queen to break through to the King Realm in order to get her to take action. According to the reports from the Inspector and the Eagle Eye of the North, the demon god cult is about to make a big move in the Frostwind territory. There is currently at least one archbishop in the Frostwind territory who worships the Lord of the Deceptive Path. Upon hearing the name of the Archbishop of the Lord of Devious Paths, Bjorn frowned slightly. The followers of the Lord of Deceit are extremely adept at using intrigue and trickery to corrupt people's hearts. Their favorite thing to do is to lead those who think they are wise to fall into depravity. Throughout the history of the Kingdom of Asriel, the followers of the Lord of Deception have caused considerable destruction. They are also quite active in human kingdoms, and each appearance of theirs has brought about a catastrophe. The archbishops are the most powerful figures in the entire 4 demon gods cult. Each archbishop is at least a legendary 3rd-level being, and Bjorn cannot afford to take them seriously. Bjorn asked in a deep voice, "Where are the Angry Bear and the Buck?" The Wrathful Bear territory has organized an effective counterattack. Carl Wrathful Bear reacted quickly. If the Legend of the Dragon Legion doesn't intervene, the Dragon Legion of the Wrathful Bear territory will be repelled in no time. The Buck's territory has a serious problem. The Grand Duke of Bucks seems to be ill and unable to govern. His successor is not capable enough to win over the people. The Bucks' offspring are busy fighting among themselves and have not yet dealt with the dragon's invasion. The invasion of Stag territory was led by a legion of dragonborn dragons, including 5 adult dragons.
The watchers and eagle eyes even spotted Hammond, the Crimson Flame Calamity, but Hammond did not show himself to attack stag territory.
Federico is ill?
That's right. He's already over 300 years old. That's about the lifespan of a first-level legend. It seems his life is coming to an end. The descendants of the stag are far inferior to those of 1,000 years ago. The warriors of the northern mountains, the strong men who dared to draw their swords against His Majesty Israel, have now become weak and incompetent, only concerned with internal strife.
How ironic!
That kid Carl signed a contract with the ancient demonic bear, which increased his lifespan, but he didn't break through to the legendary level. I estimate he only has a few years left before his life ends. 2 of the 3 Grand Dukes in the north are already very old, just like me, and are no longer of use.
Bjorn made a self-deprecating remark, and Carol, standing nearby, quickly leaned down to reply.
Your Majesty, you are in the prime of your life. How can you say you are old? You are a king, incomparable to those 2.
Bjorn shook his head and said calmly.
Even a king only has a lifespan of 500 years. As a short-lived species, I have lived long enough. It doesn't matter. That little fellow Marshal, he only broke through to the legendary level a few years ago and then succeeded his grandfather as Grand Duke. He's young and ambitious. His grandfather spent over 200 years and only slightly weakened the power of the Cold Wind family's elders. He has only been in power for a few years and he has already made a swift move against the family's elders. It seems that the followers of the Lord of Devious Paths have seized the opportunity. What they like most is to corrupt so-called wise men such as mages and scholars. Marshal is in big trouble this time. Yes, Your Majesty. However, we have not received any requests for assistance from the Cold Wind territory. Even though you contacted them personally, they have not responded. I didn't see Marshal a few days ago, and now it seems that there were already problems back then. The Chaos Cult has infiltrated very deeply into the Cold Wind territory. Notify the Golden Lion Knights, the Holy Sword Legion, and the Demon Slayer fleet to prepare for battle, and have the Court Mage Corps prepare to provide support. We can ignore the Angry Bear territory and the Stag territory, but the Frostwind territory must not be allowed to have any problems. The 4 demon god sects have been too active lately, and it's time to clean them up. Also, Dragon Peak, that red dragon thinks I'm old and wants to test my abilities. Let's deal with them this time as well. Yes, Your Majesty.
After finishing his chores, Bjorn picked up the watering can and continued tending to the flowers and plants he had carefully cultivated. In stark contrast to the sun-drenched golden plains, the land of Cold Wind territory is still shrouded in snow and wind. Marshal rode his ice dragon and wreaked havoc among the frost trolls. The ice dragon spewed out extremely cold icy air from its gaping maw. Even a strong and robust troll would instantly turn into an ice sculpture and lose all life if it was even slightly touched by this icy air.
Olgas, face me like a warrior, you cowardly wretch, what kind of warrior are you?
Marshal's voice echoed across the battlefield, and Olgas, whom he had repelled, was equally unwilling to back down.
If you're so capable, make that dragon leave. 2 against 1 is cowardly. Come and fight me one-on-one, that's what a true warrior does. Are you coming? Coward!
Olgas was overwhelmed by Marshal's initial onslaught. Marshal, riding an ice dragon, had increased his combat power significantly. The ice dragon's compatibility with him was too high, and the ice dragon knight Marshal's combat power was beyond what a novice legendary could withstand. Even Olgas, who had not broken through to the 2nd level of the legendary realm, was no match for Marshal and could only choose to retreat in the face of his attack.
I'll grant your wish, you coward! Let's fight!
Marshal leaped off the frost dragon and landed in the middle of the battlefield, instantly clearing a space from the chaos. Ogris then emerged from the battlefield.
This is what a true warrior should do. I acknowledge you, human. Let's fight!
Ogris swung his ice staff and charged toward Marshal, his speed so great that the surrounding wind and snow seemed to come to a standstill.
Snort!
Marshal's ice-blue armor gleamed with a faint blue light, and the frost great sword in his hand shimmered with mysterious magical runes. His aura was even more powerful than before. Ogris, who was charging forward, noticed this change, but instead of retreating, he accelerated his charge, his body radiating a vigorous aura of blood mixed with the power of ice as he charged toward Marshall. Instantly, a powerful battle shockwave exploded in the center of the battlefield, sending the humans and trolls fighting nearby flying. Two blurry figures clashed rapidly on the ground and in midair at the center of the battlefield, leaving only afterimages and the aftershocks of the battle behind them. Chapter 140: The Calamity of the Cold Wind. After another fierce exchange, the two sides stopped fighting instantly. Marshall's ice blue armor was covered in cracks, and his once neat hairstyle was now disheveled. Olga's, dressed in a fur coat, looked at Marshall with great excitement in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. This battle was so exhilarating. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. Indeed, dying in battle is my destiny, but I never expected this day to come so soon." Olgas looked down at the gruesome wound on his chest, where he could even see his shattered internal organs. The powerful frost had frozen the wound while continuing to erode his internal organs. Even the frost trolls, who are also known for wielding the power of frost, could not resist this invading force. "You're amazing, human!" After saying his last words, Olgas collapsed and never rose again. Marshall adjusted his breathing and used his sword to brace himself against the ground to keep from falling. Olga's fatal blow also struck him, but the deadly force was blocked by his family's heirloom ice armor, saving his life. Having dealt with Olgas, Marshall looked around the battlefield, where his ice dragon was bringing the battle to a close. With the help of the frost dragon, the winter knights have completely crushed the frost troll horde. The last resistance of the frost trolls also collapsed after Marshall defeated Olgas, leaving only a one-sided battle. After completely defeating the frost trolls, Marshall did not rest but immediately led his troops north to Frost Fortress. A few days later, Marshall saw the Frosthold Fortress, which had been reduced to ruins. The winter knights stared in disbelief at the completely collapsed Frosthold. Many of them had fought there and knew the magnificent fortress well. No one could have imagined that this massive fortress, which had stood for thousands of years, would be destroyed. Marshall rode the ice dragon around the ruins before finally landing in one spot. "Chaotic corruption, demonic runes?" Marshall was startled when he saw the traces of corrupted magic runes on the ground. After confirming that it was a corrupted rune, Marshall immediately ordered the army to return to Cold Wind City. The knights did not stop and galloped back to Cold Wind City without stopping. Anxious, Marshall did not travel with the knights this time, but instead rode the frost dragon back to Cold Wind City first. Marshall returned in less than half a day. Looking at Cold Wind City, which remained unchanged from when he left, Marshall's worries subsided slightly. Back in Ice Castle, Marshall looked at the somewhat empty castle and immediately summoned his butler. "Where is Jerndal?" "The young master has been gone from the Cold Wind Tower for several days and hasn't returned." "He went to the Tower of Cold Winds and hasn't come back for several days?" "Yes, your highness." Marshall was somewhat displeased. His son was not prioritizing things. He was not in the territory, and Grendel, as the heir, was temporarily in charge of the entire Frostwind territory. How could he stay in the Frostwind Tower at such a crucial time and not come out? "He should be in Ice Fortress right now, not in the Tower of Frostwind. Go and bring him back to me." Just as the butler was about to leave, Marshall called him back. "Forget it, I'll go find him myself." Somewhat annoyed, Marshall decided to personally teach his good son a lesson. As Marshall stepped into the Tower of the Cold Wind, a large army silently appeared amidst the snow and wind outside the city of Cold Wind. Matthew, who was guarding Cold Wind City, sensed something and took out a talisman from his pocket, a slight ripple appearing in his cold eyes. "The time has finally come. This cold family should come to an end." Matthew's second-in-command, the deputy commander of the guard, noticed Matthew suddenly muttering to himself and curiously stepped forward to ask, "Commander, what did you say?" Crushing the talisman in his hand, Matthew stared expressionlessly at his second-in-command. The shattered runes turned into specks of stardust and scattered, imprinting themselves on every warrior of the Guard Legion. Before these warriors could react, their bodies turned into grey mist and flew towards Matthew. The vice-commander beside Matthew did the same, his body turning into grey mist and merging with Matthew. In just a few breaths, the entire guard legion vanished completely, and Matthew's strength soared to the peak of the gold rank. His ice-blue enchanted armor had now turned into grey-purple enchanted armor. With a casual wave of his hand, Matthew unleashed dozens of wisps of grey mist, which then transformed into the guards he had previously devoured. "Go open the city gates!" Dozens of grey mist warriors opened the city gates on Matthew's orders, while Matthew also deactivated the early warning array of Coldwind City. Upon seeing the warning array deactivated, Orpheon, who was outside the city, immediately led his Chaos Army into Coldwind City. Orpheon glanced back at Matthew on the city wall, then began spreading corrupting runes throughout Coldwind City as ordered by Archbishop Giles. The Winter Mage Order and the Frost Swordsman Legion were wiped out at Frost Fortress. The Winter Knights and Frost Guards are still out there, and have not returned. The Coldwind City Guard Legion was wiped out by Matthew alone. At this time, the defenses of Coldwind City were extremely weak. Faced with the sudden influx of the Chaos Army, all the guards were caught off guard. Many citizens of Coldwind City were killed by the Chaos monsters before they could even react, and their corpses were transformed into nourishment for the Chaos Army. As the Chaos Legion's activities within Coldwind City gradually expanded, more and more of Coldwind City's garrison began to react and attempt to organize a counterattack. What worries them is that so far no news has come from the core of the Frostwind territory, the Ice Fortress, and the legions guarding various locations have not received any combat orders from the Ice Fortress. The Frostwind Tower, which guards Frostwind territory, also remained silent. This bizarre situation made many of the soldiers of Han Feng Commandery extremely uneasy. When 3 legendary cunning sorcerers spread corrupting runes and chaos over Coldwind City, the city was plunged into a wave of chaos and corruption. Large numbers of chaotic monsters and chaotic followers are constantly causing slaughter and corruption in Coldwind City. Wherever these chaotic creations go, the laws of chaos begin to extend and spread. A massive blasphemous magic circle is slowly forming within Coldwind City. Just then, a loud boom came from inside the Coldwind Tower, and then the entire tower began to shake violently. The warriors of Frostwind, who were still fighting against the Chaos monsters, saw that Frostwind Tower had reacted and their morale immediately soared. They began to prepare for a counterattack against the Chaos Legion. But they were too happy too soon. To everyone's astonishment, the Frostwind Tower began to show signs of corruption and black markings. Excessive power was surfacing on the Frostwind Tower. How could this be? How could this happen? Seeing this turn of events, the warriors of the Coldwind Legion, who were still resisting in Coldwind City, were dealt a heavy blow, and their morale collapsed. Chapter 141 Genuine vs. Pirated. Marshall was half-crouched on the ground, a dagger gleaming with purple light stuck in his chest. "Jerndale has been corrupted!" "When?" A purple codex flew up behind Ingdal, and blasphemous voices began to ring in Marshall's ears, making his mind heavy. Giles came up behind Ingdal, with Santos and 3 other members of the Council of Elders beside him. "Archbishop, all plans are going very well. Rukos has begun sacrificing the minor planes and should complete the sacrifice soon." "Very good. After we finish sacrificing the 1,000,000 people in that small plane, and then completely corrupt and sacrifice Coldwind City, all of you will be able to break through to the legendary realm. The Holy Church can gain at least 5 more legendary apostles this time, and the entire Coldwind territory will become a chaotic paradise." Giles' words greatly excited Santos and the others. Wasn't the reason for their downfall the loss of the pursuit of eternal knowledge and power? "All right, hurry up and let our esteemed Duke of Coldwind join our family." Under Giles's control, the blasphemous grimoire flew out of the chaotic runes, and the sound of the blasphemous words rang even louder in Marshall's mind. Marshall covered his head and squatted on the ground. "Trying to corrupt me? Are you kidding me, you puppet of chaos?" Marshall produced a silver gem in his hand and then crushed it. Space distorted, and Marshall's figure vanished before Giles' eyes. "Spatial fluctuations, are those spatial beacons? Damn it, how does he have this?"
Quickly, tell all the sorcerers to speed things up. The sacrificial circle must be activated immediately. Before Giles could react, Marshall had already been teleported outside Coldwind City, and the spatial beacon in his hand flew out, forming a huge teleportation portal in midair. Kid, you're still too impulsive. Marshall heard a familiar voice, and then felt a large hand press down on his shoulder, and a powerful force began to clear the chaotic energy from his body. You seem quite interested in the heart of the nest. Inside Red River Fortress, Alice watched as Rayne stood in front of the 2 farm nests, recruiting 20 nest farmers. Yes, this thing has been a great help to me. Agricultural technology innovation in the Red River territory relies on these nest farmers. The production technology inherent in these ancient relics is very useful. Here, take these too. You might need them. Seeing how much Rayne valued the nest cores, Alice took out 5 nest cores from her spatial ring and handed them to Rayne. This is the core of 2 farms, the core of a blacksmith shop, and the core of 2 swordsmen. The farm core is the same as your 2. The blacksmith shop core can manifest a complete blacksmith shop, which can recruit up to 10 blacksmiths to forge. The forging technology is the pinnacle of ordinary blacksmiths below the level of extraordinary blacksmiths. The 2 swordsman cores can recruit bronze-level swordsmen to fight for you, with 5 slots available per week. However, compared to recruiting ordinary farmers, recruiting these swordsmen requires a bronze-level magic core or extraordinary materials that can provide equivalent energy. Rayne looked at Alice with some surprise. You're giving all of these to me? Of course, these were all given to me by my father, who hoped I could use them in the territory. However, I wasn't interested in materializing these things before, and now they're even more useless to me. This kind of useless thing is best given to you, but I guess you won't need it for long. Rayne felt that the extremely precious ancient relics were worthless in Alistair's eyes, and she gave them away without hesitation, and even gave away 5 of them. Thank you so much! Rayne didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the 5 nest cores. Melissa glanced at the beaming Rayne and curled her lip. He was so happy to get some low-quality imitations from the Human Empire era. If he got a genuine item from the Arcane Empire era, he would be ecstatic. A counterfeit? A genuine product? These things come in counterfeit and genuine versions? After carefully storing the 5 nest cores, Rayne looked at Melissa, who was pouting at him, and humbly asked for her advice. The nest core originated from the time of the gods. The ancient gods used their authority to create all sorts of nest cores. But back then it wasn't called the nest core, it was called the miracle core, and each god gave these magical structures different names. Hall of Heroes, Pool of Rebirth, Hall of Immortality, Gate of Rebirth, etc. Back then, these buildings were far more powerful than they are now. With ample resources, they could create a large number of extraordinary creatures without any restrictions, and each creature possessed normal intelligence, unlike the mindless idiots recruited now. If they possess wisdom, do the gods all have the authority to create intelligent beings? How could that be? Creating intelligent life is a power that only the most powerful gods could wield. The reason these special buildings can produce intelligent beings is entirely because they are infused with souls when they are produced. After death, the souls of believers are guided back to the divine kingdom, where they continue to serve the gods. Each god possesses a large number of souls. These special structures created by the gods attract souls from the divine realm to descend into these bodies after they are formed, giving the created creatures intelligence. These special buildings, under the blessing of the gods, can mass-produce creatures of the lowest silver level, and are proficient in combat skills or other auxiliary arts. The souls injected into their bodies can instantly master these skills and drive these creations to fight for their gods in various planes. When faced with an alternate dimension, gods do not need to go to great lengths to break through the dimensional barrier, descend into the dimension, and conquer it. All that is needed is to open a small gap, send a team of believers with a batch of miracle cores, set up in a remote place in another dimension, and then materialize the miracle building after placing the miracle cores. Then they will recruit a powerful army to conquer the other dimension in a very short time. Combined with the missionary work of the god cult, very few other dimensions can withstand this offensive. The gods, relying on the core of miracles, were invincible,
conquered countless other dimensions, and vigorously promoted their faith. After the gods vanished, a powerful arcane empire was established. Those arcane masters who were skilled in arcane arts created the core of the lair based on the divine structures. This is the origin of the core of the lair. The cores of the lair created by the arcane sovereigns were in no way inferior to the cores of the miracles. Back then, there was still no limit to the number of cores, and the lair creatures recruited were equally powerful and possessed outstanding skills. Do the arcane supremes also wield faith and a vast number of souls? No, they don't need faith, nor do they need souls. Collecting souls is too much trouble for the arcane supremes. Those incredibly powerful arcane supremes created tower spirits, auxiliary creations with superhuman computing power. By mass-producing arcane supremes, one person can control a vast empire. Behind each arcane supreme is a large empire, and one person is an army of thousands. The arcane supremes installed intelligent core technology in the core of the lair, and then had the tower spirits mass-produce intelligent cores, using them to control the lair creatures produced by assigning them different levels of artificial intelligence. The lowest level of nest creatures possesses low-level intelligence, and can perform the most basic commands, just like the farmers you have now. In addition to these, there are intermediate intelligence, advanced intelligence, and top-level intelligence. Nest creatures equipped with intermediate-level AI cores are no different from ordinary people. Advanced-level AI cores have already surpassed ordinary people in every way, and top-level AI cores are geniuses. The Arcane Supreme refers to nest creatures with advanced and top-tier intelligence cores as heroes, because such intelligence cores cannot be mass-produced and must be handcrafted by arcane masters using their time and rare resources. Intermediate and low-level intelligent cores can be mass-produced directly. The equipment is built into the nest building and can be automatically installed when nest creatures are produced. And those heroes are the assistants of the arcane sovereigns in commanding the lair creature legions. The arcane sovereigns, relying on the core of their lair, also conquered countless planes, and were no less capable than the gods. These imitations made by humans during the Tamriel Empire era have too many obvious flaws. First of all, there is a limit to the number of creatures that can be recruited. At most, the recruited nest creatures will break down after 20 years. So, each core can only recruit a maximum of 10,000 to 20,000 nest creatures in 20 years. Furthermore, the intelligence of these nest creatures is a major weakness. Without someone to command them, they are basically half useless. Their strength is also low. There are very few nest buildings that recruit silver-level professionals. They are mostly below silver level, and they don't even meet the minimum standards of the ancient original era. This kind of restriction is only suitable for use by minor nobles or by high nobles guarding their private planes. Although the human powerhouses of your Tamriel Empire have not cracked the Arcane Supreme's technology regarding the manufacturing of intelligent cores, the strength of nest creatures, and the limitations on their numbers, etc. But one thing we have mastered is loyalty. Every recruited nest creature is absolutely loyal to the core controller, which is one of the few advantages we have. So Rayne, if you're just a minor nobleman in the future, these cores will definitely be of great use to you, but once you've developed your skills, these cores will basically be useless to you. However, if you can possess the core of the lair created by the Arcane Supreme, it will still be useful. I've heard that the Golden Royal family possesses some of the cores of nests left over from the Arcane Empire era, and through these cores, the Golden Royal family has gained control of many other dimensions. I wonder if it's true or not. Melissa said things that interested Ryan, and he listened very attentively. Chapter 142 Learning Techniques. The arcane sovereigns are truly amazing. They were able to create such wondrous artifacts. If I had a few gold grade or even lower grade silver grade cores, I could instantly assemble a silver grade army. Then there would be so much to be done. Melissa immediately shattered Ryan's illusions. The Arcane Empire has been extinct for countless millennia. In between, the continent of Noah experienced several historical breaks, and very few of the core remains of the lair from that time have survived. If you want one now, you can forget about it unless you find the ruins from the Arcane Empire era. Besides, even if you use the genuine nest core, recruiting those powerful nest creatures will require resources.
Those resources are not the flesh and blood you are using now, they require extraordinary materials. Even during the Arcane Empire era, the resources required to recruit a professional using a nest building were not much less than those required to train one independently. Caputo, who had been silent until now, interjected. Ms. Melissa is right. The most important thing about nest construction is not saving resources. The advantage of nest building is that it saves a lot of time and can cultivate a large number of loyal subordinates in a very short time. Absolute loyalty is an extremely rare resource. The great arcane mages who can rule a country by themselves need absolute loyalty. They have no time to waste on power struggles and internal conflicts. The pursuit of eternal knowledge is the ultimate goal of every mage. Caputo yearned for the legendary Arcane Empire, where powerful arcane mages were omnipotent and utilized knowledge to its fullest potential. St. White Academy has several mage towers, each with its own tower spirit, but those tower spirits are far inferior to the tower spirits created by the great arcane mages in the records, in every aspect. That certainly can't compare to the tower spirits created by arcanists. They use at least legendary level soul cores as raw materials, while the highest level you're using now is only legendary level. How can they be the same? A mage tower with a tower spirit is a true mage tower. Without a tower spirit, it is just an ordinary building, at most with some magic circles. Melissa then recounted another secret. Like the Frostwind Tower in Frostwind territory, it is said to be an ancient relic left over from the Arcane Empire. It is said that the tower spirit is asleep, but it is still incredibly powerful just by operating on the most basic commands. If the spirit of the Cold Wind Tower is still functioning normally, how could it be so easily invaded? Kid, work hard, and one day you'll build a mage tower with a powerful tower spirit. Ms. Melissa, those things are still a long way off from me. I'll use the few nest cores that Arista gave me to build my territory and gradually make the Red River territory stronger. This potion is for you, Alista, as a return gift. Rayne gave Alice a bottle of Kranish's blessing. A blessing from the golden level of Kransha. Melissa grabbed the potion that Rayne handed her, opened it, and smelled it. It's top tier even among gold-grade items. This bottle of Kransha's blessing is quite good. It must be Master Caputo's creation, right? Melissa now knows that Caputo is a potion master, so she immediately guessed that the potion was made by Caputo. The raw materials provided by Rayne are excellent, so the potions made from them are very effective. Alista's strength has also reached a bottleneck, and this potion can help her break through to the gold level. Melissa nodded happily. That's right. Although it shouldn't be a problem for Alice to break through to the gold level, and I also have auxiliary items prepared to help her break through to the gold level, they are still a bit inferior compared to this bottle of Kranish's blessing. You're a good kid, Melissa really likes you. Aunt Melissa, don't talk nonsense. If Ryan wants to call you sister, then how am I supposed to address him and you? Alice quickly told the outspoken Melissa to stop talking. Thank you, Rayne, this potion has really been very helpful. After obtaining the potion, Alice prepared to return to her training, while Rayne also planned to use the 5 cores as soon as possible. The swordsman and farm core were placed next to the previous 2 farm cores. The newly recruited swordsmen, Rayne, were sent to guard the herb fields. The medicinal fields in Red River territory are now growing larger and larger, and the magical herbs planted in them are becoming more and more numerous and precious. In addition, with the addition of Dora, a spirit of nature, the value of the medicinal fields has increased dramatically. Although there was a magic circle protecting it, the magic circle set up by Caputo was not of a high level. After all, it was only a magic circle built with 100 magic stones, so it was somewhat rudimentary. Dora possesses gold-level strength, but Rayne will not allow her to reveal herself unless absolutely necessary. With a team of bronze-level swordsmen guarding the area, Rayne can feel more at ease, and an additional team of bronze-level swordsmen can be added every week thereafter. The rapid increase in the territory's population has also brought some instability. Red River City has expanded many times over, and more guards are needed throughout the territory. Rayne planned to have the recruited swordsmen do these repetitive and time-consuming tasks,
saving manpower so that the guards would have ample time to train and learn combat skills to prepare for more intense battles later on.
Melissa is right. 2 swordsmen can produce 10 swordsmen per week, which is a great help to low-level territories, but it is not as helpful to me anymore. Their help will be even less as the territory expands, so we need to speed up the training of the guards and wolf knights. After completing the swordsman corps and farm corps, Rayne went to the forge workshop and used the blacksmith corps. As resources were invested, a blacksmith shop covering several hundred square meters appeared before everyone's eyes. Rayne recruited all 10 blacksmiths and then had Arnold organize the other blacksmiths, and these 10 lair blacksmiths to learn the craft. They have mastered superb forging techniques. You should study hard and follow 10 of them. Even if you only learn a little, it will benefit you for a lifetime. You are right, my great lord.
Arnold was utterly shocked and panicked, even more so than the day Ryan brought Walter to him. He realized that he was now completely dispensable, unable to compare with these newcomers in any aspect, and even far inferior to Walter and the others. Fortunately, Arnold didn't hear Wren's words about replacing him. He immediately organized a group of people to learn the skills from the 10 blacksmiths who had suddenly appeared. Soon, the blacksmiths of the Red River territory were impressed by the superb skills of the 10 Nest blacksmiths and began to eagerly follow behind them to learn. You should know that this kind of family craft is something you can't learn even if you pay money. It used to be a closely guarded secret passed down to their sons. Now they can openly and legitimately learn from these 10 blacksmiths. To Rayne's dismay, the creatures in the nest had low intelligence. They could complete the tasks Rayne assigned, but they couldn't teach or explain things to the students. So Arnold and the others could only follow behind and learn on their own. Holland and Walter were also drawn to the new blacksmith skills and followed him around to learn, and they learned very quickly. Rayne assigned a lair blacksmith to Walter and Holland each, instructing others not to disturb their studies. Looking at the forging workshop, which had expanded considerably, Wren believed that it wouldn't be long before it gave him a pleasant surprise. Chapter 143 Improvement of Forging Technology. Blackrock territory has been destroyed, and Clarkson has abandoned the territory and fled? Wren watched as the demon wolf rushed back to deliver the news. He received some good news from the wolf that was decent for Wren personally, but bad news for the human kingdom. Blackrock territory was breached by the dragon army a few days ago. Viscount Blackrock fled with his retainers, and the people of Blackrock territory were either killed or enslaved by the dragon cult. The entire Blackrock territory has completely fallen. The dragon army continued its southward advance, having already conquered several noble territories. With the strength of that golden peak-level dragon-blooded monster, how could ordinary baronies and viscounties possibly withstand it? Even earls might not be able to stop it. The nobles of the north are in trouble this time. The sweeping of the northern territory by the dragon army is a bad thing for other nobles, but for Rayne, it's all good for now. Rayne essentially acquired the population and abundant resources of the 3 baronies of Bright Moon Territory, Black Iron Territory, and Rye Territory. Red River Territory grew rapidly, with a population exceeding 100,000 and abundant reserves of various resources. Rayne waved for the wolf to go out and rest, while he went to the castle's high platform to overlook Red River City. Today is January 17th, 1239 in the Golden Calendar. More than half a month has passed since the dragons invaded the northern border. Hongha City, with a population of 100,000, has been developing rapidly in the past 2 weeks. A large number of 6-story residential buildings have sprung up, and red residential communities have filled the city. Hongha City is now divided into several large areas: residential areas, forging workshops, planting areas, and breeding areas. The busiest and most lively areas are the residential area and the forging workshop area. Compared to the bustling residential area, the planting area and the breeding area are much quieter. Although there have been several heavy snowfalls recently, all the snow in Red River City has been cleared and piled up in the planting area, and there is no snow to be seen anywhere else. The towering city walls have been repaired several times using basic magic, and many defensive items have been added to them, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The Red River Castle where Wren lived was also renovated. The castle was taller than before and had 2 additional towers. This is the result of a joint transformation by Alista, Cecilia, Melissa, and Arya. Led by Alice, 4 women living in Red River Fort carried out a beautification and renovation project on the entire fort. Alice was originally a silver-level peak mage, and recently she broke through to the gold level, greatly increasing her strength and her ability to modify things. Not to mention Melissa, who is at the gold level peak. Under the renovations of these 4 women, Hongha Fort has been greatly improved in both appearance and comfort. Furthermore, the mage ladies also set up numerous magical traps and warning spells within the castle, which enhanced its defensive capabilities. Alice also arranged her extensive collection in Red River Castle, with beautiful and luxurious furniture and other works of art adorning various parts of the castle. The 2 fairy ladies arranged many exotic flowers and trees, bringing much more life to Red River Fortress. From a distance, Hongha Fort appears as a magnificent, bright red castle, adorned with flowers and ancient trees in every corner. Rayne let them do whatever they wanted with the renovations of Red River Fortress. After all, he didn't have to put in any effort or resources himself, and the results of the renovations were indeed quite good. He was now living much more comfortably than before. Besides these, the biggest changes are the development of a moat and a small lake. To increase the water supply, Rayne drilled an underground spring in the eastern planting area of Red River City. He then dug a large pit on the spot, which was then used to create an artificial lake. A waterway was then carved out, which circled around the high slope of Red River Fortress, and then crossed Red River City. The development of this water source has met the various water needs of Hongha City, greatly facilitating people's lives.
My lord!
Ross came to report to Ryan, and at this moment his strength had broken through to the high level of silver.
It seems that the dragon blood potion provided by Master Caputo is very effective.
Seeing Ross's breakthrough in strength, Rayne was very happy. After Caputo and Anatoles retrieved the corpse of the gold peak level dragon blood monster they ambushed, Caputo processed it into dozens of bottles of silver level dragon blood potions. These potions were all distributed by Rayne to the professionals in the guard, further enhancing the guard's strength.
Yes, my lord. Master Caputo's potions are very effective, especially in enhancing the physical strength of warriors. This time, 3 more warriors have broken through to the silver level. Moreover, more than 20 warriors have broken through to the bronze level this time. I came here to report to you and request that a batch of demon wolves be assigned to them as their combat partners. Following the old rules, let these warriors who have broken through to the bronze level choose from the wolf pack themselves.
After Anatoles brought in a large number of dire wolves, Rayne no longer lacked dire wolf mounts, and all warriors who met the requirements could go to the wolf pack to choose their battle companions. However, this selection process is now bidirectional, not unidirectional. Warriors choose dire wolves, and dire wolves also choose warriors. It's a 2-way selection process. With the provision of numerous warrior potions and hero potions, the number of Red River Territory Wolf Knights has continued to grow, now exceeding 100. As the number of professionals continues to increase and their strength continues to improve, the demand for various enchanted equipment is growing, which is why Rayne is paying more and more attention to the blacksmith workshop. Rayne knew that Ross had come not only to distribute the dire wolves, but also to enchant the equipment. Sure enough, Ross immediately brought up the topic of enchanted equipment in his next sentence.
My lord, I heard that the blacksmith's workshop has already forged high-quality equipment that can be enchanted, and some of the equipment has already been enchanted by Master Caputo?
Ross rubbed his hands together. Most of his newly recruited wolf knights didn't have a single piece of enchanted equipment that suited them. After hearing that the territory was capable of producing enchanted equipment, they surrounded Ross, wanting him to come and sound out Rayne to see if it was true.
Ha 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 ha! You're quite well informed. Master Caputo just successfully enchanted a batch of equipment, and you're here. Real? My lord, can our territory really produce enchanted equipment?
Ross was overjoyed when he received confirmation from Ryan. He had thought the rumors he had heard were just the blacksmiths exaggerating, but it turned out to be true.
That's right, but there aren't many. Master Caputo has been experimenting with enchanting these past few days, and he has already completed several pieces. However, he still needs to make some adjustments. I believe we will have good news in a few days. Go back and tell the warriors not to worry. It's a certainty that the territory will produce enchanted equipment. There won't be any problems. All the enchanted equipment that is produced will definitely be prepared for them. There's no way it will run away. Let the soldiers focus on their training and guarding the territory. Don't worry about anything else, I'll take care of it. Yes, my lord. Ross happily went back to report the good news. Watching Ross's departing figure, Rayne thought of the forging workshop again. Thanks to the addition of the blacksmith shop in the lair building, Red River Territory now has 10 more high-level blacksmiths. These 10 blacksmiths can forge high-quality weapons and equipment, enough to meet the standards for mages to enchant. In addition, Holland and Walter's strength and forging skills have improved rapidly, and they can now produce high-quality ordinary equipment, almost on par with the blacksmiths in the lair. Both of them are now attempting to forge extraordinary equipment, a technique that even the Nest's blacksmiths haven't mastered. If they can master it and successfully forge extraordinary weapons, then the forging technology of Red River Territory will be elevated to a whole new level. With the added enchantment from Caputo, Rayne can upgrade his weapons and equipment, significantly increasing his strength. While Rayne was working hard to improve the strength of the Red River Territory, the war situation in the north suddenly changed. Chapter 144 The Chosen One. Above Coldwind City in Coldwind Territory, several massive magical warships hovered in midair, overlooking the entire city. The chaotic monsters and cult followers who ravaged Coldwind City have vanished, leaving only corpses scattered throughout the city. Standing over 2 meters tall, radiating golden battle aura, the Golden Lion Knights, clad in golden lion armor, patrolled the area, eliminating any potential threats. The Grand Mages of the Mage Corps cleaned away all the corrupted magic runes, completely erasing any trace of chaotic corruption. The magnificent Tower of the Frost still stands amidst the biting wind, but it is no longer the epicenter of the cold wave. A vast, overwhelming cold front has swept across the tower from the far north and spreads throughout the northern border of the Kingdom of Asriel. Bjorn watched the southward moving cold air masses in silence. Your Majesty, this was my mistake, which has caused trouble for you and the kingdom. Marshall, pale-faced, admitted his mistake to Bjorn and took all the blame upon himself. You're too hasty, young man. Some things can't be rushed. With such heavy losses this time, Coldwind Territory can no longer be the strongest force in the north. However, fortunately, Stag Territory is in turmoil and Angry Bear Territory is too young, so Coldwind Territory can still stabilize the situation in the north. Yes, Your Majesty, I have disappointed you. Marshall has received a list of losses from this cold snap. The Winter Mage Legion was wiped out, the Bloodfrost Swordsman Legion was wiped out, Frost Fortress collapsed, the fortress garrison was wiped out, and tens of thousands of ordinary legions were destroyed. More than half of the noble territories within the Frostwind Territory suffered heavy losses due to the invasion of Frost Trolls, Chaos Monsters, and Dragon Legions. With the legendary Elder Bradley killed in battle, the Council of Elders was almost completely wiped out, with only 2 elders stationed outside surviving. The Council of Elders was now effectively defunct, and Marshall's initial idea of abolishing the council had been achieved. The largest small plain of the Hanfeng family, which was also an important food production area of Hanfeng Territory, was corrupted and sacrificed by chaos. The entire small plain was devoured and destroyed by the laws of chaos, and millions of people were sacrificed. Most importantly, the core and most important foundation of the Cold Wind family, the Cold Wind Tower, has also encountered problems. At this moment, the Frostwind Tower is basically at a standstill, unable to restrain or absorb the southward moving cold current. This also means that Frostwind Territory has temporarily lost the means to cultivate winter mages and winter knights. For the Kingdom of Asriel, the southward movement of the cold front will change the environment of the entire northern territory, lowering temperatures and rapidly deteriorating the living conditions of its people. If the southward moving cold front is strong enough, it could even affect crop yields in the Golden Plains. Restore the Cold Wind Tower as soon as possible. We cannot allow the cold wave to continue moving south like this. The followers of the Lord of Devious Paths have been wiped out. The Archbishop I injured will not recover for more than 10 years. Marquis Wilhelm is leading the Holy Sword Legion to clean up the entire Frost Corridor. The Holy Sword will let those alien races on the frozen plateau know how sharp the kingdom's blade is, and they will not harass Cold Wind territory in the south for the time being. You can focus on restoring your territory. As the core of the royal family's control over the north, Bjorn will not allow the Frostwind territory to fall. Thank you, Your Majesty. Marshal knelt on one knee to express his gratitude to the Golden King. Bjorn vanished before Marshal in a streak of light, and the Golden Lion Knights and the court archmages returned to their magic warships. The magic warships in the sky began to move. The court sorcerer Avery respectfully asked the Golden King, "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" "The fleet should disperse and wipe out those dragon legions that are running rampant in the north. The Dragafall will accompany me to Dragon Peak. Since Olivia wants to explore, I'll let her see it clearly." Avery was startled. He glanced up at the Golden King, then sent the order to all the warships. More than a dozen magic warships immediately accelerated and flew away to strike their respective targets. Hawkeye had already sent the locations of all the dragon legions to the command rooms of each warship. The flagship, the Dragon Meteor, is hundreds of meters long, and its main body is made up of the skeleton of a legendary dragon. Its appearance is very similar to a skeletal dragon, ferocious and terrifying, with a strong visual impact. The powerful warship headed straight for the depths of the Black Mountains. Black Mountain Range, Dragon Peak. Olivia has been feeling uneasy lately, and she regrets agreeing to the proposal from the Archbishop of the Demon Cult. "It's a bit too early to test the waters. We should have let those demon god followers try it out first." As Olivia was thinking, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence rapidly approaching. "Zelia?" Olivia flew out of the palace and saw Zelia returning wounded. "His Majesty! How did you get so badly injured? Go downstairs first and I'll treat you." "Your Majesty, the army is gone, and Camino has also died in battle. I have disappointed you this time." Despite her pain, Zelia recounted the losses incurred during the trip. "The other good-for-nothings died, so what? Why did Camino die too?" "The Golden King suddenly teleported to Coldwind City with his army, discovered us hiding on the outskirts, and easily knocked me back. Camino couldn't dodge and was killed on the spot. His body was smashed into pieces." Back at the mountaintop palace, Olivia stabilized Zelia's injuries and breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Zelia gradually recover. "Camino was unlucky, he died and that's it. It's good that you came back. I didn't expect the Golden King to arrive so quickly. It's normal that you suffered losses at his hands. What happened to those demon god followers in the end?" Zelia still felt lingering fear when she recalled the battle that had just taken place. The sudden appearance of the Golden King caught the demon god cult off guard, and they carried out a large-scale blood sacrifice. The Archbishop summoned a demonic clone that fought the Golden King for a while before the king shattered the clone, leaving the Archbishop severely wounded and forcing him to flee. "I was watching from the periphery of the battlefield, hoping to catch a big fish, but in the end I only caught him." As she spoke, Zelia released a human. "A human being corrupted by the laws of chaos? Greetings, Your Majesty the Great Red Dragon Queen. My name is Matthew, a chosen one blessed by the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord of Devious Paths." Matthew remained calm and composed in front of Olivia, introducing himself in an unperturbed manner. "Those demonic cults ultimately sacrificed all the humans they corrupted, including many powerful human beings. The reward for their sacrifices ultimately fell upon these humans. He was originally just a Silver Peak human professional, but through sacrifice, he has now jumped to the peak of the initial legend level. The speed at which his strength has increased is terrifying. Even the gains from the sacrifice are somewhat exaggerated. I saw that the demon god cult valued him highly, and in the end, they snatched him away when the demon god cult was fleeing. I originally wanted to capture the Archbishop, but he ran too fast and I failed to catch him." Zelia was extremely unwilling to accept that she had failed to capture Giles. The Archbishop of the Demon God cult is not so easy to capture. Even the Golden King would find it difficult to kill them, let alone capture them alive. Olivia offered Zelia a few words of comfort, then turned her gaze to Matthew. You say you are a chosen one of the Lord of the Deceptive Path, blessed by that being? Yes. You are lying, human. Thousands of years have passed, and the 4 demon gods have never bestowed their blessings again. How could you possibly have the blessing of the Lord of the Deceptive Path? The chosen ones? Let alone the chosen ones of the 4 demon gods. Not even all the other gods have appeared on the continent of Noah for countless years. Matthew did not answer Olivia, but simply looked at her calmly. Olivia looked displeased, her aura surged, and her powerful mental energy instantly flooded into Matthew's mind. A moment later, Olivia stood up in surprise. Is this truly a blessing from the demon god? How is this possible? His Majesty? Just as Zelia was about to ask something, she was interrupted by a voice. Olivia, didn't you want to see me? Come out and meet us. Chapter 145, A Deliverable Merit. Bjorn. Olivia's crimson pupils were fixed on the man standing in midair on the dragonbone warship in the distance, the man she hated so much. The ancient red dragon, with its massive body over 1,000 meters long, hovered in the sky, its outstretched wings whipping up waves of heat that surged forward. The massive dragonbone warship pierced Olivia's heart. It was the corpse of her once capable lieutenant, now transformed into a magical warship. When dragons sense that death is approaching, they rush to the dragon tomb, the place of their slumber, to bury their bodies. What they hate most is any act of desecrating their bodies. At this moment, Olivia looked at the dragonbone warship and the human who had once severely injured her, her eyes blazing with intense heat, and a powerful dragon fire breath shot out from her enormous dragon mouth. The dragon's breath, containing terrifying energy, arrived in front of Bjorn in an instant. The Golden King showed no reaction to the ancient red dragon's full-force attack, remaining calm and collected as he watched his opponent. Olivia watched as her powerful dragon breath attack was reduced to a tiny flame before reaching Bjorn, ultimately failing to harm even a hair on his head. Domain, damn King's domain! Inside the palace atop Dragon Peak, Zelia lay silently on the main hall, recovering her strength, though her attention was focused on the outside world. On the other side, Matthew was being watched by a powerful dragon warrior and dared not move. The continuous rumbling sounds from outside disturbed the minds of the powerful figures inside the hall. Although they were usually legendary figures who commanded respect in their respective regions, they were now not even qualified to participate in the battle. After a long while, the noise outside finally stopped. The Red Dragon Queen returned to the main hall somewhat disheveled. Your Majesty, are you all right? It's all right. That Golden King doesn't dare to enter Dragon Peak. As long as I don't leave Dragon Peak, I'll be fine. He's gone. Now let's talk about our business. The Chosen One. Olivia glanced at Matthew, her eyes gleaming. On the wilderness, Anatoles raced at lightning speed. A moment later, he returned to Red River Fort. Anatoles looked at the drastically changed Red River Fortress with some surprise. How come she's changed so much in just a few days? She's much prettier than before. However, Anatoles had no time to appreciate the changes in Red River Fortress. He went straight to Rayne. Senior Anatoles, are you saying that the Dragon Legion was defeated by the army from the Golden City and is fleeing? Rayne was somewhat surprised when he received Anatoles's message. Just a few days ago, the Dragon army was advancing rapidly and the situation was very favorable. How could it have turned out badly in an instant? A few days ago, Rayne asked Anatoles to go out and investigate the movements of the Dragon army that had invaded the Wrath Bear territory. Rayne had previously thought that this dragon war would last for a while, and he was prepared for a protracted war. The result was beyond his expectations. Yes, I saw a huge magic warship chasing after a legion of dragons. The magic warship is incredibly powerful. Even ordinary gold-level dragons can't withstand a single blow from it. Moreover, there were many powerful warriors on the magic warship. The Dragon Legion was defeated in no time. Except for a few high-level dragon blood monsters that escaped, most of the Dragon Legion was annihilated. The wolf cubs also witnessed on another battlefield that Grand Duke Karl the Furious Bear personally led his legion to fight against the Dragon Legion and gained a great advantage. I rushed back after seeing the magic warship destroy one of the Dragon Legions, without checking the movements of the other Dragon Legions. A magic warship? What is that? Caputo, standing beside Rayne, explained. The magic warship is a powerful type of magic warship controlled by the Golden Royal family. It can float and fly, and possesses extremely strong attack and defense capabilities. The minimum level of magic warships is gold grade. Only a few silver grade mages are needed to control a gold grade magic warship and unleash an attack power that is stronger than that of an ordinary gold grade professional. Furthermore, the magic warships are very fast and quite large, capable of transporting a large number of warriors to various battlefields. Only the Golden Royal family and the Immortal Grand Duke possess this technology in the entire kingdom. However, the Immortal Grand Duke's territory does not control as many resources as the royal families, and the Immortal Grand Duke is not very interested in magic warships. Therefore, the Immortal Territory only built 3 magic warships, forming a small fleet, while the Golden Royal family has more than 15 well-known magic warships, making them extremely powerful. Now that the magic warships have appeared, it's said that the royal army has already entered the northern border. How strange! Is this dragon invasion really that critical? The royal family has mobilized so quickly? As soon as Caputo finished speaking, Rayne's brain immediately went into overdrive, considering all sorts of possibilities. Then Anatoly spoke again. On my way back, I saw the Dragon Legion that had previously marched south from the territory. The Eagle Beast monster was not pursued by the magic warship, but it may have received the news and is leading its subordinates in a frantic northward escape. His legions also included a considerable number of people and supplies that had been plundered. Anatoly's words piqued Ryan's interest. A Dragon Legion fleeing with people and supplies? What is their route of advance? What is their strength? When he heard Rayne ask this question, Anatoly knew that he had guessed correctly. Rayne was interested in that Dragon Legion, so his special scouting trip along the way was worthwhile. Their retreat route was a little east of Blackrock territory. It seems they didn't want to return to Red River Valley and enter the Black Mountains, but instead went a little further east to return to the Black Mountains. They will probably return to the Black Mountains in 3 days. They are very fast. Although they have taken away a lot of people, I see that they are all young and strong, with no old or weak people. Driven by the monster army, these captured people moved very quickly. Aren't we going through the Red River Valley anymore? This news caused some minor trouble for Rayne's plans, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Now, there is another issue that Rayne is most concerned about. Anatoly, did you see any signs of a legendary expert's intervention? Anatoly shook his head firmly. I didn't sense any fluctuations from the battle of a legendary powerhouse. The royal army has been mobilized. I don't think those alien races will dare to send any more legendary figures to fight. Anatoly's judgment was accepted by Caputo. In that case, we cannot let this monster army that has invaded the kingdom escape. Ross, notify the guards to assemble. We're going to wipe out this monster army. Rayne wouldn't let go of the opportunity to beat a man when he's down, and the rewards if he succeeded would be beyond imagination. The people and resources plundered by the dragon army were a small part. The main contribution came from killing these invading enemies. Rayne has long regarded the Red River Valley as his own private domain. He is now strong enough, and all he needs is a little more merit to be promoted to a higher rank. Marching into battle. Chapter 146 Classic Ambush. With a pack of wolves scattered around gathering intelligence, Ryan quickly found a suitable ambush spot to wait for his prey. This time he brought with him the elite of the guard, 2,000 warriors, and more than 1,000 powerful demon wolves. The team consists of gold-level fighters, Alista, Melissa, and Anatoly. Melissa and Anatoly are the main force, while he and Alista are responsible for support and clearing out the grunts. Caputo was left behind in Red River City by Rayne to guard the city. After all, he had brought almost all of the guards,
including high-level combatants. It was necessary to leave a strong expert in Red River City in case of emergency. The ambush site is located in Black Rock territory, not far from the entrance to Red River Valley, a route that the dragon army must take to retreat after Anatoles' reconnaissance. Rayne and his men lay in ambush here, and Melissa, as a mage, cast a concealment spell on everyone, hiding their tracks. 2 days later, Dragahawk urged the slaves below to move forward quickly, somewhat impatiently. A few days ago, after receiving the order to retreat, it organized its legions to quickly withdraw north. Seeing the somewhat chaotic formation, Longing considered whether he should abandon the spoils of this operation and retreat with the elite troops of bronze rank and above, leaving behind the miscellaneous soldiers. Although the leader said we can just leave these guys alone, I believe he would be very happy if we could bring back the people and resources we've gained. In the end, Longing decided to continue leading his team in retreat. The main reason was that the Black Mountain Range was already close at hand, and there were no pursuers behind it for the time being. The Dragahawk was not in a great hurry. Although Roderick had said that the situation was critical, the Dragahawk itself did not feel much of a sense of urgency. His journey south was smooth, conquering 5 or 6 human territories and reaping considerable rewards. Only before Roderick ordered a retreat did the Dragahawk fight a tough battle. In that battle, his offensive was blocked by the human army, and his troops suffered heavy losses. Now, his fighting strength is only about half of what it was at the start. However, Longing didn't care much about these losses. As long as those low-level slaves returned and lived for a few years, they could have another batch of offspring, so there was no need to worry about the number of slaves. Longing is now thinking about how to go back and ask for some rewards to improve his own strength, as well as the strength of his Longing Guard. Dragahawk Guards are a group of personal guards specially trained by Dragahawk. They usually go out to fight with him and follow him around. They are the core combat force controlled by Dragahawk, and each of them has silver-level combat power. Of the army under his command this time, only the Dragahawk Guards could earn Dragonhawk's attention. The others were just pawns that could be sacrificed and discarded at any time. Just as Longing was thinking about going back to train a few more Longing Guards, a sudden attack interrupted him. After lying in ambush for 2 days, Anatoles and Melissa launched a swift attack on the Dragon Eagle, waiting for their prey to come to them. Melissa, in particular, put in tremendous effort in her attacks against the Dragonhawk. It was the eagle-headed monster in front of her that caused Alice to fail at the last minute and not change her own fate, and it even seriously injured her back then. Melissa hated Dragahawk so much that she went all out from the start without holding back. Anatoles, a seasoned veteran, would certainly not hold back. The 2 peak gold-level experts attacked Dragon Eagle in an instant, catching him completely off guard. However, the Dragon Eagle was flying in midair the whole time, giving it a moment to react to this deadly sneak attack. That one moment saved its life, but it still suffered serious injuries in the end. "It's you! What are you doing here?" The Dragon Eagle looked at Anatoles and Melissa, who had ambushed it, with horror, feeling its life threatened by these 2 powerful enemies. Without any hesitation, the Dragahawk turned and ran, while also ordering its guards to hold off the powerful enemy behind it. "Stop them!" At Dragonhawk's command, hundreds of eagle-headed dragon blood warriors swiftly flew over to block Melissa and Anatoles. However, these eagle-headed dragon blood warriors were too slow to keep up with the speed of the 2 peak gold-level experts. Melissa and Anatoles rushed towards the dragon eagles at top speed, and their swift attacks came again. The battle between the 3 peak gold-level experts erupted fiercely in midair, with hundreds of eagle-headed dragon-blooded monsters circling around the battlefield, making the fight appear somewhat chaotic. On the other side, Rayne led his elite warriors and wolf pack in a charge against the dragon army. Rayne only had 2,000 warriors and less than 2,000 wolf packs under his command, totaling at most 4,000 combat troops, while he was facing an army of tens of thousands of monsters. However, Rayne was confident at this moment. He had just observed that the monster army's strength had been greatly weakened and was not very strong. After the more than 100 high-end combat power silver-level flying dragon eagle guards were transferred away, the number of remaining silver-level magical beasts was scarce, and there were not many high-level dragon blood monsters either. Most of the remaining ones were iron level. Such strength was simply no match for the rapid charge led by Rayne. Alice unleashed several powerful magical attacks from behind. The exploding fireballs shattered among the monsters, killing hundreds of enemies in one go. Then a chain of lightning flashed and turned hundreds of dragon-blooded monsters into charred remains. Rayne led his wolf knights and wolf pack to instantly break up the dragon army's formation and began to slaughter these alien monsters. Led by several silver-ranked captains, the defending infantry regiments arrayed themselves against the enemy, continuously charging at hordes of foe. Rayne led his cavalry and wolf pack in continuous charges, where the resistance was strongest and where the aura of a silver-level warrior was detected. Alice observed from behind, unleashing a powerful spell with a wave of her staff. In just a few breaths, the dragon army was completely scattered by Rayne. The fierce battle aura raged across the battlefield, and a large number of monsters and beasts were slain by Rayne. After the dragon army's resistance was destroyed, Rayne began to act alone, and his killing efficiency increased once again. Golden battle aura shone brilliantly on the battlefield, and under this light, blood continued to spread. The humans captured by the dragon army had already resigned themselves to their fate, and were somewhat numb as they were driven by the dragon-blooded monsters to keep running. Many of them died along the way. They thought their fate would be either to die on the road or be eaten by monsters, but now things have taken a turn for the better. When they saw Rayne display his incredible power, many people stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. The monster that once seemed invincible was now being slaughtered by Rayne as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Many people were stunned and stared blankly as Rayne wreaked havoc. Soon, the main force of the dragon army was completely defeated. Without the command of the dragon eagle, and with all the other commanders killed by Rayne, the surviving dragon blood monsters and magical beasts began to flee. Many monsters turned around and disappeared into the tall grass and wilderness. Rayne did not pursue the fleeing magical beasts and dragon-blooded monsters. He had limited troops at his disposal and lacked the strength to hunt them down. As the battle entered its final stages, after defeating the dragon army, the defending forces began to receive the captured personnel and supplies. The pack of wolves continued to clear out the remaining monsters and dragon-blooded creatures. Wiping the blood from his sword, Rayne looked up at the northern sky. The dragon eagle fled north, and Anatoles and Melissa gave chase. Quite some time had passed, and Rayne could no longer see the two sides engaged in battle. He could only sense the fluctuations of fighting energy from the north. Chapter 147. He became a big fat man in one bite. Just as Rayne had completely wiped out the remnants of the Dragon Legion and gathered all the refugees in preparation for relocating personnel and supplies to the Red River territory, Melissa and Anatoles returned. "Kid, aren't you amazing?" Dragging the dragon eagle's corpse, Melissa boasted to Rayne in an exaggerated tone. The petite Melissa and the enormous dragon eagle, the beautiful girl and the ferocious beast. This extremely incongruous scene left Rayne momentarily stunned. "You're amazing, Ms. Melissa!" "Ha ha ha ha! Arista, I've avenged you. I've killed that monster." Upon seeing Alice approach, Melissa immediately went to show off to her. "Aunt Melissa, are you hurt? Are you all right?" Alice was more concerned about Melissa's well-being than about the life or death of the Dragonhawk. "I'll be fine. If it had been 2 against 1 last time, I could have killed it. This time, I'll let it taste what it's like to be outnumbered." Melissa kicked the dragon eagle's corpse again as she spoke. "Rayne, are you done here too?" Anatoles glanced at the now-over battlefield and casually asked a question. Senior Anatoles, are you alright?" "It's nothing, I just felt a bit drained. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." "That's good." Although the battle is over, Rayne's work is far from finished. The dragon army captured a considerable number of people, and its original ranks were already quite long. The main force of the dragon army was at the front, and after being defeated, the monsters and beasts responsible for guarding the captured people at the rear disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of people stood in long lines in the wilderness, unattended. Some ran away after seeing the monsters and beasts guarding them flee, while most were lost and confused, unsure of what to do. Rayne led the guards to gather these people, but because the group was too large, many problems arose, keeping Rayne extremely busy. With everyone's efforts, this massive population began migrating towards the Red River territory, and Rayne only breathed a sigh of relief once the group was moving smoothly. Once the team is moving, the rest will be much easier. Rayne had Alice collect the spoils from the battlefield. Both dragon-blooded monsters and magical beasts were valuable resources. It can produce both magic cores and provide energy-rich flesh and blood, both of which are resources that Rayne desperately needs. After the migration team was started, Rayne also joined the ranks of those collecting supplies. Now, only he and Arista can efficiently collect supplies. Rayne had Anatoles lead the wolf pack to guard the migrating caravan, while Melissa went ahead to return to Red River Fortress to rest and replace Caputo, helping Rayne collect supplies from the battlefield. Like busy little bees, the three of them kept filling the space rings, returning to Red River Fortress to empty them, and then coming back to continue moving things. This place is not far from the Red River territory, and since the three of them are all gold-level professionals, their transport efficiency is extremely high. Later on, Rayne even visited all the Blackrock mines in Blackrock territory again, sweeping away all the Blackrock ore in the mines. Blackrock territory was breached very quickly, and the Black Rock ore could not be transported out at all. The Dragon Legion had no interest in the Black Rock ore, they had only taken the people and left the Black Rock ore behind. This time, it was all taken away by Rayne in one go. Rayne even visited the ruins of Blackrock Fortress. Blackrock Fortress, destroyed by the dragons, was completely reduced to ruins, but Rayne still found a lot of useful resources. After looting the place, Rayne left satisfied. The migration lasted for 7 days, and the last group of refugees entered the vicinity of Red River City 7 days later, at which point the migration was completely over. Rayne also spent 7 days scouring Blackrock territory, gathering a large amount of supplies. After confirming that nothing had been missed, he returned to Red River Keep with the last group of refugees. Upon his return, Forno went to see Rayne. "My lord, the number of people migrating here this time is too large, and Red River City can no longer accommodate them. First, arrange for 20,000 people to be sent to the 4 villages outside the city. Let Johnny lead the people to expand and renovate the 4 villages, turning them into 4 small towns. In addition, the construction of 4 other villages along the river and 2 villages in the eastern part of Hongha City will be restarted. The Ministry of Works engineering team will rebuild and expand these 6 villages so that each of them can accommodate 2,000 people. In addition, we can continue to repair the farmland outside the city." Rayne's arrangements kept Forner busy, and kept everyone in the territory busy as well. They can't afford to be idle now. With hundreds of thousands of people pouring in, there's something going on everywhere in the territory, and everyone is so busy that they don't even have time to sleep or eat. Red River City was originally planned by Rayne to be a city with a population of 100,000. After it was built, the city was about this size, and it could be squeezed in to house 150,000 to 160,000 people. But no one, including Rayne himself, expected it to reach the point of being so crowded so quickly. Once all the refugees arrived in the Red River territory, a headcount began. The final headcount, reported to Rayne, showed a number of 111,100. This number greatly excited Rayne, and it also kept Forno and others so excited that they couldn't sleep. The Dragon Army's gains from this southward expedition were basically all taken by Rayne. This population is not only large in number, but also of high quality, consisting entirely of able-bodied young adults, with no elderly or weak individuals among them. The population of the Red River territory doubled instantly from 100,000 to 210,000. Hongha City is now bustling with people everywhere. Johnny led his construction team to build everywhere, and residential buildings were erected one after another. With the threat from the dragons temporarily eliminated, Rayne also started building on the land originally intended for farming in the city, and restarted the farmland outside the city. With a sufficient labor force, more construction teams were established, and many construction sites were under construction simultaneously. The construction of residential buildings was also progressing rapidly, and many people moved into new houses every day. Rayne has no worries about the housing situation. It will all be settled in a few days. Now Rayne is worried about other supplies, especially the shortage of winter clothing. There is also a food shortage. Although there will be no food shortage for the time being, the food reserves in the Red River territory will definitely not last until next year's harvest season. Rayne plans to purchase a batch of daily necessities from the Salak Merchant Guild after the spring. Although winter clothing was in short supply, fortunately, Rayne had brought back enough blackstone this time. Rayne had the blacksmith workshop make a large number of furnaces to burn blackstone for warmth, ensuring that the people of the territory would not suffer from frostbite. While Rayne was busy with the arrival of 110,000 new people, a group of people traveled north from the south, crossing Blackrock territory and entering the Red River Valley. They were astonished when they saw the magnificent Red River city. They looked at each other speechless, as if they had seen a ghost. After confirming that they hadn't misread it, one person in the group made a note of it. Then, they led the group north to survey the entire Red River Valley before heading south again and leaving the Red River Valley. However, they did not notice during their patrol that a pair of eyes in the wilderness were watching them and following them all the way south. Chapter 148 Carl's Interest. Blood stained the earth, countless corpses piled up, and tattered weapons and armor were scattered everywhere. A major battle has just ended here, and the victors are cleaning up the battlefield. Fully armed human warriors are searching for enemies who are not yet completely dead and then killing them. More auxiliary militiamen gathered up the bodies of the fallen soldiers, preparing to burn them later. Carl the Angry Bear was resting on his war bear, his armor bearing several scars indicating that the battle he had just fought was not easy. "Old friend, it seems I'm really getting old and can't fight anymore. It takes me so long to deal with someone like this. When I was young I could kill someone like him in just a few moves, and I wouldn't even get hurt by him. Time is truly the sharpest blade. Everyone seems so fragile in its presence." The war bear beneath him twisted a couple of times and mumbled a few words, making Carl burst into laughter. "You idiot! All you do is eat and sleep." The angry bear guards, seeing their lord laughing, assumed he was happy because of his victory in the battle, and smiles appeared on their faces as well. In the recent battle, the army of the Angry Bear territory, led by Carl, won a great victory. The Dragon Legion was completely defeated, and a large number of captured Angry Bear territory people were rescued. In the eyes of these warriors, Carl was an invincible figure. Not only in this battle, but also in the past 200 years, Carl had led the Wrath Bear territory to countless victories, which earned him unparalleled prestige among the people of the Wrath Bear territory. "Your Highness, Earl Horn has sent word that Your Majesty's magic warships have completely crushed the invading dragon army, and Earl Horn is leading the army to reclaim lost territory." "New! Have the rangers who went to the Red River Valley returned?" "Not yet, Your Highness." Carl frowned slightly and said, "Send them to see me as soon as they return." "Yes, Your Highness." "Gather the troops, rest in place, send a message to Senna, and tell him to go south to reclaim the territories that have been conquered by the Dragon Legion, then wipe out the fleeing Dragonborn soldiers, and try to rescue as many of the people captured by the Dragon Legion as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." After arranging the next steps, Carl gazed northwards, lost in thought. The battles against the dragons went much more smoothly than he had expected. Apart from this one battle, which was somewhat difficult, the remaining battlefields went extremely well. The appearance of the magic warships turned the battlefield into a one-sided affair. Without the legendary warriors, the Dragon Legion was simply no match for the magic warships and the Royal Elite Legion. Carl was also shocked when he received the news of the appearance of the magic warship. The appearance of such a powerful weapon of the kingdom meant that the Royal Elite had been mobilized and that at least one legend had come to the north. He did not ask the royal family for help, but the royal army came to the north, which meant that either the Stag or the Coldwind territory had asked the royal family for help. The three Grand Dukes of the North, Stag's territory and Frostwind territory, are significantly stronger than Wrath Bear territory. After all, Wrath Bear territory was established only 200 years ago, while the other two Grand Dukes' territories have been established for over 1,000 years. "Has the legend of Dragon Peak made a move?" While Carl was still pondering what the major problem was that led the royal family to send in a large army to provide support, a fierce blizzard swept across the battlefield. The earth, stained with blood, was instantly covered in snow. The corpses were frozen solid, and the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Even Carl, with his strong physique, felt a chill. What a powerful cold wave! Looking at the cold front blowing in from the north, Carl seemed to be deep in thought. The source of this upheaval in the north might be related to this heavy snow. Heavy snow continued to fall for several days afterward, and temperatures dropped continuously, breaking the record for the lowest temperatures ever recorded in the north. Seeing the snow and wind continuing to get colder without any sign of improvement, Carl was certain that the problem lay with the cold wind. It looks like this winter is going to be long. A voice interrupted Carl's thoughts. Your Highness, the Rangers are back. Let them in. Your Highness! Several knights arrived at Carl's side, covered in snow and dust from their journey. How about it? We ventured deep into the Red River Valley and arrived at Lord Alistair's territory, which had been completely destroyed by the Dragon Legion. The town and castle were now in ruins. We have not found a single survivor, nor do we know the current situation of young Master Alistair. The Ranger commander quickly reported the results of the reconnaissance mission to Carl. However, at the entrance to the Red River Valley, where the Red River Fortress of the Red River Territory was originally located, we discovered a large city with very high walls, no shorter than those of Angry Bear City. Although the city is not as large as Angry Bear City, it is almost the same size as a city of an ordinary earl, and we can also sense that quite a few people live in the city. The suddenly appearing city was not breached by the dragon army. It stood perfectly intact at the entrance to the Red River Valley. Because we had the task assigned to us, we did not rush to inquire about the new city. However, judging from the flags flying over the city, the new city belongs to the Derrick family of the Red River Territory. In addition, before entering the Red River Valley, we encountered several Blackrock Territory citizens in the wilderness of Blackrock Territory who had been captured by the Dragon Legion. They said that a few days ago an army ambushed the Dragon Legion, annihilating the dragon's magical beasts and monsters, and rescuing all the captured people. Those who were rescued were eventually relocated to the Red River Valley, and only a small number of the original Blackrock Territory residents secretly ran away from the group and returned to their homes in Blackrock Territory. The news brought by the Ranger commander surprised Carl. Although Alistar was missing, Carl knew that Alistar was definitely alright. But the emergence of a new city in the Red River Valley surprised Carl greatly. Derrick was once his most loyal soldier. Carl raised him as his own son, and Derrick fought for him for more than a decade before dying young with a body full of wounds. He also took good care of the Derrick family. Although he did not grant them the title of Viscount for some reason, he chose the best piece of land for their territory. Carl was somewhat saddened by the devastating loss of the Derrick family during the previous war between the orcs, leaving only one descendant. He asked Senna to help the Derrick family. He still has some recollection of the last surviving descendant of the Derrick family. Rayne Derrick, that kid was excellent when he was at the Knight Academy. It seems he's also good at managing his territory. However, building a huge new city in just 1 year is not so simple. It seems that kid gained some advantage in this dragon invasion, but how did he manage to withstand the invasion of the Dragon Legion? Carl was puzzled. Normally, Ren shouldn't have the strength to stop a dragon army. Go to Red River Territory and invite Rayne here. Tell him I want to see him. Let him go to Ironwall Fortress. I'll wait for him there. Carl then led his army northward, their destination being the Ironwall Fortress. The temperature suddenly turned cold. It was no longer suitable to camp in the wilderness. Chapter 149 Heading to the Ironwall Fortress. Inside the main hall of Red River Fortress, Ren and Anatoles sat facing each other. That cavalry unit that marched south eventually rejoined Duke Ongxiong's army. They were definitely his men. He's headed north to the northernmost part of Red River Valley. It seems he's going to Bright Moon Territory to investigate Alice. The Grand Duke still has his daughter on his mind. Upon receiving the message from the Demon Wolf, Rayne had already pieced together the whole story. Rayne,
That cavalry unit was clearly under the Grand Duke's command. Why did they come to Red River territory but not enter the city and head north directly, only to circle around and then rush back? What does that mean? Rayne smiled. He didn't reveal Alice's identity. Since Alice had decided not to clarify her relationship with Carl the Angry Bear, there was no need for him to say anything more. Senior Anatoles, in any case, we can't control what the Grand Duke wants to do. Let them be. Now that the threat from the dragons is gone, we can manage our territory with peace of mind. That's true. If the Dragon Clan is completely settled in a few days, I should return to Demon Wolf Peak. Anatoles was also missing his home. He wouldn't have left his old lair if he hadn't been forced to. Rayne knew that Anatoles would definitely not be able to let go of the Demon Wolf Peak and the stone flower fruit tree, so he did not try to persuade him to stay. As he spoke, Rayne felt a chill creep over him. He looked up and saw a vast expanse of white outside the window. It's snowing again. There's been a lot of snow this year. Rayne remarked that this year's snowstorm seemed to be much heavier than in previous years, but he was clearly speaking too soon. The blizzard showed no signs of stopping in the following days. In fact, it intensified. Rayne also received a message from the demon wolf that the snowstorm outside the Red River Valley was even stronger, and the temperature was dropping more. The Red River Valley, which was surrounded by black mountains, was less affected by the snowstorm and the temperature drop was not as significant. Fortunately, the houses were repaired quickly enough stoves were made, and enough black stones were brought back, otherwise this snowstorm would have caused considerable losses. Rayne sensed something was off about the snowstorm, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He didn't care about anything else, he just focused on building up his territory and strengthening his own power. At this moment, a team arrived at the main gate of Hongha City in Hongha territory. Looking at the towering city gate, Kaufman was somewhat astonished. He couldn't understand how a baronial territory that was on the verge of collapse a year ago could suddenly become so powerful. There must be a secret behind it. Kaufman's eyes darted around, considering how to proceed. At that moment, a sound came from the city wall. Who are you? What are you doing in Red River City? If it weren't for the troop of knights flying the banner of the Angry Bear, the warriors on the city wall would have already launched an attack. We are messengers of the Grand Duke of Angry Bear, here to convey the Grand Duke's orders to Baron Rayne of the Derrick family. Is this the Red River territory? After Kaufman introduced himself, no more voices came from the city wall, and Kaufman and his party stood at the city gate for half a day. Just as Kaufman was getting impatient, a creaking sound came from inside the heavy city gates. The gates were opened, and a troop of knights galloped out of the city. When Kaufman saw the group of knights leaving the city, he was startled, and his irritation disappeared. Before him stood a squad of wolf knights, led by Ross, a high-ranking silver-rank knight. Seeing the powerful Ross and the wolf riders behind him, Kaufman and the rangers behind him nervously gripped the reins, and their war horses also seemed somewhat tense. Are you His Highness's messengers? Yes, Your Excellency. May I ask if you are Baron Rayne? Kaufman had never met Rayne, but he knew that Rayne was a powerful silver knight, which led him to mistakenly believe that Ross was Rayne. I am not. My lord is waiting for you at Red River Fortress. Come with me now. Ross glanced at Kaufman and the dozen or so rangers behind him. This group posed no threat, and Ross wasn't afraid of being deceived. If they were indeed fraudsters, Ross wouldn't mind getting some blood on his blade. Soon, Kaufman and his party passed through the bustling streets of Red River City and arrived at Red River Fortress. Kaufman was amazed along the way. They were shocked by the large population and neat, tall buildings of Red River City, as well as its powerful strength. Along the way, he had seen many powerful professionals and demon wolves, and several silver-level warriors had already appeared. This completely thwarted Kaufman's little scheme. Inside the Red River Fortress Hall, Rayne looked at Kaufman kneeling in the middle of the hall, with Anatoly sitting or reclining beside him. Capo Melissa and the others were not present. The hall was filled with Rayne, Anatoly, and the commanders of the guard. Even so, Kaufman's heart was already trembling. He had considered countless possibilities on the way,
But he never expected that Rayne was so strong, and that there was a terrifyingly powerful demon wolf by Rayne's side.
What orders did the Grand Duke issue?
Baron Rayne, the Grand Duke has ordered you to come to Ironwall Fortress to see him. His Highness has something to ask you in person. After Kaufman finished speaking, he glanced cautiously at Rayne, then quickly lowered his head under the pressure of the powerful aura.
Does the Grand Duke wish to see me?
Rayne thought for a moment, and figured that the angry Bear Duke probably wanted to ask about his daughter and the Red River territory. After all, his daughter had disappeared and the Red River territory had changed so much. If he were the angry Bear Duke, he would have a lot of questions to ask as well. Rayne had prepared a set of explanations to cover the changes in Red River territory, but he didn't know how to talk about Alice. That was up to Alice herself.
I have received the Duke's orders. I will settle the affairs of the territory, and then head to Ironwall Fortress.
Ryan dismissed Kaufman and then went to find Arista. The Grand Duke's daughter, the mysterious witch, lived in another annexed tower of Red River Castle. The entire building was built and decorated by Alice herself, perfectly suited to her tastes. Upon finding Alice, Rayne explained his purpose. When she heard her father call her Rayne, Alice remained calm, but her shifty eyes betrayed her.
Wait a moment, Ryan.
After saying that, Alice went to the table and began to write, while Rayne waited by her side. A moment later, Alice finished writing a letter and handed it to Rayne.
Rayne, I have protective measures left by my mother and the High Priestess of Yulan. Unless a legend makes a move, I will not die. And even if I die, my father will be able to sense it, so he knows whether I live or die. I don't want to go back to Angry Bear Fortress, but faking my death works on others but not on my father. I've disappeared, and then suddenly reappeared in Red River territory. He can definitely guess that I'm here with you. Take this letter to him. After he reads it, he will understand my thoughts and won't make things difficult for you.
Rayne glanced at the letter in his hand and nodded.
Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will personally deliver this letter to your father.
Having settled things with Alice and arranged matters in his territory, Rayne led a squad of wolf knights to Ironwall Fortress. Chapter 150 Questioning in the Hall. Looking at the familiar Ironwall Fortress and the soldiers in their familiar border guard uniforms, Rayne felt a unique sense of familiarity.
Rayne, what brings you here?
Upon receiving the message, Rex rushed over and immediately spotted the imposing white wolf and Rayne.
Your strength?
Rex looked at Rayne in disbelief. The powerful aura that filled him with fear was a familiar oppressive feeling he had only ever experienced with Count Senna.
You've broken through to the gold level?
Rex's voice trembled as he asked the question. He himself couldn't believe that Rayne, who was only a silver knight when they parted just a few months ago, had actually broken through to the gold level. Although Rex had long anticipated that Rayne would break through to the gold level, that would be several years or even more than a decade later. How could it be accomplished in just a few months? Rex felt like he was too busy lately. His mind was foggy, and his senses were all messed up.
Luckily, we broke through a few days ago.
Rayne smiled and didn't say much. He didn't hide his strength, and even deliberately let his aura leak out a little. He came here with a purpose, and to achieve his goal, he needs to demonstrate his strength. The 100 wolf knights he led were only one of many. The most crucial element was himself.
You really broke through to the gold level? How is that possible?
Rex slapped himself to bring himself to his senses.
All right, Rex, stop. Has His Highness the Grand Duke not arrived yet?
Rayne stopped Rex, who was about to continue slapping himself, and inquired about the whereabouts of the angry Bear Duke.
His Highness the Grand Duke has not arrived yet. According to the schedule, he should arrive tomorrow. All right, what about Count Senna? The Earl is in the command room. I'll take you there.
Soon Rex led Rayne to Count Senna.
Kid, your growth has truly exceeded my expectations.
Seeing the surging energy and high spirits of Rayne, Count Senna was also somewhat surprised. Not only that, the other nobles in the Ironwall Fortress were also astonished. Many of them have been stuck at the silver level for many years, never managing to cross that hurdle and become gold level professionals. Now, this rising star, Rayne, has surpassed them in the blink of an eye and become the golden knight they've always dreamed of.
Luckily!
Rayne greeted several acquaintances with a smile, and then chatted with Count Senna. Soon after Rayne entered Ironwall Fortress, news of his breakthrough to the gold rank spread throughout the fortress. All the nobles within the fortress, as well as those who had any prior connection with Rayne, rushed over to see for themselves if the news was true. Everyone who came was deeply shocked. In the blink of an eye, Rayne's fame spread throughout Ironwall Fortress, and his name was spoken of by every fortress warrior. Rayne had no choice but to greet and see off batches of acquaintances, repeating the same words and smiles countless times over a day, until he finally got a little annoyed. At this moment, Duke Anxiong finally arrived. Carl the Angry Bear led his army on a campaign from south to north, and has now taken up residence at Ironwall Fortress. This means that all of the dragon legions in the Angry Bear territory have been defeated and driven out. The dragon war in the Angry Bear territory has come to an end. Inside the stone hall of the Ironwall Fortress, Carl stared intently at Rayne. He had been watching Rayne for a while, making Rayne feel somewhat uncomfortable.
Your Highness, Rayne Derrick pays his respects. Stop with the nonsense, how did you break through to the gold level in just 1 year?
Carl waved his hand and got straight to the point, which everyone present wanted to know the answer to.
Your Highness, a year ago, after I inherited the family territory, I led the army out to wipe out the remnants of the evil beast men. In the Black Forest, I rescued an old man and his granddaughter. That old man was a potion master. To repay my life-saving grace, he gave me 2 bottles of top-grade potions, which enabled me to break through to the gold level. Of course, my talent is also good enough, otherwise potions alone would be useless.
At the end, Rayne even boasted a little.
Potion master? The old man and his granddaughter?
The other nobles present did not believe what Rayne said, thinking he was talking nonsense to deceive everyone.
You're spouting nonsense. What are you talking about? Rayne, tell me, have you started worshipping the Chaos God? Otherwise, how could you have broken through so quickly?
A voice suddenly rang out, and what he said caused an uproar among the nobles of the Angry Bear territory present. Many nobles cast skeptical glances at Rayne, since only by siding with the Chaos God or the Evil God could one achieve breakthroughs in such a short time. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person break through so quickly? Rayne looked toward the source of the voice and saw a familiar face.
Who do we have here? So it was you, the coward who abandoned your territory and let your people be slaughtered and enslaved by the dragon army. Clarkson, how dare you stand up and talk to me? What right do you have?
The one who stood up to question Rayne was Viscount Clarkson of Blackstone.
You're not talking nonsense.
Clarkson's face turned pale with anger, and he hurriedly spoke up to defend himself.
Faced with the invasion of the dragon army, I led my troops to seek help and join forces with the Grand Duke's army to fight against the dragon army. This was agreed upon by the Grand Duke. How is it abandoning the territory? Don't try to change the subject. We're talking about your faith in the Chaos God, you traitor to humanity.
Clarkson was both shocked and frightened when he saw Rayne break through to the gold level. He knew he had to find a way to bring Rayne down, otherwise Blackrock territory and the Blackrock family would be finished. He thought he had grasped Rayne's weakness, and kept trying to link Rayne to the followers of the Chaos God and the Evil God. Many nobles in the hall also began to doubt Rayne's faith.
Is that Master Caputo Ilix?
Carl's voice interrupted the chaotic sounds in the hall, and for a moment only one voice remained in the originally noisy hall.
Yes, Your Highness. Do you know Master Caputo? The potion master of St. White Academy was one step away from becoming a legendary potion master, but unfortunately he chose the wrong path and ended up losing everything.
Carl shook his head.
After he came to the north, he visited me and exchanged some cultivation resources for his granddaughter. I thought he would come to Ironwall Fortress for a while after heading north and then go to Cold Wind territory. I never expected that he would eventually settle in your territory. You saved her granddaughter? Yes, and him as well. Master Caputo attacked the orc camp and was injured by the power of the evil god, which endangered his life. I brought him and his granddaughter out of the Black Forest. That makes sense.
His granddaughter is everything to him. Saving his granddaughter is more important than saving him. It seems he gave you his last trump card, the magic potion. Through Carl and Rayne's conversation, the other nobles realized that what Rayne had just said seemed to be true. He had indeed saved a potion's master, and this potion's master was of very high status.